You are clearly a bald monk, but you only kill without saving people. Other monks put down their butcher knives and become Buddhas on the spot, but you put down your butcher knife and continue to kill without hesitation. This is because you were reincarnated into the great Jing dynasty and received the inheritance of the killing Buddha's dharma. As long as you kill all the evil people in the world, stop killing with killing, you can improve your cultivation and strengthen your own power. At this moment, in a dilapidated temple in the mountains, you are dressed in white monk robes, sitting cross-legged, chanting Buddhist scriptures devoutly. A golden light emanates from your body, enhancing your physical qualities and giving you the ability to kill to survive. You feel the strength of your muscles, believing that you can now defeat 100 of your past selves with just one punch. According to the Great Jing Dynasty's classification of practitioners, you should now belong to the ranks of warriors, not very strong but sufficient to deal with some worldly villains. It's time to descend the mountain. The path to enlightenment as a killer Buddha cannot be achieved by sitting in meditation on the mountain. Only by descending the mountain to eliminate evil can you achieve enlightenment. As you prepare to leave the mountain, your spiritual sense suddenly detects people approaching the dilapidated temple, appearing to be a man and a woman. The couple moves frantically, struggling through the dense forest. Behind them, a large group of strong men follow, playing what seems like a game of cat and mouse. Ah, some action. You chuckle lightly, then sit back in front of the Buddha statue, tapping a wooden fish with one hand and holding a rosary in the other, chanting a passage from the Diamond Sutra. As you recite the sutra, a Buddha light emanates from you, with the sound of Sanskrit filling the air. Big brother, there's no way out. Only that dilapidated temple can provide some shelter. The woman in the couple points to the temple where you are, with hundreds of pursuers behind them. Continuing towards the mountaintop is a dead end. If they hide in the dilapidated temple, they might be able to evade the pursuers using the temple's structures and Buddha statues. Could it be that the property of my Lu family is going to be completely taken by those outsiders? The man gave a bitter smile and walked towards you with the woman. The hundreds of people behind them stopped in their tracks, and following the lead man's command, the hundreds of strong men dispersed, each holding shiny big knives, appearing loose but slowly and tightly approaching the ruined temple. Inside the ruined temple, the siblings Lu Ruyan and Lu Rugu had just entered and saw you wearing white clothes, reciting scriptures. Master, my siblings and I have no intention of offending. We just want to seek refuge in this precious place to avoid disaster. Please grant us permission. Lu Rugu knelt on the ground and prayed to you who were meditating. Amit Ba, the Buddha has the virtue of good life. Since the two donors want to seek shelter, then please stay for now. Your gentle voice sounded. Thank you, Master. Lu Rugu knew that being able to practice alone in this deep mountain-old temple must not be simple, especially since you in front of him were a Buddhist, and the Buddhist practice system is based on compassion, naturally not willing to help them kill outsiders, but will definitely protect them and prevent others from committing more sins. It doesn't matter. The poor monk observes the people outside. All of them have bloodthirsty auras, and they must be extremely evil people. Amit Ba, it would be better to let this humble monk guide and enlighten them. You slowly rise, turn around, and look at the two siblings, outside the dilapidated temple. You can clearly hear the conversations of the crowd with your divine ears of Buddhism. The two individuals seem to have been chased here due to some issues related to family property, and the people outside are all surrounded by ominous blood, obviously all desperate characters. Killing them can enhance one's cultivation, a great act of virtue. When you turned around, the two siblings were surprised at the same time. When Lu Rugu heard you say that you wanted to convert those wicked and evil people, he thought you wanted to make them shave their heads and become monks, devoutly worshipping Buddha. He immediately advised, Master, they are all wicked and evil people. I'm afraid they cannot be converted. Lu Ruyan also had doubts in his heart. The people of the Buddhist sect are kind-hearted, but the only downside is that they are too rigid. Too rigid. They always believe that human nature is inherently good, that everyone can turn over a new leaf, can change for the better. Whether or not Amitabha Buddha can convert them is up to the Buddha to decide. Donors cannot make decisions, and poor monks cannot make decisions either. You put your hands together as if you were extremely devout. Within 3 or 2 steps, a figure in white appeared again, already outside the ruined temple, only to hear a deafening wail suddenly coming from outside the temple. Master, spare me, I have elderly and young dependents. This was followed by hurried footsteps, the sound of blades clashing, and the sound of killing. Brother, if I remember correctly, the conversion in the Buddhist sect doesn't usually involve such a commotion, does it? Listening to the fighting outside, Lu Ruyan was at a loss. Perhaps this was a new method of conversion in the Buddhist sect, first subduing people through force, then making the evildoers believe. In that case, this master was indeed worthy of respect. Lu Rugu swallowed his saliva. He had never seen such a method of conversion in the Buddhist sect before. This master was truly a man of character. After a short while, the commotion outside the broken temple gradually subsided. All that was left were sporadic pleas for mercy and the stabbing sound of a sharp object entering his body. It wasn't long after that. The doctor's siblings saw that the monk in white, all immaculate in his white monk's robes, carrying a blood-dripping steel sword in his hand, while the other hand grasped the enemy's leader as if he were grasping a dead dog, and walked in with great strides. Amitba Buddha, you two monks, do you have any questions for this monk? Dangru said with a compassionate gaze. No. The Dakuro siblings shook their heads in unison, not knowing what to say. In that case, then the poor monk will incarnate this scholar, Dangru said, and with one slash, he gave the head of the enemy in his hand to be chopped off, and blood splattered all over the ground in this pure place of the Buddhist sect. The man didn't even have time to utter a word before his soul returned to the west. The doctor's siblings watched the blood of their enemy in Dangru's hands spurt out. The two of them immediately set off some shocking waves in their hearts. Killed? Just an easy kill? Is this a monk? Was this the monk they remembered? Grand Master, you're just going to kill him? Weren't you going to incarnate him? Dokorobai couldn't even complete his words and stuttered as he asked. Yes, the poor monk is the one who's incarnating him. Ha! Dangru's face was puzzled. The poor monk said that only the Buddha can decide whether they are worthy of reforming or not, and the poor monk's duty is to send them to the Buddha. Dangru folded his hands together with a pious look on his eyes, the sunlight hitting his body through the trees, making him seem like a compassionate and virtuous monk. And in fact, just now this high monk killed hundreds of people with his hand, without even stopping his hand. But, Dakurobai seemed to want to say something else, but he suddenly felt that the white-robed monk in front of him had a good point. It's the Buddha who can decide if you're worthy of enlightenment. So I'm sending you to the Buddha. There's nothing wrong with it at all. The two monks are a bit pedantic. If that evil person is not removed, he will scourge good people. The life of an evil person is a life. Is the life of a good person not a life? Since this is the case, then why don't we let the poor monk get rid of them, also lest they scourge the innocent in the future? Dangru folded his hands and laughed lightly. Master, good point. Dugubai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not dare to say anything more. He was afraid to say more for a while, before the eyes of this white monk on the spot to turn over and say on the spot that you also need to be dispensed with. That would be met. Master, you don't seem, like the other masters, quite the same. Dokuzuki surveyed Dangru in front of her, fear in her eyes, yet a few moments of curiosity. After all, a monk who kills people, that's not very common, especially one that kills at the drop of a hat. No, even those people hadn't spoken to Dangru, and he'd just given it to someone to kill. This is not a monk. Evil cultivators are not this brutal. Earlier, the poor monk heard the two monks say that the family property had been taken away. The poor monk has a few interests and would like to take care of this idle matter. I wonder if you two would like to tell us about it. Dangru looked at the Dakuro siblings, thinking that he had gone down the mountain as well, and that he still needed to waste some effort to find the evil man to kill. But as far as the hundreds of people that had just been killed were concerned, all of them were outlaws who were carrying several lives. Then it was thought that by following these two siblings, they would surely be able to find more villains. In that case, he wouldn't be too far away from the middle stage of martial arts. A cultivator like you, Master, is willing to step in and help us? Dokorobai was a bit incredulous. A monk does not lie. Dangru nodded slightly, his face peaceful. Duga's siblings would like to spit out. Monks do not play deceitful words. Monks also said that you cannot kill it. You just killed how many you have no count in your own heart? But of course they don't dare say that. The monk in front of them was a cultivator, while they, just mortals. It couldn't have been easier for the monk to try to take their lives. What's more, he was their savior, so naturally he couldn't be too disrespectful. Master is willing to help us. That's simply great. I wonder what Master's Dharma name is. We can also address it as well. While Dakurobai was still weighing the pros and cons, Dakuro you had already given her answer. It was evident that the young girl was less wary of Dangru than her older brother. Poor monk's name? Let's call the poor monk. Killed a life. Dangru said calmly. The original killing Buddha had already been seated, and from the moment he made his grand wish, he had directly inherited the Dharma name of killing Buddha. He's the new killer Buddha. Master Slayer? Hiss. Dakurobai swallowed his saliva, the worry in his heart growing heavier and heavier. If it's a real monk, his guard won't be too heavy, because the Buddhist sect is famous for their holy mother. Although they won't help you to kill people, they won't let others kill you either. Even if you're a great villain with a great reputation, they'll still shelter you. And this life-killing master in front of him, first he made a direct move to kill hundreds of people, and then some crooked reasoning that didn't seem like a Buddhist at all, and now this Dharma name came out. Dugubai felt that his siblings might be just out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. Master Slayer? What a handsome Dharma name. Master is really different from those pedantic and foolish monks. Even his Dharma name is so handsome. Compared to Dugubai's preoccupation, Dugu Yu, who had survived the catastrophe, was much more liberal in her mindset. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of admiration as she looked at Tongru. Handsome monks who aren't pedantic are so cool. Little sister. Dakurobai pulled his little sister, who was about to stick to Dangru's body. It was still unclear why Master Slayer was here and why he was helping them. My own little sister just went straight to white. In the future, if he is no longer around, how should his own little sister hold up the huge family business? I thank you for your kindness, Master, but my Dugu family's revenge still needs to be avenged by my Dugu family itself. Don't bother, Master. Dakurobai slightly saluted and bent over, obviously wanting to refuse. Schizo, do you think you have the power to refuse now? Tongru laughed and looked at Dakurobai in front of him. Obviously, Dakurobai didn't trust him, but, so what? His purpose was to kill the villains, not to rob the doctor's family fortune. I don't care if you Dakurobai refuses or not. Dugubai was silent, facing Dangru who had killed hundreds of people in one breath and still didn't blink. He really didn't have the power to refuse. Brother, you're just too deep in your mind. It's already heavenly mercy that people are willing to help us, Master Slayer, and you're still skeptical of them. Forget it. If you don't say it, I'll say it. Dokoroki Yuki grinned widely and mindlessly blamed his big brother. Tangru practiced Buddhist divine powers, but he could see that the young girl in front of him was just pretending to be heartless. Her mind, on the contrary, was much deeper than the pretentious Dugubai. Not to hide from the master, our Dugu family, originally is under the Ox Head Mountain, Wangshu City, a small family. Our family is specializing in the operation of the dart in such camps, but last time, Dad went out to bet on the dart, and then never came back. Immediately after Wangshu City, a gang of punks will barge in, to kill our Dugu family. Only I and my big brother escaped out. Master, I'm sorry, my big brother, he didn't mean to doubt you. You know, the more precious the thing held in one's hand, the more careful one will be. Dokoroku, you said in a gushing manner, as if the Dokoroku family that had been exterminated was not her home. Oh, can a practitioner make a move? Tongru inquired. If there were cultivators out there, then he still needed to be cautious. If not, then kill them all. No, there are too many of them in order to exterminate our Dugu family. Otherwise, according to our Dugu family's martial arts. In fact, not to exterminate the door. It's just that our martial arts are ultimately flesh and blood, not compared to masters like this cultivator of the bone of the clear. Dugu said with a despondent expression, and Dugubai on the side could not hide his indignation. In that case, lead the way, and the poor monk will take back the family property for the two monks. Hearing that no cultivators had interfered, Tongru put his heart down. Cultivator Dokorobai, your sister's mind tricks are much higher than yours. Tongru glanced at Dakurobai again and snickered, and then he lifted one of them with one hand, lifting the two siblings up, tossing and turning between the mountains, leaping over the cliffs. Grand Master, slow down, I can't take it. Dokorobai's terrified voice mixed with screams rang out. Dugu didn't scream, but her face was just very pale, and if she wasn't still being carried by Dangru, she should have been about to vomit. Amitba Buddha, it's not up to the Shurshur, Tongru responded, and then a wave of mischief arose in his heart as he sped up his descent, causing Dugubai's face to turn a few shades whiter. Dugu also couldn't hold it in and screamed out in misery, and the Duga siblings were directly staging a chorus of misery on Ox Head Mountain. The entire Nyosho Mountain echoed with the miserable screams of the Dakuro siblings. In front of Wangshu City, Tangru leapt down from the air, still carrying the pale-faced Dakuro siblings in his hands. Falling to the ground, he set the Dakuro siblings down. The siblings who touched the ground felt the solidity of the ground for the first time in a long time. It's safe. The two immediately vomited each, their stomachs even emptier when they didn't have much in them already. God damn it, the life-killing monk didn't even treat them as human beings. They were mortal in flesh. Being carried by the life-killing monk in one hand, running as fast as they could, the branches hitting them in the face, that kind of bumpy feeling, was not at all something a human being could stand. Amitba Buddha, what happened to the two monks? Dangru asked knowingly. It's nothing, the master doesn't have to mind us. We vomit. It's just a simple vomit. Dokoroku Moon's beautiful face was somewhat distorted at the moment. Dugubai's side has already directly kneeled on the ground and started to vomit. Long ago disappeared the appearance of the fluttering gentleman. Tongru was patient, waiting for the siblings to finish spitting. Then he opened his mouth. Will you two please lead the way for the poor monk? Good. Master, please come with us. Both of their legs were still trembling now. obviously not used to being taken flying. Gollum. Suddenly, a sound of intestinal muscles squeezing air rang out from the siblings' stomachs. The two siblings were mortal in flesh, and it had already taken them a lot of effort to escape the chase earlier. Not to mention being screwed by Dang Ru again. The stomach is not stocked at all. Ha 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 ha, just in time. After settling this matter, the two of you, Schismaster, can also have a full meal. Dang Ru laughed and then went into the city first. Honestly, he is also a little hungry. Some time ago in Wangshu City pretending to be a monk to melt fasting or some vegetable leaves and other things. It's no meat at all. The good believers are very kind. But unfortunately, he is an unordained monk. He doesn't need to abstain from meat and fish. He doesn't even abstain from killing. Just in time. Go help the sibling out with their business and then take their money for a hootenanny. He was a fine one in his mind. The siblings looked at each other with odd expressions, but still honestly followed Tang Ru's footsteps. The two felt more and more in their hearts that this monk was really eccentric, not at all like the other monks they had seen. Arriving at the Dekuro family's residence in Wangshu City, the Duga family's mansion was a two-entry one, not particularly large, but it was still considered a wealthy family. Tang Ru clearly sensed that there were at least 300 people inside the doctor's house rummaging through the boxes, seemingly looking for something. Those treasures and such, they didn't bother to put in their pockets, merely some lightweight crumbs of silver. Amitba Buddha, all of these givers, they need to be realized. Tang Ru folded his hands together with a pious look on his eyes, and then, there was a loud bang. Dang Ru kicked the closed door of the doctor's house. The commotion startled those inside the mansion. Each of them looked at Tang Ru, and the Dekuro siblings he was carrying behind him, with fierce glints in their eyes, only to see Dang Ru in a white monk's clothes fluttering like a fairy, followed by two somewhat restrained teenage girls. It's those two remaining members of the Dekuro family. Someone recognized Dekuro Bai and Dekuro Yu. The two siblings hid behind Dang Ru, both a little scared. They weren't afraid of the 300 or so strong men in that courtyard. They were afraid of this violent monk beside themselves. This master, I wonder what is the purpose of your visit to our place? Finally, someone noticed Dang Ru, who was at the head of the group. It can't be helped. The Buddhist presence in this world is too low. There has never been a record of monks killing people. Gradually, no one cares about the monks. At most, when they are desperate, they go to the temple to seek refuge. 300, and a martial realm cultivator. 2 monks. There's something else that's a bit unusual about this Dekuro family of yours. Tang Ru did not answer the man's question, but instead looked at the 300 or so people in the courtyard, in which he sensed an aura of a martial realm cultivator. Early martial realm, similar to him, but with a weaker aura. When he had killed these 300 villains in the courtyard, that man would not be his match. Killing Buddha is getting stronger the more you fight. Monk, what the hell are you talking about? What exactly are you here for? I advise you to be sensible and leave these two siblings behind to hurry up yourself. It's not like we don't have cultivators here. The burly man cursed. Being ignored by Tang Ru made him very upset. They're just practitioners. Who doesn't have practitioners? Come on, boss. Give this white monk the whole live. Without waiting for the strong man to curse more, Tang Ru dashed to the front of the strong man and grabbed his head with one hand. Then with a gentle pinch, in an instant, the burly man's head exploded. His body convulsed twice, and he collapsed. The blood of the strong man splattered all over the ground, but it was blocked by a golden light just as it was about to splash on top of Dang Ru's white monk's robe. Monk killed someone. The crowd was confused. Monk, murder, these two words simply cannot appear in the great Jing dynasty. The monks of the dying dynasty were all compassionate. One could even say that they did not distinguish between good and evil. Whether you are good or evil, they will shelter you because they are afraid that they will be tainted with killing and will not be able to achieve righteousness. And now, without even saying one more word to them, this white-robed monk in front of them had crushed the head of one of their junior leaders. It's really atrocious. But these burly men are not intimidated, and each one is a man of the sword. Copying the brightly shining pieces of great swords have come towards Dang Ru to kill, and there are even a few strong men with bows and crossbows standing on the eaves of the house constantly firing arrows. Dang Ru didn't stop for a second, and instead of retreating, he advanced and punched a strong man, took a strong man's knife after killing him, throwing the large blade slice up to the eaves of the house. He knocked down a few crossbow-wielding strong men who were outputting on the eaves of the house, and the blood of the strong men sprayed all over the sky. Without the interference of crossbows and arrows, Dang Ru was even more like no one's business, slashing one strong man at a time. A large amount of blood chi and baneful chi, as well as karmic obstacles accumulated in his body, while his cultivation level grew higher and higher from the killings, until, that is, completely breaking through the middle stage of martial arts. As Tang Ru slaughtered his way through, soon, there was only one person left in the entire courtyard. It's the practitioner. Early stage martial arts practitioner. A bearded, burly man with blood and fury rushing through his body, obviously carrying a lot of human lives. But at this moment, Dang Ru, who was already in the middle stage of martial arts, pinching him was not much harder than pinching a Kuan. Wait, we have no quarrel with you, monk. Why did you come to kill us? The burly man asked with some palpitations. He felt like he couldn't beat the white monk in front of him, but they were all martial realm cultivators. It made no sense for him to be afraid of Tang Ru in front of him. Because you have done evil, the poor monks will purify you. When Dang Ru said that, he punched towards the strong man. Doing evil? Isn't it true that you Buddhists don't get involved in mundane battles? Why do you still care whether I am good or evil? If you kill me, you're also an evil man who kills people. So how much better are you? The burly man argued angrily. If it was an ordinary monk of the martial realm, he would only have fallen into deep suspicion. No, ordinary monks wouldn't care about this kind of thing. They wouldn't kill anyone at all. But Dang Ru was different. He was a monk of the second order. Only to see him listening to the burly man's sophistry with a sneer. The fists in his hands still not stopping for a moment. Joke, if you don't die, are you going to let the poor monk die? If I don't kill you, should I keep you so that you can continue to plague the innocent? Forgiving you is a matter for the Buddha. And the poor monk's task is to send you all to the Buddha. After the last sentence, Tang Ru punched the strong man's dantian position. A huge force through the body. The strong man's cultivation was abolished by Tang Ru. Dang Ru stomped on the strong man's head, and gradually a bit of banditry hung on his face. The poor monk asks you 3 questions. The poor monk asks. You answer. And if you are not right, the poor monk will kill you. The courtyard was dead silent. The blood of more than 300 people spread over the entire courtyard, which was also mixed with the blood of the people who used to be in the Dekuro family. There were corpses everywhere. The railings, the ground, the wigwam, the pond, everything was covered with corpses. A brother and sister stood in the doorway, trembling as they looked at the hellish scene. It was hard to imagine that this was the home they had once lived in. The strong man whose cultivation had been abolished looked at the immaculate white-robed monk with fear on his face. The white-robed monk looked out of place in this hellish scene, and yet it makes extraordinarily good sense. As if he were a holy monk who had crossed the evil with his body. The poor monk counts 3. If the mister still keeps his mouth shut and answers, then the poor monk does not dare to guarantee that there will be less parts on the mister's body. Tang Ru's icy voice rang out. The reason why he had left the burly man behind was because he felt that things weren't too simple for the Dekuro family. Family money? Having a cultivator sitting on the throne. The Dugu family's family fortune was only within reach in the eyes of the cultivator, and it was unlikely that they would make such a big deal out of it. The doctor family must have something more worthy. You just kill me and I won't say a word, the burly man said rather stiffly. Kill you? No, 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 the poor monk will not kill you. Dang Ru laughed, only to see him lift the hem of his shirt, raise his big size 42 foot, and stomp on the strong man's leg. Ah! The screams of the strong man were shocking, and behind them, the gazes of the Dekuro siblings showed a hint of intolerance up. Although they had long known that Tang Ru, the monk, was evil to the core, it now seemed that Tang Ru's brutality was far more than they had imagined. Eyes wide open, he watched as Dang Ru blew out the heads of one person after another with punch after punch. Murder they had seen, but the scene of giving a man's head a living hammer blow with fist after fist of flesh, yellow and white and red flowing all over the place, they've never actually seen it. It's too brutal. Evil cultivators aren't even this brutal. Ah! In the few moments that the two froze, another wail rang out from the burly man. Only the 2 legs of the strong man were seen twisting in a strange shape. In the future, it's mostly a waste. Let me guess. There is someone behind you, right? Like you. A person with a stiff upper lip. Most of the time there is someone behind you. Let me guess again. Who is behind you? There are only a few big families in Wangshu City. The Zhang family? The Li family? Or the Wang family? Or, is it the cultivation sect outside Wangshu City? The Void Sun sect? Tang Ru listed out several of the biggest forces in Wangshu City. When he came to this world, he wasn't just sitting in meditation. The powerful forces of the entire Wangshu City were known to him, and he had knowledge of the cultivation system of the Great Jing dynasty. Even this world in general, he had knowledge of it. Now that the dying dynasty is in decline and is unable to control all parts of the country, practitioners, landlords and gentry of all major clans have fallen into the well, ostensibly following the king's law, but in reality, it's self-governance. Tang Ru listed the great powers one by one. When he spoke of the Void Sun sect, the burly man's muscles had to be a few points tighter than they were just now. Imperceptible, but it can't be hidden from him. It seems to be the Void Sun sect. Does the want to cut off your family's incense for the sake of the Void Sun sect? If you are not willing to say more, poor monk, this kick can be to be master. Cut off the children and grandchildren. Tang Ru's tone grew colder and colder, clearly having the face of a cool and holy monk, but at this moment he was incomparably wild. I say, don't you. The burly man's could no longer control it. His mind's defenses had been broken. God damn it. This isn't even a monk. Who's the monk that's so brutal? He'll lose both his legs and his grandchildren. Moreover, when the monk listed the names of those forces, he clearly didn't even have a change in expression. And this monk actually bit the bullet and said it was the Void Sun sect. This insight. It's horrible. Amitabha Buddha. Goodness. Why did the monk say so earlier? And why did he have to suffer this skin and flesh? Tang Ru folded his hands together and revealed a smile that warmed the hearts of the people and universalized the world. The three men in the courtyard were silent. Where is this a universal, heartwarming smile? This smile is more evil than an evil cultivator. The Dugu family once produced a very strong sword cultivator. His cultivation is said to have reached the legendary Sun and Moon realm. He had a sword technique that he left behind in the Dugu family. The burly man spoke the information he knew in one breath. Sun and Moon realm, holding the sun and moon and picking the stars. This realm was already transcendent. If it was a sword technique left behind by such an existence, then it was normal for a cultivator to be moved. Amitabha Buddha. It seems that the dishonest ones are the two monks. Tang Ru turned his gaze to the Dakiro siblings again. Master. The Dr. Moon siblings fiercely knelt down. We don't know any sword techniques. Think about it, Master. If we knew about the existence of sword techniques, would our Dakiro family still be exterminated by a small gang like them? Dr. Moon explained urgently. Dang Ru's brutality had penetrated the hearts of the siblings. They did not dare to offend in the slightest. Ha. Scholar Moon, why are you so eager to prove your innocence? Even if you do have any sword techniques, the poor monk won't take them away from you. After all, the poor monk is not some evil monk who prefers to kill and seize treasures. Dang Ru laughed brightly. Even if Dugiyu and Dugubai hid the matter of the sword technique, he didn't intend to take it out on them. After all, the Sun and Moon realm's sword technique, that was a precious thing, and it was justifiable that the duo didn't want to expose it. What's more, he was a Buddhist practitioner who didn't practice swords, monks who practiced sticks and occasionally a demon-subduing pestle. It is you who has taken the heart of a small man to the heart of a master high priest. You should be punished. Dokoroku Yu's petite body knelt on the ground, trembling slightly, obviously extremely scared. The brother and sister were kneeling in this pool of blood, and without Tang Ru's permission, they didn't dare to make any other movements at all. Punish what? The poor monk and the two monks have no relatives. In what capacity to punish the two monks? The two monks quickly get up. The ground is dirty. Don't stay in the good clothes. Tang Ru personally bent down and helped the siblings up. It's not like he's some brutal, evil monk. Well, there's that little bit of brutality, but that's just brutalizing the wicked. He has always treated good people with courtesy. The siblings stared blankly at Tang Ru, who had graciously lifted them up. Until this moment, they did not really see so much of the temperament that a high monk should have in Tang Ru. Much thanks, Master. Dr. Moon stuttered a bit. No matter how precocious she was still just a 16-year-old mortal girl. It was a struggle to keep up appearances at the moment. Her brother Dugubai's feet were numb and he couldn't even stand up. Great, Master, can I go now? The burly man who had his legs wasted on the side stuttered and opened his mouth. What he had to say had already been said. It's time to let him go, isn't it? Well, the Schoonstadt, make yourself at home. Dang Ru smiled, instantly relieved. The burly man crawled on his hands and slowly made his way out of the yard. Just when the burly man thought that he was about to get out of this sure hell and embrace freedom again, a cold sensation entered his body and plunged right into his heart. A mouthful of his old blood spurted out. His body convulsed twice, and he completely collapsed in front of the courtyard gate. Master, why did you kill him? Didn't you say you released him? Dokorobai asked with some trepidation. Tang Ru had just said to let the strong man go a second before, and when the strong man was good and almost crawling out, Tang Ru picked up another steel knife and threw it directly at the strong man's chest. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation. Even if the Dugu siblings had always aspired to be fastidious, repaying favors with favors and avenging them with favors, they couldn't help but be emboldened at this moment. 1 minute you're smiling and saying you can go. The next you're sticking a knife in someone's heart. That's a little too harsh. If you don't kill him, are you going to keep this traitor and seek revenge on the poor monk who? Dang Ru asked rhetorically. Are you kidding? You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots, right? How many examples have been set for the world by so many protagonist haters throughout the ages? Don't you have any idea? Do you? You've been offended like that and you're still letting people go? What's wrong with him? By the way, speaking of decapitation, Duanru remembered that there was one thing he hadn't done. Although the physical bodies of these thieves had died, They still had souls. If the soul didn't go away, it would be bad if there was a protagonist or something in there that took over someone else to get revenge on him. Although in this world, after a person dies, the soul will completely transform into a chaotic and ignorant state, unable to remember what happened in life. But what if? There's no fear of the what-ifs. Kill, be thorough. Thinking of this, Dangru immediately sat down on his knees, unclasped the waste wooden fish and Gandharv, so that the Gandharv struck the wooden fish. Under his breath, he recited the Buddhist scripture of transcendence, the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra. As I have heard, at one time the Buddha was in the Dalek heaven, speaking to his mother. At that time all the Buddhas of the infinite worlds in the 10 directions, the unspeakable and unspeakable Buddhas, and the great Bodhisattva Mahasiddhas, all came to the assembly. They praised Shakyamuni Buddha. Can in the 5 turbid and evil worlds? With the sound of scriptures and wooden fish, the entire Dakuro family mansion emanated a burst of Sanskrit sounds. A wisp of injustice floated up from all the corpses. They screamed and howled as they rushed towards Dangru, whose body was emitting golden light and chanting scriptures. They knew that it was Dangru who had killed them, and now that they had been awakened by the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra, they wanted to take revenge before they could fulfill their wish. But Dangru's bloodthirsty aura is not something that ordinary ghosts can get close to. You should know that ordinary ghosts, not to mention the murderous monk, even if it is a butcher who kills pigs like hemp, that ghost will not dare to get close. Those ghosts were just half a meter away from Dangru, but they were washed away by the blood and fury and merit. Dangru revealed a satisfied smile. He certainly wasn't trying to dispense with these burly men. Each of these strong men carried a human life on their backs, and if they were to be translated, then who should be found to translate the people they killed? What he, Dangru, was going to do was to cut off the roots. Don't even leave your soul behind. The Dakuro siblings on the side were completely dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Dangru was meditating and chanting and knocking on the wooden fish because he wanted to overtake the dead souls of these strong men. They thought to themselves that although this master killer was a bit evil, he was still a decent monk after all. He just liked to kill evil people, and he would still mercifully overtake them after killing them. And the result? Feeling that the transcendence is just a front to lure those spirits to show up? What he really wants to do is to use himself to take a body of blood to beat those souls into oblivion for eternity? Maestro, don't be too hard on yourself. As the chanting of the scripture ended, the souls that held hatred towards Dangru had all been dispersed. As for those who have no hatred for Dangru, those wrong souls of the Dugu family were truly transcended and sought out this earthly netherworld to reincarnate. Master, you, the Dakuro siblings on the side looked at Tungru. What do the 2 monks want to ask? But there is no harm in asking. And the poor monk is not an evil monk. Tungru turned his head and in passing re-emphasized that he was not an evil monk. The siblings could not comment on this. You 2 monks, are you asking why the poor monk is so brutal? Tungru inclined his head, sort of guessing what the duo meant. The duo went from admiration in the beginning, to skepticism, to fear now. In the final analysis, if he were a normal Buddhist monk sheltering the 2, they would probably be grateful to him. If he had been a normal chivalrous man, only executing the first evil, with white clothes and a sword like a dragon, they might have worshipped him. But sadly, he's neither. This monk, the main fight is to cut off the roots and leave no scourge, and the way to kill is still with a fist, a punch that opens up a person's head. It was normal that they would be fearful and terrified of this scene. The siblings nodded and shook their heads in unison. How dare they call Dangru brutal? They were afraid that if they just said it, Dangru would tell them how to write the word brutality. Ha ha ha, you guys still have experience less? Evil people are all over the place. They are not bound by morality. They are not in the rules. And the only way for a good person to not be bullied and oppressed by evil people is to be more brutal and evil than the evil people. Kindness never transforms demons. And to transform demons, you still have to rely on this, Tangru said, picking up a steel blade from the side and flicking it, which instantly made a crisp reverberation. Dangru paused, his voice resounding with a smile. Dang, fighting violence with violence, killing with killing, and fighting evil with evil. Do you believe that tigers and bear fighters don't eat people? Or do you believe in the firepower of the large caliber rifles in your hands? Reason. That's all it is. Too much preaching is unnecessary. He would only tell this brother and sister again. If the 2 insisted that he was a brutal, murderous, evil monk, then there's nothing he can do about it. The siblings looked at each other, and on second thought, it seemed that the brutality of the life-killing master in front of them was a bit brutal. But in the end, it's just killing some evil people. It doesn't just go wherever you go and kill. And they were still intact until now. Tangru had not hurt the 2 of them, except for the part where they went down the mountain. That can only be described as Dunru's bad taste. Master walked a different Buddhist path. We do not understand, but I think Master, you such a Buddhist path is the right one, like those who do not distinguish between good and bad, all sheltered Buddhist monks, is the wrong way. Dr. Moon paused and stuttered a bit. Obviously, despite believing that the Dangru in front of him was a good person, the fear was still there. The blood all over the ground had not yet cleared. Master, wait a moment. Dr. Moon seemed to have thought of something, and took a step, stepping over the bloodstains on the ground, and ran towards the main house in the courtyard. After a rummage sale, Dr. Moon walked out with a bunch of silver bills. Each silver ticket is worth 100 taels of silver. That thick pile, I guess there should be a 10,000 taels of silver. The currency devaluation of the dying dynasty was quite serious, or rather, with the presence of cultivators, the production of silver was very high, and the value of silver here was much lower than that of ancient times on Earth. This silver translates to about $90 to $1 million. Master, you saved our siblings. There is no way to repay the favor of saving our lives, so I will give all of these mundane possessions to the master to repay the favor of saving our lives, Dr. Moon said, handing over the silver ticket. Duanru looked away. 10,000 taels of silver. Even if the Dugu family was one of the richer families amongst the mortals in Wangshu City, this was already estimated to be the entirety of their family's reserves. If all of them were taken away, I guess it would be a problem for the brother and sister to eat. Thinking of this, Tongru drew half of the silver ticket and stuffed it into his arms, pushed the other half of the silver ticket back. The poor monk will be grateful if the scholar has such a heart. Duanru said, Master, the master is truly a good man. Dugi looked at the remaining half of the silver bills in her hand and knew that this was the money that Dangru had left for them to maintain their livelihood or to rise again. This kind of draw half and leave half is really rare. She couldn't help but smile, just thinking that the master slayer in front of her was truly a maverick. Master, aren't you all, what? Treat money like dirt? Dokorobai asked, reaching out and gesturing for a while. It is natural to regard money as dung, but what you are saying, Monk Dugubai, is that if a person performs a good deed, he should have a high moral character and should not receive a cent in payment? Dangru asked back with a smirk. This, Maestro, I don't mean that. I'm just Dokubai was a little overwhelmed. It was obvious that his emotional intelligence, all of it was forced up in the moment of danger. Now that the crisis is over, his emotional intelligence is gone. The poor monk knows that the monk Dugubai does not have any malicious intent, so the poor monk asks the monk, what is the reason for the poor monk's good deeds? Dongru asked. That is naturally for the sake of peace in the world. Master, am I right? Dakurobai swallowed back in mid-sentence and looked at Tongru with an inquiring gaze. Good, but do you think that it is the poor monk alone who can make peace come sooner by doing good deeds? Or is it the people of the world who can make peace come sooner by doing good deeds? Dongru asked again. The continuous pressing of questions seemed to be asking about Dokurobai's state of mind. Naturally, all the world does good. Dokurobai took 2 steps back and replied. Then, almsgiver, do you think that doing good deeds and getting rewards will make the number of people who do good deeds increase? Or doing good deeds without expecting rewards will make the number of people who do good deeds increase? In other words, does the giver believe in the lure of profit? Or do you believe in the goodness of the human heart? Dangru didn't seem to intend to let Dokubai off the hook. As Dokubai took 2 steps back, he pressed 2 steps closer. One question after another smashed in Dugubai, the youth who originally still fantasized about practicing a martial art to be chivalrous and righteous. Master, I have realized. Dugubai seemed to have figured something out and looked at Tongru with a hint more admiration. It turned out that this master life killer, who had laid such a big game, was setting an example for all the world's living beings. He told the living creatures that it is possible to collect rewards for doing good deeds. It is not necessary to treat money like dirt and pretend to be high-minded. In this way, there is the temptation of profit, and those who do good deeds will, naturally, be more numerous. The master deserves to be a master. Although he kills like a man, the reasoning is still so convincing when he speaks. Good, the monk has the enlightenment of our Buddha. I wonder if you would like to go to Zen meditation and enlightenment with the poor monk, Tongru said, with as much of an appreciative smile as he could muster on his face. Don't, master, I'm the only seedling of our Dugu family now. I still have to continue the Dugu family's fragrance. Well, let's talk about it in the future when there's a chance. Dugubai was scared by Dangru's sentence of follow him to Zen enlightenment words are not complete. God damn it, the Buddhists are abstaining from marriage. He is the only one in the Dugu family. Dangru is trying to exterminate the Dugu family. Ha. It's fine if the monks don't want to. After this matter is over, the poor monk is also going to have a full meal. Do the 2 monks want to join together? After exercising? But you have to eat a lot to make up for the exertion. Dangru stretched his back and stepped over the threshold of the doctor's house. He took about 5,000 taels of silver from Dokoroku Moon, enough to gorge himself for over a year. He finally didn't have to be a vegetarian. The good Samaritans were too kind, afraid that he would break his fast, and the food he had melted before was all cabbage and such. There is even a pearl, jade and white jade soup similar to the one Zhu Yuanzhang had back in the day. Almost spit out all the cabbage he had melted for 3 days. This monk, it's really not a normal person. Inside Wangshu City's well-known restaurant, Wangxian Tower. At this moment, all the diners were looking at the table of diners in the corner with a dumbfounded expression. Only one dish after another was seen high up on the table of that diner. The amount of food is shocking. And even more shocking were the 3 diners at that table. 2 men and 1 woman. But what really shocked the crowd? It was one of the monks in white. He was seen holding a large bowl in his hands and was eating frantically. The food in the bowl was no other than a variety of meats. Boss, serve the poor monk another dozen pork elbows. Duanru frantically eats, not forgetting to order another one as he does so. After becoming a martial realm cultivator, the consumption of food, too, had become tens of times greater than usual. Hiss, this is a monk? Monks eat meat? Fake monk, right? No, he has strong chi and blood in his body. He is a cultivator. How can he be a fake monk? That's weird. The crowd of diners were talking. Monks eating meat. They had never seen it in their lives. Master, isn't it a Buddhist precept that meat is not allowed? Across the room, Dokorobai asked coyly. Tangru glanced at Dokorobai, rolled his eyes, and said aloud. First of all, the Buddhist precept is to abstain from meat. Not from eating meat, the 5 pure meats. The Buddhists are able to eat. Not killed by the poor monk. The poor monk does not see them die. Not because of the poor monk. If the poor monk does not eat them, there are other diners who eat them. So naturally they are not considered to have died because of the poor monk. Secondly, Tangru said this. His words changed and he put down the meat in his hands. My Buddha also said not to kill. How many people did the monk see the poor monk kill? The precepts are a bondage to mediocrity. Poor monks. They are not needed. Wine and meat go through the heart, but Buddha stays in the heart. Tangru said, hands clasped together with a pious face. The lone sibling was silent. Reasoning, they couldn't beat this articulate white monk. This white-clothes monk really broke all their stereotypes. Originally, I thought that Dangru would be a high priest who would generalize the world. Then he killed hundreds of people in one shot. Originally, he was thought to be a thug who only spoke with force. But when it came to reasoning, it made Dokorobai unable to say a word against it. And now it's still here, munching away and talking out of its ass. Let's just say that the master is worthy of being a master. Master, where do you plan to go next? Dr. Moon asked in a somewhat formal manner as she gripped her hands tightly together. The 4 seas are the home of the world, and evil is eliminated, and violence is suppressed. Dangru replied. Then master, would you like to stay in Wangshu City for a while longer? There are still a lot of evil people in Wangshu City. You could have stayed at our doctor's. Dr. Moon said eagerly. Little sister. Dokorobai was a bit surprised and seemed to want to say something, but was glared back by Dokoro. Dangru was silent for a moment. Of course he knew that this Dokoroku Moon wasn't looking at him, or perhaps it was right to say that she was looking at him. She saw him as a forceful person who could keep his siblings safe. Honestly speaking, if you stay, it is nothing, that the highest cultivation of the Void Sun School is just a Chi Blood Realm Master. Kill more villains will also catch up. Not afraid of him. Good. The poor monk can stay for a few days. Tongru laughed. As the saying goes, save a man to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. The master is truly a good master with a heart of gold. Dr. Moon was a bit agitated. Tongru was willing to stay. So in the next few days, there was no need to worry about the safety of their brother and sister. In the face of the young girl's excitement, Dangru smiled non-committally. He's really quite nerdy, provided that Dokoroku Moon and Dokoroku Bai don't have a bloodbath on them. If the duo has it on them, then he probably has a different attitude. Well, the poor monk observes that the 2 monks' flesh and blood is also a great tonic. The wine was full and the lone sibling went to pay for the meal. Little sister, do you really want to keep that monk in our house? Tongru left early, and Dokorobai did not hide his emotions at the moment, asking with some anxiety, how brutal that Dangru was. They all saw it in their eyes. You're going to blow someone's head off with one hand. Well, brother, do you think we have a choice? You and I, brother and sister. I'm only 16, and you're only 18 years old. So many families in Wangshu City, their forces are intertwined. And we're sitting on such a large family fortune. Without Master Slayer, can we survive? Dr. Moon asked rhetorically, but he's so brutal and full of crooked ideas. Dokorobai stalked his neck, but his aura was a few points weaker. Sure enough, everyone is the same. We despise the Buddhist sect for not distinguishing between good and evil. And how are you not like those foolish monks? Big brother? You have only seen Master Slayer's brutal abuse of those evil people. Have you forgotten how those evil people killed our families? Without Master Slayer, where would you and I be able to stand here and talk? Just because they died horrible deaths. Are you going to forget what they did to our families? What they did to other people's families? Big brother? Do you remember cousin Chinger from second uncle's family? She was only 12 years old and was raped to death alive by those assholes. Have you forgotten? Solitary Moon looked at her big brother with eyes full of disappointment. So it turns out that as long as the wicked die a miserable death and add that little bit of tragic past, the wicked can be forgiven for what they have done. His own big brother even felt that the killing monk was brutal. His brutality is also directed at the wicked, at the enemies of the siblings, not at them. Dokorobai was silent for a long time before he said, maybe that master was right. Little sister, you have a much better vision, a much better heart, than I do. Just as well, in the future, with you, little sister, my Dugu family, will not be unable to hold up. Dokorobai sighed. And to think he was thinking earlier about what his little sister would do if he left unexpectedly one day. Now it seemed that his little sister had a much smarter idea than he did. Not like him, recognizing death. When Tang-Ru came out of the restaurant, he ran straight in the direction of Ox Head Mountain. Well, I left in a hurry earlier and forgot to cut off the roots. That's a bad habit. You can't just supersede the gang of villains in Dako's house and forget about the villains on Nyoshu Mountain. As a compassionate monk, how can you favor one over the other? Returning to Oxford Hill and touching the broken temple, at this moment those corpses were all completely cold. Dang-Ru sat down cross-legged, unclasped the wooden fish and began to recite the supernatural scriptures. The chanting of scriptures resounded and bursts of Zen rhythms were born. An air of peace and tranquility reverberates through Nyoshu Mountain. After reading for a long time, Tang-Ru's brows began to furrow. Where's my soul? Where's my big bunch of souls? How come it's gone? It's only been less than 3 or 4 hours. Just reincarnate? It shouldn't be. They had their heads blown off by his Dang-Ru's punch, so they should logically have a great deal of resentment and be refusing to reincarnate. It's bad. I didn't get rid of the root of the grass, and now the scourge is here. Dang-Ru felt bad. Someone had intercepted their souls. Not sure what for, but it couldn't be good. After all, it was unlikely that a normal cultivator would practice any soul-detaining techniques. It was also unlikely that it was directed at him. Dang-Ru, after all, he had only just arrived. So how could anyone notice him that quickly? It looks like the water in this Wanshu city is a bit deep. Returning to Dugu's house from Nyosho Mountain. At the moment Dugu's house was surrounded up and down by government officials, cleaning up the bodies and blood inside. At the end of the dynasty, the dying dynasty had lost practical control over the regions. The government office can only do some aftercare. They are incapable of rewarding the good and punishing the bad. Greetings, master. A group of magistrates saw a white-robed monk coming from a distance. They didn't know Tang-Ru. But the monks were cultivators, and it was natural for fleshly mortals like them to respect them. Greetings to all the monks. May I ask you what this is all about? Tang-Ru bowed with his palms together and asked with a kind face. Nothing, master. It is this Duga siblings reported to the officials that their home has been robbed by outlaws. As soon as they came back, they found the bodies lying all over the place. Those people died tragically. Their heads were shattered. And that outlaw's methods were really cruel to the point of being very cruel. One of the magistrates was a bit emotional. Most of the corpses' heads were sparsely crushed, and only a handful were intact, killed by a single stab. Anyone who isn't stupid can see that it was done by a person. This man is so cruel. Even if he kills people, he has to crush their heads alive. Alas, Wanshu City even has such a cruel outlaw. The monk must be arrested and brought to justice, so as to return the many dead a clear sky. A certain murderer had a serious, compassionate, pitying look on his face. Master, don't worry. Please trust the officials. They will definitely catch him, the magistrate said with a sincere face. But in his mind he was thinking, damn, dead bald donkey, you mercy sent to catch their own. These hundreds of people are all killed by a person, but also directly pinch the head. One can see that it is a practitioner to do. His flesh and blood. The establishment has not yet mixed enough. To go for what? You want to die? No way. Absolutely no way. It was only when the magistrates cleaned up the Duga house and carried out all the corpses that the two Duga siblings walked out of the mansion. The conversation between Tang-Ru and the magistrates just now. They heard it clearly. The thought of the culprit standing right in front of an official asking the official to go and bring the murderer to justice or something. They just find it very odd and comical. Master, it's still wickedly funny. Dr. Moon said with an odd expression on his face. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Moon is being overly complimentary. Tang-Ru put his palms together and said very humbly. Maestro, we've arranged a room for you. Dokumun felt that talking to this violent monk in front of him about this kind of words that your conscience doesn't hurt, most likely won't have any effect. Maybe he will even say back, "Poor monk has no conscience. He's really so open and honest." She cries out, "Good. During this period of time, I would also like to ask the two monks to help the poor monk keep an eye out for evildoers." Dangru smiled faintly before stepping into Dakuro's home. He'll be staying at Dakuro's house for a while, and in the meantime, he'll have the Dakuro siblings go and ask around for him to find out where there are gangs that are doing evil things. He's good to go for the kill. Kill them all. Tongru frowned slightly. He felt that he was not in the right state of mind right now, but this was normal. Practicing the killing Buddha system, how could it not affect the mind? Just keep the beginning in mind. Counteract violence with violence. Stop killing with killing. Counteract evil with evil. Kill only, do not cross over. As for getting more and more brutal and bloodthirsty towards the wicked, that's not something he should be thinking about. Solitary Moon brought Tangru to one of the most opulent rooms. She's pretty good at what she does. "Master, just rest here. If there is anything you need, just call our siblings. We will definitely deliver it for you, and we will also keep an eye out for those evildoers." Dr. Moon stood in the doorway and spoke in a thin voice. "Well, with pleasure." Tongru nodded his head while walking straight to the bed. The bedstead was replaced with a new one. Most everything is newly replaced. It could be seen that Dokoroku-moon had considered every aspect well, and was still afraid that he had a cleanliness fetish. Undoing the wooden fish, Dangru removed his shoes and socks and sat in meditation on the bed. Sitting in meditation can also increase cultivation, but not as fast as crossing over evil people. Not even as good as the average Buddhist practitioner. This is the downside of the killing Buddha tradition. Once you have set foot on this path, you won't want this slow meditation and cultivation. Instead of meditating and attending meditation as cultivation, it was more like cultivating the mind to prevent losing oneself in endless killing. Look out for the county courthouse in Shucheng. A few Taoist men dressed in immortal style frowned as they looked at the corpses that filled the ground. Next to them was a group of respectful magistrates. There are still cultivators in the Dakuro family? A pale-faced, purple-clothed Taoist man had a grave expression on his face. He felt that the murderer should be an evil practitioner with such cruel methods. Maybe it's still an individual fix. Everyone else's one-hit kills or throat sealers. The man actually used a crushed head for his one-hit kill. Only those body-refining physical cultivators would enjoy such a perverted way of killing people. Impossible. Although the Duga family has produced a sword immortal of the sun and moon realm, that sword immortal has long been lost in the endless years. Not to mention, it was a sword immortal. A green-clothed old Taoist retorted. The implication was that sword cultivators would not be so brutal. Their souls are gone. This person, what a ruthless tactic. The souls are scattered. This makes one immortal. An old white-robed Taoist who was using a soul invocation technique to try and get the dead to tell them the answer revealed a palpitating expression. Those who went after that Takuro sibling didn't come back either, so I guess they are in a bad way. These few old Taoists were speculating on who the person behind the curtain really was. Don't speculate. I saw it. A monk did it. A young Taoist with a dashing posture appeared, and in his hand, he was holding a soul streamer. Rather, I have to thank this monk. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to raise so many fine soldiers and horses. The young Taoist laughed softly and played with the soul streamer in his hand. What was placed inside was the very same hundreds of souls that Tangru wanted to overpass, but couldn't find. Some Taoist sects specialize in raising soldiers and horses, which, generally, are dominated by the souls of people who were ferocious in life. The best, of course, are the souls of the heroes who died in battle for their country, and those are the best soldiers and horses' souls. And there's a requirement that the soldier's soul can't have been killed by a Taoist in his lifetime. Otherwise, who would want to work for an enemy? Upper Ambassador, could you have misread something? Those guys from the Buddhist sect are as fearful of killing as tigers, and it's impossible for them to be involved in secular struggles. The purple-clothed Taoist was unwilling to believe the young Taoist's claim. This young Taoist is only a late martial artist realm. If he is not a special envoy from the True Sun sect, like this nonsense, he would have been thrown out. Listen for yourself. Monks kill people? Why don't you say it was a rabbit that broke all these people's heads? Monks' cultivation most taboo stained with blood. Once stained, years of hard work sent into nothing. How can kill? It's hard to believe, but I saw it with my own eyes. That monk killed all the way from Nyosho Mountain to the Doku family. Killed all, and went for a lunch. No evil cultivator has ever seen him kill like this. Envoy Jin Yang said with some palpitations. He could feel that the monk was clearly only at the early martial artist stage. However, the more he killed, the more courageous he became. Killing to the back actually broke through a small realm in a day. Especially that killing method. He felt terrible. If it wasn't for the fact that the monk did have a Zen spirit about him, he wouldn't even want to believe that it was a monk. So what do we do next? Kill the monk? Someone inquired. No need. That's a monk, not a casual cultivator. We don't know his background. Once we fight and kill him, maybe the Zen sect behind him will come looking for trouble. If he's so fierce for a martial realm, how powerful should the Zen sect behind him be? I can't guess. I don't think that monk came here for that Takuro Sword Immortal's secret book. We don't have a reason to cross paths. As for this gang of gangsters, dead is dead. Just a bunch of house dogs. Do you want to offend a Zen sect for them? Envoy Jinyang asked rhetorically. Toward the end, he said in a deep tone. Don't delay the main event. Now that the world is on the verge of chaos, I, the true Sun sect, must also have a bottom line. The group of old Taoist priests looked at me and I looked at you. But in the end, they still bent down and bowed to this young Taoist in front of them, by the order of the special envoy. A day later, the largest local mortal gang in Wangshu City, the Green Snake Gang. The Green Snake Gang was the gang in charge of the underground business of the entire Wangshu City. Rumor had it that their gang leader directly served the Wang family, one of the three great families of Wangshu City, specializing in some child abduction and trafficking, forcing good for prostitution, and occasionally helped the Wang family to kill some cannot be killed in the open. Amitabha Buddha. Monks. The poor monk would like to buy a child with wisdom roots as a disciple in your place. I wonder if you, monks, could lead the way? Today, a white-robed monk came to the Green Snake Gang's compound. At first the gang was defensive and a little impatient. After all, monks, full of turning back to the shore, but also cannot do it, annoying very much. A thick-skinned and undefeatable, just preachy and annoying as hell. Come on, they've been in this business for a long time. Can they be persuaded by a broken monk? Saying that the giver has children at home too. Won't he think of his own children? Laugh it up. Don't they realize they're going to have kids themselves? Come on, they kids are helping them with their abductions. You don't need to be a monk to worry about it. They know as well as a mirror in their own minds. Who doesn't understand reason? But the monk who came today was different from the usual monks who open their mouths to turn back to the shore. I can't believe he's looking for them to buy a child. That's a real, groundbreaking first. Aren't you afraid of spoiling your cultivation if a master chooses a disciple to come to a dirty place like ours to pick a disciple? The Green Snake Gang master and vice master, a rough-bodied hunk and an alluring beauty, personally came to receive this white-clothed monk. Monks were cultivators, and it was natural to show importance when treating cultivators. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk bought them to be the poor monk's disciples. That is, he can save them and also let all the monks have a full meal. Isn't this a great merit? The white monk had a compassionate smile on his face. It's really like a high priest with immense merit. The two masters of the Green Snake Gang were dumbfounded. Is that something a monk could say? That's not right. Ha ha ha, master is kind. This gang master admires it. Just in time. The brothers just got in a batch of goods. Why don't you go with us to pick them out and see which one has the wisdom? That gang leader laughed brightly and made a gesture of invitation. Dang Ru put his palms together and nodded his head, mouthing the words. Good. The two of them immediately led Tang Ru to the basement where the Green Snake Gang kept women and children. The basement has not seen sunlight for years. Each of those women and children was naked and shackled, showing everything they had naked to the buyers. Amitabha Buddha. Monk, is there any more? Tang Ru folded his hands and inquired towards the two men beside him. No more. With the recent tightening of scrutiny, this is the only batch that came in. That gang leader waved his hand. Good. In that case, be on your way. Dang Ru a slight smile. Fiercely, only to see him grab the beautiful head of that deputy gang leader with one hand. Then with a slight force, there was a crunch and the sound of bones and blood breaking. That big beauty, just like that, her head shattered, and she couldn't even say one or two last words before her body trembled and collapsed. Dang Ru didn't even bother to look up. What are you monks doing? That gang leader obviously did not expect Tang Ru, who was still talking nicely, to strike and kill. Especially, Deng Ru was a monk. Monks don't kill people. This layer of preconceived notions made him not defensive towards Tang Ru, including the already dead vice gang master. None of them were on guard, and at this moment, Tang Ru's outburst of murder was completely out of his expectation. Both he and the deputy gang leader were at the early stage of martial arts, not to mention being unguarded. Even if he had defense, he was no match for Tang Ru. Do you realize what you've done? Do you think she's just the deputy leader of my Green Snake Gang? She is a member of the Wang family. If you kill her, the Wang family will come after you for revenge. The gang leader shouted out a rebuke, and it was obvious that he hadn't recognized the seriousness of the problem. But soon, he realized, only to see that the one in white didn't say anything, and directly rushed towards him, grabbing his head with one hand. A huge force came to make the gang leader feel the effect of pain in pain. You crazy monk, did I, the Green Snake Gang, invite you to mess with you? The cultivation of the big man was much higher than that one clan woman. And when Tang Ru saw that he couldn't crush his head with one hand, he instantly changed his stance, and the moment he let go of his hand, he gave the Green Snake Gang leader a kick. Immediately after that, he quickly flew in front of the Green Snake Gang leader and slammed his fist down again. The rough face of the gang leader was instantly drenched in blood. Don't kill me. Master, I have money. I have a lot of money. I can give it all to you. I still have my family. If I die, there will be no one to take care of them. As the gang leader's words fell, the fist that was about to continue landing on the gang leader's face stopped. Do you think that you can still turn back? You have a family, but those women, the young children, have no family? Don't you deserve to die? Tang Ru closed his palms and made a look of hatred. Master, I know I'm wrong. I'll never dare again. They're dead. Master, you let me live. Let me atone for my sins. I want to be a good person. I want to take care of my children. Seeing Tang Ru's expression loosen, the gangmaster hastened to strike while the iron was hot, trying to stir up the monk's compassionate heart. Tang Ru shook his head slightly and let out a long sigh. If you had known it was going to happen, why would you have done it in the first place? Where did you know it was wrong? You just knew you were going to die. But you and go in peace. Your family, wives and children, poor monks to help you take care of. Just need you to tell poor monks the location of your family. Tang Ru looked compassionate, coupled with the monk's own virgin mother attribute. This gangmaster actually believed Tang Ru's words. In Smoky Lane, number 33, please, master, take care of my family. When the gang leader said that, his eyes closed and he waited to die. Tang Ru laughed, reached out, pinched the head of the gang leader, and directly crushed it, blood exploding all over the place. That robust body trembled twice and then completely stopped moving. The commotion of killing the gang leader naturally drew the attention of the Green Dragon gang members in the quarters above. Quick, keep up, there's movement in the basement. Don't let this lot get away. Damn, what's going on down there? Making so much noise. Exchanges, footsteps, came down from above. The Green Dragon gang had an audience of 800 people, of which 5 were cultivators. And since the gang leader and vice leader had already been killed by Tang Ru, there were only 3 cultivators left. All the monks, and rest assured, poor monk for all the monks, get some clothes to wear, leave, but also to avoid the ugly. Tang Ru turned his head and gave a kind smile to the naked women and children behind him, and then, in a single bound, he leapt straight out of the basement. Those gang members on the ground stared blankly at Tang Ru, who leapt 5 or 6 meters in height, and were dumbfounded. Where's their boss? How come this one monk is the only one out? Where did their big boss go? Soon they knew where their boss had gone, because they went to see their boss, only to see Tang Ru fall heavily, smashing a person to death with one punch, and then as if entering a no man's land, killing more and more bravely. Just as soon as he crushed this head, he instantly grabbed that one's heart with one hand. For a time, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the entire air was dyed red with the color of blood, as if it was a painting drawn by a deity with blood. Only the white-robed monk remained a splash of white in this blood-colored painting. This monk has gone off the deep end. Run! God damn it! Where is this some kind of compassionate and saving Buddhist monk? This is a devil! Screams, wails, and angry curses echoed throughout the entire compound. The sound was so noisy to Tang Ru's ears, he didn't find the voice pleasant, and only wanted to hurry up and send all these evil people to meet the Buddha, so that the Buddha could assess their goodness and evilness. The killing lasted for about an incense stick. On the street outside the Green Snake Gang's compound, a robust headless corpse flew out of the Green Snake Gang's compound and fell to the ground, too dead to be seen. At this moment it was midday. The street was full of people loitering. This suddenly flew out a headless body, naturally caused a great shock. A crowd of people looked in through the gate to the lapis lazuli paved floor. A white-robed monk was in the pile of corpses, picking off the clothes of those corpses, and gradually, got together more than 100 sets of clothes, shouldered those clothes, and walked toward a basement. After that white monk went down for some time, a child, dressed in ill-fitting clothes, ran out of the basement. It was followed by a woman running out in her white-sleeved, blood-stained men's clothes. Soon, child after child, woman after woman, escaped from that basement, wearing clothes covered in blood. There were hundreds of them. In the basement, Tang Ru looked at the many women and children who were far away and let out a long sigh. He saved the 100 or so. What about before? Perhaps dead, perhaps sold, perhaps now living a life worse than death. It can't be saved. It can't be saved. Tang Ru laughed lightly and shook his head slightly. Where does he need to care so much? To do what he should do. To take the inheritance of the life-slaying Buddha and then go and kill all the evil people in the world. To live up to the inheritance of that life-slaying Buddha, was what he should do. Sit down cross-legged and continue to start reciting the Earth Store Main Wish Sutra. One by one, the souls appeared, rushing towards Deng Ru with their ignorant consciousness, and the hatred left over from their lives, but without exception, they couldn't kill Deng Ru in life, let alone those strands of wrong souls that didn't even have self-awareness. They were all washed away by the blood and fury, and their souls were never allowed to be reborn. After killing these spirits, Deng Ru got up and left this basement. At this moment, his cultivation level had risen a lot more, and he was about to break through to the late stage of martial artist. But with it, the karmic obstacles on the body are getting deeper and deeper. If you kill someone, you create karma. Evil people are human beings, too. This is the constancy of the heavenly Tao, which does not exist for Yao and does not die for Jie. Karmic obstacles will inevitably invoke the demons of the mind. It has long been noted in the legacy of the killing Buddha. With every major realm advancement, there were bound to be hard demons that would haunt them. If you can subdue the demon, you will be able to have one more henchman. If you can't subdue it, you will die. The heavenly Tao is constant, and with the benefits of rapid cultivation, it is bound to be treacherous. But it's not a big problem, and the legacy has the usual ways of dealing with karmic entanglements. Deng Ru closed his eyes and recited a section of the Heart Sutra, temporarily suppressing the karmic obstacles on his body, but only temporarily. The day he broke through to the Qi and blood realm, he would have to face his heart demons head-on. After straightening his monk's robes, he got up and left this basement. At this moment, the outside has been surrounded by onlookers of the people, and the magistrates who rushed to clean up the mess on hearing the news. Amitabha Buddha, Shifu, we meet again. Deng Ru looked at one of the familiar faces. This magistrate is the one he talked to for a while yesterday. Ah, master, it's you. Why are you here? The magistrate was a bit confused. Why does this monk appear wherever people die? If he didn't know that monks don't kill, he would have suspected that the murderer of the two incidents was this white monk. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk sensed that there was a blood chi rushing through the sky in this place and wanted to rush to the rescue, but he didn't realize that he was one step too late, so he could only recite the sutras and recite the Buddha's name to overtake these poor scholars. Deng Ru said with his palms together and a compassionate look on his face. Master, compassion. The corner of that magistrate's mouth twitched. Pity? Do you foreign monks know what the Green Snake Gang does? You call them pathetic? If it wasn't for the fact that there was someone behind these guys would have been arrested by the authorities long ago. Okay. Death to the sanctimonious bitch. The poor monk has already transcended these monks, and for the aftermath, I'll trouble a few of you. The poor monk still has some things to do. Deng Ru put his palms together and smiled. The corner of the constable's mouth twitched, he could see it in his eyes, but he didn't care. The setting of monks not killing people really works quite well, whether it's by surprise or getting off the hook after the fact. As long as you don't see his bloodthirsty aura, then he is a good holy monk. And the art of Qigong, only the Buddhist and Taoist families know it. Master's mercy. Master, take your time. We are busy with our official duties, so I apologize for not seeing you off. The magistrate bent and bowed, just wanting to hurry and send Deng Ru away. The world does not treat monks well, in every way. Good. Deng Ru laughed and left directly to find the duo siblings who had waited early. Master, are we going to the Black Wind Gang next? Dr. Moon asked. They set 3 goals for the day. Green Snake Gang, Black Wind Gang, Kuei Nyo Gang. All 3 of these gangs have the Wang family behind them. Originally, the doctor siblings were trying to persuade Deng Ru to change places, but Duanru picked these 3 gangs. Sooner or later, you're going to have to kill it anyway. No. First to Smoky Lane, number 33. Deng Ru said with a slight smile. Fireworks Alley? Master, you wouldn't even keep the color commandment, would you? Dr. Moon froze. Fireworks Alley. As the name suggests, the biggest greenhouse in Wangshu City is located in Fireworks Alley. That's a fireworks place. No, that Green Snake Gang leader's family is in Smokeflower Alley. The poor monk killed him, so naturally he had to put his family at ease. Deng Ru put his palms together with a compassionate face. Does Master mean that you are going to take care of that Green Snake Gang leader's family? The 2 of them, Dugu Yu and Dugu Bai, felt as if their brains had been struck by lightning, only feeling that they had heard something outrageous. This sex-crazed monk would actually take care of the deceased's family? What's going on here? The master is still compassionate. The 2 men sighed. It turns out that this killing monk doesn't just kill people. Goodness. Deng Ru felt that the 2 seemed to have misunderstood something, but he was too lazy to explain. Lifting the 2 guides, he jumped toward Smoky's Alley. Masters, slow. Before Dakuro Bai's words even fell, he had already arrived at his destination. In front of them was a rather large mansion. There were even 2 stone lions placed at the gate of the mansion to keep it in place. Deng Ru put his palms together before gently snapping the door. May I ask if this is the home of the Green Snake Gang leader? Deng Ru inquired in a warm voice. With a creak, the door showed a crack. A gorgeous woman looked out the window through the doorway. What are you to my husband? The woman stared cautiously at Dang-ru. She was sizing up Duan-ru, and Duan-ru was sizing her up. Gorgeous face, diminutive figure, a long hair casually coiled, quite a human wife. But that's not the point. In her case, she also has karma wrapped around her. Sure enough, she was involved in the Green Snake Gang business. Even if they didn't, Dang-ru didn't actually intend to let the family off the hook. It's a good idea to cut down the grass to get rid of the roots. Tong-ru smiled gently and put his palms together. Amitabha Buddha, the poor monk has been entrusted by your husband to come. Suddenly, eyes fiercely wide, wrathful look. One hand grabbed that beautiful woman's head, gently force, a pinch. The woman opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Bang! Blood splattered all over the ground, and the woman's luscious headless body trembled twice before collapsing straight down. It was at this point that Tong-ru Fong closed his palms and softly said, "Send all the monks and go forward to the reunion." Soon, he exerted his Buddhist aptitude and explored all the places where there was life. Those who have karmic problems kill, but those who are innocent stay. After all, in such a large home, there were also household servants and maids and the like, most of whom didn't necessarily know what kind of business the family was involved in. They can live, but the family of that gang leader will die. Soon, the large mansion was littered with corpses. A group of unsuspecting maids and servants knelt on the ground, waiting for Dang-ru's verdict. Inside the back kitchen of the mansion, Dang-ru folded his palms together and looked towards a slit exposed in a rice vat. Little monk, the poor monk might as well tell you that the eyes, too, reflect light. Tong-ru smiled gently and violently lifted the lid of the rice jar, revealing a child of about 5 or 6 years old inside. The little boy looked at him with a fearful face. The little monk is that gang leader's child, isn't he? He wreaked havoc on so many children your age just to provide for you. Little monk, have you ever thought about the fact that while you are in your brocade, there are countless children your age who, because of you, because of your father, will never see their parents again, and have no food or clothing to cover their bodies? Oh, you thought about it. You're karmically stuck, and obviously, you're an accomplice, not an innocent enjoyer. What's more, the enjoyers, too, can't be innocent. With a wicked smile on his face, Dang-ru grabbed the boy out of the rice vat. The boy was gripped tightly by the neck, unable to breathe at all. A small face rose purple and blue, let alone speak. He slapped Dang-ru's thick arm as hard as he could with both hands. The young body has seduced countless peers and sympathetic women, but for now, he could only struggle in vain. Young master, please be on your way, Dang-ru said, and with a firm squeeze, the green and purple head was gone, leaving a small headless body that fell back into the rice tank. Stepping out of the room, he looked at the bodies all over the floor. Men, women, and children. The Green Snake Gang leader's family went on a neat reunion. Considering that you and others are only servants in his house and do not know the evil in his house, and forgive you for leaving. Tong-ru looked towards the servants and maids who were trembling and kneeling on the ground. They hadn't enjoyed the benefits of the Green Snake Gang leader's evil deeds, and there was no karmic obstacle wrapped around their bodies, so naturally they could go. Thank you, master, for your mercy. The servants clanked and kowtowed in fear, and then instantly fled without a trace of attachment. They are servants. The oppressed, how can they have attachment to the one who oppresses them? Loyal servants and whatnot are either cheap as hell or servants who follow their masters around and crush other servants. Otherwise there couldn't be such a thing as a loyal servant. The loyal servant of the gang leader's family was already lying in the pile of bodies. After driving them away, Tong-ru sat down on his knees and began to follow the same old routine, starting to recite the Earth Store Main Wish Sutra. Transcend those dead souls. Spiritually transcendent. The doctor's siblings saw Tong-ru walk out of the mansion. The two men looked at him with complicated expressions. Master, you do not even spare children? Dokorobai opened his mouth a little hesitantly and asked. He has a set of deadlines in his mind. Only the first to be executed, but not their families, and so on. The leader of the Green Snake Gang is already dead, so his evil should be written off with his death. So how can he take the anger to his family? What about you, monk you? Do you also think that the poor monk is brutal? Tong-ru did not answer Dokirobai's question. The foolish young warrior doesn't deserve to have his words wasted. Reason has been told to the stupid young warrior many times. One does not feel wrong until one witnesses it. Even if you witnessed it, you wouldn't necessarily. Dr. Moon nodded back. The Green Snake Gang leader, she remembered. His child was only 5 years old. There are still 3 and 4-year-olds in there. Dang-ru didn't even spare these children. This was no longer getting rid of evil. It's venting the desire to kill, pure and simple. Master, the disaster is not as bad as the family. So you are like this, is not a little too much. Dr. Moon still couldn't hold back and mentioned it. Honestly, She felt that someone like her who accepted Tang Ru's patronage was in no position to dictate Tang Ru's behavior. But this time, what Tang Ru did was just too atrocious. Before the killing was still only to the enemy. As the saying goes, it's not too much to ask to use all kinds of cruelty against your enemies. But this time, it was to his family. That's just not of the same nature. Woe is less than family presupposes that favor is less than family as well. Tang Ru snorted coldly and didn't care about the two men, walking straight towards a remote corner alley. While walking, he said, "The ordinary people can't afford to save up for several lifetimes. When the Green Snake gang leader kills people and sets them on fire, he easily lets his family live in a house that ordinary people can't afford to live in for several lifetimes. Is the family of the wicked alone family? And the children of the wicked alone children? Whose family are not those children and women who are scourged? Whose wives and whose children are they not? What's more?" In between Tang Ru's words, he had already brought the Dekuro siblings to a remote alley. Usually this is a place where no one wants to come. But at the moment, there are a few kids here. A few. The karmic child, a young boy, was surrounded by these children to be dragged away to be sold to the Green Snake gang. "Mother! Mother!" The little boy was dead set against obeying, crying one after another. But where was he on his own against a couple of his peers? There's a dog hole in that corner dedicated to them going to sell kids to the Green Snake gang. Without speaking, Tang Ru instantly arrived in front of a few karma-ridden children and grabbed them. With a mighty fling, he threw him against the wall. These children's heads hit the hard wall, coupled with Tang Ru's immense force. They were instantly smashed in the head. Children, too, are not exactly naive and kind. Tang Ru turned his head and said in a cold voice to the Dekuro siblings following behind him, "Because the doctor's siblings and him have a destiny, he will say so much. If it is an ordinary person, with him then so much, to go to empathize with the evil, he would have sent them to go to tell the evil one. Woe is not as bad as his family. Do you think that his family would not know how such a large mansion and so much property came to be? No, they know. They are still accomplices. They all deserve to die," Tang Ru said, and no longer bothered with the siblings. "Little monk, be good. When the poor monk has transcended them, he will take you to your mother." Tang Ru crouched down, reached out, and patted the frightened boy on the shoulder, soothing him. "Whoever wants to empathize with the evil can go. Anyway, he only believes in a cut off the roots and get rid of the evil. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. The great sage is right. Anyway, if the evil people are not eliminated, then it will harm the good people now." After sitting down cross-legged and performing some routine business, Tang Ru took the little boy's hand and walked towards the downtown street. It's a coincidence that the little boy was abducted quite coincidentally. He was about to preach and he was abducted just in time to provide valid evidence to support his preaching. This is the last sermon. If you two monks are willing to continue to follow the poor monk, then follow. If you feel that the poor monk is a murderous devil, then please make yourself at home. Feel free to leave or stay. Just don't say a single word of gossip. Holding the little boy and passing by the brother and sister duo, Tang Ru left a sentence that seemed like a warning and a lecture. The saved little boy could not hide the fear in his eyes, but he also knew that Tang Ru had saved him, and he could not show it even if he was afraid. At this point, a child is doing better than the doctor's siblings. The lone sibling watched as Tang Ru held the little boy and approached a woman who was anxiously searching for something. After Tang Ru negotiated with the woman looked at her child with a face of fear. While thanking Tang Ru profusely, the woman took out a money bag and handed it to Tang Ru, expressing her gratitude. Tang Ru didn't refuse and hung the money pouch on his waist. The doctor's siblings took it all in stride. It seemed that the killing monk had always had a code of conduct that was his own, and he himself has always believed in it. To practice it, fighting evil with evil, killing with killing, and violence with violence. He wanted everyone in the world to be able and willing to do good deeds, so after each good deed, he would not refuse money and thanks from others, but he also doesn't ask for money voluntarily. He is ruthless and brutal to the wicked, but he can be a bodhisattva to those who have done no evil. The actions and expression that he had just given to that little boy were mildly unlike the life-killing monk they knew. It is amazing that the tenderness of a bodhisattva's heart and the tyranny of a decapitated man can be revealed in the same person. Big brother, do you think that if the world had more people like Master Killer, would no one dare to do evil? Dakumun pulled Dakubai's sleeve and said dully, "I don't know. Maybe, he's too brutal to the wicked, just to thwart the bones and ashes, but also to beat the soul. Even people's families are not spared. So high-handed. Who else dares to do evil under his eyes? Anyway, I don't dare," Dokorobai said with a sigh. Although he didn't quite understand it, he felt that if there were more people like the killing monk, the world might be in disarray. One murderous monk is enough, not another. Big brother, do you think Master Killer's Buddhism recruits female disciples? Solitary Moon suddenly asked again. Don't. You're the only sister I have. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Takuro by directly interrupted Takuro use bold idea. Are you kidding? He has only one sister. If she becomes a nun, who's going to carry on the Dugu family's legacy when he dies in the future? You're just going to find some random dog or cat and put a Dako family name on it? Dugu by himself wasn't sure why he was so obsessed with carrying on the Dugu family's bloodline. Dangru put his hands together and strolled down the street as a group of government officials brushed past him. One of the magistrates gave him a shocked look on his face. Shit, why is there this monk again? Wherever there's a murder, there's this monk? But getting out of the mission was important, and that Yaman followed the large troop towards the mansion of the Green Snake Gang's gang leader. Little did he know that he was one step away from apprehending the murderer. Behind Tongru, the Takuro siblings were still following. Obviously, they had felt that Dangru was right. Goodness, 2 monks, go and have a meal first, and then, continue to lead the way. Tangru's voice came from the front. The Takuro siblings froze for a moment, and realizing this, the two of them stepped up their pace and followed behind Tangru. Tangru's words meant that at least until all the evil-doing gangs in Wanshu City were eliminated, Tongru should shelter the brother and sister duo. Inside the Green Snake Gang's compound, a group of government officials had just left when a young Taoist priest arrived. The young Taoist priest took out a soul-invoking flag and beckoned here. Half a day's worth of recruiting and no hair. Exasperated, he threw the soul invocation in his hand to the ground. Tai, this hairless thief bald actually kills people without even leaving their souls behind. Too beastly. Angry with the Taoist master me, just after falling to the ground, the Taoist was full of heartache again and picked up the soul invocation on the ground and blew on it. He originally thought that this monk should not be too brutal, and that by following this monk, he would be able to get some more soldiers and horses to serve him. As it turned out, this damn violent monk is not even give a soul to leave a whole body. Once a person dies, the soul has no consciousness, only instinct. On this that monk actually does not let go. It's fucking brutal. He's out of soldiers and horses. Damn monks. What's the difference between not being able to recruit new soldiers and losing hundreds of soldiers? There is no difference. Aha! The young Taoist was so angry that he jumped up and down and was uncomfortable. However, when he thought of that monk's brutal battle power and the hidden Zen sect that might exist behind him, he stiffly held back this anger. In the Void Sun sect's compound in Wanshu City, a few old Taoist priests were gathered together, discussing something. This monk didn't seem to be targeting us before. He's just getting rid of the gangs these days. The purple-clothed old Taoist pondered. He was afraid that the monk was targeting them. If it's simply punishing evil or whatever, there's not much to it. Fearfully, this monk and the Zen sect behind him were going to come and meddle in the affairs of Wanshu City. As long as they weren't here to meddle in their plans, it was all good. As for monks having to punish the wicked or whatever, nothing to do with them. It's better to keep an eye on it just to be on the safe side. The green-clothed old man said. That's fine. Don't be afraid of anything. Still send someone to keep an eye on him. The purple-clothed old Taoist said. An old white-robed Taoist spoke. Then what about the Duga family's sword technique? That's the inheritance of the Sun and Moon realm. And in the future, when the world is in chaos, it will be a great help to us, and to the upper sect. The crowd of old Taoists fell into silence. Yes, the Sun and Moon realms inherited sword technique. That was a great help. It was rumored that there were 2 more realms above the Sun and Moon realms, and that the existences of those 2 realms were able to overthrow the entire world at will, as well as redetermine the wind, fire, water, and earth, and recreate new worlds. But that was just a legend. In today's world, at the end of the Great Jing, even the Sun and Moon realm is already a legendary realm. Holding the Sun and Moon and picking the stars, there is no one like him in the world. It could be said that the inheritance of the Sun and Moon realm was the top of the line, and by obtaining one would be able to gain a foothold in the upcoming chaotic world. Not to say that further plans for the world, at least in the chaotic world, self-preservation, there's no need to look for it. That inheritance isn't in the Dakuro family, or else the Dakuro family wouldn't have been killed to the point where only a pair of siblings were left. The young Taoist walked in, fiddling with the soul invocation in his hand with some lack of interest. He hated it with a passion. The ambassador said reasonable, if that inheritance in the Dugu family, like that Dugu sword fairy general character, even if sitting down, the rest of the power, but also is not likely to be some small people can fight. The purple-clothed old Taoist agreed with the young Taoist. So what do we do next? The white-clothed old man asked. As usual is, until the Ghost Gate is wide open. Blood sacrifice of the people of this city to strongly support the Ghost Gate. This Wangshu City is my true Yang sect cantonment, into the world. Retreat to live in the netherworld. The young Taoist laughed softly, playing with the soul streamer in his hand. The monk? The purple-clad Taoist asked. The other families? People and sects in Wangshu City were fine. They were all without background. But behind that monk, the devil knows which hidden Zen sect. And unlike other Zen sects, this one, it's quite murderous. Other Zen sects are offended and will just take you back to sense the Dharma. The Zen sect behind that monk is offended. Hell knows what will happen. Zen that crushes people's heads. Who's seen that before? At that time, we could have retired to the underworld. So what do we care? The young Taoist laughed softly. You can run to the underworld. What do you care if the Zen sect behind him will retaliate? A few old Taoists looked at each other for a few moments and thought about it. This young Taoist was right. All the way to the underworld. The underworld is his Taoist sect's home turf. Where does he care if the Zen sect behind his monk will retaliate? Inside the immortal watchtower, it was still the same corner. Still the monk and the two young men and women. Still a big pile of meat and other food. Look at the many diners in the Wanxian building, jaw-dropping. No. Why is this monk here again? Doesn't he have to keep the commandments? All that meat and all that fish? Did the commandments feed you? Look at the mountain of plates in front of that monk. Maybe, the commandments really got to him? Master, do you intend to kill all the villains in Wangshu City? For the matter of Tangru's crazy meat eating, they were already not surprised. And Dokuzuki was now more concerned about how long Tangru could stay. Both of them knew very well that Dangru could not possibly stay in Wangshu City for long. He was like a staunch defender of the law, who could not go and stop until he had reached his goal. What's his goal? Remove the evil. With so many evil people in the world, it was impossible for Dangru to stay in Wangshu City for long. The schizo's wise eyes. Dangru laughed lightly and put down the pork elbow in his hand. There are too many evil people in the world, and if we don't ferry all of them, the poor monk's heart can't be at peace. Duanru said, can you get through it all? Master, there are so many evil people in the world, and many others in high positions with great strength. Can you, alone, get through them? Besides, hearts change. Some people are doing good deeds now, but he may be evil the next second. You can't get through it all. Dr. Moon seemed to want Dangru to stay. After all, in this Wangshu City, if there was Tangru's shelter, the Dugu family could be a lot safer. Whether the ferry is finished or not, you have to cross it to know. There are evils that should be eliminated. Could it be that the monk's house will be dirty sooner or later, so he won't clean it? Dangru just asked this rhetorically. Sooner or later, the house will be covered in dust. Shouldn't it be cleaned? People die, don't they live? There is no end to the killing of the wicked. So are they not to be punished? Those who are bullied by the wicked, they care, and they long for a chivalrous man to save them. This, then, is the meaning of the existence of the killing Buddha? Monk, don't worry too much. Save people to the end. The poor monk saved your brother and sister. Naturally he will let you brother and sister live in peace and quiet. After ferrying all the villains in this place, the two monks, too, will naturally be safe. Tangru also knew what Dokoroku Moon was worried about. It wasn't something she needed to worry about. Saving people from themselves to the end. Get rid of evil and save people to the end. It's time to go to the Black Wind Gang. Two monks, lead the way for the poor monk. Dangru reached out, left a silver dollar, and got up to leave. Solitary Moon sat on the bench and pondered for a long time. Why, little sister, why do you have to worry so much when the cart will be there? Depend on the mountain to fall. Depend on the man to go. Dokorobai pressed his hand on his own sister's shoulder, narrowed his eyes, and said, I'll go and spend some time to find my ancestors' sword technique. If I can't find it, I'll go and find a place to learn the art. And you, little sister, go and do some business first. We can always hold the Dekiro family together. Doguyu didn't say anything. She just let out a bitter smile as she got up and followed Tangru's departing footsteps. Just listen to the words of your own brother. And let's not talk about whether or not that nebulous ancestor's sword technique could be found. Even if he found it, it was a sword technique of the sun and moon realm. And once the inheritance of that kind of existence came out, it was bound to be sensed by heaven and earth. What are her siblings going to do to keep it? As for going to a teacher or something, by the time his own brother worships and learns the real thing, the grass will be 3 feet high at the edge of his grave. These words, listen to it, want to survive in this world, but also to keep this family property acres and thirds, in addition to embrace the Thai. There is no other choice. Black Wind Gang residence. A robust and strong man was grabbed in Dangru's hands and used as a hammer to smash at the surrounding gang members who rushed to rescue him. A smash is a shower of blood. Crazy. This crazy monk, practicing Zen, has gone off the deep end. A few of the gang members had been paralyzed with fear and peed on the floor. This monk in front of him, as soon as he came in without saying anything, reached out and held their boss down on the door. That's set right into the wall and can't be buttoned down. It's a kill without saying a word. They also don't remember that their Black Wind Gang has ever messed with such a white-robed monk. A few gang members opened the gate to run towards the courtyard. Dang Ru grabbed a few steel swords and prioritized the escaping gang members to be killed. There's no way to live. There's no way to live. Running away will only lead to a quicker death. Those gang members could no longer afford to run away, picking up their steel swords and rushing forward. But they were mortal in flesh, and their only cultivator was pinched to death by Tang Ru's own hands. So where were they at this moment? A match for Tang Ru? Dang Ru copied his fists and threw punch after punch, smashing the heads of gang member after gang member. In an instant, there was no more movement in the entire Black Wind gang. By the time he killed the last person, he was already covered in blood and karma. The cultivation realm, too, had completely stabilized at the late stage of martial artist, only to see Dang Ru exhale 2 long white breaths from the tip of his nose, and a large amount of mist rose from his body. It took a long time before it returned to normal. Continuing further, it would be the chi and blood realm, and one would need to face the demons of the heart. If you can get through it, you'll live. If you can't, you'll die. Tang Ru followed the usual practice of sitting down with his legs crossed and transcending some of the things. Then he got up and left. Let's go to sure, and move on to the next target. Tang Ru said to the waiting Dekuro siblings. Master, should we go elsewhere first? Dr. Moon asked. Actually, if that green snake gang leader hadn't said he had a child and a wife, they wouldn't have had to die. Or at least, they wouldn't have died so early. Dang Ru let out a light laugh. Dr. Moon froze for a moment, and soon, she understood. If the leader of the green snake gang hadn't tried to use the fact that he also had a child and wife to morally kidnap him, or, rather, to sensitize the life-killing monk so that the monk would give up on killing him, then his child and wife, as well as his family, wouldn't have had to die. Actually, or rather, it wouldn't die so early. After all, the ultimate cause of death for that family was actually because they had followed the green snake gang leader and participated in the trafficking of women and children. Instead, they are saying that because they enjoy the benefits of the green snake gang leader's evil deeds, they should die. You, the leader of the green snake gang, never even thought that other people had children and wives or husbands when you were committing your evil deeds, so by the time you die, how dare you try to make other people think that you have children and wives too? Then let your wife and children go and be reunited with you. Dr. Moon felt enlightened, as if he had realized something. By the time she came back to her senses, Dang Ru's back was long gone, and she hurriedly jogged to follow. Just then, a group of magistrates once again rubbed shoulders with the trio. That Yaman who talked to Dang Ru in the morning was a bit confused and touched his official hat. What's going on? Why this monk again? No, monk, are you some kind of deaf schoolboy? How come you're always there wherever people die? Although I know that the Buddhist sect likes to save up merit by overtaking the dead. This is too diligent, isn't it? They've just received a report. They haven't even arrived at the scene of the crime yet. And you monks are done with the exorcism? The magistrate only felt that the monk was like a vulture. Inside the county office of Wangshu County, underneath the Hall of Great Light, Lord Magistrate of Wangshu City, a middle-aged man in the late martial realm with a goatee, wearing a blue round-necked official robe and a double-winged black hat, was listening to a few maids from the Green Snake Gang's master's family recounting the course of the crime. My lord, we really didn't lie to you. That master, with a snap, pinched the lady's head, and with another snap, gave the gatekeeper de Da Huang a kick to death, and then some of the guards of the courtyard went to stop him, and then they were all killed by him. He said we weren't involved with the Green Snake Gang leader and let us go. Yes, my lord, we really don't know what's going on, and we're not sure what his lordship does. The maids told the story of the crime in one word, and the other in another. Of course, Dang Ru would have had something to say about kicking Rhubarb to death if he had been there. That dog called Rhubarb was not kicked to death by him. It was the body of the gang leader's wife smashed into that Rhubarb. That Rhubarb had the bad luck of smashing his head on the stone and smashed himself to death. Dang Ru only kills evil people. Good people and livestock without the concept of good and evil. He will not do anything to kill them. Underneath the plaque of Zheng de Guangming, the magistrate of Wangshu sat on the eunuch chair made of pear wood, rubbing his brow with some headache. He felt that the maids should have been dumbfounded by the bloody scene. Listen for yourself. The master kills? Can that Buddhist master kill people? Unless it's some bald monk pretending to be a monk. But how could that be possible? The average cultivator could hate those vultures so much. How could they possibly go and pretend to be vultures? What do you think, master? The magistrate said as he looked to the side at a young man in a scribe's uniform. Monks kill people. Pure nonsense. Who does not know that monks are most afraid of staining blood? They sit in meditation. Repair a false skin. A body of cultivation is like a castle in the air, stained with a little blood on the scattered. Die a little, karmic obstacles will be no. Master Shifu said with a cold snort. There was a hint of disgust hidden in his countenance. The twinge of disgust wasn't for the magistrate. It was for the Buddhists. What kind of fake things are you practicing? You can't distinguish between good and evil. You're afraid of this and that. What kind of righteousness can you achieve? That's true. The magistrate nodded, while continuing to close his eyes. Do you think it's possible that it's really a monk who's killing people? The magistrate suddenly opened his eyes and said to the master at his side, Who are you kidding? My lord, how can a monk kill someone? The master laughed and rebuffed the magistrate's whimsical idea. Who's a monk who'd jeopardize his practice just to kill a bunch of punks? No way. Absolutely no way. Yeah, how can a monk kill someone? The magistrate smiled back, non-committal. Just at that moment, a group of government officials came in carrying one corpse after another. The magistrate's words happened to fall on the ears of the magistrate who had spoken a few words with Dengru. Monks? Killing people? For a moment, the magistrate's brain was as if he had opened up the two veins, and endless vast galaxies flashed through his mind. Why? Every time he goes to survey the scene, he sees that white monk. Why? He always felt that the white monk gave him a strange and uncomfortable feeling. Why? That white monk always has to be at the scene of the crime one step ahead of the officials. All of this can only mean one thing. The man was killed by that monk. When he thought of that monk still smiling and telling him that the officials must bring the evil to justice, he kind of wanted to curse. Isn't that just a bunch of thieves catching thieves? The question then arises, should he report this discovery to the magistrate? The magistrate looked at the magistrate sitting in the hall with his eyes closed. His heart hardened for a moment, and he walked up to the magistrate, bending down to salute. My lord, my humble servant found a monk in white at the scene of the crime. He always manages to get to the scene of the crime one step ahead of us. Perhaps the magistrate does not give his suspicions away. In the official world, in the workplace, don't do superfluous things and say superfluous things. Just tell the truth. Speculate on it, and by the way, in case it involves any bad hidden secrets, it will kill you. You can also be penalized for being wrong and delaying the progress of official business. Might as well tell the full truth. And it's none of his business how he goes about speculating. This is the essentials of official survival belonging to ordinary little people. He keeps it in mind at all times. The magistrate and the master looked at each other. Suddenly, both of them burst out laughing at the same time. Ha ha ha, monks kill people. This is really a cynical monk. The magistrate laughed heartily, and he turned his head, gazing at his brow in contemplation for a moment, and said, Don't bother about him. Let him kill. Let him kill Wangshu City cleanly. My government, or to re-exert the king's way in Wangshu. The good times for these families, they're over. The master also laughed. The official government of Wangshu City has no real power at all. The great clans held Wangshu City, making it difficult to enforce the dying laws by an inch. The human emperor was 10,000 miles away, and even more out of reach. Now comes this unruly, uninhibited, violent monk. They couldn't be happier. It's not true that chivalry is forbidden by martial arts, but in a chaotic world, it's time to use a heavy-handed approach. After spending 2 days, Dangru slaughtered all the famous gangs and big villains in Wangshu City. The whole Wangshu City has begun to circulate a legend. The legend that as long as someone is evil, there will be a green-faced fangs, shaped like an evil spirit, the stout posture of the Buddha under the seat of the Vajra to go ahead and kill. The city of Wangshu is in a state of panic. Everyone before doing evil, have to first weigh, can they carry that Vajra punch and not die? After all, the law of the land doesn't always let people die when they make a mistake. King Kong can really fuck people's brains out. Ha! Those words from the outside world naturally reached Tangru's ears. Well, there's even a portrait. Sure master you. Sure master bye. You two take a look. Is there a slight resemblance between the poor monk and this portrait? The corners of Dangru's mouth twitched as he held up a portrait and kept comparing it to his own face. Just see that the portrait of the person. Green fangs, stocky, rugged face, neck with a string of human skull necklace. A handful of beard hanging on the side of the mouth, quite ferocious gas. This is not a killing monk. This is a sand monk. But, Guru, look away. For better or worse, the characteristic of white. They reverted. Now you are Wangshu City. Every family hangs the townhouse diamond. Everyone said hanging your portrait at the door. The vastness of the gas since the birth of 10,000 evils do not invade. The demons and ghosts to avoid. Dugi laughed so hard that she could hardly close her mouth. After spending a lot of time together, the Duga siblings were much less afraid of Dangru, and were able to joke about it. Yes, the only thing that resembled Dangru in that portrait was the white coat. Ow, white or a different style of white. The white clothes in that portrait revealed half of his muscles to the fullest. The muscles were coiled and gnarled, and it was completely the look of an angry and evil ghost, not half like a monk. In a sense and aspect, it's very similar. Well, the temperament is halfway decent. As well, you two monks, the poor monk is going to break through the realm. The commotion may be a bit too loud, so you two monks should take shelter for a while. Tang Ru sighed and put the scroll away. Let's be like a sand monk. The human sand monk can also calm the house. He was only one step away from the chi and blood realm at this moment. This also represents the heart attack. It's coming. This kind of high-end contraption could only be encountered by other cultivators, at least at the heart phase realm. A practitioner of the killing Buddha would have to be encountered once in the chi and blood realm. There's no telling what will happen when the mind is haunted. If you can't cross over, there won't be any practitioners in the world who kill Buddhas, but rather mind demons that wear the skin of a practitioner. Evacuate the crowd first, just to be on the safe side. Great, Grand Master. May I go now? A somewhat fearful voice rang out. This was an early-stage martial practitioner. Karmic obstacles haunt him, and he is also a famous villain in Wanshu City. One difference though, she's a woman with a skin in the game, but she doesn't do anything good with that skin. She is not doing anything lewd and licentious. If so, at best, it is a personal interest. Private morality is damaged. Dang Ru will not bother, much less specifically to kill. What she did, by virtue of her status as a woman and the trust that other women had in her, was to abduct and sell people to remote areas and give them as daughters-in-law. She also has a bunch of specialized Siki on her hands, but those were killed by Ding Ru long ago. She stayed until the end, mainly because she didn't want to break through on the street. It would be easy to be disturbed, not to mention that in case she couldn't cross over, there was also the possibility of hurting innocents. So Deng Ru dragged her to the doctor's house. At this moment, the only people in the Dugu family were the Dugu siblings, as well as the maids and household servants that the two of them had re-recruited in the past few days. But now it's all taken away by the duo. At the moment, the only people in the entire courtyard were Tang Ru and the woman in front of him. The woman's face was full of pleasing colors as she tried to get Tang Ru to let her go. Go? How will the poor monk advance if the scholar leaves? Tang Ru took 2 steps closer and smiled evilly with his palms together, like a 1,000-year-old slut. When the woman saw Dang Ru's leering face, she felt hopeful. This monk doesn't even keep the precepts of killing. He doesn't necessarily keep the precepts of lust. She immediately revealed a fawning smile, and her fingers trembled as she undid her bodice, revealing half of her snow-white scenery. The scenery was also extremely tantalizing when it was half covered. Master, don't kill me. I'll sleep with you. Master, I'm very good at it. I promise to make you feel like you're in the realm of ultimate happiness. The woman half cried, half laughed, and looked comically fawning. Honestly speaking, seeing this pitiful appearance of the woman, Tang Ru even had a trace of intolerance. But there was just a hint of intolerance. She had a chance to beg for mercy nowadays. The girls who were abducted by her didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Should we be so saintly as to let the wicked go or let them turn back and reform themselves because of their momentary pitiful behavior? Maybe other Buddhist walkers would, but not him. No. Goblin, don't think of spoiling the poor monk's cultivation. Tang Ru snapped. His right hand violently formed a claw shape and slapped down. The great head instantly exploded, and the woman's delicate body trembled twice before she collapsed helplessly. Tang Ru put his palms together and said in his heart, if you had known it would come to this, why did you have to do it in the first place? A strand of bloodbane chi merged into Deng Ru's head, and a strand of karma wrapped around his body. In a flash, Deng Ru only felt the chi and blood churning, like a big sun oven. The body is hot. An exhale and inhalation, only to see strands of coarse air from the tip of the nose out. The frame bluff. The karmic obstacles on his body could no longer be suppressed and completely burst out. Countless black smoke wrapped Deng Ru, and gradually, it was no longer possible to see the white figure, only to see heavy black shadows that covered the entire mansion. That bald ass. Give back the lives of my whole family. A black shadow transformed into a human face and howled harshly at Deng Ru. That's the face of the Green Snake Gang leader. Tang Ru closed his palms and sneered. Give back the lives of your family? It's easy to give back the lives of your family, but give back the lives of the people. As the words fell, the human face of the Green Snake Gang leader instantly dissipated. I am a woman, struggling in this world. It is not easy. I do not rely on others. Do not rely on the body attached to the man. The achievement of today's cultivation are based on my own. What do you have to kill me? Based on what? The human face of the Green Snake Gang leader dissipated, and the black smoke coalesced into a woman's face again. It was the woman he had just killed. Tang Ru snorted coldly once again. You rely on their own efforts to climb to today's position. With a female body, poor monks naturally admire. But the people you harmed is also a female body. They live their own days. And why is it easier than you a few points of happiness? Doing evil when the punishment. Do good when the reward. Personal food of fruit. You should be a death. Soon the woman's face also completely dissipated, followed by one human face after another coalescing as they roared, complained bitterly, and rebuked, sending question after question towards their murderer. Why you? For what? Do you really have a clear conscience? Every line of questioning goes straight to the heart. Tang Ru refuted each and every one of these people's questions to the very end, without the slightest regret. The belief that sustained him was the great sage's statement that if the wicked are not removed, they will plague the good. With these words in mind, his belief in killing to stop killing was unshakable. The black smoke dissipated. Immediately afterward, a vision appeared before Dang Ru's eyes. In the illusion, there was an innocent child sitting on the neck of the Green Snake gang leader, with a happy smile on the faces of the father and son. The gang leader's wife, who had been crushed to death by his own hands, watched the scene lovingly from the sidelines. Immediately afterward, the environment changes. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corpses of the Green Snake gang leader, the body of the gang leader's wife, and the corpses of the entire family of more than 100 people piled up and flowed into a river of blood. Again, immediately afterward, the illusion changed again. A little girl waited with joy for her parents to return, but she could no longer wait for her parents, who had long since died under the bandits' swords. While she struggled to survive in the city and grew into the woman who had just been killed by Dang Ru, a burly man smiled broadly and promised his child that when he returned from this mission, he would sharpen a fine small wooden sword for him. The child waited with a happy face for his father to return with the small wooden sword. The scene shifted again. A few Hans gathered together, recounting the ideals of the past, how he wanted to be chivalrous and protect his family and his country, but now he had become a common weed, and the girl he once loved had married into which family, and how much he regretted it. Countless images flashed before Dang Ru's eyes. Immediately after that, there was an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and in the mountain of corpses, the corpses of men, women, and children were piled up high, and a white-robed, red-eyed monk with a steel sword in his hand, bathed in blood, stood on top of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and his karmic obstacles haunted his body. The child could no longer wait for the promised wooden sword, and his father. Those Hans can no longer get together to drink and talk. The girl in their hearts is also forever their regret. A voice rang in Tang Ru's mind, a voice that was 7 times similar to his, but more evil. The only reason why people are able to get rid of evil without any psychological burden is that they have just facebombed the evil person. The evil person is the evil person. A concept, a mask, an image, but never a person. Now the poor monk has changed the evil man from a face to a human being again. Do you still have a clear conscience? The children who cannot wait for their fathers, the wives who cannot wait for their husbands, the ideals of the youth annihilated forever with your killing. You really have a clear conscience? Dang Ru clearly felt that the voice was right next to his ear, and the man even put his hand on his shoulder. He knew that the demon of that mind was around him, constantly compelling him. Once the slightest wavering occurs in his heart, he will fall into the abyss and never be able to recover. Tang Ru closed his eyes and put his palms together in the form of a Buddha salute, and the heart demon in his ears was still constantly gibbering and clamoring. He ignored it and just saluted the Buddha and recited the sutras. After a moment, he opened his eyes and bellowed, "Demon, don't spoil the poor monk's cultivation." Immediately after that, with a furious glare, he grabbed the heart demon on his body and slammed it to the ground fiercely. You try to guilt the poor monk by turning the wicked into human beings? The poor monk tells you that it won't. Thou hast changed the wicked from faces to men. And why dost thou not change the good from faces to men? Is it that you can't, or don't dare? The family of the wicked is family, and the good deserve to be killed? Do they deserve to have their wives separated and their families destroyed? Should it be the truth of the world to build bridges and mend roads without corpses, and to kill and set fire to golden belts? Heaven and earth have their natural laws, and earth has its own rules. The world chooses its own path and blames no one. Those who kill are always killed, and those who harm are always harmed. From the time they chose to brutalize the innocent to satisfy their own selfishness, the rules of the earth no longer sheltered them, rules that should only shelter those who follow them. If heaven doesn't accept them, the poor monk will. A sentence that dispelled the illusion completely. They don't even think about the fact that other people have families and other people have tragic pasts before they victimize them. So why should he think about the fact that they have families and tragic pasts too when he kills them? Is the family of the only other evil person a person, and the tragic past of the only other evil person a past? What does his misery have to do with the innocent? Who are the innocent to pay for the desires of the wicked with their own lives? Dang Ru only believed in one thing: get rid of evil. Ha. Waiting for you to say that. What qualifications do you have to collect for heaven? Look at yourself. With your karmic obstacles and bloodshed, how are you any different from those evil people? And you'll be able to determine that everyone you kill is a villain carrying the lives of innocents on his back, and not a so-called chivalrous man such as yourself? That heart demon sneered. Oh, when did the poor monk ever say that he was chivalrous? Tongru also laughed coldly as he clasped his palms together and walked towards the heart demon with lotus steps under his feet. It was like the sight of a holy monk crossing the devil, but behind him, it was a huge devil phantom. The devil with red face and fangs, green skin bulging, 3 heads and 6 arms, neck hanging a series of human bone skeletons as ornaments, holding a pestle and mortar, the blood and fury of the heavens. Good has never been able to ferry evil. And what can ferry evil is only greater evil. The poor monk has long been willing to carry the world's killing sins on his back, to become the greatest evil in this world, and to suppress all evil spirits in the world. When Tongru said that, heaven and earth became silent for a moment. Immediately afterward, the 7 points of coolness of his heart demon struggled and twisted, and was reabsorbed into his body. You won this time, and next time, I hope you're still as determined as you are today. The heart demon laughed and was quickly sucked into Tongru's body without a trace of attachment. He was just the first hurdle. If he couldn't even pass the first hurdle, Tongru wouldn't be qualified to inherit the inheritance of the life-killing Buddha. Passing it is merely proof that there are qualifications. The next heart demonic calamity wouldn't be something that could be crossed in 3 easy words. Along with the heart demon entering his body, the black mist that wrapped around Tongru dissipated. His physique began to increase by leaps and bounds, but right along with the physical enhancement came the mutation. The heart suddenly became hot, and immediately after that, the veins of his body burst out, which were of a different color, a blood red color, and hot. From his chest, to his neck, to half of his face, green veins instantly covered half of his face. This is the last disaster. The heart magic can enhance the body, but the side effects are very great. If you can't get through, it is a death. Tongru forced himself to endure the intense pain. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his vision was gradually blurred. The intense pain made him lie down on the ground, reached out and grabbed something randomly, and exerted a deep force to break the thing in a hard grip, and relied on gripping the thing with force to share his attention. Rapid cultivation is bound to be a curse. He had also been prepared for this kind of thing a long time ago as well. I just didn't expect it to hurt this much, like the aching pain of countless toothpicks being hammered into your fingernails. 10 fingers. It was only after a long time that the severe pain subsided. Tongru had long since broken out in a cold sweat as he gasped for air. Crossing over, he reached up, touching half his face. It just felt pitted and rugged and bloody. Touch the other side again and it's safe and sound. Still looking handsome. Tongru unhooked a bronze mirror from the woman's body and shone it at his own face. Half of the blood and flesh was hideous, as if it were an evil spirit from hell. Half of it is clear and handsome, like a holy monk from the western heaven. It's really just a Buddha demon moment. Oh, how handsome. Tongru smiled bitterly. He drove all his strength to try to restore that half of his face. But sadly, it failed. The bloody, hideous half of his face was like a hawk, and no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't go away. He was able to feel that the heart demon, lodged in that half of his face. He reached out his hand and a white monk with a face 8 times similar to his, but without half of the hideous face of flesh and blood, was summoned. That heart demon's cultivation level was the martial realm grand circle. It was exactly the realm he was in before he broke through the chi and blood realm. Oh, don't waste your breath. That half of your face won't get better in this lifetime. The heart demon closed his palms and sneered. Obviously, he had his own consciousness. However, he would follow Tongru's orders and do whatever he was told, but he would also keep a close eye on Tongru at all times, so that as soon as Tongru's mind faltered, he would be able to bring Tongru to his doom. It's just a smelly skin. If you can't recover, then don't recover. Tongru smiled disinterestedly and dropped the hand rubbing over his face. Skin, flesh and bones are all illusory and need not be cared for. Tongru reached out and recruited that heart demon back into his body. This heart demon was now one of his henchmen, and if he told him to go east, he could not go west. Straightening his clothes, he looked to the ground. The woman's body, only one of the woman's thighs was seen, hardened and separated from her body. Apparently it was casually grabbed off by Tongru when he was in severe pain earlier. Sin, but I didn't expect to let you even die in peace. Tongru sighed. Even though he had killed them with his own hands, it was indeed as stated in the illusion. He admired the fact that she, a female streamer and a fatherless orphan, could cultivate to her current position and not rely on her flesh to flatter men. Admiration is admiration, but evil is evil, and she cannot be spared. Tongru walked out of the courtyard, and the Dakuro siblings didn't hide far away, so they stood at the door and waited. Master, your face. Duoyu's 2 eyes stared blankly at Tongru's face, only to feel that something broke in his heart. Where did Master Handsome go? Now who's this? Stinky Skin is just, no need to care. The poor monk will go to the blacksmith store in a while to play a mask. Although the poor monk does not care, but scared the bystanders. It is not good. Dang-ru put his palms together and smiled. The smile that originally looked springy and warm, under the influence of the half of the face that looked like a vicious ghost's grimace, at the moment, could instantly stop a small child from crying, not to mention little kids. Even an adult would pee his pants if he saw such a face walking down the street in reality. Master this face, can't it be restored? Cultivators should have many means of healing, right? Dr. Moon asked with some heartache. A handsome monk, compared to a half-handsome, half-hideous monk, it was definitely the handsome monk who was going to be eye candy. The mind is entangled like a demon attached to the bone, and recovery is not possible. Tong-ru laughed bitterly. If you want to restore this half of your face, you will not be able to do so unless you go to the highest and subdue all the demons of your heart. Now, he still had a long way to go with this ghostly face. Ha! The heart demon is haunting you? Then master your advancement. Dokoroko Moon's heart thumped. Although the killing monk was brutal, he had never been brutal to them and was considered a friend. She would truly feel sorry for the killing monk if he failed to advance. The advancement was successful. The heart demon is only haunting me because of the special dharma system. There is no need to worry. The body of the man in the courtyard. Bury it well. Dang-ru said to the duo. A good burial almost dried their brains out for both of them. What? What did you say? Monk? A good burial? Is that something you can say? How many times have you killed someone and not just fucked their brains out and left them for dead in the wilderness? And let them give a good burial this time? Ha! You didn't say that because you were getting high and then you were concerned about the skinny, did you? The Dekuro siblings only felt like they had heard something amazing. Obviously such words, in the mouth of the average young warrior, that is the most common. But to say it in the mouth of the life-killing monk in front of him was especially hard to see. She's a poor one, too. She grew up without parents. No one taught her what good and evil are. And it's not entirely her fault alone that she does evil things. In response, Dang-ru just said this. The Heart Demon's Bureau of Refinement wouldn't be fooled with fake things, those images. They were all real. Except for the fact that there's an artsy-fartsy element to the mountains of corpses and blood. No one had taught her what was good and what was evil, so naturally she didn't feel she was at fault. In the end, she is surviving in a human society with the values of an animal. Even if she realized it later, she was already deep in it. How could she get out? Just like the current Dang-ru, he had long been caught up in the endless killing, unable to get out, and unwilling to get out. The master is right, no one is taught to know good and evil indeed, and in that case, it is not her fault alone. Indeed, she can be buried thickly. Dokorobai lowered his head and pondered. People's concepts of good and evil are derived from their education. How can they understand good and evil if they have not been taught by their predecessors? If he hadn't read those books, he, Dogubai, wouldn't necessarily want to be a swordsman who practiced chivalry. Dang-ru leaves the doctor's house in search of a blacksmith store and a mask store or something like that. It's a face that does tend to scare people. At least, along the way, countless people looked at this face of his and avoided it. Some of the timid ones even just screamed and ran away screaming. Although it is a stinky skin. But mortals nah. The most heavy this stinky skin ah. Dang-ru sighed long and hard, saying that he didn't care. But in his heart, he was still a little lost. I think he was a favorite back in the day. This one is overblown. It's also kind of plain kind of cool. Now it's a man of the people. Dang-ru found a miscellaneous store in Smokey's Lane. It specializes in selling trinkets like masks. Duan-ru walks in. Ah, ghost. Then even the shopkeeper and all the guests rolled and crawled out and fled quickly. There were even a few uncounted coins on that shopkeeper's dark table. Bad news. The shopkeeper ran away. Good news. You can buy it for $0. Duan-ru spat. He looked at the column of masks for a long time. Some are made of wood and don't hold up. Some are made of paper and are even less durable. After searching for a long time, I finally found a mask made of fine iron that might stand the test of time. That mask depicts the face of an evil spirit. But it is not like the exorcism of the ghosts and gods. Masks are generally prominent. Angular, this is a very smooth kind, where it will not be too scary. Duan-ru took it off and put it on his face. Looking around doesn't affect the view. He was satisfied. Looking again, he saw a bucket hat, and, after some thought, took it off and put it on his own head as well. Okay, now basically no one can tell he's a monk without looking at his monk's clothes. Tang-ru placed a silver ingot on the shopkeeper's store. No matter how expensive this iron mask is, basically, it's definitely enough. It's not like he's a Melika's black uncle, so how could he be doing any $0 purchases? Having accomplished his goal for the day, Tang-ru was ready to return to the Dekuro family to continue resting. Killing people every day can be numbing. It's time to take a break. With the bucket hat and mask on, people were much less afraid of him. It's just weird and doesn't feel too intimidating. If you want to kill someone in the future, just take off the mask. Psychological deterrent bar. fellow Daoist, please stay. Suddenly, a voice rang out, which caused Deng Ru to accelerate his steps even more. It's not a nice thing to say to a friend of the road to stay. The voice seemed a little anxious. He came directly in front of Tang Ru. It's a young Taoist priest, late martial artist realm, not yet in the Qi and blood realm. Fellow Daoist, can I borrow a step? The young Taoist bent over with a respectful look on his face. The surrounding pedestrians passed straight by, as if the monk and the monk in front of them did not exist at all. Taoist? Deng Ru asked out loud, his voice seeming a bit dull under the iron mask. It's just people who seek the way. It's not considered to be a person who has attained the way. The Taoist bowed with downcast eyes, looking very humble. I am Jinyang Menzihu. May I ask your legal name? Zishu inquired. Kill the life. Duanru responded. Zishu was shocked and took 2 steps back, but thinking about the people killed by the murderous monks in front of him these days, rather, he did not deserve his murderous Dharma name. The Buddhist sect has always been compassionate. How did we come up with such a murderous person like you, Taoist? Zishu calmed down and continued to climb with Deng Ru. The depth of karmic obstacles on the Taoist friend is worthy of being called a seeker of the way? Deng Ru questioned instead. Whether the Zishu in front of him was a good person or not he wasn't sure, but Taoist sects generally didn't kill indiscriminately either. The Taoist sect preaches tranquility and inaction, not the method of blood sacrifice, which in fiction is either a sidetrack or a downright crooked method. Oh, the chaotic world is about to come. My true son's sect is just a Taoist side door, since I should seek a place for myself to survive. Taoist friends killed people. All our souls flying away. Why is it cleaner than my means? Zishu was also not annoyed and said bluntly, why do you need to be so wary of the poor Taoist? The poor Taoist just wants to have a discussion with the poor Taoist. When the Taoist kills someone, can you leave their soul behind? The poor Taoist needs soldiers and horses to help the poor Taoist cultivate. Zishu told the purpose of his approach to Tang Ru. Can you monks stop killing so brutally? Ha! Every time I rushed over there, I tried to collect some soldiers and horses, but I didn't get anything. Damn it. So it's like this. Ha 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 ha. You're looking for the wrong person. The poor monk has always believed in a decimation. Will not leave the soul. You go to find the next person. Tang Ru laughed out loud. And then he didn't care what Zishu thought and left straight away. He didn't kill Zishu because he had a soft spot for Taoism. Plus it was on the street and it wasn't good to kill people. Most importantly, he didn't want to kill anyone today. Otherwise, from the first moment Zishu appeared, that body covered in blood and karma, he would have already given Zishu a slap on the wrist. You monk, the Taoist master, I will not let you suffer. How? Zishu cursed and tried to bring Deng Ru back to his senses. Any more nonsense and the poor monk will send you to be their companion. Tang Ru glanced at Zishu, and his aura, which had been obtained from killing in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, burst out, staring Zishu back 3 steps. Zishu pinched himself in a cold sweat. It's only been a few days, and this monk is in the Qi and blood realm. It felt like this monk was a few points more ruthless than his true Yang sex methods, but now it seemed that this monk shouldn't affect their plan. After all, according to the killing nature of this life-killing monk, if he wanted to be an enemy of his true Yang sect, he would have already slapped his Zishu into a headless corpse and then transcended it. That's good news. Monk, what are you killing people like that for? Zishu still couldn't help but ask a question. Tang Ru stopped and turned around, looking at Zishu with icy eyes. The coldness of the eyes was what Zishu felt, and Deng Ru didn't use any other eyes per se. Mostly, the mask came with an icy aura. If the poor monk says that it is only for the purpose of eliminating violence, does the monk believe it? Duanru said. Just kidding. Zishu was on the spot with a sentence of impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just kidding. The poor monk kills only for cultivation. Tang Ru said with a light laugh. In the eyes of the world, doing good is not doing good as long as it is associated with profit. You can't do good and get favors at the same time. That would be hypocritical and double standard on your part. You're supposed to do good deeds without expecting anything in return. You're supposed to not crave glory. You're supposed to treat money like dirt. The kind-hearted deserve to be impoverished and stranded on the side of the road. That way the world will say, Mr. Righteousness, high moral character. It would be better to just say that it's for practice. Save yourself the pain of having too many explanations and debates with people and winding yourself in and never getting out. And no longer talking more nonsense with Zishu. Tang Ru once again turned around and left. He can believe whichever way he wants to. Knowing for yourself how your path is going to be is what matters. Returning to the doctor's house, Tang Ru took off his mask and bucket hat. The woman's body had been given a generous burial by the Dekuro siblings as he had wanted. Since the head was crushed and there was no need to worry about her swindling the body, the 7-day rule of morgue was gone. Just pull it away and bury it. A good casket to bury it in. Master, With this face of yours, is there really no possibility of recovery at all? Dr. Moon asked somewhat undeterred, though after looking at it for a long time, I guess, the face is something else, but she really couldn't appreciate it. It's better to look at the handsome monk from before. If the poor monk himself doesn't care much, what does the monk care? Dangru laughed lightly, but this smile that used to look so handsome looked a little scary at the moment. Well, a few scares is a lift. One can imagine a half-skinned bald man happily smiling at you. Not screaming out in misery and hurrying to run was already a strong psychological quality for the Dekiro siblings. It's just a pity that the master's originally so handsome face has been ruined like this. Dr. Moon hurriedly defended. Skin, flesh, and bones are nothing but vanity. Heaven and earth give birth to an unchangeable skin, and only mediocre men will go mad over this unchangeable skin, Duanru said. After thinking about it, he put the mask on so as not to scare people. Master, are you leaving soon? Suddenly, Dokoroko Moon asked again. In fact, all three of them were clear that in 2 days' time, there weren't too many evil people left in Wangshu City, and no one dared to blatantly commit evil. After all, with Tang Ru around, anyone would have to weigh whether or not they could resist a punch from Tang Ru without dying. As for the ones that were still doing evil now, that was no longer something that Tang Ru could deal with. Take the Wang family, for example. There was an existence in the middle stage of the Qi blood realm sitting in the town, ranking as one of the 3 great clans. The Void Sun sect, for example, came from a mysterious origin and had a late-stage Qi blood realm existence sitting in the town itself. Everyone knows that they are doing evil and that they are causing innocent people to suffer, but no one dares to care. The control force assigned to Wangshu City by the Imperial Court did not even have a single Qi blood realm. There was only one late martial artist magistrate, the Flowing Magistrate, the Iron Local Squire. The court was powerless to govern. Indeed, it is also almost time. Karma. There will always be the day of separation. The monk does not have to worry too much. Nowadays the Wangshu City. Long ago no one will be on your Dugu family heart. They all fear the poor monk. Dangru smiled. Just one last step, and he would be considered saving people to the end. After this last step, it was indeed time for him to go. Well, as a final step, destroy the 3 great clans as well as the Void Sun sect, so that the government can regain control over Wangshu City. Wangshu Magistrate, he also has a few days to understand. Know that he is a good official, if he is allowed to rule. Not to say that it is a triple kill, steaming bar. That's also at least as political. After this last step, it was time for him to go. There is far more than one Wangshu City in this world. Master, can't you just stay? Dr. Moon said with a bitter face and some lack of interest. Can't. Dang Ru was a person with a sensitive mind, and the state of the young girl in front of him gave him a feeling. She seems to be in a bit of danger. It's bad. This demon girl wants to ruin poor monk's practice. She seems to have really moved on. No, young lady, wake up. This is not some handsome monk in front of you. His face is half rotten. Can you do it? Dang Ru spat in his mind. How can you lay your hands on such a violent, cruel, and now ugly monk? It's his new number from the other world. Don't fuck with it. Then master, to celebrate your breakthrough in the realm, how about we have a drink tonight? Dr. Moon suddenly thought of something and asked again. Get a bowl of 2 beef noodles for you to try. You shouldn't have to give up alcohol. Master, after all, you don't even give up meat. Dr. Moon said. On the side, Dakurobai watched his sister's crazy death attempt. He wanted to stop it, but he didn't know how to stop it. Dakurobai felt that the eyes of the life-killing monk in front of him were already very cold. He seemed to be considering whether to kill both siblings to put an end to the problem. What's wrong with my sister? Why is she still in love with this monk? He really couldn't understand it. Really couldn't. Not to mention the fact that he was a monk. Although this monk had never kept any Buddhist precepts, let's just say that between a cultivator and a mortal, that's the difference between immortal and mortal. What are you thinking? Dogobai can't understand. Also don't want to understand. He now just want to give his own little sister brain lifted to see how the brain circuits inside the lone. Little sister, Dokorobai said eagerly. He didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that Tangru would directly strike out and slap both of them to death, so he could only shout out one more time, reminding Dugayu of his identity. Ha, good. Dangru did not refuse. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes, so how could he not see this girl's mind? It's just that it's still in front of her older brother, and it's not good for her face to reject it outright. If she wants to throw a banquet, so be it. He'd also like to have a free meal. It's just that this place, it can't stay for long. Dokorobai froze. Monk Killer actually agreed? No, monk, my brother knows that you don't follow any precepts, not even the commandment of lust. Isn't that a bit too much? But if you think about it, the killing monk is now famous in Wangshu. If he did tie the knot with his own little sister, Then his Dugu family would be able to leap into the top family in Wanshu City. That's not a bad thing. Master, is that true? Dokoroku Moon's eyes lit up a few times. Truly, the moon cultivator can go and start the banquet. The poor monk likes to eat meat. Arrange for more meat, and the wine should be sufficient. Tong Ru laughed. Only the iron face covered it so no one could see his smile. However, as far as his face was concerned now, it was good that he couldn't see it, lest you be surprised. Late at night, the scale of Dokuzuki's so-called banquet was not much. After all, it was just the three of them, and some of the maids and servants ate with them. 13 in all. A large round table was filled with various meats, and a variety of fine wines. It could be seen that Dugu had really taken what Tang Ru had said to heart. Master, congratulations on the promotion. Dakurobai cheerfully bent down and toasted to Dang Ru. The kid's face was so happy, it was as if he was going to be promoted. Dr. Moon didn't say a word, she just drank her wine, and she didn't know what she was going to do. Tang Ru was aware of this, but he knew that tonight, and in the future, it was destined to be impossible to let Dokoroku Moon have her way. Beauty, like a wolf or a tiger, disintegrates one's will and must not be tainted. He does not abstain from killing because his path is to stop killing by killing. He did not abstain from wine and meat because he was able to restrain himself from sinking into the desire for wine and meat. But he abstained from sex, because this thing he really liked. In his previous life he couldn't even refuse the small movies and small ribbon. He couldn't guarantee that once he had eaten his heart out, he wouldn't just sink into it. So don't even dare to open your mouth. It's a knife in the eye of the colorful character. After drinking and eating, Tang Ru returned to the room that the Dakuro siblings had arranged for him and stayed in for a few days on the pretext that it was getting late. Placed the bucket hat and mask on the table. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a small wooden sword in the corner. The wooden sword was very small and seemed to be a small wooden sword used by children when they were having fun and playing. But this, at one time, was the room of the head of the Dakuro family. Perhaps it was the naivety of the Dakuro family head when he was young? But Dang Ru didn't think it was that simple. Dang Ru picked it up and attached his spiritual energy to his eyes, sizing up the small wooden sword in the black light. Soon, a line of small letters engraved on that wooden sword emerged. Yu's name is Dugu Tian, and he realized the way of grass and wood swords. He played against the sky and lost slightly, and the world called you the Dugu sword immortal. Duanru's hand shook. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like the Dakuro family had produced a sword immortal? Is that the sword immortal of the sun and moon realm? Oh, the feelings that the Dakuro family's inheritance has always been here. And the reason why it hasn't been discovered is because the Dakuro family's people in the later generations were too useless, and none of them stepped onto the path of cultivation. That's why no one has discovered it? But it doesn't seem right to speculate that way. Duanru chose to keep reading. When I was young and playing with a wooden sword, I told the people around me that I wanted to protect the people in the world with the wooden sword in my hand. People laughed at me for being naive. For a sword made of gold and iron cannot protect several people, but a sword made of grass and wood can protect you? However, I do not listen to the so-called experience of the people of the time, and insist on practicing a sword of grass and wood, not only for the protection of the world, but also for the protection of their own. Inch of the heart of a child will not die. The stars change, the sun and the moon alternate, the cold comes and goes. I don't know how many years have passed, only know that every day that passes, the sword wind in the hand will be an inch longer, and so on the day that you out of the mountain, the wooden sword in the hand, has been able to cut through the dome of the sky. When I look back again, all the people have passed away, leaving only one person to face the brand new world, losing all the sword cultivators in the world. It is very boring. Leave this wooden sword in the house of Yu's brother's descendants, and anyone with the right destiny can learn the sword of Yu's grass and wood. The whole thing is summarized in one sentence. I'm a very maverick sword cultivator. Others don't understand me, but I don't care, and I'm so awesome that by the time I've reached great success in the swordway, all those people will have already died of old age in the river of years. To summarize in a few words, me, the big sword fairy with the bad bull. Dang Ru didn't know how to comment as he flipped the wooden sword over and looked at it with his spiritual energy. Sure enough, a sword technique was seen engraved on it, each word containing the true meaning of the sword Tao. However, it was bound by means that did not allow the true intent of the sword Tao in this to break through the wooden sword. This should be a protective measure. After all, once the true meaning of the way of the sword broke free from its bonds before anyone practiced to the sword immortal realm, then the descendants of this Dakuro sword immortal would have a good time. Tang Ru thought about it and rummaged around the room to find paper, ink, pen and inkstone and decided to transcribe the sword technique. The Dugu siblings were mortal in flesh, and it was impossible for them to see the sword technique on top of the wooden sword, let alone the true meaning of the sword Tao on it. First, he would transcribe the swordsmanship and then let the Dugu siblings practice it. so that they could also see the true meaning of the swordsmanship on it by themselves. This Dakuro sword immortal swordsmanship would not be considered lost. As for why Duanru doesn't practice, this was what the Dakuro sword immortal had left for the descendants of the Dakuro family, and he didn't care to take it. Secondly, he was a monk and was naturally insensitive to swordsmanship. If it's some kind of stick and punch, he'll gladly take it. Just as Dang Ru was about to transcribe it, the room suddenly filled with a gust of alcohol. Dang Ru temporarily put down his hand that was pouring water and sharpening ink. The main event of the night is coming down to the wire. In the darkened room, the young girl burst in with a sharp single ponytail, wearing a power suit and red cheeks. Great, master, I've come to see you. The young girl hiccuped and sounded a little giddy, obviously a little drunk. Tong Ru was somewhat helpless and snapped his fingers, reciting a passage of the Diamond Sutra to bring Dokoroku-yu out of his dizzy state. With another finger of his hand, the fire on the candlestick made itself known. Dokoroku-yu, who was originally borrowing the wine to strengthen his courage, was instantly sobered up by this. God, what is she doing? You don't have to say much. Look at this face of the poor monk. Is it a good match mold? Dang Ru asked, pointing to half of his bloodied face. Dr. Moon wrung his hands a little and squeezed them. It took a long time of grinding before she got to a word. Like, very much so. Dang Ru was somewhat speechless. It's bad. Let him run into the real love brain. What do you see in the poor monk? The poor monk can change. Dang Ru snickered, but the rejection between his words was clear enough. Master, you are unique. At first I thought you were more unique than the other masters. Then I thought, you are more unique than everyone else. You have your own judgment of good and evil in the world and are firm in carrying out your judgment. It's very fascinating. Solitary Moon blushed, her hands folded in front of her chest. The color of her eyes' adoration was hard to restrain. You are a good girl who dares to love and hate. But, you and the poor monk are not a good match. This is not the liking of a man and a woman. You are too young to tell the difference. But the poor monk can tell you that it is not. Duanru said. He could now hear his own demons tempting him wildly in his own ears. He's making him stay. How come it's like the Tang monk going to the land of daughters? Dang Ru was somewhat helpless. But, I can tell the difference. Master, I can tell what I like and what I worship. And I just love you. Master. When Dokoroku Moon said this, she suddenly lowered her head in some shame and whispered, and, I really need you and would like to ask you to stay and help me. It was a little selfishness she had other than liking it. She was really scared. Scared to hold up such a big family business all by herself. The pack of wolves surrounded her, and she was a woman under the age of 20, with a stupid brother who only knew how to be chivalrous and had no force at all. Based? How should I get a foothold? She couldn't figure it out. So you want to use flesh? This is the lowest strategy. If a person only knows how to utilize his posture, it means that he only has that stinking skin worth blowing away. And this stinking skin is the thing that is most easily decayed and changed. You should be able to understand it better if you look at the poor monk, Dongru said, pointing to his face. Before today he was a handsome monk. After today he'll have to wear a mask. Skin and bones are the most perishable. But is the world into the world of an entry ticket? No good skin. A lot of places. Then you have nothing to do. But if you only think of selling your flesh and skin, you are degrading yourself from a human being to a thing. That's not good. Although Buddhism said that all beings were equal. Although it was far away, Dang Ru did not want anyone to degrade themselves into an object in front of him. Guru, Dokuzuki wanted to say something else. Tong Ru sighed, waved his hand, and used his spiritual energy to strike his acupoints. Before the young girl could react, her eyes went black, her body went limp, and she fainted. Before collapsing to the ground, Duanru caught her and placed her on the bed before returning to the table himself, looking at the young girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed and breathing evenly. Honestly, if he hadn't become a monk, if he had remained an ordinary mortal, it would be good to stay in the doctor's house, marry this young girl, have children, and live the rest of your life. Dugu, you people are actually very good, very smart, know the score, also very beautiful, body and whatnot is also considered good, also has a family property worth millions of RMB. Honestly, if it is in the earth, this is a scene that ordinary men dream of encountering. My father-in-law and mother-in-law died early, and my mother's family also died, leaving only a brother who knows nothing, and this rich woman carries $1 million, so if you marry her, you'll be a millionaire. But unfortunately, he wasn't an ordinary mortal. He was the inheritor of the slaying Buddha tradition. From the moment a legal oath is made, it must be carried out or you will die a horrible death. The Dharma oath is not something you can just take. It requires you to agree with it wholeheartedly, and it also requires you to implement it conscientiously, or else everyone in the world can take the Dharma oath in exchange for power. Tong Ru no longer looked at it. Because of Doku Moon's actions, He planned to leave Wangshu City as soon as possible. Before you leave, eliminate the biggest groups of evil people in this city. Then this is the fulfillment of the merit. As for how the doctor's siblings are doing, he will find someone to keep him safe to settle the karma. Taking out a pen and paper, he began to grind and transcribe the sword technique. The swordsmanship was not long, and the cross of the mouth, plus a few racking moves to communicate the aura of heaven and earth to view the heart of the sword, had been copied for the most part. The entire swordsmanship, just over 50 words. After copying it, Tangru thought about it and looked at the sleeping young girl. Still, he found another piece of paper and decided to leave something for the young girl. Moon Guru personally, when you see this letter, the poor monk has long left the almsgiver heart. The poor monk knows, but the poor monk in this life only wish to serve the Dharma. As for other karma, if there is an afterlife, and then talk about these. The poor monk has found the ancestral sword technique of your Duga family and transcribed it on paper. You and your elder brother can try to practice it, and if you succeed in practicing it, you can go and fetch the wooden sword that presses the letter to realize the sword meaning on it. In the end, Master Moon, you are always afraid that one person will not dare to face a pack of wolves looking around you. But when you think about it, you are already timid and fearful before you even go to do it. The giver can go ahead and give it a try and say whether he can, or he can't. Also, you don't have to think that women can only use flesh to flatter to survive. Today that was killed by the poor monks of the woman, although she did evil things, but also never wanted to use their own flesh to serve others, although she did make the poor monks abhor. But the means, is to make the poor monks admired. The giver thinks so, but it's still not as good as her. Meeting by fate will eventually be dispersed by fate. Master Moon, Master White, we will meet again if we are destined to do so. When Dangru had finished writing, he washed the pen and inkstand in his hand, blew a breath to air dry the writing on the letterhead, and then pressed it against his wooden sword. After doing so, Tangru picked up the mask on the table and put it on, finally jerking the bucket hat around and sending it flying out into the courtyard. He stepped out of the room, where the candlelight automatically went out. Only the moonlight was left to spill over the peacefully sleeping maiden, and the bucket hat, which was flying in the air, flew impartially onto his head. The moonlight spilled over his white clothes, making him unlike a monk, rather like a chivalrous man traveling alone under the moon. Early the next morning, the young girl woke up from her bed, stretched greatly and rubbed her eyes, feeling a little groggy in the head, supposedly from drinking too much last night. Fiercely, she suddenly seemed to think of something. Reach out and touch yourself. Clothes weren't missing, nothing felt different, and there wasn't any fallen red or anything like that on the bed. The white monk had also disappeared into thin air. Immortals and mortals are two different things. I'm the one who's delusional. Dokirokuyuki rubbed her face, which was rolling. Obviously, last night had drained her courage, still relying on the booze. But sadly, it was rejected. He actually saw it a long time ago, and the reason why he didn't reject it on the spot was just to save face for me in front of Big Brother. Right? What a brutal and gentle master. Dr. Moon mumbled as if crying or laughing. But soon, she straightened her clothes and rolled out of bed. With the murderous monk gone, she'll have to desperately rely on herself to hold on to this huge family business. I just don't know. How is she going to keep it? She was nothing more than a weak woman who didn't even know mortal martial arts. Dr. Moon gathered herself and headed towards the courtyard. She was going to find her own big brother to discuss the fact that her family should no longer be in the Dark Master's trade. Both of them are three-legged and can't hold up in this business. Just as she was about to go out, she realized that on the table in the room, there were two more pieces of paper, and a small wooden sword. She had an impression of that wooden sword. When she was a child, she even took it to compete with her own big brother in martial arts. Dokoroyuki seemed to have thought of something as she ran violently towards the table, throwing the wooden sword to the side and picking up the two pieces of paper that were pressed against the wooden sword. She looked to the letter left by Duanru. Read it word by word, lest you miss something. For a long time, she put down the letter and picked up the sheet of Dangru's transcribed swordsmanship, and when she looked at the swordsmanship on the paper, she only felt a wave of shock in her heart. This is the swordplay of our ancestors. No one has found it in all those years. Dongru, however, found it. He didn't take it away, and made a special transcription that even mortals could see, to help his siblings cultivate. Two tears slowly crossed the corners of Dokuzuki's eyes and dripped onto the letter paper. Maestro, he's really a good monk. Is it not necessary to flatter others by the skin? Master, I remember. Dr. Moon wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and placed the letter paper in a drawer, locking it up with a lock. Prevent some hairy brother from destroying the letterhead. It was her baby, and she was going to put it away and always warn herself. Look out for the Shucheng County office. Dongru came here. He's going to make a move on the Wang family and needs a favor from the county office. Help catch those who may have slipped through the cracks. He had eliminated many evil gangs, all of which had the back of the Wang family behind them, so the Wang family could not be clean. Get rid of the evil. What a pity. Such a good beauty. If you stay, it's warm and soft jade. Millions of family wealth. You and I work together. We'll turn it into 10 million. Billion family wealth. Why not? The heart demon's regretful voice echoed in Dang Ru's mind. Are you tired of reading all night? Dang Ru was somewhat speechless. You moved, didn't you? You've definitely moved on. That heart demon remained unforgiving. Ah yes, yes, yes. The poor monk is moved. So what? Is there a problem? You come and bite me? Tang Ru was also annoyed by this heart demon and could only respond with an ah yes yes yes. Ah yes, yes, yes. You're right about everything. TSK. What a desperate man. The human beauty girl took the initiative to offer herself. But you actually didn't move. The heart demon was also speechless. The mouth said it was moving, but in reality the mind was unruffled. There's no chance at all to take advantage of it. It's too grassy. I moved. Is there a problem? You don't believe what I can do. Dang Ru waved his hand, and then walked towards the county office. Stop the comer. A few yamen stopped Dang Ru. Please inform me, and say that a traveling monk wants to meet the magistrate of Wanshu. Dang Ru raised his head and smiled at these magistrates. Suddenly it occurred to me that there was little difference between smiling and not smiling when I was wearing a mask. Thinking about it, on his own now this face, cannot mind not afraid of? Also Daku Moon that love brain tiger girl. Traveling monks? A few magistrates sized up Dang Ru, only to see that the visitor was indeed wearing a white monk's robe, with a string of Buddha beads around his neck, and wearing a wooden fish at his waist, and the stick used to knock the wooden fish out of the way. What does the Buddhist sect seem to call it? Gandharv? Indeed. He was dressed as a Buddhist monk. What was rather strange was that the monk was wearing a bucket hat and a cold iron mask, and that icy aura was completely different from that of the monks of the Dodo world. But when you think of a monk you must be a practitioner. If a person in the cultivation world wanted to see the county magistrate, they didn't have the ability to stop them. Then, without continuing to block the way, one of the magistrates bowed. So it's a Buddhist master. Disrespect, disrespect. Allow us to inform you. With that, he trotted towards the county office. After a short while, it trotted out again. Master, the magistrate has an invitation. The magistrate bent his head respectfully. Dang Ru nodded, then walked in, and between 3 steps and 2 steps, he had already reached the lower part of that hall of great light. He saw that the middle-aged man in blue official robes was sitting on a taisher chair made of pear blossom wood, and was holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Master, long time no see. That magistrate got up and saluted Tang Ru with his fists. Sure master, mundane rituals are not necessary. Dang Ru waved his hand. I think master is the demon subduing Vajra that has been rumored in the streets lately. Right? The magistrate laughed. Devil subduing may be called, but Vajra does not dare to be called. Dang Ru is quite modest. Master came here. Why don't you show your true colors? The magistrate inquired. The true face is hideous and terrorizes the innocent. Duanru said matter-of-factly. I see. What is the purpose of master's visit? The magistrate asked with a smirk. The Wang family has done a lot of evil. The poor monk wants to exterminate his family, and would like to ask the magistrate to send officials and soldiers to intercept the leaks. Tang Ru folded his palms together, and the gaze that came through the iron mask appeared cold and abnormal in the eyes of the crowd. The crowd only said in their hearts, what a murderous, cynical monk. Ha 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 ha. Master, do you know that this official has waited and waited and waited for your words? The magistrate stood up, laughed aloud, and with a wave of his sleeve, a half-completed tiger talisman was thrown at Dang Ru. Master, don't worry. All the magistrates and soldiers in Wanshu City are yours to mobilize. And please, don't let one slip through the cracks. Dang Ru caught the tiger symbol and looked at the magistrate. Suddenly he laughed. Ha 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 ha. The magistrate is really a parental official. The magistrate waved his hand, looking grim. Where is counted as a parent official? Master, honestly with you, I last year today led troops to level a rebellion. That scene, leveled where is the chaos? That are some bone thin. Hungry can only eat dirt people They are not a chaotic people They just want to live. What's wrong? My government has no money in food relief. They want these powerful gentry donations 1 or 2, each crying poor, but all the family dogs are eating greasy. The home of thousands of acres of good land. Do all the false accounts, knowing full well that these powerful and inferior gentry are seizing people's land, abducting and selling people, poisoning the people, and corrupting and abusing the law. The people are crying out for help and are forced to rebel. But I cannot levy what should be levied. I cannot kill what should be killed. And I cannot punish what should be punished. only for the sake of the 4 words of loyalty to the king and love of the country, so that the soldiers will be the blade of the arrow against the people who rebel with farming tools. That sword and arrow fell on the flesh and blood of the people. My heart, but it is dripping blood. Watching the government reduced to a tool for his powerful and inferior gentry to oppress the people. Abandoning the sword and ink for 40 years. Which king am I loyal to and which country do I love? The magistrate said to the emotional point. The palm of his hand pressed down on his eunuch's chair. The strength of the late stage of the martial artist where a chair can withstand. Bang! The chair cracked on the spot. Master, give all the evidence of the crimes of those 3 families to the master. The master mobilized my government's soldiers and horses. Went to fight the thieves, but also need to have a name. The magistrate waved his hand, and the young master jumped up and down, taking a pile of paper from the square plaque and handing it to Deng Ru. Master, this is these years. These powerful gentry forcibly requisitioned the people's land, killed the people, and the trading bill with the human teeth, although we are powerless to justice them, but the evidence of crime, but collected a lot. Master Sifu was in tears, his expression barely under control. At last, this incriminating evidence will come in handy one day. He thought it wouldn't be useful to wait until the county commissioner's term was up and transfer away. After all, the government has to talk about many rules and regulations. Unlike the monk in front of him, he does things and just goes with the flow. Wangshu City's schoolyard. Wangshu City's 500 armor-clad elites had gathered. Seeing as how it was indeed the end of the dynasty, a feudal society with supernatural powers, it was surprising that a city only had 500 armorers. Who summoned my dying soldiers? A thick, powerful voice rang out. The poor monk is in charge of the order of the magistrate of Wangshu County, transferring you and others to go and catch the evil thieves. Do you have any doubts? Deng Ru flew in from the sky and sat straight down on a tiger-skin taiji chair at the pointing platform. Just sitting there in a big horse. The aura around him caused the only 500 armorers in Wangshu City to palpitate. They felt that what was in front of them was not a white-clothed man, but a bloodthirsty beast that had come from the ancient flood of corpses and blood. The dying army, which does not listen to the orders of civil officials and military generals, but only listens to the mobilization of His Majesty's Tiger Talisman, rolls down first before saying anything else. A golden-armored general in the middle stage of the martial realm scolded sternly. Tong Ru didn't say anything, just took out the half-tiger talisman given by the county magistrate from his bosom, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he flew straight towards that golden-armored general. The tiger talisman, under the power of Deng Ru's strength, was like a cannonball striking straight at the golden-armored general's chest, denting the golden-armored general's brightly shimmering heart protector by a few points. The entire person flew backwards and fell to the ground with a thud. Witnessing Deng Ru's tactics, the golden-armored general didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly took out the other half of the tiger talisman from his waist, comparing it to the half of the tiger talisman that Deng Ru had thrown out. Perfect match. My lord. See you. My lord. The golden-armored general snapped to one knee and clasped his hands. The 500 armorers behind him knelt down as much as they could, and the rustling sound of armor rubbing resounded throughout the schoolyard. Greetings, my lord. Follow me. Deng Ru's cold and dull voice rang in the ears of the armored soldiers. Yes, the armored soldiers got the order and quickly went to get their weapons. They all carry swords and bows, spears and crossbows, ring swords and shields, and move in a neat and orderly manner. If they were put into the ancient times of the earth, these well-trained soldiers, who had orders to do what they were told, could also be used as elites. But this is dying, where force is paramount, and they can only be used to fill in the lines and maintain law and order. Sometimes policing is a joke and can only be used to fill lines on the battlefield. These armorers quickly mounted their horses and galloped out of the schoolyard. Deng Ru was not in a hurry and casually led a horse, his own spiritual energy crossing into the steed, only to see the crotch steed neighing, instantly following the footsteps of the 500 armored soldiers, or the 500 iron horsemen, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. 500 steeds running in the downtown, where ordinary people have seen such a scene. For a long time, the government has been only to manage the matter of thieves and petty thefts. What is the matter of such a big deal? Deng Ru beat his horse from the avenue, and the surrounding street scenery flew past his eyes. It was a pretty refreshing experience, though running on your own and being able to outrun a horse. But riding a horse to the end of the world is the romance in the bones of the Chinese people. The feeling of riding a horse is incomparable to any form of transportation. 500 iron horsemen arrived at the Wang family's residence. Deng Ru looked towards the Wang family that he had only been hearing about in his ears for the past few days and had never seen their true colors. It's such a grand mansion. 2 brave stone statues sit in front of the door, symbolizing that wealth only comes in. A dozen or so strong-bodied houseguards with large swords looked warily at the crowd of armorers. My Wang family and the military camp have always been well away from each other. Why are you here? One of the houseguests asked loudly. This question instantly annoyed all the many soldiers. When I think of the past, when the great Jing suppressed the world, who saw this armor did not fear. Wherever the dying army went, it was always destroying the country and extinguishing the species, and the world was scared. Now even the family dog of a local squire dared to shout at them. That golden armor general looked at Tong Ru with a begging, inquiring gaze. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to kill the house servants. Duan Ru didn't let them down either. He raised his hand, 5 fingers slightly bent. The golden armor will instantly show the color of excitement. Immediately flew off the horse, drew his sword out of the sheath. The dozen or so strong and sturdy homeguards hacked to death. Those strong and sturdy household servants were nothing more than mortals. How could they be a match for a golden armor general in the middle stage of martial arts? Tang Ru, on the other hand, took the evidence of the Wang family's guilt from his waist, raised it in the air, and shouted, "The Wang family abducts and sells people, secretly keeps evil slaves to establish gangs, poison the people, defy the king's law. The whole family should be beheaded." The words were telling the people who were on the sidelines what they were doing and to get the hell out of there. Stop watching the show. After all, swords have no eyes. Sheets of incriminating evidence fell from the air, and some of the people picked them up and looked at them, and the word for word of untold evil made the hands of these people shake. The Wang family has killed more than thousands of people over the years, and the women and children abducted and trafficked together are even in the tens of thousands. Some of the people even saw in them their wives and daughters who had disappeared long ago. It can't be found. Long ago in the deep woods, in an unknown place as someone's wife's slave. How can he pay for the lives of his family? How can he pay? Evacuate the people and surround the mansion, let no one escape. After Dang Ru finished his instructions to the golden armored general, he flew off his horse and kicked open the closed door of the royal residence, smashing to death the 10 or so household guards behind the door who were preparing to ambush him with their swords. Tang Ru summoned the heart demon, and the heart demon put its palms together, and immediately after, its eyes violently turned red, revealing a touch of bloodlust, and instantly rushed into the crowd faster than Tang Ru. He has to be more brutal than Dang Ru killing people. Dang Ru killing people simply just crush the head and forget about it. Just looks brutal. But really the pain might not be as bad as wiping your neck. Whereas a heart demon kills by directly pulling out a person's heart and then he chews it up as soon as he puts it in his mouth. Chew the heart out of that person in front of the person who is still alive. It can be said that he is much more brutal than Dang Ru. Outside the gate of the mansion, 500 armored soldiers rolled over and dismounted their horses. One group of 5. One group 40 paces apart, encircling the Wang family's mansion, pillorying it. As for the mansion, it was Tang Ru and the heart demon who went on a killing spree. The ordinary household servants, killed. The cultivators, also killed. The Wang family members were not spared. Demon monk, my Wang family and you do not interfere with each other. You have repeatedly provoked me and my Wang family has not sought trouble from you. How dare you kill the door today? An angry voice sounded, and a middle-aged man leapt out with his eyes wide open. His realm was the middle stage of the Qi and Blood realm. It was one small realm higher than the current Tang Ru. The others, can you cope? Tang Ru asked as he looked to his heart demon. Don't underestimate the poor monk. You just let go and kill. The heart demon laughed with his palms together, and in the middle of the conversation, he pulled out the heart of a Wang family member with one hand and chewed it raw. For every person he killed, karma and bloodbaths would be counted on Dang Ru's head, as would his cultivation. It could be said that with the heart demon in place and a bunch of enemies, Tang Ru was equivalent to having an endless supply of backup energy. Up to this point, Tang Ru's fist utilized his strength and ruthlessly slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't expect Tang Ru to not only not run, but actually dare to welcome him. Bold! The middle-aged man punched Dang Ru and sent him flying 3 meters. This was the first time Dang Ru had been knocked out by a punch. In the past, he was the one who punched people away. But Duan Ru didn't care. As long as the middle-aged man couldn't kill him now, then the one who died would be this middle-aged man. Tang Ru removed his mask, revealing the half of his face that looked like the hideous face of an evil spirit, and threw his bucket hat on the ground. Wipe the blood from the corners of your mouth and laugh. Again, he used his strength on his feet and fought with his middle-aged man. Punch after punch smashed on the middle-aged man's head. Each punch, running to the middle-aged man's head hard to whack and go. Demon monk, you're crazy. The middle-aged man's face showed a hint of panic. This kind of life-threatening, only attacking but not defending style of fighting, he had never seen it at all. But he was at least the head of the family, and his fighting strength wasn't weak. And at that moment, he also gave up his defense and began to trade wounds for wounds with Tang Ru. Punch after punch slammed into the duo's heads like a blistering storm. There were no mouthpieces, no angry roars, just endless fists slamming into each other's heads. Every punch was running to take the opponent's life. But, There is only one difference. Dang Ru's aura became deeper and deeper the more he fought, while the middle-aged man's aura, however, was becoming more and more tired. The heart demon was still fighting, constantly fighting, and several Wang Clan Chi blood realm cultivators surrounded him, trying to beat him to death, but realized that they couldn't beat him at all. Break one up, and the mind will be able to reorganize immediately. And the heart demon was able to take the life of a random Wang family member as soon as it was resurrected. Bang! With one punch, the Wang family head's face was already a bloody mess. The householder's body crashed through several pillars and walls, eventually collapsing to the ground. You're crazy, you crazy monk. You've gone off the deep end practicing Zen. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Tong Ru and cursed in a stern and angry voice. No more nonsense, just come again. Tong Ru laughed loudly. That half-ghost, half-human face was now completely bloodied and looked openly reckless. He utilized his energy under his feet and flew up again, striking towards the family head, who didn't dare to slow down and got up to parry. But at this moment, his chi was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been born, so he simply could not afford to fight, allowing Dunru to land punch after punch. And with the killings on the side of the heart demon, Tang Ru's cultivation grew deeper and deeper. The heart demons are now slaughtering all the practitioners. Fast and furious, punch after punch was thrown at the householder's face, which was becoming more and more bloody. The householder's vision was also blurring. He couldn't see it. Not at all. It's over. Ah, you crazy monk. There are so many evil people in the world. With you, can you kill them? When the water is clear, there are no fish. Gurgling blood flowed from the corner of the family head's mouth, and he couldn't stop it. The poor monk only kills. How to cross is not the poor monk's business. When Tang Ru said that, he applied strength in his hands and his body moved with his fist. The force of this punch was so great that it directly whacked the head of the family. As for him, he had also managed to advance to the middle stage of Chi blood with the help of the death of the Wang family head. With his palms together, he chanted Amitba Buddha and turned his head to look at the several Chi blood realms that surrounded the heart demon. Without the slightest pause, Tong Ru killed towards those few Chi blood realms. Those few Chi blood realm cultivators were quickly and cleanly killed by Tong Ru. Recall the heart demon back into his body and put the mask and bucket hat back on again. Tong Ru began to clear out the leaks. Those who are karmically entangled kill, and those who are innocent live. Or rather, the maids and servants can live, and the young lady and gentleman die. Of course, this is not absolute, and there are some maids and servants that can't live, but Ms. Duke must die. Kill, 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 kill clean. The heart demon kept compelling in Dang Ru's ears. He tried to get Dang Ru to completely turn on his indiscriminate attacks and kill people who shouldn't be killed. He would then be able to take advantage of Tang Ru's loosened state of mind and take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, Dang Ru was not disturbed by these. He has his own code for killing. Those who are uninformed and unprofitable are not killed. Anyone who knows about it and participates in it will be slaughtered. If one is merely informed and not related to the Wang family by blood, one may stay. Tang Ru smashed the head of a Wang clan lady with one punch and slapped the head of a Wang clan male with another slap, like being in no man's land. What is unarmed? Unarmed. Unarmed. In Dang Ru, all will not work. He just kills people. How to judge is left to the Buddha. Killing the Buddha. Only killing and not crossing over. In the large mansion, people were constantly dying and blood was constantly flowing out. Body after body fell to the ground, or hung from a tree trunk or some kind of railing, or in a pond. The pond, originally a symbol of beauty, had been stained red with blood, and several bodies hung from the lofty wigwam. Relying on the Buddhists' lookout aptitude, Dang Ru's kills were particularly clean, froze without a single member of the Wang family left behind. From children down to the oldest of the old, all were slaughtered, chopped up. By the time the kills were complete, the blood aura on Dang Ru's body had thickened a few times. Dang Ru sat down cross-legged and began to recite the Earth's Door Main Wish Sutra. Of course, there is no merit. If there is merit in killing someone and giving them supernatural powers, then all the monks in the world would start chanting Amitba Buddha while sending them to the Western paradise. It's simply just a matter of decimation. There are some things that you can feel guilty about for the rest of your life, but you can't be scared for the rest of your life. After doing a set of processes, Dang Ru left the Swan family. Outside, the 500 armorers also killed some of the Wang family members who attempted to escape. My lord, you are a Buddhist monk? That gold-armored general swallowed his saliva and asked with a hint of fear on his face. Tang Ru's moves and stances carried the zen of Buddhism, but every move and every stance was a move to kill. He didn't even think of Tang Ru in the aspect of a Buddhist monk at first. Just think of it as some adult trying to play a Buddhist monk on a whim. Aha! Dang Ru nodded. The Wang family has been destroyed, and the Zhang and Li families are next. Destroy these two families and you can go back. To the gold-armored general muffled. My lord, Are you sent by the court? The golden armor general asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He looked forward to it day and night, all the time hoping that the court would regain control of the world, so that the royal law of the court would do what it should do, reward the good and punish the bad, and restrain the world's gentry and those who commit crimes. How majestic was Great Jing back then! Even the most remote small city had at least 10 true Qi realm cultivators sitting in it. A martial realm cultivator like him was only worthy of being a pawn. All the cultivation sects under the sky and all the great families were submissive. They do not dare to mess with the east or the west, let alone poisoning the people so blatantly. But today, even the 3 landlords and gentry of a small Wangshu city dare to ignore the law and override the local government. A horse's ass like him could be a general. Why? It wasn't because Daying's qi had run out, and all the cultivators who relied on qi cultivation had been greatly affected. As long as Daying's qi returns, then he will be able to reimpose the way of the king on the world, and the demons and monsters will bow their heads and walk with caution. The Golden Armor General expected Tang Ru to be a member of the imperial court for this very reason. Wangshu City was a small remote city, and once Wangshu City was able to send an official from the Qi blood realm, it meant that the court's qi had returned. I'm sorry to say that the poor monk is not a member of the court. The Great Jing's qi will end. No one can go against the heavens. The world knows that, and you don't have to hold out too much hope. Dang Ru could see what the Golden Armor General was thinking, but he wasn't about to relieve him. The Golden Armor General was in his 40s and should have realized it long ago. There's no need to make up a lie to comfort. He also has some feelings in his heart. Have reached the end of the year. Dying still have so many loyal officials and good generals. If replaced by the general feudal society, there is no such thing as qi haunted. That dying in should not be extinct. Dying's land carrying capacity is far from reaching its upper limit. Dying has run out of gas. The Golden Armor General muttered a couple of sentences. If such words were said in the past, he would have been arrested and killed in minutes. Not anymore, because Dying has really run out of gas. There's no way to afford to worry about the whispers. The poor monk can only help you to remove the first evil. As to whether Wangshu City can have a clear river and calm sea, and political harmony, it depends on the skill of the magistrate. I just hope that the poor monk will not look at the wrong person. Duanru said. Ha, the magistrate. He's just a purist. His heart is good, but his skills are lacking. The Golden Armored General exclaimed. If you have the ability, you would have already gone to engage in some joint and several schemes to alienate the 3 families and factions, but our magistrate does nothing. Oh, he did. He collected the evidence of the 3 families' sins and waited for the next magistrate or when Dying's qi was restored to liquidate them. But by then, I'm afraid it will be too late. This is not to blame for the magistrate. After all, he is only a first-class official. How to go to fight with the complicated roots of the local landlords? To put it mildly, the county magistrate as a 3 or 4 years. At most 10 years will be gone, while they, the gentry and magnates, but in this place to operate and take root for at least 100 years. Not having the ability to face difficulties, the poor monk helps him to kill until there are no difficulties, that is, if he is no longer able to cope with it, then it can only be said that the people of Wangshu City deserve it. Dang Ru muffled his voice. The master is so murderous. The Golden Armor General was silent for a moment and said, the poor monk is a stupid man, unable to realize the Buddha's teachings that can bring peace to the world, but only a kill. Tong Ru coldly said, and with a hard tightening of the horsewhip, he accelerated towards the Li family. Ha ha ha, the master is right. As long as one can kill, peace will prevail, sooner or later. The gold-armored general laughed, and with a tightening of his whip, followed, kill all 3 families, no leader convergence of evil, but a small evil, petty theft. The government can naturally do a good job, and with the leader of the evil, that will become a family, become a landlord and gentry. The government cannot control. It's not a falsehood to say that, by killing, you can kill a peaceful world. Rushed to the Li family, still killed those who barked wildly at the door, and then led 500 armored soldiers to surround the Li family residence. Scatter the evidence of the Li family's sins into the sky and tell the people what crimes the Li family has committed. Nearly 10,000 acres of fields were seized and countless people starved to death. The 3 great families really, each making their own money, each not interfering. One buys and sells people. One seizes farmland, one is better, but not much better, forcing good people into prostitution. Tang Ru then kicked the Li family's door open, summoned his heart demon, and began a new round of killing. The Li family had rushed out with his eyes wide open just like the Wang family had and fought with Tang Ru. Tang Ru, who was already in the middle stage of Qi blood, was already completely undefeated against the Li family head. It could even be said that it was pressing down on the Li family head. You crazy monk, did my Li family find you and mess with you? The Li family had strained to parry Tang Ru's lightning fast fists, He wasn't as decisive as the Wang family head. He was simply inexperienced in fighting, and he just defended one way or another in the face of the raging fists. There is nothing that cannot die, the people can starve, and you can be killed, Tang Ru shouted, while punching and then kicking. He was already in the Qi and Blood realm and still only knew some mortal body techniques. Tang Ru also did not intend to learn any spells and aptitudes, and physical fighting was the most sound. Crazy, just for a group of pariahs. You're going to slaughter more than 500 members of my Li family? The head of the Li family showed a look of fear. If you don't treat people like human beings, you want people to treat you like human beings? Dang Ru muffled a rhetorical question. And what about you? How have you ever treated us like human beings? The Li family head asked rhetorically. Nonsense. The poor monk has long since become inhuman. Dang Ru muffled his voice. You're talking to him like a miscreant? He loses if he hears a word. Also no longer with this Li family head to say more nonsense. A punch to death is, with his waist and body united. His fist drove his entire body to smash on the head of the Li family head. With a bang, it smashed it completely. In the ruins of the broken bricks and tiles, the body of the Li family head trembled twice, and then completely stopped moving. The head of the Li family, who had forcibly occupied 10,000 acres of good land and starved the people to death to provide for his family, ended his honorable life. After killing the head of the Li family, it took some time to slaughter everyone in the Li family. The uninformed maids and servants, of course, stayed behind. Killing Buddha. Killing comes first, Buddha comes second. Killing is only a means to an end. Getting rid of evil is the end. Occasionally decapitated. After all, a gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Last one. The Zhang family. Tang Ru held up his bucket hat and said to the golden armored general waiting outside the door. After destroying the Li family, his cultivation level was only one step away from the late Qi blood stage. After destroying the Zhang family, he would be able to reach the late Qi blood stage, and destroying the Void Sun sect would not be a problem. Yes, Master. The golden armored general nodded respectfully. By exterminating these three families, Wangshu City can be peaceful for a long time. Perhaps there will be a new trio of families in the future, just as dust will still be born after the room is cleaned. Cleaning, however, is not pointless. When you don't clean it, dust accumulates and eventually affects one's body. Evil, if not eliminated, will also accumulate more and more, first poisoning the people, and finally, the whole world, and will eventually backfire on the evil itself. Rush to Zhang's house. The Zhang family had already gotten the news, and one by one, the family guards were standing by with bows and crossbows in hand, and there were also martial artists at the entrance to press the issue. A crowd of people were driven to the steps in front of Zhang's house, each holding their heads and squatting, their faces panicked. Obviously, the people are hostages. If you retreat here, we will still keep our hands clean with the government, or else we will slaughter the heads of the people in order to taint the name of the government. That Zhang family head, a middle-aged man in brocade clothing with his hands behind his back, snapped. He was rather different from the other two house lords in that he was mortal. The other two family heads were Qi and Blood realm cultivators. He mastered the huge Zhang family in a mortal body, and he was also a ruthless and decisive person. The lives of the people were used to force the government to retreat. If it is ignored, then even if the Zhang family is destroyed, the government will never be able to establish its credibility. At the very least, it takes a long time to wash the floor. It's blatantly phallic. The Wang family head and the Li family head didn't use this kind of tactic, and it was also possible that Tang Ru came too quickly for them to even set up, and it took too much time to exterminate the Wang and Li families. The Zhang family had time to prepare. At the moment, in addition to the arrested people, there were many onlookers gathered around. As long as the government's army doesn't care and just kills people, then the government's credibility is completely finished. Taking hostages? Nice means, simple and effective indeed. Dang Ru muffled his praise, although he was not a member of the government. But, if the government lost its credibility, then after exterminating the three families, Wangshu City still could not be politicized. It defeats his purpose. Many thanks for the compliments, Master. Why don't you just retire? My Zhang family is different from the Wang and Li families. What we do is just running some greenhouse and gambling business. So why do we need to drive them to extinction? His Wang and Li families kept evil slaves, unable to distinguish between the high and the low, killing countless people. That's them deserved to die. My Zhang family just opened some greenhouses, earning some money for flesh and blood. My Zhang family can still provide food and clothing for those women, counting us still have a lot of merit and virtue. The Zhang family master waved his folding fan in his hand and was courteous. If not for his karmic obstacles, Tang Ru would have seriously believed his bullshit. Do you really think that the yellow flesh business is about a green industry where you are willing to do what you want? It's the forced prostitution and buying and selling of human beings that is the norm. Nice tactics, but unfortunately, you don't know your enemy well enough. Dang Ru didn't bother to say too much and just said this. The Zhang family head froze for a moment. Suddenly, a feeling of being stared at by a man-eating flooding beast struck. Not waiting for the Zhang family head to give the order. A pitch-black shadow lifted a pitch-black hand and instantly slapped his head to pieces. He does have good tactics, ruthless enough and decisive enough, but he didn't know that such a thing as a heart demon existed. In the end, gaming is more than both sides who can hide. Who is more courageous? He was brave enough, ruthless enough, but not enough to hide. Those household servants, as well as the cultivators of the Zhang family, were all dumbfounded. The head of their family is dead? It's too sudden. Tang Ru did not hesitate, and immediately leapt up, grabbing the heads of the two chi-blooded cultivators of the Zhang clan with both hands, and the two of them were grabbed away from the scene without even reacting. The Zhang family's front door was directly collapsed by the trio. With a thud, the two were pushed into the hard ground, their heads instantly bloody. The heart demon, on the other hand, was shaped like a ghost, and bloodied the household guards and practitioners who were holding the people hostage. Those cultivators and householders didn't even react at all. Their heads were empty and they couldn't afford to have any thoughts. The heart demon. The best thing about it is that it is a god that compels people. Take the enemy's mind, so that they can't tear the ticket in time, and then just kill them with one blow. Freeing the people, the 500 armored soldiers behind him immediately surrounded and sheltered the people behind them. Soon, the tragedy that belonged to the Zhang family also began. Shouting and killing, begging for mercy, the sound of gold and iron clanking, the sound of blood and flesh crumbling, countless voices mixed together. The large mansion was extraordinarily noisy. Those cries and wails and pleas for mercy rang in Dang Ru's ears. The voice of the heart demon was also ungrateful for the constant strife in his ears. Duan Ru doesn't care, doesn't listen, just kills. But the voices were not something he could ignore if he chose not to. It's like removing poor people from the streets doesn't mean there are no more poor people in the world. Just because you cover your ears doesn't mean the sounds go away. Kill, kill, kill. All things are born to nourish man, and man has nothing to repay heaven. Just kill. The demons of the mind kept compelling in his ears. The path to kill the Buddha is very treacherous. Once intoxicated with killing, the mind takes advantage of the situation. Once you are unwilling to stop killing with killing, the mind will also take advantage of the situation. The killing Buddha needs to hold that thin line between endless killing and complete conversion to no more killing. The slightest deviation will result in the entry of a demon into the body, and the soul will be dispersed. But the wind and waves are big and the fish are expensive. And the fast, incomparable and solid cultivation speed of the killing Buddha is something that no other kung fu can catch up with. Listen to the wailing in your ears, the compulsion of the mind. Tang Ru hammered the head of a Zhang clan cultivator with his fist. Kill, kill, those maids, servants, and do not keep them, just kill everyone, and the world will be clean, and there will be no more strife. No more hunger, no more sickness, and no more evil in the world. The heart demon's voice was evil and full of compulsion, and his voice echoed in Tang Ru's ears 360 degrees without a dead angle. For every person he killed, he repeated it. Fucking hell, it's annoying, will you shut up? Dang Ru cracks a male with a punch to the head. Blood splattered onto a loud crying maid on the side, who instantly shut her mouth and looked on aggrieved and full of fear. Dang Ru glanced away, regardless of the maid. She doesn't have karma on her. Instead she has injuries. She's just paid to serve her so-called masters and give them a pity party to vent on. She doesn't belong in the damned. The more the mind demon wanted him to indulge in killing, the less he would. He only kills what needs to be killed. Skipping over the crying maid, Tang Ru continued to kill, one life after another passing through his hands. Not that it hurt, but the thought that these people had victimized would have their revenge avenged because of his act of slaughter today gave him a sense of pleasure. In life, one should be clear about good and evil. And it is a pleasure to kill the evildoers in the red dust. The killing went on for a long time before it subsided. The chants of the heart demons had also subsided. This essence, fuck, it's positively evil. He doesn't seem to be at all numb or become bloodthirsty and indiscriminate because he kills too many people. He always kills only those who should be killed, and none of those who shouldn't be killed. No matter how much he chanted in his ear, he just wouldn't listen. Tang Ru walked out of the Zhang family, which was already littered with corpses, and his realm was elevated to the late Qi blood stage. With frequent killings, one day of his life could be worth decades of an unusual person's life. The three families have been slaughtered, and the general may return to camp. Tell the magistrate that the poor monk expects that he will be a good official. Tang Ru closed his palms and muffled his voice, unclasping half of the tiger talisman from his waist and throwing it to the golden armored general. Master, don't worry. The golden-armored general bent down and saluted, tucking the tiger talisman into his waist. Where does the master wish to go next? The golden-armored general inquired aloud. Since I have stepped on 1,000 mountains for 1,000,000 miles, listened to 10,000 waters wash the pines, leveled injustice where there is injustice, cut off evil when it comes to evil, and raised good when it comes to good. Dangru took off his mask and pinned it to his waist, laughing aloud. He instantly startled the crowd with this removal of his mask. The 500 armored soldiers and the people passing by showed their astonished gazes, and some of the timid people even ran away screaming. The golden-armored general was silent for a moment. It wasn't like he hadn't seen disfigured people before, but it's true that I've never seen anyone disfigured like that and still half intact. It's too weird. The way the half-human, half-ghost-looking monk in front of him laughed out loud actually made him feel that the monk had a bit of dominance and a bit of chivalry. Ha 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 ha. The master is truly different from the norm. A wonderful person. If there is a chance that the master will return to our Wanshu city, the last general will surely have a drink with the master. The golden-armored general was worthy of being a general. And this mental endurance and reaction ability alone was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. There will be a chance. The poor monk has the intuition that the karma between Wanshu City and the poor monk is not yet broken. Dangru laughed lightly, his smile a bit grim. He put the mask back on and chanted Umatba with his palms together. Then he left alone. Those 500 armored soldiers and golden armored generals just watched him leave. And it was only until the white-robed back was completely out of sight that these armored soldiers rolled onto their horses and fought their way back to the camp. The Void Sun sect. Tongru looked at the large and imposing mountain gate in front of him and recited under his breath. He had originally wanted to directly destroy the Void Sun sect to complete the karma of saving people to the end. But he decided to take a second look out of his good sense of Taoism. A high monk does not disparage the way, and a high way does not dishonor the monk. Although he, Deng, was not considered to be a high monk, as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, he had a good feeling about Taoism. There is a filter in place. If he hadn't picked up the inheritance of the killing Buddha, he had come to this world instead preferring to go as an idle little Taoist priest. Senior, please stop. Ahead is my Void Sun sect's mountain gate. Please stop. Two young Taoist priests, with a Taiji sword in their hands, blocked Tongru's path. Amitba Buddha, the poor monk is killing lives and passing by your sect. I would like to borrow your precious place to rest for a while. I wonder if I can fulfill my wish. Dangru put his palms together and said, Elder, please wait a moment. The two Taoist priests looked at each other twice, and although they felt that it was impossible for a Buddhist monk to take such a dharma name as killing life, they decided to go and inform the others. With pleasure. Tangru frowned as he looked at the two young Taoist priests in front of him. The duo also had bloodbaths and karma on them, but it is not clear whether it was caused by chivalry or the slaughter of innocents. After all, the heavenly Tao is constant, and killing people accumulates karma, regardless of whether the killing is evil or good. Can't be too arbitrary. The previous killings were all based on solid evidence of evil, but in fact, Dangru knew in his heart that no matter how heavy he was on the Taoist filter, the Void Sun sect in front of him, which kept gangsters, was definitely not clean. Better watch it for a while. Just give it an extra chance for being a disciple of Taoism. Master, the sect leader has an invitation. Two Taoist priests came out with hurried steps and said to Tangru, Goodness. Dangru put his palms together and followed. The two young Taoist priests led Tangru inside a hall. There were a few old Taoist priests sitting in the hall, as well as Taoist priest Zisu, whom Tangru had met before. Master, after parting yesterday, I didn't expect to meet again today. Zisu smiled and greeted Dangru. At the same time, he quietly transmitted his voice to ask the purple-clothed old Taoist at the side. Senior brother Ziyong, what realm is this monk in today? A drop of cold sweat flowed from the corner of old Taoist Ziyong's forehead. He transmitted his voice back. Then the old path. Only higher. Zishu blushed. This monk ate his mom's monk for a long time, didn't he? One must know that he had only seen this monk at the early stage of martial arts at the very beginning. Now it was stronger than even the Void Sun sect master. Taoist Ziyong, who was in the late stage of the Qi blood realm. Is there any justice in this? He's been cultivating the Tao for so many years. What kind of shit he's been cultivating? Ha 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 ha. Fellow Taoist slayer, we heard that you exterminated the Wang Zhangli family in Wangshu city under the mountain? Zishio gave a very knowledgeable harumph, throwing away the original idea of directly asking Taoist Ziyong to suppress Tangru here. A monk is so perverted. If this kills and draws out the Zen behind the person, then it's not the end of the story. A great cause will be accomplished. It's better not to provoke right and wrong. The three families are unkind to the rich and oppress the people. Heaven and earth will not allow them to die by themselves. The poor monk has come to put an end to them. Tangru's words were sort of a direct admission. Three families have been destroyed by him. What's the problem? Zisu's white Taoist robe was directly drenched in cold sweat. This. When he heard that the three families had been wiped out, the first thing he thought of was the rather murderous monk in front of him. But thinking that this monk had just broken through the Chi blood realm, how could he be a match for those three veteran Chi blood realms of the three families? I didn't expect him to actually give it out. When the three families joined forces, the Void Sun sect would have to weigh in. Didn't realize. But it also sidesteps one thing. Just hurry up and snub this monk. The Ghost Gate program, then, was able to walk away with the job ahead of schedule. The only resistance was gone. And now, Wangshu City was the little petite girl who was at the mercy of the Void Sun sect. Or the little petite girl inside the chamber. I can't ask for heaven. I can't ask for earth. Ha ha ha, Master is truly cynical. I wonder where Master wants to go next. My Void Sun sect has never oppressed the people, so why don't you just leave? Zisu laughed and tried to get Tang Ru to hurry up and leave. But the more he did, the more Dang Ru felt something was wrong. Today, I killed nearly 3,000 people in a row. I'm a bit tired and would like to borrow your sex land to stay for a while. I wonder if you'd like to do so. Dang Ru put his palms together and said, Ahahaha, Master is willing to come to our Void Sun sect to stay overnight. That's our Void Sun sect's honor. I'm calling to arrange for someone to arrange a room for Master. Zisu just wanted to curse his mother, wanting to say what do you take his Void Sun sect for? Come when you want and stay when you want? However, when he thought about the fact that this killing star in front of him had just broken through the Chi blood realm and destroyed 3 families, he instantly became softer. It's just a place to live, isn't it? Live large. Good. The poor monk here thanks you, fellow Taoist. Tang Ru put his palms together, and although his mouth said politely, his posture did not see the slightest bowing of the head. Zisu also didn't want to bother with Dang Ru more about such minutiae. He just wanted to hurry up and send Dang Ru away so he could execute the Ghost Gate plan. Men, arrange a fine room for Master Slayer to stay in. Zisu yelled at once. A few little Taoist priests immediately walked in and saluted Tang Ru. Senior, we'll arrange a room for you. Many thanks to you two Taoists. Tang Ru nodded his head and left after a few of the young Taoist priests. Zisu looked at Tang Ru's departing back and let out a long sigh of relief. If he could, he really didn't want to provoke this monk. Too much killing. Too brutal. Moreover, this monk seemed to be cynical. If this monk knew about their True Sun sect's plan, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Supreme Envoy, what should we do about this monk? Although Lao Dao alone may not be his opponent, Lao Dao and the 2 senior disciples are forming the 3 talents formation, so he may not be able to escape. Taoist Ziyang asked with a fierce expression on his face. No, I can't. It's better to get rid of him in a hurry for more than one thing. Zisu shook his head repeatedly, sneaking around and following Tang Ru for so long, watching Tang Ru kill so many people. He was scared to death. Just as well. More is better than less. Taoist Ziyang nodded his head and took a sip of tea, suppressing the killing intent that had just risen. Sidekicks. They deserve to be called Tao. Tang Ru followed a few young Taoist priests walking in the Void Sun sect. He sighed with some hatred. He sensed that this place, the Void Sun sect, was full of grievances. Obviously, no matter how much he liked Taoism, this Void Sun sect in front of him was definitely not clean. No, this Shuyang sect is not Taoism. It's just a side channel. The real Taoism, although it will not be like what the Earth's netizens bragged about, the chaotic world will certainly go down to the mountain to help the world to save people, but also will not use the blood of living beings to cultivate. True Taoism fights with heaven and earth, but only not with the innocent, taking the essence of heaven and earth, invading the mystery of the sun and the moon, practicing a bone of the spirit of Qing, since a mouthful of clear air in their own cycle of heaven, free and easy. In a word, Taoism, is you love to believe or not. Do not believe even if. I will not force you to believe, not to mention will not harm your life. Occasionally karma arrived. I will also save your life. The Void Sun sect, this one is full of blood. The place where it is located is even more grievous. It is not a righteous path at all. Tang Ru had already decided to destroy the Void Sun sect after finding out the cause of the grievances. Saving lives to the end and getting rid of evil. Only on Tang Ru. The heart demon that turned into a black shadow left Tang Ru's body and went to investigate the cause of the grievances as Tang Ru instructed. Tang Ru went to the room arranged for him by a few small Taoist priests and sat cross-legged, chanting Buddha's sutras as a way to suppress the majestic karma and blood chi in his body. The heart demon, on the other hand, happily wandered through the mountain gates of the Void Sun sect. A little look here, a little sniff there. In the end, the target was locked inside the grand hall of the Void Sun sect. If one must know the unseemly things a power does, a party with just their own people, then, is the best place to get information. The heart demon is witty as all get out. He was a heart demon, hidden, and apart from the main body, even someone 2 great realms higher than him wouldn't be able to discover it. The bullnoses of the Void Sun sect were not even close to discovering him. Senior brother Ziyong, is the formation arrangement there in the basement secure? In the Heart Demon's perspective, as soon as Tang Ru walked away, that Zisu lost his obsequious appearance. He began to assume the majesty of a superior ambassador, not exactly condescending, but never groveling either. Steady, even if a cultivator at the peak of true chi came, he wouldn't notice, let alone that monk. Taoist Ziyang said, well, we can't let that monk find out about those human sacrifices, or not to say that our little lives are not guaranteed. At least, we have to have a lot of energy. Zishu emphasized, that monk is a cynical one. Once he finds out that their Void Sun sect is sacrificing human beings and forming a formation to sacrifice the Ghost sect, that's not going to be pleasant. When the Heart Demon heard this, he retreated. There's no need to listen. All that the ontology needs is the fact that they committed the murder. As soon as it is established, then all that has to be done is to get rid of the evil. As for where those human sacrifices are being held, it doesn't matter. After you kill it, you can ask for clarification. But at the moment the Mind Demon didn't particularly want to go back to his life. He wanted to wave a little more. After all, there isn't a lot of free time. Late at night, Tongru sat cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes, and lit the candle flame in the room. A black shadow vanished and appeared as a handsome monk. The expectation is not wrong. They are indeed doing things that scourge the people. From the mouth of Zisu Ziyong, as well as those of the elders and disciples, the poor monk roughly speculated the process of their evil deeds. The Heart Demon said. Tongru nodded slightly and stretched out a finger to point, signaling him to continue. The Ghost Gate is about to open, and they want to rely on blood sacrifices of the people of Wangshu City, hundreds of thousands of lives, to hold up the Ghost Gate, so that they can attack and defend themselves in this way, and in this way they can face the upcoming chaos in the world. They've also captured a group of people now, known as human sacrifices, and are hiding them in formations, just waiting to be sacrificed as soon as we leave. Oh, by the way, if you hadn't exterminated the 3 families, they would probably have been slower. The Heart Demon said with a wicked smile. You're dedicated, Tangru said in a double entendre, and he gently tapped his forehead, revealing a headache and remorse. But in reality, it's a pretense for the mind. No, don't you have an ounce of regret? The Heart Demon was full of doubts. Regret what? Regretting that by getting rid of the 3 families, the Void Sun sect will be able to blood sacrifice Wangshu City with impunity and without hindrance? Tongru laughed lightly. Shouldn't it? The Heart Demon asked rhetorically. 3 families shouldn't be removed? Dangru asked rhetorically. But you are so reckless. Before the Heart Demon could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tongru, looking at his Heart Demon through the mask with cold eyes. The sins of the Void Sun sect, what does it have to do with me? If I need to think about the consequences of every evil, then I simply don't. Which of those villains doesn't have an 80-year-old mother waiting to feed her child? He created his sins. I eliminate my evil. Encounter will be chopped. Encounter cannot be his. Wangshu City people deserve it. Rather than my fault, is not my removal of the 3 families? Wangshu people are not cheering? Duanru retorted. If someone does something bad because of good intentions, or does something good but it leads to bad consequences, it doesn't mean that doing good is wrong. If you give up doing good because of the possible bad consequences, that's choking on what you've done. One can only say that people are not saints, and that the world has been made to change. It would be hooliganism to impose on the person doing good the evil consequences of doing good because of all the other external factors. Come on, I can't talk to you. Just tell me, what's it going to take? The Mind Demon reaches out and shows that he doesn't want to hear you blah blah blah. You're justified either way. Naturally, a clean kill. Dongru laughed lightly. The only reason why I stayed until now was because of my good opinion of Taoism. Right now these people were not in line with the Taoism in his heart, and that good feeling would naturally not settle on them. They, in Tangru's eyes, were not worthy of monasticism, not orthodox. Orthodox Taoism takes away the essence of heaven and earth, and the mysteries of the sun and moon, but it will not take away the lives of the people. Like them, they are nothing but evil devils. Okay, old rules, you deal with the most dickish ones bullnose. I'll help you stall those juniors. The Heart Demon laughed, his face showing anticipation. He's, so murderous. Good. Dangru nodded and leapt off the bed with a jerk, putting the bucket hat from the table back on his head. In 3 or 2 steps, he reappeared, already at the door. Elder, where are you heading late at night? The 2 young Taoist priests guarding the doorway inquired. Bang! A sound of blood and flesh breaking apart rang out, and the 2 young Taoist priests instantly realized where Dangru was going to go from there. But sadly, they could no longer tell their masters. 2 headless bodies crumpled, The loud noise attracted the attention of the entire Void Sun sect, as one by one, the lights lit up from room to room only to be abruptly extinguished after a tragic scream. That's when the demons of the mind start to kick in. Taoist Ziyong rushed over with his two late-stage Chi Blood Master brothers. Demon Monk. Taoist Ziyong's beard and hair were all agape as he glared angrily at Tang Ru. Tang Ru was not in a hurry, and his expression under the icy mask did not even fluctuate a bit. With an instantaneous body, he arrived in front of Ziyong real person, and with a knee top, he kicked Ziyong real person tens of meters away. The Ziyong real person who was kicked away spat out a mouthful of old blood in the air before falling heavily to the ground. And it was so fast that real Ziyong didn't even react before Dang Ru kicked him away with his knee. Demon Monk, one by one, really shouted the poor monk's heart-messy ear annoying you guys before you die, will not give the poor monk to think of a better sounding title? Tang Ru let out a long sigh and shook his head slightly as he beckoned with one hand to counter the attacks of the two Void Sun Elder Taoists who had reacted and made a counterattack, sending the two of them flying straight away as well. This demonic monk is quite strong in battle. Two senior brothers quickly formed the three talents formation with Lao Dao. Real Ziyong spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to call out to the two senior brothers to form a formation. The two green-robed and white-robed old Taoists quickly leapt towards Taoist Ziyong and were about to form a formation. Suddenly, a white-clothed residual shadow appeared in front of the two of them, followed by a huge force, and they were knocked back before they could reach old Taoist Ziyong. Dang Ru was somewhat speechless. You're still saying it out loud, afraid that this demon monk won't hear you? He just wears a mask and a bucket hat, not earplugs. The three old Taoists were knocked to the ground one after another, their blood seemingly spitting out like they didn't need any money. Tang Ru wouldn't give them a chance, and with his feet energized, he ran towards the three, one by one, kicking the three into the sky, and then he leapt up and kicked three more times, stomping the three to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Weak, too weak. The side door is the side door. Orthodox Taoists cultivate the mind and body. How could it be as weak as you and others? Just like the pavilion in the air, the pillar of decay, looks majestic, but in fact, it will be shattered with a bang. Dang Ru was a little disgruntled, having thought that the three old Taoist priests would be able to give him a little bit of thrill in battle. I didn't realize it was a hanging. This reinforced his idea that this Void Sun sect, including that True Sun sect, were not orthodox. Shucks, you monk, how can you talk about the orthodoxy of my Tao? Cultivate your Buddha properly, participate in your Zen, and you deserve to talk about the Tao? Old Taoist Ziyong spat violently, involving the usual. He could not argue. You could even say he's not a nice guy, because he's not much of a nice guy at all. There's not much to argue with. But you're a fucking monk saying that he Taoist is not an orthodox Taoist. Who are you? In the face of old Taoist Ziyong's questioning, Tang Ru had two choices to take. The first one, reciting the Tao Te Ching prosperity, a Taoist canon not found in this world, to this old native in front of him, had two possibilities. 1. The old pusher Den couldn't understand and cursed. 2. The old pusher Den got it and exclaimed bull. But what's the point? The Tao Te Ching, the prosperous journey, are the wisdom of the ancestors, not his Tao. You can look at it, you can learn from it, and you alone can't show it off complacently. Not to mention, tisk, Dang Ru lightly sked, 2 legs to transport energy, body with the leg movement, a kick to the purple young Taoist kick flying. How can a sidekick deserve to hear about the great way? Saying that, Tang Ru leapt up and flew up to give Taoist Ziyong a kick down, cracking the floor. In his eyes, the side door does not deserve to be called a Taoist priest at all, just like a monk listed in a luxury car or a beautiful woman does not deserve to be called a monk. How can you call yourself a Taoist priest when you are practicing a side path practiced with the blood of innocent people? Don't fucking sully the reputation of the Taoist lintel. Ahem. Taoist Ziyong spat out a mouthful of old blood. The vitality of the late Chi blood realm was very strong. If an ordinary Chi blood stage cultivator had taken such a few hits, he would have gone to see Buddha. As for Taoist Ziyong, he only coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and suffered some internal injuries. That's a lot of internal damage though. That Ziyong Taoist had managed to find a moment of respite with the help of his 2 senior brothers, and before he could catch his breath for long, his 2 senior brothers were kicked away by Tang Ru. He continued to get caught up in the beating. Sandbag-sized fists fell like rain, and that old face of old Taoist Ziyong was beaten to a bloody pulp. Why? Just grab the old path alone to fight. Ziyong old Taoist finished his last words, did not take a breath, then his head tilted, died in the past. There is nothing heroic, nothing cursing, only a strong doubt. He was all 10% of the ability to play, only 5% of the ability to be beaten. Was Dang Ru to the living death. He was not willing to A wisp of solidified soul floated up from the corpse. The Buddhist and Taoist schools are much more advanced in their study of the soul than other schools. Generally, when Buddhist and Taoist cultivators reach the chi and blood realm, their souls will no longer be mediocre and will be able to remain clear and spiritual, untainted by the turbidity of the world, and retain their consciousness. Taoist true cultivators or Buddhist monks, their souls can leave their bodies at any time, anywhere, without fear of the turbid chi of the world, and are generally the same as their physical bodies. Generally in this realm, if you are willing to take some shortcuts and take the path of a necromantic immortal, you will be considered a success. And with that, others who wanted to beat the souls out of the two cultivators would not need to recite any Earthstore Benediction Sutra to fool them. Like right now, for example, Tangru violently closed his palms, blood chi and baleful chi erupted from his hands, slapping the old Taoist of Ziyang out of his mind. The master killer himself overpowered the situation, and the cluelessness didn't hurt his brain. Reaching out again, he gave one of the two old Taoists who were attacking him a big sinus, slapping both of them out of the way. The two old Taoists fell to the ground with a thud. Now that Ziyang was dead, it was no longer possible for them to form the three talents formation. At this moment, the only way for them is to die. I shouldn't have listened to that Zishu in the first place and left this demon monk alive. The two old Taoists were regretting it at the moment. In the beginning, if we had taken advantage of the fact that this monk was only in the martial realm to directly exterminate him, where would things be today? Even if it led to retaliation from the Zen sect behind this monk, it was better than being killed by the monk himself right now. God damn it. Why is this monk like eating monk fast growth? One small realm a day. Obviously they also blood sacrifices and kill people. How come they didn't grow so fast in their realm? Without waiting for the two old Taoists to regret too much, two broad palms gently and tenderly covered their old faces. Immediately afterward, a huge force came, and the two old Taoists only felt the wind whistling past their ears. Their heads smashed through layer after layer of walls, and they didn't manage to stop until they smashed into a layer of stone walls and had half their heads pushed in. The cultivation of the two men was not as resistant to beating as Ziyang, and their bodies trembled twice before they went soft, and the two strands of the same solidified souls floated up. Amit Ba. Dangru put his palms together and slapped the two wisps of souls. After collecting the three strongest old Taoists of the Void Sun sect, Dangru then went to help his own demons. The Void Sun sect still had a few old Taoist priests of the Chi and Blood realm, but they were entangled by the heart demon that couldn't be defeated no matter how hard they fought. The mind magic does work quite well. If you don't push Lai Lai in his ear every day, that's even better. Come on, hit me, old Danger, haven't you eaten? So light? You can't beat me up. Grandpa Monk. The white-robed monk that the heart demon had transformed into floated around in the air with a frivolous face. A few old Taoist priests below, using the dust whisks or magic swords in their hands, swung them vigorously into the air, striking out Dao Chi energy, but they were all dodged by heart demons that could fly, with the occasional graze. That heart demon also revealed a look of extreme enjoyment. By the way, yes, that's the force. Comfortable. The heart demon had a look of enjoyment on his face, as if it wasn't an attack that was going to kill him, but the small hands of the bodhisattvas massaging him in the foot-washing store. All in all, the provocation level is pulled right up to full. A few old Taoists rose up with red faces and thick necks, and with each move, they struck with great enmity. Damn it, what the hell is this? The martial artist realm can fly and can't be killed by fighting? A few old Taoists were furious and blew their beards, but they couldn't do anything about the heart demon. They could see that the heart demon in front of them was not the monk from the daytime. After all, if it was really that monk, he would have slapped them to death long ago. Where else would they be dragging them around for so long? Mind the devil. Return. A dull voice rang out. The white-robed monk that had been troubling the crowd of elders instantly traveled far away and entered the body of another white-robed monk. The crowd of old Taoists were relieved for a moment. They would, right now, rather be dead than be toyed with by that ghostly thing. Tangru looked at these old Taoists, and without saying a word, each of them received a slap. Send them to feather their nests on the spot, and then they beat their souls to death. Have you exterminated the rest of this sect? After killing the man, Tangru closed his palms and asked about the mind demon that was on his body. Kill it clean and leave that Zihu, so you can go to him and ask questions. The heart demon said. Good. Tangru followed the guidance of the heart demon, leaping through the air 2 steps at a time, and soon found Zisu, who was leaning against the root of the wall and was tied up by the heart demon in 5 different ways. Say, where is the human sacrifice? Speak up, and the poor monk may spare you from death. Tangru asked in a cold voice with his hands behind his back. Oh, guess what? A righteous warrior, wanting to be chivalrous and righteous. Where can you wait for an evil man like me to obediently tell you the answer? Zisu laughed, leaning against the wall with a bit of weakness on his face. You've got a few things going for you. But if you ask the poor monk to guess, and the poor monk guesses, then wouldn't the poor monk lose face? Dangru smiled faintly, but his icy mask could not reveal any expression. He reached out, picking Zishu up. Pop is a big mouth. Say no? Ha, if you're so good at it, go find it yourself, and maybe even overpower them. Slap, another big mouth. Say no? No. Slap, another big mouth. Say no? No. Snap. Dangru had to ask if he was going to say anything with every big smack. As soon as Zishu opened his mouth, not the answer he wanted. He raised his hand and gave a big mouthful. Tough? Let's see if the great memory recovery technique works, or if your Zishu's bones are hard. Sinus after sinus hit Zishu's face, leaving his handsome one swollen like a bun. Compared to Dangru's scowling face, in the ugly department, no less. Woo or, ow, sorry, poor monk strung out, say it or not. Without waiting for Zishu to reply, Dangru landed another big sinus shot. I said, don't fight. Zishu couldn't maintain the demeanor of an elegant villain at this moment. God damn it, the monk in front of me is like a machine. He doesn't fight you, he just asks you a yes or no question. Just don't say it, then no matter what you say, you'll get a big sinus in return. Pity his handsome and dashingly handsome face, which was now swollen like anything. Say, Tongru said blandly, on Huiyang Hall, on the bricks under that eunuch's chair, you go and step on it, and you'll find the human sacrifice. With a swollen face, Zihua blurted out all these things. Goodness. Dangru laughed softly and was about to reach out and strangle Zishu. Wait, Zishu suddenly spoke out. And last words? Dongru asked. I'm convinced that you're really out to get rid of violence. Zishu didn't beg for mercy. He just laughed, only to see gurgling blood spit out of his mouth. You may not believe me when I say it, but back then, I also thought of being like you, being a chivalrous and fastidious person, and worshipped the true Yang sect, wanting to seek a long and comfortable life. Our Taoist ancestral court's ancestor's son who came to the True Sun sect to preach said that he had a lot of teachings he could teach us, and when he said the first one, I was moved and said I wanted to learn it, and I learned a method for raising soldiers and horses and imperial spirits. At that time, the ancestor's son was filled with regret as he looked at us, the Taoist children who chose the first Dharma door and the other Dharma doors, and just couldn't stop sighing and shaking his head. At that time, I didn't know why he was sighing. Now that I've seen a pure person like you, I kind of know why the ancestor child sighed. Zishu didn't care whether Tangru was listening or not. He was just talking to himself. Back then, the one who chose the first Dharma door would only be a side door, and the one who chose the second Dharma door would only be a Tao to cultivate the body and nurture the sex. But it was a senior brother who said that he would not learn this or that, and now it is an inner Dan that sets the tripod, and longevity is in sight. I, for one, was long ago lost before the first temptation. It's nice to be like you, the temptation is what you seek. It's nice to be, in mortal terms, lucky to be able to turn your interests into your livelihood. Zisu's voice grew weaker and weaker, gradually dying out. Gradually, not even breathing. Dangru sat down cross-legged in front of Zisu's corpse and recited a Jizo Benzai Sutra. He certainly wasn't going to let Zishu off the hook just because he spoke from the bottom of his lungs. The fact that he had the guts to kill himself can only mean that he counts, but that doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to die. But indeed, Zishu was right. He, Dangru, was lucky that the path of the killing Buddha fit with his nature. And not everyone in this world can follow a path that fits with their personality. Just as many kids who like veteran barbecue run off to become sales and auto mechanics in general. To be able to use a path that is compatible with one's character to go on to seek immortality is already heaven's great fortune. After transcending Zishu's soul into a spirit, Dangru followed Zishu's words and found the brick under the Taisher chair in Huiyang Hall. Light a lamp and stomp it down by the light of the fire. As if on cue, the door behind him opened. A deep tunnel was revealed, as if inviting Dangru to take a look inside. Dangru reached out and lit the 2 rows of candles in the secret passage. The candle flickered, bringing light to the darkened secret passage. It is rather like 1,000 years of darkroom. A light is bright. Dangru laughed at the thought to himself and followed the secret passage. Sure enough, a large group of ragged men and women were seen sitting in the empty basement with their hands bound. The number was well over 1,000. There are also endless grievances lingering in this chamber. The souls of those who shall not be relieved of their grievances. Looking at the terrified-looking crowd, Tongru couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there is a shortage of everything but people. Tens of thousands starved to death. Tens of thousands were abducted and sold. And the Void Sun sect was still able to capture thousands of people at a time to set up a formation. O mortals, truly they are as weeds, which grow again in the spring. But his springtime weeds are you and me. Don't panic. The poor monk is here to save you all from the sea of suffering. Dangru put his palms together and spoke out to appease him. The mind demon went out of his body and cut the twine that bound the men. Those people reached out and looked at their hands that were able to move freely with a look of excitement. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Thousands of people fell to their knees in unison, only to feel that what was in front of them was not a monk. It's the Buddha himself. What is it that can save their lives at a time of despair? If not Buddha? Or whoever can come to their rescue is the Buddha. Tang-ru nodded slightly and accepted the pilgrimage of these people. And then he sat down on his knees and began to recite the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra. This basement was heavy with grievances, and it was obvious that there were many grievous souls, or traces of the presence of grievous souls. Transcend some. The people in the basement only felt the Buddha's light shining throughout the dark basement. This dark, damp, and still smelly basement was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. They feel, their minds, elevated, a sense of comfort in dying to be transcended. After a wisp of wronged souls emitted a burst of golden light, an existence similar to a ghostbuster or something like that appeared at their side. Those ghostly messengers gave a slight salute to Tang-ru, and then extradited those confused souls into the underworld. That's where the dead should be. Go with the poor monk, Tang-ru said to the people who were immersed in the sound of chanting scriptures. In the middle of the night, with over 1,000 people, they couldn't return to Wangshu City without a cultivator to lead them. There is a curfew in Wangshu City. After the hour of midnight, the city gates are closed and no one is allowed to enter or leave the city. Those people looked at Tang-ru, and out of their trust in the good old Buddhist sects of this world, they followed in his footsteps. Anyone could have been the one who tricked them out and killed them, only not the Buddhists, because the Buddhists are afraid of getting blood on their hands. Tang-ru was followed by thousands of people, each with slow footsteps, leaving the mountain gate where the Void Sun sect was located, back to the entrance of Wangshu City. At this moment, the gates of Wangshu City were tightly closed, and only sporadic 3 or 5 government officials were patrolling around the city walls. 2 other armorers stood at the gates, dozing. Enemy attack. Black light. A few yamen found a large number of people came in the distance in the dark, immediately beat the gong and drums, shouting. The 2 armorers at the entrance of the city who were leaning on their park swords and dozing off immediately woke up, and the 2 of them wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths and looked into the distance. Looking through the moonlight, I really found a huge pile of people rushing this way. Enemy. Before an armorer could shout the word enemy attack, another armorer punched him. Enemy attack. What enemy attack? That leader is the master. Master, the dress you do not recognize? Ah, another armorer said, pointing into the distance. How long has it been since we killed the master in the daytime? You don't recognize it in the dark? Ha, a master. Ha, the soldier who was slapped quickly reacted and gazed through the moonlight. And indeed, the one who was in the lead, was a monk in white monk's clothes with a bucket hat on his head, and that iconic iron mask was really impressive. The 2 armorers immediately ran to Tang-ru and saluted. We have met the master. Tang-ru nodded his head, signaling that he had heard. Master, what are you doing? Going somewhere to punish evil again? An armorer looked at the people behind Tang-ru and asked. The Void Sun sect. Duan-ru said. This startled the 2 armorers. That's the Void Sun sect. Unlike the 3 families, the Void Sun sect has a mysterious origin and is a side branch of the Taoist family. Although the 3 families are wrongly rooted, but in the end, they are just thinly veiled snakes, and they will be destroyed if they are destroyed. Don't worry, the poor monk specifically left his breath behind, and the people behind them will not look for trouble from you, Tang-ru said in relief. The Void Sun sect was going to engage in some kind of Ghost Gate plan, and now that the Void Sun sect had been destroyed by him, the true Sun sect behind it would only be afraid that it wouldn't stop. He, a small wandering monk, left the breath on the stay, wandering to the sea of people a hide. Have to kill the Buddha inheritance and Buddhist breath joint blessing. The Taoist method of divining and calculating heavenly chances is also useless, and the land of dying is so large that simply looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As for not being able to find him, would the true Yang sect personally come to sacrifice the people of this city? The odds are that it won't. If theirs would, they wouldn't have given the task to a tiny Void Sun sect. When a power gives up the steadiness of doing things personally, it means that he needs the secrecy of doing things on the sidelines. He needs to hide himself behind the curtain. As for that, if the true Sun sect does not follow the speculation out of the cards, hard to personally blood sacrifice a city people. What to do? Waiting for death. What else can be done? He Dang-ru and not one-handed pressure monkey Buddha, can be saved to this point is already trying their best. The rest can only do their best to listen to God's destiny. It's not like he can beat the true Sun sect. He was going to run away anyway. There was a female goblin in the city who was craving his body. And outside the city there was the true Yang sect who was about to come in retaliation. Wangshu City is a place where the water is too deep, and everyone is running to spoil his cultivation. Master is truly homely and kind. Are you personally sending them back to the city? Master? An armorer bragged. The master who kills without dragging down the bystanders. He really liked it. It's a pity that he's not a daughter, otherwise he would have. This master in front of me was completely different from the Buddhist monk who ate fasting and was afraid of killing like a tiger. Or else, let these people be taken by the confused two as enemies who have come to attack? Duanru snickered. This, master, please sympathize, we just finished killing people with you during the day, and we have to be on night duty before we can rest properly, so we are really sleepy. The two armorers scratched their helmets a little less than kindly. As a soldier, a duty not done is a duty not done. No matter what, it's really not good to make excuses. Open the gates, Duanru said. The two armorers looked at each other. If a normal person asked them to open the gates, they wouldn't do it. Rules are rules. But in front of them was the master who had led them to eradicate the 3 tumors of Wangshu City. He should have that power, right? Whatever. It's better to be accountable after the fact than to be slapped on the spot by the guru in front of you. The 2 armored men went to the gates and together they pulled down 2 torsion bars, soon accompanied by a rumbling. The gates rose slowly. It's still a fully automated rolling gate. It's called the Dying Black. In fact, it was an ordinary organ art, and it didn't even need a cultivator to do it. An unusual skilled craftsman could build it. Normally both torsion bars pull down at the same time to open it. Once there is a foreign enemy, the inside of a mechanism will be pressed down. It will be locked. The outside is 1,000 pounds of force cannot be opened. The city gate slowly rose. Hey folks, go home. The 2 armorers yelled to the crowd crowd behind Deng Ru. Those people looked at the rising gates, and one by one, their hanging hearts completely fell. Home. Finally able to go home. One by one, they thanked Deng Ru profusely, but their footsteps did not stop for a moment as they walked towards the city. Before the last little girl of 5 or 6 years old entered the city, she even followed the adult's example and kowtowed to him several times on 3 knees. Deng Ru took it all. He didn't do all this for any kind of repayment or for their 3 knees, but since they had a heart, he would accept it and wouldn't refuse it. Doing good, always let people get something, either fame, or profit. Cannot take the good people as a fool. Only when good deeds are actually rewarded with good rewards, and not just forced by a karmic retribution that is tried and true, then more and more people will do good deeds. Back to Wangshu City. There was definitely no going back to the big, soft-bedded doctor's house. Deng Ru casually found an inn and asked for an ordinary room to settle in. He was waiting for the watchtower to open its doors. He wanted to eat and drink again, and pack some of their peach wine on the way. That wine, he loved it. The flavor is nice and mellow, and it's not too hot on the throat. Taking the mask and bucket hat off, he placed them on the table and blew out the candles. Hide the half-human, half-ghost face in the darkness of the night. The whole person lay on the bed, opened the window, and looked at the night view of Wangshu City downstairs. There's really nothing to see. The dying dynasty had a curfew, and although it wasn't tightly regulated, there weren't many lights. Instead, there was a light lit in some of the boulder rooms, and 2 dark shadows were intertwined, doing something specific. Deng Ru felt that he, a Buddhist, would not be so well suited to understand. Now this realm of his own had reached the point where he was about to break through. There was a saying that Deng Ru felt that the realm was not an end in itself for the legacy of the killing Buddha. Punishing evil is the goal. Just keep killing like this. It feels like it won't be long before he's almost invincible. Deng Ru summoned the heart demon and sat opposite him. Ha, what's the matter? Aren't you used to not having me in your ear to annoy you? The heart demon smiled evilly and mocked. The days of just you being the only one to annoy the poor monk are almost over. Come, speak with the poor monk about the second heart demon tribulation. What is it that you have to cross? Deng Ru rubbed his head and inquired with a headache. One was annoying enough, and then another one when he broke through the true Qi realm. No, have you got it wrong? I'm a heart demon, not Nimdati. It's not bad if I don't take the opportunity to turn into a beautiful woman to seduce you and mess up your heartstrings when you're crossing the second heart demon tribulation. How dare you expect me to tell you the answer? The heart demon pointed at his handsome face with an incredulous expression. You can turn pretty? Duanru caught the blind spot at once. No, don't think so. I can't. The heart demon denied it repeatedly. God damn it. You don't want a ready-made beauty to throw herself at you. You're staring at him? Although the heart demon doesn't have a gender, isn't it a bit too heavy-handed for you to be fucking around like this? If you can't, I'll find you a couple of men. After all, isn't the end of that southern Liang the northern dynasty? Won't you be able to talk your way out of it? Duanru expresses his disbelief, and tries to get the heart demon to hurry up and change. Can't change. The heart demon shook his head repeatedly, just refusing to change. Demon, do you want to taste the poor monk's demon subduing stick? Deng Ru said, rolling up his sleeves and revealing his strong muscles. Can't change is can't change. The heart demon was re-emphasized. Then reveal the information about the next heart demon tribulation to the poor monk. And the poor monk will not let you change, Tang Ru said with a twist of words, and, in passing, revealed his robust and in every sense stained with human-like unicorn arm to the heart demon. TSK, pervert. The heart demon gave a cry. How did I compel you in the first place? Was it asking you if all those people deserved to die? The heart demon still decided to reveal it to Dang Ru. After all, the second heart demon wouldn't be him. So what obligation did he have to help the second heart demon keep its secrets? On the contrary, he was still in a rivalry with the second heart demon. Aha! Dang Ru nodded. The second heart attack is about whether it's worth it to save. Rewarding good and punishing evil. Rewarding good and punishing evil. Whether the punishment of evil is deserved, and whether the reward of good is worthwhile, are all things that you should be firm in your heart. Once the second heart demon tribulation passes, you'll be able to obtain a very good divine ability, Heaven's Eye. Preliminary, of course, only a cursory glimpse of whether others will be good or evil for some time to come, plus seeing things a little farther ahead. The heart demon introduced himself. Dang Ru wrote them down one by one. Is it worth saving? That sounds like a pretty simple topic, but since it was the subject of the second heart attack, it was unlikely to be simple. As for any divine powers like the Eye of Heaven, it doesn't feel very useful. Being able to see the good and evil in others later? Then this is a problem. A person who has not yet done evil now will do evil later. Should he be killed because of the Eye of Heaven who has not yet done evil? Yes, it can be said that it is a precautionary measure. But the person in the present moment is not thinking of doing evil, and it is even possible that because you see that he will do evil, you want to guard against it, causing him to do evil later. It was a dead end, and this avatar could even be described as a chicken rib. Kill, you say, he hasn't done evil yet. If you don't kill him, what if he kills innocent people in the future? It's hard to be a good person, and it's even harder to be a good person who does away with evil, but it is also good to solve. He is a traveling monk. The most important thing is time. Fishing law enforcement. Kill and fight again when that person is going to be ready to do evil. But there was no need to dwell too much on such things. He, Dang Ru, only got rid of the great traitors and the great evils. Thieves and gropers have their own government to control. If even thieves and gropers cannot control the people's tax that is not fed to the dog, apart from petty thievery, it is never wrong to arrest a person now if he or she is going to be some kind of a great traitor later on. Thoughtfully, the night passed. At dawn, Dang Ru redressed his mask and bucket hat and leapt from the window. Then he landed heavily on the street. It's a well-known fact that warriors never go through the front door. The money was settled with the shopkeeper last night. Just go straight away. Jumping down from the inn, Dang Ru went straight to the Immortal Watchtower. It hadn't been long since dawn. The second man of the Immortal Watchtower had just opened the door with a yawn when he saw a white-robed monk wearing a bucket hat walk over. He was alarmed. This white coat, he's familiar with it. This is a big patron. And bite after bite of the big pig's hoof is a joy to nibble on. Yo, master, you're here. Inside please. Inside please. That junior bowed and bent over with an attentive face. He didn't care if Dang Ru was a real monk or not, as long as he was willing to spend money. He had no problem calling Dang Ru Master Buddha. Well, the usual. By the way, your peach blossom wine, make a few more jugs for the poor monk, and the poor monk will take them with him to drink on the way. Dang Ru instructed Xiao, and in passing, he took a silver dollar from the money bag on his waist and gave it to Xiao. You, master, is polite. Please, please, please. Junior was all smiles at once. Dang Ru casually picked a corner seat and sat down, and began to quietly wait for the little second to serve him the food. As time passed, so did the number of guests. The news of the destruction of the three families in Wanshu City was a sensation in the city. These diners at the Lookout Immortal building were discussing the news of the three families being destroyed yesterday. Have you heard that the descending devil Vajra, leading 500 armor, straight to the three old house, killed the three family head, crying, Wang Zhangli, three families, that called a blood flow into the river. Three family evidence of stolen money was seized by the government. God damn, those stolen money, enough for us to eat the whole city people on the whole 20 years. A bearded man yelled with a relieved look on his face. It can be said that the three families are down and Wangshu is full. TCH, you think that money will be in your hands when the three families are down? A man scoffed conspiratorially. So what if it doesn't fall into my hands? So what if it falls into the hands of the government officials? If the three families fall, I'll be happy. The big man with the beard didn't care about the man's cynicism and sneering. There is such a class of people in this world who don't care whether they are poor or rich. Don't care if you live in a thatched cottage or a 4-5-entry mansion. What they care about is the lords, when they die without a body. It doesn't matter if the money will be in their hands when the lords die, as long as the lords are dead and buried. They'd be happier if the dead lords were normally rich for the sake of being rich. There was a lot of discussion around the diners about where the demon-busting Bajra actually came from, how strong he was, and what he looked like. Is it big and strong, or is it jade? And what's the character? Is it cynical, or does it just go with the flow? Dang Ru just sat in the corner, wearing a bucket hat to minimize his presence, taking his mask off and nibbling on his elbow. It seemed that from today, for a while, the name Demon Subduing Bajra would be extraordinarily good in Wangshu City. But he probably won't return to Wangshu City for a long time to use this name of the Demon Bucking Bajra. With his wine and food, Dang Ru got up and put his mask back on, lowered the brim of his bucket hat, and went to the counter. Xiao Air, peach blossom wine. Dang Ru muffled his voice, receiving a large wine gourd from Junior and pinning it to his waist. Tang Ru turned to leave. The moment he stepped out of the immortal watchtower, a young girl with hurried feet brushed past him. It's Dr. Moon. After just an imperceptible pause for a moment, Dang Ru continued on his way. Dokoroku, you seem to have noticed it. And as she turned around violently to look, she saw the white-clothed figure wearing a bucket hat on its head slowly departing without a hint of stopping. Big. Dokuroku Yuki reached out his hand as if he wanted to go after him, but he eventually put his hand down. No more chasing. This relationship is doomed to be impossible. Her feelings were not pure, let alone, like a monk. Guru, may the path be open to you, and you may see Ka. Dr. Moon blessed softly under her breath. In the distance, Tongru slightly stopped his footsteps, and after thinking, he still transmitted his voice. Then the poor monk will wish Scholar Moon a bright future and the ability to break into his own world. A relationship between a man and a woman doesn't have to be love. Point blank. It's best. Maybe we'll see each other later and sit and drink and talk. Dokoroku was stunned in place when she heard Tangru's voice, and it was only after a long time that she reacted. Looking over again, the white-clothed back was gone. It's so true. It doesn't take a cloud with it. Thank you, Master. Dokoroyuki followed the monk's example and reverently clasped his palms together, saying thank you in his heart. Then he followed Dang Ru's example and bought a jug of peach blossom wine and took it with him. She was going to be busy going to turn around the family business and practicing sword cultivation. Too many things weighing on her and she couldn't spare much time. Come to this look at the immortal building, or heard people say that they saw a white monk, which is why they hurried to come, just to see one more time. Great Jing capital, Yangon City, Emperor Dying's bedchamber. In the Weiyang Palace, a thin, bony old man with an air of withered weakness lay on the dragon bed in a thin white lining. An old eunuch stood respectfully, waiting. A teenager whose age appeared to be no more than 12 knelt on the ground. Ahem. The old man coughed heavily twice and reached out his hand, and that old eunuch immediately understood and helped the old man up from the dragon bed and sat up straight. The world loves the new and hates the old. Not realizing that this clothes wear old. Close. People with old he close. The old man sighed for a moment. Royal grandfather, is there something interesting you've called your grandson to? The teenager in his early teens asked with a smile. His words sat on the identity of the old man on the dragon bed. The present-day day of dying, the 93-year-old Yangon emperor. Those who enjoy the earth's chi may not live long, and at 93, they are already at an advanced age. Oh, you're so childish. It's good to be childish, but today, royal grandpa can't let you continue to be childish. Yangon emperor coughed twice. He touched his imperial grandson's head under the old eunuch's support and laughed. Your royal grandfather me. It's time. The words fell out, and the teenager froze. His own royal grandfather, going away? He wasn't a fool. He knew what it meant when the time came, and at the age of 6, his father, the crown prince of Dying, had gone ahead of his royal grandfather. And now, his royal grandfather is leaving too? Imperial grandfather. Isn't it a mistake or something? There are so many Taoist priests in the Qin Tian supervisor. They must have a solution. The young man grabbed Emperor Yangon's withered hand and shook his head vigorously. Yangon Emperor just laughed as he stroked the head of his imperial grandson, who had been smart since childhood, and smiled. But this throne, is not your turn to sit. My dying has run out of gas, and it no longer needs a mediocre lord or a middle-of-the-road lord such as your imperial grandfather and me to renew its life. You, on the other hand, have a more important mission. Imperial grandfather wants you, first to enter the rivers and lakes to transform the python, then to enter the capital to transform the dragon, to rebuild a brand new Dying. At that time, it doesn't matter what Dying is called, but that dragon, it must be you. Dying is out of gas, and it can't be saved by one or two capable monarchs. More than that, it is not something that can be shaken by one or two loyal and virtuous ministers. The number of chi is so subtle that when it is finished, it is finished. A dynasty is only 1,000 years old. At this point, it can't be saved, no stitcher can remedy it. This is not a problem of the system, nor is it a problem of unequal distribution or the carrying capacity of land, much less a question of some dim-witted trader. This would simply be, the chi is up. When the chi number arrived, all the practitioners who relied on this true dragon's chi number to cultivate lost their original power. This is a gradual decrease, until the number of chi completely disappears. This court will be completely from the transport dynasty to the mortal king's court. All cultivators, whether they were in the military, or civil officials and military generals, were completely reduced to mortals, no longer able to control this vast territory. Usually at times like this, there are only two ways to go. 1. Let all the practitioners and people in the world re-identify with dying, repair the dragon vein, and find a few more great magi to carry the greatest treasures of merit and virtue to suppress the chi with their lives. But this was simply unrealistic. No great avatar would be willing to damage their thousands of years of Tao for the sake of a dynasty that changed once every 1,000 years. Not to mention the extremely valuable merit supreme treasure. 1. It's dead. As long as one dies, the dragon vein completely dissipates until the second heaven's destiny appears, sweeps the world, unites it once again, and recreates a brand new dragon vein. Then it will be another 1,000 years of reincarnation. And Yangon Emperor at this moment to do, is, frankly to die, declared dying completely dead, and then, sent the royal grandson into the rivers and lakes, by the real dragon to revert to the rivers and lakes of the reckless, and wait for a few years, a few decades later, sweeping across the world, and then from the grass to the dragon. The path is feasible. Imperial grandfather, my grandson knows, but where should I go? Where should I go to research for loyal ministers and ask them to help my grandson me recreate Great Jing? The teenager fell to his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Loyalists, where are the loyalists without them? Yangon Emperor just laughed. He took the jade ruin in his hand and tapped it heavily on the tabletop. That jade rui instantly shattered in response to the sound. Or maybe it's all loyalists and no traitors. And loyalty or disloyalty is sometimes up to them. When the jade of the jade rui is in the mountains and fields, it is just a stinking stone that will not live according to anyone's heart. And when it is honored with the royal grandfather and I, it is the jade rui that satisfies the heart and soul. The world is a place for profit, and the world is a place for profit. You are looking for jade, not the stone that weighs him down, and you are going to use the profit to mold him into a loyal servant and into a virtuous one. Instead, expect a virtuous loyalist who is dead to the Great Jing bloodline to wait for you to find him. Nowadays everyone is waiting for my dying to fall. The barbarians in the north are eyeing us, the sea pirates in the east are rampant, and the demons in the 100,000 mountains in the south don't want to turn us into their blood food at all times. As the great-grandson of my dying, you must take up the responsibility of sheltering all the people. The Yangon Emperor reached out, using the remaining handle of the jade raspberry, and gently lifted the teenager's head. He reached out his pale hand and stroked the teenager's face. The teenager looked 6 times like his departed beloved son. His pale old eyes shed 2 tears across his wrinkled face. I remember many years ago, when he was in his prime, late in life, he took his only royal son for a New Year's Day. At that time, the boy asked him, "Father, what is an emperor?" He looked at the sky full of fireworks at that time and told the boy, "The emperor, is the one who wants to make the world feel at ease to watch the fireworks." Now, that child had gone before him, but had left him with a smart grandchild, and now, he would continue to tell his grandchild the idea of the emperor, and in the future, when he was no longer around, have his grandchild tell his great-grandchild, if it was still the bloodline of dying who was the emperor at that time. Grandson, you have to remember, the emperor is to let the world, all the people can live their lives in peace and watch the fireworks. You are the imperial grandson of my dying, you will have the obligation to be as the year when the imperial grandfather said that to your father. Take up the responsibility, so that all the people of the world can watch the fireworks in peace, forever and ever and ever. Emperor Yangon's year is the name of the capital of dying. The name carries the vision of successive dying emperors for the world. Peace forever. Dying gas is at the end of the road. Yangon Emperor's life. Do not dare to ask for great achievements, just no faults, so that the people, year after year at the end of the year, can rest assured that the fireworks of reunion, grandfather, grandson knows. The teenager fell to his knees in tears. I know, just go. The Taoist priests of the Qin Tian supervisor said that there is a diamond in the northwest. Whether it can be made into the jade rui you want depends on your ability. Imperial grandfather, to help you last for another year and a half. Emperor Yangon hobbled around and turned his back to the teenager. What needs to be said has been said. Can you remake a whole new dragon vein? He doesn't know. But, always go for it. Grandson, obey. The young man got heavily high and left the Weiyang Palace under the old eunuch's support. Outside the Weiyang Palace, there were 100 dead soldiers in the late Qi blood realm, dressed in civilian clothes, waiting early on. There was even a true Qi realm eunuch leading the way. It wasn't that Dying couldn't come up with stronger dead soldiers to protect the emperor's eldest grandson, but those people have been tainted with Qi for so long that they can't get out of it. Only the Qi and blood realm, which was not yet deep in Qi, could still get out of the way, and could still help the imperial grandson to rewash away his dragon Qi and revert to grass. 93rd year of Yangon. That year, the emperor's eldest grandson of Dying went out of Yangon city under the cover of a group of Taoist priests from the Qintian supervisor with Emperor Yangon's wish to let the people of the world watch the fireworks in peace. Into the jungle. From dragon to python. This was the last move that the Dying used to save himself. If the python could be transformed into a dragon again, it would be another prosperous millennium. If they cannot, they will dissipate completely and become a page or two blandly scratched in the history books. Leaving Wangshu City, Tang Ru walked while inquiring about where the bandits existed that were causing trouble for the party. When the dynasty reached the end of its life and its breath was gone, all sorts of extreme weather, natural and man-made disasters came. That banditry is getting serious too. There are bandits everywhere. Some of the mountain bandits were skinny, bony, and unclothed, and they weren't bandits. They were starving stragglers who couldn't survive. When you come across this kind, if you don't have any bloodthirsty karma on your body, you can go down the mountain and stop the road to rob all the pendulums. Dangru would then pay a little out of his pocket and buy them some food to get them through the year. Those who are forced to become bandits like this are usually able to have a peaceful life and go back on their own. The number of people will not be too large. Dozens, hundreds will be capped top day. Unusual just so 3 or 5. As for those who are haunted by bloodshed, occupying the mountains and eating with their mouths full of oil, then naturally all of them will be slaughtered. It's actually complicated to say and simple to do. To make it simpler, kill all those who have killed and keep those who haven't, and see if they can be rehabilitated. There is no need to think that reform is an empty word. After all, if they are starving to death and still want property and not human life, it means that they still recognize order and morality in their hearts and have the hope of reforming their evil ways. As long as they are fed, they have also changed from bandits to people. Bang! The gate of a cottage was kicked down with a bang, and the wood shavings, pieces of wood and other things that fell from that wooden gate were scattered all over the place. The bandits in the mountain fortress followed the sound and saw a person wearing a white monk's robe, a hat on his head, an iron mask on his face, and a large sword on his shoulder appear at the entrance of the mountain fortress. What for? Smashing up the place? A bandit cursed. Without saying a word, Dangru threw the large knife in his hand directly at the cursing bandit and gave him a large knife blast to the head. Dot zapper. Together. The crowd of bandits were shocked for a moment, but years of living on the edge of the sword made them quickly react. Lifting up their swords, spears, and all kinds of weapons, they rushed up, though puzzled by the fact that apparently a monk dressed as a monk would kill people. Banditry was even greater than their gang of mountain bandits. But this moment was obviously not the time to wonder that much, and it was not ruled out that it was the person in front of him who was dressed up as a Buddhist. If they keep wondering, their lives will be lost. Looking towards the group of mountain bandits rushing towards him, Dangru was too lazy to bother with more words, and even more so, he was too lazy to move much of anything. The heart demon burrowed directly out of his body and traveled through the group of bandits as if he were a ghost. After less than a second or so, each and every one of these bandits covered their necks and collapsed to the ground with an incredulous look on their faces. Amit Ba. Dangru walked through the cottage as he went, begging for mercy all over the place. However, neither Tangru nor the heart demon had any intention of letting these bandits go, and as a sound of blood and flesh crumbling rang out, the incessant pleas for mercy gradually declined. Walking into the so-called gathering hall of the good men of the jungle, those few heads of the family were sitting on that big king's chair made of tiger skin, their eyes tightly closed, and the hands holding the armrests of the seat were trembling uncontrollably. Obviously, they're afraid. The famous demon subduing Vajra is really living up to its name. Then the big dog who was sitting at the head of the table spoke up. Tangru has recently made a name for himself in the fight against bandits, and it is rumored that he is a devil subduing Vajra in this area nearby. Tangru didn't wait for him to say a second word before crushing his head with one hand. You are not yet worthy to praise the poor monk, Tangru said in a dull, icy voice, looking toward the few remaining cottage leaders. The poor monk, too, needs no one's praise. The headless body of the big dog lay so still in his chair. A few of the other pawns were scared out of their wits. Dangru killed each of these pawns one by one. When he killed the last one, this last pawn finally couldn't stand the oppressive feeling and flopped down on his knees. Now you know you're afraid to die? Tangru just asked coldly. He certainly wasn't going to let the man off the hook just because he knelt down for him. How many thousands of times have the innocent people who have been brutalized by them knelt down and kowtowed? If kowtowing could lead to a living, there wouldn't be so many dead corpses in this world. Master, please, I still have an old mother. She's over 70 years old, her eyes are blind, and she's relying on me to support her alone. I don't want to. Ah, the bandit who didn't know how many liters he was cowed his head vigorously and begged for forgiveness. Before you kill someone, do you care if the person you kill also has a blind old mother? Tong Ru just asked coldly. This pawn was silent. He understands. The man in charge got heavily stoned, buried his head deeply, and simply said, please master, after killing me, can you help me to go to the back of the cottage? That's where I hide my gold and silver. Help me to give some to my old lady. No need for more. More. It will be snatched away. Just 10 taels of silver. Her old man doesn't spend a lot. The rest of the stolen money, all depends on the master to make the decision. Is the master to take to spread the wealth or relief of the world also, or their own spending or, in the following, absolutely no complaints. As this head of the family spoke, tears began to flow profusely from that weather-beaten face. If that old lady of yours has no karma in her body, the poor monk can help you. If she is in league with you and others, then the poor monk will send her to you. Do you, by any chance, understand? If this boss's old lady hadn't been in bed with this boss to victimize the people, he can help with that. My mother, she doesn't know. I lied to her. I said I went to enlist. As if he had heard some heavenly good news, this head of the family said in a loud voice, good, tell the poor monk where your mother's family lives. Dong Ru nodded. Whether it's true or not, you'll know it when you see it. It's in the village of Shaner, a mile away to the east. Ask, where Li Daho's mother lives, and the townspeople there will tell. Li Daho spoke eagerly. Okay, hit the road. Dang Ru reached out, slapped, and completely smashed Li Daho's head. It's a filial one, but, piety is piety. It doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to die. Mencius once said that as we are old to others, as we are young to others. But this is the realm of the saints. It's not something you can do with a normal person, but at least do it. Do not harm the old as we do the old, and do not harm the young as we do the young. People live. Do not seek to universal sentient beings, can ferry their own. Do not harm the innocent. It is enough. If even this cannot do not blame this society composed of people cannot tolerate you this alien. After killing this last person, Tong Ru's cultivation touched the threshold of breakthrough. Sitting down cross-legged, he left the task of decimating his mind to his demons. Tong Ru began to deal with the upcoming second heart demon tribulation. The karma and bloodbath accumulated on his body from killing too much burst out in an instant. Dang Ru was instantly dragged into an illusion. This time, the heart demon robbery was not like the previous ones, in which the dead souls that were killed had to come and question what the grounds were. According to the first heart demon, the question of whether or not it should be killed has already been asked. He gave an answer. Then I won't ask again. The question to be answered now is whether it's worth saving. If there is the slightest wavering, or if it is not in line with the philosophy of the life-killing Buddha, then it is a failure, and the end is doomed. Dang Ru's consciousness appeared in a white space. On the opposite side, was a monk dressed in black, with a face like an evil ghost. He was meditating calmly with his eyes closed. It's fast, and it looks like you're enjoying the business. The monk with the face of an evil ghost opened his eyes and smiled at Tong Ru. Just a little grimace of a smile. Punish the evil. Do like it. Dang Ru nodded in response. Although the previous heart demons have already been asked, the poor monk would still like to ask. After killing so many people, wouldn't there be no guilt? The evil monk asked. If they could feel guilty while slaughtering innocents, then the poor monks, too, would feel guilty, but sadly, they wouldn't, and the poor monks, too, wouldn't. Dang Ru returned without even a hint of hesitation. Ha ha ha, well, remember your words at this moment. As long as they have no guilt for killing innocents, then you, too, need not have guilt. That evil demon monk laughed out loud. He didn't look like a heart demon who wanted to take over his body at the moment. Like a teacher? There are a few similarities. And then he added, since the heart to kill or not to kill, you have been firm. Then from this moment on, the heart to save or not to save, should also be firm. The previous mindbender transformed the evil one from a masked figure into a living, breathing human being. You asked him why he did not turn even the good man from a mask into a living being. Is it that he cannot? Or that he dares not? It's not that he doesn't dare. It's that he can't. That's not in his purview. And now it's time for you to face a living, breathing, flesh and blood good man with faults. Begin to realize that no one is perfect. After the evil ghost monk said that, the scene in front of Dang Ru changed. A group of children stood in front of him, looking at him with disgust. Ugly, get away from me. Faced with this kind of scolding, It was reasonable to say that Dangru would not have any mental fluctuations. It's just a kid's bad language. A beating would be nice. But who knows? At this moment, Dangru ran away crying and found a rock to try to run himself over. That's when Dangru realized that he wasn't the one being scolded. Instead, it's a little girl. The girl was born ugly. It's just ugly in the true sense of the word. Not some hidden diamond in the rough. Some beauty blank. Dark skin. A large mole at the corner of his mouth. And his teeth turned out. Her face was smeared with lipstick and other cosmetics. And it was clear that she had made every effort to be able to be pretty and to be accepted by her people. Yet it's no use, skin and bones are inherently false. And most of the world attaches the greatest importance to this falsehood, man, the animal of the senses. Pretty people who were bullied would be sympathized with, while ugly ones like her, who were bullied, would only be applauded by others. It's as if they were born with some kind of original sin. The screen is paused. That evil ghost monk's voice rang out. Fortunately, her suicide was unsuccessful and she survived. But unfortunately, she knocked herself silly. And being ugly and stupid made her even more of an object of play and dislike for the others. I don't know if it's her luck that this suicide didn't work or her misfortune. When the evil ghost monk said that, he didn't move, as if he was waiting for Dangru's reaction. She, perhaps, would be a good relief to die. Dangru thought for a moment. You pity her too, don't you? The evil monk said. It is natural to deserve pity for an unmerited disaster. Dangru nodded her head. Born with skin and flesh, and not something she would have wanted to have. It was an unmitigated disaster to be subjected to this. Then look again. One of those kids who bullied her has a face. Doesn't it look familiar? The evil monk said, pointing to a young boy. Dangru followed the evil ghost monk's finger. All that could be seen was a little boy with a disgusted look on his face holding a rock in his hand, driving the little girl away. He looks familiar. This little boy was the same little boy who happened to be dragged away to be sold by a couple of Green Snake Gang's devourer kids when he was about to preach to the Dekiro siblings earlier. You're on, don't think so. That is to say, the poor monk, saving an accomplice who has done evil to others. Dangru's fingers trembled slightly, as if he were asking himself if he should be saved. The heart demon robberies that the life-killing Buddhas had to cross all seem to have been born practicing predestined passages, and they were able to know about the past lives of others and lay it all out in front of him. Dangru, to question him, should I be killed? Should we save it? Should I mind my own business? Shouldn't I? No. The poor monk clearly didn't see any karma on him. Dangru seemed to have thought of something. If that little boy was really an accomplice to this kind of thing like school violence or something like that, then there shouldn't be no karma in him. Do you get karma for chasing rats away from your presence? People will always subconsciously do evil that they don't even know about. Just like him, what we saw on our side was that he was isolating with the other kids and bullying that little girl. And in his eyes, it's just chasing away a rat that scares him because she's ugly. Your skin has become hideous because of the heart demon forge. I think, you should be able to understand that the world will not treat most of the ugly people as their own kind. It's just that the people are big and bound by moral laws, while the young children, however, do not have any moral bondage. They are naive. And it's precisely for this reason that their evil is naked and undisguised. And even they don't feel that they themselves are doing evil. The evil ghost monk said and then questioned. As the saying goes, those who don't know are not guilty. But if they don't know, are they really not guilty? Duanru couldn't give an answer. He seemed to be pondering something. The evil monk was in no hurry. It seemed to be waiting for Dangru's answer. Ha, almost got you wound up. Duanru shook his head and tossed them away. You, like the first heart demon, are trying to bring out another side of a person in front of me, trying to make me reflect on what I'm doing, whether it's right or wrong. But really, what I did, right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Evil should be removed, and man, saved. As for what the man I saved has done and will do in the future, that is his business. And are you not being a rascal when you place before me a thing I cannot possibly know, and ask me to repent of something I have no knowledge of at all? If he does evil in my presence, I will get rid of him, or worse, give him a lesson. I would have sheltered that girl if she had been bullied before my eyes. Taingru refuted the evil ghost monk's words sentence by sentence. Oh, yes, that's it. Everything is just as it should be. Why worry too much? Eliminate evil when it comes to evil, and promote good when it comes to good. There's no need to guilt trip and doubt yourself over the maybes, what ifs, or what you can't see. Just investigate what happened in front of you and don't kill the innocent. The killing Buddha is a present Buddha, not a future or past Buddha. The evil ghost monk laughed, and the illusion around him instantly dispersed. That cottage gathering hall appeared in front of him again, and the headless body of that Li Dahu still fell in front of Dangru. And at this moment, his cultivation had already reached the true Qi realm. A body's Qi and blood transformed into true Qi, can fly between heaven and earth with Qi. A strand of true chi could easily shatter the blood chi protection of hundreds of blood chi experts. It's qualitative. Tang Ru opened his hands and felt the true chi running through his body with force. It is indeed much different. His physique was also much stronger. And this time, quenching his body wasn't as loud and painful as the first time was usually. The other half of his face didn't rot. Congratulatable. As the first heart demon had said, he had indeed mastered the heavenly eyes and could see things farther. As to whether he could see people's good and evil in the future, this is not yet known. After all the people around him have been killed by him, and there are only corpses left to look at. That evil ghost heart demon was also inside him at the moment, ready to be dispatched. The realm of the second heart demon was the great perfection of the chi and blood realm. Honestly, Dang Ru felt that this promotion was a bit strange. This second mind is not like the first. The first heart demon was really trying to take him over, all the time. And the second heart demon, it seems, is trying to help him, as if shaking him up was just a task. And what he wanted to do was to make Dang Ru's heart firm in promoting goodness. That illusion was just to make him firm in his moral heart to punish evil and promote good, so that he won't be swayed later by whichever one blah 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 blah. In Shonner village, a few village loafers sat on the stone pier at the entrance of the village, gulping down cool water and chatting idly. This day is getting worse and worse. 2 days ago, that the gang from the Green Mountain village suffered a demon. A loafer said with a worried look on his face, and a few other partners. A village of over 100 people, all gone, not even bones found. The village of Castle Peak is not far from the village of Shonner. When something happened in Green Mountain village, Shonner village would naturally be able to get the news very quickly. Amitba Buddha. Several monks. May I ask, where does Li Daho's mother live? A few idle men were chatting away when a white-robed monk suddenly arrived in the distance. The monk's strange dress attracted their attention. Li Daho is old lady? Going up this path, about 300 or 400 paces, there's a wooden house. That would be her old man's residence. An idle man showed Dang Ru the way. Thanks a lot. Tang Ru nodded and continued walking, when suddenly, he stopped again. I heard a few monks say that there is a demon in the Green Mountain village not far from there? Dang Ru turned his head and looked at the few villagers. Ha! A few villagers froze for a moment, and they immediately reacted. Yeah, the guy in front of me is a monk. It's a Buddhist master. Although the Buddhist sect doesn't kill evil people, they ferry demons. There are countless demons that the Buddhist sect has transformed. When that master comes, there will be peace in their village of Shonner. Master, we don't know if there are any monsters in that Castle Peak village, but some time ago, one of our folks went to Castle Peak village to bring his daughter-in-law back to her mother's home to visit her family, and it turned out that all the people in that village had disappeared. Not even a bone. Yes, although it is said that our recent famine is a bit serious, and everyone is starting to prepare to move, but the Green Mountain village their pots and pans and so on, are still in the house. The people disappeared. This is definitely not right. A few of the villagers spoke one way or the other. There is exaggeration and fear. It's not just natural and man-made disasters when this dynasty reaches its end, but control of the border was also weakening, and the ability of the dragon vein to suppress it was also weakening. Demons began to breed locally, as well as demon clans that slipped in across the border from the 100,000 mountains, but the 100,000 mountains are in the south of the empire, and over here, it's the northwest of the empire. Close by were the barbarians of the western and northern regions, and most of the demons over here were local demons. Alright, all of you settle down a bit. The poor monk will send someone to investigate, Tang Ru said, transferring the second heart demon, the first heart demon out of his body. The heart demon can't die as long as the main body doesn't die, and it's best used for scouting. The two heart demons joined their palms together and then turned into two black shadows before disappearing into thin air. After sending the two heart demons out, Tang Ru headed towards the wooden hut that the villagers had pointed out. Come to the humble log cabin. The cabin wasn't considered dilapidated, just simple. It was obvious that Li Daha hadn't given his mother less money. Perhaps the folks here have taken some care of this Dame Li. 2 thuds. Duanru knocked on the wooden door. Coming. The gentle, mellow voice of an old crone rang through the house. All that could be heard was a rustling in the house, and then a creak as the wooden door opened. A blind old woman with white hair and slightly squinted eyes, but a lifeless gaze, walked out. She reached out her pale, withered hand and groped around. Who are you? And what do you want from the old woman? The old woman only touched the fabric on Dang Ru's monk's robe, and only felt the golden texture of the fabric, which seemed to be a nobleman. You are Li Daho's mother, aren't you? Tang Ru looked at the old woman in front of him and inquired in a warm voice. The crone in front of me had no karma, but on the contrary had some merit. I think it's someone who does good deeds on a regular basis. Heaven and earth are very fair, and the sins that a son does, It does not spread them evenly along the bloodline to the old mother and father. As long as you don't abet him, and you don't go and do evil with him, then karma won't be spread evenly on you. Ah, it's Tiger's friend. Siko, come in and have a seat. Granny will make you some tea. The old crone was pleasantly surprised by the arrival of her son's friend, and she warmly invited Tang Ru to have a seat in the wooden house. Good. Dang Ru nodded his head and followed the crone into the humble wooden house. Siko, how is he doing now? Tiger. He said he went to enlist in the army, went to become a glorious court soldier. Siko, to protect the family and the country. That battlefield sorta, I'm a mother. Is day and night worried about, afraid that he sins too much. The underground gods do not want him, but also afraid that he is soft-hearted. Was killed by another. The old crone rambled on and on. Her sentences all centered around Li Dahu. Dahu, he died on the battlefield in the border and barbarians fighting. This 10 taels of silver, is the court pension? Afraid that you usually spend to find not open, attracted the outlaws. I help you to cash into the copper plate. Tang Ru said softly, and with that, he placed several bags of money that had been converted into copper plates on the table. It's better to give this Li Dahu, in front of his mother, a better image. Dying for your country is fine. He didn't want to ruin the image in a mother's mind of her child as a top. It is natural to exchange silver for copper for fear that the outlaws will miss it. Copper is not as valuable as silver, but, by spending it slowly, it is not an easy target. Tiger, it's dead. The crone's hand shook, as if she had expected it, and her mood didn't fluctuate much. She put her tea-making hand down. From one of the cabinets, he pulled out a greaseproof paper-wrapped powder. Clipping the powder to his sleeve, he surreptitiously poured it into a cup filled with tea. There were 2 cups of tea brewing there, one poured with powdered medicine, and one clean. The crone's small movements were not hidden from Dang Ru. Tang Ru's vigilance is very high. After all, every day on the tip of the knife, the so-called Jianghu good man who came to kill him in admiration is also a large number of unique. Vigilance was several times higher than the average true chi cultivator. How could a 70-something-year-old crone's sneaky drugged movements be hidden from his eyes? She knows. She must have known that Li Dahu was working as a bandit, and it was likely that she was trying to avenge her son by drugging him now. Dang Ru slightly clenched his fists, ready to storm out and kill at any time. The old crone has merit and virtue. Killing will not only not grow in cultivation, but will also lead to regression in cultivation. But if she wants to harm his life, then he Dang Ru, who has killed a lot of old people, is not afraid of one more. Still, he could feel guilty for the rest of his life, but he couldn't be wary for the rest of his life. Only the old crone's pale hand cupped the bottom of the cup with and placed 2 cups of tea on the table. She gave the unmedicated cup to Duan Ru. Siko, drink. Granny only has some crude tea here. It may not be very good, but it's enough to quench your thirst. The old woman laughed. Before placing the cup of tea she was holding with the medicine in it to her own mouth and drinking it in one go. It didn't take long to see the crone cough heavily. A mouthful of dark red old blood coughed up on the ground. Old man? Tang Ru looked at the crone and only felt some pity for the crone. Even taking the wrong tea to avenge her child. Ahem. Siko, Granny Ni, I know that you're a good person, and I also know that, Tiger, he, more than likely, died at your hands. The old woman coughed up 2 heavy mouthfuls of blood. By all rights, the wife should have avenged Tiger. If he really was a soldier Sikhi who defended his country. The crone squeezed 2 old tears from the corners of her eyes. But he wasn't, the first time he took money to the wife. The wife knew it. He said he had gone to enlist, and that was his military pay, but I knew that he was lying, and the wife I saw it at once. He is my child. How can a wife not hear if he lies or not? He most likely fell into the mountains as a bandit. The wife cannot help him, also cannot persuade anything. Daily fasting in Buddha. Only hope that he can make less sins, can live more days. Today, knowing about Tiger's death, my heart, on the contrary, has fallen. I didn't teach him to be a good man when I was alive. I only pray that after I die, I can teach him to be a good ghost. The old woman said, spat out the last mouthful of blood. Her head tilted, and her pale body collapsed to the ground, and she lost her breath. That poison is strong. She had only been waiting for this day for a long time. Yes, her own child. How can she not understand? Before or so filial a child. What lies? She, as a mother, knew it in her heart. But what can be done about it? Talk the kid out of it? Her child is very filial. If she didn't have no way out, why would she become a bandit? If she can't help her child, does she have to tell her child what to do? She could only keep poison on hand, waiting for her own child to get his comeuppance one day, to go down with him and teach him to be a good ghost and not an evil one. She was telling Duanru early on that she knew and didn't need to hide it from her. She said she worries day and night, afraid that Li Dahu has done too many sins, The gods underground do not want him, and afraid that he is soft-hearted, killed by other. If one really serves as a soldier for the country, that is a great merit, and when one dies, he will be sealed as a Taoist-in soldier. So how can one worry about creating too many sins that the gods underground don't want? Mother wants Dahu to be a good man, but more than anything, Mother wanted Dahu to be alive and well. Mother is too old to interfere with Dahu's decisions or help him. You can only eat fasting in Buddha's faith in a few clay statues, praying for the safety of the big tiger, wishing it to do less evil. Looking at the body of the old crone in front of him, Dongru was silent for a long time. First he felt guilty for a moment for wanting to kill her for good. How about this guy, Li Dahu? He is naturally guilty of occupying the mountain and slaughtering innocents, and no matter how skillful one's tongue is, one cannot make black sound white. His mother, however, was a very good person indeed. He, too, was truly a dutiful son. In fact, there are times when humans, as complex creatures, are biased when evaluated purely in terms of good and evil. People are black and white. The difference is that some people are bigger black and some are bigger white. Good and evil are really both relative concepts. Perfect saints are few and far between. Perhaps only one or two come out in 100 or 1,000 years. More. A person may be vicious to others, but kind to loved ones. Some people are vicious to their loved ones and to those around them, but they have a heart for the world. It cannot be said that either is nobler than the other, nor is it necessary to say which is hypocritical. People are complicated. It is difficult for people to set a strict standard for good and evil. So, people have a bottom line, or a bottom line that most people need to follow. Rules, that is not to kill innocent bystanders. Whether you want to live or climb up the ladder, killing innocent people is not an option. From the moment he kills innocents, then no one will be without fear that they will not be among the innocents he kills. People who have nothing to do with him are not obligated, should live and die for him, or become corpses at his feet to accomplish some goal. No one has that obligation. The word freedom is supposed to be in the permission of the rules to do what you want to do, as long as the rules are followed. Then the touch of freedom that he came out with will not have any constraints. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't kill innocent people, even if you strip naked and run naked on the street, the government will only punish you for disturbing the cityscape, fine you a few coins and detain you for a few days. Of course, you can ignore these words if you have power over the whole world, and you can just as well not eat beef because you are no longer of this world. Dongru put his palms together and recited a passage from the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra to transcend the crone's soul. Two ghosts that resembled Khans appeared and saluted Dongru before leaving with the crone's soul. The average ghost, without the supernatural powers of the Buddhist and Taoist families, has to wander around the world for months, even 2 or 3 years, before it is discovered and brought back by the underworld. And the Buddhist and Taoist superstitions are similar to the role of a police call. Calm the confused ghosts not to be afraid, and in the meantime, call and tell the ghosts of the underworld that there is a death here, and that you should come and get them. After transcending the crone's soul, Dongru released his true chi with both hands and lifted up the crone's body. Finding a green hill, he used his true chi to make a pit and bury the body of the old woman. Another stone was found and a monument was carved for it. Not knowing the name of the crone, Dongru directly wrote A. Li Dahu's mother tomb. I'm sure the crone wouldn't mind so much. As for whether it would be hypocritical to kill someone's son with his own hands and give them a monument and tomb, he had said that when he killed the female martial artist who trafficked women. There is no conflict between killing someone and whether or not you respect them. I can admire you, pity you, respect you, but I won't let you off the hook, unless he can get the people he killed to come out en masse and give him a letter of understanding. But this was impossible. Even the high-ranking Buddhists and Taoists who went up to the 9 heavens and passed through the underworld couldn't do it. But he, Dongru, could manage to send him down there himself, so that he could ask them personally if they would forgive him. Buried the crone. Dongru's 2 heart demons also told him that they had captured the demonic spirit that had slaughtered the Green Mountain village. It's a vixen. When we caught her, she was still gnawing on the flesh and blood of the villagers of Castle Peak Village. Dongru asked them to bring her here. After descending the mountain, 2 heart demons grabbed a woman with a demonic face and fox ears and walked towards Dongru. Aya, masters, you're hurting me. Be gentle. That fox demon's voice was fluffy and bewitching. Her clothes were half naked. Her fragrant shoulders were half exposed, and her 2 soft masses of tofu were rubbing left and right against the 2 heart demons, trying to seduce them. But in reality, 2 mind demons, both of which belonged to no gender. This act of hers was no different from seducing a eunuch, or even worse. After all, eunuchs used to have them, and 2 heart demons that haven't owned one. Fox demon? Dongru walked forward and sized up the fox demon. This was the first time he had ever seen an existence like a demon. Indeed, the horse fork. Beautiful indeed. There was no karma wrapped around the fox demon's body. Only the blood chi residue from killing 100 people. This is normal. Demons kill people and people kill demons. There will be no karma to haunt them. Only when demons kill demons and people kill people will karma haunt them. The simple fact is that only when like kills like, heaven and earth will allow their karma to haunt them. Aya, another Buddha. Buddha, are you going to purify your slaves? The Buddhists are notoriously good old boys who don't dare to get their hands on blood. So the fox demon is emboldened. She thought that if she was arrested by the 3 monks in front of her, the big deal was to listen to 100 years of Buddhist scriptures. 100 years later, she's a good bitch again. Or more simply, demons live longer than the average practitioner. So as long as she boils these 3 monks to death, she'll be a good man. Nay, a good woman again. Degenerate? Hundreds of mortals in Green Mountain Village. Were they killed by you? Tang Ru asked with an icy voice. Yes. What's the matter? People can eat beasts and fowls. Can't slaves eat people? Master Buddha, the equality of all living beings that your Buddha speaks of, is it only equality amongst the human race? The fox demon's voice was fluffy and soft. Even if it was a question, it seemed to be charming. It's burning. You don't have to try to be sophomoric in this regard. The poor monk is better at it than you are. Dang Ru snorted coldly. All beings are naturally equal. People eat beasts. Beasts can naturally eat people. But you are a demon, not a beast. If a beast eats a mortal, the poor monk doesn't care. That's the cycle of heaven. If you kill a cultivator, the poor monk doesn't care. That's also the cycle of heaven. After saying that, Tang Ru's words changed. But you, as a demon, have killed mortals, not cultivators, and you yourself are even less of a beast without magical power. So naturally, the poor monk will have to take care of it. Demon, die. Tang Ru made a wrathful gesture and slapped his palm down. His palm was attached to his true chi, which transformed into a sharp blade and ruthlessly slapped down towards the fox demon's head, slapping its head to pieces. The fox demon's delicate body trembled twice and collapsed. Without mana to sustain her, she soon took her original form, a headless fox. It's huge, over a meter long. The fox demon obviously did not expect that Tang Ru would actually not listen to her sophistry. She also could not have imagined that Tang Ru actually had no mercy at all. What she couldn't think of was, didn't they all say that Buddhist monks were good old men and didn't dare to kill? Did she meet a fake monk? But it was clear that she couldn't think about it that much anymore. After killing the fox demon, the 2 heart demons instantly struck out, beating the fox demon's soul that was trying to escape. The core of Dengru's argument is actually quite simple. Man eats birds and beasts of prey, and birds and beasts of prey can eat man. Cultivators can kill demons, and demons can kill cultivators. In the words of human society, demons and flying animals, mortals and cultivators. It's the equivalent of 2 adults with 2 children. 2 kids beating the shit out of each other. That's fine. 2 adults go to fight. There is nothing, as long as the officials do not get caught and sentenced to provocation. But you're a grown man going down in a child's fight against each other and beating the other kid to a pulp on account of the adult's size advantage. That's even if you're sneaky and leave after the fight. You usually can't get caught. But after you beat up a human child, you still want to argue with the NPC that you are not the equal of all beings? You hit your child, didn't you? Why did you hit me? That's something. If people as adults don't shelter their own children, who will? The equality of all beings is not such a multitude of laws either. Say, are you just going to walk around the world aimlessly? The first heart demon asked. He was roasting the fox demon's body with heart fire. After all, it was a demon that was killed. So in order to prevent the demon race from retaliating, it was still necessary to take good measures. Do you ever get the feeling that the more she bakes this thing, the better it smells? The first heart demon drooled and poked the headless body of the fox demon. The fox demon may never think of it until she dies. She lived, and did not succeed in seducing the Buddha by her flesh when she was 1,000 years old. After her death, her beautiful and fragrant flesh managed to seduce the Buddha. You don't say. Don't say. This demon's meat, it does smell good. Is there any cumin? Sprinkle some. Dang Ru expressed his approval of the first heart demon's idea. Yes, you just asked for wine when you were at the looking glass. Not me. I asked for spice. The first heart demon said, and then he pointed at Tang Ru's waist. It's in the 3rd pouch around your waist. Tang Ru complied, unclipping the 3rd pouch from his own waist, which indeed contained a small packet of spices. Have a say. This cultivation world, is there not a Qiankuan bag, Najing ring or something like that? What things are hanging on the waist? Poor monks are fast becoming a mobile warehouse. Dang Ru took out the spices. The second heart demon on the side had already cut down a tree and made a barbecue grill. The 2 heart demons worked together to dispose of the fox demon's flesh, separating the inedible from the edible, burning the inedible cleanly, and racking the inedible. There is, that Zishu from before. You remember. He had a nascent sacred ring on him. I just didn't tell you. The first heart demon said while holding a stick skewering the fox demon's meat. Why didn't you say so? Dang Ru froze. That Zisu has a nano ring did not say earlier? And you, the first heart demon, you know you won't say anything? Is it too late to return to the Void Sun sect to fish for the nascent sacrifice? I thought you knew. Didn't you read so many fairy novels and comics and stuff back on Earth? The first heart demon took the spices from Dang Ru and sprinkled them on the fox demon's meat. It stands to reason that as an orthodox traveler, when you come across a cultivator wearing a ring or something like that on his hand, you'd peel it off and take a look, right? The second heart demon added. The two heart demons were both from Tang Ru's own heart, one honor and one loss. They naturally knew about Tang Ru being a traveler. Dong Ru was silent. He felt as if he was being despised. No, he's feeling a little indigenous living lately. Why? Look on the bright side. That's a true Yang sect disciple's Nagara. Even if you took it, you probably wouldn't have the life to use it. But you've just destroyed their ghost sect plan. Going to take their Nagara to fill it with stuff. Is it because you think you're not dying fast enough? The first heart demon relieved. As he said that, he also pulled off a piece of fox demon hind leg meat and handed it to Tang Ru. What he said was also true. The killing Buddha inheritance didn't teach anyone how to erase the imprinted breath on the nascent sacrifice or anything like that. Picking it up, there was a real possibility that the true Sun sect would find it directly and hunt it down. Think of it this way, it's still a blessing in disguise and you got away with it. Also, Tang Ru nibbled on the fox demon's hind leg meat, and it did taste good. Still have to figure out how to get a nerf though. After all, hanging too many things around the waist, affecting the aesthetics, not to mention, access to action is not very convenient. As for taking a big package and carrying it or whatever, that's a direct step down from holy monk persecution to a two-armed one. No consideration. After drinking and eating, Tang Ru and the two heart demons continued their journey. Regarding what the first heart demon asked, is it the intention to keep walking around the world aimlessly like this? The answer given by Duanru was, it does wander all over the world, but it's not a complete wander. It's a purposeful wander. It's been almost a month since I left Wangshu City. The nearest city to Wangshu City was not far away. Dang Ru held a map in his hands and studied it. You can read? The first heart demon asked. It's okay. As much as it pains me to admit it, Dong Ru does have a bit of road rage. But the map, I can read the north, south, east, west, north and west. But you're holding it backwards. The first heart demon turned the map in Tang Ru's hand over. Lower north and upper south managed to get back to upper north and lower south. Return. Dang Ru just spat out a word lightly about being punched in the face. Soon, the first heart demon was shoved back inside by a force majeure. The second heart demon simply joined his palms together and said, another 3 miles to that. Moon City. I wonder what kind of pattern this Moon City is. Dang Ru confidently burned the map and put his palms together. Roadrunners don't have to care about the grid. Just get rid of evil properly. The second heart demon closed his palm and made up the most crucial cut. You also return. Dang Ru Dao. Soon, the second heart demon was also sucked into the body by force majeure. Expecting two heart demons to chat and relieve their boredom. He, Tang Ru, was really crazy. It's two leaky cotton padded jackets. After shutting the two leaky cotton jackets, Dang Ru continued on his way towards Yuer City, which was marked on the map. He, the titular master slayer, couldn't possibly be roadkill. For 3 miles, Dang Ru walked for 3 days. After walking for 3 days, he saw a wide city wall appear within his sight. Apparently, Master Slayer successfully proved himself not to be a roadie. Your Excellency is the demon bucking Vajra? Tang Ru was about to head towards Yuer City when he was stopped in his tracks by 3 people. 2 late martial realm and 1 early Chi blood realm cultivator. 1 tall, 1 short, 1 fat. Chi and blood realm in this remote area, except for the Great Jing border army on the borderline. It was generally in existence that could be a local snake in a city. One appears here, obviously prepared. A poor monk who kills a living being is not a demon subduing Vajra. Dong Ru put his palms together and said, What's Zhou Shuren got to do with you arresting Lu Sun? You fart. Do you think the 3 of us brothers are fools? The tall one cursed, not waiting for the 3 to continue saying anything, only to see the 2 late martial cultivators covering their necks and slowly collapsing, large amounts of blood oozing out. As for the cultivator at the early stage of the Chi blood realm, his head directly exploded. 3 brothers died neatly. Noisy. Dang Ru snorted coldly as the 2 heart demons struck out, beating the 3 souls to death. The ability of the heart demon to attack the soul was also learned by a chance discovery that the first heart demon had broken up a person's soul. First heart demon, this kid is hiding pretty deep. Tang Ru probably guessed the origins of these 3 people. People are red. Kill more people. Get a reputation. The main thing is that they didn't kill it cleanly and gave it away. Don't get me wrong. It's certainly not a case of letting go of evil people who deserve to be killed. It's letting go of some maids and slaves and such, who don't know what's going on. These people rumored Dang Ru out of admiration, out of gratitude. The demon bucking Vajra is just the most common and well-known rumor. It was almost as if he, Dang Ru, was rumored to be a divine Buddha second only to Buddha. And with that, there are many Jianghu warriors who are admiringly challenging or, alternatively, chasing and killing cultivators like these three. Tang Ru killed not thousands but hundreds along the way. To this group of blind chivalry, Dang Ru would usually only give 2 sentences. If you have a good attitude, you beat and let go. If you have a bad attitude, you just kill them. After all, people were running to kill him, and he was already being kind by looking at their attitude. He, Dang Ru, felt that he was suspiciously too saintly. Tang Ru walked towards Yuer City, and after the gate armorers had checked the city, they entered. Yuer City was much smaller in size than Wanshu City. This also means that the evil that this small place can get rid of is only not expected to be as much as Shucheng. It was even more unlikely that there was an immortal cultivation sect to let kill like Wanshu City. He found an inn in the city, asked for a room, and put down some of the big things on his body. After a short rest, Dang Ru began to inquire around the city. Amitba Buddha, monks, are there any evil-doing gangs in the city? Dang Ru stopped a leisurely-footed citizen and inquired. Evil-doing gangs? No. The man who was stopped shook his head repeatedly and walked away with a terrified look on his face. Walked very quickly, as if he Dang Ru was some kind of man-eating flood beast. Then there is. Dang Ru speculated as he watched the man's hurried footsteps. After all, if there were no evil-doing gangs, how could they be in a hurry and look frightened? There are times when the answer is not in a person's words. It's in a person's expression, a person's actions. Now that we know there are gangs that do evil, all we have to do is to inquire where the gangs are. And the best place to ask for information is a tavern. Tang Ru found another passerby, spent some silver, and asked someone to take him to the highest trafficked restaurant in Yuer City. And then he tuned out the 2 heart demons and told them to go ask around the city. Split up. It took some time. Walking into the most crowded restaurant, it was already packed at the moment. Tang Ru gave a couple of silver pieces to the junior who came to greet him, and that junior immediately and respectfully invited him to be seated. Monk, do you have any gangs in Yuer City that bully men and women and commit crimes? Dang Ru inquired. That junior looked at the silver in his hand and then looked at Dang Ru. A difficult face. The silver in his hands are a little feel hot. Speak boldly, a boundary has been placed here, and no one will know, Dang Ru said in relief. Upon hearing this, the junior only dropped his heart and accepted the broken silver in his hand. Master, there is, in our Moon City, there are no evil gangs, only evil officials. No, or rather, the government is the gang, and the gang is the government, Junior said while looking left and right, obviously afraid of some kind of eye candy. Seeing that no one was looking at him, Junior's heart dropped. Collusion between the government and the bandits, is that it? Dongru asked. Pretty much. The leader of the biggest gang in the city is the county magistrate's brother, and both of them are descendants of the Fong family, and the entire Moon City is their family's territory. Here, their Fong family's word is better than even the law of the fucking king of dying. Junior had an indignant look on his face. In that case, the poor monk understands. Dang Ru nodded. So he placed another handful of broken silver in the hands of the youngest child. Good wine and meat, help the poor monk up. Duan Ru said. We're here, let's eat before we go. Meat? Wine? Junior froze as he looked at the white-robed monk in front of him who wore a bucket hat on his head and a mask on his face. It's supposed to be a monk, right? Just do it, you're the one who makes the money, not the one who cares if the poor monk can eat meat. Duan Ru said. Junior instantly laughed at this statement. Yo! What the master said, just in the right place. The little one take money is enough. Master you wait, good wine and meat for you. Junior left with a smile on his face, not taking a cloud with him. Duan Ru found a remote corner and sat down. Collusion between the government and the bandits. No, it's a family. Duan Ru spat. No wonder Xiaoer looked odd. No wonder the man was in a hurry. It turned out to be a family of sorts, with Moon City becoming a state within a state. Now that we know the target, it's a good thing. Just kill them all. The only thing that's hard to do, it's processing. After destroying the Feng family, who should be in charge of the management of Yuer City? But that's fine. It's not really possible to leave the first or second heart demons in charge and let them get an official government again. Dying is almost done anyway, and doesn't care about the so-called authority. After drinking and eating, when Tang Ru came out of the restaurant, it was already sunset. Dang Ru looked at the sky, thought about it, There is no hurry to get rid of the evil. First go back to rest and have a good sleep. Then he headed for the inn. One by one, the pedestrians around him swept past him. Dangru suddenly became interested and opened a sky eye, observing the pedestrians coming and going. Heaven's eye, one of the 6 powers of Buddhism. In addition to being able to make the eyesight very good, cultivating it to a great extent will enable one to understand the past and the present. It's similar to the Taoist art of divining heavenly chances. Now Dangru was not able to know the past and the present, but he could see whether a person would do good or evil in the coming period of time. But you can only look at cultivation levels lower than your own. It's more chicken scratch. With the help of his heaven's eye, Dangru saw that there was a young girl in the distance, weaving in and out of the crowd. The young girl was cloaked, her clothes rather thin and dirty. She stumbled through the crowd. When she saw a man, she tugged at the man's sleeve, as if begging for something, and the men she pulled were all flinging themselves to the ground as if they had seen the plague, and as if she didn't know the pain. The young girl got up from the ground and proceeded to pull the next man. Duanru heard her words. Her words were, "Master, I'll sleep with you and you give me a bite to eat." The young girl's hand had, at some point, grabbed onto the corner of Tangru's coat, and she looked at Tangru with a begging gaze. Her clothes were dirty and her hands were dusty, but her face was clean, looked young, couldn't have been more than 16. Dangru looked at her with his heavenly eyes and couldn't see if she would do evil or good. Can't even, see a future for her. This represents, she has no future. She's dying, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Just the food? Dongru asked. Well, master, I just need a bite to eat. The young girl nodded her head heavily and held onto Tangru's coat corner with a death grip, fearing that Tangru would go away. Let go first, Duanru said. The young girl looked at Dangru's white monk's clothes, and then looked at her dirty hands, and instantly knew it was bad. She fell to her knees in fear. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dirty your clothes. I'm sorry. I was just so hungry. Looking at the young girl in front of him who had a thin figure and gave off a feeling of weakness and powerlessness, Dangru felt some pity for her. If she was a proper skin whore, then he would not pity her. But she just wants a bite to eat. Anyway, if a person does bad things for the desire of money, it's the person's problem. And a person doing bad things just to keep from starving to death is a problem in this society. Get up. The poor monk will take you to dinner, Duanru said. It's just a mouthful of rice, so give it to her. Even if she's going to die, let's make it a full death. Thank you, master. Master, you are a good man. The young girl excitedly got up and kept bowing to Tangru to thank him. Aha! Dangru didn't refute her praise and just took it. A passerby watched the duo and talked. What is being discussed is nothing more than one. This monk has actually moved his heart? More prostitutes? Or whoring such a bargain? Each of them pointed at Dangru, only to say that the Buddhist sect was becoming more and more degenerate. Sure enough, Buddhists are hypocrites to the core. For these comments, Tangru chose not to listen to. The clearer. He only took this young girl to eat a full meal. Other than that, whatever. The young girl was led to a ravioli store that was owned by an old man with gray hair. Old man, cook a bowl of ravioli. Tangru put down a piece of broken silver. He certainly wouldn't take a young girl to eat any big fish or meat. It was not that he was cheap. He lacked everything, just not money. But the young girl looked like she had been starving for a long time. Suddenly eating big fish and meat, it would burst her stomach, and it was not possible to say. Wontons, such a warm and gentle food, was the most suitable. The old man of the wonton store shot a glance at Dangru and the young girl. Somewhat wanting to speak, he grabbed a handful of ravioli and threw it into the pot. Master, this girl child, she's sick. The old man seemed to have made up his mind about something and said to Tangru, Sick? What kind of sickness? Dangru was a little puzzled and looked at the young girl. The killing Buddha only kills but does not cross. He will not see the doctor. What was wrong with the young girl? He couldn't tell. I'm not sick. Master, I'm not sick. Look at me. I'm alive and well. How can I be sick? The young girl shook her head back and forth, defending herself one by one. Gee, of course you wench doesn't think she's sick. She's that, the old man said, pointing between his legs and drawing a flower with his hand. STDs? Dongru asked. The old man nodded. You can eat without worrying. Tongru first calmed the panicked young girl, then looked at the old man and asked. The poor monk observed that she was at most 16 years old. How could she have gotten a venereal disease? The young girl looked very young, no more than 16 at most. She should not have eaten less food during the day, and her body was only weak and feeble, not exactly bone-thin and barren. Is it so unloving? Dangru frowned, but the iron mask concealed it, so his face could not be seen. The old man grunted coldly. Self-love? How self-loving does she have to be considered self-loving? Old man, I've been running a wonton store here for 30 years. This girl, her father was a gambler, and her mother was killed alive by her gambling father because she couldn't get money for her father to gamble. And her dad, when she was 6, starved to death because he couldn't pay back the money. She's a little 6-year-old girl doll, crawling in that freezing cold, just trying to find a bite to eat. There's an old lecher in this neighborhood who's too poor to afford to go to a high-class greenhouse. And when he saw such a little girl doll walking in the freezing cold, he carried her off and gave her a bite to eat. But it also takes her body. Then when she was a little older, the old pervert wanted her to go to the pickup. 10 years old, she was only 10 then. And then she was already, alas, the old man said as he fished the ravioli out of the pot, put it in a bowl and brought it to the young girl. Eat, the old man said to the young girl. The young girl didn't make a point of taking the spoon and began to wolf it down. I could tell she was really hungry. Dang-Ru looked at the young girl and listened to the old man talk about her experience, only to feel pity for her, and then look above the young girl's head to a future that she can't even see with that sky eye pass. Although he felt that it was a moral abduction, Dang-Ru still wanted to ask. Listen to the words of the old master. To the young girl is full of pity. That year why is not willing to save her a save. If it is willing to save her a save, she, perhaps, can embark on a different path. Dang-Ru asked in a muffled voice. Ha! The old man would like to save her for a while. But the old man, I have an old companion in children. If I save her for a while, the old lecher, and those who are her benefactors, will have to save the old man for a while. The old man said. He had his own family, and things he cherished, and it was not easy to support a wonton store and feed this family. How could he dare to cause more trouble for the sake of others? He is good if he doesn't harm others for the sake of money. Also, Dang-Ru nodded slightly. What the old man said wasn't exactly desperate. It's just human nature. It's natural to be nosy for the sake of yourself and your family. Unloved loners like him who are capable of chivalry are ultimately in the minority. In the middle of the conversation, the young girl had already finished the bowl of ravioli in one gulp. Even the soup was clean. Master, I'm full. Don't worry. I'll sleep with you. The young girl sat on the sidelines, somewhat restrained. Dang-Ru laughed and took off his bucket hat, pointing to the top of his bare head and said, Poor monks are monks and do not love beauty. Expecting the young girl to give up sleeping with her, she asked with some bewilderment, Guru, what is it? The old man on the sidelines explained it to each of the two men. Master, this girl has been alive for 15 years, 9 years doing that sort of thing with people. No one has taught her that, only some of the things her mother taught her before she was 6. Girl, this master is a Buddhist, will not want your body. The Buddhist is only save people, do not kill people, do not touch women, do not eat meat. Good people. You met a nobleman. Dang-Ru was silent. This was the second time he had been this silent after the crone. The young girl in front of him left him speechless with words of comfort. She may, in fact, not even know what kind of life a real person should have. After all the old man had said, her face had been of a constrained appearance, except once when the old man had said she was ill in a panic. She doesn't even feel sorry for herself because she's never even seen how normal people should live. Master, you're a good man, and it's this girl's destiny to run into you. But old man, I'll say one more thing. The old man added. Please speak, old master. That old man was silent for a moment, his face somewhat torn, as if he was unsure whether he should say anything or not. Don't save her. Let her starve to death and, perhaps, be better off, the old man said. Why? Dang-Ru was puzzled. No rescue? No way. To eliminate evil and save people to the end is to kill the Buddha. Killing life for the sake of protecting life. If you can't even save the poor people in front of you, what is this Buddha practicing? That old lecher. Some time ago, in order to curry favor with Boss Fong, the leader of the local Black Fox gang and brother of the magistrate, took this girl with him. Then, she passed the disease to Boss Fong, so angry that Boss Fong killed the old lecher on the spot, and she was kicked out, and Boss Fong put out the word to let her starve to death alive, and whoever dares to save her, is to cross his Boss Fong. I know that you are a good person, master, but, that Boss Fong has a hand in the city. You must not, the old man advised. There's no one the poor monk can't save. If someone wants to stop the poor monk from saving, then, Dang-Ru paused, and his words changed, and there is no one that the poor monk cannot kill. With that, he took the young girl's hand and led her away from the wonton store. In public, he's just nakedly telling that what's his name Boss Fong. This person, he saved, and will save to the end. Want her to live the life that ordinary people should have. How? The young girl was taken straight away by Dang-Ru. Along the way, the young girl acted very formal, very apprehensive. Years of working for prostitutes had taught her that many men were always capable of coming up with a myriad of perverted ways to play when it came to that. Tying her up with ropes? That's just the most unusual way to play. And what with the needle stick and all? It hurts. But the man in front of her had already given her a full meal, so she had to suffer through it, no matter how perverted the play. Tang Ru first brought the young girl back to the inn. Inside the room. Master, how do you want to play? The young girl's voice was soft and thin. She wrung her hands together tightly in front of her body, waiting for Deng Ru's judgment. How does it play? Tang Ru looked at the young girl and after a moment of thought, he asked rhetorically, it's not up to the poor monk. How do you want to play it? Ha! When the young girl heard this, she blushed a little shyly, and she didn't know how to answer. Let her decide the play. She never has. This is the kind of thing that is usually decided by the benefactors. She's just a toy. She has no autonomy. Master, there are no such rules. You are the guest. The play has to be decided by you. The young girl said. Ha ha ha, play what? Your body? Deng Ru suddenly laughed as he pointed at the young girl's somewhat barrenly developed body. That old pervert should just use young girls as toys and tools for lust and money. It's an object. Objects. As long as they're alive. Where does one need to be well fed? It is not even true to say that death is not out of the question for the old lecher, if there is not a means of preserving it. Master, it is. The young girl pursed her lips and nodded heavily. She felt as if she had been humiliated. It was nothing, after all. After all these years, many people had taken out all kinds of desires on her. The desire to abuse, the desire to force, the desire to control. Much, much more. I don't like playing with people's bodies. Deng Ru put his hands on the table and propped his head up, surveying the young girl in front of him through his mask. I like it. Playing with people, life. But then again, I don't like being in control of other people's lives. I like to see it, you take control of your own life. How you play it. You play it for me. Play your life out and play it for me. The young girl's whole body was a bit bewildered when she heard this. She seemed to hear it. The master in front of me wants to play a higher-end game. Life. But what is life? She doesn't know. Master. Life. What is it? The young girl asked timidly, pinching the corner of her coat. Life. Is it some kind of high-end play? As soon as her words were asked, Deng Ru fell even more silent. This girl, she doesn't even understand what life is. So what has she been doing for the last 9 years? It doesn't need much description anymore. Seeing Tang Ru's silence, the young girl became even more terrified. Her knees softened and she was about to kneel down and apologize. Deng Ru stopped her with his true chi. Tang Ru said in a warm voice, what is life? Life is living. Living as a human being. Not anything high-end. But it needs to be something you control. The young girl understood. But she still doesn't get it. Living as a human being. Wasn't she living as a human being? She's already human if she's alive. Just play along. The poor monk helps you get away from those people. You don't have to be their toy. You can do whatever you want. The poor monk opens your life. What's your name? Deng Ru was a bit disinterested. Teenage girls are dull, and there's no fun in talking to her. But it's not her fault. STDs, nerdiness, and only knowing how to show off her body for food are not her fault. She's a prostitute, forced to be one since she was 6. But that status doesn't make her hateful. She has nothing to hate. Most miserable people have nothing to hate. Just some hateful people have something to be miserable about. The so-called poor people will be hateful. But it is only the people who have the intention to invert the cause and effect, reversing the cause and effect. Therefore, Deng Ru still decided to save her. At least, let her live as a normal person. It doesn't matter if she's teaching her children or doing some business on her own. It's her choice. Back to master. My name is Su Irma, but Godfather said that I've already broken my body, so I can only be called Ern Yang. Su Irma said. Deng Ru frowned as he balked. What the fuck, 2 mothers and 2 mothers? Fuck them. If Su Irma had gone astray on her own, it was fine to be called Ern Yang, but she was forced into the wrong path by that so-called godfather. And who is her godfather to say that? Su Irma is just fine, though this teenage girl is already a bit far from the word ya at her age. But it's only 15, and Irma's right. Never mind what your godfather said. He's dead. He's dead good. You're yourself. You're Irma. Co Irma. Deng Ru pointed at Su Irma and said, thank you, master. Su Irma was a bit touched. For so many years, they all called her Ern Yang, but she didn't like being called that. Obviously, she's not too big either. They always say she's just a slut who's ridden by thousands of people, so she doesn't deserve such a childish name as ya. But she still wanted to use Su Irma. Introducing herself to Deng Ru, she also said the name Su Irma first, before saying that her godfather said she only deserved to be called Ern Yang. In the end, she longed for someone to think of her as Irma, instead of Ernang. Ever think about wanting to do anything? Besides, sleeping with someone? Dongru asked. I don't know. Su Irma shook her head. She didn't know what she wanted to do. It's like all she does is sleep with people. This is the least technical. Just go against the grain. So what do you like? Dongru knocked his head with a bit of a headache. Trying to save someone completely. Or a windbag. Naturally, you can't just give money and food and be done with it. Sitting around and eating. She needs to be taught some kind of a life skill. Except, sleeping with someone. It can't be taught that professions like horse slavery shouldn't exist. Or at least, can't exist legally and legally. You're saying it's voluntary? Can you guarantee that she wasn't forced to volunteer? Under high pressure and coercion. Who is asked who is not voluntary and who dares not to be voluntary? Master, I like cloth. Nice cloth. Su Irma meditated for a while before speaking to Dongru. Good. Then I'll teach you an embroidery skill. And in the future you'll embroider some cloths to sell and support yourself. How's that? Dongru asked. Master is going to teach me to embroider? Su Irma was flattered and couldn't believe that this was something a benefactor could say. She's just a toy. Where do the benefactors come and go to teach her things? A toy. How dare she ask someone to teach her things? Well, I'll play you like this. It's a game. I'll pay for it. I'll furnish you with a storefront, get you a stock of cloth, and teach you to embroider. All this, free of charge, at no cost to you. I'll pay another sum of money to take you to a doctor and cure you. And this money, which is to be repaid, will be paid back with the money from the sale of the cloth after you have learned to embroider. Dongru spoke the requirements and rules to the young girl in front of him. How could Su Irma not understand that the nobleman in front of her was saying that he was playing with her? But in reality, he was saving her. She flopped to her knees, crying and sniffling, and the words were broken. Slave girl thanks master for being willing to save me. Master's great kindness. I will definitely remember it. When I finish paying back master's money, I will repay him. Dongru reached out and used his true chi to help him up. Good. I'll wait for your reward. It's getting late, so go wash up and get some sleep, and I'll help you with these tomorrow. Dongru said, reaching out, lighting the candles around him. Late at night, Dongru looked at Su Irma, who was sleeping deeply on the bed, and he let out a long sigh. Su Irma is just a microcosm of this coming chaos. There are many like her. Each has its own tragic method. It would be hard to save them like we saved Su Irma. How many can one person save? As he said to Dokorobai at first, he is slow to do good alone. Soon, the two heart demons also returned with their information. Yo, another one to tease. Your face is bad can so tease. If the face is not bad, this world of beauty will not be your poisonous hand? When you think about it like this, the poor monk is really meritorious. The first heart demon is as venomous as ever. It's just saving lives. Duanru said. You're ferrying people. The first heart demon corrected. Ferrying people, saving people, the difference of one word. The meaning, too, has made a big difference. Saving people, just saving her from her misery would be good. This is manifested in the form of giving money, food, encumbering her, or killing and exterminating anything that threatens her life. That's saving lives, and ferrying people. Not only to save her and give her a full meal, but to help her navigate this sea of bitterness instead of saving her for a while and then just sinking. The specific difference can be understood as a person drowning. The rescuer, who saved him from the shore. Those who ferry people, after saving them from drowning, must also teach them to swim, so that they will no longer fear drowning. Well, ferry her. Dongru didn't deny it either. Seeing that she was poor, she crossed over. Then do you remember that there is a tenet in the killing Buddha inheritance, called, only killing, not crossing over? The first heart demon asked rhetorically. Remember, Duanru said, but isn't that for the wicked? Only killing him, without the naive idea of ferrying him to change his ways. That's why it's only killing and not ferrying. Dongru was a little confused as to why the first heart demon was saying all this. Shake him up? Unlike. No, not only to the wicked, but also to the good. No ferrying. The first heart demon grinned, rather mysteriously. Dongru looked at the second heart demon, who was also silent and only laughed. The two devils seemed to know something, but for some common purpose. They don't even say. Just laugh and don't say anything. In any case, saving people to the end. She, poor monk saved. Other, no matter. If even saving a person would jeopardize the cultivation of the killing Buddha, then this killing Buddha is not to be cultivated. Dongru firmly said. Well, in any case, as long as you don't regret it, it certainly won't jeopardize your cultivation. And anyway, you'll understand why the killing Buddha only kills but doesn't ferry. It won't be long. The first heart demon just said this. The second heart demon nodded along. Could it be that this Su Irma that the poor monk saved will turn into some kind of great devil in the future? Dang Ru was a bit puzzled. What exactly were these two devils pretending to know? But when you think about their near-fatalist skills, surely they must know something to say that? That's one reason for only killing and not crossing over. But not her. The girl is kind. That's something you don't have to worry about. The first heart demon affirmed and dismissed this idea of Tang Ru. Forget it. What did you guys find out from your investigation into this city's evil gangs? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. People are to be saved, and evil is to be removed. Just keep those 2 points in mind. Duanru doesn't intend to make himself a cerebral palsy who can only think naturally, the first heart demon said, and then he began to speak eloquently. Yuer City is different from Wangshu City. The force value is weaker than Wangshu City. The strongest person is only at the early stage of Qi blood. That's the county magistrate's brother. It's different from the 3 families in Wangshu City, with the Void Sun sect outside. Moon City is a family, and what comes with this one family dominance is a high degree of centralized and unchecked power. Once those in power are not restrained and clamped down, then the evil they do is far higher than the 3 divisions. There are still people in Wangshu City who dare to talk about the 3 families doing evil and losing their conscience. And Moon City, the moment you enter the city, you ask them if they have any evil-doing gangs, and they don't even dare to answer. The first heart demon said. Tang Ru combined the words of the first heart demon with what he had inquired about today and the people he had met. An image of this Fong family was soon constructed in his mind. Authoritarian and oppressive tyrant? Tyrants they don't deserve yet. But, dictatorial oppression for sure. It looks like dying is really on the verge of finishing his calf. Even such an important official position as a county magistrate, or the position of a county magistrate under the system of a rogue official, actually allowed a landlord and squire to dominate it for a long time. And no one cares. Power needs constraints and checks and balances. A power goes dictatorial. That means the people need to put their lives in the hands of whether or not this dictator is dedicated to the people and whether or not he is good. And if it's multiple forces checking each other, then they'll be much more restrained. Let's go and get rid of the evil. Tang Ru said to the 2 heart demons. You 2 go to the Fong family to exterminate them, and I'll go to that gang to kill them. Could be. The 2 heart demons responded and then disappeared. Duanru leapt from the window, and then he flew high into the air with his royal chi, surveying the entire city with his heaven's eye. Soon, everyone in the entire Moon City was divided into those who were about to do evil and those who were about to do good. There are others that have no future and are dying. It's easy to find people with the eye of the sky. The people who are about to do evil have gathered in a bunch, so it must be a gang. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be wrong to exterminate it. Dang Ru quickly found a place where thousands of people, who would do evil in the eye of heaven, were gathered. I think that was the Black Fox Gang's compound that the old man from the Hundun shop was talking about. Flying over the Black Fox Gang's compound, Tang Ru landed at their entrance. The 2 martial arts cultivators watching the gate saw Tang Ru and were about to shout to inform him. However, just as his mouth opened, Tang Ru used his true chi to blow his head off. After advancing to the true chi realm, one could use true chi to kill people up to 1,000 meters away. It's more efficient to get rid of evil. Duanru doesn't kill people without being too brutal. It's only about efficiency. It was more efficient to pat the head before. So let's do it. Well, now. Dang Ru kicked the door of the Black Fox Gang, and the gang members patrolling inside spotted him instantly. Each holding a crossbow, they quickly crouched down, aimed at Dang Ru, and pulled the trigger. Rather well trained. However, it was already more difficult for ordinary arrows to kill martial realm cultivators. All Chi and Blood realm cultivators needed to shoot uninterruptedly for an hour to make their Chi and Blood depleted before they could shoot a Chi and Blood realm cultivator. As for the true Chi realm, it was already impossible to be killed by ordinary arrows. Dang Ru just held on to those arrows and let them shoot at his body, making pinging sounds of gold and iron. When all those arrows had fallen, he then operated his true Chi and with a wave of his hand, he shot all these gang members to death, killed themselves with their own arrows. There's an assassin. Move faster. Sharp, dense footsteps rang out, rushing towards Dang Ru's side. The commotion over here quickly drew the attention of the entire Black Fox Gang. Gang after gang rushed forward, armed with bows or crossbows and even shields in concert. It wasn't quite the same as the gangs Dang Ru had killed before. The previous gangs were all bandits, purely slashing people with their big swords, and the occasional 1 or 2 with bows and crossbows were all just a bunch of shooting. It's not like the Black Foxes, who are in command and in good order. A family gets up and the bandits all look like officials. Or rather, the bandits are the officials and the officials are the bandits. However, no matter how well trained, it was still only a mortal weapon after all. A mortal's weapon can't hurt a true Chi realm cultivator. Parrying all of these attacks, Tang Ru took one step and killed his way into the crowd, flinging out countless amounts of true Chi and blowing the heads off of these gang members. Instant blood everywhere. Hundreds of gang members instantly fell. Dangru put his palms together and spoke softly. Amit Ba, my Buddha is merciful. And then countless true chi burst out from his body, killing all the gang members who came to his aid. While killing and walking, he also recited the Earth Store Main Wish Sutra, transcending the souls of the dead as much as possible to the point where their souls were scattered, without even lifting his head, until it killed in front of that Black Fox gang leader, the so-called Boss Fong. Dangru killed all the way to that so-called Boss Fong. I've heard of you since the old days, Demon Buster. That Boss Fong seemed to be a well-mannered middle-aged man. The cultivation level was only at the early stage of chi blood. Oh, you've heard about the poor monk a long time ago? That's an honor for you. Dangru didn't want to be polite with him. He just wanted to kill him directly, and then a superlative meal, just for a woman. You want to kill me? Leave Moon City with no leader and mobs in all directions? Boss Fong questioned. Meh. Dangru didn't bother to talk nonsense. An instantaneous body directly came to Boss Fong, grabbed his head with one hand. This Boss Fong didn't even react. His head was ruthlessly crushed. The headless corpse fell heavily. Overrated. Overestimated yourself and that little girl. Dangru muffled his voice, sort of making Boss Fong do the honors. It seems the dictators have a perception that the world is in chaos without this dictator. Yes, there are times when it does. But Boss Fong was still far from that realm. There are plenty of people who can replace him and do as they're told. As for whether it's for Su Irma, there's a little bit of it. He didn't want the person he had managed to save to have his life threatened. After killing the man, Dangru recited the Earth Store Main Wish Sutra once again. After confirming that all the people were scattered, Dangru set a fire and made this magnificent gang's premises a pile of brocade ashes. The white-robed monk just drifted away, his back turned to the flaming fire. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Normally he doesn't light a fire. But this time, he was there to tell the people of Moon City. Here, he pipes up. It's already managed. And at that moment, the second heart demon had also come over carrying the magistrate's head. What are you going to do after killing the magistrate? The second heart demon asked. It had to be denied that although this magistrate didn't do good things, having him there, managing Moonchild City, did keep it in order. It's not a good order though, and now that the magistrate has been killed, then no one cares. You go and manage it, and from the system of officials, see if there is a seedling that can be supported, and support him or them as a magistrate. Of course Dangru would not say anything like, the world is the people's world, let the people govern themselves and so on. That's naive. Unlikely. Besides, dying hasn't even died yet, so changing someone else's system is a rebellion. This is not desirable. It's a good idea. 2. The second heart demon nodded and took the task. How long do you plan to stay here in Moon City? The second heart demon asked again. I don't know. When the teenage girl pays it off? Or maybe. Dangru waved his hand in a casual manner. Oh, well, it's good to know that if people teach people, they won't be able to do it in their lifetime. But if things are taught to people, they will do it once. The second heart demon laughed and said such a clueless sentence. What? You and the first heart demon are not in favor of the poor monk ferrying that Su Irma? Dangru was a bit puzzled. Although the first and second heart demons were under his control, he was not able to see through the second demon's mind. They seemed to come from a mysterious place. Not just a heart demon. It's nothing. We agree. It's just that you'll have to live with the consequences of this. You know, we're born with fatalism. The second heart demon just said this. Saying more would be rude. What's wrong with saving it all? You have to save it to the end? Since I'm not wrong, the consequences, I can naturally bear them. Dangru said frankly. Even if he would lose his cultivation for saving someone, he was undaunted. Save it all. Still afraid of the consequences of saving someone's life? That's a good mindset you have now. You're not wrong. The consequences are nothing bad for you. And if you can keep the point of view that you're not wrong, then, naturally, there won't be any consequences. That's all I'm going to say. More than that, it's not good. I'm off to do my job of receiving the county offices. So take your time ferrying people, the second heart demon said, and disappeared in a few blinks of an eye, leaving only the county magistrate's bloody, good-sized head to fall to the ground, staring at Dangru in death. Naturally, Dangru did not have the habit of liking being watched, and with a single fire, he burned it to ashes. In 3 or 2 steps, he went back to the inn, and looked at Su Irma who was sleeping soundly. He still hadn't been able to figure out why neither of the 2 demons would let him cross this maiden. Could it be that he would fall in love with this maiden? Are you kidding me? Monks move chickens. Monks are moved by love. And the heavens are struck by thunder. Dangru sighed and stopped thinking about it so much. He will not move from love and keep the color commandment, which is the bottom line. It should be clear to the 2 devils that they should be referring to something else. That is to say, this young girl, could very well shake his belief in the killing Buddha. That was perhaps what the second devil wanted to remind him of. But, also keep in mind that the two devils are demons of the heart, and they are going to take over his at all times. Words, too, should not be taken at face value. One night passed. Su Irma woke up from her bed. Professional habit made her reach out and feel around her side. Seems like it's going to get some kind of action. Suddenly, she remembered that the Lord hadn't asked her to sleep with him last night, and said he wanted her to play a game. She jerked her head around. Sure enough, a man in white wearing an icy mask just looked at her silently. Master, if you're awake, go wash up, and the poor monk will take you to be cured. Dang Ru just said this. Thank you, Master. Su Irma bowed her head slightly, grabbed a towel and a wooden basin, and ran out of the room. After a while, it shuffled back. Duanru got up and addressed her. Come with the poor monk, today you will be taken to see a doctor, and then go to help you purchase a property. The money for the doctor's visit, you need to keep in mind that you will have to pay it back. Su Irma nodded heavily. Master, I remember. Tong Ru nodded slightly, so he led Su Irma to head out of the guest room, went to the shopkeeper's place to return the key, and led her away. Walking on the street. At this moment, people are talking about the mysterious fire last night, which unexpectedly burned all the people of the Black Fox gang to death. And even that profound cultivation boss Fong was not spared. In one night, the Fong family was brutally exterminated, and the subordinates who followed the Fong family did not escape, and all of them died. The county office is now surprisingly under the control of a black-robed monk with a face like an evil spirit. Truly, a sight not seen in Moon City for 100 years. The faces of the people showed a sense of relaxation as the ultimate rebound after high pressure. And the man behind all this is just taking a leisurely stroll with a 15-year-old girl at the moment. Occasionally, he looked for someone to find out if there were any famous miracle doctors in the city of Yuer. Dang Ru, who had inquired about the residence of the divine doctor, brought area and then approached the door. Arriving in front of a medicine store, the shopkeeper squinted at Tong Ru. After feeling the majestic chi and blood on Tang Ru's body that didn't resemble a normal person, he instantly understood that this was a Buddhist cultivator in front of him. What can I do for you, master? The shopkeeper inquired with a respectful sniff. Take the girl to see about a disease. Well, an STD. Can you cure it? Dang Ru pushed Su Irma in front of the shopkeeper. Hiss, such a little girl. STD? The shopkeeper sucked in a breath of cool air. And suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and shook his head repeatedly. Dare not, dare not. It's not that you can't, it's that you don't dare. Dang Ru understood in a flash what the shopkeeper was struggling with. Boss Fong is dead. The poor monk killed her. If you don't cure her, the poor monk doesn't mind sending you to accompany that boss Fong. There was a hint of intimidation in Tang Ru's true words. He certainly wouldn't kill the shopkeeper. Intimidation is just a means to an end. Grand Master, killed boss Fong? The shopkeeper was a bit incredulous. Didn't they say monks can't kill? What's with the killing? If you don't believe me, you can go to the street and ask if boss Fong is dead, Duan Ru said. The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly. There was no need to inquire. The monk in front of him spoke with such conviction, and it was not something he could afford to mess with. Master is joking. Little old me will dispense medicine for this girl. The shopkeeper had dispensed medicine to boss Fong, and boss Fong's illness was infected by Su Irma. So to cure Su Irma, you only need to use the original herbs. The shopkeeper quickly grabbed 3 pairs of medicines for Su Irma. 3 meals a day. Medicine for the sick. The shopkeeper patted his chest in assurance. Okay, how much? Dong Ru asked. This herb is rather precious. You know, it's easy to suppress the symptoms of an STD, but it's hard to eradicate it. The shopkeeper held out a finger somewhat tentatively. 100 taels of silver? Dong Ru asked. It doesn't have to be so expensive. 10 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was a little embarrassed and a little distressed and wanted to slap his own big mouth. What's the point of talking about this? If I hadn't said 10 taels, I would have made 100 taels of silver today. Truly, a self-inflicted disaster. Good. Tong Ru nodded, took out a handful of broken silver from his waist, weighed it, about 10 taels or so, and gave it to the shopkeeper. 3 pills is about 900 to 1,000 out. It's already considered more expensive, but it really isn't that expensive if it can be cured. Remember, you owe the poor monk 10 taels of silver. Dang Ru touched Su Irma's head and reminded. Remember, master. Su Irma was still in that restrained manner, but had relaxed a bit. Gradually a hint of happiness and trust grew on her face beyond the horror and constraint. Dang Ru left with Su Irma, asked around again and found a man selling a storefront in a downtown area. Dang Ru talked with him and finally bought it for 1,200 taels of silver. That's about 120,000 RMB. It's kind of cheap. Deeds were signed. Keys and silver checks were exchanged. Dangru handed the key to Su Irma. From today on, this is your store. This money doesn't need to be paid back by you. Count it as the poor monk's payment for letting you participate in the game. Duanru said. Thank you, master. Master, why are you helping me? Su Irma still asked the question. No matter how much she hadn't seen the world, she knew that the master in front of her was helping her. But where in the world is there a free lunch? For every meal a person has, there is a price to pay. It was a truth she understood from the cold nights of her 6-year-old self. She got a bun that night. The price is complete disqualification as Irma. What about today? The master in front of him was giving something far greater than a bun. What will she have to give this time? She didn't seem to have anything left to give, except for this body of 1,000 writers and pillows. But what would such a generous master look at? Would it be this dirty body of hers? Ha, it's nothing. I just like playing games. No need to be burdened. Dungru said soothingly. Then, Irma will definitely accompany master to play this game well. Su Irma said with firm eyes. Good. Dungru just nodded. After dealing with the frontage, it was time to go to the store. After haggling with a cloth merchant for half a day, Tongru finally negotiated a price of 1 or 2 silver pieces for 10 pieces of cloth. Dangru generally never bargains. But, this will later be the business that Su Irma will take over. It was natural that he could not maintain his old broad-mindedness. One has to consider whether or not Irma Su can afford the price of entry. Negotiate everything properly. Dangru took Su Irma back to the facade and, by the way, pulled a card of cloth back. Decocting the medicine on, Dangru took out a needle, and a few balls of thread, and said to Su Irma, come, poor monk teach you, how to embroider. Irma Su froze for a moment. Ha, master, you taught me yourself? She obviously did not expect that someone like Tangru, who exuded an aura of being unapproachable, would actually be able to embroider flowers. A woman's task. The poor monk's mother taught the poor monk. But of course, if the poor monk's skill is not so good, he still can't save you the money of finding a teacher. Duanru explained. Saying that, he took out a needle and thread and passed the thread through the eye of the needle. It was very easy for the cultivation of the true Qi realm to do this. After all, it's the precision of killing someone being able to accurately give them a blow to the head from 1,000 meters away. It's easy to thread a needle or something. Master's mother? What was she like? Su Irma asked curiously. There was a hint of adoration in his eyes. She, is a middle-aged woman with a bad temper, but she loves the poor monk very much. Dangru just said this, recalling his mother in his previous life. He might have had a bellyful of complaints to make if he had been in a previous life, but it has come to him in this world. Have been able to remove the whining and recall the goodness of my mother. Mothers, are just great, except, a little grumpy, a very complicated one. People are complicated and it's hard to tell in a few words. Master, my mother is also very kind to me. When I was little she would secretly buy me candy canes to eat behind my father's back, but I had to eat them in secret. If my father found out, my mother and I would be beaten again. Speaking of her mother, Su Irma smiled like a cute kitten. She asked, suddenly remembering something. Master, have you ever eaten a sugar gourd? It's very sweet. When I learn to weave and make money, I'll treat you to it. When Dangru heard this, he glanced at Su Irma, smiled. Good, master is waiting for your sugar plums. Suddenly, thinking that he was wearing a mask and Su Irma couldn't see it, he hid his smile. I'm so used to smiling at people that I often overlook the fact that I'm still wearing a mask. Master, you're embroidering so fast I can't see. Su Irma suddenly said. Tongru complied and slowed down his embroidery. The speed of the true Qi realm was indeed most likely a little too fast for a mortal like Su Irma. Embroidery, in fact, is the same as painting, but a little more difficult than painting. Where painting is done in one stroke, embroidery requires a little catching up. It requires you to have a good eye and a steady hand. It needs more you have a mountain in your chest. Of course, if you're just copying someone else and just making ends meet, you don't need to think too much. Dangru embroidered while explaining to Su Irma. Su Irma listened attentively. It was something that could take her out of the abyss, and she had to be serious. Master, why do you wear a mask all the time? Su Irma suddenly asked. She'd actually wanted to ask a long time ago, but out of fear, reverence, or something like that, I never dared to ask, because it's ugly. Dangru said truthfully, that half of the face is, indeed, ugly. How can someone as nice as master be ugly? Su Irma shook her head repeatedly. In her immature worldview, good people are supposed to look good. Bad guys are supposed to be unattractive. How can a good man be ugly? Because I'm not a good person. Dangru didn't bother to explain too much. Master, can I see what you look like? So I can remember. And I can go back to you later when you're gone. Su Irma seemed determined to see what Dangru looked like underneath his mask. Well, don't regret it is all. Dangru wore a mask just for fear of scaring people. That doesn't mean he likes wearing masks. Since the young girl in front of him strongly urged him to take it off, then he takes it off. Dangru dropped his embroidered hand and slowly reached up to his face, removing the mask from his face, revealing the half-hideous, half-intact face inside. This face was obviously still a bit shocking to Su Irma. A look of horror first appeared on her face, but she quickly realized that this wasn't right and immediately changed her expression back. Dangru's mask was taken off at her request, so how could she show an expression of fear or dislike? And after looking at it for a long time, she suddenly felt that the face in front of her was not ugly. At least half of his face is handsome, which may or may not be a unique style. After just forcing herself to look on, Su Irma realized that the master in front of her was getting better and better looking. It was as if she could see through the bloodied half of his face the clean-cut look he once had. Fear? It's normal to be afraid. If you feel afraid, the poor monk will just wear it all the time. For Su Irma, a moment of fear, Dangru are in the eyes. This is nothing, after all. Ugly well. No, master. I'm not afraid. Master is very good looking, much better looking than the enchiladas. Seeing that Dangru was about to put the mask back on again, Su Irma quickly spoke out to stop it. Meh. Then don't wear it. Dangru put the mask down again. He could see that the girl in front of him actually really looked him in the face. Really? Another tiger girl after Dokuzuki? Have you memorized all that the poor monk taught you? Dangru said, pointing to the lotus flower he had just embroidered. Su Irma scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. His bare feet clawed at the ground. Teach it again. And watch carefully. Dangru sighed. She's only 15, and it's not her fault that she has a short attention span or anything. He, Dangru, was still sleeping in English class at the age of 15 bright and early. Learning things is supposed to be boring. Master, I will live up to your teachings. Su Irma nodded heavily, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the needles and threads flipping in Dangru's hands. After an hour or so, Dangru embroidered a pair of plum blossoms. See it this time? Dangru asked. See to it, master. Su Irma nodded her head. Well then, here, take it and embroider it accordingly, Dangru said as he handed over the needle and thread. Su Irma took the needle and thread and gestured at Dangru's face in front of her eyes for a while. Master, can I embroider you? You're so pretty. Embroidered on cloth. You'd surely look good too. Su Irma asked. You haven't learned to walk yet, and you want to learn to run. Embroider the flowers first, and when you are skillful, then come back and embroider the poor monk. Dangru smiled and knocked Su Irma's head, but there was no refusal in his words. Yes master, I will work hard to get you embroidered onto the cloth sooner. Su Irma rubbed her head. She was extraordinarily happy knowing that Dangru did not refuse. Master, what kind of flower is this that you have embroidered? And why does that flower have green leaves with it, while this one does not? Su Irma asked as if she was a curious baby pointing at the plum blossom picture. Her words were many and dense, but it wasn't unpleasant. On the contrary, Dangru was happy that the young girl was able to talk so much, showing that she still had hope for life. If it was an ordinary person who encountered her like this, not to say that they wanted to die, but at least they were numb. It's good that she's willing to live. Willing to live? He was willing to save her. This is the plum blossom. The fragrance of plum blossom comes from bitter cold. When it is bitter cold, the green leaves dare not open. The delicate lotus also dare not open. Only the plum blossom dares to welcome the wind and snow to embellish the blank heaven and earth. The poor monk embroidered it not to tell you that you have to go through any more suffering, that you have to go and actively seek any suffering. The poor monk just wants to use it to tell you that suffering is certainly oppressive, but its inevitable nature is destined to determine that one has to face suffering. And what the poor monk is trying to tell you is how moving its gesture of defying suffering is. Dangru smoothly educated Su Irma. Then, master, I will be like plum blossom. Su Irma couldn't understand too much. She only heard Dangru say that plum blossom doesn't fear suffering. And Dangru, who loves plum blossoms, then she's going to be like a plum. Well, the children are teachable. Dangru nodded in appreciation. For the next month, Dangru was teaching Su Irma how to embroider. Once in a while, I go out and get rid of some evil. Gradually, the demon subduing Vajra's name began to resonate in this UR city as well. It's worth mentioning that the medicine of that divine doctor is really good. Immediately after drinking it, Su Irma told him that the strange feeling of itching before was gone. Turns out, she really did have the disease. That was her first reaction. She had always thought it was just an itch on her body, not a disease, but the immediate effect of the medicine made her believe that she really had the disease. When she asked Dangru what disease she had, Dangru just said, poor disease, didn't say STDs, the poor breed all diseases. She didn't get sick because she had a slutty personality, simply because she was too poor to live. It's just a disease. How can you blame her? Su Irma learns things quickly. In a month's time, she managed to learn to embroider, in which Tang Ru also spent money to help her go to a famous weaver for further training. After all, he was just an amateur who went to embroider on the basis of his cultivation realm. Su Irma was very good at learning, and in just half a month, she had learned all of that weaver's craft. And the first thing she did after she finished her studies was to beg Dang Ru to sit down, and she personally embroidered a full-body portrait of Dang Ru. Master, yes, you just sit like this, so it will be very nice. Hands on the legs, your look that how to say. Killing spirit, yes, killing spirit is too heavy. Sitting posture must be elegant. Suppress the killing spirit. Su Irma pointed out Dang Ru's posture. Dang Ru then sat on a round wooden bench, his body straight and his hands folded in front of him. He felt quite awkward. The hand that kills so often, for the first time poses so, motherfuckers pose. It's weird, but since it was Su Irma's request, it's better to pose. Su Irma started on a 2-meter long, half-meter wide cloth, ready to thread the needle. Master, why don't you just leave it alone? I think, embroidering the master of my heart, I promise it will look great. Su Irma suddenly said to Dang Ru in a somewhat screwed up manner. She felt that Dang Ru's pose was comical no matter how she posed it, because that face, that half-human, half-ghost face, it really doesn't fit. Good. Duan Ru nodded. He didn't like such a girly pose either. Only Su Irma took out her scissors and cut a small piece of cloth out of this large cloth. It was probably only 30 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. Just easy to carry around. Dang Ru didn't care much about anything about it. She can embroider as much as she wants. In terms of embroidery, Su Irma was already a master beyond him. After all, she still got a weaver's true colors. Su Irma smiled, took the snow-white cloth, took out a few tools for embroidery, and began her creation. A plum blossom tree slowly takes shape under the fluttering needle and thread. Some of the plum blossoms in the air were slowly falling, and it was beautiful. Under the tree, 2 figures, one tall and one short, gradually became visible. Dang Ru then watched her embroider, wanting to see what she could embroider. Soon, under the tree, a bald white monk was chanting with his eyes closed, and a little girl just does a bouncing pose around the monk. The surrounding area was white, with some houses embroidered in the distance. A perfect blend of solitude and lively mood. Dang Ru thinks this isn't embroidery anymore. This could be described as a work of art? She really is a very serious and studious girl. It's a great learning curve. You can even compose a scene. Is this me? Tang Ru pointed at the white monk and said. Su Irma nodded. So this is you? Duan Ru pointed at the bouncing little girl. It's a girl, not a teenager. Aha. Su Irma nodded her head and didn't deny it. Why a little girl? Dang Ru asked again. Because master is very nice and gives me a fatherly feeling, so I just want to be a little kid in front of master. Su Irma said, her face reddening a bit. Apparently, these words were still a bit humiliating for her. Oh, pretty good. Duan Ru did not refuse this happy fatherhood. Teenage girls aren't just for falling in love. After teaching her for so long, he did feel like teaching his daughter. Quite a nice piece of work. He's happy with it. Su Irma spent another hour's effort perfecting and embellishing the embroidery. In the end, a very nice piece of silk cloth was embroidered by her, and then she handed this silk cloth to Dang Ru. Gave it to me? Dang Ru held the handkerchief and surveyed it for a long time. It does look good. He loved it. Well, I was taught my embroidery by master, so of course a piece of cloth I learned to embroider should go to master. Su Irma nodded heavily. Good. Dang Ru accepted the piece of silk cloth. He kind of liked it. It's also true that you need a cloth to wipe your hands after you've killed someone. But, this cloth is so pretty. You definitely can't afford to wipe your hands. You embroider a little more and get ready to open your doors for business. Remember, you still owe the poor monk 10 taels of silver. Duan Ru said. Don't worry, master, I always remember. Su Irma had a firm face. She'll definitely pay this back even if she smashes it. A handkerchief sells for 5 coppers, and a tael of silver is worth 100 copper plates in dyeing. 10 taels of silver is 1,000 coins. She only had to sell 200 handkerchiefs to be able to pay the money back. But, can you really pay it back? Su Irma didn't know, but she would use every means possible to try to repay Dang Ru's favor. Leaving Su Irma in her room to continue embroidering her handkerchief, Dang Ru continued to go out on the streets to eliminate evil as usual. After making a name for himself as a demon subduing Vajra, fewer and fewer dared to commit blatant evil. This disconcerted him somewhat, but at the same time he was happy. After all, when no one dared to do evil, the ordinary people would be able to have a better life. Dang Ru found the first and second heart demons who were taking care of official business at the county office. Yo, finally give up from the tender spot? The first heart demon is as mouthy as ever. Exhausted poor monk. Gentle Ghost Township. Which copper refining fetish will have an impulse for 15-year-old girls? Compared to Sue Irma, poor monk would prefer you two to turn into big beauties for poor monk to pout a little. To compare shamelessness and verbal perversion, 10 first heart demons couldn't catch up with Dang Ru. The first heart demon knew that he couldn't speak to the sullen monk in front of him, and he chose to shut up wisely. Do you still remember the 3 Jianghu visitors you killed when you entered Moon City? The second heart demon suddenly asked. Remember. Dang Ru nodded. After all, they were the first people to kill in Moon City. Of course he remembers. Their master is coming to avenge them. Looking for you, so watch out. The second heart demon reminded. The first heart demon on the side stared in disbelief as he reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to stop the second heart demon from continuing to reveal the heavenly secrets. Oh, what realm? Dang Ru came to be interested. The villains of Moon City were all a little too weak for any thrill of battle. He was still quite happy if an enemy could come. Chi and Blood Realm Grand Circle. One step short of the true Chi realm. It's also considered a powerful party. The second heart demon said. That's kinda nice. Dang Ru nodded. After all, the strongest person he had killed so far was still that old Ziyang Taoist from the Void Sun sect. Late gas and blood. Great perfection and late stage. Though both belong to the late stage. But it's still a big difference. Plus the masters of those 3 journeymen were surely journeymen as well. He's in a realm where he should be steady. That said, he should be more beatable. At least it was much stronger than old Taoist Ziyang. Well, it's quite nice. When do you plan to leave? We've identified a couple of nice chaps on our side to take over the reins. The second heart demon said. When that girl pays back the poor monk's money, we'll leave. Dang Ru laughed. That girl has learned to embroider. And you're ready to go now that you've sort of ferried her. The second heart demon reminded. Sue Irma already has a skill in the evening. In any case, as long as it wasn't too big of a natural or man-made disaster, she could live with it. If it's any particularly large natural or man-made disaster, well, you can't blame Duanru for that. After all, if it was a very large natural or man-made disaster, everyone in the world would not be able to live well, and she would not be the only one who would not be able to live well. Indeed, but, 10 taels of silver. It is karma and a test. If she can earn 10 taels of silver, only then will the poor monk be able to leave with peace of mind. It's kind of karma, Duanru said. Just as well, as long as you're happy with it. The second heart demon said nothing more. He and the first heart demon were urging Dang Ru to hurry up to the very beginning. They were born with a predestination. However, it was forced to be explicitly stated in the sky. This feeling of being able to see the fate of others and not being able to change it. It's pretty feeble, but it can't be helped. After all, fate is so unforgiving. Go away, and manage the county office as well, and you will be recalled when it is time to leave. Dang Ru said goodbye to the 2 heart demons, and then continued to walk on the street, opening his heavenly eyes and constantly scanning everyone who passed by. When you see one who is about to commit an evil act, you will quietly follow him, and if he is a thief, you will be educated. If you are going to kill someone, you will step in and kill him and stop him. Dang Ru also didn't expect that the divine ability that he originally felt to be a chicken rib would actually work so well. The day passed in Dang Ru's punishment of evil. Sue Irma, that little girl's handkerchief store, also opened. In all, she embroidered just 20 handkerchiefs. If we can sell them all, we can sell 100 cents. That's 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Calculating like this, she would be able to pay back Dang Ru in 10 days, if she didn't eat or drink. But that's not possible by any stretch of the imagination. Not eating or drinking. For a month, he ate Dang Ru's food and drank Dang Ru's food, and now that he is able to make money on his own, it is naturally impossible for him to ask Dang Ru to pay for food and drink. Dang Ru then found a roof to sit on and sipped his wine while watching from afar. Let's see how this girl sells handkerchiefs. Sue Irma had just sold something and wasn't used to yelling, guarding her store with some restraint. Occasionally, someone is attracted to something she has embroidered. When she inquired about the price, she only timidly said 5 coppers. Dang Ru could see that her experiences as a child had made Sue Irma still defensive towards strangers, plus the fact that the old pervert used to help her find benefactors for her previous pickups. She didn't really know how to yell, couldn't open his mouth either. Naturally, you won't find much business that way. The day went on until evening. Sue Irma's handkerchief only sold 5 pieces. That's 25 coins. That translates to $25. Not less. It's the first day of business. After all, Dang Ru flew down from the roof and came to Sue Irma, who was packing up her things and preparing to close the door. There was no frustration on Sue Irma's face that the goods were not sold out. On the contrary, she was happy. It was the first time she had ever made any money. The first, clean money. That's 25 coppers. Not dirty. Master, here are 25 coins for the day. Sue Irma happily gave all 20 of those coins to Dang Ru. There are 5 left and she has to eat. 2 coppers for a bun. She didn't have a single reservation except for the money for food. Dangru smiled, but now wearing a mask. Su Irma did not see Dangru smile. He returned 10 coins to Su Irma, leaving only 10 coins for himself. It doesn't have to be so much, and it doesn't have to be rushed. The money is paid back slowly, and you can't settle for less than what you eat, Duanru said. Hearing Tangru's words, Su Irma tightly squeezed the 15 copper plates in her hand. 2 tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. She bowed her head heavily and hummed. Dongru was really good to her. She would always remember that there was such a person in this life who pulled her out of the abyss. The man was not at all bad, though he had been born with the face of an evil spirit. On the contrary, it's good. Master, can I go shopping with you? Su Irma suddenly asked. I want to buy you a candy cane. I told you about it. It's so sweet. Su Irma reached out and gestured greatly, looking at the exuberant young girl in front of him. Tongru also didn't want to spoil her fun, and gently nodded his head. Okay, poor monk, let's see how sweet it is. On the street, Su Irma bought a candy cane from a goodsman's rack. It cost her 5 coins, giving her little face a heart-wrenching twist. 5 coppers gone from the money I just earned. Prices are so high. Master, sugar plum. Su Irma handed Dangru the sugar gourd, though in her heart she couldn't bear to part with the candy cane that had cost her 5 coins. But still, he gave Dangru the candy cane. It was obvious that she did her best to repay Dangru's favor by giving him everything she thought was best. She also knew that perhaps with a wave of his hand, Dangru could buy her a lifetime's worth of servings of such sugar gourds, but it was the best she could give back to Dangru. Dangru took the sugar gourd and didn't bother to eat it, just held it in his hand. It's impossible to eat with a mask on your face. Master, taste it, it's really sweet. Su Irma was a little lost when she saw that Dangru just held the sugar gourd in her hand but didn't eat it. Good. Dangru thought about it. The little girl has a good heart. It is better to taste it. He took his mask off and immediately scared off a large group of passers-by. Dangru was somewhat helpless, and he was very much able to empathize with the little girl who had been ostracized for her ugliness in the second heart demon fantasy at the moment. Because it's ugly, the probability of trying to fit into the circle of normal people, no matter how hard you try, is almost zero. Dangru didn't care too much about that. The moment he became the successor of the life-slaying Buddha, he was destined to not have much contact with people. Otherwise, how can we achieve the most just reward for good and punishment for evil? On the contrary, it was the girl Su Arya, who watched those people being scared and running all the way around, so angry that she stomped her feet and scolded those people for being tasteless. Wouldn't appreciate it. Master, don't mind them, they're all blind. Su Irma huffed. Well, the sugar plums are pretty sweet. Dangru did not say much about this, just said that the sugar gourd is very sweet. After all, for others to look differently, get used to it. Isn't that right? Master, I told you you'd like it. There's no one who doesn't like sweet things. Su Irma instantly broke into a happy smile. Yes, there's no one who doesn't like sweet things. You're still too formal to sell. You have to yell, not to say stand out from the crowd of vendors. You have to, at least, let people know what you're selling. Dangru said to Su Irma, being a man in 2 lives, one as a wage earner and the other as a monk, he knew something about doing business. I know, Master. Su Irma lowered her head and squirmed a bit. She couldn't shout, but if it was Duanru who suggested it, she could give it a go. Same as the traders. After all, where was the nobility in her? A former skinflint? If you want to live, you have to talk. Well, good try. The poor monk is looking forward to watching you live a normal life. Dangru touched Su Irma's head and encouraged. A month's time had transformed the little girl from a cheap whore to a normal human being. Very accomplished. Yes, admittedly, there are many poor people like Su Irma under the sun who cannot be saved. But still, do you not clean a room when it's dusty? Who cares? Saved people care. The next day, Su Irma's store opened as usual. She embroidered 20 handkerchiefs, and with the 15 left over from yesterday, 35 handkerchiefs lay on the counter. Dongru remained in the same place, on the same roof, slowly observing. See if she can overcome her fear of interacting with people. Su Irma was at first just as timid as she was yesterday, looking at the crowds coming and going. Seemingly remembering Tangru's admonition last night, she opened her mouth slightly, yelled, sold handkerchiefs. With the first cry, she seemed to have completely dropped her shame and fear. Start yelling hard. Can't think of any attractive words though. She just repeats it over and over again. Selling handkerchiefs now. But as long as she lets people know what she's selling and draws attention to it, there will always be people. The flowers and trees she embroidered are pretty nice, and the product itself is fine, so someone will buy it, one after another. People bought the handkerchiefs she embroidered. It was obvious that she had to have her craft recognized by most people. That's pretty good. As Su Irma's business became smoother and smoother, suddenly, there were a couple of uninvited guests. They took the handkerchief embroidered by Su Irma and had a bout of nitpicking. There was some foul language coming out of his mouth. Dongru had a good ear and could hear what they were saying. Little slut, having fallen for the flower monk, you must not ask your current golden father to give us a share of the money. After all, we have supported you for so long. Ha ha ha, that flower monk, a Buddhist monk, still wants to bang women. It's hilarious. Listening to these words, they should be Su Irma's former benefactors. TSK, is it bad to live well? That's right, I didn't even want to let these people live. Dongru sighed. From the moment he was ready to save Su Irma, he had expected this day to come. After all, the words of the old man from the wonton store had long ago made it clear what kind of people these benefactors were. If there are good people to save Su Irma, then these people will have to save the good people properly. Putting that aside, how old was Su Irma when she was lured by that old pervert to become a prostitute? 6 years old. These are fucking copper smithing fetishes. And the best drug for treating copper refining addiction is 7.62mm injection pellets. There are no injection pellets in this world, so the best antidote is the fist of the poor monk. It's just that Dongru didn't expect it. These people have such weak associative skills. He's made a name for himself as a demon subduer lately. How dare these people come looking for trouble? Is he not famous enough? Or are these people just stupid? Dongru didn't care about that and flew directly to the enchanters who were picking a fight. When Su Irma saw Dongru, her eyes lit up and she shouted, "Master!" Dongru nodded and looked at these so-called benefactors again. 5 in total. Ha! You're the flower. Before the leader could finish his sentence, Dongru sent him flying with a punch. From the moment Dongru punched him, he was already a corpse, and the only reason why he was sent flying out was because he didn't want to dirty the facade that Su Irma had managed to put up. He can say whatever he likes. His mouth is long on him, but he, Dongru, didn't want to hear it. The fist grows on him Duanru. With a fly buzzing in one's ear, one would not want to listen to what the fly is saying. It's just a slap in the face thing. Flies don't say anything nice anyway. Monk, how dare you commit murder? Your whole cultivation is not. Before the second man could finish his shocked words, there was another thud, and he flew high as if he were a kite with broken strings, landing on the street. For the remaining 3, Dongru still gave one person a punch that sent people flying. By the time they landed again, the 5 had become 10 and a half. Those bloodstains were controlled by Dongru with his true chi, not spilling half of it into the store. Master, are they dead? Behind her, Su Irma swallowed her saliva and asked with some fear. It wasn't the first time she'd seen a killing. Her mother was beaten to death by her father, who starved to death, and the old lecher who adopted her was beaten to death by Boss Fong. She had seen death and knew that Dongru had killed all 5 of those men. The tactics were brutal, breaking the man in half with a single punch. It's also very powerful. At least, she couldn't even shake a finger of the enchanters when she tried to resist them. Well, dead. Dongru muffled his voice. You're pitying them? Dongru asked again. Su Irma shook her head repeatedly. She doesn't pity these people. Not at all. She even found it easier for them to die. It was obvious that she was about to live a normal life, and these people had to come and stir things up. If Dongru was just a well-intentioned rich man without a high force value, then her life, which was so hard to get on the right track, might have been extinguished. How could she possibly pity them? Was it because they'd let the old pervert give her half a bun after they tortured her? Well, remember, in this world, if the wicked are not removed, they will plague the good, and there will be more and more people like you. The only way to get peace of mind is to get rid of them, Dongru explained in a hoarse, dull voice. Well, master, I remember. Su Irma memorized Dongru's words. If you don't get rid of evil people, you will plague good people. It's easy to understand. After killing those 5 people, some constables soon rushed over, and it seemed that they had gotten orders from the 2 heart demons. They didn't even look at Dongru, the murderer, before dragging the bodies away and cleaning the ground, as if nothing had happened. Master, this is the 51 from today's sale. I'll keep 10 for dinner and return the remaining 40 to you. After such a mess, I don't think business can go on today. Su Irma returned a large portion of the money she earned today to Dongru. Give yourself something good to eat, and just take 21 and give it to the poor monk. Dongru allocated another 21 from the 41 to Su area. He didn't save her so she could tighten her belt to pay back the money. When it's time to eat something good, eat something good. Thank you, master. Su Irma was touched, but she didn't know what to say. She could only say thank you one after another. Her vocabulary, it was lacking. Dongru smiled, accepting Su Irma's gratitude. There's no need to act all noble about doing good without reward. That will only reduce the number of people willing to do good. After killing those 5 so-called benefactors, Su Irma's life was completely on track. No one would want to mess with her who was sheltered by Dangru. They loved the handkerchiefs that Irma Su embroidered. They were so soulful and pretty. After 22 days, on the premise that Dangru will also return the copper, Su Irma finally saved up 10 taels of silver. That is, 1,000 copper coins were returned to Dangru. Master, this is the last 20 cents. Su Irma handed Dangru 20 copper coins. Dangru took the copper money. Well, congratulations, you've managed to get your life on track. Dangru laughed. Almost 2 months to save a little girl. If he had used these 2 months to get rid of evil and upgrade, perhaps he would have killed his way to the spirit wheel realm by now. But in order to help Su Irma's life get on track, he had spent 2 months and his cultivation was still at the true Chi realm. Will you regret it? Of course not. He is the new Buddha who kills all living beings. How can he be called a Buddha if he can't fulfill all living beings? Those who seek the Dharma for the sake of the avatar will only seek a stinking skin, as in the case of the Buddhist sects in this world, which are ruined by a little bit of blood, and whoever seeks the Dharma with one mind, the divine powers arise on their own. Master, are you leaving? Su Irma seemed to have sensed something. It seems that her association with the master in front of her, broken, with her last 20 coins returned. Then it was completely cut off. The master she's been calling out for 2 months is leaving. She certainly didn't expect Dingru to stay, and she knew that Dingru's kindness wouldn't be hers alone. She was just one of the many people Dungru had saved in his long life. A regular poor guy. There was no way Duanru would stay for her. At this point, her awareness was much higher than Dakumun's. But of course, this stemmed from the fact that the two were educated differently. The education Su Irma received, oh, if that could be called an education, she was educated by old perverts. She was a whore to be ridden by 1,000. Her body, her innocence and even her life, were not worth a penny. As for Dugu Yu, even if her Dugu family is down and out, she is still a rich and noble family, and the education she receives is that of a great lady, and a woman's innocence is precious, and once it is given to a person, then she can pay off most of her debts in the world. There's no need to talk about who's right and who's wrong, it's just that they were both educated differently. Well, now that you're able to live well, it's only natural for the poor monk to leave. Live well. Your life, from now on, is in your own hands. No one is helping or controlling you. To live your life well, to live as Su Irma, or even if you think Su Irma doesn't sound good, you can give yourself a different name. Dungru encouraged. Well, I remember. Master, can I buy you a bowl of ravioli? You bought me a bowl of ravioli in the first place, Su Irma asked. She felt that if she didn't seize this last chance to repay her kindness, the master in front of her might not have the chance to repay it in her lifetime. Her relationship with this master began with a bowl of ravioli, so let's end it with a bowl of ravioli. Yes. Dangru doesn't say no. Su Irma knows how to repay kindness and is a good girl. In these 2 months, being called master after master by Su Irma, he even had the feeling that he had raised a daughter. Pretty good. Su Irma dragged him to the original wonton store, where the old man still sold wontons. Master, help me place a bowl of wontons for master. I'll pay for it. Su Irma happily greeted the old man at the wonton store. Girl, master, you're here. Can master eat meat? Do you need the little old man to wrap a vegetarian wonton? The old man responded kindly. He had been setting up stalls here for years, and was relatively well informed, and obviously knew the identity of Dangru in front of him, as well as the fact that Su Irma had already lived a normal life. No need. Poor monks don't keep the precepts, Duanru said, taking his mask off and placing it on the table. The old man looked at Dangru's face and his hands shook in fear. But he's at least been alive for a couple decades and isn't scared off. But it was really the first time he had seen such a rare face. Scary. Very scary. The master is really, human-faced. No. Beast-faced. No. The old man thought of a bunch of idioms in a row and didn't know how to praise Dangru. Old people don't know how to boast without having to be hard. Duanru snickered. Sphinx, it's true to say that, after all, no one can kill without a fight. Ha ha, the little old man didn't read much. Don't blame the master. The little old man laughed awkwardly for a moment. He began to drop ravioli into the pot. It didn't take long for a bowl of ravioli to be freshly baked and served to Dangru. Su Irma pulled out 6 coins from her money bag and gave them to the old man. Her money bag has Dangru's face embroidered on it. The appearance is not Dangru's current half-human, half-ghost appearance, but Su Irma's original appearance of Dangru presumed based on Dangru's intact half of his face, embroidered in a very cute version. Droll. She loves this money bag she hand-embroidered and carries it with her wherever she goes. She had known that Dangru was not destined to stay long, and embroidered it early to give herself a thought. Master, Aren't the ravioli delicious? Su Irma asked expectantly. She is like a daughter who is very eager for her father's approval, taking her own money to take him to a big meal and wanting to get a word of approval from him that the meal was delicious. Well, it's delicious, and if everyone in the world could eat delicious ravioli, you probably wouldn't need a poor monk to save you. Duanru replied with a smile. Most of the diseases in the world, are diseases of poverty. Wealth can support people is not an empty phrase. If everyone could eat a mouthful of rice, then Su Irma would not have to lose her body for a mouthful of steamed bread when she was 6 years old. It doesn't rule out the possibility that someone will do harm for more money. At that point, it's just a matter of killing again. If you can't kill them all, kill them until the world is afraid. Perhaps then he was the most brutal man on earth. Su Irma didn't answer. She was probably thinking about this too. But there's really no point in thinking about that. What happened has happened. And getting the rest of the day on track is the way to go. But just because it doesn't make sense doesn't mean that thinking about another possibility is wrong. That it's an internal conflict. That's just a holdout. A kind of parasitism that you create for yourself. Dang Ru ate the ravioli one bite at a time while pondering where to go next. The trip to Lunar City was considered over, and it was time for him to head further afield. Perhaps a visit to Dying's national capital? Suddenly, around Marble came a Dangru at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it could almost kill a martial perfection cultivator at once. But it wasn't enough for Dangru. He grabbed the marble-sized iron ball in one hand. To use such tactics to try to kill a poor monk is too much of an underestimation. Tangru looked into the distance as a middle-aged man in brocade clothing stood on the roof. His cultivation level was chi and blood perfection. It should be what the second heart demon said more than 20 days ago. The master of the 3 journeymen killed when they entered the city. Ha! The middle-aged man just laughed. This LOL made Dangru feel a hint of something wrong. Only those who win are entitled to laugh. Who was he to laugh at someone whose attack had been intercepted by him? Dangru? Toxic? Dangru quickly thought of a possibility. Yeah, toxic. The middle-aged man said unabashedly. But not at you. The middle-aged man said, only to see the marble explode violently, raising a puff of smoke. But Dangru still didn't feel the aggression in it. The smoke was not poisonous, nor was it directed at him with murderous intent. Dangru suddenly thought of something. Only on her side, Su Irma's shoulder was stuck with a soft needle, and the skin around the silver needle was already black. Tangru immediately reached out, pulled out the needle, and tapped a few times on a few of Su Irma's acupoints to ease the spread of the toxin. And then without hesitation, he flew to the middle-aged man's body and picked up his neck. The antidote, bring it. Tangru's voice was icy cold, as if he would snap his neck in the next second. Oh, there's no antidote. You killed 3 of this seat's disciples. So this seat killed your most cherished person. It's even. In vain. You still call yourself some kind of demon subduing Bajra, practicing chivalry and righteousness. This seat is just a little trick to take away the lives of those around you. Remember, it was your arrogance that killed her, not this seat. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, seemingly completely unafraid that Tangru would directly crush him to death. Or maybe he's just begging to die. He was at the end of his lifespan and had managed to take in 3 disciples to pass on this Taoist lineage. But they were all killed by Tangru. What's the harm if he dies? This seat may as well let her die with a clearer understanding. This seat knows that true chi cultivators have a keen perception of all the malice in the surroundings. But this poison, which has no effect on cultivators of the true chi realm such as you, can be used on mortals. It is an insoluble poison. This seat is not running to kill you at all. So naturally, you can't feel this seat's killing intent. This seat has been observing for more than 20 days and formulating this plan for 12 days. She did not die unjustly. The middle-aged man laughed. Damn. Noisy. Tangru was annoyed by what he heard and smashed the middle-aged man's head with a slap. He knew that what the middle-aged man had said was mostly correct. This poison, there was no antidote. At least, there was no antidote on the middle-aged man. And the poison, for mortals, is only really deadly. That is to say, Su Irma may not long to live. Heart demon, break his soul apart. Tangru shouted sternly with some annoyance, summoning the first and second heart demons over and pointing at the corpse of the middle-aged man who had lost his head. The 2 heart demons instantly came from the county courthouse to Tangru, and they glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse. It seemed very early on to anticipate this scene. Without hesitation, the second devil dispersed the middle-aged man's soul. Dangru came to Su Irma's side, held her cold hand, and probed inside her with his true chi. After a moment there, he came to a conclusion. Irma Su really can't live much longer. He still hadn't been able to give her a normal life. Obviously, it was so close that she was able to live in the world as a normal person. Ordinary. Either they will teach their children, or they will see the world, or they will grow old alone. Obviously, Just a little bit. At this moment, he finally understood what the first heart demon had said. Only killing but not ferrying evil converts, nor ferrying good. What it means. How can a killer Buddha who is destined to attract countless enemies be able to ferry people? That's not ferrying people. It's harming them. Kill only, kill only, kill only. So, this is kill only. 2 tears flowed from Dang Ru's eyes as he blamed himself. Obviously the 2 heart demons had reminded him so many times. Why didn't they listen? Obviously. You can leave after saving people. Obviously. You can leave after teaching embroidery. Why do you set 10 taels of silver? Why? In other words, he saved Su Irma. And he, too, harmed Su Irma. Master, I'm so cold. Am I dying? Su Irma's lips were pale and bloodless, and her hand held by Dang Ru was trembling slightly. Her eyes had the fear of death in them. She was only 15. Her life was just getting on track, and she was about to face death. How can you not be afraid? Yes. Duinru told her the hopeless news anyway. After all, he is not a Buddha and cannot universalize all beings. Couldn't even save a poor little girl. Master, don't cry. If you cry, Master won't look good. Su Irma tried to reach out to wipe Dang Ru's face, but she couldn't lift her hand at all because of the toxin. Any last words? Or, any wishes? The poor monk will help you fulfill them. Dang Ru asked, looking at the young girl on the verge of death in front of him. It was instead left to her, the one who was about to die, to comfort him, the one who was alive and well. Really shouldn't. Hearing Dang Ru's inquiry, Su Irma was silent for a moment as she seemed to be thinking. She sold a not-so-good-looking smile. Master, I want everyone to be able to eat good ravioli, with full, round bellies, so that no one has to do bad things to keep from starving. She just said this. She couldn't even think of a word like pomp and circumstance. She just listened to Dang Ru as she ate her ravioli. As long as everyone could eat good ravioli, she wouldn't need Dang Ru to save her. Her dying wish, then, was for everyone to have a bowl of ravioli and no more unlucky people like her. Starvation was not good. She knew that. It was harder to go against the grain to keep from starving. And she knew it. She doesn't want anyone else to be like her anymore. It's only good that everyone is having a good time. Good. The poor monk promises you that sooner or later, he will give you a prosperous world where everyone has enough to eat. Dang Ru agreed. Maybe he couldn't do it, but he would try to help this poor little girl to fulfill her last wish. Thank you, Master. Master is so kind. Su Irma squeezed out a smile once again. At the moment, her vision was blurred and she couldn't see the half-human, half-ghost Master in front of her. It's just that, Master, I'm still a little bit reluctant. Obviously, I'll be able to live properly to show you right away. Live properly to show you. Why? I'll die just like that. So bad. Su Irma mumbled, her vision getting blurry. Gradually, the half-human, half-ghost Master in front of him disappeared. All she saw was a gentle woman with a small smile on her face, opening her arms to her. Mother, you have finally come to Irma. Irma, missed you so much. Su Irma seemed to possess a great deal of strength at the moment, and hugged towards the woman who opened her arms to her. The little girl saw her mother again who would buy her candy canes. They will, perhaps, never be separated again. Unwillingly, Dang Ru looked at Su Irma's body that was gradually going cold. Su Irma died, a hasty death, a death that no one expected. And yet it makes sense. That middle-aged man couldn't retaliate against Dang Ru, so he only dared to strike at Su Irma. Dang Ru had always been alone in his killings along the way, and had never thought that anyone would kill those around him. In this negligence, Su Irma died. It was a sloppy death. This girl, life is really bitter. It is not easy to almost live a sweet day. Alas, the old man on the sideline side, that poisonous needle was heading towards Su Irma, not even thinking about getting anyone killed. Even the old man who was closer to Dang Ru than Su Irma did not suffer a single injury. Dang Ru folded his hands tremblingly and recited the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra under his breath. Su Irma's confused soul burrowed out of her body. When a person dies, the soul is confused and chaotic. It could be said that none of the spirits that came out were her, except for the essence, which was her. 2 underworlders came out and brought Su Irma's soul back to the underworld. Let's hope that this child, in his next life, will have a good birth. The old man sighed and began to clean up the ravioli stand. No, don't cast a good birth, the poor monk wants her, no matter what kind of family she is cast into, to be well fed and not to go hungry again. Dang Ru gritted his teeth. Su Irma is an unlucky person. If she had the good fortune of being able to cast a good birth, this life would not have been so bitter. It's not good to expect Su Irma to have a good birth in her next life. I want to make sure that no matter what kind of family Su Irma is cast into in her next life, She will be able to live a good and ordinary life and have enough to eat. It's only good. Master, you don't really want to create a heyday where everyone is fed, do you? That's very, very hard. Harder than reaching the sky. The old man's face was filled with a look of disbelief. If you can do it, try it, then you'll know. Duanru said. Old man, cook another bowl of wontons for Irma, Tang Ru added, saying, pulling out a grain of broken silver from his own money pouch. No, no, this girl has suffered so much. After death, eat something good. The little old man sent her. The old man shook his head repeatedly and refused to take the money. Dang Ru did not insist. Just let the old man cook a bowl of ravioli. The old man cooked the ravioli, and Dang Ru told the first heart demon to take the ravioli. He personally carried Su Irma's cold body and flew towards the outside of the city. Seeing a cargo man carrying a pole of candy canes for sale, Dang Ru dropped down. Bought will that pole of sugar plums at the goodsman's. This girl has a sweet tooth. Sugar loaf. Very sweet indeed. Su Irma didn't need much candy when she was alive. When she dies, bring her some. You can't just let someone go into the world with empty hands. Find a hill outside the city. Dang Ru, an air demon, dug a pit and personally built a coffin for Su area. It says it's a coffin, but it's just a little wooden box. Nothing more than, well, bigger and longer. Dang Ru carried Su Irma's petite, cold body inside the coffin. Su Irma's body was soft and icy, lying quietly, just as well behaved as she was when she was alive. The only difference was that she could no longer gather around Dang Ru and cry out with a mouthful of master. Dang Ru put in the bowl of wontons, and the big handful of candy canes, left 3 candy canes out, looking towards the money bag on Su Irma's waist. That money bag had his face embroidered on it. Dang Ru sighed, untied it and set it on fire. Take this money bag with you on the road, and when you run into a Yin warrior, say that you are the daughter of my life-killing monk, although it may not always be useful. But, if you are lucky, maybe, you can also run into a Yin warrior that I have sent my performance to. You can go without worry. And the next time you come back to Earth, the poor monk will let you, wherever you are, eat wontons and sugar gourds, with a full stomach and a round belly, Tang Ru said, closing the coffin and reburying the earth back with the 2 heart demons. I found a big stone, chipped it into a monument, and carved the words Su Irma's tomb. Stick 3 candy canes in front of the headstone in lieu of incense. After all, it's just a formality to send thoughts. Regular people like incense, so they burn it. Irma is just a 15-year-old girl with a sweet tooth, so she inserts 3 candy canes. Tell the men and beasts that pass by that there's a little girl buried here who likes candy. Eat your sugar plums and leave. Don't disturb the peace of others. Is that why you two keep telling me to get out of here? Did you guys already know she was going to die? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Ru sat cross-legged in front of the tombstone and asked the 2 devils behind him. Heaven forbid. We know you're sad, but don't take it out on the 2 of us. After all, we're already doing our best to persuade you. But, human teachings are unintelligible to people, let alone you. A person with a strong Taoist heart, and a strong Taoist heart means stubbornness and a brain shaft. The second heart demon said, yeah, you guys keep reminding me. It's me, trying to save the day and neglecting myself. Tang Ru also knew that, for this matter, the second devil was not to blame. Blame anyone, even himself as the one most to blame. The second devil is not to be blamed. They're already reminding him of it in various ways. In fact, you should have known that she was destined to die when you opened your heaven's eye to look at her when you gave her the first bowl of ravioli. The top of her head remains blank. If you don't save her, she'll starve to death. And if you do, she'll die at the hands of those 3 journeyman masters. If you leave after teaching embroidery, then she will die at the hands of the benefactors who come looking for trouble. If you don't even teach her embroidery and leave after killing Boss Fong, she'll still starve to death without a skill. It'll just be slower. She couldn't live. And now that her death has told you why the life-killing Buddha only kills but doesn't cross over. It's not a bad thing. The first heart demon said this. Oh, good thing, good thing. If her days have been bitter this death, or good, but she is clearly about to live a peaceful life. The long night was about to pass and the sun would rise to give her light and heat, but she froze to death at dawn. Dang Ru sighed, his hand slowly stroking on Su Irma's tombstone. It seemed to be caressing the young girl's round head, but all that was touched was a square tombstone. Dang Ru turned to leave, and didn't stay much longer. Back in front of the store that had been set up for Su Irma. The doors to the store are closed tightly at the moment. The young girl who had been poking her head out to greet him with surprise whenever he returned for 2 months had disappeared into thin air. She's dead. No one will be happy to call him master anymore. What a failed attempt at redemption. Dang Ru had endless depression in his heart, but he didn't know who to tell it to. If it was a day ago, he could have talked and reasoned with Su Irma. But today, it is not possible. Tang Ru reached out, true chi attached to his hand, and carved word for word on the door. He recited an ancient poem under his breath intermittently, which was the deepest feeling he had at the moment. Last year, today in this door, the human face, reflecting each other's color. The human face goes nowhere, peach blossoms still, laughing at the spring breeze. I don't know where the human face has gone, but the peach blossom still smiles in the spring breeze. I don't know where the people have gone. The tears in the corners of Deng Ru's eyes were going around and around in his mask, and he couldn't get them out. Perhaps another sentence could be more apt. The past has already taken the yellow crane to go. This place is empty of the yellow crane tower. Su Irma had already left, and only a store selling handkerchiefs remained here. Only the handkerchiefs inside no longer had an owner. 10 days later, a cottage. Deng Ru crushed the head of the last cottage leader with a punch, set a fire and burned the place down. The whole time, never a word was spoken. In the past, he would have had a word or two with the wicked and let them die. But now, he just gets rid of evil. Dead clear or not, let them ask the people they killed themselves. What? Killed? Can't ask? Then go down and ask. Assuming, of course, that you have the skills not to get a soul-crushing punch. You're quite intimidating in this state. To be honest, the first heart demon said to Tang Ru, who was rushing along in silence. Tang Ru was silent for a moment. He looked at his hands. You see, these hands are able to easily take the life of a cultivator who is at the consummate level of the chi and blood realm, or even at the early, mid-stage of the true chi realm. Tang Ru murmured, yet it could not save a mortal girl of but 15 years of age. Tang Ru still hadn't gotten over the shock of failing to save Su Irma. Obviously, it's only that close. That good little girl will be able to live a good life. Her embroidered handkerchiefs became orphaned after her death. And yes, their value increased dramatically. Her handkerchiefs have increased in value. Instead, she died, unable to see the recognition of the crowd. It's not the killing that counts, and it takes 1,000 things to save a life. Killing is nothing more than a punch, a knife, and a sword. Saving lives, on the other hand, requires knowledge of countless pharmacology and control of all the body's physical structures. Acupuncture points. Saving lives is inherently harder than killing, the first heart demon persuaded. Yes, it's harder. I just still hate myself for being so negligent and careless. If I could have listened to the reminder of you two earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have pinched that steel ball in the first place, but would have thrown it back. Deng Ru just said this. You don't have to care so much. There is no way of time in the world. You can't go back to the past, and the so-called past Buddha of the Buddhist sect doesn't exist. You just kill people and kill a prosperous world. You have to practice what you said in the beginning. Kill until you become the most brutal person in the world, so that no one in the world dares to do evil anymore, and kill a peaceful and prosperous world. Let that little girl, in the future, be reincarnated. Wherever she is reincarnated, she will be well fed. The first heart demon patted Tang Ru's shoulder and said in relief. It seemed that he was, at the moment, not doing his job as a mind demon either. For the second devil, now should be the best time to shake Deng Ru. But they didn't. The second mind demon was silent, and the first mind demon was enlightening Deng Ru. Thanks a lot. Tang Ru nodded his head and thanked him, both for the first heart demon's enlightenment and for not falling on his sword and not killing him. Deng Ru also sort of found a target for his next kill. Kill a peaceful world, so that in her next life, no matter where she was, Su Irma would be able to eat well. Can Pacifica kill it? He doesn't know, but killing will tell. Gotta try it. 3 days later, in the northwestern region of Dying, an official road was bustling with a group of people. Although this group of people appeared to be standing sparsely, if one looked closely, one would be able to discover that each and every one of these people was an expert of the chi and blood realm, and the stations between them vaguely formed an army formation, protecting the one person in the center. First mate, where are we now? The man who was protected in the center inquired. Your Highness, we are now in the northwestern part of the empire, in the Liangzhou territory, and a few 120 miles further on, we will arrive at a city, named Yuer City. A white-faced man replied, his voice carrying a distinct eunuch tone. Moon City? Good name. Who is the official of that city now? What is his record as an official? Do you think he can be under my command? Huang Changsun inquired about this eunuch beside himself. The eunuch pondered for a moment, scouring his mind for those character journals from around the world that he had been ordered by the emperor to go through when he usually accompanied the emperor at his godfather's side to read the Zhengbiao. Finally, in the nooks and crannies of his memory, he found information about the magistrate of Moon City. Back to your highness, that the magistrate of Yuer City, who rose to power by buying an official, may not, according to the shallow insight of the slave, that is not far from the city of the Moonchild Wangshu County Magistrate, but can be included under the banner. He is promoted from the military, has seen the sands of blood, but also know the plight of the people. The eunuch told all the information he knew. Good. Then we will go to Wangshu City to recruit him. With a tap of his head, Emperor Changsun determined the next goal of his party. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you'll just have to stop here. Suddenly, a loud, thick and powerful laugh came out. Its sound is grand and long in breath. It was an aura that only cultivators of the Qi and Blood realm could possess at least. Protect His Highness. Sensing the hostile intent, those Qi Blood realm forbidden guards instantly formed a military formation, sheltering that imperial eldest grandson in the very center. That eunuch also didn't hide his true Qi realm cultivation, holding a duster in his hand, waiting in a strict stance. Soon, 2 Taoist priests flew in on both sides of the official road, and thousands of cultivators dressed as Jianghu visitors surrounded the crowd. Looking at the 2 Taoist priests' Taoist robes, they bore some resemblance to Zisu's, but a little more exquisite. Obviously, they were disciples of the True Sun sect. True Sun sect? Are you guys trying to rebel? The eunuch asked in a sharp, stern voice. Rebellion? We don't have a rebellion. We're just fighting together. Why do we have a rebellion? There's not a bit of dying Qi on you, so how can it be considered a rebellion if we kill you? The 2 Taoist priests laughed twice. If you want to enter the rivers and lakes to turn into a python, then you have to shed your Qi. Without the shelter of dying's Qi, then, the world as long as the cultivators who study the heavenly chances of divining and trigrams will be able to figure out where the emperor's eldest grandson is. Emperor Yangon also knew this, but he still released the emperor's eldest grandson, because dying has long had no way back. It's just a fight to the death. But now it seems that Emperor Yangon's, or rather, dying struggle has failed. No need for nonsense. Kill. The 2 Taoist priests waved their whisks in the air, and would cause the Jianghu visitors to kill towards the Emperor Changsuan's group. Protect His Highness. The Qi and blood of those forbidden guards merged and converged, protecting the emperor's eldest grandson to the death. With the help of the military formation, they could battle dozens of true Qi realm cultivators, but those so-called Jianghu visitors, under their feet, were also vaguely hooking up, forming a formation that connected their Qi and blood together. This is no ordinary jungle guest. This is a rebel. The 2 groups quickly sparred. Those rebels were ultimately inferior to Dying's perennially honed forbidden guards, but 10 times the number of rebels was not something the forbidden guards could easily ignore. The 2 sides were soon in a stalemate, and that eunuch took the initiative to kill towards the 2 True Yang sect disciples at the True Qi realm. The True Qi urged a duster to constantly tangle with the 2 True Yang sect disciples. That Emperor Changsun drew the sword in his own hand, but he looked around at the enemy. None of them could be dealt with by his district mortals. He couldn't help a bit. Weak. For the first time he felt his weakness deeply. In the past, those cultivators, those great powers, were in the way of his status as the eldest grandson of the emperor to curb their breath in front of him, even groveling. But now, a martial artist that he originally wouldn't even look at, a cultivator of the Qi blood realm, was able to easily take his life. Shouting and killing sounds rose up all around. With the sound of swords entering the body and blood bursting out, people were constantly falling. And on this not-so-spacious official road, the numerical advantage of those rebels did not stand out. But the forbidden guards were only flesh and blood, and they would still die. Emperor Changsun held his sword tightly in his hand and surveyed the 4 directions. He's just a pampered flower of the royal family. Didn't know how to kill each other at all. When he even saw those rebels bleeding to death, he trembled. And his hand, which was holding the sword, was trembling. At this point all it would take was a light touch from someone and the sword in his hand could fall on its own. The battle raged on around him. Life after life lost. Bodies piled up alongside the road. The blood spread like a stream to his feet, staining his white, flashy clothes. The forbidden guards though were all hand-picked by Emperor Yangon, the most loyal, reliable and elite soldiers. But as the killing slowly went on, they too began to run out of stamina one after the other and collapsed. When you fall in battle, you don't get up again. Emperor Changsun watched as the tall, imposing guards that were like a city wall that never collapsed fell one by one. Those rebels came towards him like a flood that broke through a dam. The eunuch fighting with the 2 Taoist priests in the sky was also no match for the 2 Taoist priests, and fell down from high in the sky, coughing up 2 heavy mouthfuls of black and red blood. The Qi of his body was incomparably weak, and it was obvious that he had already been injured to the root of his life, and would not be able to live for long. First mate. Emperor Changsuan's eyes were worried in shock as he looked at the eunuch who had been beaten to the point where he was spitting blood from his mouth. Ahem, Your Highness. Slave tried his best. It seems, Qi number together. Really not speculation can save. The eunuch laughed bitterly. He didn't say anything like, Your Highness go. The old slave will cover you or anything like that, because it's no longer possible to walk. Those cultivators surrounded the place, and the two true Qi realm Taoist priests were dead center in the air, not letting anyone go. The imperial court's experts above the middle stage of true Qi were all weighed down by Qi and could not detach themselves from the capital. There was no hope of escape. Soon, as the last of the forbidden guards fell, one by one, the rebels carried their greatswords towards Emperor Changsun to kill him. Then the emperor's eldest grandson just watched as the blood-dripping large swords came towards his head, seemingly to slash him to death here in a messy manner. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for his death to signal the end of dying. Suddenly, the blood-dripping greatsword seemed to have been cut down by something as hard as iron, and couldn't come close to him in the slightest. Emperor Changsun opened his eyes and saw a back figure wearing white monk's clothes and a bucket hat appear in front of him to block him. The large knives dripping with blood couldn't cut into the figure for half a second. Dang Ru inclined his head slightly to look at the combination of a eunuch, a teenager of 12 at most. He guessed that these two should be some kind of royalty, but that has nothing to do with him. He just saw that there were two Taoist priests from the True Sun sect here, so he came to slaughter them in passing. After all, he and the True Sun sect had a bond, and the sect that wants to blood sacrifice a city's people to cultivate its disciples, all slaughtered, will not have many innocents. Tang Ru went all the way and killed all the way for 13 days, and at this moment, he was already in the middle stage of true Qi. Those two True Yang sect Taoist priests in the air were nothing more than dirt and dogs to him. Summon the two hard demons to deal with these ordinary rebels. Dang Ru, on the other hand, flew straight into the air. Who are you, and why are you stopping my True Yang sect from doing its job? The two Taoist priests asked in disbelief. They fell back on their defenses. After all, the Dang Ru in front of him was a monk, and monks, they don't kill people. I guess it was just a case of watching them create killings and the Virgin Mary's heart snapped and came to stop them. Just move the clan to heckle them back. But soon they realized that wasn't the case. Just below, the two monks summoned by this monk were doing something that a normal monk would never do. Killing. And it was an extremely brutal killing. The handsome-faced white monk pulled out the human heart as soon as he could and put it into his mouth to chew on it. And the black-robed monk with the face of an evil spirit shattered the man's head with a single punch and burned it cleanly in a single fire. Where is this monk? This is clearly an evil spirit from hell. Then both monks down there are so capable of killing this monk in front of me. Without waiting for these two Taoist priests to think more, Tang Ru punched up, his fist attached to his true Qi, fiercely sending one of the Taoist priests flying out. And then while the other Taoist priest had not yet reacted, Dang Ru attached his hands to his true Qi and slapped down hard on both of his ears. A double-peaked slam was delivered directly to it, shattering its head. It was the fastest, most efficient method of killing that he had worked out in all the people he had killed. Against someone of the same level, two slaps were struck down at the same time. As long as the other party wasn't as physically strong as he was, that all have to die. The Taoist priest slowly collapsed, and a wisp of his soul floated out, about to escape. Where would Duanru let him run back? Go after them and stop covering up the bloodshed and karma on your body. The fleeting spirit of the Taoist priest just looked back, then he instantly lost his soul. God damn it, that karma, that bloodbath. Even if he is such a true Qi realm of the Taoist soul, as long as a little bit of dip, that is the soul flying into the end. This is not a fucking monk. This is an evil spirit from hell. But alas, the effort he took to look back at this was seized by Dang Ru. Tang Ru's bloodthirsty body exploded out, and his hands pinched his soul with force. And the Taoist priest who had been sent flying by his punch looked at the corpse of his already dead companion, and then looked at Tang Ru's monstrous blood aura. He gulped. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to him. They're in Wangshu City. Their True Yang sect's subordinate sect, the Void Sun sect, was exterminated. Bodies are everywhere. Their inner disciple, Zi Su, also died there. It's all soul-crushing death. And on the scene, there was only the aura of a Buddhist avatar. At first, they thought it was kindly Buddhist monks who had come to help them overtake these disciples. But now it seems, where's the kindly Buddhist monk in that? Then this fucking bald-ass killed him. It's a hell of a shot. The middle stage of the true Qi realm was actually striking out at a bunch of juniors who were only in the martial artist realm, Qi blood realm, and so brutal. It's just disgraceful. Demon monk, return the lives of my True Sun sect disciples, the Taoist priest shouted sternly, and with a roll of the duster in his hand, he was about to strike towards Tang Ru, but Dang Ru didn't take this whisk from him. Instead, turned to the other side. The True Sun sect Taoist who was about to escape looked at the white-robed monk who appeared in front of him, and for a moment, his entire body froze. God damn it, how did this monk know that he was pretending to attack but was actually trying to run away? There's a difference in the amount of force one uses when they're trying to run and when they're trying to fight for their life. Stupid. Dang Ru just said this. In the next second, while the Taoist priest was still pondering whether Dang Ru's words were correct, two large, Broad slaps had already struck his head, smashing it to pieces. A wisp of soul floated out, but before it could float far, it was shaken by the blood-devouring aura from Tongru's body. After resolving these two true Qi realm cultivators, Tongru's realm had also completely stepped from the mid-true Qi realm to the late true Qi realm. And below, those rebels, too, were strangled clean by the first and second heart demons. Not a single person, not a single soul remained. Dangru returned to the corpse-strewn battlefield and surveyed his surroundings. Another look at the teenager who was supposed to be royalty. Tongru did not talk to him to ask questions and left straight away. Killing the Buddha, only killing and not crossing over. No fairy. Suddenly, a hand tugged at the hem of his coat. That eunuch still had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His voice was weak, but the hand that was pulling on the corner of Dangru's coat was extremely forceful, and his eyes were wide open. Master, please escort His Highness. Slave, here, please, dying, cannot, perish at the hands of a slave. The eunuch's voice grew fainter and fainter, gradually dying out. Soon, he collapsed completely to the ground. The two Taoist priests were aiming to take the eunuch's life. The fact that he was able to hold out until now was already the result of his miraculous feats, coupled with his loyalty to dying, which made it necessary for him to find a way to provide shelter for the emperor's eldest grandson, and the result of the two overlapping. First mate. That emperor's eldest grandson hugged the eunuch's corpse and cried his heart out. The second heart demon glanced at Tangru and then at that so-called highness whose age was no more than 12. What are you looking at the poor monk for? Go away, Tongru said indifferently. Killing the Buddha, only killing and not crossing over. It won't break the rules just because the person in front of you is some kind of royal family. No fairy, just no fairy. The two heart demons nodded and returned to Tangru's body. Tongru put his palms together, twirling his Buddha beads in his hands, and as he walked along, he recited the Earth Store Benediction Sutra, transcending the souls of the eunuchs and those forbidden guards. Throughout the entire process, there was no glance at that imperial eldest son. He's already broken the rules once. The price for breaking the rules is light, yet heavy. Light to a monk of the true Qi realm, an entire city of 100,000 or so people, just a little girl dead, so heavy that a little girl is forever disqualified from enjoying the miles and miles and miles of the world. That's enough. Keeping the rules is more important than anything else. Only kill, not cross. Suddenly, a pair of tender hands clutched the corner of Dangru's coat, just as in the beginning, when that little girl grabbed everyone by the scruff of the neck and finally begged to come to him, just as helpless, just as frightened of him, yet hopeful. Roll. Tangru just gently spat out the word roll. He just wanted to kill all the evil people and didn't want to get a single trace of karma. As the words fell, true Qi erupted around his body, sending the owner of those tender hands flying more than a meter away. Dongru continued to walk, chanting sutras and overtaking the dead souls of this place. That Emperor Changsun looked at Tongru's distant back. He seemed to think of something. His royal grandfather said it when he sent him out of the palace. There are diamonds in the rough in the northwest. It needs to be finely sculpted for carving. And this white-clothed monk in front of him was acting overbearingly, killing decisively, and using strange feats. If he is not a diamond in the rough, who else is in the entire northwest? The emperor's eldest grandson remembered his royal grandfather's teachings. Carve with profit, carve with profit. He shouted, I am Li Lan, the eldest grandson of the great Jing emperor. Protect me, and when I ascend to the throne in the future, I'll give you endless glory and wealth. The voice was loud and childish. That faraway back still didn't linger for a moment. Apparently, the so-called enjoyment of unending riches was just idle for that person, not enough to impress him. When Li Lan saw this, he accelerated his own pace, running all the way behind Tangru, and once again said, I will gather the cultivation resources of the entire world to offer you, and only ask that you assist me. In the distance, Dangru stopped in his tracks. Li Lan's eyes lit up, thinking he had caught something Dangru cared about. A sharp blade capable of carving the diamond in the rough that is Dangru. The sky's the limit for cultivation resources. Yes, the cultivators in the world fought and fought and fought for nothing more than these cultivation resources. There's no cultivator who wouldn't be moved for this. Assist me, and when I ascend to the throne and recreate Great Jing, all the cultivation resources in the world will be yours. Li Lan hurried up quickly and grabbed Dangru's coat again. But soon, a powerful true Qi erupted, once again bouncing him far away. Tongru stopped in his tracks and slightly inclined his head, his cold, refined iron mask lining his eyes with ice. He spoke with a look of indifference. If you don't want to die, get out. Your life, it's worthless. You and dying, both worthless. When he said that, he turned around once again and went far away with the chanting of the transcendental scriptures under his breath. Li Lan forced himself to endure the severe pain all over his body and struggled to get up. He didn't believe there was anyone in the world that Prophet couldn't impress. His royal grandfather told him that the world is a place of profit. The fact that the monk in front of him was not impressed was nothing more than the fact that what he had promised did not touch his desires. It is impossible to exist in this world without desires. Even newborn babies have the desire to eat milk. Since wealth, resources, and status were not able to impress the monk in front of him, then try the most primitive of human desires. All you have to do is to assist me, and I will build you a huge palace containing all the most beautiful women in the 13 states of Great Jing. As much as you want. Li Lan once again promised a big pie. Duanru stopped in his tracks. Turning around, those icy cold eyes stared at Li Lan dead in the face. You're finally willing to stop. Ha ha ha, I knew it. No one is without desires. You must have desires as well. Since you like beauties, then you'll assist me and rebuild dying, and I'll help you collect all the beauties in the world. As much as you want. The 12-year-old emperor's eldest grandson laughed out loud. He was getting excited about the fact that he had learned the art of mastering his royal grandfather. He knew that royal grandpa's words could not be wrong. All men, under heaven, have desires. Earlier, this white-robed monk was unmoved, but only because he hadn't guessed what the monk liked. Now he knows. Then the monk in front of him could gradually enter into his imperial power play. Dang Ru just looked at Li Lan indifferently. Li Lan's idea was right. Or rather, Emperor Yangnan's decades of experience and power was not wrong. All people in the world have desires, and as long as they are firmly in control of their desires and balanced with power tactics, then they can naturally play them in the palm of their hands. But it's a shame. Li Lan was wrong. He still had no desire to catch Duanru. Instead, he offended Duanru. Build a great palace, collect all the beautiful women in the world, lock them up in the palace and do what he wants? This may seem like pleasing words. It's the indifference of this but 12-year-old to people. In his eyes, the people are not the people, and human life is not human life. It's a tool. It's a bargaining chip. It is a bargaining chip that can be promised and thrown away to fulfill one's own selfish desires. In other words, the young boy in front of him, who was only 12 years old, was already filled with the air of a meat-eater's contempt. He doesn't know the suffering of the people. This is the temperament that Dingru detests the most. The people standing on the towering star-picking building could only see the slowly rising sun, the stars in the sky, and could not see the exhausted and countless skeletons downstairs. Look how tall our skyscrapers are and how beautiful our starry sky is. All the beauties of the world. They're dancing for us. Dong Ru, who had traveled with the city since the beginning, detested this air. Without speaking, Tong Ru arrived in front of Li Lan in an instant. Reaching out his hand, he snapped a slap and sent Li Lan flying. Li Lan was confused. Why? Is this the way this monk represents consent? But soon, slap after slap brought him to his senses instantly. He, who had offended the monk in front of him. This monk is not horny. Finished, Dang Ru carried Li Lan with one hand, and with one hand, he slapped the teenager in the face one after another. After a long fight, he seemed to feel relieved. Only then did he toss the teenager aside and turn away. Li Lan's entire body was in a giddy state. Duanru slapped him hard. For him, of course. For Dang Ru, he had never hit anyone so gently. After all, it's education that's needed for this guy who hasn't sinned. Just has a crooked mind. Slap after slap went down, and any more crookedness could be squared. Wealth, beauty, status, resources. He's not interested. What exactly is he interested in? I said I would promise him the beauties of the world. Why did he hit me? Li Lan touched her swollen face and kept murmuring and questioning herself. What, exactly, did one say or do wrong? For everything under heaven, the people are the most important. The gods of earth and grain are second, and the king is the least important. Dang Ru just left Li Lan with this sentence. Beaten and taught. If he still saw all the people of the world as tools, then without cultivation, the world would teach him why they were human, not a tool. The people are the most important thing. The gods of earth and grain come second, and the king is the least important thing. The but 12-year-old looked at his tender hands and murmured the words over and over again. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. More than 3 months ago, when his royal grandfather sent him out of the palace, besides telling him to facilitate the carving of a diamond in the rough, he also said one more thing. The emperor, is the one who has to take on the responsibility of letting the people of the world watch the fireworks in peace and reunion. The people of the world are not the private property of the emperor is the representative of the people of the world, the patron saint of the people of the world. I was wrong, royal grandfather, my grandson nearly went astray. Li Lan covered her face and cried out, mouthing the words imperial grandpa over and over again. He had gone so far as to forget the teachings of his imperial grandfather to the skies in order to recruit the so-called diamond in the rough. forgetting the long-cherished wishes of successive dying emperors. He deserves to die. What qualifications does such a man have to recreate dying? No wonder that Master was never willing to assist him. He is not the one who should be aided. He's an ungrateful brute. I'm not qualified to rebuild Great Jing, but I can't fail to fulfill my imperial grandfather's mandate, Li Lan muttered. Looking at the white-robed monk who had already walked away, he lifted his feet again, and with all his strength, he pursued. Master, please, Master, give me a chance, Li Lan shouted as she ran. Duanru didn't stop, not even 1 point slower. The reason why he beat up Li Lan and left a message was just that he hadn't done anything evil yet and was still able to teach. Master, please help me. I will prove to you that I will become an emperor who will allow the people of the world to live their lives in peace, to have peace and quiet, and to watch the blooming fireworks at the end of the year. Li Lan said loudly. I will make all the people of the world to have a hot meal, to be fed in their infancy, to be used in their strength, and to be cared for in their old age. Duanru stopped in his tracks. Let all the people in the world have a hot meal. It was his promise to that little girl to fulfill her last wish. When you think about it, there is simply no way to feed the world if he alone kills on. If you want the world to have a full meal, you still have to rely on the system and order. When Li Lan saw Dangru stop, his eyes lit up once again. Royal Grandpa is right. The sky is the limit. The world is the limit. Li, it can stop people in their tracks. It is also advantageous to make the world a commonplace. It's daily. The master in front of me does not covet his own interests at all. What he covets is the interests of the people of the world. There are no people in the world whose interests can't be swayed, only those who aren't looking in the right direction. The poor monk has many enemies. If you are not afraid to die, you can follow, Duanru said. Master, don't worry. I'm not afraid to die. My whole life is for rebuilding dying. If I can't rebuild dying and let the people of the world live a good life, I'd rather die, Li Lan said firmly. The poor monk won't teach you any kung fu or strategies to rule the country. The poor monk will only kill, Duanru added. As long as the master is willing to help me, that would be best. Li Lan's gaze remained firm. Finally, if in the end you ascend to the throne and the people of the world still can't have a full meal, the poor monk will not hesitate to kill you, Tongru calmly said. It was as if they were talking about slaughtering a chicken in those words. Aha! Li Lan nodded firmly. If he could not make the people of dying live a good life, then he would be a failure as an emperor. Well then, kneel, kowtow, and pay your respects. Dangru looked at Li Lan and reached out to press down, bringing Li Lan's entire body down to his knees. Li Lan didn't care about Dangru's rude and overbearing behavior. On the contrary, he was thrilled. Apprentice Li Lan, greetings to master. Dangru loosened his hand and stiffly accepted the obeisance of this young man who might be the future lord of the world. Since he asked for his Dangru's help, then naturally you have to lower your profile. He, Dangru, did not know what it was to bow down, much less to worship any imperial power. Next, you will follow the poor monk and live or die at your own risk. After performing the salute, Tongru continued to walk while Li Lan still followed in dead silence, only nodding his head. The poor monk will show you your people, Duanru added. This was done so that Li Lan could go to his heart and see the people as kindred spirits. Li Lan is only 12 years old and can still teach. See, my people? A trace of bewilderment appeared on Li Lan's face. Hundreds of people he's met. It's not much different from him. It's all one head, one body, 2 legs and 2 hands. He's seen a lot of them, so why should he have to? He didn't know, but he felt that this master he had just worshipped was no mortal. What he wants him to do is definitely not as simple as watching people. Yes, look at your people, go through their lives, see their sweet and sour, love and separation, resentment and hatred. Duanru explained. Master, aren't the 8 sufferings of Buddhism, love, separation, resentment and hatred? What does it have to do with the people? Li Lan asked in disbelief. How are the people not suffering? Tongru just said this without much explanation. Teaching Li Lan will also depend on Li Lan's enlightenment, and if he is not capable of being a pompous king, then he will be replaced. It's that simple. However, everywhere I have been, those local officials have told me that the government is in harmony and the people are doing well. Li Lan wondered. If you have done evil, how dare you say it in front of the poor monk? Dangru asked rhetorically. It was as if Li Lan had been pierced through some strange meridian, and he seemed to have figured something out. No wonder. The officials were respectful, but their eyes were averted. It is no wonder that officials speak of peace in the world, political harmony and the joy of the people. But successive emperors still made it their lifelong dream to let the people watch fireworks in peace. The people are not doing well. The officials only dare to report the good news and not report the bad news. The emperor if the mediocrity. Then it is really, the world is peaceful. The river is clear and the sea is calm. Not too stupid. Dang Ru nodded slightly as he watched Li Lan's reaction. Sort of a preliminary endorsement of The Apprentice. P.S. Crap. Today's debut hyped even yesterday's validation period generally did not arrive. I think the first 2 chapters should not write any big poisonous point. Brother's new book just set sail. Do not now raise now the amount is not up. Is really will be raised to death. Master. Which city are we going to? Li Lan followed behind Dang Ru. His footsteps hurried. Dang Ru didn't seem to want to wait for him at all. And it was clear that his footsteps looked slow, but Li Lan needed to use every ounce of his strength to barely keep up. I don't know, Duan Ru said. It wasn't meant to be a deliberate act of coldness either. He didn't know which city he was going to. Wherever you go, you count. After all, the mountains have their own way of traveling, and the waters have their own ferrymen. It's been a long walk. Tai, those coming from the south and going north, gathering cattle and sheep from all over the sea. The guests in front leave some money for the road. Suddenly, a group of crooked men babbling with oxymoronic terminology and holding a variety of farming tools and kitchen knives appeared in front of the two. Dung Ru sized them up. Crooked, not one of those perennial hillbillies. You can tell by their crooked gestures and made-up jargon. They just robbed it not long ago. But there's blood on them. They're killers. This can't be spared. If they are only seeking money and not their lives, they can still be beaten and spared, and given some money to make a living on their own. But when you kill someone, you can't be spared. Tang Ru did not wait for them to say a second word, reached out his hand, and countless true chi struck, shattering their heads as much as possible. Then summon a second heart demon to break their souls. Master, do you have a grudge against them? Li Lan looked at the corpses that had fallen all over the place. It was the second time he had seen corpses all over the place. It's still not possible to avoid being afraid. No grudge. Dang Ru returned lightly. Then why did you kill them? Li Lan asked suspiciously. Why would you kill someone if you don't have a grudge? Can't you kill someone if you don't have a grudge? Dang Ru asked rhetorically. Li Lan froze for a moment, looking at the corpses all over the ground. Those corpses were skinny and bony. They looked like they were malnourished. They, it seems, can't live to rob. They just died. They clearly didn't have the slightest bit of hatred with that white monk. Shouldn't a true Buddhist give them some money and let them go back? Why? As a cultivator, shouldn't you take it as your duty to save the world? Why are you so brutal? They were just too hungry to live. Why did you kill them? Li Lan questioned the unflinching white-clad figure in disbelief, feeling that he had seen the wrong person as he questioned aloud. Could it be that you have to add to your saying that the people are the most important thing? The gods of earth and grain come second, and the king is the least important thing, that you alone are the honored one? If that's the case, then I'm not going to worship this master. Only when the words reached this point did Tang Ru stop in his tracks. He didn't hate the Virgin Mary. Of course, if one expects others to sacrifice, he gets the benefit of his own Holy Mother. Then he was going to make a move to just kill him. What he doesn't hate is a true Madonna. Someone who really has a heart for the world. The Li Lan in front of me was just questioning. It is a good thing to have a kind heart, to be considerate of the people and to question them. The fact that he could have these personalities meant that what had happened before was nothing more than the words of a child with an unsteady mind, and that he was not bad in nature. But, still, you can't give it a good color. Are you questioning the poor monk? Do you know that if the poor monk hesitates for a moment, if the poor monk is not present, it is not they who will die, but you? Tang Ru paused slightly as he said this. His eyes dimmed for a few moments under his iron face, but they quickly returned to normal as he continued. They naturally have no grudge against the poor monk. But when they kill people, do the people they kill have a grudge against them? You can't see the truth or falsehood with your fleshly eyes. You don't know the cause and effect. The poor monk doesn't blame you. Now that you already know the truth or falsehood, do you still want to reproach? Dang Ru said, then turned around and continued walking. He taught that one never expects others to agree. It was to the Dekuro siblings, it was to Su Irma, and it was to Li Lan, too. He has always been like the Taoist. I have my reasoning. I practice my reasoning. You like to believe it or not. When I am willing to speak, if you are willing to listen, you listen. If you are not willing to listen, you go away. Just don't even think about changing my perceptions. I, for one, have a brain shaft. Li Lan froze as he looked at the corpse on the ground. All these starving people, they've killed people? That monk said they've killed people with empty words? Available at. He's right too. If he wasn't there, how could he, Li Lan, a 12-year-old boy, be a match for this large gang of bandits? All that awaits him is the robbery of his possessions, or even death. But, they were obviously too hungry to live to kill. Li Lan muttered, bad. Save a saintly mother. Dang Ru was a little offended. He picked up Li Lan's collar with one hand and chided. Alone. Their lives are lives? Other people's lives are not lives? If you want to think that the lives of others have nothing to do with them, then don't blame the poor monk for taking their lives. If you don't feel that way, then the poor monk will tell you that no matter what your reason is, whether it's because you're starving and can't live, or whether it's to gain the approval of whoever it is, or whether it's for the sake of some bullshit love, to kill innocence is to kill innocence, and it's not to be faked, and even more so, it's not to be spared. You don't know pain until the rod hits you, and you go to empathize with the wicked until the sword of the wicked falls on your head. Whoever causes them suffering, you go to them, and if a corrupt official dumps them, you dismiss the official and behead the official. If the ground is strong against them, sweep the gangs black. If there is a great drought, let the practitioners go to their rescue and give them rain. Instead of waiting here until after they have killed innocents, when the poor monks are about to give them the punishment they deserve, you come along and say that they were forced to do so. They were forced to do it. So innocent people deserve to die? If they can't live, they can ask for money or food, and the poor monks can spare them, to save them, to take a life. That is damnation. Once a man has tasted the profiteering that comes from killing innocents, he will never be honest again. When Deng Ru said that, he threw Li Lan on the ground. The palms were clasped together and the words were recited under his breath. Sin, sin, sin. The poor monk has even broken the anger precepts against you, little child. Sin, sin, sin. It was only done for Li Lan. He's broken the anger commandment I don't even know how many times. It's not natural to feel guilty for this once or twice. Li Lan fell to the ground, his mind echoing Deng Ru's words. If anyone causes suffering, fix him. Corrupt officials will be cured. Local bandits will be eliminated. And natural disasters and droughts will be cured by practitioners. If it is really possible to achieve such a clear government. No, it's not possible to achieve such a clean government. So, is this the meaning of the existence of this white monk in front of us? Or maybe that's what chivalry exists for. The monk in front of him is also a chivalrous person, only he eliminates evil thoroughly. But chaos is coming, and it is indeed time to use heavy-handedness. Deng Ru and Li Lan left 2 days later. 2 Taoist priests from the True Yang sect arrived at the corpse-strewn battlefield. They surveyed the bodies on the battlefield. The duo's eyes first looked at the eunuch who had fallen to the ground. The eunuch with the highest force in that Emperor Changsuan's team is also dead. It can't have been them who killed him. A dowser speculated. Either these people's entire bodies were burned to ashes, or their hearts were ripped out, or their heads were directly slapped to pieces. It's impossible for a normal cultivator to be this brutal, and it's impossible for the Imperial Courts team, all of whom are military men, to be this brutal. The other Taoist rolled his eyes, clearly impatient with the nonsense of his fellow disciples. Try invoking a soul. Senior brother? That Taoist priest didn't care at all about his own senior brother's rudeness. He just proposed. The poor man tries. As this senior brother spoke, the duster swung in his hand, and some spiritual energy condensed into water and spilled onto the ground. But it didn't work in the slightest. Not a single strand of soul appeared from the corpses on the ground. The soul is gone. This senior brother's brow furrowed tightly. Have you sensed an aura of baldness? He asked. That senior sniffed and sniffed around with his nose. No. The senior brother's face darkened for a moment as he looked at his senior brother's stupidity. He slapped his junior on the head. Stupid. Who the fuck let you really smell? Where's your Taoist skills? Where are your magical powers? Elder brother said angrily. Ow. Senior brother, you straight say let me sense it. You said let me smell. I definitely have to smell it. Shitty covered his head with an aggravated look on his face. Good, good, good. Elder brother covered his face. A helpless look on his face. Shidoshi is good at everything, just a little too obedient. Tell him to go east. He dares not go west. Wouldn't even think of going southeast-northeast. Sensed it. Exactly the same aura as that bald ass from the Void Sun sect. This senior brother suddenly let out an exclamation. He was also the one who went to investigate the Void Sun sect there. What a kind-hearted guru, overcoming so many people. The senior brother clenched his fists, holding back his own thoughts of punching the senior brother to death. Have you ever wondered why? Every time we arrived, we were able to sense this monk? Once you can call it a coincidence. Twice, is it still a coincidence? Elder brother held down elder brother's shoulder, took a deep breath, and guided the foolish elder brother's mind to ponder. It means that this master is friends with our True Yang sect, Sifu said with a slap on the head. You, just as well, as long as you're happy. Elder brother covered his head, only to feel an overwhelming headache. His mentor. He is a personal disciple of the ancestor of the Taoist ancestral court. At a time when disciples of the same generation were still hovering around the martial artist realm, Qi and blood realm, his cultivation had reached the spirit wheel realm. The body condenses an inner elixir of heaven and earth, and immortality is in sight. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother was a late entrant in this generation of disciples, he would have been a senior uncle long ago. However, Shidoshi is a fool. No, can't say it's stupid. According to the words of the ancestor, it was an immortal heart heaven and earth nurtured, pure and incomparable. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder about this fairy. Isn't he the more stupid he is, the better his credentials? But with those words, he was afraid of being hung and smacked by his masters and uncles. He certainly wasn't afraid of his senior brother hanging him up and smoking him. After all, according to Shitty's brain, he probably didn't even understand whether he was cursing or complimenting. Recently, this area has been rumored to be full of some kind of demon subduing Vajra, and the rumor started from Wangshu City and has been spreading all the way to Uer City, which is already able to speak for itself. The Buddhist vultures have always only dispensed with people, not killed them, so where is the demon subduing Vajra? But here, on the contrary, comes such a stout, evil-faced, cynical, blood-eating demon buster. What the true Yang sect, do is not something to do good deeds. This senior brother was calculating in his mind, and he didn't want to discuss it with his senior brother. It doesn't make sense. Brother? Better to let his immortal heart go pure. Senior brother, go with me to report with the sect master. Senior brother pulled senior brother and then flew towards the true Yang sect. The master and brother duo flew to the true Yang gate. The true Yang sect was the #1 ranked sect in terms of power within Liangzhou among the 13 states of Great Jing. It's the Taoist sect's spokesman in Liangzhou. Their sect's residence was not considered to be richly decorated, nor was it built on top of any suspended immortal mountains. Just hidden in the deep mountains and old forests were 100 or so golden halls, a few ancient pavilions with carved beams and paintings, and a few martial arts stadiums painted with taiji patterns. There are Taoist people riding cranes and clouds in them, or they come and go on the wind with their swords. From afar, it was hard to imagine that it was such an immortal, Taoist fairyland, which should only be found outside the square, that was going to be involved in a secular plot against the world. The master and brother duo flew to a peak, stepped into the hall, and knelt down in front of a white-robed old Taoist with a white beard and hair. This old Taoist was the contemporary head of the True Sun sect, a true cultivator of the heart phase realm who had inherited the Taoist name of Jinyangzi, Zen Yoko. What the common name was so far back in time that even Jinyangzi himself couldn't remember. Qing Wei, Ziyu, I told you two to go pick up Cheng Yuan. Qing Yi, how come it's just you two back? Qing Yuan and Qing Yi, did something happen to them? Jinyangzi looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression on his face. Back to master sect leader. The two senior brothers, Qing Yuan and Qing Yi, are dead, the same as Zihu. The soul is scattered. Qing Wei, the senior brother of the senior brother duo, stepped forward and said, "You mean, that Emperor Changsun and his party, killed Qing Yuan, Qing Yi, two true Qi realm Dao cultivators, and also decapitated thousands of my minions and drifted away?" Jinyangzi snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure on his face. He obviously didn't believe that his two nephews would be killed back by the courtiers. To put it mildly, even if he believed that he had been killed by a wild monk who came from which way and didn't kill anyone, he didn't believe that Qing Yuan, Qing Yi and the two of them would have been killed by the people of the court in return. Master sect leader, it wasn't killed by that imperial elder son's line. All the eunuchs of that great house died there. There's no way they could have gotten away. The one who killed the two senior brothers is someone else. Qing Wei knelt on the ground and said nonchalantly, "Who is it? Do you have a bottom?" Jinyangzi's face showed a look that was just like that. He stroked a handful of long whiskers, contemplating. It was pondering whether the true Yang sect's old rival in Liangzhou had made any movements recently. Naturally, Qing Wei said, and then he began to slow down his speculations with Jinyangzi. Master Ziyu had traveled to the ruins of the Void Sun sect and found a Buddhist aura in it. At that time, we all just thought it was some kind Buddhist monk who couldn't see Zisu Ziyong in their tragic deaths, so he overcame them, and only then didn't pay much attention to it. But, disciple and Ziyu's senior brother this time went to welcome Qing Yuan, Qing Yi, two senior brothers, but found that the two of them had all crushed. Soul and spirit disappeared. Clearly with the Void Sun sect people die the same way, and senior brother Ziyu, still used his divine ability to sense a Buddhist aura that aligned with that so-called good-hearted master of the Void Sun sect. Coupled with the recent rumors of a demon-busting Vajra in the area of Wangshu City, disciples have good reason to suspect that these are the work of the demon-busting Vajra. He was blessed with a Buddhist aura, thus we could not divine the cause of Zishu's death, let alone know his whereabouts. True Yangzi listened to Qing Wei's speculations, his eyes closing slightly as he began to ponder whether what this disciple had said was right or wrong. It's reasonable to say that monks can't kill people at all. However, if one arbitrarily dismisses Qing Wei's speculation merely on the basis of this one secular unwritten rule, then he, Jinyangzi, has really made it to the top as the headmaster. since he is blessed with the Buddha's breath, we can't find or divine his location, and that demon subduing Vajra's whereabouts seem to be hard to determine. Where will he go? In your opinion, what should we do? Take him? Jin Yangzi took the accent and asked Qing Wei below. Qing Wei raised his head, showing a hint of confidence on his face, and said to Jin Yangzi, Liangzhou's big, just by virtue of my true son's sex power. It's hard to catch this bald donkey. According to my disciple's opinion, why don't we issue a reward order? Just 2 years later, the Grandmaster will come to my true son's sect to choose the disciples' quota again as a temptation. I believe that all the major forces are willing to take advantage of this cheapness of our true son sect. If they capture the monk, we will be able to keep a living force. After all, the ancestor, his elder, has strict standards for recruiting disciples, but it's just a dispensable quota. If they can't capture that monk, we can also take the opportunity to weaken their power so that we can reduce the obstacles for our future domination of a state. Jin Yangzi nodded slightly as he listened to Qing Wei's ploy. For today's sake, this does work. It was true that the True Sun sect couldn't spare any more manpower to capture this monk. There are many opportunities to hear the ancestral court ancestors preach, but the ancestors don't always take on disciples that can be taken out. Good. In that case, it will be left to you. Disciple will definitely live up to the sect master's trust. Seeing Jin Yangzi's promise, Qing Wei instantly kowtowed in response before exiting the hall with Siyu. A month later, Dang Ru and Li Lan traveled to Qingyang City. As he moved deeper into the hinterland of Liangzhou, the cultivation level of the villains that Tang Ru encountered began to rise higher as well. Originally, the Qi and Blood realm was the top of the sky, and now they could even start to sporadically encounter 1 or 2 true Qi realm villains, punish the wicked along the way. Tang Ru's cultivation was only 1 step away from the spirit wheel realm. Master, what exactly are you trying to do with all the people you've killed along the way? Li Lan followed Tang Ru into Qingyang City and landed in an inn. He's watched Dang Ru kill and kill all the way these days. Basically, the robbing bandits and road-blocking jungle visitors that we encountered, all killed. None of them were able to speak a second word to Dang Ru. No, don't say a second word. Some of them even had their heads blown off by Tang Ru when they said their self-introductions, and then they were beaten by the 2 monks, 1 black and 1 white, that were inside of him. It's pretty killer. No, it can no longer be called killing and decisive. It's brutal. It's just a matter of punishing evil for the sake of cultivation. Duan Ru said. Have you ever been to this city? Though puzzled as to why Tang Ru's cultivation was so close to madness and slaughtering the wicked. However, upon hearing Tang Ru's inquiry, Li Lan immediately threw away the doubts in his mind and hit the ground running as he recalled what he and his group had seen and heard in this Qingyang city before. Back to Master. Came by. Li Lan replied. Are there any evil gangs or landlords in the area? Dong Ru asked. Li Lan sniffed and fell into thought. He thought back to what he had inquired about when he came to Qingyang city earlier. Back to Master. Qingyang County Magistrate said that this place is politicized. But, before Li Lan finished speaking, Dang Ru knew what he wanted to say. What he is trying to say is that he was naive and did not understand the doorway before, and he really thought that it was political and human harmony. But now that I think about it, I'm just afraid that the magistrate is afraid to report it. Well, go, give you a task, inquire clearly. In this Qingyang city, there can be evil gangs, local snakes, or officials protecting each other. After inquiring, return to the inn to find the poor monk. Tang Ru said, took out 10 taels of silver from his money bag and threw it to Li Lan. A sort of inquiring fund for him. Yes, Master. Li Lan was very happy to receive the silver. He was naturally happy that Master was willing to send him a mission. Taking the silver, he left the inn room. After Li Lan left, Tang Ru summoned the 2 heart demons, immediately about to break through. You too, give the poor monk a bottom, the 3rd heart demonic tribulation. To cross what? Dang Ru asked about the 1st, 2nd heart demon. The 1st mind demon rolled his eyes, and the 2nd mind demon looked at the 1st mind demon. It's not much. The 2nd heart demon spoke. This 3rd heart demon tribulation. To say it's difficult is difficult. To say it's simple, it's also simple. And one could even say it's very cliched. Tang Ru sniffed and came to have a hint of interest. Tacky? How cheesy. Tang Ru leaned forward, propped his hand on the desk, and looked at the 2nd heart demon and asked. Lust. The 3rd level is about your resistance to lust. Desire? Tang Ru listened to the 2nd heart demon's statement and gazed in contemplation for a moment. Desire. Does he have desire? Of course there is. It is impossible to be human and not have desires. There's no way this 3rd level is going to leave anyone without desire. What it tests should be one's resistance to desire. You can have desires, but you can't sink into them and be able to be shallow. Thinking about this, Tang Ru's heart was sort of bottomed out. That said, you still chose to be nosy. The 1st heart demon said. He was referring to Li Lan. According to the creed of only killing and not crossing over, Tang Ru shouldn't have allowed Li Lan to worship him at all. Nosy? Dang Ru laughed lightly as he played with a wooden fish in his hand. As I said, the killing Buddha only kills and does not cross over. Haven't you had enough of Irma's lesson? The first heart demon said. This month, the two heart demons were quiet. They only came out when Tang Ru was about to break someone's soul. Didn't say a word to Dang Ru at all. Yeah, just kill and cross, Dang Ru muttered, placing the wooden fish on the desk. But the poor monk doesn't ferry him, does he? It's just a tool. A tool to help the poor monk achieve peace and prosperity. Tang Ru's tone was indifferent, making the surrounding temperature seem a little colder by a few degrees. He never saw Li Lan as a target to be crossed, just using Li Lan as a tool. It's perhaps a little disrespectful to say tools. To put it another way that makes people feel better in their minds, it's a partner. He, Dang Ru, wanted peace and prosperity, while Li Lan wanted to be the king of peace and prosperity. Then the two men's goals overlapped, and Dang Ru went along for the ride. Use it as a key to unlocking peace and prosperity. Then do you think it's fair to that Li Lan? You punish evil and promote good. Why can't you even handle that? The first heart demon questioned. He bumped himself up. So what's fair? Dang Ru just said so lightly. Li Lan himself asked to be his disciple. Then it was up to him, Dang Ru, to decide what he took him for. Fair? From the moment Li Lan begged for his assistance, Li Lan lost the qualifications to talk to him about fairness. That's fine. You have your own considerations, just hopefully it won't be another collapse of the Tao. At that time, the two of us won't be polite to you. The first heart demon also just said this. What did you see again? Tang Ru seemed to recall that the first heart demon had said pretty much the same thing back when Su Irma was there. No, but, the poor monk just thinks that if you use people as tools, you're destined to be revolted. The first heart demon was sharp. Li Lan was sheltered by Daying's qi, and although he was already weakened in Liangzhou, it was not something he could see. He just didn't like it. Dang Ru using a person as a tool to use. Oh, since when do you, who chews up people's hearts raw, care about their personalities? Tang Ru laughed lightly twice, put on his mask and bucket hat, and prepared to go out. He certainly wouldn't expect Li Lan alone to get the message right. Now, he's going to make some inquiries. TCH, haven't you ever heard of being good and evil, and looking bad is looking bad? The first heart demon mouths off. Poor monk thinks that you're very suitable to be an arrogant heroine in the little kid's tomes next door. Tang Ru looked at the first heart demon, snickered, and left. The first heart demon was silent. Suddenly he felt goosebumps coming off his body. Hiss, that's disgusting. The first heart demon sucked in a cool breath. Well, the poor monk also thinks that you are well suited to go as a haughty heroine. The second heart demon's face, which was like that of an evil spirit, sized up the first heart demon. Why the fuck are you disgusted too? The first heart demon cursed twice, and with a fling of his monk's robe, he disappeared in the room that gave him goosebumps. The second heart demon just laughed and disappeared in the room as well, joining the first heart demon to inquire about the information. Tang Ru came out of the inn, and it was already evening at the moment. Looking at the sun that was about to set, and the golden clouds that filled the sky, Duanru fumed for a moment. I vaguely remember that it was the same evening 4 months ago. A little girl grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and said she would trade her body for a meal. It's true. The more you live, the more you pass. Dang Ru shook his head, shaking these stray thoughts away. Why is he so indecisive and sentimental? Didn't do what I promised that girl, letting her live the life a normal person should have. It was the first time he had missed an appointment since he came to this world. For the first time, didn't do what he promised. The poor monk said that he would let her live in the afterlife in a prosperous world where even the poorest of the poor would be able to have enough to eat. Sorry, didn't mean to use you as a tool either. Dang Ru muttered a couple sentences under his breath, lowered his bucket hat, and wandered around the city. He didn't intend to really apologize to Li Lan for anything. It's just a matter of each getting what he wants. He's just doing it to make himself feel better inside. Suddenly, a hand tugged at his coat. Duanru looked to the owner of the hand. It's a dirty little girl, looked no more than 12 years old. It's even younger than Su Irma's age, but she seemed lucky to still have innocence and cluelessness in her eyes. It doesn't seem to have been picked up by some old pervert. She's lucky. Master, reward me with a bite to eat. I'm starving. This little girl said timidly. Get lost. Disgusting thing. Don't dirty your Buddhist monk's robe. From Tang Ru's mouth, a passage of extremely vicious words spat out. After saying this, Tang Ru himself froze for a moment. He never thought he'd say such vile things to a child, but he was no longer afraid to unleash his so-called goodwill on people. It's not that I'm afraid of people backstabbing me, but I'm afraid of the second Su Irma. The little girl didn't say anything, except that she couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of her eyes. and she ran away as fast as she could, and Tang Ru was surrounded by some good people, constantly accusing that. It's just that this monk is so vicious. How can he be worthy of becoming a monk and so on? Tang Ru didn't care about this and directly flew out of the surroundings of these barred people. Look to where the little girl ran away. She ran to a sparsely populated corner and crouched in the corner, covering her eyes and crying continuously. Tang Ru landed beside the little girl. He touched the girl's tiny head, unclipped a money bag from his waist and handed it to the little girl. Good boy, take this money and learn a trade. And don't say that the poor monk gave you the money, Duanru said to the little girl. That little girl wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, looked at Tang Ru, and then at the money bag. She tentatively reached out and took the bag of money, mumbling a thank you. She didn't know why the Lord in front of her first scolded her and then offered her a sum of money, and now such a gentle tone. It's a completely different look than the one that was badmouthed before. She doesn't know, but she knew that the Lord in front of her had given her money and wealth, so she had to thank him, no matter how bad his attitude had been before. Giving the money bag to the little girl, Tang Ru didn't stay long and just summoned the first heart demon back. Protect this little girl and let her learn a trade, Tang Ru said to the first heart demon. The first heart demon looked at the little girl and then at Tang Ru. He nodded. He knew that this was Tang Ru redeeming no one else. It's Tang Ru himself. He wanted to make up for not saving Su Irma by saving this 12-year-old girl. Tang Ru knew better than anyone that Su Irma was dead. He walked out too, but he just couldn't forgive himself. Obviously if he was just a few moments more careful and crushed that steel ball, Su Irma wouldn't have to die. He can't forgive that because of his arrogance. He killed a man, leaving the first heart demon behind. Tang Ru began to inquire in the city if there were any evil gangs or the like in the city. After asking many passers-by in a row, he got the desired result. There are, and there are quite a few. Qingyang City's pattern was similar to Wangshu City, but the Qingyang County Magistrate is not the same as the Wangshu County Magistrate. He completely dropped the ball. The government is completely empty shelves, almost every day to close the door. Li Lan and his entourage came to open the door. Set of political and human harmony. There aren't many gangs that do evil in this Qingyang City. There are two in the family, the Luo and Choi families. The Luo family is a decent family, just do some trading, never killed or abducted anyone. The Choi family has been a bit of an evildoer, occupying people's land, opening greenhouses, gambling houses, and abducting and selling people. Basically, combining the evil done by the three families in Wanshu City is what the Choi family did. The Choi family, on the other hand, had a cultivator at the early stage of the true Qi realm sitting in their midst. It made his Choi family's position immensely secure. And besides those two families, there was just one cultivation sect, called something like the Green End sect. This is not a Taoist sect or a Buddhist sect. It's the Wild Way. They had a mid-true Qi master, and an early true Qi vice master. What was done was not the kind of rebellion like the Void Sun sect's blood sacrifice of a city, but it was also a black force that raided the people's fat and bread gangs. The except. After learning all this, it was already dark. Tang Ru then went back to the inn. At this moment the two heart demons had also returned. That girl, how's it going? Tang Ru looked at the first heart demon and asked. Sent her to a noodle stall owner to learn the art. That owner is a kind-hearted one and has money to take. He will take care of that little girl. You don't have to worry. The first heart demon said. So very good. Tang Ru nodded. You say, if I had just randomly helped Irma find a kind person to adopt her, would she have survived? Tang Ru suddenly asked again. Don't think about these have-nots. Have you forgotten? Su Irma, those benefactors who are looking for trouble? If you leave, she will only die a worse death. If you don't leave, she can still die a painful death. The first heart demon cursed, a look of hatred on his face. Yes, it can't be saved. On any level she can't be saved. Tang Ru nodded and stopped going on about it. Master, I'm back. Downstairs, Li Lan's voice rang out, and the door to the room was opened as a footstep approached. Li Lan walked in. Well, tell me, what have you inquired about? Tang Ru went straight to the point and didn't exchange too many pleasantries with Li Lan. Back to master. My disciple inquired at the restaurant that the damned magistrate has taken 10 concubines. This damned lustful man. Li Lan hated it. The damn thing is so horny, even if it is, but it's also so timid. The court came. He did not think to report the people's plight, but instead became the umbrella of that gang of black forces, hiding them from the court, saying that this place is well governed and peaceful. He deserves to die. Tang Ru looked at the fawning to the extreme Qingyang County magistrate in front of him. He didn't want to talk too much nonsense with it. Take the poor monk to the Chui family, the Green End sect, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Tang Ru said in a cold voice to the Qingyang County magistrate. Ha! The chubby face of the Qingyang County magistrate squeezed out a puzzled expression. He wondered what the monk in front of him was going to do with these gangs. Just lead the way, Duan-Ru said. That Qingyang County magistrate with a fat face looked tangled to Li Lan on the side. Li Lan was disgusted with the magistrate in front of him who had deceived him, but thinking of Tang Ru's lesson last night, he still said, "Just do whatever my master says." Li Lan said, "Yes, Your Highness." The Qingyang County magistrate was instantly energized by Li Lan's instructions. Suddenly, the Qingyang County magistrate seemed to remember something. "Your Highness, what did you just call this master?" The Qingyang County magistrate seemed a bit uncertain and asked again. "Master, is there a problem?" Li Lan said. Naturally, his tone was not considered good. "Egu, disrespect. So master is actually Your Highness's teacher. Disrespect, disrespect." The Qingyang County magistrate was instantly respectful. Of course, he was pretending. It was naturally impossible for him to be respectful to a wayfarer, a monk who didn't even have a proper official position. Lead the way. Dang Ru also did not want to get too entangled with this magistrate, and merely dispelled his desire to kill the magistrate. "Okay, master, where would you like to go first?" The Qingyang County magistrate rubbed his hands together and inquired. "Chui family, I heard that the Chui family seized the people's fields and did a lot of evil. Is that true?" Dong Ru asked. "This is just a test for him. If the Qingyang County magistrate passes, then he will be able to continue to do his job as a magistrate in peace. If you can't, then Dang Ru will have to consider a replacement." The Qingyang County magistrate first froze for 2 seconds, not knowing why the monk in front of him was asking this question. The brain was frantically thinking, "Yes, master, this Chui family is doing a lot of evil. They are robbing the people's fields, taking women and children captive in private, bullying men and women, and doing no evil, if not for the fact that they have a true Qi realm cultivator sitting on their side. This official will have to." When the Qingyang County magistrate said this and felt Li Lan's gaze, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had, before, seemed to have spoken to Li Lan and his party. Qingyang County, politics and people are in harmony. What kind of politics is this? Is it a bully's political and humane? Lead the way. Dong Ru nodded. Count the Qingyang County magistrate as having passed this test. The Qingyang County magistrate nodded, so he walked ahead of Dang Ru, leading the way for the two of them. The Chui family was quite far away, and with the speed of the Qingyang County Order's martial realm, it would take a full half-hour to arrive. The Qingyang County magistrate stopped in front of a large gate with a plaque bearing the two characters of the Chui family. Tong Ru carried Li Lan and landed lightly from the air. This gave the Qingyang County magistrate a chilling look. The empire's hallowed imperial eldest grandson was being carried by this monk like a chicken cub. What a loss of face for the empire. But he didn't dare say anything more. After all, Li Lan himself didn't say anything, and Tang Ru's cultivation was not something he could mess with. Although it was said that Buddhists could not kill, it was still possible to beat him up without killing him. Can't afford to mess with it. "Master, this is the Chui family." Qingyang County magistrate respectfully pointed at the gate and said. At the entrance stood a row of houseguards. The two at the head even had the cultivation of the martial realm. Tong Ru nodded his head before opening his heaven's eye to look. Only the Chui family was blood red. They are all masters who will do evil in the future. There's no mistaking it. Then just kill. "Hey, magistrate, what are you doing with a wild monk and a little brat in front of my Chui's house?" A martial realm houseguard at the head of that doorway heckled. "Hey yo bro, you talking?" Before the Qingyang County magistrate and that family man could exchange much pleasantries, a dozen or so true Qi strikes passed by, and the heads of those houseguests instantly exploded. Inside Tong Ru's body, two heart demons, one black and one white, rushed out and dispersed the souls of those household servants. And then the two devils combined their efforts and kicked the door of the Chui mansion to pieces. It all happened in a flash. The Qingyang County magistrate was dumbfounded, and for a moment, he didn't know what was happening. Monk, murdered? A dozen lives in one shot? Is this a monk? It's an evil spirit, isn't it? Li Lan, who was on the side, had seen it all long ago. For a month, he had watched Tang Ru and those two monks kill all the evil people with various techniques. Hollowed out, fire roasted, head blown up. Only what you can't think of, not what he can't do. It's brutal, but think of what these evil people do to innocent people. Seemingly, and a little fastidious? Li Lan thought that perhaps a world where good was rewarded with good and evil with evil was a good world, as Dang Ru killed his way into the Chui residence. Inside, shouts of murder, pleas for mercy, howls, curses, and exploding heads came from within. The Qingyang County magistrate didn't even have to make a special trip to see it. Just by listening, one could hear what a hellish sight it was. At this moment, the entire Chui mansion was completely reduced to hell on earth. "Ah! Goddamned bald donkey! You returned my clan's life, An old man with white hair flew up into the sky from the Chui mansion and looked down at Tong-ru. Tong-ru did not show any weakness and flew directly in front of the old man. Both hands exerted force. A double peek through the ears down. The old man's head crumbled on the spot. His body trembled twice in the air. Then there was no real chi to maintain it, and he completely fell to the ground, and a wisp of soul floated out, and in an instant, it was invaded by the turbid chi of the heaven and earth, and turned into a haze of a soul. Tong-ru gently waved his hand, and the old man's soul dispersed on the spot. This old man was weak, not as hard as those two True Sun sect Taoist priests who slapped up their hands. Of course, it could also be because he was now in the late stage of true chi. The Qingyang County magistrate's heart palpitated as he looked at the scene happening above him. To be able to fly in the sky is the true chi realm. That old man, he's the head of the Chui family. It's a character he doesn't even dare to touch. But a character like that was lightly slapped to death by that monk. He was even thwarted by that monk. God damn it. Didn't they all say that the Buddhist practice is not to kill? What's going on here? Has this monk gotten carried away with his Zen practice? Your Highness. This crazy. Oh no. This master. Where did you find him? Why is he so brave? The Qingyang County magistrate subconsciously wanted to say a crazy monk, but he was afraid that Tong-ru would slap him with a soul-crushing, double-peaked through the ears as well, so he gave up on the idea at once. His Highness's vision is, naturally, unique. Li Lun tilted her head rather arrogantly. The Qingyang County magistrate on the side wiped the sweat on the corner of his forehead with his sleeve. It seems that asking this Highness, he can't ask anything. At this moment, the voices within the Chui mansion had gradually subsided, and occasionally one or two of the household servants and maids were let out and fled. Then there were only sporadic curses and pleas for mercy still ringing out. As the screams inside the Chui mansion subsided, the Qingyang County magistrate and Li Lan were in the sight of the two of them. Inside the Chui mansion's gilded gates, there were corpses lying all over the place. Men, women and children. No less, all lying on the ground. The blood gurgled and gathered into a crimson stream. The entire Chui family, servants, household servants, old and young women and children, nearly 3,000 people. The massacre. Only a white monk stood in the courtyard, his eyes cold under that mask made of fine iron. No, it wasn't cold, it was indifferent. It's a disregard for human life. In his eyes, it seems that human life is a blank sheet of paper, and on the white paper, a variety of paintings were drawn. The one who does evil draws on white paper a picture that the monk does not like. The monk then tore up the picture. Those who do good deeds are drawn on white paper with the monk's favorite paintings. The monk then sheltered these paintings and even took care of them. A human life is not a human life. It's a picture in vivid colors. Tong-ru put his palms together and walked out of the Chui mansion. After feeling the realm on his body, it seemed that he would kill 3 more true chi realm villains. Then his realm would be able to reach the spirit wheel realm. This was a realm that could be described as a phrase of mastery in all parts of dying. Even at the time when Great Jing was at its strongest, the spirit wheel realm, one could be the head of a county. And with the breakthrough imminent, the heart demon tribulation, too, was coming. Sort of a mixed bag. Tong-ru really didn't have much of a grasp on desire. He didn't even know what he had a strong desire for and in what way the mind would present the desire. But at the moment, that doesn't matter right now. Take the poor monk to the Luo family. Tong-ru patted the magistrate's dull body and said, although the news that he had inquired about said that the Luo family was an honest family, but hearing is believing, seeing is believing, so it is better to go and see for yourself. Yes, great, master, are you really a Buddhist? Qingyang County magistrate's curiosity that this monk could also kill had already surpassed the steady style he had always maintained. Even if it was likely that he would be slapped to death by this killing star in front of him, he still had to ask, are you really a monk? I'm afraid it's not a fake monk, is it? When Tong-ru heard the Qingyang County magistrate's doubts, he just slightly inclined his head and glanced at him, speechless. If the poor monk is not, are you? Saying that, he revealed the Buddhist aura of his gongfu. For that matter, he still has to do himself justice. Even if he smokes and drinks, even if he kills people, drinks and eats meat, he is still a good monk. The Qingyang County magistrate swallowed his saliva, a little surprised. The Buddhist aura revealed by the killing star in front of him could not be faked. This was an aura that only a precept Buddhist could emit. The average person who wants to take the precepts has no place to do so. One needs to bow 3 times and 9 times in front of the statue of Buddha again, agree with the philosophy of that Buddha, and finally be able to accept the instruction of that Buddha, and finally have the master point the scar of abstinence for him, before he can be considered as a real Buddhist, and be blessed by the chi of the Buddhist sect. And there was such an aura on the killing star in front of him. It's amazing that such a murderous man can be a monk. That's weird. But the Qingyang County magistrate didn't want to think about that. All he thinks about is still living his own little life. Getting your own little day off is more important than anything else. The Qingyang County Magistrate took Dang Ru and Li Lan to find the Luo family. This time it didn't go very far. After only walking for about an incense stick, they arrived. In Qingyang City, the places where the rich and the poor lived were far apart, and the rich and the wealthy live close to each other. It's as if man is far away from the beasts, but close to man. The Qingyang County Magistrate silently prayed for the Luo family in his heart. A twinge of compassion grew in his heart. It was already obvious what would happen to the Luo family. More than 3,000 members of the Chui family are still lying around in the Chui residence. The Luo family was on par with the Chui family, so it was naturally impossible for them to escape. Tang Ru surveyed the gate in front of him with the two-character door plaque of the Luo family, opened the eye of heaven and took a look. It's basically a clean slate. It's not blood red like the trees. The occasional strand or two of blood red, when you look close, is just some peeping Tom widow's bath or some such hookup. No need to kill. That's quite rare. When you have power and wealth, you don't do evil over the people. That's already good quality. They can naturally survive. Let's go. Take the poor monk to the Green End sect. Tang Ru turned to the Qingyang County Magistrate. Ha! The Qingyang County Magistrate froze. To the Green Gates? Didn't you want to kill the Luo family? Why are you going to the Green End sect again? Master, you, not click the Luo family? The Qingyang County Magistrate said, wiping on his neck. The poor monk only slaughters the wicked, those who are innocent may live. Duan Ru said, Grandmaster, bent on serving the people, eliminating evil and promoting good, is truly a model for our generation. After the Qingyang County Magistrate was silent for a moment, he patted Tang Ru's ass. Lead the way. Tang Ru just said lightly. He had already heard a lot about the Qingyang County Magistrate's horse's ass. Tired of hearing that. Yes, Master, don't worry. The Qingyang County Magistrate nodded his head, and then he led Tang Ru to the Qingya sect. At the same time, his heart began to mourn for the Green End sect. He was not sure what the Luo family had done, but what a hookup the Green End sect did. He's clear. That's the kind of thing you can't even hang and kill 10 or 100 times to get rid of the hate. Trafficking in women and all that is the least of the crimes they commit. The Green End sect, by the sound of it, seemed to be a very transcendent and ethereal cultivation sect. However, they are evil practitioners, or the evil practitioners of the Acacia Way. They are not just a scourge on women. Woe to men too. None of the people who entered their sect were able to come out with their bodies intact. Basically, a rounded person goes in and a dried-up corpse comes out. The torment experienced therein was something that he, a rounded magistrate, could not even think about. The Qingyang County Magistrate took Tang Ru out of Qingyang City, and then went straight to the mountain of Qingya sect. The Qingya sect was some distance away from Qingyang City. It's a 10-mile walk. After walking for about an hour or so, of course, the hour or so was mostly the time it took to get out of the city. And to get to the Green End sect, it would only take about an incense stick. The three came to the bottom of a mountain. Before we reached the top of the hill, a foul odor wafted in. It was a kind of male and female bodily fluids intermingled. A very messy stench. Qingyang County Magistrate, an old prodigal son who had been in love for a long time, couldn't help but cover his nose, though he does often enjoy playing some team sports with his dozen or so little wives. But he hadn't messed up to the extent that the Green End sect had. Like this, directly gathered a crowd of lewd people. What's more, the Green End sect is all about harvesting directly to death for their hearth pots. Play dead. Just dig a big hole and drop it. That corpse stench added to the mix. The smell. Simply. The Qingyang County Magistrate was a bit skeptical as to how these guys from the Qingya sect were able to tolerate this odor. Or are they used to it? Dang Ru frowned, smelling the stench wafting from this hill. Even with the iron mask covering them, most of it smelled into their noses. It's almost sickening. But fortunately, Tang Ru himself was a true Qi realm Grand Circle expert. These flavors, he could cover up with his true Qi, and Li Lan would just be an ordinary person. He was already gagging on the sidewalk in the face of the odors. Protect your highness away from here and wait for the poor monk to finish killing. Dang Ru handed Li Lan over to the Qingyang County Magistrate. He was still more comfortable handing over Li Lan to the Qingyang County Magistrate. I'm not afraid that the Qingyang County Magistrate will kill Li Lan and run away. After all, the Qingyang County Magistrate's goal in life was to live a nice peaceful little life. And on such a basis, he would do anything. How could it have caused any trouble? Yes, Master, His Highness is in my hands. Don't worry, no one will be able to touch a hair on his head. The Qingyang County Magistrate happily took on this trouble-saving task, and then pulled Li Lan and ran away in a puff of smoke, as if one more second in this hellhole would be a disgrace to him. When the dragons left, Tang Ru summoned the two heart demons. As soon as the two heart demons came out, they immediately vomited. But they have nothing in them to vomit. only dry heaves. Apparently, the two heart demons have a sense of smell. This was able to be proven when roasting that fox demon. No more. We can't take this job. Let's go back. The first heart demon waved his hands back and forth, dry heaving as he did so. Dangru waved his hand and covered the two heart demons' noses with true chi, blocking the stench. Vomit. Humans, sure enough, are capable of any perverted thing. Having his sense of smell blocked, the first heart demon was a little better and stopped dry heaving and spitting. It's just part of it. Duanru corrected. He has always been against generalizations. After all, even on Animal Island, there are warriors like Tetsuya Yamayama. It's not okay to generalize. But this part of the world is capable of pulling down the morality of the entire human race. Vomit. The first heart demon corrected again. Up the hill. Dangru no longer talked more nonsense with him. Together with the two heart demons, they flew up the mountain and arrived at the mountain gate of that green N sect. A tall mountain gate stood in front of the steps. At the entrance, there were two disciples of the green N sect doing something like using their spears to attack their shields. Spears are made of flesh, and so are shields. As they did, the two women's naked bodies gradually dried up, and eventually a breath was spat out and they died. The two green N sect disciples, on the other hand, let out a long breath, throw the two dry bodies away casually, and with that, their cultivation level rose a few points. What an animal, Dangru sighed and said. However, just now, he had unexpectedly sensed a trace of the aura of Taoist arts in these two green N sect disciples. I guess I picked up the Taoist dual cultivation technique from somewhere and magically changed it into this evil technique. Duanru speculated the truth out. Taoism is a method of dual cultivation, but that's the law of mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. It's a fling, a flirtation between dog couples, and this, it is purely detrimental and shall not die. After running the dual cultivation gong method of the Taoist sect, both parties were able to feel refreshed. The cultivation that comes with it is solid. As for the two green N sect disciples in front of them, their feet were floating, and their cultivation was swaying like a half bucket of water. Obviously not stable. Slaughter as many as you can, leave no survivors, and save as many as you can. Dangru gave the guidelines for this operation to the two heart demons. Tangru struck two channels of true chi, shattering the heads of the two green N sect disciples at the entrance. The two heart demons rushed forward and beat the souls of the two green N sect disciples to death. Soon, a massacre began once again. Some of the green N sect disciples didn't even have time to bring up their pants before their heads were shattered by Tangru's true chi. And then their souls were dispersed by the two heart demons dryly. What the hell was that? Looks like a monk? Hell, have you ever seen a monk capable of murder? Opening his mouth is bullshit. The crowd of green N sect disciples were in disarray. Some of the male disciples were quick to raise their pants and make counterattacks, but they were all useless. Some of the female disciples were more miserable. They were killed without even putting on their clothes. Not the slightest hint of pity. Dangru killed people, but never looked at a gender. If you want to say equality, in Dongru's case, it was indeed possible to achieve a very fair equality between men and women. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, ugly or beautiful. If you do evil, you die. There's no wiggle room. As Dangru's kills increased, the two true chi realm cultivators from the green N sect were also finally ready to rush out and kill Tongru. One middle stage of true chi and one early stage of true chi. A middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman. It looks like the sect is still a husband and wife team. Monk, what are you doing? I, Qingya sect, have no grievances with you. Before that middle-aged cultivator could finish speaking, Tongru flew in front of him and slapped his head. A faint wisp of soul floated out, but it was instantly washed away by the majestic blood chi of Tongru's body. Husband, the woman revealed a horrified, angry look. It was Tongru's strength that alarmed him, angry that her husband, who had been with her for decades, had died just like that. Interesting, the breath on both of you has him in you and you in him. Obviously it is a proper Taoist dual cultivation method. How can you teach the disciples of your sect to learn these devilishly altered evil skills? Tongru suddenly spoke out. He was curious about the woman in front of him and the middle-aged cultivator who had died, practicing the orthodox Taoist dual cultivation method. But the disciples of the Green N sect were practicing evil kung fu. If this couple had been willing to hand over the orthodox gongfu to the disciples below them, there would not have been today's disaster. After all, rape and eroticism are two different concepts. The Green N sect closed the door and their own people did it until the sky was dark and their heads were spinning. And that was all their own choice. Duanru will not interfere, but forcibly taking men and women and harming people's lives. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. What's it to you? The woman's good-looking eyes were full of hatred. That's right. Indeed it has nothing to do with poor monks. To do evil should be punished. To do good should be rewarded. As to why you do evil and why you do good, It has nothing to do with poor monks. Dangru thought about it and felt that the woman in front of him was right. Indeed, it has nothing to do with him. In the next second, Tongru appeared in front of the beautiful woman. Reaching out, a large amount of true chi attached to his hand, squeezed the woman's beautiful head. The woman's eyes instantly glazed over. There seemed to be a hint of disbelief in her as to why Tongru had killed so decisively, not even bothering to ask another question. But sadly, she won't be inquiring anymore, only to see the large hand attached to the true chi violently close, and her head instantly exploded. The headless petite body trembled twice before it instantly fell out of the air. A faint wisp of soul similarly floated out, before being sprayed out of existence. After resolving the woman, Tongru sensed the realm on his body. It seemed that by killing some more disciples of the Green End sect, he would be able to break through the spirit wheel realm. Thinking of this, he immediately slaughtered his way through the Green End sect as if he were in no man's land. When he saw two people who had the scent of the Green End sect's kung fu, he rewarded them with 2 true chi and smashed his heads. One way to go, one way to kill. By the way, they rescued those men and women who had not yet been harvested and made them wait in the square of the Green End gate. He, Dongru, will send them back in unison. Kill the last Green End sect disciple. Tongru was then completely unable to suppress his breakthrough cultivation. Left and right mind demons, protect the law. He only had time to shout this sentence before he instantly sat down cross-legged. Countless true chi bursting out from his body and converging within his dantian. The blood fury surged majestically around his body, encircling his body. Inside the dantian, the true chi was continuously compressed, drawing the spiritual chi from heaven and earth into the body, forming a continuously rotating spiritual wheel within the body. That wheel of spirit wheel in the dantian was constantly sucking in the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. Tongru, on the other hand, was covered in true chi and had completely transformed into spiritual energy. This is another qualitative change. The true chi used by true chi realm cultivators was like a piece of paper that broke at the first poke in front of the spirit wheel realm powerhouse's spiritual energy. With the breakthrough in the realm, Tongru's consciousness also entered the mind demon illusion realm once more. And at the moment, in front of Dingru, it's the third heart demon. 1. Beautiful looking woman in green. Woman? Tongru frowned as he looked at the beautiful looking woman in green before him. The woman folded her arms and revealed a gentleness between her brows, like a statue of goddess of mercy. But it's a lot more colorful than Kuan Yin. The mind has no phase. I merely represent desire, the woman in green said in a warm voice. Duanru nodded and sat down cross-legged across from her. Suddenly, he frowned. Do you mean that the poor monk's desire is for women? Is the poor monk a womanizer? The woman in green just smiled and asked in return. Isn't it? Lust, the most basic of human desires, need not pretend to be noble and look down on this desire. As a Buddhist, the thing to do is to restrain desire, not to spurn it. Tongru listened to these words and nodded quite agreeably. The Buddhist precepts are for people to restrain their desires, but that doesn't mean that desires should be viewed as a flood. When it's time to move, move, and when it's time to be quiet, be quiet. Just like the legendary monk Jigong, should eat meat and eat meat, should drink wine, all the magic power but not half loss. That's because he really did it. Wine and meat go through the heart of Buddha. Wine and meat, his preference, his desire. But he was able to restrain his desires and still had the Dharma in his heart, and the lust for color. So much for this desire that everyone reviles and everyone loves. As long as one is able to refrain, then even if one takes 1,000 mistresses, it is only on a moral level. It doesn't count as breaking the rules. So, how will you test the poor monk? Tongru said with a straight face, followed by a snicker. Could it be, to be that bodhisattva in the flesh, to ferry people with his body? The woman in green was not annoyed in the face of Tongru's frivolous appearance. Just a soft smile said, lust, there is more than lust, and lust, there is more than a harem of 3,000 beauties. I'm not going to be that bodhisattva in the flesh to seduce you myself. There's a chance of success, but that's too low, and maybe even, well, maybe I'll fall into it myself. The woman in green also followed Tongru's flirtatiousness and snickered. She is a heart demon, and heart demons have no gender, much less love. It was a no-brainer for her to get stuck in. It's just snark. And how will you tempt the poor monk? Tongru was a bit puzzled, and at the same time, his heart was a bit drummed. Lust and all that, he really wasn't very good at restraining it. It's easier said than done. I will give you an illusion that is infinitely close to the real thing, remove all your memories, and let you live a different life again. But at the same time, I will imprint the idea of rewarding the good and punishing the bad, punishing the evil, and killing the Buddha unification into your heart. This branding won't force you to believe in the idea, but the idea will be in your mind and remind you of it every now and then. When you are in the illusionary realm, facing countless temptations, and are still willing to practice this philosophy, you will have successfully passed the heart demon tribulation. Instead, this body of yours, I'll just laugh it off, the woman in green said with a big smile. Oh, interesting, come on then. Listening to the woman in green, Dong-ru had a hint of interest in this heart demon tribulation. It was different from the first and second heart demons who rudely laid things out in front of him and questioned him. This time, it seemed to be a kind of moist and meticulous test. Remove his memory and live a whole new life. It sounds new. He was willing to experience it. See what kind of second life it is. Okay, get ready for this second life. The woman in green smiled slightly. Dong-ru then felt his eyes go black and he was in a dark place. The weightlessness coming from his body made it obvious that he was falling. As he fell deeper and deeper, his memories drifted away. The people and things he encountered in life departed from his memory. Gradually, when he fell to the bottom, the only words left in his memory were, "Congratulations, sir. Your wife has successfully given birth to a baby. A boy. Male child. Then, let's call him Dong-ru." Dong-ru slowly opened his eyes, and everything around him was unfamiliar. Clean white ceilings, bright blinding white lights. There were also a few people in green robes and blue masks going about their business in this room. It seemed to rejoice in the birth of a new life, and his memory is blank. Only 8 words echoed in his mind. Reward the good and punish the bad, kill to stop killing. Reward the good and punish the bad? Stop killing by killing? Dong-ru followed these 8 words in his mind. What's this? He didn't know. All he knew was that he was a little hungry for milk now. He held out his hand, which was tiny, like a pocket-sized version compared to those of the men. He tried to touch something he could eat, but all he touched was a patch of air. Can't touch anything. With an empty stomach and no food to eat, he couldn't help but wail. The people around him were busy, and a woman picked him up with a weak look on her face. Dong-ru looked at her. She looked at Dong-ru. Who is she? Dong-ru was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, a voice in his head told him, "This person, called Mom." Dong-ru didn't think much of it and shouted toothfully, "Mom, Mom." The woman's face rose in surprise when she heard Dong-ru's voice. What did she just hear? Mom? Your own child is just born and the first thing he says is Mommy? Mommy's here. Good baby. The woman excitedly hugged Dong-ru in her arms. The sound of a mother made her forget the hardships of carrying a child to term and the pain of childbirth. Before this little person was born, all she wanted to do was beat the hell out of the little bastard who had been causing her pain for almost a year. The moment this little person cried out her first mommy, she just wanted to hold this little baby tightly, only to feel that a year of hard work had not been in vain. A month later, Dong-ru followed his parents out of the hospital and back home to this world. This family is not rich, but he could afford to feed and clothe Dong-ru, and he was able to make school affordable for Dong-ru. Ever since Dong-ru opened his mouth and called out his mom for the first time, this mom was then very nice to Dong-ru. Under the care of his parents, Dong-ru also gradually grew from a baby to 4 years old, and by this time, children of the same age were entering a place called kindergarten. Dong-ru is no exception. The father said his children couldn't lose at the starting line. Dong-ru, who had lost his memory, was like most children in this world when he entered kindergarten. There was a great deal of crying and screaming about not leaving mommy. Still, he was mercilessly locked behind an iron gate. Spent 2.5 years in this so-called kindergarten. At the age of 6.5, Dong-ru went to elementary school. Dong-ru's days were uneventful. There was a group of buddies to hang out with and grades were considered middle of the road. His parents loved him. Dong-ru thought that it would be good to live like this, plain and simple, but happy and peaceful. As for the 8 words echoing in my head, reward the good and punish the bad, kill to stop killing. Who cares? He's 6.5. He can't understand. But then, Dong-ru heard the meaning of those 8 words. It was a year later in a language class. The language teacher wrote the words punish evil and promote good on the blackboard. Dong-ru asked her what is evil and what is good. Why should we punish evil and why should we promote good? The language teacher was pleased with Dong-ru's initiative to ask questions. She told Dong-ru, to be evil is to hurt others. To be good is to help others. Those who hurt others should be punished, while those who help others should be rewarded, praised, and given a big red flower. From that day on, Dong-ru understood what the first 4 words echoing in his head meant. Reward the good and punish the bad. People who help others should be rewarded and praised. People who hurt others should be punished hard. But, what does that have to do with him? He's just a 7.5-year-old kid. It's not his turn to punish the wicked. There's the police uncle. Dong-ru's days continued peacefully, until, when he was 8.5 years old, a transfer student came to his class and became his classmate by arrangement with the homeroom teacher. It was a not-so-pretty little girl, with a round face and eyes that shone brightly, like a star dotted in the dark night sky of the city. I seem to, somewhat like this classmate? Dong-ru muttered. wondering why. He felt like he wanted to play with this little girl and would feel differently than the other little ones when he was near her. After being in contact with this little girl for a long time, he gradually learned about this little girl's situation. She is from the mountains. Her family is not in front of the village, not behind the store. The family managed to gather some money to send her out to study. She is very studious and listens carefully to what the teacher is saying in almost every class. If you don't understand something, you will ask your cheaper tablemates, also known as Dangru. Duanru enjoyed the act of helping the little girl. He thought that this was, perhaps, the rewarding of the good and the rewarding of the bad. His helping this little girl was good. He was happy, and it was a reward for the good he had done. But soon, Dangru realized that the little girl's good learning gradually made him unable to teach. She knows more than he does. He can't enjoy the pleasure of that help anymore. In order not to lose this joy, Dangru began to learn as hard as he could, just so he could continue to answer this little girl's questions. The duo's relationship went on like this, in a helper and helpy kind of way, until the end of elementary school. The two went to the county's public high school together. Luckily, the two were placed in the same class. Once again, we're at the same table. Duanru was delighted. He began to thank fate for allowing the little mountain girl to stay in town and stay with him. That year, he was 13 and the little girl was 12. No, I should call her a teenager. The middle school campus then began to have some love talk. Dongru began to realize gradually, one's own feelings for the young girl seemed as if they were what they called like, but Duanru didn't hate the feeling. He didn't know what it felt like to like. He just knew that just being near her made him feel happy. Even looking at her from a distance, the mood was able to be pleasant. What should this be called? The new partner says this kind of like is called a crush. I dare not show my feelings, but only watch. Yes, he has a crush on her. Dangru gradually accepted the name. He has a crush on this young girl. Only the young girl doesn't know about his crush. She was still studying hard. Her chances of getting out of the mountains were hard, earned by her parents who worked early and hard, and there was no way she was going to bother with that stuff. And Dangru was studying furiously in order to be able to follow the teenage girl in her future high school, or even college. The relationship between the two isn't exactly lovers. It's sort of friends. Of course, maybe it was just that the young girl thought of Dangru as a friend. Dangru himself, on the other hand, was born with some different ideas. I just didn't let the young girl know. In my junior year, something happened. The teenager's mother died of lung cancer. Dongru, as her best friend, followed the class's caravan to her house. It was a very rough mountain road. The trail itself is pretty narrow, and to get to the young girl's home, there was a muddy mountain road. It's not even cemented. It's all dirt. Duanru walks away in a state of disarray. That day, Duanru saw the young girl's home. It's a log cabin with no door. In the cabin rested a coffin, and in the coffin lay the mother of the young girl. The young girl was wearing mourning and kneeling in front of the coffin, crying. Dangru was heartbroken and wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to say it. He only dared to watch from afar, looking at the young girl's thin shoulders that shrugged because of her grief and crying. For the first time, Dangru was skeptical of those 8 words in his head. Reward the good and punish the bad. Has the young girl done any evil? Why did God punish her so? Duanru doesn't know. Later the class organized a donation for the young girl. Dangru scrapped and saved $250 for the young girl. It's coincidental and outrageous. It just happened to be a $250. The young girl looked at the $250 that Dangru handed over in a pretense of light-hearted joking. She was amused as well. She knew that Dangru wasn't the kind of bad person to fall on his sword. She took the $250, promising that she would double it back to Dangru later. Dangru didn't hear the words that followed. He just looked at the young girl's smiling face and was mesmerized. Not even the young girl had realized that she had gone far away. By the end of the day, the teenage girl got into the best high school in the county on her own. Dongru, on the other hand, went to a more ordinary high school. After all, if Tangru could manage to peek at his favorite person while excelling in his studies, then he could really be called a prodigy in a sentence. The two separated. Dangru couldn't help but curse bitterly. Fuck the thieving gods. During the 3 years of high school, Dangru only dared to rely on his cell phone to contact teenage girls, but the young girl remained hardworking and diligent, so there were very few chances that Dangru could find to talk to her. Dangru also wanted to show his feelings, but thinking about the young girl's dilapidated home, so hard to get out of the mountains, he felt he couldn't hold people back. Without the young girl to draw his attention, he began to study in earnest. The old father and mother were very happy to see Dangru's excellent results again. In these 3 years, Dangru had a quiet life. On the so-called right track, he managed to get into the same school as the young girl after secretly inquiring about her volunteers. The bond between the two was renewed once again. Dongru felt This time, that god had done a good job. But alas, when you go to college, there are very few opportunities to try to find teenage girls. No, perhaps they should be referred to as girls at this moment. After all, the girl deserves a very good college for her efforts. And very good colleges are heavy on academics. But Dangru wasn't very concerned. He felt that since the two were at the same school, there was always a chance. He intends to make his feelings known at the university. But it's a shame. Doenru is a gutless rat when it comes to this whole relationship thing. 4 years of college and he still hasn't shown his feelings. But he seemed to have completely forgotten the 8 words of rewarding the good and punishing the bad, and killing to stop killing. Until after joining the workforce, Dangru and the girl, being friends, chose to enter the same company. The two rented an apartment together. It made Dangru happy. After all, it was nice to see the girl every day, commute and work with the girl. Everyday work is full of energy. Dangru thought that such days would continue until the girl found the real man of her choice. And he, as a humble, gutless rat, retired quietly. Until a year later, it was a mid-autumn festival. Neither Doenru nor the girl chose to go home. The two of them made a nice dinner, complete with a little wine. The girl asked him with a red face, "When are you going to, marry me?" Dangru froze on the spot. He didn't know how the girl was going to marry him. After all, he hadn't even made his feelings known. It's just a quiet way to take care of and help the girl. Nerd, what do you think? Am I as nerdy as you are and can't tell you like me? The girl squinted her eyes and blushed, just looking at Dangru. You know how. Dangru stayed where he was and froze. One does feel the heat around a fire. Nerd, the girl said with a smile. So nerd, when are you going to marry me? Dangru panicked. He looked left and right, and he looked right and left. Eventually, he gave this answer. No, 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 it won't work. I don't have the money yet. I can't afford the dowry. The girl, in response, just held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. Only after a long time did she stop laughing and quietly looked at Tung Rodeo. Nerd, wasn't that dowry given a long time ago? $250 for the dowry. I received it a long time ago. So, when are planning to marry me? The girl spat out her tongue. A delicate and cute look that overlapped with the cute look that Dangru had seen when he was in elementary school. After that night, Dangru somehow thought of it and got a marriage license with the girl in a haphazard manner. After life was getting on track, Dangru gave the girl a nice wedding. The two were truly married under the watchful eyes of their elderly father and mother. Suddenly, Dangru realized that on his parents' faces, a few strands of white hair had grown, and there were wrinkles on the corners of their foreheads. They're getting old, too. The lifespan of the average person is so terribly short. Strange. Why would he say that ordinary people have horribly short lifespans? Obviously he's a normal person too. Dangru didn't quite understand this idea that came out of nowhere. After all, he himself was just a mortal with a lifespan of tens of years. Maybe, it's too much web novels? Dangru didn't care about that. After marrying the girl, he lived happily ever after. The two go out together, work together, cook together, clean their little home together, and then cuddle together late at night. There is no such thing as who waits for whom. It's not that blissful feeling of having someone in the house with veggie hands to spoon after a busy day. Instead, they support each other and do everything together. The duo didn't plan on having any children. They felt most comfortable living small like this. Faggots. Enough. Parents of both families and able to take care of it. Everything went by peacefully and happily. But Dangru felt something was wrong. Just for example, the 8 words echoed in his head. Every now and then it pops out of your head to make its presence known. He thought, at first, that those 8 words were something everyone was born with. Not until later. Rewarding the good and punishing the bad, and stopping killing with killing, only in his mind. He asked his wife, who also shook her head, saying that no word would echo inside her head. His wife joked to him that he might have come into the world with a mission. Maybe you're going to be the world's big hero? In response to his wife's jibe, Dangru just laughed and said he just wanted to be her big hero. And all this until the day Dangru turned 39 and his wife 38. The two have entered middle age, and the strands and strands of gray hair of their elderly father and mother have completely turned into a full head of Chinese hair. But the two are still in love. Under the dark night sky of the city, his wife took Dangru's arm and the two of them strolled down the street close to each other, passing by a single passerby or a pair of passers-by. Time goes by so fast. Dangru touched the wrinkles on his forehead and laughed. It wasn't obvious, but it was a far cry from the fine-skinned face of an 18-year-old, and the wife has changed from a young girl to a middle-aged woman. But she still shines brightly. At least, in Dangru's eyes, it was. The childless wife is still slim and her round baby face is well able to stand the test of time. 38 years old and not a wrinkle in sight. Yeah, that was fast. Nerd. The wife laughed and echoed Dingru. She habitually referred to Doonru as a nerd. She said Doonru was dull, in every sense of the word, emotionally, dull and won't initiate. The speech was also short, dull, and droll, and I don't know which of the old couple's personalities it followed. I don't seem, well, that dull, do I? Dangru touched his face and protested against the name his wife had been calling him for more than 20 years. So what you're saying is, you don't want to be a dork, you want to be bad? Yeah, I knew it, the internet is right, it's better to be stupid. The wife's round doll face made a puffed up look. No, absolutely not. Tangru hastily shook his head to prove his innocence. Nerd, those 8 words inside your head, are they still there? The wife suddenly asked. Reward the good and punish the bad, kill to stop the bad. Such a middle of the road word. I don't even know why it's coming back to me, and any way you look at it, I don't seem like such a middle of the road person. Tongru sighed, those 8 words echoing in his mind from time to time, making him uncomfortable. So you say, is there a possibility, nerd? The wife snapped. What might? Dangru said with some confusion. I'm fake. The world is fake. Nerd, you're real, and those 8 words are the key to getting out of this fake world, and you're going to identify with it. The wife suddenly looked serious. Dangru was silent when he heard his wife's words. He smiled and stroked his wife's head. Your brain is getting bigger and bigger. Brush up on your marketing numbers. In the past, this time of year, the wife would have laughed too. She loved to joke around to amuse Doonru, but this time is different. She still shook her head, her bright eyes revealing determination and reluctance. But nerd, I'm telling the truth. It's time for you to wake up. Dengru's hand stiffened. The look on his wife's face was like nothing he had ever seen before. After more than 20 years, he could tell at a glance when his wife was joking and when she was serious. The wife in front of me is serious. The seriousness of it was a little strange to him. Fake? No, it can't be. How can it be fake? Look, the temperature of your hand, the touch, it's all real, and the memories of so many years are real too. Not to mention, what qualifies me as the only true? Dangru shook his head and said, some panic in his tone. Gradually, he began to realize that something was wrong. Too, for example. So, nerd, do you know what my name is? The wife looked downcast, but her eyes looked at Dangru dead on, as if she wanted to see Dangru a few more times. Dangru was silent. Yes, in this world, only he has a name. Wife, parents, partner, they don't even have names. Such an obvious loophole that he couldn't see it. At some point, Dangru and his wife walked into an isolated alley. In the remote corner, a child is being blocked by a couple of social youths. Go ahead, reward the good and punish the bad. Nerd, the wife said as she reached behind Dingru's back and gave him a gentle push. Dangru was silent. He didn't move. He was already convinced that the world was fake. Why else would his wife take him to this remote corner at exactly this time? And why? In this remote corner of the world, did it just so happen that there were social youths bullying the weak? 1 or 2 can still be called a coincidence. But more coincidences are not coincidences. But, so what if it's fake? That's almost 40 years of life. It's not a lie. His wife loved him very much, and he loved her very much. His old parents loved him and gave him the best of everything. Also managed to get on track with his wife. The couple bought their own house, and their parents lived without illness or disease. This life is, really, so happy. He didn't want to wake up. Nerd, why don't you go yet? The wife urged from behind. Dangru turned his head to his wife. He opened his mouth to say something. For example, how does the wife know that the world is false about this? Another example is why she, as part of a false world, is helping him wake up. Clearly, it was her and the world that were in cahoots. So many questions that I want to ask, but can't. The wife seemed a little anxious. Nerd, what are you doing if you don't do it yet? Kill them by killing them. Get the hell out of here. Seeing that Dangru remained unmoved, she began to swear. Will you get the hell out of here? Suddenly intruded into my life. Self-indulgent cowardly guy. Still do not roll? Acting like a childhood friend with you for more than 20 years. Loving both. Simply gives me a bad case of nausea. Do you have any idea how disgusting your face is that I face every day? It's just so ugly it's hot. And I want you to get the hell out of here all the time and hurry back to your real world. Okay? Don't come back and get in my way. The wife cursed all the most hurtful words. The dirtiest words she could think of. Dangru listened to his wife's words in a daze. She was fond of calling him a nerd, but he knew he wasn't. Oh, wife is saving him. Instead of walking towards the social youths, Dangru turned around in the opposite direction and hugged his wife. His wife froze and stared at him in disbelief. Dangru couldn't shut out the tears in his eyes, and they slowly flowed down. The questions in his mind, 1,000 words. all of which he didn't know how to say. Just said, "Thank you, my unnamed love." With that, he turned toward the key to leaving this world. He subscribes to the idea of rewarding the good and punishing the bad, and killing to stop killing. As soon as he struck, it was as if he had muscle memory, killing the youths who had done the evil. It was as if he was, by nature, born to kill. As he dryly killed the man, the world around him began to completely fall apart. The skyscrapers, the dark night sky with not a single star in sight, the pedestrians were fading away. Perhaps in unknown corners of the world, the old parents have long since disappeared as well. Everything was disappearing, and so was the wife. Starting with her legs, slowly dissipating into points of light. That one point of light, much like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, was free. The butterfly's desperate flapping of its wings looked like a young girl who had fought and worked hard to get out of the mountains for good more than 20 years ago. Perhaps, if there was no Dangru, she would have been a free butterfly, flying out of the mountains, traveling all over the world's great rivers and mountains, and seeing many, many landscapes, instead of being with Dangru, being trapped in a city for 20 years, doing what the Onwe too do not suspect. But the free butterfly stopped its wings and willingly landed on its roots for 20 years, before disappearing. His wife was in tears but still smiling and waving at him. "Nerd, don't think too much, I still love you. What's the real world like? You'll see it on my behalf. If you can, draw 2 pictures, take 2 pictures, and burn them to me. I'm sorry you walked me out of the mountains, but I can't walk you out of this false world. Bye, nerd." Dangru reached out and tried to wipe away his wife's tears as he had done for over 20 years, only to find that, somehow, it couldn't be touched. His wife had dissipated into a butterfly of light, and everything went completely black before his eyes. Within the heart demon fantasy, Dangru instantly sobered up, looking around at the white blanket around him. He remembers nearly 40 years of his life as nothing more than a dream. With the gradual return of memory, Dangru's forehead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Almost, if his wife hadn't saved him, he might have actually died in the illusion. This heart robbery, on the whole, he failed. In the face of that peaceful but happy life, Dangru gave up the idea of killing the Buddha. If his wife in the vision hadn't woken him up and told him, he wouldn't have gotten through it. Desire, he had thought, would turn into countless mountains of gold and beauty in groups, through which he would be seduced and tempted. But it was clear that he had taken the demon of the heart too literally. The most immediate desires don't sink in at all, because all individuals know that these beauties throw themselves in the arms, or suddenly come to the fortune is bound to have bad intentions. What the mind demon chose to do was to create a demand for him directly. It was natural to arrange for such a person to approach him, to be near him in his ignorance. This person is not even considered a so-called stunning beauty. Her appearance was that of an ordinary girl, dull-faced with a single ponytail, her only feature being her bright eyes. But her allure surpassed that of all so-called stunning beauties. It's safe to say, the lustful seduction that Dangru imagines is love. Love based on biological instincts, visual sensations, and the test given by the demons of the heart is love. It's the desire for love. It's more than an instinctive test. Instinct can still be controlled, but once you really love someone, it's hard to separate. Dangru remembered that he also had a crush on a girl once, like the wife in the vision. She came from the mountains and studied hard to get out of them. What she looked like, what her personality was like, whether she smiled like a curved moon or not, he was no longer sure. Just remember, after liking her for 11 years, I stopped liking her with time. How can a person rely on memories to like someone for the rest of their life? 11 years would have been too long to continue feeling anything for it. Naturally, he was now indifferent to it, but, perfectly replicated once more, he would indeed sink into it again without hesitation. It could be said that the heart demon's wave had really slashed at his weakness. Congratulations, successfully passed the test, albeit, with cheating. Across the room, the woman in green smiled and sent congratulations. Cheating tactics? Dangru was a bit puzzled. Although his wife in the illusion had helped him, he himself had never thought of relying on any cheating tactics. Besides, wasn't everything in the illusion arranged by the green-clothed woman in front of her? It's cheating. Theoretically, she shouldn't have to remind you that she should stay with the illusion. After all, if you stay, the illusion is real. By all accounts, she had no reason to warn you and send you out. The woman in green frowned in disbelief. In terms of all kinds of benefits, as long as Dangru could stay, there would be nothing but benefits, both for her and for the people in the illusion. Even for Dangru himself, it was beneficial. After all, it's just a matter of finishing life. Does it make a difference where you finish? If the illusion can give a very good life, what's not to stay? Fake? Can anyone be sure that life is real now? What do you mean? Illusion? Becoming real? Dangru was a bit confused. Of that possibility he had not thought. After regaining his memories, he had always felt that this was a plot arranged by his heart demon, including the final nod to the adventures of the demon of the heart. The heart demon wanted to use this opportunity to make him even more attached to his wife in the illusion. But now, listening to the heart demon's words, it wasn't so? The concept of a meta-universe, has nothing to do with that. The woman in green skinned for a moment before she explained. The tests of our heart demons are all very high-end, and the predestined pass of the first and second heart demons is one of the great magical powers of the Buddhist sect. And this means of mine is called a dream of greatness. The beings in it, joyful and sad, are born of themselves. In other words, they, all of them, are people with their own consciousness, and you can think of him as a single soul. Once you stay in it, they will be able to change from a false to a real existence, no longer dying in the morning. I can also take over your body and manipulate the first and second heart demons in your place. And by the way, continue to carry on the path of the life-killing Buddha. It's a win-win situation. Everyone in the illusion has no reason to get you out. They all know they're fake, and by leaving you behind, the world can be transformed from false to real. But sadly, she pushed you out and I failed. That false world also failed. We have all lost the possibility of becoming real. Of course, it's not exactly cheating, after all. You did it on your own. So she was willing to give up the opportunity to push you out. Tong-ru listened to the woman in green finish all of this in silence. That is to say, the days he spent in the illusion were real. The feelings are real, and the love of the wife, too. Then she must be tormented. Yes? Dang-ru suddenly asked such a clueless question. The woman in green was silent for a long time and nodded. Yes, she's tormented. In fact, at first she did not know that she was false, and it was naturally impossible for her to let them know in order to ensure that she was infinitely closer to the real thing. The time she really knew she was a fake was in the illusion. The time of your midterms, and that's exactly why she chose to leave, so that she can be ruthless enough to keep you in the world. But I didn't realize that you actually went after her and got into the same college as her. Perhaps this is when she was struck by you? But the temptation to become a real being was so great that she still lived with you for 20 years. 20 years in which she hesitated and suffered every day. And it might have been a relief for her to have you gone. Tong-ru listened to the woman in green. Think of the young girl in your dreams and memories who worked hard to get out of the mountains. She could have gotten out of the mountains, traveled the world, and seen many, many sights. But she didn't. She landed in the city. Because of him, she could have changed into a real being, no longer dying in the morning, and could have lived for ages and ages. But she didn't. She chose to dissipate as a butterfly. Also because of him. So this is what love tastes like? Dang-ru looked at his own hands. Hands that, in his dreams, had held the warm, soft body of that nameless lover countless times. He didn't know what love was before. Nowadays, it's a good idea to get it. To put it bluntly, if there really was such a love, he might, indeed, find it hard to restrain his longing. Even if in the illusion, his memories were removed and his personality gradually shifted a bit from his current self. But it was still him, the choice made in the illusion. And he would still have made the same choice if he were to switch to reality. Hug her. Can I save her? Dong-ru asked. Oh, a person can't come back from the dead, let alone. She's not even a human being. She didn't even have a trace of existence in the world. So naturally it's impossible for her to come back to life. You can knock that off. What's more, if you save her, what can you do? It's just another Su Irma. Do you still think that not enough people close to you have died? The woman in green's last words pierced deeply into Tang-ru's heart. From the time he chose to become a life-killing Buddha, love, affection, friendship, all of these everything, he was destined to be as afraid as a tiger, not daring to dip his hands in it. One Su Irma is enough. Let's not have a second one. Amit Ba. Tang-ru folded his hands and recited a Buddha's name reverently, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. When a man dies, he cannot come back to life. What's more, she's not even human. It is even more so that the resurrection is not possible. Let this love affair be a lucid dream. Dreams, there are always all sorts of regrets that have not been dreamed. Outside the heart demon illusion, Dang-ru slowly opened his eyes. Feeling his majestic spiritual energy, he once again took a step up in his physique. Awake? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came to his ears. His long battle experience allowed him to instantly flood his entire body with spiritual energy to his muscles, and he slapped one hand toward the unfamiliar person beside him. The man seemed to have anticipated this. Reaching out and blocking Dang-ru's attack, the two of them struck each other's arms, and actually made the sound of gold and iron roaring. Dang-ru looked up and saw a man who was also wearing a bucket hat. The other person, however, wasn't wearing any kind of mask. On the opposite side, was a middle-aged man with a vicissitude of face, who at the moment was covering his arm with a whole grimace. Someone is paying good money for your life. Only after a long time did the other party take off the bucket hat, revealing the thick hair inside. Then the monk is here to take the life of a poor monk? Tang Ru asked in a deep voice. The opponent was at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. Same with him. Can hit. But if no one comes to provide blood and gas, who wins? Who loses? Who wins? Can't get it. After all, the endless blood fury chi was one of Tang Ru's cards for slaughtering and destroying the clan. And now there are no more villains in the Green Ends sect for a long time. Yeah, take your life. A certain person has been observing you for a long time. Your cultivation style is very special, and you are able to grow by killing people. As long as your two devils keep killing people, you'll be able to gain endless power. This is also your bottom card to secure victory against people of the same realm. But, you seem to kill only the wicked, and now that there are only some innocent people here, are you, or are you not, going to kill them to fight against a certain enemy? The middle-aged man's voice was calm and steady as he spelled out Tang Ru's bottom card. It was very well said and detailed, and he had indeed been following Tang Ru for a long time. However, he seemed to think of the two heart demons as tiger demon devils or something like that. It wasn't unusual though. Cultivators of Dejing only encountered the heart demon tribulation when they were at the heart phase realm. The middle-aged man was only at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm, and it was normal for him not to know about heart demons. Even if one knew about the mind, it was impossible to think that the mind would help the body fight. You're being honorable by not taking advantage of the poor monk's weakness to kill him, nor taking advantage of his advancement to kill him, Tang Ru said in a dull voice. Originally, I was going to kill you directly to collect the reward money from the True Yang sect, but a certain person realized that you advanced very quickly, so I thought of fighting you squarely. After all, a certain person doesn't like to bully the weak or be bullied by the strong. A certain person only likes to fight squarely and evenly. Moreover, a certain person thinks that you're quite an interesting monk. As a monk, not to participate in Zen meditation, running to punish evil and promote goodness, is really rare. The middle-aged man laughed softly. Well then, the head of the poor monk is just a square inch above his neck. If you have the ability, come and get it. Tang Ru pointed at his head and said in a deep voice. Although without the endless backup energy, he didn't necessarily fear the middle-aged man in front of him. Alright, casual cultivator Zhang Xiu, please teach me. Fellow Daoist. Zhang Xiu clasped his fists and saluted, and then he only saw a flash of the ring in his hand. A long spear then appeared in his hand. The lance exuded a majestic aura, clearly a good treasure. Duan Ru was silent for a moment. The opposite side was armed. He wasn't. A bit of a loss. But there's no harm in hitting just that. It doesn't make sense that he's the only one who can crush others on the strength of his advantage and others can't crush him on the strength of their advantage. Poor monk kills life. Please teach me. When Tang Ru said that, he took the lead and punched towards Zhang Xiu with a whistling air-breaking sound. Zhang Xiu is using his weapon. He uses his fists to grab a head start. There's no problem, is there? Zhang Xiu smiled slightly and took his spear, pointing it straight at Tang Ru's head. If Tang Ru could not stop his footsteps, Zhang Xiu's shot would be able to take Tang Ru's life. Sensing the dangerous aura coming from the tip of the spear, Tang Ru's long battle experience made him stop in his tracks. While turning his fist into a palm, he was about to tackle Zhang Xiu's spear over. But Zhang Xiu, a casual cultivator who was able to cultivate to the spirit wheel realm, where was he some kind of idle person? Zhang Xiu's combat experience, naturally, was also very rich, and immediately juggled a gun. If Tang Ru were to forcefully seize the gun, then Tang Ru's hands, I'm afraid they would be scrapped on the spot. Seeing that the two attacks were fruitless, Tang Ru could only pull away from Zhang Xiu and survey the lance in Zhang Xiu's hand. As the saying goes, the sword is the king of all weapons, and the gun is the king of all weapons. Mortal martial artists even have a monthly stick and yearly knife and lifetime gun. The gun is powerful, no doubt about it. A pair of fists against a gun, especially in this open area, is a real strain, especially since it was currently unknown if the lance, which was known to be a magic treasure at this glance, had any other means. It was important to realize that the two were still only testing each other with their physical skills. The true strength of the magic treasure was not utilized by Zhang Xiu. If he could survive this time, he, Tang Ru, would have to consider getting a magic treasure for his body. Otherwise it's a disadvantage to face these people. Why don't you summon your two devils? Although a certain person dispersed them before, a certain person knows that the two of them, however, can be resurrected. Zhang Xiu on the opposite side asked in a loud voice as he crossed his spear in front of him. No, not two devils. Tang Ru shook his head to negate Zhang Xiu's words. Oh, according to you, what are those two if not devils? Zhang Xiu asked with some curiosity. It's three devils. What Tang Ru wanted to correct was certainly not Zhang Xiu's name for the heart demon. It's good to know this kind of stuff for yourself. There's no need to tell anyone else. What he wanted to correct was Zhang Xiu's estimation of the number of heart demons. Who told you there are only 2 ghosts? The Tiger King on that mountain has a lot of ghosts, so how could he only have 2? Of course, if there's no breakthrough, there's really only 2. Zhang Xiu had a puzzled look on his face. But soon, he immediately swung his big gun across the room, swinging it in a half circle and striking it toward his back. Behind Zhang Xiu, the third heart demon that had just coalesced instantly dissipated. Soon, the third heart demon's figure that possessed exquisite curves once again coalesced around Tong Ru. The sneak attack failed, but no harm done. The mind can't die. As long as Dang Ru lived, they couldn't die. This devourer was born so beautifully. Fellow Daoist Slayer is a man who will enjoy his blessings. Since you have 3 devils, then a certain person will no longer hold back. Next, you will see the true power of this great spear. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu no longer stayed his hand. The lance in his hand violently emitted a crimson glow. Behind him, a blood-red spirit will slowly rotated. An offensive and defensive gun intent emanated from Zhang Xiu's body. Within a stone's throw, everyone is an enemy. As long as he was within the range of this 8 harmonies great gun of his, no matter how many enemies came, he would be able to gain the upper hand. Come on, show your Dao and fight a certain person again. Zhang Xiu crossed his spear, the tip pointing straight at Dang Ru's face. Kind of cool. Looking at Zhang Xiu's gesture, this was the first thought that arose in Dang Ru's mind. What a strong breath. This was the second thought that arose in Dang Ru's mind. Why is it that when we're at the same spirit wheel realm, poor monks don't have such cool tactics? This was Duanru's third thought. You woke up in such a hurry earlier that I forgot to talk to you. When the Killing Buddha unity reaches the spirit wheel realm, it will have another divine ability. But this avatar, which is not automatically awakened, is for me to pass on to you. The third heart demon said in Tang Ru's ear. Dang Ru was silent for a moment. It was probably the first time he had ever really felt speechless. Killing the Buddha system is a bit, unreliable. How is it that the avatar has to rely on the heart demon to teach it? What the hell is this heart demon? Shouldn't the demons of the heart be the distracting desires of his mind? Why do each of these 3 mind demons look so much like a whole person? Especially this third heart demon. She surprisingly still had the inherited divine ability of the Killing Buddha system, and it was up to her to decide whether or not she wanted to teach it to Tang Ru. It's not at all like a heart attack, but Tang Ru also knew that this was not the time to count on that. Opposite Zhang Xiu is very powerful. The gap between the spirit wheel realm and the true chi realm was even greater than he thought. That gun intent rotated in Zhang Xiu's spirit chakra. It seemed that the spirit will had a role to play besides absorbing Reiki, carrying the will of man, gun will, sword will, knife will, or faith. But why didn't he have them when he practiced? That's right, kill the Buddha, just kill people. Will? From the moment one receives the inheritance, no other will is allowed to exist. After the third heart demon finished speaking, she burrowed into Tang Ru's body and sat down cross-legged on the spirit wheel in her dantian, and a light began to light up on her body. It was like a bodhisattva of immense sanctity, and at the same time, Tang Ru's heart realized what the divine ability that would be awakened in this spirit wheel realm was. Call it a fusion of laws. It's a simple, crude name. It was something in the same category as Zhang Xiu's gun intent fusion spirit wheel. Tang Ru, who had come to his senses, immediately summoned his spirit wheel, spinning it behind his back and emitting a golden meaning of great light. At the same time, a Vajradharma image showing the color of angry eyes appeared behind Tang Ru, only to see its body golden, sacred, but born with a green face and fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in bright armor, 6 hands each or holding a pestle and mortar, or holding the Shaolin stick, or Wingtian hammer and other weapons. The end is a formidable one. This Vajradharma phase incorporated Tang Ru's spirit wheel into his body, and in an instant, the Dharma phase radiated monstrous killing intent. The top of its head was a blood-red color, and behind it, it seemed like there were countless corpses accumulating into a high mountain. It could be said that after the spirit wheel was incorporated, this Dharma phase, then, had a soul. What a devil monk! This monstrous killing intent. I don't know how many evil people I've killed. A certain person admires it. Zhang Xiu sighed. Tang Ru did not reply this time, and after familiarizing himself with the use of the Dharma phase, Tang Ru instantly flew in front of Zhang Xiu. The speed was very fast, and without the fusion Dharma phase, Tang Ru wouldn't have been able to achieve such speed. A fist along with the huge fist of the Vajradharma phase slammed into Zhang Xiu with tremendous force. Zhang Xiu reacted quickly and swung his large spear up, while he himself moved a body position to not fight Dang Ru's fist. He was able to feel that this fist was not something that his great spear could block at all. Its strength, speed, or hardness were all more than several times higher than before. Good tactics. A certain person really wasn't wrong to wait for an evenly matched battle. Zhang Xiu bellowed and danced the large spear in his hand, the tip of the spear dancing out a spear flower residue as he rushed towards Dang Ru. Dang Ru didn't dodge. If that's what he was feeling right now, it's like he's got matchless on right now. He felt that no matter where this attack of Zhang Xiu stuck on him, he would be fine. On the contrary, if anything, Dang Ru countered with a punch, sending the charging Zhang Xiu flying as if he were swatting a mosquito. It's like this. Zhang Xiu fell to the ground and quickly got up again, spitting out the blood that gushed from his throat. This force, this hardness, he couldn't even block it, let alone counterattack. What kind of dharma is this that can produce such a heaven-defying monk? Zhang Xiu wasn't sure, but he was. A good day for the True Yang clan in Liangzhou. It's almost over. Of course, his Zhang Xiu's little life, I guess, will soon come to an end. After all, as of right now, he couldn't beat the monk in front of him. Again, although Zhang Xiu knew that he couldn't fight Dang Ru, it was a lot less even than he thought it would be. But, no harm done. Now that you have made a choice, you have to see it through to the end. Even if you are killed, you will die without complaint. Dang Ru watched as Zhang Xiu used himself to transform into a lance and charged towards him. This attack was more violent than all the previous ones. The speed was very fast, causing a powerful gale to quickly arise in the surrounding area, blowing the houses of the Green End sect apart. Dang Ru also didn't dare to take the enemy lightly. After fusing the phases, he made the divine ability of the Tao sect's defense. This was still something he had learned from the two Taoist priests from the True Sun sect that he had killed. Of course, it's fur. After all, those two Taoist priests died too quickly. Defense just got up and got slapped by Duanru. But it was such a starting gesture that was memorized by Tang Ru, who then changed it on his own to form Tang Ru's unique defensive aptitude. It was hard to say how effective it would be, but it should be more than enough to block Zhang Xiu's attacks, only to see that the Vajra Dharma phase behind him, the Shaolin stick held in one hand transformed into a large shield, and violently landed in front of Dang Ru. Zhang Xiu struck with the aptitude of transforming his body into a gun, and with a bang, a violent noise erupted. A trail of dust and smoke rose from the place where the two sides were fighting, and according to the law of smoke and no harm, this duel was won by Dang Ru, only to see the smoke slowly dissipate. Zhang Xiu was holding a large spear in one hand, but the tiger's mouths of the hands holding the big gun were slowly overflowing with bright red blood. Ahem! You win, master. A certain gun is not as hard as your flesh. Zhang Xiu coughed twice. His hands hung down feebly, and his large spear clattered to the ground. Tang Ru put his palms together and mouthed the Buddha's name, looked at Zhang Xiu with a lookout technique, carrying a few lives on his back. But what kind of juggler doesn't carry a human life on his back? At the very least, Zhang Xiu's willingness to wait for him to break through before fighting with him had won him Dang Ru's favor. He wasn't going to kill Zhang Xiu. But, there is one last step needed. Dang Ru used his heaven's eye to look at the top of Zhang Xiu's head. It's innocent, will not do evil, but will also do good. Dang Ru walked forward and picked up the large spear that Zhang Xiu had dropped on the ground. You lost. This big gun. Take it as a trophy for the poor monk, who happens to lack a weapon that is handy. Your nascent sacred ring. Hand it over to the poor monk as well. Any comments? Dang Ru muffled his voice. Zhang Xiu had come to kill him, so he naturally couldn't let him go so easily. Got to keep something. Don't want Zhang Xiu's life though, but it took Zhang Xiu's two most valuable things. It can't be helped. After all, who let Ding Ru happen to be short of these two things? Zhang Xiu was dumbfounded for a while when he heard this. He nodded and removed the nascent ring from his hand, erasing the mark that belonged to him in it, and handed it over to Tang Ru. Master, this big gun has traveled with me for many years. I still hope that the master will treat it well. I am grateful, Zhang Xiu said, then staggered up, turned around, and left without taking a single trace of attachment. Letting Zhang Xiu go, Dang Ru weighed the feel of this big gun. The body of the gun was pitch black, but it emanated mottled points of light, as if it were a vast starry sky, gorgeous, charming, and mysterious. The head of the gun was incomparably sharp, and the tip of the gun had a bit of coldness, so that one could tell at a glance that it was a good gun capable of killing the enemy. The gun is about 1 meter 8 long overall. It's kind of a tiger to dance. Good stuff. And the second good thing was the nano ring taken from Zhang Xiu. After coming to this world, Tang Ru had always been the one to carry pouch after pouch around his waist to hold things. It's very cumbersome, and things like dropping during combat often happen to exist. But now, with such a nagging ring in place, it solves that problem. Tang Ru branded the nascent ring as his own, and then he put the lance and the bag hanging on his waist all into the nascent ring. Do it all. Dang Ru summoned the first and second heart demons again. Where have the people gone? Dang Ru asked. The first heart demon waved his hand in a dangling manner. Do you believe me when I say I was killed by Zhang Xiu? Dang Ru glanced at him. It's not unusual for the first mind to be unreliable. Tang Ru turned his gaze to the second heart demon. Zhang Xiu let them go down the mountain. You don't have to worry about that, the second heart demon said. Dang Ru nodded. As long as the people were fine. By the way, there's a mass grave dug by the Green Ants sect in your backyard. It's full of their used up cauldrons. Do you want to go and overpass them? The first heart demon suddenly said. Mass graves? Duanru's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word. What a mass grave. How can it be called a mass grave if tens of thousands of people don't die? In other words, this Green Ant sect has, one after another, scourged tens of thousands of people over the years. And that's just burying it in. Yes, there are more than 30,000 dry corpses in there. And their grievances are overwhelming. If you don't go and transcend them, in time, they will become ghosts. At that time, the people of Qingyang City will all have to die balls. The first heart demon added. Well then, go and overtake them. Tong Ru did not hesitate and immediately let the first heart demon lead the way. The first heart demon didn't say much, and with Tong Ru in tow, he headed to the back of the mountain. There's really no need for the first heart demon to lead the way. As a Buddhist monk, Tong Ru had already felt the growing resentment from a long distance away, and when he reached a valley, Tong Ru looked down. Bodies littered the valley. The valley was filled with dried up corpses, some of which were beginning to crawl with maggots on most of them. The stench and the resentment, equally rushing through the air. The poor monk thinks you're right, Tang Ru said after a long silence. The first heart demon froze. Humans, as a group, are always capable of doing some pretty sick things, Duan Ru said. This group of people from Qingya sect, using dual cultivation to practice, even if it was just flower picking, Tang Ru felt that it was still in the normal category, directly to the death of the people, but also to turn the valley in the back of the mountain into a place to dump the bodies, into a mass grave. How sick is this to be able to act like this? Honestly, Dang Ru thought he was sick enough to kill without talking half-assed. However, at this moment, it was still shocked to the core by the perversity of this group of people from the Green Ant sect. Right, people, as it is, have a lot of desires, and a lot of them are filthy, so they need laws, they need pressure to suppress their desires. On Earth, it's all mortals, and there are laws that govern them, and though there is no God to raise your head, there is such a shocking judiciary that most people are too peaceful to vent their dirty desires. In a world where force is unchecked, the evil of human nature is only more than you can imagine, the first heart demon said with some smugness. For the first heart demon, being able to convince Tong Ru on his point of view was a great accomplishment. He had, before, never won over Dang Ru in telling crooked truths. Tong Ru did not respond to this as he sat down cross-legged and began to recite the Earth Store Main Wish Sutra to transcend the wrong souls in this valley. With the sound of Brahma echoing through the valley, Dang Ru's body began to emanate a golden light of merit. The condensed grievances above began to slowly dissipate. More than 30,000 grievous souls floated out from the corpses, and a group of underworlders came out from the underworld. And after seeing such a large number of grievous souls, these knowledgeable underworlders froze for a moment. After seeing the mass grave underneath, the look on their faces became even more grave. The underworlders bowed to Tong Ru, and then they brought all 30,000 odd wrong souls back into the underworld. After transcending these wrong souls, Tong Ru did not get up immediately, but turned his head to the two heart demons and instructed them, help the poor monk to find pen, ink, paper and inkstone. The poor monk wants to paint. Painting on a mass grave where the stench and resentment have just dissipated. Duanru certainly wasn't having any heavy-handed fetishes. He just remembers. The wife in that illusion asked him to take 2 pictures of the real world or draw 2 pictures and burn them to her when he returned to reality. She saved his Dingru's life. It was natural for him to do what was required of him. This first portrait, though, may not be all that aesthetically pleasing. After all, the object of the copying is the stinking valley, the mountain of corpses piled up with corpses. Perhaps this is the straight thinking that belongs to Duanru. He only remembers to burn the real world to his wife in the illusion, without thinking about whether the wife in the fantasy world, as a woman, would enjoy the scene. After the 2 heart demons left for a while, they moved a desk, as well as pen, ink, paper and inkstones, and placed them in front of Tang Ru. What for? Are you beastly? The first heart demon proffered, not forgetting to spit. Tang Ru didn't bother with the words of the first heart demon, just surveying the whole valley. Several rolling hills enclose the valley. On the mountain are strong, upright, verdant trees, and at the bottom of the hill, there were piles of stinking, rotting corpses, layers and layers of opposites. One is alive and well, the other is rotten and decaying. Dang Ru had some epiphanies in his heart. It seems that after the endless mountains of corpses are piled up, there is a peaceful world of vitality, the world in full bloom, held together by dry bones. Dang Ru grinding ink and pen, spreading the paper on the table. Will see, feel, as much as possible to draw down. There's something strangely beautiful about this landscape. If a few more delicate flowers were to grow on the corpse mountain, the grotesque beauty would be a few degrees more intense. Cultivators control their brushes very steadily. Paintings and calligraphy and things like that. If they don't strive for anything divine, just for the sake of likeness, that monk's hand was like a camera, able to draw everything to perfection. As Dang-ru put down his brush and ink, the mountains were gradually outlined under his pen, and then with the hills dotted with a few wisps of emerald green color. The windy mountains are then painted, and then there is the mountain of corpses. It was a bit hard to paint, so Dang-ru had the two heart demons go and get some more paint over. Try to recreate the scene in front of you as best you can. Painted for a full hour. Dang-ru finally reproduced the scene in front of him as best he could on a piece of paper. After finishing the painting, Dang-ru looked at the painting and then at the scenery in the valley. Think it's been restored 9 times out of 10. A satisfied nod. And then he began to lift his brush and write on the painting. Wife to start. This is the first and most distinctive view I have seen since returning to the real. Poor. I have seen the first most characteristic scenery. This scenery will be the natural vitality, and human nature's evil show to the fullest. I do not know whether you will like, but think, this is what you asked for. I will paint it, like it or not. Always give you to burn is, this one if you do not like it. In the future, I will paint more other scenery with you. Also do not know, whether you can receive it. After Tang-ru finished writing, without the slightest hesitation, a wisp of flame emerged from his finger and burned the painting directly. Of course he knew that wife couldn't see it, but, life has to leave some unrealistic fantasies. Most of the people in this world are living on an unrealistic fantasy. In Dang-ru's life, there were only 4 women who impressed him. 1. The mother who gave birth to him and raised him. 1. A girl he loved in his youthful ignorance. 1. Sue Irma, who tried to save, but never succeeded. The last one, the wife in this illusion. He didn't even know her name. When I think of her, I can't help but substitute the name of the girl I loved when I was young. But yeah, the two are different. The girl, who had endeavored to fly out of the mountains to see the world in all its splendor, no longer existed in her life with such a man named Deng-ru. This wife, on the other hand, has put down roots in a city for 20 years. She hadn't even seen much of that false world. She hasn't seen the scenery of the false world, so show her the scenery of the real world. Although, she can't see that either. After doing so, Tang-ru put the desk and the pen and ink into the nascent sphere. In the future, whenever he visited a place, he would first draw a picture and burn it to his wife in the illusion. Honestly, he wasn't sure if he was moving like this. Perhaps the illusion was moved. After all, she was a perfect replica of the girl he had once adored. But after recovering his memories, his heart actually had a hard time saying who he liked and who he was in love with long ago. There is more gratitude and guilt for the wife in the fantasy world. Gathering his things, Deng-ru turned to leave. The two heart demons looked at him. It looks like the oldest's illusion made a deep impression on him. The second heart demon said, I heard from Lao-san that he almost died. If it wasn't for his wife in the illusion who saved him. The first heart demon snickered. Almost died? Indeed. Such a thing as desire is inherently difficult to restrain. The second heart demon nodded. It's no shame to almost die at the level of desire. After all, no one is without desire. Tang-ru ignored the mutterings of the two heart demons. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the two heart demons. The poor monk is curious about one thing. Tang-ru said in a deep voice. If you have a fart, fart it. The first heart demon responded nonchalantly. What the hell are you guys? Deng-ru asked. He wasn't going to keep his questions to himself. When you find something wrong, you have to ask for it straight away. This may seem silly. In fact, hiding it is the stupidest thing to do. After all, if the two heart demons had bad intentions, then they would be able to guess a thing or two from their answers. Us? We are naturally your heart demons. What else could we be? The first heart demon waved his hand with a, what the hell are you talking about expression. Oh, really? Deng-ru's dreary tones were raised a few notches. A heart demon, in theory, should be a certain aspect of the poor monk, such as desire, good thoughts, greed, and tyranny. If it is truly a demon of the heart, you should have a single character. But you are not. You are like a complete human being who was able to talk to the poor monk. Especially you. Deng-ru looked at the first heart demon. Don't you think your character is a little too vivid? Duen-ru said. Why? I thought why? It's not true that we are your mind demons, but from the moment we came out of your body, we can be independent individuals with our own minds. Isn't that normal? The first heart demon spread his hands with an indifferent expression. Good. You recognize that you are one with the poor monk. Yes? Deng-ru smiled slightly. But of course, no one could see it because of the mask's concealment. Tang-ru reached out and carried out the third heart demon. The third heart demon's beautiful face was a bit vain at the moment. Since it came out of the poor monk's body, it is one with the poor monk, so why does she have to teach the avatar of the killing Buddha system? Tang-ru pointed at the third heart demon and said, moreover, your predestined passage, and her one dream great thousand are divine abilities that the poor monk cannot master. If they are truly one with the poor monk, why would the poor monk not be able to predestined passage? What's more, the first heart demon at the very beginning claimed that it wanted to take over the poor monk, but now it has come to be that there has been a delay in making any move, and you, the second heart demon, are more like a teacher guiding the poor monk, which is not at all like the actions of a heart demon. Each of Dang-ru's interrogations seemed very powerful. Each of these words left the two heart demons dumbfounded, and the look of weakness on the third heart demon's face was even greater. That's what happens when you don't get your statement right in advance. Now it was good, being seized by Tang-ru with a loophole and disliked, making the three devils not know what to say. The three demons looked at each other. She sighed. In the end, they chose to have the most mature and stable second heart demon to give Dang-ru a clarification. Your guess is good, but it's not all right. We are your heart demons, but then again, we are the inherited spirits of the life-killing Buddha, or rather, we are spirits that exist by means of the demons of your mind. It's similar to the artifact spirit inside the novel. The killing Buddha was a Buddha with the heart of the world, and after he sat down, he was clear that if there wasn't so much of a strong-willed person in the world who would carry out his legacy by killing and stopping the killing, there would be a lot of people who would live a very miserable life. So, before dying, he left his legacy behind, and we are the spirits his old man left behind, responsible for testing the will of the inheritor. Before you, the legacy of the life-slaying Buddha has been picked up by many, and now it's in your hands. As of now, 2,211 have fallen at the first level, and I'm down 1,200 at this level. 300 fell at the oldest one. Don't ask why there are fewer and fewer of them, after all, there aren't many who make it to the back. The second heart demon helplessly introduced Tang-ru to their origins. They actually didn't want Tang-ru to be too suspicious of them. After all, it's all about passing on the Dharma lineage of the life-killing Buddha. If Tang-ru, the inheritor, was suspicious of the inheritance spirit, the road ahead would be difficult. There's absolutely no need to divorce the two sides in order to hide such an inexplicable identity. Moreover, their actions are completely out of their control. Once the test is passed, the inheritor can fully control the actions of the inherited spirit. That is, a 100% command-obedient mind demon. If Tang-ru became suspicious of them, then their days would be hard. After the second heart demon finished explaining, the three heart demons honestly stayed where they were, and the first and second heart demons looked at Tang-ru with nervous faces. The second heart demon was still very old-fashioned as he quietly looked at Tang-ru and waited for Tang-ru's reply, whether to believe it or to continue to doubt it. By him, the initiative lies with Ding-ru, not with them. So it is. With Tang-ru nodding his head, the three heart demons were relieved. But, there's another problem, Duen-ru added. The three heart demons looked at Tang-ru with some confusion, not knowing what other questions he had. After the first heart demon was refuted by the poor monk, he still did not give up on taking the poor monk's life. Your second heart demon. The poor monk does not know if you have such thoughts. The third heart demon also said in the illusion that once the poor monk sinks into the illusion, she will be able to become real along with the world of illusion. So here's the problem. Tang-ru was silent for a moment before asking, why do you still exist in the world when thousands of inheritors have already fallen under your test? This is the most important and contradictory issue, since these spirits want to take him and tempt him. The third heart demon is even more outspoken in stating that she is able to become a real being as long as he is trapped in an illusion. So with all the legacies that have fallen, why, with all the legacies that have fallen, do they still exist? According to their own words, shouldn't they have long since transformed into real beings and be at large in heaven and earth? When the three heart demons heard Tang-ru's doubts, they were once again relieved. They thought Dang-ru was dead set against believing them, but now it seems that there is just doubt. It was still the second heart demon who stepped forward and said, it's simple, because we're legacy spirits, and the legacy comes first, the spirit comes second. What we have to do is to pass on the legacy, to pass on the legal system. Only when the successor of the life-slaying Buddha comes to the end will we be able to truly transform into a real existence. And before that, once the inheritor can't withstand the temptation to endure the test, we'll be able to take him or her over with a distraction, which originates from us as one, but is not quite the same. It is our duty to test you. It's in our interest to help you. The second heart demon explained in an organized manner. So it is. Dang-ru nodded, the last of his doubts currently gone. The explanations of the three heart demons are perfectly logical. If there's a loophole, maybe we'll have to wait for the fourth mind to come out and see if they've lip-synced. As for now, just believe it. After all, They hadn't done anything to harm him. If it was as the second heart demon said, then they still had a common goal. No need to be too concerned. Tong-ru lifted his vertical and flew towards the mountain. After searching for a long time, he finally found the Qingyang County magistrate who was carrying Li Lan and running as fast as he could in a remote path. It was obvious that the Qingyang County magistrate was extremely cautious, afraid that Dang Ru will fail to fight the bandits and get involved after being killed back. He ran as fast as he could. Dang Ru couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This magistrate, to live this long and not be killed, is really something. At least, he runs fast. That fat body doesn't look bloated and slow at all. Even carrying Li Lan was still as fit as a fiddle. It's that he doesn't think about it. Once the cultivators of the Green End sect were to come and retaliate against him, how could he, a county magistrate of the martial artist realm, possibly outrun the two true Qi realm couples who were able to fly? I say, dead fatso, when will you be able to let Her Highness down? On the Qingyang County magistrate's shoulder, Li Lan's face was helpless. He tried to break free, but he was only a mortal and couldn't break free from the Qingyang County magistrate's hand. Luckily, though, the magistrate's running skills are over the top. He didn't feel the bumps as he was carried along the way. Egu, Your Highness, how can you, the son of 1,000 gold, be exposed to that kind of bloodshed when you can't sit in the hall? The old minister is doing this for your sake. Qingyang County magistrate, squeezing a smile, fawningly said. What? For the sake of His Highness, this Highness see you clearly as greedy for life and afraid of death. It is with your kind of pandering to the top and deceiving the bottom, withholding the people's situation of the treacherous thieves in. The Qi will not be in favor of my dying. You, damn it. Li Lan unceremoniously cursed at the Qingyang County magistrate. The Qingyang County magistrate silently pinched himself in a cold sweat in his heart. This heavenly pot was held on the head of him, a small 7th grade magistrate. He can't afford it. Dying gas number has been exhausted. The emperor is not responsible. The emperor's son and grandson is not responsible. The high-powered prime minister, the generals who hold the military power are not responsible, and the Taoist priests who observe the world's Qi and astrology in the Qintian Supervisory Bureau are not responsible. He is a small magistrate who only wants to marry a few concubines and live a peaceful life, but he has the responsibility to die for his crime, right? There was some bitterness in the Qingyang County magistrate's heart. He didn't know whether to refute Li Lan's words or not. Pipe? What's he going to do about it? With the decline of the Qi and the loss of the people's heart, where does the dying government get the ability to manage these cultivators who are committing crimes in remote areas and violating the prohibition with their weapons? Your Highness, you are high above the world, sitting high in the hall of light, deaf and blind, unaware of the suffering of this world. As for me, I also groveled and was careful and prudent, not daring to report my worries, lest this earthly trifle should disturb the heavenly beings. Of course, these words, Qingyang County magistrate only dared to think about them in his mind. But don't dare to say it. Speak out. And don't talk about the monk who kills and brutalizes like a horse. Let's just talk about Li Lan alone. Although Li Lan had already arrived in this remote area, he was ultimately the royal grandson of dying. The dragon's breath is still there. It was only a matter of a word to depose him of this official position. Your Highness' lesson is right. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I should have given the most truthful folk's plight to your majesty. You, the saintly dragon's son, to listen to. I promise that in the future, I will be a good official who is dedicated to the people, and will redress their grievances for them. Not only did the Qingyang County magistrate not dare to say anything, but he also licked his face and flattered the teenager he carried on his shoulder. But, the words were not a sham. Qingyang County magistrate's words caused Li Lan to reveal a satisfied expression. In his opinion, Qingyang County magistrate was showing his submission before him, the future's sacred lord. He, who has converted the weak and incompetent Qingyang County magistrate. Teenagers are always high and mighty. Why? What are you two doing here? Suddenly, a hoarse and dull voice rang out, causing both this ruler and minister to panic for a moment. When the Qingyang County magistrate heard this familiar voice, he immediately put Li Lan down. Li Lan respectfully bowed to Tong Ru and said respectfully, Master, you're back. Dang Ru nodded slightly in response. Master Master Divine Power. I think I have gotten rid of all the bandits of that Qinyamen group. Master High Style, subduing the demons and eliminating the devils. The next official here on behalf of the people of Qingyang City thanked the master. The Qingyang County magistrate looked exaggerated and did not hide his fawning intentions. Want to live well in this world, except for staying out of karma and being an honest loser. There is another important point. Learn to talk to people when you see them and talk to ghosts when you see them. The Qingyang County magistrate is very good at it. Well, it doesn't have to be. Tang Ru glanced at the Qingyang County magistrate. and there wasn't much disgust in his eyes. And talk about appreciation. Qingyang County Magistrate in his eyes. Just an ordinary person with an ordinary heart. Suddenly one day inexplicably sat in the position of magistrate. Neither dare to shed their blood and guts for the country like the loyalists, nor dare they, like the treacherous sycophants, brutalize the people for their selfish desires and scourge the faithful. In this world, it is already considered very good for people to be able to do what Qingyang County Magistrate did. Oh Master, you have removed 2 evils for our Qingyang city. You are so noble that you don't want our thanks. But how can we, as the one who has been benefited, dare not show anything? The Qingyang County Magistrate immediately shook his head. He said at once, how about, our county office pays for it and then invites that Luo family to join us to host a grand banquet for you to receive the dust? Tang Ru looked at the Qingyang County Magistrate who was trying his best to curry favor, nodded, good, and remember, good wine and meat are not to be missed. Dang Ru was not polite and asked for good wine and meat. For the request made by Dang Ru, Qingyang County Magistrate naturally agreed to it, but he felt outrageous at the same time. Eat meat, drink and kill people. If it wasn't for the monk in front of him being all Buddhist, he always felt that the monk in front of him was an imposter. Fake as hell. Come, Master, my humble servant toasts you. Late at night, the county courthouse was brightly lit, and the magistrates acted as boys, carrying plates of delicacies wandering between the tables. The main table, the Qingyang County Magistrate and that old Luo family head, an old man of the true Qi realm, toasted Tang Ru together. After listening to Deng Ru's deeds for the day today, the old master of the Luo family didn't dare not to give the county magistrate this face. At the same time he was relieved. Luckily, he's generally one of the main ones who is good with people. Usually, the clan is also strictly disciplined not to think of bullying people just because they have a few stinking dollars. When you can buy something with money, try not to do it. What money couldn't buy? That thought wasn't something good, and even if it wasn't something they could covet. It was something they couldn't even think about. Isn't that what money is for? To buy what you want? Old Mrs. Luo had never been able to figure out the thinking of the Chui family. Those few stinking dollars don't come to life. Make money, that's used to fulfill desires. But the Chui family, on the other hand, tried to satisfy their own desires in order to save so few stinking dollars. Then the force was moved. It's so stupid. It was also fortunate that he, Elder Law, had maintained such a mindset. Otherwise, today's Chui family, the Green and Gate 2 families that are littered with corpses. There is going to be one more Luo family. Truly, what goes around comes around. There is no door to fortune or misfortune, but only the person himself calls for it. Ah, Tang Ru watched the 2 men toast him as he held the wine cup in his hand, a slight bit, as a return toast. It wasn't that he was looking down on the duo, acting high and mighty or anything. There were too many people, and he didn't really want to take the mask off. Masks don't come off, so naturally it's not good to drink. Humph. You guys are big on wine and meat and feasts. But you don't care when the people outside are starving and wandering and being forced to go to the bandit mountains and scourge the other people. As the imperial eldest grandson of Dying, Li Lan was naturally qualified to sit at the main table. Look around you at the people eating with their mouths full and pouring large quantities of fine wine into their mouths. And then he thought about the people he had met on the road who had been forced to become bandits, especially the first batch of bandits killed by Dang Ru shortly after he worshipped him. He was impressed. The bandits were crooked and scrawny, barely able to hold their swords. If they hadn't already killed someone, Tang Ru probably wouldn't have even killed them. There are frozen bones on the road, but the Vermilion Door still sings and dances. This is how Li Lan currently feels. He's not happy. He's going to say it. When he said that, it made everyone in the room raise their cups a little bit and put them down. Good wine and good food are here. But the emperor's eldest grandson opened his mouth. This table of people, there are a few people who have weight who dare to say that he is not. I guess only Deng Ru, a monk who didn't care about imperial power, dared to say that. But Deng Ru was just shaking his wine glass at the moment, observing the scene in front of him with interest. Your Highness has a point. It's just that. The Qingyang County Magistrate was a bit eager to speak. These dozen tables of good wine and meat, but Deng Ru gave the word. Although, even if Deng Ru didn't give the word, the magistrate wouldn't just set out some vegetarian food. After all, if Deng Ru doesn't eat it, he has to eat it. But at the moment, this table of good wine and meat was what Deng Ru had asked for. When Li Lan said this, it wasn't just a spoiler. It was also snapping at Deng Ru's face. Qingyang County Magistrate hoped that Tang Ru would stand up and teach this emperor's eldest grandson who knew nothing. But it's a shame. Deng Ru didn't care about face. On the contrary, he's happy. Li Lan was able to empathize with the people who were starving to death on the side of the road. This means that there is a high chance that he will be able to be a bright ruler in the future. As for the face, Not to mention that Dang Ru didn't care about the so-called skin in the first place. What's more, the matter of asking for good wine and meat was known only to the Qingyang County magistrate as well as Li Lan and the three of him. Naturally, he doesn't feel any facepalm. Just what? Could it be that what you said before, magistrate, about being a good official who is dedicated to the people, is just another trick to trick a little kid like me? Li Lan glanced at the Qingyang County magistrate. At the moment, facing this somewhat greedy and timid official, Li Lan, who was coy and did not dare to squeak in front of Dang Ru, initially had some imperial temperament. It was no wonder that Li Lan was a bully. He's only 12, so it's not bad for him to be able to do this. A child, faced with an adult, being able to take a stand is not much of a bully in and of itself. The Qingyang County magistrate wiped the sweat off his face. His eyes glanced anxiously at Tang Ru frequently, hoping that Tang Ru would come forward to relieve him. Dang Ru just quietly watched the scene in front of him. In his mind, he was reviewing today's battle with Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu had said before he fought him that he had picked up the bounty from the True Yang sect to take his Dang Ru's head. Tang Ru was able to guess that his high-profile actions for some time had long drawn the attention of the True Yang sect, and it seemed that the True Yang sect couldn't do anything to personally come and arrest him because of some matters, and could only issue a bounty that seemed to have a tantalizing reward out of it. Even a spirit realm expert like Zhang Xiu was able to move his heart. The reward, obviously, is definitely not low. It also means that one's own situation, in the future, will be more dangerous. But there's no harm in walking and listening and watching. Just keep walking, wherever you go. As for the so-called masters who came after them, he was now at the spirit wheel realm, and he didn't have to be afraid of these so-called experts. Returning from his thoughts, he realized that the Qingyang County magistrate's head was almost puffy with sweat. Only then did Tang Ru speak in a calm voice without panic. What you have to do is to make sure that everyone in the world has a full meal and that everyone has a bite of meat. From the beginning of mankind, there have been classes, some starving to death, and others singing and dancing and enjoying the big fish. And what you, as a future emperor, are trying to do, is to raise the lower limit, rather than allowing the upper limit, or this class in the middle, to lower their own quality of life to accommodate others, which in itself is anti-people's heart. And you can't do that. And neither can any saintly or wise ruler. Let everyone have a bite of meat. That's what you should do. Duanru didn't choose to take the blame on himself, nor did he intend to criticize the social phenomenon that the vermilion door stinks of wine and meat and the road is frozen with dead bones. He only cares whether he does evil or not, and whether his heart is good or not is none of his business. The human heart is largely selfish, and instead of criticizing these people for gorging themselves on fish and meat when there are freezing and starving people on the streets, might as well bring up the productivity of the society earlier. Let the lower limit be raised so that the people who would otherwise starve, don't starve. Let the people, who were only able to mix a mouthful of food, eat big mouthfuls of meat. That's what a king can do. As far as that goes, manipulating the minds of the rich and powerful to become good-hearted, this is purely pie in the sky. Even the legendary soul control techniques of the Buddhist and Taoist cultivators of the sun and moon realms couldn't do this kind of range. But master, if they don't feast on fish and meat and share these things with, Li Lan still seems a bit unconvinced as he tries to retort. There's no need to say much, just eat well. Dang Ru stopped Li Lan's question. He has never liked to debate anything with people, and if you recognize the truth of what he says, you recognize it. If you don't recognize it, just don't listen to it. Dang Ru thought for a moment and added, if you feel unconvinced, you can go your way and create a peaceful world to slap the poor monk in the face. If you can't, eat well. Tang Ru, at this time, still did not forget his purpose, a time of peace. If he could provoke Li Lan with this, it would be a surefire deal. With Tang Ru giving the word, Li Lan only sat back in resignation and began to eat honestly. Table. Before the group breathed a sigh of relief and began to continue feasting, the crowd frequently toasted Li Lan and Dang Ru. Dang Ru was toasted the most. After all, Tang Ru's words sort of spoke the heart of their group of peaceful and wealthy people. They loved it. The point was that Tang Ru was actually able to teach the emperor's eldest grandson a lesson. That Tang Ru's status and identity was only higher than what they had imagined. In the face of these toasts, Dang Ru all nodded one by one in return. Only the wine in his hand, did not drink half a mouth. The crowd waited until they had had enough to drink before gradually dispersing. It was at this time that Dang Ru Fong took off his mask, extended his chopsticks, and chucked a piece of meat out to eat. Not exactly leftovers. Before he didn't move his chopsticks, those people didn't dare to eat too much. They just drank and toasted. This also means, now, this table of good wine and good food, that was all for him alone. Dang Ru was left alone to enjoy the still warm food slowly, and Li Lan just sat on the sidelines, his eyes still a little aggravated. Apparently, he doesn't feel that he's doing anything wrong by being all about the people. He felt aggrieved. and Tang Ru didn't have the idea to enlighten him, just enjoying the food alone. He was really using Li Lan as a tool. There is no such thing as a master and disciple. How is Li Lan's mood? Is he aggrieved? Is he depressed? Is it happy? Or is it sad? None of it has anything to do with him. As long as Li Lan turned out to be a pompous king, the rest had nothing to do with him. He doesn't care. Tools, naturally, should be treated in the same way as tools. Suddenly, Tang Ru saw a thieving middle-aged magistrate poking his head in the distance. When he saw Tang Ru looking at him, he seemed a bit flustered and turned around to flee. If you want to eat, then eat some together. Tang Ru voiced out to keep that middle-aged magistrate. He didn't know who the middle-aged magistrate was, but looking at his demeanor, it was obvious that he was craving these tables of good food. In that case, why don't we eat it all together? It's such a big table anyway. Instead of feeding the dogs, we should feed the people. Master benevolent. That middle-aged magistrate smiled sarcastically and turned back again, nodding his head as he went. Master, I still have an ungrateful request. I have a gang of brothers, and I have never eaten these good dishes in my life. You see, can. The magistrate had a thick skin and fawned. Tang Ru looked at the yaman in front of him who climbed up the pole. That cheeky look. He was reminded of one of the emperors in Chinese history, Mei. Though the magistrate in front of him had a thick skin, but not only was he not afraid of his Tang Ru's face, which was like an evil ghost, but he also dared to risk being slapped to death by Tang Ru to come and brazenly ask for it. This courage, Tang Ru appreciated. What's the name? Tang Ru asked. Back to the words of the master. My surname is Lu, the third in line at home, nicknamed Lu Laosan. The better sounding elegant name is Lu Ji. Lu Ji nodded his head and hailed with a smile. Oh Lu Ji, go and let those brothers of yours have a good meal as well. Tang Ru felt that the name seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Laosan. It seems like he knows such a Lu Laosan in his memory. Not to say I've seen it, but at least, it's an impression. Thank you master for your generosity. Lu Ji, thank master for my old gang of brothers. Lu Ji snapped and kneeled down, with a shrewd and mercenary look. Aha! Tang Ru nodded, so he stopped ignoring him and turned his head to continue eating and drinking. Soon the place was full again. The wine and food that the gang of gentry lords hadn't finished were being feasted on by the brothers Lu Ji had brought with him. The scene was very noisy. Tang Ru didn't care, just enjoying the food to myself. Master, I still can't figure it out. If these squire officials are willing to distribute their money to the people, can't it be solved? Li Lan asked. Tang Ru stopped his chopsticks at his words. Turning his head, he stared at Li Lan with that horrible face for a moment. Not a bad way to go, if you can get them to hand over their money. Of course, Tang Ru said blandly. Li Lan choked at once. Obviously, he can't do it. Soon, he also realized how naive and ridiculous some of his comments were. He couldn't even control it to make the Qingyang County magistrate obediently report on the people's situation. And how could it be done to make the group of rich gentlemen and gentry represented by the Qingyang County magistrate hand over their money obediently? Not to mention the rich people of the world, who willingly give their money to the poor. The rich would just say that a street full of poor people detracts from the cityscape. The kinder-hearted ones let the butler get rid of people. Can't watch. Got it? Tang Ru asked. Li Lan nodded. Just understand. Tang Ru said and continued to pick up his chopsticks and began to enjoy the food. And then, it seems, to keep polishing the tool. Tang Ru continued again. The world is a banquet table. There are so many people, some have big appetites and eat a lot, while others have small appetites and eat less. There were also people who ate quickly, leaving the slow eaters with nothing but an empty stomach, waiting for the next drink to come. As the emperor, who is the host of the banquet, what happens when there are guests who don't have enough to eat? Did you tell the fast eaters to stop eating and not eat? You have to remember that everyone can do the banquet. You can't do it. Someone else can do it. And they are going to raise the table if they make people unhappy with the food. And you, as the master of the house, as the emperor, can't blatantly favor any one side. What you have to do is to make the banquet's dishes big enough so that those who eat fast are full, and those who eat slowly are able to eat until they're full. It's hard, but with the world's monks around, it's not that hard. When Tang Ru said that, he stopped making a sound and slowly finished the food on the table. Of course, there's another way he didn't say. It would be to become the most powerful person in the banquet, and no one would dare to move their chopsticks just by sitting there. That way, with strong force, the people who eat the banquet will be peaceful and orderly, and they will eat with obedience and humility. Like right now, none of Lu Ji's gang of brothers dared to come to Tang Ru's table to grab something to eat. They only dared to paddle and eat some leftovers from other tables. Of course, Tang Ru didn't care about that. What Tang Ru and Li Lan didn't know was this. The people who took Tang Ru's words in were besides Li Lan. There was also a middle-aged magistrate who was nearly 40 years old and had a big beard. Lu Ji listened to the half-human, half-ghost guru telling the kid about the so-called way of ruling the country. His mind imagined a scene like that. Check and balance the 100 schools of thought, cross the world, so that everyone can have a mouthful of food, and make more and more dishes for the banquet, so much that it doesn't fit in the warehouse. It's moldy and stinky, and people don't starve. To build this great work, a husband should be like this. Lu Ji sighed, and then was pulled by his brothers around him to row and drink. Boss, you don't have to pull any punches. You're just bullying US brothers for not having studied, aren't you? We deserve to be punished. A burly man pulled Lu Ji over and forcefully poured Lu Ji a few mouthfuls of wine. Good wine moistens the throat. Lu Ji sighed a few words in his heart, and then he drank with a few of his brothers. After the wine and rice had been served, Dang Ru put down his chopsticks and left the Qingyang County office straight away. With the evil of Qingyang County out of the way, it was time to move on to other places. He still had the bounty of the True Yang sect on him, and staying in one place for a long time would be a disservice to the people of the city. Master, where are we going next? Li Lan followed behind Dang Ru and asked. I don't know. Duan Ru replied as always. The wayward monk never knows where his destination is. He just goes wherever he goes. The night is dark and windy. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Tang Ru and Li Lan left Qingyang City. Li Lan followed behind Dang Ru, yawning vigorously. Dang Ru is a cultivator and doesn't need to sleep. He's not. He's still just a 12-year-old kid. Does Master treat him like a human being or not? No. Is he human or not? Master. Father, why don't we, first, find a place to sleep and make our way tomorrow? Li Lan grumbled as she kept yawning. Dang Rufang stopped and looked at Li Lan, who was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. After thinking about it, Li Lan really hadn't had a good night's sleep during the time she had followed him. Although Li Lan was used as a tool, he couldn't be a bit too inhumane. Dang Ru nodded and agreed to Li Lan's request. Build a campfire by the official road and let Li Lan find himself a random place to sleep. Li Lan also did not pick. Casually found a big stone and directly lay on it, not afraid of falling off and killing himself. Dang Ru also casually found a stone pier to sit on, casually looking at the night sky. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the ground as if it were day. There weren't many stars in the sky, and it seemed that the moonlight was blocking out all their light. Such a day. In his previous life, he had only seen it once. No wonder it is often said that the moon is clear. When the moon is bright, the stars are scarce. Master, why are you always silent? Suddenly, lying on the large stone pier, Li Lan, who was also enjoying the moon, asked the question he had buried in his heart during this period of time. Monks he's seen a lot. He had also met the peeping Dao realm masters of the Imperial Grace Temple. They are also very reticent, but they were kind, and the words they spewed out with each silence were bound to have a myriad of meanings. And Duanru's reticence is different. He was just plain quiet. It was as if nothing in the surrounding area was worthy of more than a word from him. Silent, yet dominant and sharp. Not like a guru. It's not your place to ask. Dang Ru looked at the night sky and didn't know what he was looking at. When he was a kid, back in the days when there were no internet cell phones, his favorite thing to do was to look to the sky. It was a curiosity about the universe, about heaven and earth. The night sky is beautiful. But Master, do you have something on your mind? Say it to my disciple. It's my disciple's responsibility to relieve Master's worries. Li Lan doesn't seem to be giving up. There's no heart, Duanru said. Where does he have anything on his mind? As a monk who punishes evil and kills to stop killing, he certainly has something on his mind. But, tools are not qualified to share their hearts. People are afraid that if they share more with their tools, they will empathize with them. Then why are you, Master? Li Lan was still relentlessly pursuing the question. Too much bullshit. If you don't want to sleep, keep on traveling, Dang Ru said impatiently. Li Lan then shut up. The 12-year-old stared blankly at the sky, a hint of depth in his eyes that didn't fit his age. He knew that Tang Rua did not consider him as a disciple, or rather, not treating him as an equal. It's a henchman, a tool that can be discarded at any time. This may be the reason why Dingru has been so quiet. He is afraid that if he has a friendship with his tools, he will not be able to use them. Instead of master and disciple, it's more like follower and boss, more or less. Dang Ru was the boss and he, Li Lan, was the follower. Although the heart feels uncomfortable, but he also knows that he is not related to Dang Ru, and people are outsiders of the party, who originally do not give a damn about the imperial power. It was already Tang Ru's mercy to be able to shelter him. He has to be grateful. Can't fight for too much. With that, Li Lan looked at the bright moon and slowly closed his eyes, taking his heavy thoughts with him to dreamland. He wondered if he could make Ding Ru look good. Nor do I know if I will be able to restore the empire left behind by my ancestors. Much less, do you know if you can? Make the people under the light of this moon have a full meal. How easy is it to say that making a dish more than one size fits all? 12-year-old boy. The heart is not the first love of the girl infatuated with, but the world's living people. In this respect, he is much better than Dangru. Seeing Lilan finally fall asleep over there, Dangru also remained looking at the night sky. Everything is good in this world. It's just a shame there's no internet or anything. Feeling a bit bored, Dangru summoned the 3 heart demons within him. There were just enough 4 people to make a table for the run. TSK, 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 you're really cruel enough to let someone sleep on such a cold boulder with such a small child, and you don't even give them a blanket. The first heart demon just came out with that bitchy tone. Well, how about turning you into a cotton blanket over him? Dangru asked rhetorically. Allow the poor monk to refuse. The first heart demon immediately typed out a refusal. Then you take a quilt and cover someone up. Duenru added. No. The first heart demon said. Then you're talking chicken. It's easy for Our Lady to move her lips. It's we who are exhausted who are carrying it out. Dangru scolded nonchalantly. Straight away, the first heart demon faced the boulder and drew circles, falling into self-imposed isolation. You're really quite hard-hearted, saying that you treat people as tools, refusing to even say more than a single word to them, and the only thing you say more than that is to tell him how to be a good emperor. The second heart demon exclaimed. He was not as bitchy and mocking as the first heart demon, but still, he fought for Lilan for a bit, and the third heart demon was even a giant of action. She directly walked to the stone where Lilan slept, and used her true chi to give the illusion of a hot quilt to cover Lilan up. Poor baby. After saying that, she looked at Dangru with a very contemptuous gaze. Obviously, regarding the matter of Dangru's abuse of child laborers, all 3 heart demons expressed their dissatisfaction in their own way. Oh killer Buddha. It is the Buddha who punishes evil and promotes good. How can one be considered a Buddha when one exploits and abuses a child for one's own purposes? How is this different from killing the evil people that the Buddha will judge? Is it possible to ignore all this just because there is a big and beautiful goal? Can't. If this is the case, then everyone can say that they are doing evil for the sake of peace in the world. And really, it's just selfishness. You guys look at the poor monk like this, but it looks like the poor monk seems like some big evil person like, well, the poor monk is the great villain. Dangru shrugged his shoulders very baldly, and was non-committal in the face of the 3 heart demons' unison. Suddenly, Lilan's voice rang out among the 4. Don't worry, everyone. I'm here so you can eat. I'll do what I say. 1 man and 3 demons looked at the sleeping teenager on the rock. The teenager was still mouthing off some big words, dreaming of being emperor. The first heart demon said, Yo, it's still a saintly dream. The third heart demon also snickered. The boy can do it. The second heart demon also said this. Dangru turned a deaf ear to the voices of the 3 devils. Suddenly, the teenager lying asleep on the rock spoke again. Boss, look, I did it. Everyone is fed. Didn't I do a good job, boss? Boss, don't abandon me. Boss, why? I've obviously fed everyone. Why do you refuse to praise me? I've obviously done a good job. The teenager's brow furrowed, and he reached out his hand and scratched at the air haphazardly, as if trying to grab hold of something. Dangru was silent for a moment. His thoughts drifted a little farther. It seemed that, while on Earth, he was also putting in every effort to gain some recognition. Mom, I've made a lot of money. You see, I'm no worse than my cousins. Why, won't you give me a compliment? Dangru let out a long sigh. He still, it seemed, wasn't quite cut out to be too hard-hearted. You guys are right. Treating people like tools for a goal is not how a Buddha should behave. Though the poor monk is a monk. But, the ultimate goal of a monk is to become a Buddha. Dangru exclaimed. Hearing these words from Dangru, the 3 devils nodded in relief. Finally, the wayward child was brought back to the straight and narrow. What a credit to them. The next day, the sun rises and the moon sets, and the next day arrives. Lilan, who was lying on the rock, opened his eyes. He looked at the quilt he had built on his body with his true chi. It's warm and cozy. He sat up with a jerk. Instantly, there was some panic. It's a flattering feeling. It was important to realize that he had followed Dangru all the way, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. That warm quilt in the palace was never felt again. Cold, cold simmering. As a holy ruler and a bright lord, how can you not be able to survive even a little bit of cold? Waste. All in all, trying to cover a warm quilt is flat out impossible. Awake? If you're awake, go get your own food. Dangru pointed aside to a barbecue grill, on which a bird was moistening and roasting. Dangru couldn't recognize what kind of bird it was. It should be unique to this world. In order to cook this breakfast for Lilan, his cultivation had regressed a bit. After all, this bird doesn't have karma. Buddhists abstain from killing. Can eat meat? but can't be killed for me. And the bird, killed by Dingru. Its death would cause Tongru's cultivation to regress by a hair. And just a hint of it, too. Tongru is not like the monks of this world, who dare not dip a single star of blood, meditate and participate in a bunch of illusory bubbles. He does treat Lilan a little better, but not too close. After all, as a life-killing Buddha, or a life-killing Buddha with a hanging bounty, is afraid to get close to anyone in the open, even if he breaks his fast in the future and likes some woman. He also had to make a pretense of shouting when the enemy captured his daughter-in-law. June Momo forgot to share a bowl of steaming meat soup with poor monks. That's the kind of slick villainy we're looking for. Lilan looked at the bird that was set on the fire and roasted to the point where it was dripping with oil. When I think about it, these days he seems to have been digging up wild vegetables, chasing rabbits, hunting birds, and digging up bugs to eat on his own. The only time he could get a good meal was when he got into the city and Dangru paid for his meals so he could have a bite that didn't require him to go to heaven. Now this bite of food was in front of him. Is he still living the dream? But soon, a voice pulled him out of his moved state. Junko. The first heart demon's excited voice rang out as a series of wooden cards smashed against the stone. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hook egg tip ko. Want it? The first heart demon pointed to a large wooden sign made of chipped wood on the stone. And then there was a smug look on his face as he raised a 3 in his hand. He's been losing all night. He's finally caught a good hand. Junko is in his hands. He wants to see who can blow him up. Who dares to bomb him? Who else can bomb him but King Bomb? That's 4 of them playing cards. 2 jokers is only 2 cards. It can't be that coincidentally split between one person in any way. Fry. The second heart demon's voice rang out with a hint of contempt in its composure. He was seen placing 2 wooden cards depicting clowns on a stone bench. The first heart demon's smile instantly petrified. Can't afford it. The voices of the third heart demon and Tangru rang out. 1-4. The second heart demon continued. After saying that, he even looked at the first heart demon with contempt. 1-5. The third heart demon followed. A6. Dongru followed suit. Can't afford it. The first heart demon looked bitterly dumbfounded at the only 3 left in his hand. God damn it. Why did he make this straight? Is he sick in the head? He's been losing all night. Asshole. You've got stripes all over your face. As Dangru ran his cards through, the first heart demon never had the chance to play his only 3 out. After all, there's nothing smaller than 3. Deceased early. The first heart demon could only allow the trio to once again put 3 notes on his handsome face. 3 men and a devil. No, 3 devils and a face. The first heart demon had a full 30 notes plastered on his face. 11 notes were pasted on the face of the second heart demon. 6 notes were also pasted on the beautiful little face of the third heart demon. Only Dangru. That horrible face. Not a single note. I don't know if it was because he was really lucky as hell, or if the 3 heart demons knew too much about the human condition and wanted to get ahead too much. Tongru took back the 3 heart demons that accompanied him to play cards to relieve his boredom into his body, and took back the deck of playing cards made of wood into his nascent sphere. Put the mask and bucket hat back on, said in a deep voice to Lilan, who was eating and drinking at the side. Now that you've finished eating, go on your way with the poor monk. Tangru's words of this sentence fell. Instantly, it made Lilan's 2 feet shiver a little. Go to? On the road? For a moment, he thought a lot. No wonder Master was so nice to him today. No wonder he even prepared breakfast for him. Turns out, it was his last meal. Thinking about something, catching up, not getting on. Dangru looked helplessly at Lilan who was almost crying out with a wow. Obviously, Lilan misunderstood. But it's on him, isn't it? After all, he was the one who hadn't made it clear. Ow. Lilan fiercely collected her tears and sighed in relief. That's what he said. He's doing a good job. How could Master want to kill him? After extinguishing the campfire, Dangru and Lilan continued their journey, and behind Dangru and Lilan, and following a lot of tail, Tangru's spirit realm spiritual energy probed clearly. Among them, Chi and Blood Realm cultivators took up the majority. Each of them was a knife-head and blood-licking Jianghu visitor. It's all karma. There were also some martial realm cultivators hiding far away in the jungle, wanting to get a piece of the action, or to watch this great event of the Liangzhou Jianghu. And around them, there were still some true Qi realm cultivators who were staring in death, but didn't dare to make a move. They were waiting for the experts of the spirit realm to come over so that they could swarm and take Tangru's head in return. After all, on their side, they had already gathered almost 1,000 people. As for that emperor's eldest grandson beside Dangru, I believe that the True Yang sect is also very willing to use a seat to listen to the Tao to the emperor's eldest grandson's one arm. After all, there's no way around it. There's just too many of them. Dangru squeezed his bucket hat. He pretended not to notice the appearance of these jugglers. These jugglers were naturally not in his eyes. Even if he hadn't broken through the spirit wheel realm, these true chi realm, chi and blood realm cultivators were not in his eyes. He was waiting for them to show themselves. Wait until they are confident they can take him down by swarming him. He'll hit these people in the face hard again. Of course, it's a punch in the face in the physical sense, and it's the kind that hits the ground running. In a moment, I may see some blood. I can't take care of you, so find yourself a place to hide. Dang Ru lowered his bucket hat and said in a deep voice to Li Lan at his side, "Yes, master." Li Lan nodded curtly. He knew, of course, that Dingru was probably going to kill again. After all, it's a journey of admiration or revenge. A lot of jugglers jumped out from time to time, then were slapped to death by Tong Ru. Guess it's the same this time. Hide well, and don't expect the poor monk to save you if you get caught. Dang Ru admonished again. There were a bit too many people this time, and he wasn't able to guarantee that he could keep Li Lan safe. The only thing he could guarantee was not to let others think that Li Lan was his weakness. Use Li Lan as a hostage to pin him down. Of course, the truth was that Li Lan really wasn't his weakness either. Yes, master. Li Lan nodded heavily, his feet slowly moving away from Deng Ru. Soon, his eyes were shocked, only to see in front of them thousands of differently dressed Jianghu visitors, either holding swords or waist swords, or they held a bow and stepped on a crossbow, crossed their spears and held a long lance, and blocked in front of the two of them. Even in the air in front of the two of them, there were dozens of true Chi realm cultivators flying. At the head of the group was a spirit wheel realm cultivator who had already revealed his spirit wheel. It's an unheard of siege force. At least, Li Lan hadn't seen it. Of course, this kind of stance was something that Tong Ru had never seen before, but he was confident that he would leave all of them behind. Demon subduing Vajra, the spirit wheel realm powerhouse in the lead bellowed. Dang Ru looked at the man with some confusion. If you want to fight, then fight, and yell before you fight. Is this man a fool? If you're willing to commit suicide, we'll still be able to spare the imperial eldest grandson beside you, that spirit wheel realm powerhouse said. Well, Duan Ru made sure of it. It was a fool's errand. It was the same spirit wheel realm. Then Zhang Xiu is much smarter. He doesn't act rashly, watching carefully to detect weaknesses. Out of the blue, if the third heart demon hadn't taught the avatar to him, Tong Ru, he really wasn't sure he could beat Zhang Xiu. And now this. Not only did you not do a bit of homework, you brought so many people with you, and all of them are bloodstained. That's even. What's this guy talking about? As long as he, Dang Ru, is willing to commit suicide, they'll spare the emperor's eldest grandson by his side? That's hilarious. And let's not talk about where they got the confidence that they would be able to beat him with more people. Just want to use a royal grandson. Just want to hold him to death. That's not stupid. What is it? Kill yourself quickly, and we'll leave your body intact too. Someone yelled after them. Neither of them really wanted to be the first to strike. They wanted to save their strength to fight over the bodies of Dang Ru and Huang Changsun after the battle was won. We have such a gathering of experts here. You don't think you'll be able to escape, do you? Another journeyman yelled. 1,200 against 2. And one of them is still a handful of little kids. The advantage is not in them and who? Even if you are the same spirit will realm expert as me, there are many fellow Jianghu practitioners here. Are you really still thinking of escaping? That spirit will realm expert spoke again. Duanru doesn't bother listening to these idiots make victory gestures before the fight even starts. Stay out of the way. The blood is a pain in the ass to wash. After Tang Ru muffled his voice, he directly sacrificed his spirit wheel, summoning the Vajra Dharma phase and fusing his body. Strength, speed, and physical strength all grew exponentially. The three heart demons rushed out of their bodies and charged towards the pile of so-called Jianghu heroes. The third heart demon, on the other hand, rushed towards the dozens of true Chi realm cultivators behind that spirit will realm expert with a clear goal in mind. That spirit will realm expert hadn't even blinked his eyelids for a second time before Tang Ru had already rushed in front of him. And then, a punch sent him flying, and that so-called expert spat out a mouthful of old blood. A bunch of true Chi realm cultivators hadn't even had time to be shocked that the expert they were relying on was so easily punched away by the target of their pursuit. Soon, the nightmare that belongs to them will also begin. Only the third heart demon smiled gently and sat cross-legged, brows lowered, palms together. He gulped softly. Red dust is like a dream. Soon, each of these true Chi realm cultivators closed their eyes listlessly and fell out of the air like dumplings. Wait until some bold juggler goes to probe their nostrils. Instantly horrified, he withdrew his hand. Dead. All dead. These so-called true Chi realm experts hadn't even survived a second in the hands of that suddenly appearing woman in green. Oh, I forgot. The chopping block. The third heart demon slapped his head as if he had just remembered. She reached out and pulled the souls of those on the ground up, and then blew gently. These so-called true Chi realm experts instantly scattered their souls. The third heart demon's killing methods are different from the physical attacks of the first and second heart demons. She attacked strangely. It has to do with visions, dreams, and other spiritual aspects. It's not about what the cultivation is, as long as one's cultivation level was the same as hers, but their spiritual power wasn't up to par. They would all be obliterated by her treacherous methods. It doesn't matter how many people are on the other side. However, this move didn't work very well at the spirit wheel realm and above. Not to speak of the realm. Those who could go above the spirit wheel realm. That one was not a confident and gifted person. Their spiritual power, their willpower, was naturally not something the third heart demon could shake. But there was no harm in it. She only needed to deal with true Chi realm enemies. As for above, that was something Dengru needed to consider. When the fourth mind comes out, it is the fourth mind that needs to be considered. With the third heart demon killing dozens of true Chi realm experts, on Tangru's side, he then quickly gained a large chunk of cultivation. This made the beating taken by that spirit will realm expert a little heavier. The spirit will realm expert clearly felt that this monk on the opposite side, he got even more brutal. You can't beat him yourself at all. Look down again. Those Jianghu visitors who had followed themselves here were also each caught in a bitter battle, especially the true Chi realm batch. How did they fall asleep? This expert's eyes widened at once. What the hell? He's taking a beating here and these true Chi realm juniors are actually sleeping and not coming to help him? But soon, he also reacted. There's no way they're going to sleep under these circumstances. There's only one possibility. They're dead. Died quickly and quietly. This kind of tactic was only possible for cultivators at the same spirit wheel realm. In other words, in this neighborhood, there were spirit wheel realm experts who were extremely good at assassination helping this monk in front of him. There was no time for him to think. Dangru's next punch had landed on his abdomen, right in the dantian. Once again, he was sent flying, but it didn't fly for long before Tangru dodged behind him and kicked him down with a foot in conjunction with the Vajradharma. It was a kick with great force. This kick directly shattered this expert's 100 years of cultivation. All that could be heard was the sound of clicking and clacking. The spirit wheel behind this expert directly shattered. He was also losing his cultivation rapidly. Spirit wheel realm, true Chi realm, Chi blood realm, martial realm, mortal. Becoming mortal, he could no longer maintain his suspension in the air and fell straight down. And here, from the ground, there is still a distance of hundreds of meters. If a mere mortal falls, he is bound to die. However, Tangru upheld the state of caution and stayed close behind the man, watching him fall into a complete mess before he fell, and then slapped his soul into pieces. Senior Li Wentian is dead. The scene of Tangru easily killing this expert fell into the eyes of these Jianghu guests. Their eyes watched in horror, and one by one, their hands and feet went numb, not daring to make too many movements. Today they have two major relies, dozens of true Chi realm cultivators, a spirit wheel realm expert. It's all dead. They were nothing more than Chi blood realm and martial realm cultivators who couldn't even fly. How can you fight this freak in front of you? At this moment, Tangru's image in their eyes had changed from a monk to be slaughtered, to be divided, truly transformed into a demon subduing Vajra. Bloodthirsty, powerful, and frightening. Truly a fist-fighting demon god of the earth. Everyone was looking at Tangru, each holding their breath as they waited for Tangru's verdict. There was no way they could beat this demon-bucking Vajra in front of them. And at this moment, the three heart demons were also looking at Tangru. It seemed to be waiting for Dengru's orders. What are you looking at the poor monk for? Not a single one. Tangru said blandly. If you kill, be prepared to be killed in return. Where is the reward of the true Yang sect so easy to take? His head, Dang's head, is not so easy to take. The three heart demons instantly took Tangru's words as their law and went on a massacre amongst these Jianghu guests. Ah, you shall not die. God damn it. I'll never look at a crowd again. The screams, the curses rang out as they always did. Tangru still paid no attention to it, and just kept striking out Dao spirit power, killing all these Jianghu guests. The carnage continued on this official road, which was flanked by dense forests. But dense forests were no different from flat land to the three heart demons. Kills fast. Thousands of people. Already only 100 left. The rest of them, having turned into corpses, fell to the ground. The soul was also dispersed by the mind demon in passing. Don't come any closer. Come any closer and I'll kill him. Suddenly, a burly man with a knife in one hand and a tight grip on Li Lan's collar threatened Dangru and the three heart demons. The Jianghu visitors who were still alive seemed to have found hope, leaning towards the strong man and following the loud drink. Don't come over. If you come over again, we can't guarantee the death of the emperor's eldest grandson. On the corpse-strewn official road, hundreds of Jianghu visitors tightly surrounded a 12-year-old boy. A brightly lit sword was at the teenager's neck. The eyes of these Jianghu guests looked fearfully at the monk opposite them who wore a bucket hat on his head. His face matched with an iron mask, and wore a clean white monk's clothes. It was as if this wasn't some monk, but a demon with a horrible face and a murderous aura. You take the death of a tool to beg for your lives? Tong Ru asked coldly. Tools? These junglers froze as they glanced at the imperial elder son that the burly man held in his hands. Another look at Dengru. Is it true about the eldest grandson? Not like a golem or anything like that. How do you say tool? Boring. Tangru gently spat out 2 words, reached out and flung out. Hundreds of spiritual power directly flung out. These Jianghu guests didn't even have time to react. The burly man was just about to slash his knife, and before he could slash down, he fell straight to the ground. A mere chi and blood realm, martial realm cultivator. How dare you use a hostage to blackmail a spirit will realm cultivator? Li Lan covered her neck in shock. In that moment just now, he was literally feeling death approaching him. He could feel it very clearly. In that moment just now, Tang Ru struck out, truly not caring about his death. It's like what Deng Ru said. Isn't it funny to threaten him with a tool? Does a man care if his tools live or die? It won't. If you're dead, you're dead, and it won't hurt a bit. Li Lan had always known that she was just a tool in Deng Ru's hands. Only, in seeing Tang Ru striking out without the slightest scruple, he still felt, psychologically, somewhat aggrieved. But tools? Where is the right to be aggrieved? Man and tool, emperor and subject. That's all absolute domination. What are you waiting for? Follow. Not waiting for Li Lan to be more sorrowful for a while. Tang Ru's words came out lightly. Li Lan quickly followed without further thought. The only thing left was a field of corpses and bloodstains, witnessing that a great battle had taken place here. Of course, if others were to watch, they would only think it was a jungle mess. Several forces fight each other to leave the battlefield. 2 days after Deng Ru and Li Lan left that official road, the party arrived with a new cultivator. A few true Chi realm cultivators were observing and probing through this pile of corpses. His love sword Li Wendian actually died. It was the fall that killed him. The spirit chakra shattered and he became mortal. Several people came to a barely discernible mass of humanoid flesh. The only way to recognize the mush was by the sword that was beside the mass of flesh. Spirit wheel realm. That was an expert who could start a sect in a remote place like Liangzhou. Every spirit wheel realm expert had a resounding name in Liangzhou. For example, this lump of flesh and mud in front of him was honored as the love sword by the Liangzhou Jianghu people. A sword is so skillful that a sword can open mountains and cross the sea. But now it's a puddle of mush, dropped dead like a mortal. This was the greatest humiliation for a spirit wheel realm expert. But now, such a scene was plainly in front of them. Let's go. It's not for us to get involved. A true Chi realm cultivator said. Those who can cultivate to the true Chi realm are all more life-thirsty. Though the seat of the Taoist grandmaster's preaching is tempting, but not enough to take their lives. These true Chi realm cultivators quickly left for fear of being tainted with bad luck. Of course, there are cultivators who are deterred. And naturally, there are also cultivators who are moved by wealth. But those cultivators, basically, had a few degrees of confidence in their own strength. At the very least, they were all at the true Chi realm perfection before they dared to get a piece of the pie. As for the others, they were all experts of the spirit will realm before they dared to continue following. 10 days later, Deng Ru and Li Lan came to a village. Master, this village, why is there no one there? Behind her, Li Lan looked at the empty road in front of her with some trepidation. Not a single person exists in the village. Maybe they're all starving. Duan Ru said. I've seen a lot of empty villages along the way. For example, the village that was eaten by the fox demon at the very beginning. Of course, Deng Ru also slapped the fox demon to death to avenge that village of villagers. And then, later on, I've seen some more empty villages. Inside, human bones fell against each other. It's clean and dry. Not a bit of meat. Beasts can't eat people that clean. And demons eat people without spitting. Who ate those bones? No, it's not starvation. Deng Ru frowned and walked straight towards the center of the village, only to see hundreds of corpses hanging from a dead tree coiled with dead branches in the center of the village. The blood breath is monstrous. Deng Ru felt the blood chi. But in the past, those villages with 9 out of 10 empty rooms also had blood chi. That's the blood breath left behind by human cannibalism. The blood aura of this village now was different from the blood aura of the village before. I was far away earlier and didn't get a good look. Now that I'm closer, I can see it for real. There's a demonic aura. It's a demon. Deng Ru felt it on those corpses. The scent left behind by a human and a demon striking out is different. Judging by the scent, and the state of those villagers' corpses, the demon hadn't gotten far. Tang Ru summoned the 3 heart demons. There is a demon here slaughtering the people. Can you find it out if you have predestination and heavenly eyes? Tang Ru inquired about the 3 heart demons in front of him. Naturally. The 3 heart demons nodded. Predestination passes enable them to see people's past lives and present lives, just not able to say it. However, if you use the predestination pass to find someone on your own, you won't be punished much by the heavens. The three heart demons looked at the hundreds of bodies hanging from the trees. Soon enough, they locked onto their target and the three devils left in unison. Tang Ru, on the other hand, sat down cross-legged and transcended these dead villagers. With the sound of Brahma, the souls of these people floated out, and two underworlders came from the underworld to take these souls away. After overtaking the soul, Dang Ru waited quietly. Wait for the three heart demons to bring that demon over. That being said, this would still be the second demon he had killed. Previously, that fox demon was still thinking about charming the two heart demons, but sadly, it was a failure. The mind demon doesn't have that. I don't know what kind of work this demon, again, will fix for him. Master, all these people were killed by demons? Li Lan looked at the bodies hanging from the trees. The faces of the corpses all bore the horror that precedes death. The face is horrible. Even though he was used to seeing Dang Ru kill people, now watch the demon kill again. He suddenly realized what the sleepless efforts of the southern border generals were. In the end, those who had never seen a demon laughed and said that the human heart was more horrible than a demon. But if you actually see a demon kill someone, you will know that it is pure fart. Demons are more horrible than hearts. The human heart needs to be mindful of laws, of morals, of ethics, of many things, and a demon kills with only one thing to worry about. Don't get caught by the human powers, and at the risk of being hunted down by the human race's great powers to come in and kill. It was already self-evident what kind of cruelty they would use. It's a demon. Dang Ru answered Li Lan's doubts. It was estimated that it should be a native-born demon. After all, the border was assembled with Dying's most elite army, and for a while, it was impossible for the demon race to fight their way over from the 100,000 mountains. The aura that had lost its chi suppression began to no longer favor the human race. Therefore, where there is chaos, there will be demons. Soon, three heart demons escorted a snake demons with the upper half of its body in the shape of a beauty and the lower half of its body in the shape of a snake. Seeing this snake demon, Tang Ru had a doubt in his heart. Why do all these demons like to transform into beauties? The last fox demon was fine. It was really a female fox. And this one snake demon, judging by its nature, should be a male snake. But soon, Dang Ru also reacted. All external appearances are false. And demons, in fact, have no human aesthetic. All they knew was that they had changed into this appearance to be able to escape with their lives when they were caught by the human cultivators. It has nothing to do with what their own gender is. If the only one who goes to catch it is the third heart demon, then, presumably, it would change into the appearance of a tall, cold, and beautiful man in a bid to gain the favor of the third heart demon. Is the master trying to incarnate me into Buddhism? The snake demon looked at the hanging body. There was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion. He looked at Dang Ru again, and then at Li Lan beside Dang Ru. Li Lan slurred in his mind. Indeed, it is a measure of you, to transform you into a ghost. Of course, you have to have a soul left behind. Having followed Tang Ru for so long, Li Lan knew exactly what kind of character Tang Ru had. The evil man who fell into the hands of Dang Ru still wants to vanish to seek refuge in the Buddha? And also, why did you kill this village of people? Dang Ru asked. Just a casual question. Of course, no matter what the reason was, he had to kill this snake demon. They killed my master. The snake demon said coldly. Oh, tell me in detail. This was a bit of a surprise for Dang Ru. He thought that this snake demon would say something like, man kills demon, demon kills man. What reason do you need? Rather, I didn't think that this snake demon actually had a reason. Li Lan on the side also revealed a hint of interest. He would like to see how these villagers, who were mortal in flesh, could kill a demon's master, the owner of a demon. That should all be cultivators at least, right? It may as well be said of the master. Seeing this, the snake demon also began to narrate. It was originally a white snake with an undeveloped spirit from a nearby village. It knows no good or evil. Only one day it was stomped on by a passing bear warrior on its way to hunt, almost dying, but it was saved by a barefoot doctor from the county. A very sweet and kind girl. Of course, snakes don't know about human aesthetics or what's cute or kind. It doesn't even know that this girl saved it, because it was not yet spiritually enlightened. It stayed with the girl because it knew that by following the girl, it wouldn't have to hunt for food on its own. That's why it's following this girl. And yet one day, the girl is dead. It doesn't know why the girl died. All it remembers is that a lot of people broke into the house where the girl landed that day. One by one, they all shouted angrily about quackery. They're pelting the girl with bowls and jars. The girl didn't explain anything, not a word. Just let the jars hit her. After killing the girl, the angry men left. None of them noticed that in the corner, a hungry white snake crawled out. The white serpent swallowed the girl's blood that had flowed on the ground, and it was followed by the girl's flesh and blood. Little did White Snake know that this was the flesh and blood of the master who had fed it for so many years. All it knew was that it was hungry and desperate for food. It ate the girl's body, but at the same time, it was tainted with popularity and managed to open its spirit and embark on cultivation. It learned that it was the girl who saved it, its owner. It should avenge her. So it killed all the people of this village and hung them on this 100-year-old dead tree. Buried under the dead tree are the bones of its owner. I didn't realize it was a sentient snake demon, Lilan exclaimed with tears in her eyes as she cried. Are you so sure that it was the whole village that killed your master? Dang Ru was not as moved as Lilan. He still maintains the indifferent stance of judging everything. If the whole village killed the snake demon's master together, it would be only right for the snake demon to take revenge. No, only that one family, but these villagers deserve to die if they don't stop them. They are all accomplices of that family. The master has never overcharged a penny for helping them heal here, but on the contrary has often helped them and given generously. But when the master was in danger, they didn't save her and stood by coldly. They all deserved to die. The snake demon's voice was icy cold, and there was still a strong sense of hatred in his tone. Interesting, do you know, then, why that family killed your master? Dang Ru continued to ask. Originally, when the snake demon said that it would kill those people if they didn't save its master, Dang Ru was ready to strike straight away. But the owner of the snake demon had done good deeds in his life, but he could not get any reward from the villagers. That villager did deserve to die, receive the benefits of others, not to say return the favor. At least, the people should live well. If you can't even do that, it would be better to let them go into the belly of the snake demon. It doesn't know it well, it wasn't spiritually enlightened at the time and wasn't able to understand much. Without waiting for the snake demon to speak, the first heart demon explained. Since it has already spelled out the general process, it will not be considered a leak if we say it now. The first heart demon seemed to have held his tongue for a long time as he continued. What it said earlier was right. There was no fudging. The reason why its owner was killed by the villagers was because that family's child had a tumor in his body. Originally this child was not long to live, and it belongs to the heavens to take him. But the girl didn't believe it, and she told the family to, perhaps, try the knife. She also told the family truthfully that she didn't have much certainty about the medical skill of moving the knife, and that her master had taught her very little, but that there was a probability that the child would live, and that without moving the knife, she wouldn't live more than a month. How it was chosen? She was given to that family, but that family came down the whole time and just heard 7 words. Move the knife. It will save the baby. Of course, maybe it's their mindset of avoiding responsibility that makes them automatically ignore what the girl said, that she doesn't have much control, and so the surgery went ahead by mutual consent. The result was also obvious. The kid died on the operating table. After all, this place, for 1, had no clean sanitation, and for 2, the girl herself had only learned the skinny from her godly master doctor. The boy was the only child in that family, and the angry family broke into the girl's house and stoned the man to death. Don't remember that at all. They gave their own consent before sending the child under the knife. After the first heart demon said that, he waited for Tang Ru's verdict on the snake demon. Assholes and fools. How dare they cause my dying to lose a compassionate healer for the world. They deserve to die. Without waiting for Deng Ru to take a stand, Li Lan angrily pounded his chest and cursed. Obviously, Li Lan was furious. Whether it was the snake demon's narration or the first heart demon's additions, it's all enough to prove it. That girl is a healer. And very kind. Willing to rescue a dying snake. He is willing to give villagers free medical care and treatment for their injuries, and is also willing to give villagers generous donations when necessary. Such a man died under his own patience. What assholes and fools. It made him, the future king of dying, heartbroken. If that girl is allowed to live, she might, again, be a miracle doctor who helps the world. At least, in the future, he would have another traveling doctor in his team. P.S. I was going to do 3 chapters, but I can't help that my eyes are suddenly sore, so I'll just do 2 chapters today. Good night everyone. Master, this snake demon avenging the Lord's death is really a representation of loyalty and righteousness. It should live. Li Lan said. You're teaching poor monks how to work? Dang Ru glanced calmly at Li Lan. Li Lan was silenced, not daring to say anything more. After scolding Li Lan, Tang Ru looked at the snake demon again. It kills people. It's the demon. There are innocent people among those it kills. That's enough. But the villagers of this village accept favors from others, but stand by coldly when their benefactors are killed. Not to say damned, but at least deserved. Therefore, poor monks waste your cultivation. If you have a chance, you can get a demon body again. If not, Then this will be a mortal snake died. Can be convinced? Dang Ru's voice was calm as he announced his judgment. It is faithfulness to avenge the Lord's death, but loyalty could not override his Dengru's creed. What's more, not all villagers deserve to die. It was a large village, and it was even possible that some of the villagers didn't even know that this had happened after the family had killed the owner of the snake demon. It's indiscriminate. It is only remembering that it is avenging the Lord's death and leaving it alive. But as a mortal snake, this so-called staying alive was actually no different from dying. A chance? Redux? In the territory of dying, that's as hard as it gets. Master! Lilan exclaimed out in shock and tried to persuade, but Dengru just gave him a cold look and silenced him. Once again, he was clear about his position. A tool. No objections. The snake demon bowed his head. This is the territory of dying, the land of the human race. It was in the land of the people, and it had killed people, so it should be judged by the people. There's nothing to say. It was normal for the Buddhist master in front of him not to destabilize it. Then, be ordained. Tangru struck out and slapped the snake demon's head, and a strand of spiritual energy drilled into the snake demon's body. Seek out the snake demon's dantian and break it with a single blow. The snake demon's cultivation instantly turned into nothing. The beautiful snake demon in front of him also gradually revealed her true form, a long snake with a snow-white body. The white snake's eyes were confused as it looked at Tangru and spat out its letter. It lost its memories, its cultivation, and its spirituality, and re-emerged as an ordinary white snake. This trial is considered a relatively fair trial. After all, the snake demon was not the type of great demon that had been cultivating hard for many years. All of its demonic power comes from chance. Naturally, there was no sense of fallout from 1,000 years of cultivation being ruined. Of course, if it was really a great demon of 1,000 years and 10,000 years, it wouldn't be Tang Ru's turn to judge it now. Demons always have a chance as long as they live. After dealing with this snake demon, Dang Ru then continued his journey with Li Lan. Their next goal was to go to Daying's largest majestic city in the north, Zhuolu City. It is also the city where the northern court of Daying is located. It is the largest and most important city in the four states of Liangzhou, Yuzhou, Yanzhou and Hezhou. It is also said to be the place of Daying's dragon's rise, where Emperor Gaozu of Daying dueled with his rival of that year in the field of Zhuolu, and after the fights between the two sides of their respective immortals. In the end, Emperor Gaozu of Daying was slightly victorious. Daying became the master of the world for over 1,000 years. Dang Ru and Li Lan planned to visit this world's most majestic city. Dang Ru also intended to be there and settle this so-called bounty on his body. Kill all those who came after them. Then, go and overthrow the Trusan sect. Of course, during this process, Tang Ru needed to advance to the mind phase realm. There's one more heart attack to go through. After the two left, the white snake whose cultivation had been abolished by Tang Ru slithered up the withered tree. Hungry, it once again took a bite of human flesh. It kills human flesh with its own hands. Soon there was also a hint of spirituality in its eyes that belonged to a human being. As bite after bite of human flesh went down, the spirituality in its eyes grew thicker and thicker. It was once again tainted with popularity, and once again, it was given the chance to become a demon. Of course, Dang Ru was unaware of this. Even knowing that, Tang Ru would only lament that this snake's fate was undeserved, then slap it to death after it harmed someone. It took another 2 months. Dang Ru and Li Lan finally arrived at Zhuolu City. Look away. Long stretches for thousands of miles with no end in sight. Walls that are hundreds of meters high and reach into the sky. Standing on the city walls, countless soldiers exuding profound cultivation. Tang Ru finally saw a hint of an aura that should belong to the transcendent world. That's big. The population is big. The territory is big. The city, too. Now that's like a city built by the power of a transcendent world. Unlike the others, Yue'er City, Qingyang City, Wangshu City, not a single sign of transcendence could be seen at all. Master, shall we go into the city? Li Lan was a little pleased. We're at Zhuolu now. That means we're in his territory. Of course, he wouldn't think of using this opportunity to get rid of Deng Ru, but ultimately, he was able to function. Tool. Also want to be a useful tool. Want to be complimented by the user. Hold on a second. Deng Ru did not travel to Zhuolu City immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and took out his paper, ink, and inkstone. Grind the ink and have the 3 minders get him some more paint. He kept surveying Zhuolu City in the distance. Very majestic city. This was the first time he had seen such a majestic city. It's very monumental. Draw it and send it to your wife. Is master going to paint? Li Lan watched as Dang Ru kept looking up and observing, and kept drawing down on the paper, and even flew up high in the sky from time to time, in order to see the city more clearly. On the flat plains, a wall that seemed to separate the world into two have stood. There are countless houses, marketplaces, Streets and alleys in the city walls, well organized and divided among them. There is also a large raging river that winds through the city. The river is stirring. It is summer at the moment, but there is not much flood season in this great northern land. The river is not considered rippling. There were girls washing clothes by the river, and life was peaceful and beautiful. It was as if the so-called chaotic world could not affect the city of the dragon's rise and dying at all. Outline the city of Zhuolu and draw it down. Dongru thought about it and wrote on the painting again. It was already a habit of his wife to start. This is my world. That feudal dynasty's Dragon Qing city. Very majestic. Very magnificent. Compared to our city is no less. Come to this city. Suddenly feel the world wide open. If you can be born in this place, perhaps, is a very good situation. After Tang Ru finished writing the line, he burned the paper under Li Lan's shocked gaze. Master, such a meaningful painting. Why did you burn it? Li Lan was of royal origin, and although his force was not good, he was quite intoxicated with the arts and culture. He could see that Dang Ru had drawn very carefully, and had also drawn Zhuolu City very well. It's very intentional. Painting, in this world, has gone to the top. Almost every cultivator's painting skills are pure, because the most important thing about painting is steady brush control, which these monks are born with. And with everyone's painting skills at their peak, the competition is all about the mood. The painting by Dang Ru just now has a very good mood. Majestic, broad, the raging of the great river commensurate with the softness of the raccoon girl. One can feel the quietness of the years at a glance, and moreover feel Dang Ru's yearning for peace when he paints. It is no exaggeration to say that this painting, to be able to go up to the palace to be framed, it's worth $1,000. However, but it was burned by Dang Ru. There was hardly a moment's hesitation. If Li Lan had seen the mood painted by Dang Ru under the mass graves, I guess Li Lan would have pounded his chest even more. Because of that intention, it no longer belonged to the mortal world. The meeting of life and death. The battle between blight and glory. This kind of mood is very difficult to see in the world, and it is even more unlikely that anyone will ever paint it. Facing Li Lan's questioning, Dang Ru didn't say anything, just quietly watched as the flames burned the drawing away. The painting turned to ash and slowly drifted down, and a gust of wind blew and ticked away all these remnants of the painting. Is that you? Looking at the ashes flying away with the wind, Dang Ru murmured two sentences under his breath. Of course he knew it couldn't be the wife. Perhaps they, the monks, are the most materialistic? Existence is existence and non-existence is non-existence. They know it in their hearts. The wife had long since dissipated along with the illusory world, and it was impossible to blow the painting away. But, just a piece of comfort for myself, as a certain materialist warrior said to his wife back in the day, I've been a staunch materialist all my life, except for you, and I hope there's an afterlife. As the ashes dispersed completely, Dang Ru Fong snapped out of that dazed state. The birth of a painting determines its outcome. Dang Ru's voice was dull as he explained to Li Lan. I would have painted it to show this sight to the dead, and it is natural that it should die. From birth, it is determined to die. It seems to be a metaphor for something. This is also considered to be Dang Ru's kindness and benevolence. From the very beginning, Li Lan was not allowed to have any expectations of a master-disciple relationship. That way, when he actually utilized Li Lan wouldn't be too disappointed. For he had never been a gentle master of anything from the beginning. Li Lan fell silent, hearing the sound of Dang Ru's words. But, he didn't care. He's been clear about who he is for a long time. Master, I see the word wife written on your painting. Do you, as a monk, also have a wife? Li Lan asked. The font in the fantasy world is pure Chinese characters, which are different from those of Dying. But many of the characters in Dying also resemble Chinese characters. It's like ancient writing before simplified Chinese. And the word wife is written exactly the same way in both worlds. Well, there was one. Dang Ru did not deny it. He recognizes this love in the world of make-believe. He won't deny it, much less die a dead duck's death for reasons like monks can't be emotional, saying he's just physical, or he can't help it, or something like that. To be moved is to be moved. He's candid. Since he was moved, and had worshipped heaven and earth in the illusion, a wife, is a wife, and has no other meaning. Master, you're so powerful. How does the ante? Li Lan was halfway through the question before he realized that he had lost his words. He shut his mouth tightly and said no more. Ha! Dang Ru smiled, not caring about Li Lan's slip of the tongue. But being powerful, it's not everything. She died to save the poor monk. There's nothing to cover up. Without her laying down her life, you wouldn't have seen the poor monk. Li Lan looked at Dang Ru's back. For the first time, he felt, in this man, a softness. He then knew that Dang Ru's thoughts of that wife were not false. It's true. Let's go. To Zhuolu. Dang Ru put aside his feelings of autumn and spring and said to Li Lan. Yes, master. Li Lan followed closely behind Tong Ru, not daring to lag behind in the slightest. The duo entered the city peacefully after the soldiers at the city gates had checked them for a while, and behind the duo, a number of tales went up. The weakest of these tales was also at the true Qi realm perfection realm. Others, ranging from early spiritual wheel realm to late spiritual wheel realm, had everything. At this moment, what these people had to think about was no longer how to kill Tong Ru and go to the True Yang sect to collect the reward money. All they have to think about is how not to get countered by other competitors. Zhuolu, what a name! When the Great Shun dynasty was overthrown, the world's great heroes rose up and staked their claim on the land of these 13 states. Now, you and I, too, will be in this Jua deer city, one deer at a time. An old man with white hair and wearing a white robe laughed out loud. The old man's realm was clearly the late spirit will realm. Ha ha ha, what Senior Qingyan said is very true. I just don't know. This deer, who will get it? Another rough-faced middle-aged man laughed out loud. His realm was clearly at the late spirit will stage as well. Obviously, at this moment, everyone was just like the group of heroes in the world after the Great Shun back then. Confident. They were also confident that Tong Ru would also be left to take power like when De Shun lost it. Their enemies, not Deng Ru, were these swarms among each other. After all, even experts from the late spirit wheel realm had come. Tang Ru was only at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. How could he escape this game of deer? The experts followed behind Tang Ru and entered Zhuolu City. At the moment, this quiet, peaceful, majestic city doesn't know it. The city, which has been peaceful for centuries, will be because of the arrival of a white-robed monk. And it's full of fishy stuff. One by one, the masters entered Zhuolu City and began their layout for the siege of Dengru. Of course, they focused their layout on how to prevent others from picking up the slack and stealing the peach. As for being able to kill Dengru, not under consideration. Anyone who could become a spirit will realm expert was confident. They all believed that within the same realm, they were the strongest. There isn't one. And all of this was reported into Tang Ru's ears under the observation of the 3 heart demons. Inside and in, Tang Ru listened to what the 3 heart demons reported after their observations. He removed his mask and revealed a hideous, ghastly smile. Interesting, a herd? They rather think they are somebody, but know that a deer is also capable of putting a hole in a man's head. Facing these so-called experts whose self-confidence was bursting before the fight even started, Duan Ru strategically defied them. But, tactically, it's still important to take them seriously. No matter what, he was still only at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. Although all that was missing from the middle stage of the spirit wheel realm was just a spirit wheel realm villain. Kill another spirit wheel realm enemy. He, then, would be able to advance to the middle stage. That's when the time comes to completely change the shape of the offense and defense. It's too early to laugh at the stupidity of the herd. At this moment, the first and second heart demons had already been dispatched by him to find some evil-doing gangs and families. The third heart demon also proceeded to go out after reporting the information, keeping an eye on those so-called experts. This quest could only be done by the third heart demon. The first and second heart demon realms were a bit too low, and it would be easy to be discovered if they went for it. The third heart demon was at the true Qi realm, and to discover her, one had to be an expert at the heart phase realm. It was natural for her to monitor these so-called masters. Tang Ru couldn't help but sigh. Although this heart demon tribulation was incredibly dangerous when crossing it, but after crossing it, that roll, it was great. Zhuolu City, inside the biting capital palace. A man whose cultivation was clearly in the middle stage of the heart phase realm, clad in a cold, metaphysical black iron armor, listened to the report of the junior general below. Interesting, today in our little dear city, hundreds of spirit wheel realm experts have come. The man laughed out loud. He is precisely the biggest official in this Zhuodir city, one whose status is even higher than that of the Zhuodir county governor. Li Dinghua, protector of biting, Liangzhou, Yuzhou, Yenzhou, and Hezhou. The elite troops and horses of the 4 states are all mobilized by him. It can't be called a high position of power. He was only seen waving his hand blandly and commanding the spirit will realm junior generals kneeling in the hall. Keep an eye on them, do not let them brutalize the people. As for the rest, whatever. Our task is to guard the gateway to the empire. The grudges of their Jianghu and the struggles of the imperial court have nothing to do with us. His Majesty has ordered that even if the court dies, the border troops must not be moved. The young general looked up, his face resolute, as if he had expected it. Yes, my lord, I will lead the way. Inside an inn in Zhuolu City. Sect Master, do we really want to get into this mess? Several middle-aged men in blue uniforms surrounded an old man in snow-white robes. We're not the main force. We'll follow if we can. It's a chance for the ancestral court ancestor to preach. The old man blew his beard. He certainly knew that this was not a muddy water that he, an early stage of the spirit wheel realm, could trip through. But what if? One looks forward to this one eventuality. The seat of the Tao sect's ancestors' transmission of the Dharma, in addition to the Tao sect's interior. When put outside, it was enough to cause countless people to grab their heads to fight for it. But that monk is fierce. That Li Wentian fell into mush. A middle-aged man said with a fearful face. What are you afraid of? With Elder Qin Yun and the others around, it's still hard for him to kill us. The old man didn't care. They are here to try and pick up the pieces. What's there to be afraid of when the sky is falling and there's a tall man to hold it up? In case you can still pick up the slack. It's a great deal. Brace yourself for boldness. Starve the coward. Excuse me, is anyone there? Suddenly, a knock sounded outside the room, and a gentle voice came through the door. Several people in the room looked at each other. It's a cultivator. The same realm as the old man, the white-robed old man said gruffly. The cultivator who came at this time was still an expert of the spirit wheel realm. There's only one possibility. Black on black. It's starting. Can the deer hurt the herd? Can't. Self-inflicted wounds among the herd. The people in the room immediately took up positions and waited. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and several middle-aged men didn't dare to breathe, looking at the old man, waiting for their sect leader to take an idea. Fellow Daoist, please come in, the white-robed old man said in a loud voice. As the white-robed old man's words fell, a monk dressed in white monk's clothes with a bucket hat on his head and a face covered by a mask walked in. Who are you? What is the purpose of your visit? The white-robed old man's face was serious, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. He could see that this monk on the other side was very strong. At least the aura on his body was not below him. Isn't it funny that you all want to take the life of a poor monk, but you don't know who the poor monk is? Tangru smiled faintly and reached out. A light flashed from the nascent ring on his finger and a large gun appeared in his hand. Immediately afterward, the Vajra Dharma phase behind him opened up, merging with his own aura, only to see his arm muscles violently tensed. His body moved with the gun, and the Vajra Dharma phase behind him made a huge force, pointing a gun straight at the white-robed old man's head. The old man was simply too late to react, and could not even distance himself, only able to hastily make a few defensive spells. However, for Dangru has long been planning for a long time, and strive to kill in one strike then compared to the attack, it is simply useless. Bang! The sound of blood and flesh breaking apart rang out, blood splattered everywhere, and a headless, white-robed body collapsed in disarray. A wisp of soul floated out, and Dangru made his gun shake, dispersing it. At this moment, Tongru's cultivation completely advanced from the early spirit wheel realm to the mid-spirit wheel. Master. Beside them, those middle-aged men of the true Qi realm looked at the disheveled body of their own sect leader and collapsed. Each of them had a look of fear on their faces. Unbelievably, the same spirit wheel realm, his own headmaster, surprisingly, died so quickly. Not even the power of this demon-bucking Vajra's spear could stop it. And when facing these true Qi realm cultivators, it wouldn't take much effort to kill them. A few strikes of spiritual energy, and these true Qi realm cultivators were ambushed on the spot. The soul was also quickly dispersed by Dangru. Amit Ba, my Buddha is compassionate. Tongru played a trick, put his palms together, and recited a Buddha's name under his breath in a joking manner. From this moment on, Dangru with these so-called masters, the offense and defense are different. Combined with the power of the Vajra Dharma phase, Tongru was confident that he could fight with cultivators at the late spirit wheel stage. After dealing with these people, Tongru began to continue to follow the location given by the third heart demon in his search. He certainly couldn't foolishly wait for these so-called experts to gather together before killing them. He wasn't arrogant enough to do that. The bitter fruit of arrogance was enough to eat once. He would not eat it a second time. These masters treated him like prey. How could he not treat these masters as prey as well? The masters wanted to borrow his Dangru's head in exchange for the bounty of the true Yang sect. He, Tangru, was also looking to borrow the heads of the masters in exchange for a chance at the mind phase realm. Between a few tosses and turns, Tangru had arrived at the second inn. According to the third heart demon's intelligence, inside landed a female cultivator at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm. She also came to take Dangru's head. Since they are enemies, there is naturally no distinction between the sexes. Settling down in front of the inn, he probed his divine sense to observe the entire inn for a while, and eventually found the scent of this female cultivator in one of the more lavishly decorated rooms. Master, are you staying? A junior came forward and inquired about Tangru with some curiosity. Dangru's dress was truly rare among monks. It was only natural for Junior to be curious. No need. You can take this money as an indemnity, Tangru said, taking some broken gold from his nascent sacred ring and giving it to Xiao. There may be more things destroyed in a fight. The silver may not be enough to pay for it. Gotta trade for gold. Ha? Reparations? Master. Me? Junior froze for a moment as he pointed to himself and then to the gold in his hand. He didn't remember the master in front of him doing him any wrong, did he? Why the sudden need to make amends? Just keep it. After Tang Ru said that, he no longer paid any attention to Xiao Er and walked straight towards the upper floors. Stopped in front of a room. Reaching out, he gently snapped the wooden door. Hello, is anyone there? Tang Ru inquired in a gentle voice, as if a very dutiful little boy. Come in. Inside the room, a gentle voice came from the same place. Tang Ru opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, a woman wearing a Confucian crown and a green jacket sat on a bed. The woman had a white ribbon tied at her eyes, and what appeared to be blindness. In front of her was a black guqin. Lu Frost, meet Demon Bucking Vajra Sr. The woman's voice was soft as she said to Tang Ru. She didn't look at Tang Ru, and her face didn't change in the slightest. It's peaceful. You recognize the poor monk? Tang Ru was a bit curious. It seems that his own counter-killing program has just killed the first batch. How did the woman called Lu Frost in front of him know about him? I don't recognize it, but we came to capture Senior, and Senior, naturally, is qualified to kill us in turn. Even though Frost is blind, he recognizes that Senior is full of Buddha's energy. Lu Frost calmly said, if you know it's me, why don't you run? Not afraid to die? Tang Ru asked. Afraid, but Frost also knows that with Senior's ferocity, Senior will chop Frost down even if Frost escapes to the ends of the earth. Lu Frost's tone remained calm and soft. She should be a Confucian disciple, also known as the Booker. This air of gentleness and elegance could not have been cultivated without reading a million books. I just don't know how she reads when she's blind. So Frost doesn't want to die in that mess. Frost wants to choose his own death. Lu Frost said. What if the poor monk says no? Tang Ru muffled his voice. If you choose to die by yourself, then who knows what kind of drugs this Lu Frost is selling in his gourd. It was naturally impossible to let Lu Frost choose his own death. Well, this is the way Frost chose to die. And having done a fair and square battle with Senior, dying, there is no regret. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Frost's mouth. Good. Then you will be made whole. Tang Ru stopped talking nonsense with this Lu Frost and reached out his hand. The big gun once again appeared in his hand, and across the room, Lu Frost's slender, white fingers slowly placed themselves on the strings of her zither. Flick, the guqin then resounded with a soft tone. Hearing this voice, Tang Ru felt his hand with the gun soften a few points. That's true. A kind of battle never experienced before. Tang Ru fought all the way and encountered real enemies. It was the first time he had seen someone like Lu Frost, who fought with the sound of the zither, as Lu Frost's fingers flew and plucked, one after another rising and falling, or high, or soft, or clear tones rang out from the ancient zither. When Tang Ru listened to Lu Shuang's zither, at the very beginning, he would still feel a little soft in his hands, but after listening to it for a long time, I became immune to it. If it was an ordinary person, facing this kind of attack from Lu Frost, at this moment, they had long since put down their weapons and shook hands with Lu Frost. But Tang Ru was different. Tang Ru was a life-killing monk who had experienced the 3 heart demon tribulations. The will was incomparably firm, so naturally it was impossible to be shaken by a few zither sounds. Only to see Tang Ru open his Dharma phase and hand the large spear in his hand to hand it forward with force. In an instant, the tremendous force shattered Lu Frost's ancient zither. It was only a fraction of a second away from stabbing Lu Frost's stomach in the process as well. Then Lu Frost felt the kind of cold, itchy sensation coming from his abdomen, being stared at by something dangerous. She knew that she had lost. Lose fast. He himself had not even gone a single round under this demon bending Vajra, and her zither was broken. Interesting spell. And you're good, Tang Ru complimented. It did give him a fresh feeling. It's a little weak though. Thanks for the compliment, Senior, Lu Frost said. Poor monks see you all chi number white, no blood, and see you as a person. Also does not seem to be the generation of wealth and money. Why wade into this mess? Tang Ru asked. The Lu Frost in front of him was indeed different from those masters who were moved by wealth. She was too open. Her demeanor was calm from the first moment they met, and her tone was always soft. And she doesn't even have a bit of blood in her. Karma. Obviously not the kind of juggler who fights all the time either. She should be a disciple trained by a sect, or witch academy, or an elder or something like that. Senior's jokes. Taoist ancestor transmission method, own countless people heart. Frost is no exception. Just Frost has been confident in their own strength. Now not as good as Senior's. Is also Frost asking for trouble? Lu Frost touched the pieces of his zither, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was the first fluctuation in her mood. You're quite frank. Since you're here for profit, then the poor monk can't spare you. When Tang Ru said that, the Vajra Dharma phase behind him manifested once again, and the lance in his hand was ready to fire. By the Senior's decision, facing the icy cold lance, Lu Frost also did not have a single fluctuation of emotions, just touching the pieces of the guqin in his hand. He said this and sat down frankly where he was. Dang Ru also stopped talking nonsense and stabbed out with a gun, hitting him straight in the heart. Blood spurts. A smear of blood spilled from the corner of Lu Frost's mouth. Dang Ru pulled his lance out. Lu Frost then collapsed straight onto the bed. The entire body turned cold with the loss of blood. Her soul floated out as well. Of course, Tang Ru would not let go of someone who wanted to kill him just because of the particularity of his attitude. Even if the person acted frankly, Dang Ru looked at its soul, stretching out his lance. He seemed to be trying to break it up, but think about it for a moment. Or was it changed from breaking up to overpowering? Since she's not a vicious person, she'll be given a chance in the afterlife. Or rather, Lu Frost's frank attitude won her the opportunity to reincarnate. Recite the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra to transcend Lu Frost's soul. If she has no hatred, then her soul will be able to live. If there is hatred, then her spirit will rush in for revenge. Naturally, it's a soul-crushing experience. She's lucky. Or rather, her attitude determines how lucky she is at the moment. She didn't hate it, and a shady man appeared and took her soul away. It seems to be just as she said. Her concept is, they could come and surround and kill Tang Ru, then Tang Ru could naturally come and kill them back. How about life and death? But it's just a matter of skill. There's nothing to hate. It's time to say no. People who read a lot of books are just very open-minded. As long as she didn't have hatred, just for this open-mindedness of hers, Tang Ru was willing to let her soul go. Kill Lu Frost. Duanru opened the window and continued to start looking for his next target. Speaking up, killing Lu Frost was a bit of a loss. I don't know what I was thinking when I killed it. Lu Frost's entire chi was white and flawless, without a trace of bloodshed. After killing her, her cultivation not only didn't grow, but also regressed a lot. It almost fell back to the early stage of the spirit wheel. Of course, at that time, all I could think of was that since I had already done it, I would definitely have to kill it, and I couldn't leave any loose ends. After all, who could tell if her open-mindedness was something she put on to stay alive? But the facts tell Dingru. Conspiracy theories are a load of shit. It's still fake gold-rimmed shit that entices one to pick it up and then be sickened to the point of vomiting by its filthy, stinking core. Don't think about that anymore. Dangru continued to rush towards his next target. This time the target was rich as hell. Everyone else was staying at an inn. The man had instead bought a mansion outright. And this man is practicing his boxing skills in the mansion at the moment. Sensing Dangru's aura, the man raised his head and looked at Tangru high in the sky. Your Excellency is the demon bucking Vajra? Dangru's outfit was very recognizable, and basically anyone who had taken the bounty would be able to recognize it. Except, the first batch of that white-robed old man. He seems to be simply trying to pick up the slack. Therefore, he did not even know Dangru's external features. Figured he'd wait for the fight to start and see who everyone was hitting and he'd follow to pick up the slack. But unfortunately, picking up the pieces didn't work, and instead sent himself and a bunch of clan elders to their deaths. The man sized up Tangru, and Tangru sized up the man. The only thing I saw was that the man was wearing only a pair of pants all over his body, and his upper body was naked. A body of bronzed muscles was as hard as a knife and axe. Obviously, it was a physical cultivator. Body repair fight. Can have a fist to the flesh of the cool feeling. My name is Wang Mang, meet fellow Taoist Vajra. The body worker introduced himself by name. A poor monk killing a living being is not called Vajra. Duanru corrected. Even if this Wang Mang shouted him out as a demon subduing Taoist friend, it was nothing. King Kong. It reminded him of the big dumb monkeys that fought with the mutant sea lizards in America. All in all, it's bad. So the Taoist friend's Dharma name is Slayer. I've investigated you. You seem to be a physical cultivator as well, killing people with a direct punch that shatters their heads. You also have 3 devils. The third one only appeared recently, when you killed fellow Taoist Li Wentian. Am I right? Wang Mang said confidently. He was in the middle stage of the spirit wheel, and Tangru on the opposite side was also in the middle stage of the spirit wheel. So naturally, it was impossible for him to degrade himself to compliment Tangru and belittle himself. Naturally, but it's unfortunate that these 3 devils, at this moment, are not by the side of the poor monk. Can you dare to let go and kill with the poor monk? Tangru laughed lightly. Ha ha ha, just what I want. Those who cultivate swords, guns, swords, and arts and crafts are so unpleasant to fight. It's better to be a physical cultivator like you and me, fighting like an honorable man. Come, do a fight with me. Wang Mang laughed loudly and flew up to the sky, set up his stance and lighted up his spirit wheel, adding power to himself, and then prepared to fight with Dangru. Fellow Taoist is a pain in the ass. In that case, the poor monk won't squirm. When Tangru said that, the Vajra Dharma phase behind him opened up, and the two merged. similarly taking a stance. And then, only the two of them were seen in rapid figures, rushing towards each other. As the two fists collided, a spark appeared out of thin air, followed by a loud sound that instantly resounded in the sky. The two were blown back dozens of meters each by the explosion. Both sides pulled away. Wang Mang laughed out loud. Ouch! But his fingers, which were trembling slightly, were clearly telling him that it didn't hurt. It hurts. Not fast. Although Wang Mang pretended to be a bold and fastidious look on the surface, but he also knew that for the punch he had just thrown, he had no chance of winning. Deng Ru's power had already surpassed him by too much. Continuing to fight will only lead to one outcome. He was exhausted, and then he was punched in the head by Deng Ru. He, on the other hand, traded an arm with Deng Ru at most. What to do? Running? It's impossible to run away. It's also impossible to run. Body cultivation. To put it nicely, is a cultivator who refines the body. To put it mildly, they are crude martial artists. And Wolf, the fight is a breath of fresh air. If you are afraid because your opponent is powerful, you will not dare to fight. That's not even as good as a street punk. A street punk gets smacked in the mouth and still knows how to scream a few times. Wang Mang no longer hesitated, and after a little bit of conditioning, he once again puffed up his whole body's breath, mobilized his whole body's muscles, and struck towards Deng Ru. Deng Ru was not inferior to him, and the Vajradharma phase behind him continued to punch along with him, meeting Wang Mang. This time, their fists clashed again, but the two didn't back away this time. Instead, they very silently chose to throw a second punch. That punch landed straight on the opposite side of the face. Both sides want to punch each other to death. At the very least, give the opponent a moment of fainting, and then follow up with a few more punches until the opponent is completely defenseless. Deng Ru lands a punch that snaps the head of Wang Mang backwards, and Wang Mang's punch knocked Deng Ru's mask off. The mask fell from Deng Ru's face, clanked twice and fell on the ground. Fortunately it was made of fine iron. This height, it could not break it. Deng Ru's hideous face under the mask was also revealed. This hideous face made Wang Mang make the most taboo mistake of a martial artist. He wandered off. He had never seen anyone's face look so odd. It would be just as well if they were completely disfigured, on the off chance that half of the face is still intact. This is too weird. He wandered off. But Duanru wouldn't. Deng Ru seized the opportunity and continued to hit Wang Mang's head with his second punch. The force of the punch was so great that it dazzled Wang Mang's brain for a long time, and it was during this period of time when Wang Mang was lost in thought. Deng Ru's fists were as fast as a storm and landed on every fatal acupoint on Wang Mang's body. Punch after punch. It beat Wang Mang's body to a pulp. Wang Mang could no longer see a single piece of good meat on his body. His breath also gradually weakened, and finally disappeared completely. Amit Ba. Deng Ru moved a few meters away from Wang Mang's body. Hands joined together. He bent slightly and performed a Buddhist salute. And then recite the Earth Store Main Wish Sutra under your breath. Wang Mang's soul drilled out. He didn't hate it either. When martial artists fight each other, they fight for their intentions, regardless of life and death. The loss was convincing. The Undertaker took Wang Mang's soul away. Deng Ru also then got up and picked up the mask that had fallen to the ground and brought it back to his face. It's time to say no. This face, indeed, gave him great convenience when fighting. Many people either didn't dare or froze after seeing this face of his. It's very convenient. After killing Wang Mang, Deng Ru continued to look for his next target. There was a lot of commotion fighting Wang Mang. It had attracted the attention of the people in the neighborhood, and many of them were already gathered around the entrance of this courtyard that Wang Mang had bought. Soon a government official arrived to cordon off the scene. Unlike ordinary cities, the officials of Zhualu City have real power. After all, this was the city where the Northern Court capital was located. If the Northern Court Protectorate, which was in charge of the empire's borders, had no real power, then the empire would truly exist in name only. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Deng Ru. He had long since flown away from here and started looking for his next target. Most of those who could cultivate to the spiritual realm were not idiots like that Li Wentian. They are both cautious and have their own traits and their personalities. At this moment, Tang Ru had killed 3 people in a row, so I'm afraid that he had already attracted their attention. And so it is. The moment. In an inn. The old man who was called Senior Qin Yin by the crowd listened to the situation reported by his own disciples and frowned tightly. Killing 3 people in a row. This monk is really a great killer. Even that mangaka was killed by him. Elder Chung Yun sighed as he took a sip of hot tea. It seems that it's not a flock, but a simmering eagle. Elder Qin Yun said and put down his tea. There was a hint of gravity in his eyes. No longer the relaxed look he had before entering the city. Can't stop laughing. That Wang Mang, with his incomparably powerful cross-cultivation kung fu, was even at the middle stage of the spirit wheel cultivation. Even he, old man Chung Yun, a late-stage spirit wheel expert. If he wanted to pin down Wang Mang, it definitely couldn't be that easy, or to defeat Wang Mang in his best horizontal skill. The most crucial thing was that demon Buckingbadra wasn't in his full state when he went to kill Wang Mang. He first killed the headmaster of the Green Mountain sect and the elders of the Green Mountain sect, ran off again to kill Lu Frost, the blind husband of the White Cloud School. These two, Elder Changyun was also clear about their strength. Although the Green Mountain sect master's strength was at the bottom of the spirit wheel realm, but with his elders setting up a formation, he was also able to block late-stage spirit wheel experts. And that blind husband Lu Frost from the White Cloud Academy is not a good person to mess with. Although there were no clear rumors in the rivers and lakes that she had killed anyone or any expert, but there are not a lot of people she has defeated. There was no lack of late-stage spirit wheel powerhouses among them. Relying on that, it's that ghostly zither. Even Elder Changyun did not dare to confidently say that he had retreated in his entire body when faced with the sound of his zither. And at the moment, both were found dead in the inn. The Green Mountain sect's headmaster and his elders collapsed horizontally in the inn, and his own head was even directly turned into a puddle of broken meat. Lu Frost's broken zither and her body were also found in the inn, just a little better than the Green Mountain sect's head. This Lu Frost left a whole body, and the souls of these people are even unknown. And it is not known whether they have been transcended or whether their souls have been dispersed. After killing these two, that demon subduing Vajra also took the time to kill a Wang Mang. By the looks of it, I don't think it's going to stop. Go, find Zhao Da. Elder Qinyan made up his mind right then and there. It was not yet possible to completely surmise what echelon the descending demon Vajra's battle power belonged to. At least judging from the battle power that had been displayed so far, it was not inferior to him, even stronger. Then face a flagging prey. The natural thing to do is to hunt in groups with other hunters. In this way, losses can be minimized. The Zhao Da he spoke of was the middle-aged man who had conversed with him earlier when he entered the city. This Zhao Da was also a late-stage spirit will realm expert. Rumor has it that he retired from the army and is good at making a military stick. And in the places he guarded, a military stick beat the northern barbarians so much that they didn't dare to hope. Only now it's retired. However, a martial arts cultivation is still in place. And his cultivation, obviously, is not a chi number to eat. In fact, in order to prevent the tragedy of the foreigners being able to enter the pass and kill and eat people in every chaotic situation, from the moment Daying founded the country, Daying's border troops, then, did not practice chi counting, but rather practiced the method of killing and destroying with blood and chi. However, this law is against the harmony of heaven. Therefore, the soldiers and generals in the border army cannot stay for a long time, usually stay for 2 or 3 years, 17 or 18 years will be retired. Elder Changyun pushed open the window and flew out of the inn, flying towards the place where Zhao Da landed. As he remembered, suddenly, Elder Changyun saw a person flying towards him. The visitor was seen to have a well-trimmed, dark beard and a resolute face. A black suit set off its aura of solemnity. It was none other than Zhao Da that old man Changyun was about to look for. Gu, old senior Changyun. Coincidentally, I was just about to look for you, Zhao Da said with a complimentary face, but in reality, both of them knew it in their hearts. The compliment was, in fact, a taunt. Why isn't the old thing dead? That's roughly what it means. Oh, General Zhao, you're breaking my old man's heart. Elder Changyun pulled the corner of his mouth. If that demon subduing Vajra hadn't displayed such a powerful battle force in his life, he would never work with a young and impetuous scion like Zhao Da. Thinking that they had fought all over the world in the army, they looked down on them. The old geezers. The words were barbed. That demon Buckingbadra is a powerful warrior. How about you and I work together? Elder Changyun said. Yo, an old geezer like old forefather Changyun will also have a day of fear? Zhao Da asked with a grin. If General Zhao isn't afraid, why did he come here to find me? Elder Changyun's culmination is not to be described as profound. The thorn in Zhao Da's words was already this obvious, and he still managed to maintain a conciliatory attitude. I'm not doing anything. I'm not wading through this mess. Zhao Da picked his nose, unconcerned. Not that he was afraid. Saying you're scared doesn't make a difference. In his opinion, the potential cost of this mess is disproportionate to the gains to come. Yes, the sermons of the Taoist ancestors are precious, but he also knew that was the same as listening to a teacher in a schoolroom for the Taoist priests within the Taoist sect. As long as they were school children in the schoolhouse, then they were able to listen to the lectures. And if he wanted to go to the lecture, he might have to pay the price of a whole bunch of cards, and might even pay with his life. It is only possible to go and listen to a Taoist ancestor speak the Dharma once. It might not even get to the point. Maybe, after he had a good time and killed the demon subduing Vajra, he was happy to go to the True Sun sect to hear the Taoist ancestor speak. As a result, The Taoist ancestor opened the middle of a Taoist classic and opened his mouth. Class, let's move on to what we talked about in the last class. Isn't this purely dumb? So, Zhao De decided not to wade into this mess. Barbarian Zhao. Don't think that just because Lao Fu honors you with the phrase General Zhao that you really consider yourself a general, but you're just a dog that retreated from the border. So what qualifications do you have to pin a gun and a stick on Lao Fu? Who are you? If you don't wade into the muddy waters, why did you come? Elder Qingyan only felt like he was being teased for a while, and even though he was well cultivated, he couldn't help but curse out. In his opinion, the Zhao De in front of him was clearly trying to cooperate as well as fake innocence, looking down on him as an old geezer. Hypocrisy in the extreme. No, what for? Get out of the way, old thing. I'm going to catch up with the old general. Or do you want to touch base with him? Zhao De pushed Elder Qingyan away with one hand. Elder Qingyan shut his mouth at once. He was aware of it. The old general in this Zhao Da's mouth is the current biting capital protector. Li Dinghua. Heart Phase Realm Powerhouse. He wouldn't dare touch it blindly. What's more, Li Dinghua wasn't the one with the highest cultivation level within the border army. Although the threat of the barbarians in the north was not as high as the demon race in the 100,000 mountains, but the empire was here, and there were also so many two Dao-peeping realm battle generals sitting around. Furthermore, these two Dao-prying realm existences were at the disposal of Li Dinghua. He, old man Changyun, was nothing more than a late-stage spirit wheel. What virtue and ability? Where did he get the guts to dare to touch base with this old general? Elder Qingyun suddenly remembered. This Zhao De seemed to have fought under Li Dinghua when he joined the army in his early years. He also blocked the barbarian sword for Li Dinghua. The relationship between the two cannot be described as affectionate. In that case, it is really possible that this Zhao De is going to seek refuge in Li Dinghua and not wade into this mess. When Elder Qingyun thought of this, he began to panic a bit. Although there were many experts who came this time, the only existences at the late spirit wheel stage were him and Zhao De, as well as a master he wasn't familiar with. Zhao De couldn't pull it off, and that other expert he wasn't familiar with. In other words, he will face the retaliation of the descending Vajra all by himself. This goes to, some of it is killing me. This is going to be a real pain in the ass. Inside and in room, Tang Ru crushed the head of a true Qi realm perfection expert with one hand. The scene reported by the third heart demon heard of the two great masters meeting. He nodded slightly and spoke. It's also counted that this Zhao Da's life is not deserved, since Zhao Da won't wade into this mess. He himself was from a military background of defending his family and his country. There was also an expert of the heart phase realm sheltering him. Naturally, Tang Ru would not insist on killing this Zhao Da. He grew up with the greatest respect for the soldiers who defended their country. He was willing to rush the military to give concessions to the other side when there was no conflict in his position. Of course, if positions conflict, then I'm sorry, the generalship isn't all that great. As usual, you have to die. Discarding the bodies in his hands, he shattered the souls of these people with a single shot. Tang Ru felt his cultivation level. The middle stage of the spirit wheel realm had been completely stabilized. There were very few cultivators like Lu Frost who had never killed a single person by the time they reached the spirit wheel realm. Naturally, it is not possible to regress in cultivation that many times. After killing so many experts this time, his cultivation had already solidified at the middle stage of the spirit wheel realm. Only two experts at the early spirit wheel realm were missing from the late stage realm, or a mid-spirit wheel expert. Without stopping any further, Tang Ru continued to rush towards his next target. He wanted to break through two realms in a row today, and after that, go and kill Elder Changyun, kill another expert of the late spirit wheel realm. The entrance to the biting capital palace. Zhao De didn't swindle Elder Changyun. He really came to visit Li Dinghua. Two brothers, please inform us that Zhao De has come to pay his respects to the old general. Zhao De clasped his fists at the two young generals standing in the doorway. Boss Zhao, it's you. What are these words? You're a lifelong friend who has blocked the sword for Lord Protector of the capital. Wait for a while, we'll go and inform. When one of the junior generals saw that it was Zhao De, he lost his defenses and turned around and ran towards the interior of the capital. Apparently, Zhao De was well known in the northern border army. Even the junior generals who watched the door were able to memorize his appearance. After a while, the young general ran out again and clasped his fists at Zhao De. Boss Zhao, Lord Dugu has an invitation. Thanks a lot, brother. Zhao De laughed, and then took a big stride towards the interior of the capital palace. Old general, I've come to see you. While walking, he also yelled, the relationship is not good to a degree. Is categorically no one dares to be so loose in front of a handful of the capital guard. All day long there is no proper behavior. When the army does not change, retired to mix the Jianghu also does not change. You want me to say you what good? A calm voice came from within the capital hall. Just by listening to the voice, one can hear that in these words, There is no intention of blame, but only some concern. Worrying about the future of this old ministry and how to go about it. Ha ha ha, old general, where are your words? I, Zhao Da, am now retired from the army and a gentleman. Of course I speak of a dashing and fastidiousness. Zhao Da didn't care and found himself a seat. His relationship with Li Dinghua was, without a doubt, one that could be so licentious. Li Dinghua's brow furrowed and he sighed. You, by the way, have you been married all these years? Li Dinghua suddenly asked. Ha, Zhao Da Ding big man directly stayed there. The hand just to drink the tea of the cow also stopped in mid-air. Drink is not. Do not drink is not. Ever been married? Li Dinghua stretched out his fingers and knocked on the armrest of the Taisher chair to continue asking. This, harm, I, Zhao Da, have just gone on playing all these years without having a family. Zhao Da shrugged it off, unconcerned. Ha ha ha, well then, ever thought of having a family? Li Dinghua laughed twice and continued to ask. This, oops, old general, you shouldn't ask around so much. What do you want to do? Just tell me. Zhao Da only felt that Li Dinghua was so uncomfortable at the moment, and his speech was twisted. That's the thing to ask. Ever thought of having a family? Li Dinghua's complexion became serious and bored. If anything, before, Li Dinghua asked Zhao Da if he had found a date as cordially as an elder. Then now Li Dinghua, like an old father, with a serious face, asked Zhao Da, you brat, in the end when the mother intends to find a date? One is a gracious hush. One is seriously hardcore. Alas, I'm not hiding from the old general. Like those of us who practice the method of killing and destroying in the line of duty, that are all worried about the harmony of heaven, and it's difficult to live a long life. You are also aware of that. Just like that, how do we dare to hold up the future of other girls? Zhao Da sighed, and as soon as he did, he bull-drank the tea in his hand. That means you want to have a family, right? Li Dinghua asked. Zhao Da hesitated for a moment and nodded. Ha ha ha, that's good. That's good. Li Dinghua laughed as he clapped his hands and said, One heir, come out. As his words fell, a pavilion girl stepped out from a side room within the hall. The girl wore a pale blue sari, and a snow-white girdle held the whole garment together. There was not a trace of makeup on her face and her eyebrows were warm. The girl slightly curtsied and bowed to Zhao Da. Li Wan, meet General Zhao. Zhao Da was confused for a moment, looking at the young lady in front of him with a delicate body, delicate skin, and gentle temperament. How could he not be clear about what Li Dinghua was going to do? This, old general, this, what is the meaning of this? Li Dinghua smiled as he stroked his beard. Daughter Li Wan, gentle character, excellent talent, and you, can be a good match. On the side, Li Wan's cheeks were slightly red, her head lowered, and she didn't say a word. This, old general, I naturally know that your daughter is a very good girl, but I, Zhao Da, am now long over 40 years old, and your daughter, old general, is only 28 years old. Zhao Da's face turned red, and he no longer suppressed it as he angrily said, when we fought with you against the barbarians, sister-in-law had just gotten pregnant, right? How can you let us do that? Li Dinghua's face twitched slightly. Letting your old cow eat young grass is looking down on you. Li Dinghua cursed, but immediately afterward, he knew he was out of line inside. This dying, his days are numbered. Li Dinghua's words startled Zhao Da. Everyone knows dying is almost done, but you, Li Dinghua, are dying's northern court protector, or royal blood. Its position can be characterized as one of great power. Say that? Does it fit? There's no need to make this face. Dying is almost finished. It's something everyone knows. It's been more than 1,000 years. How many masters have changed on this earth? It doesn't make sense that dying will be able to survive for all time. Li Dinghua waved his hand and spoke the words in his heart without any concern. Recently, the neighboring barbarians have been stirring up again, and their mountain-moving warriors are going to come to the border from time to time to fight. Within Liangzhou, that Jinyang sect is stirring again, wanting to support the next true dragon. These days not even a drop of rain has fallen. A great drought is coming, showing the sign that my dying will die. The cultivation system of the northern barbarians was not quite the same as that of dying. However, it was somewhat similar to the physical cultivation of dying, although their cultivation methods were very primitive. Only being able to cultivate to the moving mountain realm is comparable to the cultivator's peeping Dao realm. And after the cultivator peeps into the Dao realm, there is also the selfless realm and the Dao fruit realm, two realms relative to each other. Further on, there is the legendary sun and moon realm. That is a realm of legend, not to be considered. Legend has it that there are still surviving sun and moon realm ancestors in the Buddhist and Taoist families, but I don't know if it's true or not. Speaking of this, Li Dinghua raised his head and let out a long sigh. Dying is about to die, and we, the northern court protector of dying, are also going to die. We have to keep the barbarians out of the borderline. It's our responsibility. Li Wan, this girl, has been smart since she was a child, and is also the most considerate, much more pleasing to the eye than her older siblings. Li Dingwa touched his own daughter's head. His eyes were red, and there seemed to be some light beating in his eyes. If it was possible, he naturally hoped that his daughter would marry a man who was a good match for her, or rather, a man of her choice. At least, the right age. But at the moment, we now only hate born all the sun with the handle. They can only die with us in the battlefield. Absolutely cannot have a back way. Otherwise, I am sorry for the people to pay the tax silver. He just hated that he was born all male. Men, we have to be responsible. If it had been a girl, he could have operated to get her to go away, far away, to live in peace. But those sons, in full view of the public, countless people are watching now. They'll have to die with him in battle to do right by the people. Zhao De was silent. He looked at his old boss and then at Li Wan, who could almost be his daughter. Zhao De didn't know if he should. Maybe he shouldn't have married Li Wan. After all, she was too young. But, if Li Wan doesn't marry out, then she is a member of the Li family, and she will have to die along with Li Dingwei to defend the border. That's the responsibility. It is the duty due to those who stand in this position and enjoy the offerings of the people. Of course, the responsibility can be not fulfilled, and the people can do nothing but curse the dog official. But Li Dingwa's conscience couldn't stand it. He has to do his part in this. But for Li Wan, his only youngest daughter, he had a personal interest. He wanted Li Wan to leave the Li family and enter Zhao De's family so that she would not be obligated to stay and be a full-fledged loyalist along with his Li family. Why me? The old general, Zhao De asked again. Li Dingwa clearly had the option to move on to other men. There was absolutely no need to find an old thing like him who was in his 40s and not going to live long. I only trust you, Li Dingwa said. Li Wan, no matter what, is still his daughter. It was only natural that the man she was going to marry should have a guaranteed character. And Zhao De, the one who had blocked the knife for him. At that time, neither side knew the other's true identity. This quality is enough. Oh, little son-in-law, greet your father-in-law. Zhao De laughed bitterly twice and bent over to Li Dingwa. Ha ha ha, good. Tomorrow we will start preparing for the wedding. I want the people of the city to know that Wan Er is no longer a member of my Li family, but you're Zhao De's daughter-in-law. Li Dingwa stroked his palm and laughed. At this moment his purpose was achieved. His mood is naturally incomparable. It's all up to the old general. Zhao De looked at his newly acquired beauty and was a bit confused for a moment. He was if he remembered correctly. He's here to catch up with Li Dingwa. How come you've married someone's daughter after all this catching up? As for the matter of her impending marriage, Li Wan did not have much mental fluctuation. In addition to shyness, there was only a longing to leave her father. But there was no way around it. She knew that her father would be sad if she didn't leave. Another so-called spirit will realm expert was killed. Tang Ru's cultivation had completely arrived at the late spirit will realm at this moment. Feel the power in your body, he thought. Now he could go find that old man Chang Yun. The third heart demon had been closely following that old man Chang Yun. According to the information transmitted by the third heart demon, Elder Chang Yun should be on his way out of the city. I can see that. He wimped out. Elder Chang Yun didn't dare to stay on. News of the death of one expert after another came. He was simply not confident that he could take down Tang Ru at this moment. He made the same choice as Zhao De, from the heart, but Zhao De from the heart, with Li Dingwa shelter, and from his heart, he was only able to wind up pulling and calling. Elder Qing Yin flew through the air in a hurry. He only hated himself at the moment for being too confident before and placing his position that far away from the city gates. I also hate this Chualu city. How the hell can it be built so big? Amitabha Buddha, where is the old master going with his hurried steps? Before Elder Chang Yin could escape the city gates, he saw a white-robed monk blocking him. At this moment, Elder Chang Yun was already drenched in sweat. He couldn't figure out what was clearly a clusterfuck. Even if, later, he thought the deer was an eagle. But there wasn't too much fear. After all, it's not like even an eagle can't be killed. It's just a matter of pulling some strings. But now, as news of the deaths of one expert after another came in, Elder Chang Yun knew that this was not an eagle. This was a hunter. It's hunters like them. And, a strong, and experienced hunter. All will pay for their arrogance. Your Excellency is the demon subduing master? Little old Chang Yun, I've heard a lot about you. Elder Chang Yun accompanied him with a smile, trying to awaken the Buddha nature in Deng Ru's heart. But obviously, he failed. Old monks' polite words will not need to be said. Since they have come to kill poor monks, then I think that they are also prepared to be killed by poor monks. When Tang Ru said that, a large spear appeared in his hand with a flash of light. The Vajra Dharma phase behind him opened up and merged with himself, instantly doubling his power by more than 5 times. The divine ability, Vajra Dharma phase, was already a necessary divine ability for Dang Ru's battles. From the very beginning of doubling up on 1 or 2 times the power, to now outright quintupling it. Very smooth. This was equivalent to the fact that Elder Qingyun had to face the power of 5 Dang Ru stacked on top of each other. 1 would be enough for old man Qingyun to drink a pot, let alone 5. Why is the master so ferocious? I'm just passing by, and I've never done you any harm, so how can you refuse to let me go? Elder Qingyun felt a strong threat and hurriedly blurted out. He didn't want to fight, he just wanted to run, but it seems, there's no running away. The monk on the opposite side seemed to have strengthened more than just his strength. Ha! In the face of Elder Qingyun's question, Tang Ru just returned a ha. If he didn't have this power at the moment, he would be the one asking this question. Then will old man Qingyun let him go? It won't. Money moves people. If that is the case, then you will have to bear the consequences of this one. Without talking too much nonsense with old man Qingyun, a big gun danced and killed straight toward old man Qingyun. When Elder Qingyun saw that Dang Ru was not being reasonable at all, he could only pull out his long sword in haste to fend off. By the way, he turned his spirit wheel on and tangled with Dang Ru. You postgrads, 1 by 1, you don't know how to respect your seniors, since you refuse to let old me go. Then I'll also let you know that this late-stage spirit will realm cultivation of old me didn't come by the alms of heaven and earth. The old man Qingyun's spirit will rotated behind him, his beard and hair spread out, and he glared angrily at Tang Ru, only to see him say word for word. The old man has fought 35,000 matches in the Jianghu and has never been defeated. So today, I will teach you arrogant juniors to know that seniors. Why are they seniors? Elder Qingyun said, pulling away from Tang Ru. Reaching out, he swung his long sword into the air, dancing out a trail of sword shadows. Surprisingly, old man Qingyun's sword shadow did not dissipate over time. Instead, it stayed in the air. As soon as he swung his sword, hundreds of sword shadows followed him. He also doesn't fight with Dang Ru, ducking while dancing with his sword. Tang Ru could see that Elder Qingyun seemed to be holding back a big move, but he couldn't make too good a solution at the moment. No matter how old man Qingyun was, he was still a veteran late-stage spirit wheel. If he avoided fighting, it would be impossible for him to take down old man Qingyun in a short period of time. As old man Qingyun swung his sword 1,000 times, behind him had been densely covered with tens of thousands of sword shadows. In this part of Zhuodir City's urban area, it was all densely covered with sword shadows. The people on the ground watched the fight between the two high in the air, as splendid as a divine fight, and were astonished for a moment. Posthumous. Watch this. Elder Qingyun no longer dodged, with one hand behind his back and one hand holding his sword. As the breeze brushed by, old man Qingyun's robe danced and his snow-white beard and hair danced about. A good deal of patriarchal demeanor. It was only seen in a loud voice. This move is called 10,000 swords, don't lie. Dang Ru froze for a moment. Eastbound? Shouldn't it be 10,000 swords? But soon, he knew what it was to have 10,000 swords coming from the east, only to see these sword shadows from all directions flying east in unison, hovering in the eastern sky, and then all aiming at Dang Ru. Tens of thousands of sword shadows whistled toward Tang Ru, as if a white dragon was trying to crash and kill an enemy that had been hated for 10,000 years. And Tang Ru finally realized why this thing was called 10,000 swords east. Because they need an acceleration to enhance the power of the individual vapors. It's kinda about science. Dang Ru was a little tempted to spit, but not allowing Tang Ru to spit too much. Those sword shadows came one after the other, quickly rushing towards Tang Ru. Dang Ru didn't dare to fight hard and danced with his spear, and by the way, summoned all 3 heart demons back to block the sword for him. Your mom. Before the first heart demon could finish his words, he was dispersed by the sword shadows. Tang Ru was naturally selectively deaf to the profanity that the first heart demon wanted to curse out. The heart demon won't die anyway, it's no loss to block it. This move of mine, 10,000 swords to the east, is invincible at the same level. If you can't die, then it's the death of the old man. Elder Qingyun was very confident, and there was no room for him to be unsure. In order to make this move, 10,000 swords to the east, he didn't have any half of his spiritual energy left in his body at the moment. The main fight is won. If the enemy doesn't die, then I die. It's desperation. One of us has to die. The shadows of the tens of thousands of swords gradually dissipated as they charged, revealing the intact white monk inside. Already, 3 snot-nosed heartbreakers. Of course, that's just the adjective. Heart demons don't nosedive. Their status is readily restored. But the 3 heart demons were already nosed to the grindstone inside. You're really not a person now, last name. The first heart demon opened his mouth to curse, but before he could finish, Tang Ru snapped his fingers and put it away. By the way, the other 2 creditors were also collected. Elder Qingyun looked at the intact Tang Ru and was too shocked to speak for a moment. He thought about Dang Ru being able to carry this move. he was also prepared to die, but he couldn't figure out that Dang Ru was actually intact. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. It's simply not possible. Is it possible that those 3 ghosts can still be revived indefinitely to block the sword for him? You finished making your moves. It's the poor monk's turn. Tang Ru's calm voice caused Elder Chung Yun to immediately fall into an ice cellar. He didn't want to think about why Dang Ru was able to block the sword at this moment. At the moment all he wanted to know was how he should be able to run. But there's no running away. After making that move 10,000 swords to the east, all of his spiritual energy was already used up just to support him as he flew. Not to mention escaping with his life under a late-stage spirit will expert in his full state. There's no escape. Oh, old man, admit it. Elder Ching Yin closed his eyes and waited for death to come. And Dang Ru lived up to his expectations, stabbing through Elder Ching Yun's head with a single shot. With a smooth shake of his hand, he struck the soul that floated out of old man Ching Yun as well. A headless body fell straight to the ground, killing Elder Ching Yun. Dang Ru closed his palms and slightly bent down to chant, Amit Ba. And then they flew away directly, without a single pause, to rush to the next battlefield. Following the location provided by the third heart demon, Tang Ru killed toward the last late-stage spirit will expert. After killing this expert, the rest of the experts, then they were all just dirt and dogs, not worth mentioning. Come to a mansion. It should be said not to say that this master is also a rich one, and as soon as he came, he bought a 3-entry mansion. Duanru didn't choose to knock politely this time, straight up with a dry leg. After only hearing a crackling sound of wood breaking, followed by a bang, the gate fell to the ground in response. Walking into the courtyard, Dang Ru saw a monk wearing a big red robe on the outside and a yellow monk's robe on the inside sitting in the courtyard with his eyes closed. What emanated from him was the aura of a late-stage spirit wheel. Obviously, this monk was the last expert. This senior brother, is he also interested in the head on the poor monk's neck? Or are you interested in the Taoist ancestor lectures of the True Sun sect? I, the Buddhist sect, wouldn't have no grandmaster to speak the Dharma, would I? Dang Ru took a step behind this monk. He wasn't worried about the monk getting violent. After all, this fellow disciple didn't have even half a bit of bloodshed karma on him. Instead, it's all about merit and dazzle. Obviously this fellow disciple is the kind of monk in this world who doesn't get involved in killing. Such monks, tainted with killing cultivation becomes empty. Amit Ba Buddha. The scholar is not yet worthy to call the poor monk master. The monk turned around and glared at Dang Ru. Oh, Dang Ru gave an also slight indication that he was willing to listen to the high opinion. All covered in bloodshed. Where are you, one of my Buddhas? The monk asked angrily. Why not? Tang Ru wasn't annoyed either, just calmly looking at the fellow disciple in front of him. The monk sneered and continued. Ha, in the name of my Buddhist sect, committing all kinds of killings, the poor monk asks you, pure and true as the sea, sham silent and chaste, virtue and behavior are forever prolonged and eternal, and the wonderful body is always firm. Which word generation are you a disciple of? Who was the abbot who ordained you? Which dharma system is practiced? Faced with a series of questions from the monk, Dang Ruju did not answer. There was no one to ordain him. As for Fa Tuan, this monk won't believe it even if he says so. Ha, I act well under the Buddha's door. Only one day it will take a life to pay for it. The monk cursed. In the face of the monk's successive accusations, Tang Ru just smiled blandly and said, Senior brother, you're guilty of anger. Your dharma system is not comparable to that of a poor monk, and it is half the precepts and clear rules that cannot be broken. The monk then reacted as he felt his cultivation level. There has been a hint of relief. If one were to commit anger again, one would only have to fall to the middle stage of the spirit wheel. A red and a white monk stood opposite each other. One side is aggressive, the other is calm. Any way you look at it, the aggressive side doesn't look like a real monk. If senior brother is only here to talk about this, then the poor monk will not accompany him. Dang Ru said and turned around. This monk is full of merit. It's useless to kill him. He probably didn't come for the true Yang sect's bounty either. I'm just afraid that I heard that there was a demon subduing Vajra killing people all over the place under the banner of Buddhism, and I couldn't bear it, so I came. This senior brother's cultivation is still not good enough. How could a true master be outraged by the fact that someone is subduing demons and eliminating devils under the banner of Buddhism? Or even come to question him personally? It won't. Stop. The monk blurted out again. Tang Ru did not stop. Not killing this monk was already a mercy for him. Naturally, he would not listen to this monk. He lifted his leg and left without stopping for a moment. Suddenly, a token was flown over by the monk. Dang Ru reached out and clamped it down. It seemed to be made of gold, but it was completely different. It was golden in color and depicted a kind-eyed Buddha, seated high above a lotus flower, speaking and preaching to the confused beings below, and on the back of it are inscribed the words Devi Temple. If you truly have a clear conscience and have not dishonored the Buddha's lintel, Then come to my great compassion monastery and be tested by the ancestors' questioning heart. The monk said. Without the slightest hesitation, Tongru threw this great compassion temple token back as soon as he could. The temple of great compassion. He had an impression. It is the second dharma system of Buddhism in this world. He wasn't interested in listening to anyone ask for a heart. A few mind-bending innings of questioning aren't enough for you. He's asking for it, but he's too lazy to listen to people blah blah blah. Since you don't dare, then don't ever act under the banner of my Buddhist sect. The monk said angrily. Ha ha ha, poor monk's life ask heart no shame. Only you this ancestor ask heart well. Tongru suddenly laughed out loud. Let the bodhisattva ask the poor monk's heart with her little hand. This kind of obscene words made the monk's forehead rippled with veins, and for a moment his killing heart rose. How can a Buddhist be so unruly and blaspheme the bodhisattva? What is a bodhisattva? That's a Buddhist predecessor. Someone who has accomplished his merits and become a Buddha. There were both male and female bodhisattvas in this, and with these words, Dangru must have been talking about female bodhisattvas. Speak such words to dishonor the Buddhist seniors. How does he deserve to be a monk? How can you act in the name of Buddhism? Shut up, sinful animal. The poor monk will take you demons on behalf of heaven today and return my Buddhist sect to purity. The monk was furious. One pair of big hands made a claw shape, and the whole person killed towards Dangru like a gust of fast wind. For the monk's move, Tongru just lit up his own Vajradharma phase. After killing Elder Chongyun, his strength had risen to a large level, although the monk was at the same late stage of the spirit wheel as him. However, there was already a world of difference, lightly blocking this monk's storming blow. After a crisp clang, the monk felt a huge force sweep through his limbs and veins at his arm, and his entire body flew out violently backwards, collapsing several walls. A mouthful of old blood came out of the monk's mouth. Impossible. The Buddha takes refuge. How can someone like you be recognized by the Buddha? Impossible. The monk was filled with incredulity, eyes of pathos, indignation, disbelief, all kinds of emotions, almost capable of making a color palette. He doesn't understand. Why would such a person be recognized by the Buddha? It even sends down power specifically to shelter this guy. He, on the other hand, practiced asceticism and meditation, entered the world to save others, and did good deeds and virtues, and never overstepped the bounds of the rules, but never received, even from a Lohan, the drooping eyes of a bodhisattva. Does Buddha also like this kind of clown? Looking at the monk who fell to the ground, his face full of grief, Dangru came forward and held out both hands, just when the monk thought that Dangru was going to pull him up. Dangru, however, made a gesture. If you're a rookie, practice more. If you can't afford to fight, don't fight. Complaining trash. Tongru finished mocking and left straight away. Enlighten this monk? It doesn't exist. Dish, just practice more. Can't afford to fight. Don't fight. That was then. This is now. The monk looked at Tongru's distant back, his mind echoing with what Tongru had just said. In an instant, anger attacked his heart, and he once again spat out a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, his cultivation level, due to breaking the ring several times, had completely fallen to the late spirit wheel stage. For the fall of the monastic realm, Duanru didn't feel a bit guilty. He is guilty of all kinds of greed and anger. How can a true monk be angered by a person who punishes evil and promotes good in the name of Buddhism? How can one be angry and anxious because others are blessed by the Buddha and one is not? Much less will they be angry and anxious because of a few taunts from others. Even a fake monk like him wouldn't be able to spit out a mouthful of old blood because someone else practiced more for a dish. This monk, impure. Cultivation is not good enough. Now that it has come to this, it is also this monk who has asked for it. Even if he didn't have him tying Ru to taunt a sentence today, this monk would probably fall in his cultivation later because of other trivial matters, and he would be so angry and anxious that his greed, anger, and dementia would all be offended. This was a lesson to this monk in advance. That said, he's still meritorious. Tangru found a roof and sat down cross-legged, adjusting his breath and sensing his current realm in the process. After killing another 10 or so late-stage experts, they would be able to advance to the heart phase realm. But for now, there's a bit of a problem. Zhuolu City no longer had any experts of the late spirit wheel stage. There's one, the monk. However, the monk was covered in the light of merit and virtue, so it was useless to kill him. Though he is guilty of greed and anger, he does good in the end. Kill him, and a lot of people will lose their salvation because of it. Whether it is from Dangru's original heart or the purpose of the killing Buddha, it is not to be killed. And except for that monk, all the others, they're just little early, mid-career caramels. Not much gain though, but since they wanted to kill him, it was naturally impossible to let them escape. After killing these people, and then killing the evildoers in Zhuolu City, it should be enough. The fifth miss of the Li family is getting married. You know. Suddenly, A passerby's tone of surprise caught Deng Ru's attention. Duan-ru perked his ears up. Gossip is engraved in the bones of the Chinese people. No, it can't be called gossip. This should be called real-time information detection is top-notch. Fifth miss? Isn't that fifth miss only 16? How come she's getting married? A passerby was surprised. 16 years old, which in the ancient times of Earth, was already considered marriageable age, or even an older woman. But in modern times on Earth, and this dying with his superhuman powers, people in the city, 16 is not the age to marry. This is similar to what is happening in China now. The generally recognized marriageable age in dying is 18, 2 years younger than the marriageable age in Huaxia. There is, of course, no hard and fast law on this point. A woman can marry when she wants. It is just generally accepted that 18 is the right age. E.g. I heard from my cousin who was on duty at the Dugu Palace, that the fifth young lady, who is going to marry, is an old man in his 40s. That very first passerby with an exaggerated face. The hands were dancing and there was a look of envy on his face. The fifth miss of the Dugu family. That's a big beauty. Warm and virtuous nature, but also learned through the ancient and modern. Has the beauty of the name of the talented girl, plus the background strength of the capital. Whoever can marry this fifth miss, it's really good luck in 8 lifetimes. Who would have thought that such a bit of meat and potatoes would be married off by an old man in his 40s? The old husband and young wife are simply envious of him. Over 40 years old? Wouldn't that make you that much younger than Lord Dugu? Some people looked shocked. Some of those who had daughters even began to gaze warily at their brothers. They don't want their daughter to come back one day with a big belly, following her own brother, and say something like, "Father, I'm not married to him." The scene, just thinking about it, could make some daughter slave tear her brother to shreds. Interesting, an old married couple. Deng Ru's mouth grinned. He probably knew who this fifth young lady of the capital was going to marry. After all, the one who was eligible and had recently gone to the one who was the capital guardian. It's just the man Zhao. Although it was not clear why Li Dugu married his daughter, who was only 16 years old, to Zhao, who was in his 40s. But I think, poor world, that Li Dugu only afraid of some reasons of necessity. It's also easy to speculate. The true Yang sect is going to rebel. There are barbarians outside of the pass looking on, and the border is full of stragglers. All of this says one thing: dying is dying, and naturally, Li Dugu, as Dying's Dugu, had to live and die with dying. But pity the parents. Li Dugu might also want to use Zhao Da's hand to shelter his fifth young lady who was only 16 years old. Perhaps, one could go and ask for a glass of wedding wine. Duan-ru rubbed his chin and speculated. Though it wasn't true that he still had a bounty on him from the true Yang sect, it was no lie that Li Dugu was a heart phase realm powerhouse. It's possible to go and ask for a glass of wedding wine and expect to be arrested. But, there are reasons why Duan-ru is not caught. First of all, as a heart phase realm powerhouse, if Li Dugu really wanted to arrest him to help Zhao to exchange a bounty from the true Yang sect, did it a long time ago? Where would a heart phase realm powerhouse need to wait that long? Secondly, as the capital protector of dying, it was categorically impossible for capital protector Li to collude with the true Yang sect, even hostile. If there was collusion, the true Yang sect wouldn't even need to engage in any ghost gate programs. Therefore, this is Deng Ru has the courage to go to ask for a cup of wedding wine to drink the bottom. As for why you're going to ask for a glass of wine, that's certainly for yummy. The monk was greedy. This is the daughter's wedding of the guardian of this party, so how can there be any less delicious food? As for what to say, go and do justice, saying that it's inappropriate for an old couple to be married to a young woman. Have you ever asked for the consent of the human fifth young lady? And so on. There's no point in meddling in people's own domestic affairs, and in this situation, that fifth young lady, other than marrying Zhao Da, probably had no better choice. At least, Zhao Da is a soldier who protects his family and his country, and in terms of character, there is some guarantee. After inquiring about the wedding banquet organized by the capital government 5 days later, Tong Ru left this roof with a little footstep. Next, there are some people that have to suffer old age. Tang Ru, who was already in the late stage of the spirit wheel at this moment, killed those so-called experts who were no more than early and mid-stage spirit wheel, as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. With the Vajra Dharma phase in place, it was able to ensure that he was invincible at the same level. The late spirit wheel realm, on the other hand, guaranteed that he would not be able to find anyone of the same rank. On this day, Zhuolu City set off a bloody storm. Hundreds of bodies of spirit wheel realm experts were found dead everywhere. All of them died with their heads and souls scattered. On this day, the magistrates of Zhuolu City were exceptionally busy. It's not usual to have less than one murder in 3 or 4 days, but today there were hundreds. Still all cultivators, still all spirit wheel realm experts. Zhuolu City was so large that the people couldn't even notice that hundreds of spirit realm experts that they normally would have a hard time meeting had died. At the moment, these people were immersed in the gossip that the fifth young lady of the Duga residence was about to get married. This is an even more rare and joyous event. The whole city was busy with lights and colors. The people took advantage of this joyous event to go and enjoy a moment of relaxation and joy. It was late at night. After Tang Ru finished killing the people, he went back to the inn. It was somewhat regrettable that after killing these experts, his realm still remained at the late spirit wheel stage. However, it was already only one step away from the mind phase realm, and Li Lan, who had gone out to inquire about the news, returned. He brought very bad, but very good news. Zhuolu City is well governed and there are no large-scale criminal gangs. There's only some petty theft, or personal vendetta for you and me. This is bad news. This meant that Tang Ru might be stuck at the spirit realm in Zhuolu City. But this is also very good news. The best news is when the people are well. As for the realm, it doesn't matter. P.S. Brothers, Happy New Year. Unfortunately, yesterday dizziness. Word weakness, I know I have a cold. Then with the platform leave. Was thinking of making up for today, but today woke up. The condition not only did not get better, but also a little more serious. Sore throat, limbs, and a little low-grade fever. Can only be more with 2 chapters. Looking forward to tomorrow to make up for it. Happy New Year to you all again. Pouncer Spiritual Flute presented. You are a royal son. How much do you know about this northern court capital protector? Inside the inn, Tang Ru inquired about the cheap disciple he had picked up. Li Lan. Li Lan sniffed, thought for a moment, and said, Imperial Uncle is a very old-fashioned person, doing everything in a single-minded manner. Everything has to follow the rules. It's boring. Listening to Li Lan's description, Dang Ru quickly sketched an image in his mind of a coal-faced general with a serious and ancient face and sharp angles. It's good to be old-fashioned. Old-fashioned means he's loyal. The average curmudgeon is pure of heart. The poor monk knows. Have you ever inquired that this royal uncle of yours is going to marry his daughter? Dang Ru asked again. Ha? What? Sister Wan is getting married? Li Lan froze for a moment before her entire body jumped. The look on his face was one of incredulity. Li Wan he was familiar with. After all, Li Wan was the only child around his age in that curmudgeonly imperial uncle's family. The other brothers are all as ancient as that royal uncle. He didn't dare to go and interact with them too much. It's been rumored all over the streets. Don't you know? Dang Ru frowned. Li Lan's skill at prying is still not good, but it doesn't matter. Being an emperor, surely you don't need to go on a personal quest to find out what's going on. I'm sorry, master. I lost my temper. This apprentice really doesn't know. Sister Wan is only 16 years old. How come she married? Li Lan realized that she had lost her temper and hurriedly sat down in a regular manner. You'll have to ask your royal uncle. The poor monk doesn't know, Tang Ru said, and then he added, since you are on good terms with the sister Wan of yours, then go with the poor monks to the duke's mansion to ask for a cup of wedding wine. Li Lan's eyes lit up when she heard Dang Ru's words. He felt the time had come for him to behave, going to the capital residence to beg for wine. With him, Li Lan, Dang Ru would definitely be able to eat the best dishes at the entire banquet and drink the best wine at the wedding banquet. Maybe, even snuggle the prettiest chick in the capital. Of course, the last one Li Lan only dared to say in his heart. He knew that the master in front of him was not a bad person, although he had wine, meat in every way. But people abstain from sex, and once had a wife that he misses to this day. The mediocre girls in the Dugu's mansion are definitely unappealing to the master. Master, don't worry, when the time comes, I'll have Imperial Uncle serve you all the best wine and meat, Li Lan assured him with a pat on the chest. Aha! Tang Ru nodded his head, acquiescing to Li Lan's behavior that was clearly tinged with pandering. 5 days later. During these 5 days, Tang Ru didn't go anywhere either, wandering aimlessly in Zhuodir City with his sky eye pass on. If you come across one about to commit a murder, you follow it and punch it to death when it does. When you come across one about to steal, follow it and stop it when it does. Slowly accumulating, Tang Ru was able to feel that the distance to the mind phase realm was just a step away. Just need to kill another true Qi realm villain. He would be able to step into the mind phase realm. As the realm gets higher and higher, it improves, and it gets slower and slower. After all, as the realm became higher and higher, the number of people in the same realm, consequently, became fewer and fewer. The spirit wheel realm was already a giant on one side, and the heart phase realm, mind you, the Great Jing's capital protector in the north is only at the heart phase realm, though it's tainted with a bit of royal kinship. And the true Yang sect threat that plagued Dang Ru all the way to its head was only at the heart phase realm. One could say that as long as one waited for Tang Ru to advance to the mind phase realm, then wherever he went in dying, people would have to praise him with a word of profound dharma. Of course, The heart phase realm wasn't the pinnacle of this world either. And let's not talk about the nebulous sun and moon realms. Just speaking of the peeping Tao realm, the selfless realm, and the Tao fruit realm, these three realms alone, De Jing was also the existence of such a great power. Dang Ru wanted to run rampant and dying and be that sharp sword hanging over the world's head. It still needed a long way to go. The wedding at the capital went on as planned. It was obvious that this Li Dugu was very eager to marry off his daughter. The entire Zhuolu city was decorated with lights and colors, and all the people were immersed in a joyful atmosphere. People mingled, raised their glasses, and set out the best good wine and food in the house. Take a moment to enjoy this one great day. The fact that all holidays are like this, it doesn't matter how special they are in their own right. What is important is that the people can take advantage of this one festival to have a moment of leisure and forget their troubles. Tang Ru pulled Li Lan and flew high in the air, looking down at the jubilant crowd below. If it was before the true Qi realm, he might have needed to ask over one after another to know the location of the capital. But it's okay now. Flying straight up, he was able to know the location of the capital. Flying is truly a great saving grace for roadies. Finding the location of the capital. The capital was large. A 5-entry courtyard. Big red cloths, red lanterns, and all kinds of couplets symbolizing blessings are hung everywhere, like New Year's Eve. Inside, there was a bustling crowd of people, all of whom were dignitaries of Zhuodir city. Duen Ru fell. 2 armored men with saffron heads came forward. Who is the visitor? May I have an invitation? An armorer asked. Dang Ru sized up the 2 armored men and the 2 of them were at the true Qi realm, put in place to be able to be a general. But that's not the most important thing. The point was that the 2 armored warriors in front of them were clad in majestic golden armor, holding a murderous iron mace in his hand, but wearing a red flower. It's weird. Naturally, Dang Ru said to the 2 armorers. Then please present the invitation. Master, the 2 armorers said. This, then, is the poor monk's invitation. Dang Ru said, pushing Li Lan forward. Li Lan stood in front of the 2 armorers somewhat awkwardly and scratched his head. He was seen coughing twice, squared his shoulders and blurted out. This palace is the current imperial grandson Li Lan, and hearing that the imperial uncle is marrying his daughter, I've come to ask for a cup of wedding wine. Li Lan's words caused the 2 armorers to look at each other. That's a bit of a name to pull. Ah, the royal grandson. They felt that this Li Lan was talking nonsense. Screw you. The imperial grandson is far away in the capital of Yangon and is beside his majesty, enjoying heavenly pleasures with him. And you, a brat, dare to pretend to be a royal relative? One of the armorers cursed, only to see him raise the iron mace in his hand and make a gesture to strike. It's not that he doesn't believe it. For one thing, they were just frontier generals, and the only members of the royal family that they had seen were Li Dinghua's group of people from the Duoguoyu. They don't recognize Li Lan. Secondly, even if the emperor's grandson really made a private visit, then there must be a great internal expert by his side. But the Li Lan in front of him only had a monk by his side. The monk's cultivation was indeed very high, but he was not a great inner master. There's one thing to be said for not knowing if a eunuch can be a monk. Third, after Li Lan left Yangon city, Yangon emperor had a Li Lan stand-in by his side. That's the key. It's the key to stealing the day. The double is also a member of the royal family and looks 8 times similar to Li Lan. With all the conditions added up, the 2 armorers naturally felt that the Li Lan in front of them was climbing up the ladder indiscriminately and deserved to be beaten. If today wasn't the day of the 5th young lady's big day, the 2 of them would have directly kicked up. Of course, Dang Ru, who was in the late spirit will stage beside Li Lan, was also a key. With an expert sheltering them, they naturally didn't dare to go too far. Li Lan saw that the 2 armorers actually questioned him and wanted to drive him away. He was on fire. Normally, Dang Ru ignored him even if he didn't. That's the way it should be. What are these 2 armorers in front of you? He felt that his face had been greatly provoked. You let the imperial uncle come out to see if I'm a royal grandson or not. You dog. You visionless fellow. Li Lan said emotionally. Hey, you child. I did not want to bother with you, but now you still have to inch up. Well, the military master I will teach you a good lesson. Why I can be here for the Lord Protector of the household guards. Although Li Lan hid quickly, the 2 armorers were also at the real Qi realm. Hearing is excellent. This Li Lan is clearly trying to say that they are dogs. Where can they put up with this? One of the irascible armored soldiers even directly disliked back without any manners. Your Highness. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. A middle-aged man in black regular clothes came to the entrance of the government office. A bow was made to Li Lan. The Lord Protector of the city. The 2 armorers froze. Apparently, the middle-aged man in black regular clothes in front of him was Daying's capital protector, Li Dinghua. It was not good to wear armor on his daughter's big day, so he wore a black regular suit. Li Dinghua's appearance then directly confirmed Li Lan's identity. The two armorers were also very quick to admit their mistakes. The last general has eyes to recognize the true dragon. Please punish your highness. The two armorers snapped to their knees, clasped their fists, and pleaded guilty, without a moment's hesitation. It was very decisive. Humph, Imperial uncle. They said I was a fake and had to beat me. Li Lan crossed her arms. Her nose almost turned up to the sky. This is his territory. This is his royal uncle. How else could he be aggravated on his own turf? The last general did not discipline his subordinates well. The last general should be punished. Li Dinghua took the fault of his two subordinates on himself. Imperial uncle is not saying anything. After not seeing you for so long, you're still so old-fashioned. Imperial uncle. Li Lan of course could not go and chastise Li Dinghua. Although Li Dinghua was a vassal of Dying, but he was even more his Li Lan's royal uncle. There is no such thing as a nephew punishing his uncle. It's just a matter of fact. Your Highness, this, I think, is the demon subduing Vajra that has been so famous around Lianzhou recently? Li Dinghua, who had been speaking with Li Lan for a while, only then turned his gaze to Dang Ru. It's no wonder he's flippant. After all, it's in Dying. The status of a royal relative was higher than that of a spirit wheel realm expert. Li Dinghua naturally had to bow to Li Lan before striking up a conversation with Dang Ru. I dare not for a long time, but I just did some small things to punish the evil and promote the good. Dang Ru humbly said, Grandmaster, where are your words? From the moment you entered the city, this general has been paying attention to you, slaughtering hundreds of spirit wheel masters in a single day. Grandmaster is truly a thunderbolt. Li Dinghua complimented. I would also like to thank Master for saving His Highness. Today is my daughter's big day. Why don't Master just come to my Dugu residence to drink a cup of wedding wine? How about it? Li Dinghua put his hand on Li Lan's shoulder. He didn't know about Li Lan's interception though. However, the eunuchs and a group of forbidden soldiers who had originally accompanied Li Lan were gone. But here comes a monk with a long-standing reputation for punishing evil. Just by thinking about it, one would be able to realize that Li Lan had been intercepted by the True Yang sect. As for how to tell that it was the True Yang sect that intercepted the kill and not Tang Ru who went for it, this Li Dinghua has his own method of judgment. With pleasure. Dong Ru nodded. The purpose of his visit to this capital was to dilly-dally. Master is also a refreshing person. Not squirming. Oldly, like it. Go, I'll buy Master a drink. Li Dinghua said as he hooked shoulders with Dang Ru and walked into the capital residence. He didn't seem to have the slightest bit of self-consciousness about being a heart phase realm expert. That's normal. After all, Tang Ru had been promoted from the early stage of the spirit wheel to the late stage in one day. Li Dinghua might have thought that Tang Ru's current late spirit wheel realm was also a disguise. He treated Tang Ru as a Taoist friend in the same realm. The three of them went inside the capital. Lord Protector. Tang Ru spoke out. What's wrong with the master? Li Dinghua stopped in his tracks. Poor monks first do not take a seat. Ugly appearance. Afraid of frightening the full guests and newcomers. But also please the Lord Protector of the capital for the poor monks to stay on a good wine and good food. Dong Ru explained, pointing to the mask on his face. This, Li Dinghua was a little confused. The top official did not know what this is the case. How ugly does a face have to be to even wait for the crowd to finish eating before daring to take off the mask and eat? Li Dinghua turned his gaze to Li Lan, wanting to hear what this great nephew of his had to say. Li Lan nodded as he explained. Imperial uncle, my master. His old man's face is very strange. The first time you see it, it is indeed easy to be frightened. You do not need to think too much. Just leave a table for his old man to eat. Li Dinghua then put his heart down. He thought that Dang Ru looked down on him as the hallowed biting capital protector. Not even the face of drinking together. Rather, I didn't realize it was because of the ugly face. But Li Dinghua was a bit curious. How ugly was this face to be so cautious? Of course, this was someone's privacy, and Li Dinghua wouldn't pry too much. Don't worry, master. This general will keep a tower of good wine and food for you, and when the feast is over, this general will get drunk with master again. After Li Dinghua said that, he turned around and went to meet the other guests who came. Tang Ru was also happy to be free and patted Li Lan's shoulder. Feel free to eat as you please, while the poor monk looks around. Yes, master. With Tang Ru's orders, Li Lan left straight away. If Dang Ru doesn't eat now, he, Li Lan, is going to go and eat and drink. This eating table is most concerned about a quick and accurate. If you're late, you'll have to eat someone else's leftovers. Dang Ru didn't go anywhere else either. He looked at the higher lofts. Flying up, he landed on the top of the attic, overlooking the Duke's mansion below. And then, he took out a case table from his nascent sack. Pen, ink, paper and ink slabs, etc. This ancient marriage scene is also very memorable. Looking down at the lively and vocal crowd below, Dang Ru's thoughts drifted a bit. He vaguely remembered that he had once fantasized about giving his favorite girl a grand wedding if he was lucky enough to do so. Of course, that became a clown's fantasy. No consideration. Just remember, in the vision, he made up a wedding for his wife. The wedding wasn't crowded, and it wasn't as lively as this below. After all, in the illusion, both of them were just ordinary people, not so capable of making the whole city celebrate because of their wedding. That certainly doesn't make it shabby or not okay. Let's just say it's every man for himself. The wife in the vision, at least, was happy with the sparsely attended wedding. Dangru snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at the people below. Start sharpening your ink and drop your pen. Sitting on top of the loft, Tong Ru depicted the bustle below. As the pen and ink fell, a spacious and luxurious mansion leapt onto the paper. The walls of the mansion are decorated with a festive red color. The mansion is filled with many small figures with minimal brush strokes in which they raise their cups and mingle. And in the main center lobby of the mansion, Dangru drew two small figures in big red clothes bending their heads in obeisance. In the position above the two little figures, two old men with white hair were also drawn. And none of these people have faces. Perhaps, Dangru doesn't know why, but he doesn't paint these people's faces. Obviously this was easy for a cultivator. Perhaps Duanru was just hoping that, in the painting, the two figures, were him and his wife. Therefore, no face painting. Wife Pro, I walked to this world dynasty's border big city Zhualu City. After killing 100 or so masters, happened to meet this city's capital protector marrying his daughter happy event, so I thought to ask for a cup of happy wine to drink. The big man deserves to be a big man. That is, a wedding. All have to lift up the city to celebrate. So lively and lively. It's such a shame that I couldn't manage to give you a wedding like this. When Dangru had finished writing, he put the desk away, while a fire burned it. Master, why did you burn the painting? Suddenly, a soft feminine voice came to his ears. Tang Ru didn't turn around. He was at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm. It was impossible for him not to notice a chi blood realm cultivator approaching him. In fact, the woman had been here for a while. She just stood there behind Dangru, watching him paint. Paintings for the dead naturally end in death. People die as clay. Paintings die as ash. Dangru didn't turn around, just explained. He actually guessed the identity of the woman behind him. She should be one of the main protagonists of today's wedding banquet of the Dugu residence, Li Dinghua's fifth daughter. I'm sorry, master, it's the young woman who is being abrupt. Li Wan froze for a moment. She thought it was a painting that Dangru was going to give to his wife, but I didn't realize that his wife was dead. Yes, how can you be a monk if you still have a wife? No harm done. Dangru waved his hand. His wife had long since dissipated, and he naturally didn't find this fact represented in front of him any less tangible. People always look ahead. Marriage, master, what it feels like, Li Wan asked from behind her. This was her second purpose besides looking at the painting. I would like to ask the profound Buddhist master in front of me what insights he has about marriage. She had initially just seen this monk sneaking around the attic and writing and drawing, so she wanted to come and take a look. After seeing that Dangru was really just drawing, he stopped. She actually enjoys painting. Give the earthly landscape your own thoughts. It's beautiful. Hearing Li Wan's question, Tangru was also clear that this girl, presumably, was confused about the matter of her impending marriage. Feeling lost about the future. How should I answer her? Make up a nice married life for her? That's what Zhou De needs to do. He is a monk, and he only needs to explain the various situations truthfully. Each person is different. The feeling of marriage is different. Mainly depends on the choice. Some people will be, it is quarrelsome, crying, laughing, clutching. Some people choose the love of their life, or they become the love of someone else's life, and live in harmony, but with little crying, laughter, and human trivia. Others choose to see what is agreeable, and live in respect to each other. You honoring me, and I honoring you, though they are husband and wife, but not as husband and wife. But no matter what kind, in the end, there is no escape from firewood, rice, oil and salt and other trivial things on earth. But there is no need to be too disturbed. Dangru told Li Wan about the various kinds of families he knew and understood. As for which one Li Wan would consider herself to be, that's up to her. This has nothing to do with him. Dangru. So, Li Wan listened to Dangru's account of the various relationships. She and Zhao De, I think, would fall into the third category. Respect each other. She is Li Dinghua's daughter, and Zhao De is Li Dinghua's old subordinate, old brother, and old comrade. At least, respect each other. For sure. When you think about it that way, it's actually not that bad. Maestro, at the risk of being presumptuous, which are you and your wife? Again? Li Wan asked again. The second. Dangru did not hesitate and said bluntly. In reality, it would fall into the third category, but in the illusion, she is the love of her life. The second. It will only be the second one too. Yes. And only the love of the master's life would make the master send his love to the world in paintings like this. Li Wan looked a little complicated. She is certainly not sour. Dangru has the love of her life. It's got nothing to do with her. She was complicated by the fact that there was such a person in front of her who had managed to mend fences with the love of her life. Though in hindsight, it's tragic, but at least, people have owned it. And she's only 16, yet she's marrying a middle-aged man in his 40s. Say no hate, no regrets. No regrets. It's impossible. Master, do you know, I once had a very good fellow student when I was studying in the academy. He had a clear face and a measured demeanor, and he even said that he wanted to marry me, and I also said that I wanted to marry him. Just, Li Wan said, only to feel her nose a little sour. It's just a shame that she's going to marry Zhao De now, and that fellow students and friends, but also long with the years and cut off the news. Do not know where. There are always regrets in this world, and accepting them is a life lesson. Duanru said. But it's just that you didn't marry the person you liked. It's normal. 9 times out of 10 couples in this world, the person on their pillow is not the person they fell in love with at the beginning of their love affair. It has to be fought for, but for the most part, when it is fought for, it is fruitless. Therefore, the first lesson in life is to learn acceptance. Look, the groomer is coming on his high horse, and he has a fake smile on his face, so you two are a good match. Dongru pointed to the crowded street in the distance. Zhao De, who was in his 40s, wore a black hat with a peach blossom on top and a handful of neatly trimmed beards, wearing a big red wedding dress, riding a snow-white high horse, which also wore a peach blossom on its head. Behind them, a long procession of marrying couples. With a smile on his face, Zhao De bowed to the people around him while saying Tongshi Tongshi. Yeah, so fake. Li Wan followed Dangru's finger and saw Zhao De at a glance. Zhao De seemed to sense something as he locked his gaze with Li Wan, and then, he was seen clasping his hands, bending slightly, and giving a salute, before continuing to celebrate with the people around him. It does match. Li Wan agreed with Dangru's words. She and Zhao De, they do match. Perhaps it wouldn't be too hard to marry Zhao De. Li Wan accepts the fact that she is going to marry Zhao De. In fact, there's nothing to not accept. She had long ago chosen to accept her father's inclination in this regard as soon as he expressed it. Now running to talk to Dangru, just feel the bitterness in the heart. No one can say. Then in Tangru this somewhat maverick, do not yet know the roots of the monk to confide in a little, pour a bitter water just. Dangru acted, similar to the current network, the role of the kind of secret tree hole just. After whining to the tree hole, you wake up the next day and still have to face reality. And Duanru was only going to act as a tree hole. As for saving lives, does Li Wan need saving? It's not necessary. Does Zhao De need saving? Gee, old couple, beautiful he is. Save what? No need. There's no way he's going to be sympathetic enough to help her make a big deal out of her wedding reception and then help her find her first love after Li Wan sent out that she had a first love that she really liked. That's what people with no brains do. Just see the lobby below. Li Wan was wearing a large red wedding dress and her head was covered with a large red cap, completed the ceremony of worshipping heaven and earth with Zhao De. Everything was perfect. Those who ate the banquet got a gourmet meal. The man who threw the banquet served his own purpose. As for what the people at the center of the reception thought, that only they care. Perhaps Li Dinghua would care what the two thought as well, but for the sake of Li Wan's survival, he had to care. The couple was escorted to the bridal chamber, and the reception has officially begun. Li Lan traveled through the seats, pinning a dish to the left and a dish to the right. It's been a long, windy journey. It's so hard to be able to have a good meal. Naturally, he had to eat with an open belly. What a royal eldest grandson's grooming. To hell with it. What the hell kind of grooming does a nephew need to be aware of in front of his uncle? Don't. On her own turf, Li Lan could be said to have completely let herself go. The entire banquet in the capital went on until very late in the evening before the guests left one after another. Dangru also leapt down from the roof of the building, take advantage of the darkness of the night. When he came to the banquet that Li Dinghua had reserved for him, he took off his mask and prepared to feast. This face of the master. Indeed. Wacky. Li Dinghua walked out and looked at Dangru's odd face. He didn't even know how to describe it. No wonder you have to wear a mask. It's a face that does tend to give people a scare if they don't wear a mask. The problem of the kung fu is not a good solution, so I can only show my face with a mask. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Dugu. Dangru smiled, and the half-bloodied face moved with some horror. Where is the master's words? But also to thank the master for enlightening my daughter's mind for this general. Li Dinghua waved his hand and took a seat between the drinks. It's not foreign at all. Of course, this capital was all his, and there was no need to see it as such. He poured a glass of wine and raised it to Dangru. It's a shame to say that originally, when his wife gave birth to Wan Air, This general thought that he would let her be the most carefree girl in this world. I just didn't realize that Dying's chi is getting worse by the day, and I don't know how long I can make it as this general's capital protector. Then they had to marry her off to Jiaoda against her will, Li Dinghua said, and finished his drink. Since ancient times, the family and the country have been in two places. Dang Ru could see that Li Dinghua did not actually want to marry Li Wan to Jiaoda. It wasn't that he looked down on Jiaoda. Jiaoda himself doesn't even want to marry Li Wan. It's just that, in the beginning, he, the father, wanted his daughter to have a smooth life. But I didn't expect to make my daughter go against her wishes in the marriage matter. Ha ha ha, yes, the master is right. I'll drink another toast to the master. Li Dinghua laughed and raised his glass. Dang Ru was also very facetious and raised his glass to clink with Li Dinghua, and the two of them drank the wine in the glass. Li Dinghua wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth and said with some drunkenness, "Oh, this house, oh country, for the people, when there is a country, there is a home. And when there is a home, the country has meaning. But for those of us, who sit in this position, home, country, is on the opposite side of the spectrum. If the country is good, the family cannot be good. If the family is good, the country cannot be good. When corrupt officials embezzle for the sake of their families, the country falls short. If we in this position want to do something for our families, it is the people who suffer. The master is right. The family and the country are in two different places. But since the people have lifted us up and put us in this position, it is only natural that they should not be wronged." Li Dinghua seemed to be a bit drunk and spoke a bit in a forward and backward manner. That's not possible. Don't say that Li Dinghua was a powerful person of the heart phase realm. Even if it was a cultivator of the chi blood realm, as long as they didn't intentionally let go, that unusual yellow wine, drink 1,000 cups of it, and you will not get drunk. If Li Dinghua wanted to get drunk, he would have to do it on purpose, drinking and speaking the truth. It was obvious that both father and daughter thought of Dang Ru as a tree hole. Some usually dare not say, cannot say the aggression, consideration, are said to Dang Ru. Listen, Dang Ru couldn't figure it out either. It's obviously the first time we've met. How can both father and daughter trust him so much as a monk? Say anything with him. Perhaps, because he saved Li Lan? The Lord Protector is a generous official. Duan Ru said. Honorable? I don't dare to be generous. Those of us who are soldiers and fight in wars have to be honorable. Li Dinghua trailed off. Not too drunk. Dang Ru also stopped talking too much with Li Dinghua. He just chucked in his food and ate his treats. Then he listened to Li Dinghua whining there about something that he normally wouldn't dare to whine about and couldn't whine about. This tree hole pawn. It's worth it. A big table of food as a tree hole twice. Suddenly, a loud meteor streaked across the dark night sky. No, that's not a shooting star. A crimson ball of light carried a long trail of smoke across the night sky with a sharp chirping sound. And then, it exploded violently in the night sky, illuminating the entire dark night sky as if it were day. The northern barbarians are calling. After the crimson fire, Li Dinghua, who was still looking like a drunken winner, immediately got up. Master, the barbarians are coming, so I will excuse myself. Li Dinghua clasped his hands to Tang Ru. This barbarian is also good at picking the time. Not in the east, not in the west, not in the morning, not in the evening, but on the occasion of the marriage of your daughter by the capital protector. Dang Ru asked with a smile. Oh, and I won't hide it from the master. This is indeed the plot of this general and several old generals. They think that we are lax in our precautions, and will surely come in force to attack, at which time, they traveled hard, while we wait for the labor. This battle, at least, can keep the border 30 years of peace. Li Dinghua laughed and was not afraid of being misunderstood by Dang Ru. He is indeed taking advantage of it, of the layout of his own daughter's wedding. It's a case of family and country. For the sake of the country, everything at home can be given up and utilized, even if it's your own daughter. There is no exception. And some, for the sake of home, even if he dies, he can continue his home in the next country. Li Dinghua changed into an imposing armor from his nascent sacred ring and left with great strides. The entire capital was in the night sky, with only the persistent chirping of cicadas to prove it. It's a world with life. Duan Ru didn't follow. Instead, they are continuing to enjoy the food. According to the theory of the killing Buddha, this matter of two nations at war is supposedly not about good or evil. That is, it shouldn't matter. How two countries fight and kill each other is a matter for two social groups centered on people. In both social groups there are good and evil people. In terms of good and evil alone, aggression between nations is not about good or evil. You say he invaded another country. He says you are hogging the rich land and refusing to let it go. You say he robbed old men, women and children. He said that if he didn't loot his own family's old men, women and children would starve to death. Between countries, it is ultimately a matter of strength. But, that's the theory of the killer Buddha. Theory, Just theory. Putting aside theories and going with the flow of words, Duanru thought. He should take a look. Yes, take a look. Not regulate. If the mood strikes you, pipe in. After drinking and eating, Dangru directly followed Li Dinghua's trail to the border of dying. There was no call for Li Lan. After all, the battlefield was dangerous, and Li Lan, a mortal, was incapable of surviving it. On a battlefield that possessed the presence of the heart phase realm, the spirit will realm's desire to survive depended on ability. He's just going to check it out. He'll still go back to Zhuolu City. The northern border is not too far from Zhuolu City. Of course, this is relative to other cities. Compared with other cities, Zhuolu City is naturally close to the border. But if we only talk about the distance between the border and Zhuolu, still 1,000 miles away. In terms of the spirit will realm's flying speed, one incense stick could be reached if one flew at full power, and if one flew slowly, one would be able to arrive in half an hour. Dangru was not in a hurry. That is, he flew slowly. Tongguan, the gateway to dying in the north. This pass is situated in the northernmost part of the long hundreds of thousands of miles of the Great Wall. The Great Wall stretches between the barbarians of the northern steppes and the affluent Middle Kingdom. It was dying Gaozu. After having seen the decline of the Dishun dynasty, the northern barbarians herded their horses in the central plains, while the southern demon tribes ate in the 13 states. The people are in turmoil. Blood is flowing. The people are not talking about living. Even living beyond the age of 5 is a luxury. After having seen these scenes of disaster, Emperor Gaozu then forced the 3,000 central plains to practice Taoism. Build a great wall in the north that stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles to block the steeds of the barbarians in the north. In the south, countless demon extermination formations were established to isolate the demonic aura of the demon race. The absolute demon formation can't kill demons. The Great Wall, which stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles, can't kill the barbarians. They were only able to minimize the power that the demon and barbarian races relied on to fight. Outside the Tongguan Pass, there was a clamor of men and horses. Countless tall and robust barbarians riding high horses came under the walls of Tongguan. The night is thick. The moonlight shines down, illuminating a dark shadow that stretches and can't be seen to the end. There were 300,000 people. These 300,000 people, most of them, were mortals without cultivation. They are just a bit more robust, aggressive and bloodthirsty than the common folk of the Central Plains. But these mortals gathered together and came riding on high horses, shaking the mountains and rivers. That creates momentum. With this momentum, even a peeping Dao realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to block it. And this 300,000 barbarian army was only 3 or 4 miles away from the walls of Tongguan. All that stood in their way was a mere towering wall. On the wall stood, still, a single mortal soldier. There were 10 people in a troop, and one troop had a martial artist realm troop leader. These soldiers, dressed in cold iron armor, stood on top of the towering city wall, looking down at the crowds below. Their hands tightened on the curved bows in their hands. There was fear, panic and determination in their eyes. Li Dinghua, clad in iron armor, ascended the city wall under the protection of 2 peeping Dao realm war generals. Beside him, there were also 10 heart phase realm generals following. He came to a soldier with a crooked helmet strap and squared it up. The soldier looked at Li Dinghua somewhat flattered, and for a moment he even forgot to salute. The Li Dinghua in front of him was not a big shot that he could reach, no matter if it was from cultivation or status. But now, such a great man is willing to right the ship for him. Scared? Li Dinghua pointed to the city wall. The crowed one asked, "General, I'm not afraid." The soldier tightened his grip on the curved bow in his hand and responded loudly, "But your eyes are telling me you're afraid." Li Dinghua put his hand on the soldier's shoulder and said, "General." The soldier was a bit vain. Yes, he's afraid. Who can't be afraid? This is the battlefield. It's a battlefield where 1 second you're talking and laughing and the next you could be separated from the world. Who can be unafraid? But what if you're not afraid? Can you run? Can't run. Li Dinghua just grinned. Fear? It's normal. Who isn't afraid? That's death. I'm afraid of that too. I'm also afraid that if I die someday, my wife and daughter won't have anyone to take care of them, and my children will be bullied. But I'm even more afraid that the pack of man-eating jackals out there will brutally murder my wife and children and turn our 13 states into their grazing grounds. Oh child, it is normal to be afraid, and without the courage to face fear, you will not have the courage to face the enemy. As a soldier, you have much more to learn, but to stand on these walls, your courage has outlasted countless others. After saying that, Li Dinghua once again straightened the soldier's helmet and patted his shoulder. The soldier left as he was moved to look on. There's a lot more to do with the battlefield. What's the situation on our side? Li Dinghua inquired about the 2 peeping Dao realm warlords beside him. One war general was an old man with a white beard and several scars on his face. His name is Wei Wu, and he's in the middle stage of the Peeping Tao realm. The other war general was a bit younger, yet also had a middle-aged face, called Gong Sun Bai. He was also at the mid-Peeping Tao realm. Everything is going according to plan at the moment, and these barbarians are mobilizing their troops when they see us having a big feast and our soldiers getting drunk. Wei Wu stroked his beard and laughed. But there's still another problem. We still have too few Spirit Will Realm warriors. If the barbarians make a breakthrough from this aspect, there's a chance that this operation will fail. Gong Sun Bai wasn't too optimistic. Although blessed by the Tongguan Great Formation, the generals were able to hide on the city walls to form formations and shoot arrows. However, the high-level combatants above the Spirit Wheel realm, still needed to go out and fight the enemy general to general. Mighty is mighty. The role of the mighty is not something that can be replaced by military formations. The army formation becomes a momentum, though the great powers are hard to stop, but the mighty wanted to leave, and the military formation couldn't keep them. And as long as the great powers hit that one move every now and then, the military formation would fall apart before too long. There was a big problem in Tongguan right now, and that was the scarcity of Spirit Wheel Realm generals. The Great Jing Border Army's killing method was difficult to cultivate to the Spirit Wheel Realm, and after reaching the Spirit Wheel Realm, one would only be able to stay in the battlefield for 2 years, either retire in a hurry or seek a breakthrough within 2 years to reach the Mind Phase realm. Otherwise, if you remain on the battlefield, the only way is to die a violent death. That's why Zhao De retired from the battlefield. Have you summoned the jungle masters yet? Li Dingwei inquired. Tried, but the jungle people value their lives, and they won't come if there's no great profit in it. Gong Sun Bai sighed and said, the jungle is what it is. The jungle is a bunch of loose cannons. A bunch of idle practitioners. It could be argued that they are all sophisticated egoists. Want them dead? You can. Bring on something more valuable. If not, then it is a no-no. As for Dejing's border troops, at this moment, they could no longer afford to pay the price of hiring a Spirit Wheel Realm expert to sell their lives. Speaking of Spirit Wheel Realm experts, Li Dingwa suddenly remembered someone. Yes, it's the monk who killed hundreds of experts in Zhuolu City. It's not too much to say that it can be said to be 1 against 100. It's 1 by 1 though, drop single hit kills, but with this one, the power to kill all day without stopping. It shouldn't be a problem for one person to fight 5. If I had known this, I would have spared this old face and invited that monk here. Li Dingwa had some regrets at the moment. So be it. Victory is a gamble, and if the big game is already decided, it's not called victory. Li Dingwa made a sprightly appearance and said, the Spirit Wheel realm was not enough to fight. As long as there is a breakthrough at one level, either the upper battlefield or the lower battlefield, then you'll be able to fight and win. Even if they couldn't win, they were still able to fight a losing battle, leaving these barbarians powerless to move south. This is the bottom line, and the confidence that they dare to fight this battle. This is a battle that they fought so that their sons and grandsons would not have to. Li Dingwa on this side looked more and more determined. And below, the leaders of those barbarians looked at the soldiers on the city wall who were each showing a nervous face. They only think, himself. At this moment, pick the right time. Attacking while dying's biting capital guardian is marrying his daughter and the entire border is in a state of blossoming. It will be able to catch them by surprise. And at the moment, it is the time. 300,000 fine, strong, good sons and daughters headed the attack on the walls of dying. Millions and millions of sons and daughters will follow before they have a chance to enter the land where the land flows with gold and silver to set their horses free. If they fight this battle, their descendants, their children and grandchildren, will not have to fight. Their descendants, their children and grandchildren, need only lie on their books of merit and herd their horses in peace. And at this moment, the time has come. The great everlasting heaven will shelter his children forever. A barbarian leader exclaimed. His cultivation spread his words through the military formation. Great everlasting heaven. Countless barbarians waved their curved swords, horned bows, and shouted excitedly. Kill! 300,000 sturdy men shouted at the top of their lungs. Its power and its sound moved the mountains and the rivers. And it's not the dead mountains and rivers they have to deal with. Instead, it was a towering wall, as well as countless dying soldiers dressed in iron armor and flesh and blood. As the northern barbarians began to hiss and attack, countless stray vectors and fireballs cut through the night sky and smashed into the city walls. The barbarians' rexes began to throw all sorts of objects at the Tongan Pass. Whatever it was, whatever its power was, it was hurled towards the walls. A passel of drums. Li Dingwa stood at the top of the city, unsheathed his sword, and gave his orders as the highest general on the border. Translated into one sentence. Counterattack. No tactics needed. Pure life for life. Soon, thousands of shirtless, well-built men, armed with huge ringing hammers, set the war drums beating. The drums were sharp and powerful, like a summer rainstorm. The soldiers on the city wall drew their bows and arrows, and under the shelter of the Tongguan Great Formation and the Qi and blood connection of the military formation, they shot an arrow carrying the power of Qi and blood toward the barbarians below. And soon, on both sides of the engagement, generals of the spirit will realm and above also flew out from their respective military formations and faced each other from afar. However, the confrontation only lasted less than a breath before both sides rushed together. Battles above the spirit will realm were high in the sky, and lifting one's hand was a spatial vibration. The battles between the spirit will realms were also loud and powerful, with each of them catching and killing each other. However, on Dying's side, the number of spirit will realm generals was far less than that of the barbarians. The situation of the barbarians was different from that of the Great Jing border army. It wasn't difficult to cultivate to the spirit will realm with their Lux cultivation method. However, they never cultivated their hearts, and if they wanted to break through the heart phase realm, there was no other way to do so other than to accumulate and continuously polish their bodies over time. In the vast northern barbarians, there were only 6 heart phase level warriors, Peep Tau realm of war power, but also only 2 are also the early stage of the realm. At this moment has been here with Wei Wu, Gongsun by 2 war generals to kill. As for above, there is none. The northern barbarians' cultivation system is flawed, and they can only glimpse one corner of the Tao, and cannot attain the Tao. Both sides are evenly matched on any level, except the spirit wheel realm. This realm is special. If they won, An was able to sway the battlefield where the heart phase realm was evenly matched. Underneath, it was able to easily resolve the loud tussle below. It's important, and unfortunately, De Jing was at a disadvantage on the battlefield of the spirit wheel realm. Each spirit wheel realm war general would need to face 3 spirit wheel realm barbarian enemies. They were only able to bitterly support themselves and maintain their undefeatability. Looking forward to the higher levels, where the battle between the mind phase realm and the Dao Prying realm would be divided at the earliest possible time. Don't panic, fellow soldiers. Zhao De has come to help. Suddenly, he saw a white armored general, holding an iron rod flying from the distance, and behind him, there were 10 generals in armor, holding various types of weapons. General Zhai? Those spirit will realm generals watched as Zhao De, who had joined the battlefield and fought 3 late spirit will stage barbarians with an iron rod, even suppressed the 3 barbarians who were fighting. Their taut nerves relaxed for a few moments. Zhao De, they all know. That's a war general with a mighty army stick. Although he hadn't broken through to the heart phase realm, his force value was still high. A military stick is unstoppable, and the 10 veteran generals he brought with him were also general characters like Zhao De. All of them are formidable warlords. They have a strong force value. Although it wasn't at the late spirit wheel realm, it was still able to solve the immediate need at the moment. High in the air, Li Dingwu took the time to look down below as he fought the barbarian leader of the heart phase battle force. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. These veterans that Zhao De had brought with him, including Zhao De himself, were not able to go back to the battlefield and make killings. A few moments okay. If it's long, it's playing for keeps. And the war, where is it likely to end anytime soon? It's going to be a fight for at least 3 days and 3 nights. This unreliable thing actually wants his daughter to be a widow on her wedding night? There are simply no rules. But Li Dingwu couldn't say much about it. The family and the country are in a dilemma. Even he himself is using his daughter. How can he blame the son-in-law for making his daughter a widow for the sake of the people of a country? No wonder. It's hard to make a difference between family and country. With Zhao De and his party joining them, the battle at the spirit will realm level was a bit easier for the Great Jing side. And yet, it wasn't pleasant. 11 men are not going to turn the tide of battle. But, it has turned these generals from facing 3 enemies alone to facing 2 enemies alone. It does have to be easier. The war between the 2 sides was at a stalemate. The 300,000 strong men under the city were like raging torrents impacting the city walls that seemed to be unchanged for eternity. Life after life was lost in the war. Every now and then, a group of northern barbarians ascended the city wall through the ladder, waving their curved swords, and then they were killed by an arrow from the soldiers on the wall, turning into a corpse that fell off the ladder. There were also soldiers who lost their lives to the curved swords of the barbarians. Blood, corpses, and broken flesh slowly grew and piled up throughout the battlefield. No one noticed that in a corner of the city wall, a white-robed monk watched this silently. Look, the bloody battlefield. What a meat grinder, Dang Ru exclaimed. Every minute, every second, people die, turn into corpses, turn into mincemeat. Both sides are giving their precious, yet insignificant lives for the future of their families, their descendants. War is a sad song written by man for himself. In this lament, good and evil have no meaning. Originally, Dang Ru did not intend to intervene. He could see that dying will win, In battles at the level of the Heart Phase realm and the Peeping Dao realm, De Jing had the advantage. With Zhao De and the others on board, the only shortcoming, they were able to stall until dying regained his advantage. But, how many people would die? Dang Ru would not be able to tell. This war, if it had ended earlier, might have killed many fewer people. Then, step in. Just go with it. After all, a war to protect one's country carries its own justice. Helping dying is justified. Dang Ru lit up the Vajra Dharma. Suddenly, the dark night sky was filled with golden light. A mighty Vajra with a green face and fangs, with a lotus flower crown on its head, clad in golden locks of armor, and holding a Vajra subduing pestle and mortar, 10 feet tall, appeared on the battlefield. This scene was extremely conspicuous in the dark night. People followed the target and saw a monk in white, wearing a bucket hat on his head. The face under the hat was covered by shadows and could not be seen clearly, but it seemed, it was wearing an iron mask. The monk walked towards the battlefield of the spiritual realm with his palms together, one golden lotus for each step, and a golden light Dharma phase behind him, as if he was a true Buddha who was pervasive in the world. Seeing that this suddenly appeared monk didn't care about them, the soldiers and barbarian warriors below also withdrew their gazes and instantly began to fight. And on the battlefield of the spiritual realm, the spiritual realm leaders of the barbarians looked towards them. Monk, what are you doing? A barbarian leader asked sternly. Monks can't kill. That's something even the northern barbarians know. So they weren't worried, just curious. The generals on Dying's side also frowned with some impatience. In the face of a great enemy, they didn't have the heart to listen to the monk's sermon on conversion. Only Zhao Da's face had a hint of oddity. Others don't know. He does. Old man Chang Yin is dead. It's a horrible death. The soul is broken. It was this monk who did it. Poor monk. Come as far as Drygo. Tang Ru's voice was like a bell, and he clapped his hands together. Do you think it will stop? A dying general questioned. This is the survival of the nation. Not a child's play, much less a game that can be fought and stopped at the drop of a hat. It won't stop. If the poor monk thinks it can, then it can. Dang Ru Dao. Good. Then I'd like to see what kind of tall tales you have that can stop this dry spell of hundreds of thousands of people. That general wore a disdainful look on his face as he beckoned the attacks of the two barbarian leaders in front of him. The poor monk does not have a high opinion. Dang Ru shook his head. So what do you have? The general asked again. I see he has a great head waiting for our warriors to take it off. On the opposite side, a late-stage spirit wheel leader of the northern barbarians laughed loudly as he rushed towards Tang Ru. Its speed was so swift that none of the people present reacted to it. Only Zhao De, who was also in the late spirit wheel stage, spoke up. He's dead. Ha, he did die. A monk who can't kill people, breaking into this hell on earth. If he doesn't die, who will? The northern barbarian leader who was fighting against Zhao De laughed out loud. Zhao De didn't say anything, just sighed. When he said he was going to die, he wasn't saying that Duanru was going to die. Just a poof. A long spear swiftly and incomparably stabbed through the head of the charging northern barbarian expert. With another shake of his hands, the lance vibrated and stirred his soul as well. The entire spirit wheel realm battlefield was silent. Dang Ru once again put his palms together, and the headless body in front of him slowly dropped. The poor monk doesn't have any tall tales, and doesn't know any Buddhist teachings about the equality of all living beings, but the poor monk, he is slightly skilled in boxing and kicking. I wonder if the poor monk's hand of fists and kicks can stop the gauntlet. With the killing of this one northern barbarian expert, Tang Ru's realm also completely reached the heart phase realm, only missing the critical step to cross the heart demon tribulation, is a true heart phase realm expert. But now, obviously, was not the time for a breakthrough. At the very least, it would take the end of this war to make a breakthrough. At the fall of Tang Ru's words, the entire spiritual realm battlefield was so silent that only the shouts and killings from below could be heard, as well as the sounds made by the heart phase realm existences fighting above. Master's high opinion. That dying general who had initially questioned Tang Ru clasped his hands and exclaimed, Please, Master, stop my dying for me. A general even directly knelt down and pleaded. He's a monk, the evil one. Zhao De gripped the military stick in his hand and once again struck the northern barbarians expert on the opposite side. You monk, aren't you afraid of losing your cultivation? A northern barbarian expert questioned. If one cultivates the Dharma for the sake of cultivating the avatar, what kind of Dharma is one to cultivate? It's just an evil path to cultivate, Tang Ru said, lifting his lance and killing those experts. Tang Ru, who was already equivalent to the pseudo-heart phase realm at this moment, killing these spiritual realm experts wasn't as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog, but it wasn't far off. In 3 or 2 moves, one would be able to resolve an expert below the late spirit will realm. 5 or 6 moves down, even a late-stage spirit will expert wouldn't be able to carry it. As Dang Ru's killings deepened, More and more dying generals were freed from the bitter fighting. Offense and defense are soon heterotypic. They began to kill those northern barbarian experts back. And Dangru realm, also gradually with the killing, cannot be suppressed. To use a crude analogy, it is like going to school with a bad feeling and holding back 2 evening classes. Can't hold it in. Dangru patted the shoulder of Zhao De, who was in the middle of a good fight. Zhao De looked back with some bewilderment. The poor monk is going to break through to the heart phase, so I'll ask General Zhao to protect the poor monk. Duanru said. He trusted Zhao Da's character. Zhao Da's force value is also guaranteed. Zhao De was shocked. He didn't know how this monk in front of him breaking through the realm was as simple as eating and drinking. How long has it been? When he first met this monk, he could only be at the early stage of the spirit wheel. Now what? It's all about to break through to the heart phase realm. Although he was shocked, Zhao De also knew that the matter of breakthrough could not be delayed. Breaking through the heart phase realm would be met with a heart demon tribulation, and no one could disturb it during this period. And once Tangru broke through the heart phase realm, according to Tangru's current battle power in the same realm, he could completely help Li Dinghua and the others above him. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely protect you. Don't worry about the breakthrough. Zhao De patted his chest armor and assured him. Good. Then please General Zhao. Tangru nodded his head, and then put away his Dharma phase, and took advantage of the night, and found a secluded place behind Tongguan City, sat down cross-legged, and prepared for a breakthrough. Zhao De, on the other hand, as if he were a doorman, holding a military club and looking around with alert eyes. As soon as there was the slightest breeze, he was going to hit it with a stick. It was imperative to ensure that Tangru successfully broke through the heart phase realm. Having Grand Protector Zhao wasn't enough, so Tangru scattered the 3 heart demons everywhere to go on scouting and vigilance. It couldn't be helped that the heart demon could only serve as a booster, and in a battlefield like this with the presence of a peeping Dao, the protector was somewhat powerless. Soon, Tangru's consciousness once again entered the heart demon space. However, perhaps it would be more appropriate to rename it as inheritance space, but the heart demon has been the more customary name. It is still the space of the mind that is the most palatable. At this moment, opposite the heart demon space, sitting there, was still a woman, but it was different from the calm aura of the third heart demon. This woman, dressed in a big red western dance dress, also looked very charming and cute. The charm is heavenly. Congratulations you inheritor, for successfully passing the first 3 inheritance spirit tests, the woman said with a slight smile and a flirtatious voice, and her self-proclaimed name changed from heart demon to legacy spirit. Apparently, a confession has been passed. It's just not a good time to ask anything more. What is your test? Dangru went straight to the point and didn't intend to talk too much. Well, the woman's slender fingers rested lightly on her fiery red lips, making a thoughtful gesture. She modeled a delicate awkward laugh and said, originally, the test given to you by the third inheritance spirit was resistance to temptation. A look of embarrassment appeared on her face. What about your test? Dangru still asked. Gee, take it easy. Really, my test was originally supposed to be your resistance to hardship. The woman reached out and struck out of thin air, like a dainty girl in a greenhouse who wants to refuse. But her face was complicated. But you've already experienced the difficulties of killing the Buddha, and has come out of it, and has also strengthened the heart of the way. The woman sighed and said, so there's no need for this illusion of mine to repeat what happened in reality. Hearing this, Tangru nodded as he revealed a look of dawning realization. That is to say, the poor monk passed the test directly without having to cross. Is that right? But, nice try. You. The woman sprayed out a mouthful of old blood from the void, obviously stunned by this whimsical and shameless idea of Tangru's. You wouldn't have appeared in this illusionary space if you didn't have to transmigrate. And even though you've already passed the test once in reality, I still need to make up an illusionary realm to test you once more. The woman explained. So, another Irma is going to die, isn't it? It's a fake though. Dangru sighed and asked. Nothing. The woman sighed before continuing. Didn't you cross an illusion at the third inheritance spirit? Tangru nodded his head, and then he seemed to associate something with it as his eyes snapped open and he asked. You were able to resurrect that wife? Is that so? The woman's face was a black line. She felt as if she had nothing to say to this being. This body, why does it always like to interrupt? There are no qualities. Ugh. The woman sighed as she reached out to soothe. I know you're excited, but just take it easy for a second. Although the illusion is fake, it doesn't mean that the people in the illusion are replicable and can be replaced at will. They are who they are. They are irreplaceable. Dissipated is dissipated forever. Even if I get a phantom clone that looks like her, has the same personality, and has the same memories, that's not the wife that's been with you in the phantom world for more than 20 years. Is that clear? Dangru's brightly lit eyes dimmed once more. Obviously, the woman's answer was expected. But, It also disappointed him. No chance? You don't have to be too sad. In fact, there is still a chance. Cultivating to the realm of the wandering gods and Buddhas is capable of distorting space and time, and resurrecting yourself from the root. There is also a chance. The woman's words gave Dang Ru another glimmer of hope. Yes, time. The way of time can change everything, and power, or rather, mass, can warp space and time. So, what is this trial? Exactly? Duan Ru returned the conversation to this ordeal. Since he does not try him with difficulties. Didn't I tell you? It's still desire. The wife and the illusion helped you pass the test, and the third inheritance spirit recognized the cheating. But since my test has already been experienced by you in reality, so dash. The woman laughed again after she lengthened her voice. I don't recognize it. I'll have to ask you to go through it again. Tang Ru was speechless. His forehead corners were a bit bruised and he was obviously a bit angry. He let out a soft chuckle. Coincidentally, the poor monk, too, does not approve. I will not allow you to continue creating illusions with this image. And the poor monk does not intend to fall in love with the same person again. The same path, used once is called stunning, used a second time. It's just a case of East meets West. In the face of Tang Ru's barbed words, the woman similarly only laughed lightly and said, First, the test is up to me. Whether you recognize it or not, it doesn't matter. Secondly, don't worry, I'm a very respectful legacy spirit. I'm not going to build another character from scratch, and you're not going to fall in love all over again with someone exactly like that. This time the test starts at the end. That is, from the moment your wife dissipated the illusion, resumed and continued. When the woman said that, she looked at Tang Ru and waited for Tang Ru's reaction. Seeing that you don't have to fall in love with a second person, Dang Ru was also relieved. Substitutable, and a nasty setup. Duan Ru is still trying to say no. Don't worry, this time it won't erase your memories, but it will make you subconsciously feel that waking up is a dream, and you won't fall in love with this person after waking up with the memories. The woman saw a change in Dang Ru's expression as she continued to explain. If that's the case, then consider it a brand new person? Dang Ru felt it wasn't unacceptable. Having the memories is fine. Then he would have been defensive of his new wife and the illusion and wouldn't have fallen in love with the fake, scheming newcomer. As to whether this is fair to the phantom spirit who pretended to be his wife, that has nothing to do with him. After all, she was out to get him, so naturally there was no fairness. It was also impossible for people to fall in love with him, an adventurer with whom they had no past. So, what are the conditions for passing the test? Or do you fulfill the dogma of punishing evil? Dong Ru asked. Asking this means he has accepted this test, as long as the inheritance spirit rushes to release the quest. Well, the woman rubbed her polished chin, revealing a thoughtful look. It was intended that you should continue to practice the creed of rewarding the good and punishing the bad. But now, I'm so touched by your feelings for your wife that I'm going to open another pass for you. Recognize the fact that the wife in the vision is false, that the world is false, that the original wife has long since dissipated. Either you continue to recognize the reward of good and the punishment of evil, or you recognize that the people around you have long since ceased to be the people around you. These two conditions, as long as you fulfill one of them, you will be counted as having passed. The woman gave two conditions, which was, to say the least, generous. After all, it's normal to want to recognize it when there are memories. You have great authority. Well, the poor monk promises you. Duanru still chose to agree to the ordeal. So good. Junior Yo, fall into the illusion. The woman snapped her fingers. Dangru's consciousness instantly blackened, and that feeling of falling reappeared. The illusion was being constructed rapidly, and Dangru's memories were being stripped away. Everything around him had changed back to whatever night it had been, and there were only a few stars in the dark night sky competing with the neon of the city. Dangru's eyes snapped open, as if waking up from a dream. In front of him, his dull-faced wife looked at him with a worried face. Feeling the hard, cold touch underneath me, Duanru speculated that he should be sleeping on a park bench at the moment. Dreams. Dangru reached out and looked at his two pairs of somewhat rough hands. Dreaming, when the monk killed him, can be compared to these hands, to be white and tender a lot. You're awake, nerd. While walking in the park you suddenly passed out and I had a hard time finding a chair to carry you up. His wife was relieved to see that Dangru was fine. You're not her. Dangru suddenly said. What nonsense are you talking about? Nerd? Who am I not? His wife looked at Dangru with an odd expression on her face. A look of, did you sleep, stupid? You are not my wife. And though your appearance, voice, and even your personality, mimic the same, still, you are not. Dangru repeated again and said, I don't look like me? Tell me instead, what's not like me? The wife asked, crossing her arms a little defiantly. Love. There is no love in your eyes, only possessiveness. And, If it was her, she wouldn't let me, a middle-aged man of almost 40, sleep on a cold park bench in the dead of fall. She would have carried me back, or held me, and waited for me to wake up, instead of acting like she cared when I did. Of course you don't understand, because it's not like you. You don't have feelings for me. You naturally don't think about it that much. As Tang Ru's words fell, the illusion instantly shattered. The whole thing, less than a minute. The woman in red stared blankly at the reappearing Tang Ru. It's too fast. Is she? Shouldn't the passing requirements be set so low? It's true. 20 years together can't be mimicked by a single memory infusion. Congratulations, passed the test. No cheating this time, purely on your own. The woman clapped and applauded, offering Dang Ru's blessing for surviving the heart demon tribulation. Well, thanks a lot. Dang Ru nodded, unperturbed by this. It was a really easy pass for him. After all, no matter how that imposter in that illusion went about acting, she can't even act truly loving. What is love? It's not ice so thick that they're drawn. It is details, all kinds of details in life. Lovers accommodate each other, understand each other, and help each other, instead of a pair of eyes supposedly raging with love pulling out the silk. I'm still curious as to how you could tell she was a fake. I obviously made a complete copy of the memories replicating them in her mind. Even she doesn't know she's a fake. How did you tell? The woman wondered. Theoretically, this wife she had replicated did not have memories that belonged to herself, only memories of Dang Ru's time spent with her. However, in order to prevent her wife from helping Dang Ru cheat, she still made it subconsciously understand that it was not her own memory. Perhaps it's also because of this setting that the party feels detached, allowing Duanru to exploit the situation. All I can say is that memories are part of a person's character, but not all of it. Environment is part of the factor that influences a person's character, but not the whole thing. There are people who have been born in poor mountains and still manage to remain simple and good. There are people who are well-dressed, yet they still look toward asking for more and pressing on. There are people who have been poor all their lives and yet they won't let go of others who are equally poor. There are people who have been rich all their lives, but dare to start a revolution for the poor people and overthrow themselves. Circumstances, memories, can only affect a part of a person's character, and my wife, it's not because of those memories that she's my wife. I fell in love with her character first before I got those memories. This, then, is why I can see it at a glance. Duanru explained. Yes, admittedly, everything is exactly the same in that illusionary imposter. Her heart, however, was not the same as her wife's. His wife was willing to give up her freedom and put down roots in the city for him, give up the chance to become real and dissipate with the illusion. And the imposters, though they resemble each other, can't do that. She would lie to him in order to be real. That is the difference. Thinking about it this way, the goodness of a wife comes through even more. Everyone lives for profit in dreams, and there is this one person who is willing to give up his interests, his dreams, and even his life for you. This is very valuable. Just, at the time, it was only unusual, not properly cherished. Dongru sighed. Well, Junior Yo, don't be depressed anymore. This side, in order to congratulate you for passing the level, will also kindly give you a divine ability. What kind of divine ability do you want to learn? The woman in red clapped her hands and said to Tang Ru, by all accounts, her authority, really, is high. Not only can you decide the conditions needed to pass, you'll also be able to decide what kind of avatar you pick after passing. Let me choose for myself. Tang Ru frowned. He felt that this heart demon was a bit unreliable. He was an inheritor, or a half-knowledgeable inheritor. How many divine powers could he know? What's the choice? You name your needs, and I will help you pick the most suitable divine ability based on your needs. The woman in red also realized the loophole in her words and added, demand, then, of fighting. Duanru said. He had very few means of fighting, and would only have one method of fusion, plus punching and kicking, and a handful of half-assed marksmanship. He wouldn't think that he was some kind of gunmaster for having killed many people with a long spear. Years of knives, months of sticks and half a lifetime of guns. It takes 10 years of playing with guns to get started. He's like that. A monkey with a gun sticking out randomly. Now he's in the mind phase realm. Already you can call it a party. And every party daimyo, just like old man Qingyun, possessed a hand such as the 10,000 swords to the east or something like that, which they used to fight with people for their lives. At this time, he who only knew the fusion of one hand with the other, one hand of boxing and kicking kung fu, plus one hand of heaven's ear passage, which was used to break people's goodness and evil, was able to do so, just comes across as a primitive man who went to World War II with a stick. It won't work naturally. Needed a crushing trick to help him. Got it. You're trying to make your fights a little pushy, aren't you? The woman in red slapped her thighs and raised her voice. Right. Tang Ru was speechless. But, It wasn't wrong for the woman in red to understand it that way. All in all, just don't make him look like a primitive man with a quantum computer chip as an arrowhead to draw a bow and shoot arrows. Then, I happen to have a divine ability here that is perfect for you at this moment. The woman in red stretched out a slender white finger, and then her palms were clasped together. One word at a time, her face solemn. This divine power is named 10,000 Buddhas. 10,000 Buddhas? Tang Ru's eyes lit up a few points when he heard this overbearing, forced name. The name? It sounds awesome. I'm only afraid that this divine ability will become one of his major cards. Yes, 10,000 Buddhas. After the woman in red snapped her fingers, she gave Tang Ru a thumbs up in a lovely manner. Observed their behavior. Tang Ru felt that the title of prideful heroine was going to be replaced from the head of the first heart demon. Press on for the fourth heart demon. Nope. Maybe the title of youth redemption literary heroine would be more appropriate for this her. After all, her personality is one of those perky, cute ones. And here's the kicker. She's really a female in her outwardly expressive mold. Well, this bit of tool first heart demon. What exactly is the effect of this divine power? Dong Ru asked. Effectively, the woman thought for a moment and began to introduce herself. It's simple. Literally, 10,000 Buddhas. After learning this divine ability, all the 100 miles in a radius will be made into a Buddha country, and all the beings within the Buddha country will be honored by you, and you will have an innate power of intimidation over them. Of course, with the realm, this effect will become weaker and weaker, and when facing an existence above the peeping Tao realm, it will be completely ineffective. The woman even threw in a cold shower in passing. And then what? Dang Ru asked with some hesitation. The name sounds awesome, and the introduction is so short? Nope, the woman said with a wink. No? Duan Ru made sure again, 1,000 times over. The woman's eyes were firm. That is to say, this divine power, within 100 miles, my breath my pressure, can reach the peeping Tao realm, but my own strength remains unchanged. Is that so? Dang Ru briefly translated, then asked with some uncertainty. Ahem. Yes. The woman scratched her head a little sheepishly. That is to say, this divine power with a bullish-sounding name is actually useless except for scaring people. Is it? Dang Ru asked as he translated these. Once again, briefly. You can't say that. You have to realize that you are capable of scaring the peeping Tao realm. Isn't that enough? What's more, the 10,000 Buddhas can be more than just. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Tang Ru. Returns. Duan Ru said. Return it while it's still available. This thing is so chicken shit. He wanted a big killing move that could decide life and death. Not something that just scares people. He doesn't need to rely on scaremongering to fool his opponents. He wants the real deal to get rid of the wicked. Ugh. Shallow men. The woman sighed. So once again, she gave her thighs a thump. How about giving you the whole palm of the Buddha's kingdom? The woman said. Dang Ru felt that the woman in front of him was like the fat blue man from the island next door, selling him all sorts of magical props. And what is the explanation for the Buddha kingdom in the palm? Tang Ru guessed that it should be similar to a Buddhist kingdom appearing in the palm of one's hand with countless Vajraluohans or something like that, but he still needed to ask. After all, the previous one, with such a gripping name like 10,000 Buddhas, turned out to be just a scare used. Sun Wukong knows, right? The woman gave an example. You know. Has it got nothing to do with that? Tang Ru recalled the words of the third heart demon Pai from the last time, and he felt that this heart demon in front of him would be just as skinny, so he skinned off early to prevent her from skinning again. The trick is called, the kettle's in the fire. You were brought down by Lao San, and have something to do with the Monkey King. The woman rolled her eyes breathlessly and said. Dang Ru was a little embarrassed. It turns out that women really do have to be serious about their explanations. However, her sentence about being brought down by the oldest three made it somewhat clear to him how the third heart demon was among these heart demons. Guess it's also the image of skinny as hell. To be precise, it's off he has something to do with it. That Buddha in the book made a bet with him that he couldn't fly out of the Buddha's hand, and that Goku did everything he could and ended up peeing under 5 fingers. This is the Buddha kingdom in the palm. It's a trapping divine ability, the same as the sleeve Qiankuan, using the palm of your hand to transform into the Buddha's kingdom, trapping the enemy in your hands. The domestic space is infinitely high upwards and infinitely long in all directions, and once the enemy enters, he may not escape until your cultivation has been exhausted. As Tang Ru listened to these descriptions, there was always some longing in his eyes. This one will do. Just listening to the description is pushing it. When he had the chance, he bet everyone that you would definitely not be able to fly out of the poor monk's hands. Then let it fly around as much as it wants, and when it's done and complacent, show the finger to this person. Think about it. It's a huge psychological blow, but, such a good use of the divine power. The price is only not light. At what cost? Dongru asked. At what cost? The woman froze. The price to be paid for using this avatar. Duanru said. This drains blue faster. With blue draining blue. Without blue draining the blood bar. And then there's the fact that, whether it works or not, the hand you used to use the Buddha kingdom is definitely going to be ruined. But that's harmless. Cultivators are able to rebirth broken limbs at the spirit wheel realm. So it's not a big deal for you. Again the woman scratched her head sheepishly. Truly, the avatar is not costly in any way. Don't ask anymore, okay? Hurry up and decide which one to learn, so she can go out and play Dumbo with old 1, old 2, old 3 and the rest of them. Consuming blue and bloodstains? Dongru froze for a moment, having traveled for so long that even the internet jargon of his previous life was a bit of a trance. It's just spiritual energy. And if you have it you drain it and if you don't have it you burn your life until it's gone, the woman explained. Then with the poor monk's current cultivation, 3 seconds. Before Dongru could finish his question, the woman had already learned to snatch the answer. That's fine. As long as you trap the enemy for 3 seconds with your current cultivation, the heart demon will be able to decide victory for the poor monk. Dongru revealed a satisfied expression at this divine ability. No, I mean the blood and blue bars drain together for 3 seconds. The woman threw a pot of cold water violently on Dongru's head. What about light depletion of the blue bar? Dongru asked. 1 second. 1 second? 1 second. Dongru had been completely speechless. 1 second? It takes a second to kill someone. It takes all your cultivation to trap someone for a second. So what's the point? Feeling like this is still a big late stage skill? Now it only works for a second? Where's the pit? At this moment, the image of this fourth heart demon being so unreliable had penetrated deep into Dongru's heart. Change another one. Dongru's voice revealed breathlessness. Perhaps this Palm Buddha kingdom would be good to use when it reached the grand late stage. That is, when he advanced to the sun and moon realm. Or something like that. But at the moment, not enough. This thing really can't work. You can wait until you break through the heart demon tribulation later and ask for other heart demons. But for now, he wants to be able to actually fight. Heard Duanru say another one. The woman in red furrowed her brows and clenched her 2 rows of teeth. She got up and slapped Dongru 3 times directly on his head, cursing angrily. You 1T learn this, you 1T learn that, you shrewish monkey, in the end you want to learn. Sorry to skewer the theater. The woman coughed twice to hide her embarrassment. So, no more avatars? Dongru asked. Nope, just these 2. Pick one. 10,000 Buddhas, or the Buddha kingdom in the palm of your hand. If you can't pick one I'll just kick you out. The woman cursed. 10,000 Buddhas. I guess. Dongru thought for a moment. The Buddha kingdom in the palm of your hand is going to be a little bit more useful than the 10,000 Buddhas. But 1 second. To put it crudely, in his previous life on Earth it took 3 seconds to open a small movie to guide a tube. Drain blue for 1 second and blood for 3? What? Did he break some conduit's heavenly rule? It's just like that? Perhaps this divine ability would be good to use later on, after his cultivation level was high. But right now, he doesn't need to. Junior Yo, congratulations on making the right choice. So come on, I'll teach you this divine ability. 10,000 Buddhas. The woman snapped her fingers. Soon, Dongru only felt the sky spinning. The surroundings change. The white space of the heart demon became crimson. This is the image of the inheritance of the 10,000 Buddhas. Junior Yo, accept the inheritance well. The woman's voice of explanation echoed throughout the entire world. How come the 10,000 Buddhas is a blood-colored sky? Dongru's mouth twitched as he asked. Because, you're a life-killing Buddha. The woman explained this. Good. Impeccable. A life-killing Buddha should indeed be different than the average Buddha. After all, killing is heavy. Dongru stopped thinking about it so much and just followed the gaze. The sky was a black, red color of blood. And in the sky, a golden Buddha closed his eyes with his palms together. But, the golden light on its body dimmed, and its eyes bled black and red, as if in pity, shedding tears. And underneath the Buddha are countless corpses. Dongru clearly saw that those corpses were clearly the corpses of Lohan, bodhisattvas, and monks. Their blood, golden, converging into a golden path. A black-robed monk holding a large sword cuts off the head of one monk, Luohan, and bodhisattvas after another. The corpses of the Buddhas lay on their backs as if in pilgrimage. 11,324, 11,325, 11,326. The black-robed monk counted a number for each person he killed. If the saints don't die, the thieves don't stop. If the saints don't die, the thieves don't stop. For the sake of the world. That black-robed monk laughed recklessly, only to see him turn his eyebrows across in a quick manner. Please, saints, go to your deaths. The black-clothed monk's last words echoed throughout the entire heaven and earth. Dang Ru's line of sight slowly pulled away. Countless Luohan, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas with golden blood flowed. All fell in a pool of blood. Layers and layers of bodies piled up. Tang Ru felt that this black-clothed monk was a bit too extreme. Sage Immortal Bandit is more than he actually understands it that way. It really counts, too, as a logic ghostwriter. But as he spat in his heart, Tang Ru gradually realized a divine ability in his mind. 10,000 Buddhas, Voli edition. And as the avatar became clear, the illusion completely dissipated. Not only the illusionary realm, but the heart demonic space, also completely dissipated. Dang Ru felt the surging power hidden in his body. It could be said that the current self was hundreds of times the power of the original late spirit wheel stage. At this moment, one of his punches or kicks was able to cause space to shake and mountains and rivers to change color. Very powerful. Within the Dantian, the slowly rotating spirit wheel also changed. It starts with appearance. Spirit wheel completely changed into a person. This is the true picture. That is, the Tao of monks. At the heart phase realm, after a cultivator had passed the heart demon robbery, he would understand what he wanted and what his path was. Thus the spirit wheel becomes the carrier of the cultivator's great Tao. His true form is the Vajradharma, to stop killing with killing and to curb evil with evil. This is the way of the Buddha who kills. And this is the true nature of the Buddha. And from this moment on, the present phase can help the present body to cultivate together. One more auto-hanging script, so to speak. Tang Ru got up, clasped his palms together, and looked toward Zhao De, who was observing his surroundings in the distance with a vigilant and serious face. Amitabha Buddha, the poor monk has completed his breakthrough. Thank you for protecting the poor monk. Sure, Master Zhao, Duan Ru said. From afar, Zhao De looked shocked as he surveyed Tang Ru in front of him. Previously, he was still able to feel the aura from Tang Ru, although it was a bit deeper and more powerful than him, but overall it was similar to him. And at the moment, the aura on Tang Ru's body was so majestic that he couldn't even see the end of it. If one were to say that before Tang Ru made his breakthrough, Tang Ru was the great sun that shone brightly on all things in the white sun, then he is the white moon that shows the way for pedestrians at night. If it is at a special time, the light of the white moon is no less than the early morning sunrise. But at the moment, completely changed. Tang Ru was still like a great sun shining down on all things. He, on the other hand, had become a tiny glow. There was no way to see where the end of that fiery red ball of fire in the sky was. Truly is one. It's like a mayfly seeing the sky. Zhao De couldn't help but be thankful that, fortunately, he had been resourceful before and didn't follow old man Qing Yun and the others blindly, but instead went straight to Li Dinghui to catch up with him, seeking refuge. The master is truly, profoundly Buddhist. Zhao Daha clasped his palms together to learn the manners of a monk and praised. Now that the poor monk is in the mind phase realm, it's time to put a stop to this ridiculous war. Tang Ru closed his palms and looked high into the sky, a hint of compassion in his eyes. It's best if fewer people can die. Master's compassion. Master's Buddhist teachings are profound, not like those hypocritical vultures do. I, Zhao Da, admire. Zhao Da frantically blew rainbow farts for Deng Ru. As long as Tang Ru was able to go and help Li Dinghui resolve the battle at the heart phase level, let's not even talk about throwing off the facade of being a conquering general to kiss some rainbow ass. It wasn't impossible for him to just go ahead and put on a woman's sarong and fawn over Deng Ru. Although, that would be a really kind of hot scene. Deng Ru nodded. Immediately after that, he summoned the fourth heart demon, or, rather, the fourth inheritance spirit. The fourth heart demon was at the spirit wheel great perfection realm at the moment. Each heart demon, within its realm, was an invincible existence at the same level. Not that it's because they're tricky or anything, simply because they can't be beaten. Being in the same realm and not being able to be killed, it was only for them to exhaust each other. Plus, they were powerful in their own right, unrivaled at the same level. Well deserved. Go to the battlefield of the spirit wheel realm and settle those enemies. Tang Ru instructed the fourth heart demon in front of him, who was wearing the large red dance dress of a Western dancer, with a large portion of his skin exposed. The fourth heart demon nodded and turned his head, then ran to the spirit wheel realm battlefield, while the first, second, and third heart demons were sent by Tang Ru to the ground battlefield to fight against the soldiers and generals of the northern barbarians. As for Tang Ru himself, he was heading straight to the mind phase realm battlefield above. Tang Ru flew up and went straight to the mind phase realm battlefield. De Jing, counting Li Dinghui, had 11 heart phase realm warriors. As for the northern barbarians, there are only 7. However, it was these 7 northern barbarian experts of the heart phase realm that fought evenly with Li Dinghui and the other dying generals. It was extremely difficult for the barbarian's body refining method to break through the heart phase realm. But, once you break through that battle power, naturally, was stronger than an ordinary heart phase expert. It could be said that the strength of every barbarian's heart phase realm expert should automatically be raised one small realm upwards. Early stages of heart phase are automatically considered to be enemies in the middle stages of heart phase. At this moment, Li Dingbo was combining forces with an early stage heart phase war general from Beijing to fight against an early stage heart phase barbarian expert. All three of them were at the early stage of the heart phase, but the barbarian expert was clearly pressing the Li Dingbo duo to fight. The barbarian's invincibility in the same realm is a real headache. Li Dingbo struggled to parry the attacks of the barbarian experts. The barbarian master's attacks were not that fancy. Only simple punches and kicks. Every punch, every kick, hit the space around them with a crackling, overwhelming sound. A dark, ghostly crack revealed itself in the sky. It was a sign of space breaking up. The entire battlefield of the heart phase realm was in a stalemate. Although the northern barbarians are invincible in the same realm, but Dying's generals were no straw men. It was equally as difficult for them to break through the heart phase realm. They were equally powerful after breaking through the heart phase realm. It just can't be called invincible in the same realm. 10,000 Buddhas. Just when the experts were fighting, a moment seemed to be murmuring. The voice was low. A moment seems to be a mountain flood bell ringing, as if in the ears of the rage. The experts were confused for a moment. Amidst the gazes of the experts, Tang Ru put his palms together and rushed up from the battlefield below. Shout out this one. 10,000 Buddhas. And as the words of the 10,000 Buddhas fell, they soon felt that their cultivation was suppressed by the monk in front of them. This 100-mile radius was all the Buddha's kingdom of the person in front of him, and they, in turn, became monks, lohans, and bodhisattvas in the kingdom of Buddha. But these are not the most critical. The bottom line is this: their surroundings, utterly transformed. The dark night sky disappeared. The only thing visible was the blood-red bow of the sky. A giant statue of Buddha in the sky retained blood and tears. His eyebrows lowered, as if he had already been seated, but still not forgetting to look at the world with compassion. And before their eyes, a monk in white, holding a long spear, wearing a bucket hat and a ringed iron face, the tip of the spear still dripping with blood, approached them. The great Tao is externally manifested. This is the peeping Tao realm. Li Dingwa felt the change in his surroundings and looked at Dang Ru, who was slowly coming towards his side, and for a moment he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that Tang Ru should be a heart phase realm existence like him, only hiding his strength. But now, this outward manifestation of the great Tao, which was only possible in the mind phase realm, was illustrating to him. The person in front of him was a Buddhist cultivator of the Tao peeping realm. Buddhism is profound. What evil Buddhism? It's not like Buddhist teachings, but like the killing methods of our army. The general who fought alongside Li Dingwa murmured. At this moment, facing the sudden appearance of Tang Ru, who was suspected to be at the Tao prying realm, both sides were out of the fight. That's the Tao peeping realm. Killing them is as easy as killing a cockatoo. Their fight at the moment was pointless, and Tang Ru's appearance caused the uppermost, for true Tao prying realm existences that were fighting to fly down. Facing a brand new peeping Tao realm that had joined the battlefield, they had to stop fighting. As for the comment about not caring and continuing to play 1-on-2, they would never dare to think so. The Tao prying realm was not a realm that any cat or dog could reach. The heart phase realm would already be a realm that could only be reached by human masters. Realize your true nature. Realize your true nature. It's easy to say, but how can the heart be so easily realized? Martial artist realm, chi blood realm, true chi realm, spirit wheel realm. The one necessary condition of realm was already screening out countless people. And then, there was the heart demon robbery that lay in front of spirit wheel realm cultivators. The heart demon robbery of the heart phase realm wasn't like the inheritance spirit of the life-killing Buddha that would release water. They would do everything they could to catch the weak points of the cultivator's mind. You love beautiful women, so you become the favorite beauty of your heart. If you like power and wealth, you will be given the yellowish dream of ascending to the top of the world. You have regrets in your heart, so you will be reborn in the name of the failed fairy to give you a dream to save your regrets. Their tactics, heavy-handed and indefensible. It could be said that there were many people who were able to cultivate to the late spirit wheel realm, but only 1 in 1,000 can survive the heart demon tribulation. A lot of people have regrets. The mind will give you a dream to make up for your regrets with the word rebirth. There are very few people who are generally able to survey the reality, and there are those who do not want to wake up even after they have explored the reality, but only want to stay. This was the case with the heart phase realm, not to mention the peeping Tao realm above it. To peek at the Tao, as the name suggests, is to glimpse a corner of the Tao. It is not your own path that you are peeking at. Rather, it is the projection of the great Tao of heaven and earth on one's path. Strong people at the Tao peeping realm could project their Tao to manifest forms in heaven and earth, changing the environment of heaven and earth. It was just like the 10,000 Buddhas performed by Tang Ru. However, the average Peeping Dao realm powerhouse didn't use this to fight. It's very consuming and doesn't do much good yet. I wonder who your friend is, and what is your purpose in coming to the northern frontier of Great Jing? The old general Wei Wu, who was in the middle stage of the Peeping Dao realm, opened his mouth and asked drily. It only comes as a stopgap. Tang Ru also realized that the opposite side seemed to treat him as if he was at the Peeping Dao realm. That is, an existence of equal status. Stopper? Wei Wu and Gongsun Bai looked at each other. They were keeping a wary eye on the monk who had suddenly appeared before them. Obviously, he possessed the means of the Dao prying realm, but his breath, however, was only at the early stage of the heart phase realm. There are only two possibilities. This monk has the treasures of some Peeping Dao realm powerhouse, or this monk's strength was far more profound than theirs, so they couldn't see it. In this battlefield nowadays, they wouldn't feel that the monk in front of them was relying on magic treasures to be able to have such means. A general on the battlefield has to be able to maximize the enemy and neutral forces in a strategic sense indefinitely. In other words, at this moment, they then treated Tang Ru as a powerhouse above the Peeping Dao realm. It is natural to be gentle with the strong. How does the master want to stop it? Wei Wu asked. It's simple. Kill the barbarians and stop the war, Tang Ru said as he put his palms together and made an appearance of compassion. In the distance, two of the barbarian race's remaining mountain-moving Rexes glanced at each other with puzzled faces. Kill them? All of them? Why does this monk have such a big mouth? Ha 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 ha. Good, master, wonderful. Then kill all the barbarians and stop this dry spell. Wei Wu laughed out loud, only feeling that the monk in front of him was very cute. Opening your mouth is not Amitba. My Buddha is merciful. The almsman stops. Rather, kill them all. This kind of monk. Strange, and yet, it's wonderful. Wei Wu laughed loudly and rushed towards his previous opponent with lightning speed. Gongsun Bai didn't lag behind, charging straight at his previous opponent. But their previous opponents didn't want to fight at the moment, and fight, and retreat, facing the extra enemies of the Peeping Dao realm. They didn't want to fight, and on the battlefield at the mind phase realm level, Li Dinghua and the others were also killing those barbarian experts. Those barbarian experts, at this moment, saw that their own leaders had retreated. They also had no desire to continue the conquest, only with their chiefs in general, and fighting and retreating. And Dang Ru didn't make a move. After all, the barbarian experts who had no desire to fight at the moment, their strength was greatly reduced compared to before. This was because they were suspecting him to be a Dao Peeping realm being, and once he strikes, the tiger skin ceases to exist. It was also able to win though, but more people will die. Then they are not going to make a move. Those generals stepped in and banished the enemy all the way to 1,000 miles away. Every now and then, a corpse of a heart phase realm barbarian expert was dropped. Of course, these heart phase realm barbarian experts died under Tang Ru's mending sword. Wasn't going to take a shot, but that didn't stop him from grabbing heads. Now that he was at the heart phase realm, it was time to kill the True Yang sect. Before killing his way up to the True Yang sect, he naturally wanted to raise his strength as much as possible. So, the head-grabbing thing, naturally, has to be done. Anyway, the generals aren't short of heads. With the rout of the battlefield above, the Spirit Will realm battlefield was a total loss. Below, the northern barbarians' army also began to retreat. They realized that there were suddenly three ghostly things in the battlefield. No matter how you fight, you can't die. These three things were all at the weakest at the martial realm Grand Circle realm. At the highest, it was the True Chi realm Grand Circle. This also means the entire battlefield, encompassed by these three ghostly things. If the experts on the Spirit Will realm battlefield didn't come to help, then they will be killed by these three ghostly things in no time. In the face of such a presence, heaven is not afraid. The northern barbarian warriors who were not afraid of life or death cowered. They had mounted the steeds they had spent so much time with and started to flee. The unknown struck them with a deep fear. With the great rout of the northern barbarians, they left tens of thousands of corpses behind to flee the past that terrified them. After this battle, the northern barbarians will have at least 20 years. Don't dare to invade Tongguan. This battle will bring 20 years of peace to the northern border of dying. Winning. On the city wall, a soldier sat down disheveledly leaning against the wall, breathing in the air filled with the smell of blood from the battlefield in large gulps. One of his hands was cut off by the barbarian. One of his comrades had his head cut off by the barbarians. He's alive. The war was won. But what to do after the war is won? And no one told him. Corpses littered the ground, and the soldier just stared at it all, dumbfounded, open-mouthed and confused. There were no smiles, no crying. There was just deep fatigue. Jade, our child, should be able to grow up in peace, the soldier murmured, a genuine smile drifting up on his lips. He would only be happy if his family could live in peace. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar. Is it worth it? Suddenly, a voice rang in the soldier's ears. The soldier forced his tired eyes to look at the visitor. He recognized the monk who had helped them to victory. He respected the guru. This guru, unlike the others, is not like the others. It's worth it, master. The soldier smiled. But your hand is broken, Dongru said, pointing to the soldier's hand. Yes, the hand is broken, but my wife, my son, they will have a sound body. Speaking of his wife, the soldier couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. But if you die, your wife, your son, will have no one to take care of them. Is it worth it? Dongru asked one of the things that, on earth, those little traitors love to ask. The soldier was silent. Faced with this question, he didn't know. Yeah, he's alive, so it's worth it. But if he dies, is it even worth it when there's no one left to take care of the family? Suddenly, the soldier seemed to have figured something out and released. I don't know if this is worth it, but master, if each of us has to ask if it's worth it, then, those barbarians, will have to ask us if it's worth it to occupy this middle kingdom. There's nothing worth it. Someone has to stand here. If others can, so can I. When the soldier said that, he remained staring blankly at the battlefield, one hand gripping his lance tightly. The entire person then relied on this lance to support them and not fall down. Dongru looked at the soldiers in front of him. He's just a mortal. It's so weak. Such weak people, wearing cold and difficult iron armor, defended the homeland behind them on this towering and majestic pass. They are, well, powerful. A small life that gives greatness to itself. Monk, can the poor monk draw a picture for you? Dongru inquired about the soldier in front of him. Such a soldier, he thought, was worth painting. Show your wife too. The soldier's tired eyes widened as he said, Master, I don't have the strength to get up. There is no harm in it. A monk in this position would be most suitable for a painting. Dongru laughed, though the soldier in front of him couldn't see how he was smiling. Well, thank you, Master. Master is still the first to give a little person like me a face painting. Master is really different. The soldier quipped, and closed his eyes slowly. He's not dead, just tired and asleep. Dongru just smiled bitterly as he listened to the soldier's words. Yeah, no one's going to paint the little guy. Even the little people themselves don't pay attention to the other little people. Poets sing the praises of dynastic performance. Painters are attracted to landscapes and grasses. Historians only record the merits and demerits of emperors and generals. And the little people can get it. It's the verse that has people in it. It's the little man who's so lightly depicted in the portrait. Is it the starving people in the history books? Or the song and dance? It's abstract, not specific. All beings, perhaps? It could be painted for the wife alone. Deng Rushing got up this way. He wanted to draw a representative portrait of all the ordinary people on earth and burn it for his wife to see. Someone as kind as she was, surely, would have enjoyed the earthly scene as well. Dengru stopped stalling and examined the soldier in front of him, painting his portrait. The hard walls behind them, the lowered head, the tightly closed eyes, the blood-stained head, the mutilated helmet, the red tassel on the helmet stuck together from the blood, armor with a large piece of armor cut off, the cut-off piece of armor hanging down under a wrap of leather. The only remaining hand gripped the lance tightly under the muscular habit. Such an image jumps off the page. As the image of the soldier leaps off the page, Dang Ru looked to the soldier, as if to show him if he was satisfied. But look into the sleeping face of the soldier. He remembered a saying, you don't make art when you can't get enough to eat. The soldier doesn't care what the artist's brush looks like of him. All he cared about was that at the end of the war, he would be able to, well, get a good night's sleep. So, good night. Duanru wasn't going to show the soldiers. He put pen to paper straight away and wrote on the painting the words he wanted to say to his wife. Wife, to start. I traveled to this world border. The border landscape is different from the tenderness of the south. Different from the prosperity of the modern city. It has its jingo and iron horse. It has its swallowed the mountains and rivers, but also its helplessness and parting of the life and death. I would like to draw the border landscape to you, but, I saw a man, a very ordinary soldier, and his words touched me. No one paints portraits of people like them, ordinary people like them. If they have no chance, will not be able to leave a single trace in the history books, on earth. Therefore, I would like to share with you the 100 states of the living beings, and people like you will, surely, also feel the hardships of the living beings. When Deng Ru wrote it, he lit a fire and burned the painting to ashes. Let the paintings go with the wind. It has been said that the history of mankind is a stage for heroes, but he didn't think so. The history of mankind should be, as the great man said, the stage of the people. The people, being the people, do not need to be labeled heroes and cowards. Looking towards the sleeping soldier, Dang Ru reached out and mana erupted from his hand over the soldier's severed hand. Only flesh sprouts began to grow from the soldier's severed hand. And soon, an arm, as good as new, appeared on the soldier's body. A broken arm reborn. The spirit wheel realm would be able to do it. As long as they don't die, severed limbs and whatnot are able to be reborn easily. And with the mind phase realm, this means goes one step further. It can revive even the severed limbs of others. Sort of a cure. Tang Ru was walking on the city wall, and as he did so, he put his palms together and recited the Earthstore Main Wish Sutra under his breath. Transcend the souls of those who died in battle, and those that contain hatred for him, they'll get themselves killed. That's nothing to worry about. The soul in its ignorant state does not hide the restraint of its feelings. As he walked, he healed the soldiers with broken legs and hands. The golden light triggered by the transcendence shone around him. He ran his hands over each wounded soldier, healing them. At this moment, he was, truly, a unity of form and action. It looks like a saintly monk who is universal. What is done in the hands is then truly universal. A large amount of merit and virtue converged from the four directions of heaven and earth, abating some karmic obstacles for Dang Ru. Not much though. I'm grateful to Master for his help in this battle. Li Dinghua found Dang Ru and did a Buddhist salute to him. It's a Buddhist salute, not a military one. After all, to thank people, naturally you have to follow their habits to be sincere. There is no need to be polite. General Li, Tang Ru said as he returned the salute. The master is so high-minded that he doesn't care about this mortal etiquette. This general, as the capital guardian of dying, naturally wants to do the same. It's just a pity that this general only has one daughter and can't. Halfway through his speech, Li Dinghua suddenly looked at the monk's clothes on Tang Ru. Suddenly, he realized he had said the wrong thing. The man in front of me is a monk, where monks can take wives and concubines. He was really old and confused, and subconsciously felt that the person in front of him who killed so violently couldn't possibly be a monk. I'm sorry, Master. You killed so decisively that this general thought you had returned to secularism. Li Dinghua smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Dang Ru was somewhat helpless. Master, where do you, next, intend to go? Li Dinghua asked again. This side of the war is basically out of the question for the next 20 years. At most, so many 180 barbarians would come to fight. But such barbarians have been on impossible to cross the wall. Even if some barbarians got lucky and crossed the wall, they will quickly be integrated into the civilization of the Central Plains and become the people of the Central Plains. It can be said that after this battle, nothing happened in the Central Plains. As long as the southern demon race didn't make trouble, dying might, perhaps, be able to alternate its chi with the future new dynasty in peace. The True Sun sect offered a bounty for the head of the poor monk. The poor monk is naturally not a good match. And after this side of the matter is over, he will go to the True Sun sect to settle the score. Duan Ru said. The True Sun sect? Li Dinghua's heart was delighted. This master slayer in front of him was simply his lucky star. Once the master came, the battle with the barbarians was won in a big way. Once the Grandmaster came, he also feuded with the True Sun sect. The rebels. Yes, it is the True Sun sect, Dong Ru ascertained. Originally, he hadn't actually planned to bother with the True Yang sect. Of course, this was originally a bit far back, before the destruction of the Void Sun sect. After knowing the True Yang sect's plan, he wanted to destroy the True Yang sect. The True Yang sect was as imperative to him as fire and water. Even if the True Yang sect hadn't issued any bounty, there was no way he would have released these fake Taoist priests. Wonderful. The master is truly dedicated to the people of the world. Ah, Mr. Li admires it. Li Dinghua arched his hand, listening to General Li's meaning. Is looking at the True Yang sect not good for a long time? Dang Ru looked at Li Dinghua's expression and asked. Harm, more than displeasing. This general is itching to hang the heads of these rebels over the city as a warning to others. Li Dinghua reveals a look of hatred, gnashing his teeth. Obviously tolerate the stick fake Taoist for a long time. Then why don't you go and pull it out? Dang Ru asked curiously. In accordance with the strength of the dying frontier, Li Dinghua alone should be able to make a 30-70 split with the True Yang sect. Another heart phase realm against an existence other than the one below the True Yang sect master would be a 3-7 split, but it became 3 for the True Yang clan and 7 for Li Dinghua's side. However, Li Dinghua did not take action, but only expressed his hatred for the True Yang sect after he, Tang Ru, said that he was going to destroy the True Yang sect. There should be some inside information about this. Why? Doesn't the master know that? Li Dinghua sighed and asked. Know what? Dang Ru was puzzled. We are the border army, and our every move is related to the safety of the thousands of people behind us. Even if the True Yang sect is no better, they rebelled in order to rule the people, and perhaps in the process of ruling, they will kill a lot of people. But the ultimate goal is still to raise a true dragon and establish a new dynasty. But the purpose of the barbarians is much purer, to kill all the people and turn all the land into a steppe where they can gallop their horses. Which is the lesser of the two? Master is intelligent and should be able to understand. Li Dinghua sighed and introduced Deng Ru. Indeed, it is the ruler who is milder than the conqueror. Now that the northern barbarians have been repulsed in one battle, is it time for the general to send out his troops? Deng Ru expressed his understanding, then asked again. And Li Dinghua still shook his head with a bitter smile. Although the northern barbarians have been repulsed in exchange for at least 20 years of peace, the border army is still not to be trifled with. Li Dinghua said with a bitter smile. Why? Deng Ru asked. Could it be that there are other enemies in the north of Dying? It shouldn't, should it? According to his understanding, there were no other enemies left in the north of Dying. The border army of Dying is not the border army of the royal family of Dying. It is the border army of the people of Dying. Or so it is said. Who the emperor is, whether he is surnamed Li or not, we can't be bothered with that. We can only be bothered with whether the barbarians in the north will come south. This is a rule set by Gaozu, and no one can disobey it. And the True Sun sect, after all, belongs to the people of Great Jing. We can't make a move. Li Dinghua sighed and said, sometimes the laws of the ancestors are so crushing. That's the law of the ancestors. At first, it was a beautiful vision for the well-being of the world's people. But over time, it becomes a tool for treacherous people to protect themselves. It's good to use. So that's how it is. This dead rule is really just like the purification rules of the Buddhist sect, not knowing how to change. Deng Ru hit the nail on the head. Incidentally, there was also an allusion to the Buddhist sect in this world. After all, the monk who came to arrest him earlier, breaking defense just a little bit, it breaks. This purity, binds people and gives them cultivation aptitudes beyond the ordinary. And yet, it also harms people when it counts. Ha ha ha, the master speaks truly. This dead rule, like the puritanical rule, shelters the people, but also harms them. Li Dinghua smiled, and then, suddenly remembered something. Since master is going to deal with the True Yang sect, do you know the bottom line of the True Yang sect? Li Dinghua asked. I don't know, Duen Ru said. That's something that he really didn't lie about. The bottom line of the True Sun sect. He didn't know that. What kind of law does the True Sun sect cultivate? He's not sure. How many Taoist priests are there in the True Sun sect? He's not sure. The only interactions with the True Yang sect were just Zisu, and the few Taoist priests who died at his hands. Of course, there was also the bounty issued by the True Yang sect. Other than that, he and the True Yang sect, then, had no interactions. Naturally, it also didn't know the bottom line of the True Yang sect. Master, so confident. Li Dinghua tugged at the corner of his mouth, but on second thought, the Grandmaster in front of him was in existence at the Peeping Dao realm. Then face a sect whose strongest is no more than the Heart Phase realm. It is true that there is no need to understand. Just push through flat. But, soon, he was thunderstruck by Deng Ru's next words. If the monks are willing to tell the poor monk the bottom line of the True Yang sect, the poor monk would also be grateful. Duen Ru said. Li Dinghua cocked his head, revealing a puzzled expression. No, aren't you in the Taoist realm? Why do you have to ask about the True Sun sect when you can just push them across the border? Oh, he gets it. It was caution from a Peeping Tao realm. Even if the enemy was the weak True Yang sect, one had to act cautiously and not take it too lightly. He came to his senses. If you don't say that people are able to cultivate to the Peeping Tao realm, it's all wisdom. Deng Ru watched Li Dinghua's expression change, always feeling as if he had misunderstood something. But apparently, Deng Ru wasn't going to correct that misunderstanding either. After all, misunderstandings, if uncovered, would make both parties embarrassed. How is it? Would the monk be willing to inform the poor monk of its details? Deng Ru inquired. Naturally, master can know that the True Sun sect, in the Taoist sect ranks a seat? Li Dinghua asked rhetorically. I don't know, Deng Ru replied decisively and dryly. Knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with old Kong's words. Li Dinghua's face was getting more and more out of place. He was a little skeptical that the monk in front of him was a dying man or not even knowing how old the Zhen Yang sect ranked in the Dao sect, and going to exterminate others. This was too overconfident. What the True Yang sect practiced is the most common qi-eating song technique of the Dao sect. Of course, all the Dao sects in our Great Jing, their basic techniques, are all taught by the Dao ancestors to teach her the qi-eating song technique. Apart from the qi-eating songs, there are only a few subtle differences between Taoist sections. Some qi-eating songs favor the Yuan Yang, that is, to cultivate a circumference of the sky without leakage, with the Yuan Yang intact, which is the method of the True Yang sect. There are also some who cultivate a yin and yang harmonization. Ahem, this is not much to say. Anyway, This method of cultivators have no great ambitions in their chests, and generally will not be enemies with the masters. And in addition to the basic gongfu, there are the Tao teachings handed down by the grandmasters in the ancestral court of Taoism, who preached the Dharma among the various Dharma systems. These include, but are not limited to, detaining souls and dispatching generals, carrying mountains and catching the moon, practicing the laws of heaven and earth, divining and seeking gods, etc. It is said that there is that true method of immortality in the ancestral court of Taoism. Whether it is true or not, I don't know, but I think it should be false. After all, for endless years, I have never heard of anyone living to this day and living forever. Talking about immortality, a hint of disdain surfaced on Li Dinghua's face. How can a person live forever? Everything has an end. The sea will dry up. The stone will rot. Forever? How far is forever and what's at the end? Even the world will reincarnate and fall apart. If the person will be forever, there are only two possibilities for him: going crazy in the endless emptiness, or paralyzing the ego in an endless cycle. Thinking about it, it's also fake. Deng Ru echoed this. Immortality is the real illusion. Even a divine Buddha-level existence like the killing Buddha would fall. And what man, who dares to call himself immortal? The so-called immortality is probably just a longer lifespan. All things in the so-called heaven and earth are in the process of emergence to decay. But some are fast and some are slow. Ahem. Far from it. Far from it. This will continue to tell Master about the true Yang sect. Li Dinghua coughed twice and said, everlasting life was too false, and he wasn't about to explore it. It would be better to hurry up and tell the Grandmaster in front of him about the true Yang sect, so that he could go and exterminate the true Yang sect, or to solve another big problem in his heart. And the head of the true Yang sect, true Yanzi, is a true cultivator at the early stage of the heart phase realm, in the same realm as this general, and his strength is a bit stronger than this general. He learned the art of inviting immortals to support the Luan from the ancestor of the Taoist ancestral court, and can invite heavenly immortals and gods to possess him, or to attach themselves to paper people and other objects, which can be very difficult. In a few words, Li Dinghua gave out the details of the true Yang sect master. Is the technique of inviting the immortal to help the Luan? It's nothing more than an aside. After all, it's better to seek immortality and ask for divination than to make your own decisions. Chanting Buddha's scriptures is not as good as being competent, Tong Ru said with a slightly sarcastic look on his face. The so-called inviting the immortals to help the Luan, detaining the souls and dispatching the generals. According to this general, they are all crooked ways, and can't get the real thing. Li Dinghua laughed and followed in agreement. After continuing to chat with Li Dinghua for a while, Tong Ru then left Tongguan and flew towards what Li Dinghua had pointed out, the mountain gate of the true Yang sect. This time it still didn't have Li Lan with it. After all, it's going to be a chokehold with someone. How inconvenient it really was to bring such a mortal as Li Lan. The distance between Tongguan and Xinyanmen is a bit far. According to the flying speed of the heart phase realm, it would also take an hour to fly. Soon, Tong Ru followed Li Dinghua's guidance and description and found this true Yang sect that had issued the order to hunt him down and kill him all the way. Tucked away amongst the mountains was an ancient and elegant pavilion, each attic and the mountains into one. If you do not look closely, simply do not notice these mountains. There is the existence of the pavilion, the so-called Great Hidden, and a small hideaway in the mountains. Monks are by and large little hidden, and they only need to be little hidden, and it's good to have a clean slate. Honestly, surveying these buildings between the mountains, he had an idea. He also wanted to live in it and live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Hermitage. This is probably the romance that every Chinese person hides in his or her heart. Whenever times get bad, they want to hide in the mountains. As soon as you get tired of the human condition, you also want to hide in the mountains. The mountains and forests, are the pure land in the hearts of Chinese people, a paradise beyond the world. Of course, the premise was that there were no creatures like mosquitoes, insects, tigers and leopards to annoy, or like the true Yang sect, they were not afraid of the annoyance of these creatures. Otherwise it's better to be honest with your own kind. Soon, in Dingru's perception, an aura almost on par with his flew out from the mountains. It was an old Taoist priest with a white beard and white hair. According to Li Dinghua's description, he should be the head of the true Yang sect, true Yangzi. Poor Taoist Jin Yangzi. I've met this Taoist friend. I wonder what this Taoist friend, who stopped in front of my Jin Yang Gate's mountain gate for a long time, has to do? Jin Yangzi arched his hand in obeisance to Tong Ru, his fluttering robe fluttering with his movements. Quite the humble and courteous immortal. This kind of immortal old man, how do you look at it? Does not look like an ambitious person who is plotting the world. Of course, if you scrutinize its posture. Although his hands were folded in front of his chest in salute, his fingers were still holding the duster tightly, and the duster was hooked up to the mana in his body, obviously ready to strike at any time. After all, defense is not an option. Old Taoist master, you placed a bounty order to hunt down and kill the poor monk, and now that the poor monk is right in front of you, you ask the poor monk what he is up to. Isn't that ridiculous? Dang Ru's words still carried some respect for the old man. After all, honor the old and love the young. As Tang Ru's words fell, Jin Yangzi's expression instantly became complicated. He looked at Dang Ru in front of him in shock. The monk in front of him, his cultivation, his aura, was not below him. It also meant that the monk in front of him was a high monk and master of the mind phase realm. And such a high monk in great virtue actually specialized in getting rid of his true Yang sect's underlings, the Void Sun sect. At this moment, Jin Yangzi no longer wanted to care about the matter of why the monk had killed. The truth has happened. Even if you don't believe it anymore, the people of the Void Sun sect were really killed by this mind phase realm high priest in front of them. So the question is, what does he do now? Ha ha ha, friend is the poor road do not know the high monk face if you know that the demon subduing Vajra is a friend of the road the poor road will not be this kind of hunting order. This is also a misunderstanding. Jin Yangzi laughed and shook his duster twice. At the time of the great cause, he did not want to make an enemy of the monk in front of him who was in the same realm as him. Such a consequence was not something that the true Yang sect, which was about to launch a rebellion, could afford. So, he's going to be a grandson for a bit first. There's no way around it. If he really couldn't avoid the conflict, then he, too, could only limitless that heavenly father. Misunderstanding? The poor monk doesn't think so. Tang Ru raised his eyebrows and laughed. Jin Yangzi's face couldn't help but become grave as well. Fellow Daoist, does this mean that you refuse to reconcile? Jin Yangzi asked rhetorically. That's also a funny thing for you to say. You sent a hunting order to the poor monk. How could the poor monk not respond to it? Tang Ru was still smiling back. In words, the meaning is clear. It's impossible to reconcile. If you don't kill my minions, how can I place a warrant on you? Jin Yangzi chided. In any case, morally, he's going to stand. If you say he's got a kill order, why don't you say you're destroying his minions for no reason? If your excellency had not opened the ghost gate with the lives of a city's people, how would the poor monk have wasted your minions? If you honestly cultivate in the mountains and seek your immortality, you and the poor monk will not cross paths in the slightest. Duan Ru said. It's just morality. Duan Ru is very good at it. This is a high ground he is very good at occupying. Joke, how much longevity can you have by diving into monasticism? Even the strongest Dagwa realm powerhouse is just 1,000 long years. Just enough to see the rise and fall of a dynasty. If we can support a true dragon and ascend to the emperor's throne, relying on the earth's fortune, our longevity will be comparable to that of a Dagwa realm powerhouse, and our strength will be directly comparable to that of the Dagwa realm. Tell me, in your place, would you be comfortable practicing this path? Jin Yangzi laughed out loud and retorted. The reasoning is simple. If one did not support the true dragon, according to the lifespan of the heart phase realm, it would only be about 500 years. The life expectancy of the gang in the border army that practiced the art of killing was much shorter, but 300 years. And to advance to the Dao peeping realm, you have to peep into the great Dao. This is extremely concerned about chance. Far from relying on the accumulation of time, will be able to succeed. If you want to live, then the only way is to rely on your luck and seize the golden dragon. Schizo, you're caught in the act. Tang Ru still smiled. It was only the iron mask that covered it, making his voice seem dull, like he was teaching. Fascinated? What kind of phase? Poor Tao is not your Buddhist vultures. There is no need to wear any phases. Poor Tao only wants to live forever. Jin Yangzi laughed out loud, his aged face looking refreshed at the moment. But there's also a bit of nerve. So be it, since it doesn't make sense with you bald ass, let's have a fight. If you win, then you continue to practice your morality. If the poor Taoist wins, then the poor Taoist will step on your bones and raise the true dragon to the throne. When Jin Yangzi said that, he flung the duster in his hand, and in an instant, thousands of silver threads on the duster lengthened infinitely and violently rushed towards Dang Ru. Tang Ru also directly opened the Dharma fusion and took out his lance, his arm vibrating to block these whisks. At the same time, he released the 4 heart demons and rushed towards a pavilion hidden in the mountains. The moment the silver strands of the duster collided with the tip of the gun, both sides jerked back tens of meters. This first wave of trials, both sides ended in an even result. Master really deserves the name of demon subduing Vajra. Good tactics, but the poor Taoist, too, is not a vegetarian, Jin Yangzi said, his eyes instantly scarlet as he took out a handful of things from the nascent sphere in his hand. Jin Yangzi tossed those things in the air with both hands, and those things were suspended in the air under the effect of Jin Yangzi's mana, and one by one, they all glowed with a red light. Dang Ru was not far away and could see clearly. Those suspended things were clearly a bean. One please, the underworlding soldiers help. Jin Yangzi bellowed. Only strand after strand of souls floated in from all directions and attached themselves to those beans. Soon, those beans turned into a mighty armorer. I saw them wearing golden helmets on their heads, a bright golden armor on their bodies, and 4 big banners on their backs, as if they were soldiers descending from heaven. Scattered beans? Tang Ru raised an eyebrow and looked towards those armored soldiers, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Those armored soldiers, every one of them had the strength of the true Qi realm. Not strong for the mind phase realm though, but there are a lot of them, thousands of them. No wonder the true Yang sect dared to rebel. With this hand alone, the art of scattering beans into troops, sweeping the world will not be a problem. Drink! Thousands of armored soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the mountains and rivers, only to see them charging towards Dang Ru in a peculiar standing position, obviously performing some kind of combined attack technique. Thousands of true Qi realm enemies performing a combined attack technique. This was enough for Tang Ru to drink a pot. At this moment, Dang Ru, whose body, all over, only had a Dharma fusion, as well as a scary skill, couldn't help but break out into some cold sweat on his forehead. It's kind of hard to do, but it's not particularly hard to do, only to see Tang Ru clasp his palms together, and in an instant, a green-skirted woman appeared beside Tang Ru. Scattered beans? The third heart demon said as he looked at the thousands of armorers rushing head-on in front of him. It should be. Sure, Dong Ru asked. No. The third heart demon scratched his head, revealing a hint of embarrassment and said, Tang Ru did not hesitate. His body surged with mana and prepared to run. The avatar is still too little. Just kidding. What's the tension? It's just a sprinkle. The third heart demon suddenly said playfully again. Well, the mana instantly dissipated, turning from fleeing to attacking. Tang Ru sighed. These 4 heart demons, none of their personalities were normal. Relatively speaking, the second heart demon is a bit more normal, but also a silent depression. All are problem children. It's just a matter of scattering the beans. When the time comes, they'll dissipate. He's not practiced at this spilling beans. You know Zhang Jiao, don't you? That the yellow turban warriors summoned by people spreading beans are each only a little weaker than himself. This one, it's not practiced yet. After the third heart demon said that, he rushed towards those armored soldiers, and then quickly, he was stabbed by those armored soldiers' swords and spears, but there was no harm. She was a heart demon, and as long as Dang Ru didn't die, she couldn't die. Soon, she came back to life and rushed towards the armored men, holding them back. It is the poor Taoist who has underestimated you. I didn't expect that you, the ghost of the devourer, would be able to die and live again. Live and die again. It is really rare. Jin Yangzi snorted coldly, and then, he waved the duster in his hand and wrote a few talismans in the air out of thin air, and then sprinkled out 4 paper figures tied in a perfect way from the nano ring. Disciple Jin Yangzi, I have an invitation to the 4 heavenly gods of thunder, fire, pestilence, and duel to descend to this mortal realm and help my disciple subdue the demons and remove the devils. Jin Yangzi pulled out 4 long incense sticks from his nascent sack. The incense was slowly lit and 4 wisps of green smoke slowly drifted up. Soon, those 4 paper figures transformed into 4 majestic deities dressed in golden armor and holding various weapons. The art of inviting the immortal to help the one. So it is. Dang Ru sort of saw it. At this moment, the aura on Jin Yangzi's body was incredibly weak. The 4 heavenly gods he summoned this time, however, were incomparably powerful. Each and every one of them possessed a strength that was far stronger than Jin Yangzi's. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but the poor Taoist himself is weak, so he was only able to use some sideways to see some of the power of his predecessors. True Yangzi laughed with a weak face. This is his bottom card now. The power of 4 heavenly gods whose strength was even stronger than his descended. If that's still a loss, it's really fate. He deserves that. The true Yang clan can't support the true dragon. The old Taoist master is indeed powerful. So another day. This was the first time Dang Ru had conceded defeat. 4 powerful 4 divisions of heavenly deities. Each of them was far stronger than him. And still, 1 heavenly god is taken from each of the 4 divisions of thunder, fire, plague and fighting. They must have some kind of combining technique, or some kind of formation exclusive to the heavenly gods. This way down, he, Dang Ru, will hardly survive. Gotta run. Even now, True Yangzi was so fragile that he only needed a gust of wind to be able to blow over. But Tang Ru could see that if he were to forcefully kill him, it would only be him, Tang Ru, who would die. These 4 incarnations of gods were frighteningly strong. Not a mortal thing. Some other day or something, just use 10,000 Buddhas. In the distance, the third heart demon, who had just come to life, said, 10,000 Buddhas? Dang Ru was a bit puzzled. 10,000 Buddhas is just a skill used to scare people. used against these 4 heavenly gods? Isn't this a bit? You're playing with a sword in front of Guangdong? But Tang Ru recalled earlier the first and second heart demon's unpredictability in the matter of Su Irma. He chose to believe in the third mind. Only Tang Ru closed his palms and bellowed violently. 10,000 Buddhas. Abruptly, heaven and earth were crimson, and the corpses of monks, lohans, and bodhisattvas reappeared. The towering golden body of the Buddha shed tears of blood. Jin Yangzi's mouth snapped open, looking at this with a shocked expression. Peep Dao realm. True Yangzi's old eyes instantly froze. Done. Even if the 4 divinities he summoned were powerful, they couldn't possibly exceed his own strength by too much. Even if it was the great circle of the heart phase realm, he, Jin Yangzi, was able to find a way to touch it. But the Peeping Tao realm, he was simply not an enemy he could deal with. 10 of him would be enough. Feeling the crimson and blood in the surrounding area, the eyes of the 4 deities summoned by Jin Yangzi also fiercely had a hint of clear spirit, only to see the 4 deities bowing to Tang Ru in unison. They said, so it's an heir of the life-killing Buddha. Much offense. We'll leave now. After the 4 deities said that, they turned into 4 wisps of golden light and left. Only 4 papier-mâché soldiers were left in place. Before those 4 deities left again, they also, by the way, dispatched those Yin soldiers and Yin generals that were attached to the sowing beans into soldiers' avatar. Jin Yangzi opened his mouth, looking a bit bewildered. Good or bad? Give him back the mana he sacrificed. Asshole. He had originally thought that Dang Ru in front of him was the powerhouse. So, it's snobs. The 4 gods are all respectful when they see them. It's coming. It's a little scary how big it is. What's going on? Dang Ru was also a bit bewildered. The winner is already divided at this moment. True Yanzi, who hadn't recovered his mana, was able to be blown down by a gust of wind. It was impossible to be a match for him. Dang Ru. It's just a little strange that the winners and losers were split so quickly. It's so fast it's a little surreal. He had originally thought that he was going to have to go through a bitter battle. Come what may. Allah, this is normal. After all, you're the heir of the life-slaying Buddha. Your status is no lower than the true sect of the Tao. The third heart demon reached out and patted Tang Ru's shoulder. Smiling, Dang Ru looked at the third heart demon. As much as he wanted to go and figure out what was going on, but now is clearly not the time. Jin Yangzi is just out of mana. Not dead. Mana can still be restored. The thing to do now is to kill him while he's sick. After killing Jin Yangzi, he, Dang Ru, would be able to punish evil without fear within Lianzhou. As for whether destroying the true Yang sect would invite retaliation from the Taoist ancestral court or something like that, that's impossible. The ancestral court of Taoism is not responsible for the life and death of individual Taoist lineages. Other Taoist systems are eating, drinking, or gobbling up heaven and earth. The ancestral court doesn't even bother. Just don't interfere with the ancestral court's attainment of immortality. And, forget it, having you say your last words only increases the risk. Die. Dang Ru had wanted to be humanitarian and have Jin Yangzi say a last word or something. But on second thought, Makayoko is a Taoist priest. If the Taoist priest takes the opportunity to say his last words to mix in some incantations or something, that's a defense. So, just to be on the safe side, go to hell, Tang Ru said, stabbing his spear towards Jin Yangzi's head. Hold on, little friend. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the south. Tang Ru's fingers trembled, and he wanted to continue stabbing a few more points, but he realized that a protective golden light had manifested on Jin Yangzi's body in front of him. Okay, Taishan Laojun comes out with a smile. Tang Ru put away his spear and muttered something. He knew that today, Jin Yangzi's old life was saved, only to see that in front of him, an old Taoist priest with white clothes, white hair and white beard appeared. Even its skin looked snow white. And here's the kicker. Dang Ru couldn't see his realm. One must know that even if it was in existence at the Peeping Tao realm, Tang Ru had seen it and was able to roughly perceive the realm. As for this old man in front of him, he could not sense any realm. Who is senior? Do you know what this Jin Yangzi has done? Want the poor monk to spare him? Tang Ru asked a series of rolled questions, and the old man in front of him looked a little embarrassed. The poor Taoist is the great Jing state master Pure Yang. The Pure Yang realist introduced himself. Oh, and then what? Senior wants to protect the true Yang sect? That's all Dang Ru cares about. No, to be exact, only Jin Yangzi, and a disciple in the Jin Yang sect. That is the disciple of the ancestral court ancestor. Other than these two, the poor Taoist does not protect them. Real Pure Yang scratched his head and said, Ancestral ancestor's disciple, senior can naturally protect. Is that Jin Yangzi also some ancestral ancestor's disciple? Dang Ru asked. No, he is not. He is the disciple of the poor Taoist master's brother. The poor Taoist owes the master a favor, and promised him to let his disciple live well until he dies of old age. If you kill him, the poor Taoist will become a man of his word, the pure Yang realist explained. In that case, if Senior can guarantee that this old thief won't come to take revenge on the poor monk, then the poor monk has nothing to say, Tong Ru said with some sting in his tone. No wonder Li Dingguo was unwilling to manage the true Yang sect. Even if the great Jing border army couldn't move, it shouldn't be difficult for the 2 peeping Dao realm war generals at the border, or the 11 mind phase realm war generals to come out and walk around, and exterminate a true Yang sect in passing. Why don't you care? So it's Taishan Lao Jun's Green Ox coming down to the world, when really, it's a monstrous authority. Definitely. If little friend is so reasonable, the poor Taoist will be relieved. The pure Yang realist compensated with a smile. Honestly, a national teacher. A man who has lived for thousands of years, from the moment of the founding of dying to the present. Strength, but also the existence of the Dao fruit realm. Putting up this kind of stance in front of Tang Ru was already enough to give face. However, Tang Ru's heart was still a bit unsettled. It's the unhappiness with the powers that be. At this moment, Tang Ru understood the words of the magistrate of Wangshu in the beginning. Yet I cannot kill what I should kill, and I cannot punish what I should punish. You can't kill what you should kill, and you can't punish what you should punish. Tang Ru sighed, but there was nothing he could do. It was a fact that he couldn't defeat the pure Yang realist in front of him. He was a national master, blessed with national fortune, and was a top expert of the Dao fruit realm. The fact that people are willing to be so sincere in their attitude is already enough to give face. If you are really angry, you will be slapped, and if you don't die, you will be crippled. If the poor monk destroys the True Sun sect, will Senior stop it? Dong Ru asked again. Little friend please is, poor Road never intervene in other people's karma. They help poor Road this master nephew for abusing the party, also should have this robbery. If not he is poor Road master nephew, he also should have this robbery. The pure Yang realist laughed. Without further ado, he pulled Jin Yangzi away. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he really didn't intend to let Jin Yangzi come back to seek revenge on Tang Ru. Tang Ru looked at the distant, firelit buildings in the mountains and pavilions that rang with 1 or 2 violent explosions every now and then. His thoughts drifted a bit for a moment. Good news, get rid of the evil. Bad news, incomplete. The chief evil runs away under the patronage of men, leaving only these enablers who follow the chief evil in his evil deeds. No, some of them don't even realize they're aiding and abetting. They might have just listened to some of Jin Yangzi's flim-flam and thought they were saving the world, but that wasn't something Deng Ru needed to think about. He only regretted that the chief evil had not been removed. The poor monk thought of a classic work. Tang Ru said as he looked at the flaming True Yan Gate. What writings? The third heart demon cocked his head and asked. Tang Ru took a long breath and recited aloud like a schoolboy reciting a book. Lao Jun resigned from the gods. Across the back of the green ox, ride the colorful clouds, and return to the Tushio courtyard. Good saint, with the heavenly kings of the crowd into the cave, the 110 small demons killed, Lei Gong into the house, fire virtue returned to the palace, Luo Han to the west. The third heart demon was dumbfounded. You don't say, really, like, here and now, that's just like the other time. Lao Jun took away the green ox spirit. The great sage and the gods killed the small demon in the cave to vent their anger. The state master pulls away Jin Yangzi, and the killing monk can only beat the disciples in the door to death to vent his anger. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Deng Ru laughed a few times. It seemed to be venting resentment, and it seemed to be laughing at its own pretentiousness. People pure Yang reality has given face to this extent. He also want this, really do not know good and bad. Good cynical Chi Tian de Shang. In the end, he could only kill the little demon to vent his anger, and could not avenge that innocent people. What a murderous monk who fights evil with evil. In the end, he could only kill the little path to vent his anger, and could not take that revenge for those people. Dong Ru said, shaking his head and pulling down his bucket hat a bit. Still not strong enough. If it's strong enough, he will, then, make heaven and earth fast. Let all evil be rewarded with evil and good with good. No longer afraid to help Co Irma. No longer forced to let Zenyoko go. Little guy look at the open. Many things in the world are not able to be as desired. After all, whose life is not Dragon Ao Tian refreshing? The third heart demon patted Tang Ru's shoulder and said in relief, get rid of evil. That is in their own ability to allow conditions. Even Sun Deshang that kind of character will succumb to the power of the power. You from the heart a little bit. There is no excuse. No one can say what you. Dong Ru smiled and kept quiet. He knew, of course, that being from the heart was a normal thing. If you can't beat them, you wimp out. This is as good as it gets. Those who died under him didn't even have a chance from the heart. But this is the word, and the word is hampered in one way or another. This silk hindrance comes from the powerful. Duanru wasn't going to let himself just sulk. There's nothing to be depressed about. Just resentment of oppression by the powerful. No wonder that the monk in the illusion of the 10,000 Buddhas had to say the last sentence. If the saints don't die, the great thieves don't stop. The saints are too high and powerful, and once they have a karmic connection with the earth, the world will not get justice. The poor monk is curious as to why, after the 10,000 Buddhas were used, the 4 deities invited by that Jinyangzi left, and took the bean-scattering Yin soldiers and Yin generals along with them. This was what Deng Ru wanted to know the most right now. By all accounts, the legacy of the killing Buddha. He picked it up on earth, and the 4 deities of thunder, fire, plague and fighting were invited by Jinyangzi in dying. Why would the gods of dying recognize Earth's life-killing Buddha? Ah, you say this thunder fire plague fighting 4 parts, doesn't it sound familiar to you? The third heart demon yawned. The 4 divisions of heaven are naturally familiar to the ear, Duanru said. Bingo dog. The third heart demon snapped her fingers and said with a playful smile, congratulations, you got it right. That's the deities of the 4 divisions of the heavenly court. The heavenly court is huge, and the myths and legends of the heavenly court's divine lineage can be found all over the place. But there's only one heavenly court. There is also only one life-killing Buddha. Although Spirit Mountain is subordinate to the heavenly court, our life-killing Buddha also belongs to the level of departmental supervisors of gods and Buddhas. And those 4 deities you just saw are just small cadres in a department of the heavenly court. So, they're gone. It's that simple. The third heart demon spread out his hands with a natural look. That's it? It's that simple. It really should be that simple. Tang Ru nodded his head. He sort of understood that the entire world was a huge world of favors, not only in the mortal world, but even in the heavenly court. Forget it, it's boring. Let's go. Deng Ru sighed. Where to? The third heart demon asked. Return to Zhualu City and continue traveling the world, Duan Ru said. The third heart demon slammed his head, only feeling that he was brain-dead for asking such a question. It's just that he didn't kill Jinyangzi. It's not like his cultivation is ruined or his merit is complete. Definitely still have to keep traveling the world. Zhualu City. Inside the capital palace, Li Lan packed up his traveling gifts and bid farewell to Li Dingwa and Zhao Da's family, then followed Deng Ru to continue on the road of travel. Master, where are we going next? The dear city they were currently in was the place where Liangzhou bordered Yinzhou, and bordering Liangzhou, there are also the 2 states of Yu and Pingzhou, parallel state down the road, near the center of the country. Yuzhou is to the west, near the western region. The strength of the Buddhist sect in Yuzhou is relatively strong. The Temple of Great Compassion is then located in Yuzhou. Where do you think we should go? Deng Ru stopped and looked at Li Lan and asked. Do I decide? Li Lan pointed at herself with an incredulous expression. He was actually able to decide where the duo would go. This is unbelievable. No, you give advice, and it is up to the poor monk to take it or not, Duan Ru said. Li Lan's face fell for a moment, but quickly lifted again. He didn't want to be beaten up by Deng Ru, but being willing to listen to his advice showed that Deng Ru still considered him as one of his own. This was a big step for him. Li Lan, Yuzhou borders the western regions and has a deep Buddhist influence. By going there, this dragon chi of my disciple will completely dissipate. But master, I heard this morning that a temple in Yuzhou has put out word that it wants to take you. And in the state of Jianzhou, although there aren't many Buddhist forces, but master, Jianzhou is notorious for having many evil people. You like to punish evil and promote goodness. Perhaps you can go to Jianzhou to take a look. Anyway, the 2 states of Yu and Jianzhou are bordering. Li Lan snapped his fingers and analyzed seriously. So what state do you want to go to? Deng Ru asked with a smile. However, due to the mask covering it and the fact that the tone of voice was not different from normal days, Li Lan did not know that Deng Ru was smiling. I want to go to Yuzhou. But master, the monks in Yuzhou say they're going to arrest you. So it's better to go to Jianzhou, right? Going to Yuzhou would be beneficial to Li Lan's plan of transforming from a dragon into a python. But there's a bunch of fist-pumping bald in Yuzhou master. Wanted to grab Deng Ru over there and listen to the real Dharma. Going to the parallel state, on the other hand, is littered with great evil, which benefits Deng Ru's killing Buddhist teachings. But Deng Ru didn't want to go to Jeju. He didn't want to go straight into the heart of the Central Plains right now. If you must ask why, because the poor monk is happy to. Good, then go to the Yuzhenvong, Duan Ru said. Okay master, let's go and, Yuzhou? Li Lan froze for a moment. Where to? Yuzhou? I drop a Master Lu. You really do not know that gang of bald masters of the great Yes, it's going to Sai Chi. Deng Ru was sure of it. If you go to Yuzhou, you'll have to retrace your steps from where you came. It's been a long enough journey to take a proper look back at the passing scenery. But master, the masters were in the Yuzhou. They are all out to get you. Li Lan danced with her hands and emotions. Well, the poor monk knows, Duanru said. From the moment that monk appeared, he knew this day would come. After all, the Buddhist sect that never kills has produced a monk who specializes in killing. It's only natural that the Buddhists would react. You master you, Li Lan asked emotionally. A bunch of dry bones in the mound that meditate and attend Zen are just that. They can't hurt poor monks. Even if we were to talk about Buddhism, the poor monks wouldn't necessarily lose to them. Tang Ru said in a calm tone. Why do you want to go to Yushu? Because there's no fear. Why aren't you afraid? No fear, just no fear. Then, okay master, Li Lan sighed, but he was voiceless. Wherever master is going, he'll just follow. Honestly, he's so touched. After all, going to Yuzhou was to his advantage and not to Deng Ru's. It shows that master is just a knife with a heart of gold. In his old man's heart, he still has him as his disciple. What's all that fooling around with? Keep up. Deng Ru's words came, and when Li Lan looked up, Deng Ru was already only a white back. There was no waiting at all. He hurriedly followed quickly. Afraid of losing Tang Ru's pace, the master and disciple went all the way over the mountains and water, retracing the path they came on. The duo re-encountered the Qingyang County magistrate in Xingyang City and dabbled in a meal with the Qingyang County magistrate's head full of cold sweat. Another trip to the ruins of the Green End sect allowed Li Lan to see the suffering of the world. Returning to the official road where Li Lan was attacked, Li Lan shed tears and buried those forbidden soldiers and that eunuch who had faithfully protected his master. Cultivators' corpses decayed at a much slower rate than normal people. Luckily, Li Lan was still able to bury those bodies properly, instead of carrying a bone. And so it was, all the way through. Watching, Deng Ru patched up any new breeding, or fallen evildoers as he went along. Taking Li Lan, a mortal, and having to make up for it, the journey was slow. It took 2 years. The master and disciple walked to the city of Moon. Li Lan, too, had grown from a 12-year-old child to a 14-year-old teenager. The 2 years went by peacefully, but the signs of a natural disaster are becoming more and more evident. It has been a year since a drop of rain has fallen in the entire Lianzhou, Yuzhou, Hezhou, and Yanzhou, the 4 states. Famine, coming soon. Yuer City. Ah, master, I remember that I originally aimed for this city back then, but it's just a pity that it was intercepted by the True Sun sex people, Li Lan said happily. Along the way, retracing his steps from whence he came, he felt differently again. He has seen the suffering of the world, but he has also seen how peaceful the clean earth is when the dust has been swept away. Cleaning is worthwhile, not futile. It's strange. It seems that many books are saying that the world can't live without the evil people, and that the existence of evil people is necessary. A world where only good people exist is scary, but no one has ever seen a world like that. People have come to a conclusion in someone else's imagination, a book written by someone else. The world cannot live without evil. It's a very strange thing. Alone in the matter of good and evil, there is an unprecedented uniformity of belief and a point of view that simply does not exist. A world with only good people is a scary place. This was Li Lan's realization along the way. Compared to Li Lan, Deng Ru didn't have much more to feel, just coming back to fill in the blanks. Those new evils that have appeared, the evils that have not been killed. It's all about mending off. Ah, the city of the moon. Deng Ru looked at the plaque hanging on the city wall. The name of the city is evident. What an impressive city. Yuer City was the second city he came to this place. Generally, people only remember the first, maybe even remember a countdown. But secondly, very few people are going to remember. But Moon City is second over first. This city, then, will not enter. Tang Ru suddenly spoke out. Ha? Why? Master. Li Lan was a bit confused. He's been traveling for 20 days. Just want to find an inn to land in and rest for a while. As a result, you're not going in now? There's no why. If it doesn't go in, it doesn't go in. Deng Ru had a strong attitude. It made Li Lan's head drop. Admit it. He never dared to sing against Deng Ru. Deng Ru sighed as he looked at the drooping Li Lan. Pulling out 5 taels of silver from his nascent ring, he threw it to Li Lan. Go to the city yourself and find an inn to deal with it, and buy some random food. Duan Ru said. Li Lan had been gone for 20 days after all. Windblown, a mortal, and still only 14 years old. There is nothing wrong with wanting to take a break. Thank you, master. Li Lan received the silver with a look of joy on his face. The master was strict, but he was, indeed, good to him, like his long-dead father. Stern, yet tender in the details. Li Lan took the silver and entered the city under the unmistakable scrutiny of the armorers at the gate. Won't you go in and take a look? The first heart demon appeared behind Tang Ru and asked. Go in and have a look around. It's been 2 years since I've been here. Things are different, and it's not always touchy-feely. the second heart demon said. Tang Ru could tell from his words that the second heart demon didn't understand the human heart very well. Go in and look around. One has to face those pasts again. The third heart demon followed out and said, she wasn't out when Irma Su died. She was there purely for the fun. You guys go watch over Lilan. The poor monk will go alone to take a look. Help the poor monk to buy a few strings of candy canes. Dang Ru sighed and said, you want a candy cane? You don't eat. Before the second heart demon could finish his doubtful words, the first and third heart demons covered their mouths in unison. The second heart demon is very reliable, but he doesn't understand the human heart. Tang Ru looked at the four devils and shook his head. That's just it. You guys go and guard Lilan. And for the sugar gourds, the poor monk will go buy them himself. When Tang Ru said that, he flew directly into the city. Those armored men didn't have a clue. Nearly 3 years had passed, and Moon City had changed a bit, but not much. Dang Ru found his way to the front of the wonton stand where he had first met Su Irma. He looked around, but the old man selling ravioli was nowhere to be seen. Duanru pulled a passerby and asked him about it. Excuse me, where did the old man who sells ravioli here go? The man being pulled by Dangru looked at Dangru. You say that old uncle he passed away a year ago, worked all his life, old and sick gone. The man said with a regretful face. The old man's ravioli was well cooked, but sadly not available. Dangru was silent for a moment, glancing at the empty stall. The stalls were unkept, with a lot of dust on them and some wild cats and dogs perched on them. There was a cat curled up directly in the pot where the old man used to cook ravioli, sleeping soundly. A sinking boat passes 1,000 sails, and a sick tree springs before it. Tang Ru looked at the scene and muttered 2 lines of poetry he had learned in his childhood under his breath. When I went to school my mind was blank and I didn't understand the mood on the poet's scroll full of mountains and rivers. Today, it is understanding. I just think the verse. It's beautiful and the scenery is sad. Dangru looked at the wonton stand and tried to recalling what the old man looked like, only to find that the old man had no distinctive features that impressed him. If I had to say, that's when the old man cooked good ravioli. Only nowadays, no more. Dangru gathered his thoughts and stopped a cargo man hawking along the street, paid for the candy cane over his shoulder and then flew right out. Ah, the city of the moon. Dangru didn't think it should be called Moon City. What should I call it? Let's call it Fish Paddle City. Or rather, the whole earth. A giant fish paddle with tragedy everywhere. There are just tragedies that are seen by other people. There are tragedies that only the people involved break their teeth and swallow them. Tang Ru took that big handful of sugar plums, found the hill where Su Irma was buried in the first place, and fell down. Dang Ru carried a bunch of sugar gourds to the tomb that was originally erected for Su Irma. The candy cane that had been placed on the grave was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, it was taken and eaten, by man or beast. There was not much grass growing in front of the grave, and it appeared that someone had tended to it. Dang Ru did not tell anyone about Su Irma's grave. Perhaps it was a passing well-wisher who cleaned the poor girl's grave. Dang Ru took off the sugar gourds he bought one by one and stuck them in front of the tomb. Look at the tombstone. He had expected to be able to say a lot of things, but nearly 3 years of silence had left him speechless. Also, talking to the dead and all that is just self-congratulation for the living. Oh, departed one, is not to be heard. It's okay not to talk about it. Stick the sugar gourd in front of Su Irma's grave. Clean up the weeds from the grave. Dang Ru took off his mask and sat quietly in front of the grave, not minding the dirty dirt on the ground. Almost 3 years. Irma, the body of this little girl has only long since become a pile of dead bones. The pretty little girl is long gone. However, Dang Ru was in no position to speak on the matter of appearance. After all, half of your face is bloody and grimy, and it's not a good look. It's just been 3 years of getting used to it. Have some candy, little girl. After a long time, Dang Ru said this and left. After thinking about it, he entered the city of Moon. After walking around the city for some time, he found the store that he bought for Su Irma's in the first place. The store is still there. That song, Peach Blossom Still Smiles, is still on the door and has not dissipated with the years. Master, why are you here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Tang Ru's ears. It's Li Lan. What is it? Tang Ru asked in a cold voice. Master, I heard someone say that there used to be a weaver who lived here and embroidered beautiful cloth, called something like Su Yang, but she seems to be dead. It's a bit of a pity. I still want to see how beautiful the cloth she embroidered is, but it turns out that the person is already dead. Those who sell to the cloth one by one hide the embroidery as if they were hiding a treasure, saying that they won't exchange it for 1,000 gold. I think they are just intentionally raising the price. The person is dead, and her relics are still to be held up by these profit-minded people. It's really too bad. Li Lan spoke with righteous indignation. As a matter of fact, many artists' paintings and calligraphers' characters become famous only after their death. Their paintings aren't always so nice. So beautiful. Their paintings are characterized by just one thing. Loneliness. The only thing that can be worth a lot of money is to speculate on it. Lilan was also able to see that those people didn't like Su Irma's embroidery, but rather they thought that Su Irma was dead, and her embroidery was a lone piece with hype value. A dead man's work does not depreciate. This poem, what a beautiful mood. Master, did you write it? Lilan asked with a sudden look at the poem written on the door. No, not Su Ernyang. She's Su Irma. Instead of answering Lilan's question, Dang Ru corrected the error in Lilan's statement. It's not Ernyang, it's Irma. The little girl's family, even if she lives until now, she is only 18 years old. So what do you call Ernyang? You know her, master? Lilan froze for a moment. Recognize, Dong Ru said, pushing open the door that had been closed for 2 years. For a while, dust flew, and inside the backyard there were some weeds and moss growing, but due to the drought, the weeds were all yellow and withered. Come in, Dang Ru said, walking in, taking out a broom from one of the rooms and starting to clean this facade. That poem, it was not written by the poor monk. It was a poem by a poet from the poor monk's hometown, but I had the feeling to write it on, Dang Ru said as he cleaned the room that was covered in dust and cobwebs. If he had written that poem, perhaps he would be able to reap Lilan's adoring gaze. It was even able to become renowned in the literary world of dying. But he wasn't interested in being some kind of scribe. He doesn't need all that fame. Read some of them, write some of the verses of those who have gone before you, and it's just a feeling. Master, what's wrong with you? Since coming to this moon city, your state has become even more off. Lilan chased after him and asked. Before he came to Yuera City, Tong Ru was also quiet though, but the aura in general was dominant. With a goggle-eyed air, it was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop him. And after coming to Yuera City, Tong Ru's entire person not only became more reticent, the whole person exudes an aura, an air of melancholy. What's wrong with that? Poor monks are always like that, Duan Ru said. No, you're not, Lilan insisted. After more than 2 years together, he felt that he knew this master of his very well. He's definitely not this sentimental. Something must have happened here. Must we know? Dang Ru suddenly put down his broom, drew a dusty stool, took off his bucket hat and mask, and put them on the cabinet covered with a thick layer of dust. I vaguely remember being on this very stool back then, teaching that little girl to embroider, teaching her to live normally. But at the moment, the stool is still the same. The monk is still the same monk. The little girl across from the monk was nowhere to be seen. In his place was a 14-year-old boy. It's a year younger than Su Irma back then. Didn't you want to see Irma's embroidery? See, it's right here, Tang Ru said, taking out the handkerchief that Su Irma had embroidered for him back then from his nascent ring and handing it to Lilan. Lilan didn't take the handkerchief. He just looked at the embroidery on the handkerchief. It is embroidered with a monk in white and a little girl under a plum tree. The little girl's behavior was intimate. Master, seeing this square handkerchief, where did Lilan not understand anything? He opened his mouth and muttered. It turns out that it's not that master doesn't know how to treat people gently. Rather, he, Lilan, doesn't deserve it. The intimate monk and girl on that embroidery made him feel as if he were a substitute. More than 2 years ago, the poor monk's heart was high and proud, and he only thought that with only one body of force, there was no evil in the world that the poor monk did not dare to kill, and there was no person that the poor monk could not save. Dang Ru opened his mouth and began to slowly tell Lilan about it. At that time, the poor monk saved a girl who was forced to become a prostitute at the age of 6. She is the Ernyang Su you heard about from the sidelines. But she is Irma, not Ernyang. The poor monk taught her to embroider, wanting her to live a normal life as an ordinary person should. Make a rule with her that she owes the poor monk 10 taels of silver for her medical treatment. And when the 10 taels of silver are paid off, the poor monk's karma with her will be over, and she will be able to live a normal life while the poor monk continues to embark on the path of punishing evil and promoting good. She worked hard. Everything she embroidered was beautiful, and after she finished her studies and left the school, she paid off her silver in just 10 days or so, and she proved that she was capable of leading a normal life. Dang Ru said this and looked at Lilan. Lilan is a smart kid. He should already know that what happened back there. After all, Su Irma's embroidery has become an orphan item. Master, you helped Imperial Uncle win a war and kept the border safe for 20 years. How could someone as powerful as you, how could you not save a girl? Lilan asked with her mouth open, somewhat incredulously. Following Tang Ru around the world, he had seen how powerful Tang Ru was. It could be said that Tang Ru's strength was already in the first echelon of the world. Such strength can't save a girl who works as a prostitute in a small town? How is that possible? So it's high-minded. Dang Ru sighed and said no more. Rest for the night and continue the journey tomorrow. Dang Ru said. putting his mask and bucket hat back on. Having said that, I believe that Li Lan already knew why he would be so cold to him. Li Lan, just don't want any more deaths. There's nothing else to it. As the day passed, Tong Ru and Li Lan continued on their journey to Yuzhou. If it was Dang Ru himself going to Yuzhou, he would be able to fly there in 4 or 5 days. But bring along Li Lan, a mortal, that would take a lot of walking. Plus there are demons to be subdued along the way. By and large, it will take another 5, 6, 7 or 8 years to get there. Dying was very big, and if it wasn't for the presence of cultivators, an empire as large as this would have been impossible to establish during the feudal era. The message is too slow. The duo traveled for another 2 months. It is still about eliminating evil and promoting good. After passing by Li Dahu's mother's tomb, Dang Ru went to burn incense for her, and then continued on his way with Li Lan. When Li Lan asked Dang Ru what kind of person was buried in that grave, all Duanru said was that it was a mother's grave. Li Lan's grew up in a deep palace with a lot of care. Grandma, after all, those concubines were the emperor's women. And the emperor? His grandfather. His father is dead and his mother is nowhere to be found. He doesn't really get it. After sweeping the grave of Li Dahu's mother, the duo traveled for another 3 months. The party walked to Wangshu City, the starting point for everything. The first city that Dang Ru arrived at when he came to this world. Here are the first people he saved, and the first people he killed. Only, at this moment, those people should already be spiritually dead. Alas, there has been a drought for 3 years now, and the food confiscated by the 3 great clans has almost been distributed. Inside the Wangshu County office, the magistrate sat on the Taiji chair and sighed long and hard. Beside him stood, still, the master at arms. In front of him, though, were 2 more people, the lone sibling, the duo of Dekuro Bai and Dekuro Yu. Dugu practiced the old ancestors' grass and wood sword technique, and at this moment, he was already in existence in the Qi and Blood realm. 2 years, 2 realms in. That was quick. One must know that her elder brother, Dugu Bai, is still in the middle stage of martial arts. If the heavens don't stop raining like this, by the time the few grains of rice in the government's granary are distributed, the people will really starve to death. The magistrate said to the lone sibling in front of him. His meaning was obvious. The doctor siblings have been doing well in business for the past 2 years and have made a lot of money. He wanted the siblings to buy some food and distribute it to the people of the city. Don't worry, magistrate. We understand what you mean, Dr. Moon said. 2 years had passed, and her face had shed the childishness of a former teenager and gained a bit more maturity. Polished by the business world, the whole person exudes a mature, competent temperament. Our county office is also forced to do so. The people have no grain. They can't collect taxes on weekdays, and the grain in the official warehouse is pitifully low, so we can only turn to you two for help. The magistrate did not lie. All these years under the exploitation of the 3 families, under the effects of the drought, the government can't collect a single grain of rice. The rats in the official barn have become dried rats. Sure rats. No food my corna. We know about the situation at the county office. The magistrate doesn't need to feel too guilty. It's good that you're dedicated to the people. Dokoroki Yuki relieved the magistrate in front of him. Under the county magistrate's governance, the people of Wangshu City did lead a peaceful life. It's just a shame that the sky doesn't give out. It's not raining. There's drought everywhere. The earth is cracked. Several streams are dry. But this is a natural disaster, not a man-made one. So I can't blame the magistrate. At best, the magistrate can be blamed for not being smart enough and will just sit back and enjoy the ride. But what clever grand plan for saving the country and the people do you let a tussling man, retired from the army, have? That's not possible. This official here thanks the 2 of you on behalf of the people of Wangshu City. After the master left, the 2 of you can be said to have inherited the will of the master, and have done a lot of good things for the people of the whole city. If it were not for the fact that this county magistrate's position of mine was commissioned by the imperial court, I would really be so ashamed that I would want to abdicate the position to give way to the virtuous just. The magistrate stood up from his eunuch's chair, clasped his hands, bent heavily, and addressed the 2 siblings in front of him. Your Excellency must not perform such a great honor. Dokorobai stepped forward and straightened the magistrate's bent waist. Wangshu City, Master. I remember my eldest companion telling me that the magistrate of Wangshu County is a very good official. At the entrance of Wangshu City, Li Lan tiptoed and looked at the plaque of Wangshu City, saying with some excitement, he finally, after 3 years of walking, reached the destination he was once meant to reach. Wangshu City. The magistrate? Dang Ru thought about it and nodded. It's true that he's a good officer, just a little less competent, but that's not his fault. Master, this is the first time I've heard you give a person such high praise. This magistrate must be a very good official. I'm going to get him to join me. When Li Lan heard Deng Ru's evaluation of the magistrate of Wangshu, he was also excited for a moment. It was the first time he had heard Deng Ru speak so highly of someone. It was important to realize that in the past, Deng Ru had judged people as either selfish or evil. It's rare to get a good review. Currently, Li Lan had only heard Deng Ru say this about Li Dinghua and Zhao De. The selfish among them are certainly not malicious. Deng Ru also said that in this chaotic world, if one can be selfish without harming the innocent, then one can be selfish, and it is not a sinful fault. Grand Master, it's you. You're back? Suddenly, the armorer at the city gate recognized Deng Ru, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Nor did he wait for Deng Ru to react too much. He immediately ran towards the city, leaving the task of inventorying the passing people to his companions. The armorer ran and shouted at the same time, "Master has returned. Wangshu City is saved." It was as if Deng Ru was some kind of compassionate, world-saving, magical bodhisattva. Obviously he's just killing the first batch of villains here. "Master, I'm sorry, the drought has been severe lately, and the food you left behind after destroying the 3 families back then is almost at the bottom, so if there are no accidents, everyone is about to go hungry." To the side, the armorer's fellow soldier explained to Deng Ru the reason for his companion's excitement. After all, it was Deng Ru who had solved the problem of the 3 families for them. Now, at a time when there was a shortage of food in Wangshu, Deng Ru had returned, so he must have come to help them solve the food problem. This is what that armorer beautifully imagined. "Master, you are truly divine, and all the cities along the way are extolling your deeds," Li Lan said excitedly. His own master is very powerful. Along the way, every city, every village, as long as there are still living people, they then recognized Deng Ru, and every one of them admired and honored him. "Do one good deed a day, and you'll be well liked," Deng Ru said, walking into Wangshu City. "It's been 3 years since I left the city. The people who were killed in this city back then have only been turned into dry bones in the mound." Listening to Deng Ru's words, Li Lan only felt that it made perfect sense. A daily act of kindness is naturally an expansive personal karma. It's not like everyone's an ungrateful, white-haired wolf. Walking into the city, he casually found an inn to rest his feet and let Li Lan go find a place to play by himself. Deng Ru then flew straight towards the restaurant that he felt tasted very good in the first place. 3 years had passed, and I didn't know if the skills of that restaurant's cooks had changed, if they had improved, or if they had regressed. And by the time Deng Ru flew to the restaurant expectantly, the seal affixed to the restaurants made the others freeze. A question mark slowly popped up on Deng Ru's forehead. Where's the restaurant? What about a big restaurant? Business is good, isn't it? How did it go out of business? It's only been 3 years and it's out of business? What high school restaurant did you go to? Or is it a 1-year restaurant, going out of business once the 3 years are up? "Master, this tavern has gone out of business. You've come for nothing." Behind him, a voice confirmed Deng Ru's suspicions. "This restaurant, it really went out of business. Solid. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Moon. Long time no see." Deng Ru turned his head to look at the person who had voiced the warning. The person who came was none other than Daku Moon, who had confessed his love to him. A monk, back when he was young and unintelligent and wanted to spoil his monk practice. Almost 3 years had passed, and the realm of the Dugyu in front of him had unexpectedly reached the Chi blood realm. Rather, it was a bit of a surprise. "Maybe she's a genius." "Yes, master. It's been a long time." Solitary Moon nodded, her face devoid of the youthfulness she had felt as a young girl back then. If she was a young girl, she knew that the person she had once confessed to had come. She would not have dared to come to see her. But now, it's candid. Cultivator Yu has grown quite a bit. Deng Ru was able to see the change in Daku Moon. After all, she was the first girl to confess to him. Her previous character, Deng Ru remembered clearly. One can't be naive all the time. "Master, have you been well these past 2 years or so?" Dr. Moon asked with a smile. "Not bad. It's been more than 2 years. And Deng Ru is not good enough to comment on it. He was only able to say one thing. It was okay. Not bad is probably the mantra of people like Deng Ru. I always feel that the world is unfair, but it is not that bad, so I can only say that it is okay. Would Master like to sit in our Dakuro's house again?" Dr. Moon asked. Deng Ru, faced with this offer, clearly thought about it for a moment. It's not just any girl in front of you. Rather, it was the goblin who had craved his body. "Ha! What are you afraid of?" "Master, Dokuzuki, don't eat people." Dr. Moon let out a delicate laugh and snickered. It's not unavoidable for the Moon Scholar to invite. It's just that the poor monk still doesn't understand why this tavern. It closed its doors? Deng Ru pointed at the restaurant and asked with some reluctance. Asking this question, Dokoroku Moon was silent for a while, and said with more than a hint of sadness in her eyes, "You should know, oh master, keep warm so he can think about lust." when having enough to eat becomes a problem. This restaurant, then, can't be opened. Listening to Dokoroku Moon's statement, Tong-ru sighed. And why wouldn't he know? It hasn't rained a drop in the past 2 years. Yuzhou, Yenzhou, Hezhou, and Liangzhou, all 4 states are like this. Without rain, it would be a problem to survive, let alone brewing in a tavern. If it wasn't for you, Grandmaster, destroying the 3 families in the Void Sun sect in the first place, we would have all starved to death by now. Dr. Moon said somewhat thankfully. What? Do you think that the 3 families will know that lips are lost and teeth are cold? And that water can carry a boat and also capsize it, and share the grain when the people are about to starve to death? But, for the people, the 3 families with extraordinary force are not wooden boats, but sea giants, aircraft carriers, and to the 3 families that possessed extraordinary force, the people of Wangshu City were not a raging wave that could knock them over. It's just some streams. It's hard to even think about giving an aircraft carrier a bath. If the 3 families hadn't been destroyed, there will only be one outcome now. The people were the first to starve to death, then the magistrates in the government, then the magistrates themselves, and, finally, the 3 families who guarded the huge granaries and ate their fill. And the 3 families scavenging leftovers were enough to feed the 3 families thousands of people for 20 years or so. Maybe the dynasty has changed. And their food, they haven't even finished it yet. The result at that time was that the people and officials of Wangshu City starved to death, and the landlords and gentry of Wangshu City lived on, waiting for the new imperial court to move in immigrants, who continued to reign over the land. But fortunately, such an outcome did not happen. They're dead. Their food has been distributed to the people by the government. The money was also used by the government to buy additional agricultural and mulberry tools for the people. It's just a shame that it didn't rain. This whole taking silver for food thing just doesn't work. There is a food shortage all over the 4 states right now. Food, a sought-after commodity. Silver is no longer worth it. Tang-ru looked at the Dokoroku Moon in front of him. Fiercely, he thought of Su Irma again. Perhaps it was best for her to die that way. After all, a famine is coming now. Her embroidery, she can't sell it. If she's still alive, she'll have to be cheated out of her body again. This time, I guess, there would be no one to save her. The time is also the destiny. What goes around comes around. Everything is God's will. Dang-ru couldn't say 1, 2, 3 or 4. Let's hope that this God will open his eyes. Duan-ru just said so. It is often said that God and Buddha do not ferry people. People only have to ferry themselves. But in the face of natural disasters, people are not qualified to ferry themselves. In this matter, in addition to begging the old heavens to open their eyes, the only thing to do is to ask those cultivators who have the power of Taoism to ask for a rain for the 4 states of the land. But it's hard. This rain is not coming down. It's caused by the qi. It's God's will. Is that what God meant? God is such a mean. And once a monk wants to go against the grain and ask for a rain for the people, even a great power in the Tao fruit realm, it's also going to be a death sentence. With their own 1,000 years of cultivation, their souls will be scattered, and their bodies will be destroyed, in exchange for giving the people, who are like weeds, a rain that may not necessarily be able to save their lives in the spring breeze. Is it worth it? It's not worth it. For all monks who seek immortality, none of it's worth it. Dang-ru followed Dokoroku and went to Dokoroku's house again for a short stay. Dr. Moon was still thoughtful enough to place him in the master bedroom, and made some dishes to serve him. There's meat, but it's just meat porridge. If it were 3 years ago, this meal would have been a big fish, big elbows, good wine and water, and Hagar. Master, I'm sorry, I know you love meat, but we don't have much meat here anymore either, so you'll have to make do with the meat porridge, Dr. Moon said with a hint of apology on his face. It was Tong-ru who saved their Dekuro family, and it was Tong-ru who helped her excerpt her ancestors' legacy. It was Dang-ru who told her that a woman should stand on her own 2 feet. Dang-ru had given her many favors. If Tong-ru hadn't transcribed her ancestors' cultivation method to her, she would only have starved to death by now, and she is, at this moment, facing the benefactor before her. And yet I can't even get a bowl of meat and vegetables. There is no harm in it, and there is no need to be too bountiful. The famine is coming, so keep a little more and give it to the people, don't let them suffer too soon. Dang-ru waved his hand, unconcerned. This is the meaning of wine and meat in the heart of Buddha. In the pomp and circumstance, I can feast on fish and meat and drink agaric, but in the midst of chaos and famine, I still have a bodhisattva's heart. The big fish and meat are divided when you say so. The agape is given when it is said to be given. I enjoy the glory, but I don't covet it. If this glory could save lives, I would not hesitate to give it up. The master is as compassionate as ever. You haven't changed a bit. Dr. Moon's eyes were a bit complicated. She didn't really know how to deal with this person she had loved 3 years ago. Do you like it now? She thought she still liked the guru, There are many men in the world, but those who have a heart of compassion like the man in front of them, but do not hesitate when it is time to kill. Not much. Sure you hasn't changed much either. Duenru snickered. After dinner, Tongru stayed in the master bedroom that Dokoroku Yu had arranged for him. He summoned the 4 heart demons. He took off his mask, his face a little grave. See, her future, crimson as it is, will do much evil, and have much blood on her hands, Tongru said to the 4 heart demons. At the first moment he saw Dokoroku Moon again. The 4 heart demons all came together and told him to open his heavenly eyes and observe Dokoroku Moon. Said there would be some other gains. It's not looking good. At first glance, it's a death sentence. That crimson piece of the futures was already far better than Dengru at this moment. Who is he? Dengru? Kill the living Buddha. Thousands of people died under him, and Dokoroku Moon's future would surprisingly far exceed that of him at this moment. Kill on more people, staining more karma. But in the process of communicating with Dr. Moon, Dengru did not feel it, the evil thoughts in her. She seems to be the same purely green girl she was back then, but it's a little more mature and a lot more capable than it was back then. It doesn't look like it's going to turn into a great evil. As for what was said, great treachery is like loyalty, great loyalty is like treachery, and so on. This girl, Dokuzuki, couldn't reach that level. What do you know? Dongru tapped the table lightly. About 3 years ago, he wrote his first letter to this world on this desk. Saw the blood flow and the living beings wail. The first heart demon said, purgatory on earth, demonic evil eating people. The second heart demon also said. The 2 third and 4th heart demons looked at each other. Nothing was said. The words were finished by the 2 guys. The first and second heart demons. They have nothing to say. What a big pot to put on the back of such a girl who was not even in her 20s. Tongru laughed lightly and said with some mockery. Honestly, he still didn't believe that Dokoroku Moon would kill so many people. Her character, her abilities, her values, all speak to the fact that she can't do it. She's got it. The second heart demon said. In the end, she and you have a bond, a karma, a past, and that's why you don't want to believe this. However, cultivating to the chi blood realm in 2 years is more than enough to speak for itself. The second heart demon continued. That's because she's gifted. Plus the inherited technique is also of the sun and moon realm. Duenru said. If she is truly gifted, then she should be in the true chi realm or the martial artist realm at this moment, and alone would not be in the chi and blood realm. 1 realm a year. This is the number of heaven, not talent. The first heart demon grabbed Dengru's shoulder and corrected him. Talent and talent. One word makes all the difference in the world. Those who are gifted will cultivate much faster than normal people in the same proportion. However, those with good talent, although their cultivation speed was fast, they would still follow the iron law that it was difficult to ascend from one realm to another. For example, if it took him 1 month to break through to the martial artist realm, it would take him 2 or 4 months to break through to the chi and blood realm. Overall, the amount of time it took to break through one realm, then the amount of time used for the second realm would be several times longer than the previous one. And in addition to being gifted, there is another kind of person who is good for the number of days. What's a good number of days? The number of heaven is the fate of heaven is the fortune. Those who have good heavenly numbers are those whom the will of heaven and earth elects, and the will of heaven and earth will allow them to reach a required realm within a certain period of time, to accomplish a specific thing. They are not well characterized, but the time of advancement could indirectly infer whether the person was gifted or heavenly. That is to see if he follows the iron law that the next realm must be promoted more slowly than the previous one. If even this iron law is not followed, then he must be a man of heavenly numbers, not a gifted genius. And Dokoroku Moon? From the time Tongru gave her a transcription of her ancestors' inheritance and started cultivating, to today, full count, but more than 2 years, less than 3 years. 3 years is just about to arrive. And what was Dokoroku Moon's realm at this moment? Late gas and blood, about to break through the true chi realm. This also means, she is 1 realm a year, totally against the iron law. She's a person of God's number, not gifted. And what is needed now under such a great world situation is a man of destiny. Need I say more? The heart demons could see the future, and Dengru could guess the future. Dying is dying. It's already an old house that's about to fall down and rot, but this old house is thinking of ways to save itself. What a lot of loyal pillars inside the old house still holding it up. This is the time when someone needs to kick the bucket. Chen Shang Wu Guang in the Qin dynasty, Wang Mang in the Western Han dynasty, and Zhang Jiao in the Eastern Han dynasty all served this purpose. Kick this 1,000-year-old house and bring it crashing down. It's just the only thing I can't figure out. Why would this matter? Why would it have anything to do with someone like Dokoroku Moon? How she looked. She was just a girl with some heart, but still simple and kind. How did he get the job of giving dying a kick in the pants? This was also the reason why Tang-ru said that this was a good-sized pot, and that this shouldn't be something that Dokoroku you could take responsibility for at all. The number of days in this world is, really, breathless enough. Tang-ru exclaimed. Days? Again. For the second time. The first time was Co Irma. The heavenly number let her die. No matter what she did she would die. What about this one? How many people does Dokoroku Moon have to kill? No matter what, she's going to go down that road? What an annoyance. Instead of being annoyed by the number of days, it's fate. You want to try and persuade? The first heart demon looked at Tang-ru's expression and asked. No, not going to. Tang-ru smiled and shook his head. He did not intend to persuade, nor did he count on killing Dokuzuki right here. The location where Dokirokwayu was going to be, was Zhangjiao, was Qianshang Wuguang. If she didn't go, heavenly number would still let someone else go. It's not necessary. Dying is going to die, and someone has to kick the proverbial can down the road. The people are going to be unable to live, and someone has to save the day. Then why can't this person be Dokoroku Moon? If Dr. Moon doesn't have this obligation, does the other have it? Heavenly number. Heavenly number. What is heavenly number? The poor monk has figured it out today. Tang-ru laughed lightly and pointed to the top of his head. The number of heaven is the human heart, and the number of chi is the inevitable result of the convergence of the hearts of countless people. Is there really a will over our heads looking down and manipulating hearts? No, the gods and Buddhas can only look down on the earth and cannot interfere. Instead of heaven's number choosing Dokoroku Moon, it's the human heart that chooses Dokoroku Moon. And Dokuzuki's own character wouldn't choose to stand idly by while the world starved to death. This, then, is the so-called heavenly number, including Irma's death, the so-called certain death, but it was only because countless people wanted her dead that she could not avoid it. It's not the number of heaven, it's the heart. When Tang-ru said this, the meaning he wanted to convey was already obvious. Dokuzuki couldn't be persuaded. No matter how he went about it, Doku Moon would eventually take this path under her own choices, the choices of the human heart. Not the number of days that forced her down this path. The four heart demons glanced at each other and suddenly burst out laughing in unison. Ha 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 ha. The four heart demons applauded in unison. The first mindfulness path. We are glad that you can see through it. And yes, there is never any such thing as providence in the world. It is all the choice of the heart. The so-called gas is over, but it's only the hearts that are over. When the dynasty was first established, people came from chaos, from famine, from killing. They naturally longed immensely for a stable life, and that's when the new court appeared. And when hearts were immensely united, the court was immensely powerful. By the middle of the dynasty, people's lives had also settled down, and hearts began to be restless for stability. They wanted to move up. The people are not enough. The officials are not enough. The magistrates are not enough. The sheriffs are not enough. The feudal lords are not enough. The emperor, not enough. At this point the hearts of the people are no longer toward the court. The power of the court begins to weaken. And as the power of the court weakens, the hearts of the people are also declining, which is an irreversible death cycle. The so-called heaven's order is hard to disobey, but it's only the heart that's hard to reverse. Congratulations on seeing through this for the so-called false head of heaven. There is power in the human heart. This force can be called incense. Dynasty practitioners practiced by virtue of incense. When a dynasty loses its heart, it has no incense. Without the incense, it is natural to lose the hearts of the people even more. Because the dynasty is no longer in control. Tang-ru didn't say anything. He was thinking, is the human heart, really, irreversible? Maybe it can be reversed? Otherwise, why is there a legend that a true cultivator can renew the life of a dynasty by carrying a supreme treasure of merit and virtue? No more than true cultivation and meritorious supreme treasures can make the hearts of the people look at this dynasty again. That is to say, absolute power can reverse the heart. Yenzhou. At this moment in Yenzhou, the drought is far more severe than in Liang. Yuan Ping states, its proximity to the grasslands makes it the first place to go dry. At this moment many cities and towns are beginning to show signs of cannibalism. Famine has begun to break out in Yenzhou. As for Liang, Yu, and Jin states, if there is no true cultivator intervention, it is a dead letter. Yenzhou land. A white-haired old Taoist priest, with a young Taoist priest walking on this great land. Master, will I be able to see elder brother and the others again? The little Taoist priest opened his mouth and asked. He's Ziyu. It was the same Ziyu from the True Sun sect, who had been spotted by the ancestral court ancestor and accepted as a disciple. More than 2 years ago, 2 monks, and a woman from the west, broke into the True Sun sect and gave it a killing spree. He killed all the brothers and sisters he had spent time with, not even the soul left behind, but he wanted to see them again. Oh, I can't. The old Taoist priest laughed and said, his identity has been made clear. He is one of the ancestors of the ancestral court. Daogua realm true cultivation. Taoist name. Taiping. This was the Taoist name given to him by his master 1,000 years ago, right in the middle of the chaotic world. After accepting him as his disciple, according to his heart's desire, Pacific, the world is at peace. Regarding the True Yang sect, Ancestor Taiping had known about it for a long time. The True Yang sect had done this to themselves and had no one to blame. A person who seeks the way, it is good to seek the way with a single mind. If he thinks of taking some evil paths, then he has lost his heart. There is no connection to the Tao at all. There can only be some juggling tactics, divine powers teasing mortals. The so-called everything in the world, the right way and the evil way, can be obtained and so on the bullshit. That is nothing more than the mortal storytellers in order to satisfy the common people's rebellious mentality. Write out the novel. Otherwise, why would the path of righteousness be called the path of righteousness and not the path of exotericism? Do you really think that the path of righteousness is to subdue demons and punish evil? That would be looking down on the righteous. Master. So many skeletons along the way. Is there a war here? Ziyu asked his master. In his eyes, the Taiping ancestor was a very powerful and mysterious ancestor. No, they're just hungry. Ancestor Taiping shook his head, his pale eyes containing a hint of crystal and tears. It was compassion for the living. I have already realized the greatness of Qianquan, but I still pity the greenness of grass and trees. Why, then, master, do we not, as it were, give them our grain, and share it with them? Ziyu asked again. He remembered that the peaceful ancestor had brought a lot of food with him. That's what the ancestors used to make wine. Ziyu, you have an immortal heart that is pure and simple. You don't understand this. With this bit of grain in my master's hands, I cannot save these many people. Ancestor Taiping touched Ziyu's head inside. Ziyu was his most honored disciple. His legacy had been taught to this disciple as much as he could. In retrospect, there's probably nothing wrong with it anymore. Then, master, how can I save these many people? Why don't we, save as many as we can? If every person feels that they can't save these many people with the extra food they have in their hands, and they don't do it, won't the people really have no salvation? Ziyu was simple, yet benign, and asked a series of questions. The question was also dumbfounded by the Pacific ancestor. It only felt like this apprentice of his. There's the road bone. Very deep dog bones. Ha ha ha. Disciple, you have truly satisfied your master. Grandmaster Taiping laughed out loud. He stroked Ziyu's head lovingly. From now on, you are the Taoist of peace. Ancestor Taiping suddenly said. Ziyu froze for a moment. From now on, he's a Taiping Taoist? Can be peaceful. Isn't it master's Taoist name? You should know that the disciple inherits the master's Taoist name. There's only one possibility. That means the master is going to die. Available at Shifu is a grandmaster. It's the ancestor of the ancestral temple. It was a true cultivator of the Dao fruit realm, still cultivating the way of eternal life. His lifespan was more than double that of an ordinary true cultivator. The ancestor is, at this moment, only 1,000 years old. By all rights, the ancestor should have lived another 1,000 years. Maybe, if he, Ziyu, died of old age because he couldn't cultivate enough, Grandmaster Taiping wouldn't even die. How is it that nowadays you have to pass on the name of the word? There's nothing more I can teach you. You're very perceptive. You've learned everything for your master since you returned from the True Yang sect 2 years ago. Practice the master's Taiping essentials well. And there is hope for a long life. Grandmaster Taiping smiled kindly, only to see him take out a set of flashy Dao clothes and a Dao sword from the nano ring in his hand. On both of the magic treasures, a thick golden light of merit was emanating. Obviously, it's the merit supreme. Master, what are you doing with those treasures out there? Ziyu was simple-minded and did not understand the meaning that Ancestor Taiping had taken out these 2 treasures. But he knew. The ancestor seems to be, saying some kind of last words. Oh, I'm winded, so I might as well sacrifice to heaven. Ancestor Taiping laughed and rose into the air, holding a Taoist sword in his hand and wearing a precious garment. He looked to the cracked earth, clean skeletons 100 meters or so away. Tears were in his eyes, completely streaming down his face. I've realized the greatness of Qianquan, but I still pity the greenness of the grass and trees. No, not really. He hadn't seen how big Drykas was, and he didn't want to pity how crisp the grass was. More than 1,000 years ago, at the end of the Great Shun, it's also such a great drought. It's the same kind of famine. He was a 5-year-old child at the time. His parents died of starvation, and his sister made their flesh into soup and fed it to him without his knowledge. He didn't know then that everyone was starving. Where did sister get the meat? That meat was faggy and old. He later realized that it was his parents' meat. It's the age of the great wilderness. People are eating each other. But back then, He couldn't feel it. His parents, his sister, took the horrors of famine and held them in front of him. He was also like Ziyu at that time, with a pure heart of an immortal, unaware of the hardships of the world. After realizing that it was his parents' flesh, he was disgusted, regretful, and saddened. Had a big fight with Sis over it. Said he had a fight with Sis, yet he was unilaterally blaming sister. He ate his parents' meat and dug up wild vegetables. What sister ate was nothing but divine soil. Didn't even have the strength to argue with him. Since that day, sister has been making him food, as always, to keep the famine at bay. Even, there is a meat meal every day. At that time, after eating the shadow of his parents' meat, he always asked whose meat it was. What a huge asshole. Can't even say a word of gratitude. Only accusations. How can we call it a pure heart of an immortal? At that time, sister only said that it was meat she had cut from people who had starved to death on the side of the road. But, where is sister's turn to cut the flesh from a starving man? A weak woman? Knowing that when sister died, revealing a belly that had risen from the godly soil, and limbs and body without a single piece of good flesh, he just realized, what he's eating, it's sister's meat. He survived. He survived by eating the flesh and blood of his closest relatives. How can such a man be worthy of the word? The master asked him what Taoist name he wanted. All he said was that he wanted a piece. Thus, Taiping became his Taoist name. Oh sis, I'm sorry, ancestor Taiping muttered under his breath, his pale body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he didn't look like a Daoguo realm, immortal true cultivator. He's just an old, dying man trapped by his obsession. It's not the world he's saving. It's yourself. It's a sister. It's a parent. Peace, peace in the world. Poor Taoist Taiping, wearing the ancestral court merit and virtue supreme treasure, the yellow heavenly treasure clothes, and the Taiping Taoist sword, offer a sacrifice to the heavenly Tao. Ancestor Taiping said in a loud voice. His eyes became incomparably resolute as a single robotic cloud converged in the sky. Only one word was seen, and he spoke firmly. Not for dying to linger on, but only for the people of the world, to enjoy peace. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down in the sky. The Taiping Dao sword in the hands of the Taiping ancestor shattered in response to the sound. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck down. Ancestor Taiping didn't put up a single ounce of resistance, and his entire body was killed by the heavenly thunderbolt. Before he died, the Taiping ancestor had no fear of being dead, of his soul being scattered, of his true spirit being annihilated. There is only relief from obsession. He muttered under his breath. Oh sister, I'm sorry, the life you gave me, I'm giving it back to the world. Moments before dissipating into ashes, ancestor Taiping seemed to have remembered something. That's it, the heart robbery of that year. Yes, the sister in his heart, saved his life again. Sister gave him 2 lives, but he gave them to the world. Is this, in fact, an irresponsibility? He doesn't know. The Taiping ancestor dissipated into ashes. Only the yellow sky treasure clothes that emitted golden light was left still in place. The next heavenly thunder didn't stop for a second. It shattered that yellow sky treasure cloth as well. The entire heaven and earth did not have the slightest trace of ancestor Taiping's existence. No, there is. After the thunder tribulation dissipated, those thunder clouds did not dissipate. After 3, 4, or even 5 years of drought, it rained on the land. The rain got heavier and heavier and heavier, eventually turning into a downpour. It's raining. Yu, Yan, and Liang, the 4 states countless people out of their homes. They dragged their hungry bodies, ecstatic to see the rain crackling down. The air, saved, and in the south, flooded for several years in the south of dying, but also guarded the clouds to see the sun come out. Sunlight pours over the land after the flood. In just a few days, the earth will be able to regain its light. God, it's normal. The ancestral court of Taoism. An old Taoist priest meditated with his eyes closed. Only a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. The mouth recited a Tao. Blessed infinite heavenly Father. From the moment he took Taiping as his disciple, he knew that there would be such a day. This is the knot in the heart of the peaceful ancestor. A knot in your heart that only you can untie. No help from the sidelines. Dying Yong'an, Xintian's supervisor, the pure Yang realist who had saved Zhongyu and Jinyangzi from Dengru, looked out to the north. He was seen clasping his hands and chanting, Blessed infinite heavenly Father. Taiping, have a good trip. The pure Yang realist said in a loud voice. He was older than the peaceful grandmaster. However, ancestor Taiping was a solid Dao fruit realm, and unlike him, a Dao fruit realm that came up by relying on side channels. Such an ancestor dies. It's the loss of the entire Dao sect. But this was a knot in Grandmaster Taiping's own heart, and the Taoist sect would not stop him from doing such a foolish thing for its own sake. They, the old guys, can only be after a peaceful martyrdom. Say the last line. Blessed be the infinite heavenly Father. It's raining. Wangshu City, the Dekuro family. Dangru listened to the crackling rain outside through the windowsill. When I came to this world, I have never heard the sound of rain. That is to say, like the kind in the movies. Heavy rain poured down. The night was dark and windy, and the scene of blood flowing down the rain mixed with water had never been seen before. I haven't heard the sound of rain for a long time. It's a bit, well, strange. Do you guys smell that rain? With the smell of blood, Dangru looked at the rain outside the house and asked the 4 surrounding heart demons. This rain, there's nothing bloody about it. There was only the earthy smell of rain hitting the ground and splashing up the dirt splatters. Mixed with the rain, that refreshing smell. It's been a long time since I've smelled it, too. A great power has sacrificed himself. The first heart demon said. It's the end of the dying period now, and that's the way the chi is. If you say it's not raining at all. If it rains, it means that someone is interfering with the chi. This rain, how long can it last? Dongru asked. What he actually really wanted to ask was, this rain, has it changed the fortunes of the girl in the courtyard? 5 years. The first heart demon looked at the sky and said, but, it's a windy 5 years. The first heart demon said, that is to say, these 5 years, the people want the wind and the rain. Crops grow when they want to grow. The people will not starve, and all the grain will go into the people's granaries at maximum yield. And that's 5 years of food. It will allow all the people to continue in peace for another 10 years. 15 years. This is the 15 years that the unknown mighty one has secured for the people of the world. In other words, within 15 years, no people will revolt because they cannot live, and there will be no ambitious people to follow the group. Dying's chi will still have to languish for the next 15 years. This also means, the people will have to continue to suffer for a while after the 15 years. And originally, when Dying's chi was finished, the True Yang sect was going to go and open this regiment. But, the True Yang sect was destroyed by Tung Ru himself 2 years ago. No one is going to start this tour. Of course, don't rule out other people to start this group. It's all too early to tell. These are the most optimistic speculations of a clear rule of officials and a clear river and a calm sea. But Dying, is the river clear and the sea calm? Is it a clean government? Neither. There was an element of natural disaster in the weakening of Dying. But, not really. It is the weakening of Dying's local jurisdictional capacity that is the main cause of Dying's decline. Tell what appears to be a bullshit joke. Because Dying is weakened so Dying is weakened. That's not bullshit. That's the truth. Take the analogy of the city of Wangshu. Because of Dying's local decline, a hallowed county magistrate only had the strength of a late-stage martial artist. The leader of a pheasant gang had the strength of a mid-martial artist. Can you manage? What do you care? Dare to care? Since they don't dare to take care of it, these landlords and squires, they won't take the people of Dying as human beings. Dying needs the hearts of the people and so defends them. And the landed gentry need to build up, need to sit tight. They don't need the people. If Dangru hadn't destroyed the 3 squires, then today the people of Wangshu City can't even hold out for the rain that's coming. So, at this point in time, can anyone say that slaughtering the wicked is pointless? That's the point. Kill them and the innocent people will be able to live. It is possible to see hope. How do they deserve to live? It would be the biggest joke in the world if even the wicked wanted a savior. It's like, as Shunyata said, the ghosts know how to go home. But where's my home? A savior for all the wicked? But what about the lives of the good? Keep going on your journey tomorrow. Tang Ru said to the 4 heart demons. This rain is supposed to stop tomorrow. The people of Wangshu City would have their hands full then. Tang Ru put his palms together and made a distant salute to the sky. Whatever the purpose of this mighty man is, he all but literally saved countless people. He's honorable. Inside the courtyard, the rain was crashing down. Dr. Moon didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding the rain. She was nearing the true chi realm, and there was no way that an unusual rain could cause her to contract the slightest disease. This rain, it's all a bit strange. Dr. Moon let the rain hit his body, mixed with tears, and slowly flowed down. She didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps, just crying tears of joy that the people of Wangshu City are saved? The Grandmaster was, indeed, a blessing for their Wangshu City. The first time I came, I annihilated 3 families. Let the people live until now. The second visit brought a shower. Let the people live. Although Dr. Moon also knew that the rain that, it has nothing to do with Dingru. But, she still felt that Dingru was a blessing to them. It's a blessing, not a savior. No, a blessing plus a savior. Little sister, what are you still doing here? The rain is so heavy. Hurry back to the house. Don't get wet. Outside the door, Dakurobai's voice rang out. Big brother. Dr. Moon looked at his older brother and shouted. What's wrong? Dokurobai was a bit puzzled. I'm already in the chi and blood realm. I'm not afraid of the rain. Dr. Moon laughed. I want to go for a walk. Dr. Moon added. Going for a walk? Sure. The rain won't hurt you anyway. So take a walk if you want to. Dokorobai said. No. I mean, I want to get out of Wonshu City. The world is a big place and I want to see it. Dr. Moon showed a hint of a smile. Thinking back to more than 2 years ago, the white-robed monk sparingly said goodbye to them. She was envious. She wants to get out and about too. Look at all the waters. Fight evil with evil and be a dashing ranger. Are you crazy? The world is so out there. Dokorobai exclaimed. He wanted to say, the outside world is so chaotic. How can Dr. Moon survive as a weak woman? If anything happened to him, how could he explain to his parents? But, he suddenly remembered. The sister in front of him, her strength, was already higher than his. She didn't need him as a brother to shelter her anymore. It's because the world is in chaos. That's why. I want to get out and about. Brother. Dr. Moon laughed. Just like the master. To kill those who deserve to be killed and save those who deserve to be saved. If the master hadn't killed the squires and gentry, the people wouldn't have lasted the rain. But, there's only one master. If there aren't a few more, and the people of Wonshu City hold out until the rain, what about the people of the other cities? Can they hold out until then? Solitary Moon laughed bitterly. Unconsciously, she seems to, also changed. This guru is really alas. So be it, you can go if you want. I can't control you. In his haste, Dokorobai even wanted to call Dangru a scourge, but it occurred to him that it was this scourge that had saved their siblings more than 2 years ago. He, then, did not want to say anything more. Thank you, brother, Dr. Moon said, passing by Dokubai's side, picking up the bucket hat hanging on the door and putting it on her head. At the moment, she was very much like a warrior heroine in action. Sure enough, a rain shower doesn't change anything. The heart, that is the heart, not the number of heaven. It's her choice. Inside the master bedroom, Dangru smiled and looked at the 4 heart demons who were fighting the landlord, and then looked out the window at the girl who had resolutely embarked on this path in the pounding rain. Her destiny has not changed in the slightest. Still crimson. Sure enough, no one is a variable outside the number of days. There are no variables within the human heart. There's one thing to be said for the 4 heartthrobs who deserve to die, and the landlord won't let him, and say something about it being full. He'll have to think about firing one. Early the next morning, the rain stopped. Dangru went to the inn to pick up Lilan, and then continued on his journey to Yuzhou. Master, it actually rained yesterday. Does this mean that my dying is still saved? I don't have to go to. Lilan was incoherent with excitement. No, that's just some great power sacrificing itself. You dying, it's hopeless. Dangru mercilessly shattered Lilan's fantasy. Dying is hopeless. Letting go of illusions and preparing for the struggle is the right way to go. The mighty have sacrificed themselves? He's so great. When Lilan heard Dangru say that dying was hopeless, she actually didn't have any mood swings. It's just a bit of a shame, as well as the worship of the one who offered a sacrifice, a mighty rain for the people. Let's go, and continue to Yui State, Dangru said, and as usual, he did not wait for Lilan, and walked directly in the direction of Yuzhou. This walk will probably take another 5 years. What a coincidence. Mighty has been begging for rain for 5 years, and he, Dangru, was just about to walk for 5 years. Look out for a small episode in the city of Schuylkill to pass. Dangru and Lilan continued on their journey to Yuzhou. Along the way, there would be no scenery familiar to Dangru, just doing some of the old hit and run, punish evil and kill to stop it. 2 people, stop and go, stop and go. This go, is 5 years of time passed, and over the course of those 5 years, something big happened. Emperor Yangon is dead, the 3rd year that the master and disciples embarked on their journey. That is, Emperor Yangon is 101 years old. In the Changdal Palace in Yangon City, the Yangon Emperor, who was already 100 years old, walked on the 999 steps of the white jade staircase of the Imperial Hall with a hobbling gait. Life has reached the twilight of his life. Only hate this ladder platform. Repair too high. The ancestor was so fond of face that he built the palace high and high, and the terrace long and long. Surprisingly, it made him 101 long years. There was not a single day, after all, that the people could be seen. Your Majesty, the pure yang realist who was already 1,000 years old appeared and looked at the 100-year-old man in front of him. Makoto, you still haven't changed at all. Yangon Emperor laughed, his tone slow and hoarse. He was dying and couldn't say anything too complete. The pure yang realist looked at the emperor in front of him. Dying emperors like this one. He sent 15 of them away. This one, presumably, is the last one. Real person my great Jing lineage can only accompany you to this point, this 1,000 years. Thanks to you, After this the mountains are high and the roads are long. You, real person. Nah, take care. Emperor Yan'an's voice was hoarse. His old eyes cloudy as he looked at the pure Yang realist in front of him, and he refused the pure Yang realist's assistance. Poor Taoist, do not regret supporting your Li lineage. True Lord Pure Yang could see what Emperor Yong'an meant. You, Li's line, are doing better than the Zhaos of the Shun dynasty. Precious. When the pure Yang realist said that, he disappeared without a trace, leaving only Yan'an Emperor alone. He faced this vast palace with countless forbidden guards and palace people. The years. The old man disliked that this ladder platform was too long, so he directly took a seat on this 999-step white jade ladder platform. Like a child. In his hand he held the jade ruins that had accompanied him for more than 70 years. After more than 70 years, Rui has yellowed a bit, but is much warmer. It's also more flattering. The older companion that had been with him for many years was not so lucky. A year before him, gone. Your Majesty, the sun is setting. It's cold here. I'll help you back to the house to rest. A small eunuch boldly stepped forward, seemingly wanting to curry favor with Emperor Yan'an and make a future for himself. The surrounding guards drew their swords and tried to stop the little eunuch. Yan'an Emperor just waved his hand and looked at the sun that was about to set. The sun, he's been looking at it for 100 years. After each day falls, it always rises as usual. Little guy, I ask you a question. You answer right. We give you silver 10,000 taels, give you home, how? Yan'an Emperor sat on the steps and gathered his hands around the heavy robe he was wearing. His eyes were downcast, his head dropping and snapping up every now and then. The little eunuch nodded vigorously when he heard 10,000 taels of silver. He's homesick. The palace is the emperor's home. It's not his home. Do you think the sun will rise after it sets? Yan'an Emperor tightly held the jade rui in his hands, and his voice was feeble and hoarse as he questioned the little eunuch in front of him. The little eunuch froze. I don't know why this person in front of him, the person with the highest status in dying, would ask him such a question that even a child would be able to answer. Isn't this a gift of 10,000 taels of silver? Surely the sun will rise again. Back to your Majesty. The sun will still rise as usual, on each and every day, as you do, shining on every inch of our great Jing. The little eunuch answered Emperor Yan'an's question. By the way, a big pat on the back. Ha 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 ha. Yan'an Emperor laughed, and suddenly, coughed heavily again. It seemed that he was very satisfied with this answer from the little eunuch. Yes, the sun, will rise as usual. No need to make him stop. No need to fear the cold night. No need to oh sun, he will rise. Yan'an Emperor's voice grew fainter as he spoke. The sun was slowly setting in the sky, radiating its last flush of red. Emperor Yan'an's eyes seemed to be all candor. The mouth still kept murmuring. The sun, it will rise as usual. Rise, of. The sun's afterglow still hung in the sky, but Emperor Yan'an, who was sitting on the steps, was silent. The jade ruins in his hand snapped off. The jade rui, which had accompanied a generation of emperors for more than 70 years, fell to pieces. The old man, wrapped in his robe and his empire, slept peacefully in the light of the setting sun. He is not afraid of the long slow night, for the sun, as usual, will rise. His empire will die, but the sun of the people, will rise as usual. It will be bigger, brighter, and warmer than the current sunset, which can only emit a faint afterglow. He, not afraid anymore. Your Majesty. The little eunuch looked at the Yan'an Emperor who had no sound, and instantly panicked. He tightly gripped Yan'an Emperor's old and dry hand and cried one after another. Your Majesty, has collapsed. The little eunuch's voice pierced through heaven and earth, echoing through the palace. Countless forbidden guards used to come forward and surrounded the place, yet each one froze, not knowing what to do with it. Emperor Yan'an died and installed Lilan, the eldest grandson of the emperor, as the emperor. The year number is Yongping, and that emperor's eldest grandson is not the real Lilan. It's the double that Emperor Yan'an found for Lilan for the Dragon Transformation Project, and the real Lilan. Already after 5 years on the road, he finally walked into Yuzhou with Deng Ru. Finally, we're in Yuzhou. Lilan wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead. 5 years have passed. He has gone from being a child, a teenager, back in the day, growing into a young man who can hold his own. He's 19. Well, to the phantom state. Deng Ru nodded. In the past 5 years, he had punished evil all the way, while having to bring such a drag along with him. If it wasn't for Lilan, he would probably have gone to Yuzhou and come back after killing around. But that doesn't make much sense. But these 5 years have not been without rewards. At the very least, he was about to reach the Dao Prying realm. It's been 5 years. Even if it's just getting rid of some common evil, it was also enough for him to raise 2 minor realms. Master, what are we going to do? Lilan inquired. There was not much youth left in his face at the moment. After 7 years, he had seen too much sadness and joy. He had understood why Emperor Gaozu, back then, had risen up, and why, again, the high walls and the phalanxes were built. Imperial grandfather, why would you say that it is the responsibility of every emperor to let the world reunite and watch the fireworks in peace? He got it all. Speaking of the imperial grandfather, it's amazing that he can't even go back to see his royal grandfather when he dies. Really? What for? You should already have the answer in your mind, so there's no need to ask again. Deng Ru laughed. When he arrived in Yuzhou, this disciple who had accompanied him for 7 years, it was time to part. This apprentice, out of the division, he has understood the responsibilities of an emperor. He already possesses the ability to go and fulfill that responsibility. With his status as the grandson of the Emperor of Dying, if he wanted to raise an army, it was bound to be a call to arms. And he, Deng Ru, had nothing left to teach him. Master Yu, Li Lan froze. He opened his mouth to say something, but he was no longer the fanatical teenager who would only take his royal grandfather's words at face value and even misinterpret them. He's grown up. There's nothing more I can teach you. There are 10,000 books and 10,000 theories. But in the end, it's not as good as walking up his 10 million miles, seeing more and learning more. Deng Ru laughed. You, who are already out of school, as for your future endeavors, whether you succeed or fail, it has nothing to do with the poor monk, who said long ago that he would not teach you anything, but would only show you. Deng Ru spoke what was probably the longest paragraph he had ever said to Li Lan since taking him as his disciple. The last time I said something this long was probably still, tell Irma's story. That was, like, 5 years ago, a little longer. That would be the time in Xingyang City, which taught him some of the do's and don'ts of emperors. I bow to my master's grace. Li Lan didn't say much as he flung himself to his knees and slowly, but firmly, got high 3 times. Master, the mountain is high and the road is far. I wish you, early enlightenment of the Dharma. May the apprentice, also, recreate a time of greatness in the hearts of the royal grandfather, and you, apprentice kowtow to master for 7 years of teaching. Li Lan said and left without looking back. Deng Ru would not help him create a world by force. The struggles of ambitious people are not something that a holy monk who punishes evil should be involved in. What the holy monk should do is to go and send the ambitious to the Buddha. Seizing chi and achieving the fruits of the way is not the philosophy of a holy monk, nor is it the goal of the holy monks. Li Lan understands. From the moment he accepted his disciple, Li Lan actually didn't quite understand, but over the past 7 years, he had gradually come to understand. This master of his own, will not stop for anyone. Within these 7 years, Master has saved and killed many people. Some people try to use their flesh to make Master stay, but Master never moved even once. The girls who look so beautiful can't do it, not to mention him, Li Lan. He, will honestly go and start a new dying. It would be good to start that pomp and circumstance that royal grandfather and Master wanted in their hearts. The apprentice who taught me for 7 years is gone. 4 heart demons emerged and exclaimed. Almost 8 years, the first heart demon exclaimed. It had been more than 8 years since he had tested Deng Ru. Time nah. That was fast. Every man has his own way. Do you think that he will be able to achieve greatness? Deng Ru looked at Li Lan's distant back and asked. The 4 heart demons all know the fate pass. They have, so to speak, memorized the script in advance to come to this world. The fullness of the world is in him, and the fullness of the world, and in him. The first heart demon just said so ambiguously. The other 3 mind demons nodded in agreement. At first glance, these words seemed to be saying that the Shangshi was created because of Li Lan, and Li Lan, too, would survive the Shangshi. It seems that Li Lan was able to become the founding king of a prosperous world, but the fact that the first heart demon had not been struck to death by lightning was able to explain one thing. That's a statement that can't be interpreted that way, but Deng Ru wasn't going to try to understand it either. All he needs to know is that next, there will be a feast. Inside the Shangshi, it was enough that this disciple of his was alive and well. Where do you plan to go next? The first heart demon asked. Go meet the bald guys. Deng Ru just wanted a bald ass to say it, but suddenly it felt as if the top of his head was cool. He then swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. You were just going to say bald ass, weren't you? The first heart demon's face showed suspicion, and those eyes seemed like dead fish eyes as they stared at Deng Ru dead in the face. No, you've heard wrong. How could a poor monk insult his faith? Deng Ru waved his hand rather sheepishly. 8 years have passed. His belief in Buddha still rests on the word kill. Perhaps, this was the reason why he wasn't able to advance to the Dao Prying realm? Duan Ru doesn't know. The fact that the killing Buddha can't advance is mostly due to the fact that he kills less. It shouldn't have anything to do with his state of mind. Where do you get your faith? Didn't you worship the statue of the killing Buddha in the first place because you thought it was cool to stop killing with killing? Where did you get that belief? The first heart demon unflinchingly exposed Dangru's veneer of hypocrisy. Come on, even though they're legacy spirits. Well, at least they used to call themselves heart demons. What are the demons? That's in the belly of the master. Ahem. The short answer is that they are able to know what the master is thinking and what he is thinking. For example, when Dangru had just picked up the killing Buddha inheritance on earth, his thoughts were, crap, killing to stop killing, specializing in evil. That's fucking cool. Buddha? Ha? What is that? Can I eat it? All in all, go and meet those masters who want to capture the poor monk, and see how much they really weigh. Dangru laughed and did not argue with these four roundworms. The territory of dying and the state. Dokoroku Yu, who had left Wangshu City, had spent 5 years walking and watching along the way, learned from Dangru to punish evil and promote good. Her realm, after a series of strange encounters along the way, had unexpectedly reached the selfless realm directly. This was the realm above the peeping Dao realm. Along the way, she'd seen a lot of people who were starving and couldn't survive. She was puzzled in her mind. Why? Isn't it already raining? Isn't it already possible to farm? Isn't it a good wind and rain? Why do people still starve to death? She didn't understand. But when she saw the squires and landowners who ate their brains out, she understood. Wickedness will scourge good people if they don't get out. Never before had Dokuzuki agreed with Tangru's words so much. In a city in Liangzhou, Solitary Moon looked at the city that had become an empty city. Her eyes froze for a moment. The city. She remembered. She came. She also killed the city's lineage. She is as ruthless as that master. Never let a worldly man go. But why? The people of this city are still dead. The body of a little girl collapsed in the doorway, and she had an impression. 3 months ago, this little girl still wanted to give half of the burnt cake she had managed to find to her. Dokoroku Moon. She said it's so hard to be hungry. Sister, don't go hungry. The little girl was kind enough to give her half of a burrito, even though it was obvious that she had only found half of one herself. Even if she, Dokoroku Moon, looked like she didn't look like she was starving at all. But now, this little auntie is dead too. Starving. Her tiny belly rose up. It seems to be a lot of indigestible stuff hidden in the stomach. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. The world family has been destroyed by me. And for 5 years the winds and rains have been favorable. So how could they starve to death? The magistrate. Yes, the magistrate. I'm going to the magistrate to find out. There was a look of incredulity on Dokoroku Moon's face. But she was now a sword cultivator of this selfless realm. It was even 2 realms higher than even Tangru. How could she not understand? The magistrate is responsible for the starvation of all the people in this city. As long as privilege exists, injustice will exist. The lineage merely appears to be stronger at the end of this great Jing. The magistrates of dying are human beings. They can be selfish too. Having already starved, it was only natural for them to stock up on food after 5 years of good weather. Dugiyu angrily imperialized the sword at his waist and went straight for the head of that magistrate in the county office. She doesn't care. She didn't want to care that much anymore. Inside the magistrate's office, the magistrate was feasting on his food when suddenly, a flying sword reflecting the sun's light flew towards his head. Only a click was heard, and the magistrate's head fell to the ground. The fat, well-fed corpse of the magistrate fell to the ground with a thud. The flying sword flew back into Dokoroku Moon's hand again. Solitary Moon tightly gripped the sword in her hand, and she couldn't control how the tears in her eyes flowed down. She kept murmuring under her breath, her voice getting louder and louder, as if she was questioning the world. The people are being oppressed and starved to death, and you say that no one is able to control it. I'll help you. I have killed all those who prevented you from practicing the way of the king. The families, the landowners, the squires, they are all dead. I do not ask you to bring all the grain to the relief of the people, as the magistrate of Wangshu City did. But, how is it that you have still become a worldly family? And where has the king's way gone, as you call it? By what right do you take away the people's food and let them starve to death? Dr. Moon cried out. She didn't understand. She didn't want to understand. If even she has to understand these so-called officials who have no choice but to embezzle and oppress the people, who is going to do it for the people who are starving to death because of the corruption of these officials? Who can go and do this? The world is broken. It's broken so completely. Dr. Moon's petite body trembled. Her look was bordering on a little crazy. She hated the damn world a little. Better yet, kill it all. But Dr. Moon quickly reacted. This isn't the right mood for her. If this keeps up, she'll easily harbor demons. Rather, it is better to break up this old Qianquan and recast a new river and mountain. The families, the landlords, the gentry, the officials, the monks, all do not give the people a chance to live. I'll take them to live. As Dokoroku Moon thought of this, her eyes gradually became firm. That's it. If all those who wield power and authority are not able to do what is right for the people, then she'll follow that master's example and break this old dry spell. Let the people live. She came to be this savior. She, who came to take the people to live. Take the people and find a way to live. Suddenly, it seemed to vent the discontent in his heart, the depression in his mind. She raised her head and pointed to the sky and yelled, "Since you no longer have the ability to bring the people a peaceful life, no ability to maintain your order, your officials open their mouths and close their mouths, but have never done a bit of practical work. It is not easy to have the ability to go to the exploitation of the people. What are you still lingering for? You suck." After cursing, Dogiyu put away his sword and took one step towards the distance. She, who was going to take the people who were still alive and find a way to live. As she made her way, she converged on stragglers who couldn't survive. When the stragglers asked, all she said was that she would take them to live. The stragglers believed Dokoroku Moon's words. Plus, by following Dokoroku Moon, he was indeed able to drink a bowl of hot porridge. They then completely lost their worries and followed Dokoroku Moon all the way. The procession gradually grew more and more voluminous. Until the end, Dogiyu's side had already gathered more than 500,000. The stragglers who couldn't get enough to eat. And there were even some low-level cultivators mixed in there who could see some clues and wanted to wrestle for a dragon's merit. Gradually, Dokoroku Moon could no longer afford to feed these stragglers. But, at the moment, she was not needed to provide for these stragglers. Dr. Moon led the army of stragglers to a city. The city had been given joint control by the families, and the people inside had become starving. Dokoroyuki was wearing a snow-white armor, which gave her a bit of a heroic aura. She unsheathed her sword and turned to the city, the defenders and the middlemen of the lineage who were looking fearful. The way to live. It's right in front of you. The sky is not for you. I'll take you to snatch the way to live back. Behind them, countless stragglers who couldn't even stand up were looking at the towering walls, the well-equipped soldiers, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Yet, none of them backed away. Crazy, all crazy, a bunch of pariahs. How dare they? On the city walls, the heads of several families showed fear and more anger. They couldn't figure out why that cultivator down there. Why would he do such a thing? Obviously so profound cultivation. All the more reason to cherish this hard-earned cultivation. All the more reason to cherish life. Why give your life for these springtime pariahs? Why do you have to stand up for them? They didn't understand. Just as Doku Moon didn't understand. Why? Obviously, they had already eaten their mouths full of oil, but still had to go and rob the hands of those people who couldn't survive. The last mouthful of life-saving food in general. Kill. The cultivators mixed in with the crowd took the lead and killed the towering walls. With the representatives of these cultivators, behind them, more than 500,000 stragglers, no longer fearful, with wooden sticks and agricultural tools in their hands, they followed, rushing towards the towering city walls. The soldiers on that city wall looked at the vast tide of people and immediately made the best decision. They simply dropped their weapons and chose to open the gates. Countless stragglers swarmed into the city, and the aura of dying on the city's head was cut off by Dogiyu's sword, and a flag painted with a white lotus was inserted. The city changes its flag. Countless stragglers rush straight to the grain silos of the world's families. They're starving. They want to live. There was no mind to care about the deaths of those lineages. They don't care, but Dokoroku Moon does. Without the slightest hesitation, Doku Moon killed the sons of the lineage who were ready to go and set fire to the granary, preferring to burn it down rather than share it with the people with their imperial swords. The second year of Yongping, Dugu, the saintly daughter of the White Lotus sect, gathered 500,000 stragglers in the state of Bingzhou and rose up under the slogan of White Lotus Pure World. This was the first major uprising since Dying stepped into the final years. This uprising completely kicked the proverbial can down the road for the stormy Dying. Dying, who put half of his neck in the ground, created a coffin called the White Lotus Cult. Brothers say, what about writing here? Basically, yeah, it's almost over sprinkles. Ahem, just kidding. Writing this basically means that it's time to turn a chapter. That's basically the end of the Dying chapter. Of course, yeah, that doesn't mean the protagonist has to go to the northern barbarians or the 100,000 mountains or anything. This chapter of the world's chaos is coming. The main tone of the book is such that at the end of the dynasty, the people are in turmoil and are not allowed to think that they are evil, and there are those who are still good but are being slaughtered. Very messed up world. But that doesn't make it right to do evil. If it is right to do evil, what is a victim? Are they unlucky? When I wrote this, I saw some book reviews saying that the protagonist is hypocritical, saying something like, there is a reason for evil people to do evil, and the protagonist, however, is just relying on the legacy of that life-killing Buddha, right, and also has a purpose to do evil. Yes, On the point of the purpose of getting rid of evil, he is not innocent. But then again, I never denied that in the book, and the protagonist never claimed to be any kind of chivalrous person. He's a purely violent monk who fights evil with evil, and occasionally has some epiphanies about the things he encounters. In the beginning, he had gone to take this Dharma oath because he wanted to become stronger. Plus he thought the idea of killing the Buddha was cool and liked it. Hypocrisy. I think my protagonist is far from talking about it. Just because the protagonist gets the benefit of raising his cultivation in the process of eliminating evil, should he deny everything he has done and then crown it as hypocrisy? It says it very early in my book. Do we really have to let those who do good things freeze to death and starve to death by the roadside, without being able to take any benefit at all, in order to be worthy of the phrase Mr. Righteousness? That wouldn't be called a good thing. That would really be called an injustice. Though, the world, for one, needs such ingrates to step up and clear the way for the so-called savvy people. That's my idea of the main character's persona, and how it's shaping up. Then, about saying something like, evil people shouldn't be killed. I saw a book review that said something like, ask all of you if you lived in this world, would you choose to kill and lord it over others or, say, be ravaged by others? That's silly. That cutie pie said something right after he said that, so he didn't think evil people deserved to die and shouldn't be killed. I'd been tempted to refute that, but then again, it's been too busy, plus, trying to finish the old book, to specifically refute him. Now that I have written about the chaos in this world, by the way, I would like to tell you all about the experience and so on, and then it will take this opportunity to rebut this silly little cutie haha. First of all, in this world, it is not possible to be above others by doing evil. If doing evil can really completely override others and oppress them, then everyone in the world will do evil. There is order that exists in this world. This silly little cutie's claim that if you don't do evil, you'll just get ravaged by other people just doesn't exist. The old ravioli seller has done no evil in his life and is still able to feed his family. That old pervert who lured Sue Irma's body did a lot of evil. But in the end, he didn't see who he was overriding. The reality is also like this. Many people think that they have done evil, put down their conscience. They can become what Gao Qiqiang, what Shi Tongwei called a wind and rain. If this is true, who is there to hold on to any conscience, to do any good, to be at peace with themselves and whatnot? All go and become bad and good. But the fact that they went bad only adds to the police's track record of provocation. And then about that the silly little cutie said that evil people do evil for a reason, and they don't deserve this kind of comparison. All I can say is, damn people for stuttering to kill your mother afterwards said I also have a reason. I cannot live. You hurry to forgive me. You will still be crowned at this time that the evil is so poor? Will you still say that there is no good and evil in the world? Fuck. Typical knife doesn't know pain until it cuts into you. And fucking empathize with evil. I don't even know how to praise him for being so kind-hearted that he can even fucking empathize with evil people Or should I call him a bad seed and go ahead and call out my protagonist who specializes in getting rid of evil? Okay, off-topic talk is over. And then again, about the death of the old emperor. A buddy said it had the look of Zhu Yuanzhang on his deathbed. This one is kind of an illusion haha. Zhu Yuanzhang's death was dominating. A hero's downfall within that TV series called Zhu Yuanzhang. And the old emperor never thought of himself as any kind of hero. His death was not overbearing. He was not, even, able to accept death with open arms. He was scared until he died. He was afraid that he would not be able to explain himself when he went down to meet his ancestors. Of course, according to his persona, his greatest fear is actually, what will the people do if he dies? Although the people of dying were already not doing too well at this time. That's why I used the setting sun, at the time of his death, to symbolize this dying. At the moment, dying is like the setting sun, although it is no longer like the sun, but after all, there is still residual light and heat to warm the people, and after the setting sun had set, it was a thoroughly long, cold night, even the moonlight was cold. This symbolizes the complete loss of order after the fall of dying, where the people could not feel a bit of light and heat, and were back in deep water. That's what the old emperor was worried about. So before he died, he went to the little eunuch and asked him if the sun would still rise as usual. Until the little eunuch uttered the words that the sun would rise as usual, he was just relieved, because he also thoroughly understands that the change of dynasties is a very normal thing, like the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. It falls now and will rise again someday. There will always be a sun that will be bigger and rounder than today's. It was at this point that he peacefully chose to pass away. I saw a brother at the time who said, "What is the use of that sun, which is no longer the sun of today?" This one I'm actually going to counter. Not much use is the usual emperor persona. They are the family world, putting his home in front of him, and the sun rising the next day that was no longer his home. Certainly didn't help. But the old emperor's persona was that of a man who was powerless to return to heaven, but who also loved his people like a son. His philosophy is public world. Certainly a bit biased, this statement, but is currently the best I can think of. He no longer cared if the next sun to rise was the son of the Li family. All he cared about was that the next round of sun would bring warmth to the people. The rest, for him who was already dying, was unimportant. Yu Zhou, after separating from Deng Ru, Li Lan wasn't sure where he was going. In the past 7 years, it was Deng Ru who went wherever he said. But today, he had to decide where to go all by himself. He thought that he, as the true emperor of the day, should go to a city, rise to the top, and be able to answer all his calls? But Li Lan quickly thought. 7 years ago, he'd thought so, and had nearly been hung up and beaten by 2 armorers. If it wasn't for Deng Ru's pressure. And later on, Li Dinghua came out to relieve himself. The emperor? The world doesn't know what the emperor looks like. A slow start? But he has no money, no power. What should he do? The plan of the day seemed to be to go to those imperial uncles and use his identity as a true emperor. Starting as their pawn and taking his time, Li Lan made up his mind and headed towards the city in front of him. This city rings a bell with him. It seems to be run by none other than a royal uncle. The city of Northern Return. Li Lan walked straight in. After the guard's scrutiny, they entered the city peacefully. The state of Yu is no more than any other state. This state is still a little better off than the others, without too many stragglers. 5 years of good weather has brought a good amount of granaries. After all, the Buddhists of this world are a bit of a Madonna, though they don't get rid of evil, but they are not hypocritical. They do real work. Entering Beiguye City, Li Lan looked for an inn to settle down based on his past experience, just about to drop a silver dollar or two. As usual, he suddenly froze. Li Lan's hand stopped in midair. It was neither falling nor lifting. He forgot. In the past, it was always Deng Ru who paid for the stay. But now, the gold master is gone. The gold masters also forgot to give him start-up money. He forgot to ask for it. The gold master forgot to give it too. That, and I'll do the dishes. Li Lan forced an awkward, yet polite smile. Go for it. The shopkeeper looked at Li Lan's dress in front of him and only felt that perhaps he had encountered some difficulties. Forget it, just let Li Lan do the dishes. Rather a very talkative shopkeeper. Thank you, boss. Boss is a big man. Li Lan thanked him profusely and scampered off to brush the plates. Okay, the future emperor's first step from nothing. Brush the dishes. Li Lan began diligently scrubbing the dishes in the inn. For the first time in so many years, he truly felt the life of the common people. Labor, in exchange for payment. It's a full day when this plate is brushed. Li Lan got up early the next day, and he was ready to go to his royal uncle in this city. He had little luggage and set out to join his relatives in a relaxed manner. Along the way, the dusty faces of the people of Beiguye City were reflected in his eyes. Though lull, the scene of the crowd gathering in front attracted Li Lan's attention. But he wasn't going to see it. After all, he was now without Tang Ru's shelter. Too much curiosity is a real killer. Your Highness, why don't you go and take a look? Suddenly, an old, magnificent voice rang in Li Lan's ears. Li Lan thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar. He followed the gaze. Makayoko, you're not being. The owner of that voice was none other than Jin Yangzi, who had destroyed the sect 7 years ago. Yes, Your Highness, your master is very strong. The old Taoist couldn't beat him, but fortunately he was saved by the state master. And now, the old Taoist has been ordered by the state master to come and assist your Highness and redeem his sins. Jin Yangzi laughed and flung the duster in his hand. Li Lan looked at Jin Yangzi, looked at himself again. If he went to join that imperial uncle now, he, who had no power and only an empty name, would most likely be put under house arrest by the imperial uncle. But, people like Makayoko. Suddenly, Li Lan remembered the words of his royal grandfather. How could he expect to pick up a flawless diamond in the rough straight away? Be refined. Having taken in Jin Yangzi's loyalty was naturally guaranteed to a certain extent since he was sent by the state master. With Jin Yangzi assisting him, he didn't have to worry about the matter of not having start-up capital. Good, then you will assist me. Li Lan only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Your Highness is resolute. With the legacy of the late emperor, there is hope for the revival of my great Jing. Jin Yangzi laughed. Of course, he's full of shit. Throughout the ages, how many dynasties have wanted to revive and restore their countries, but ultimately they all failed. Any success? Of course there is, but it's just one case. This example died before the great unification was even completed. You told me to look at that hustle. What's there? Li Lan asked as he looked at Jin Yangzi in front of him. There's gas. Jin Yangzi just flicked his duster in such a way that he said with a transcendent appearance. Chakra? Li Lan couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he walked forward frantically as if he had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw. He made his way through the crowd, but he didn't see the chi. All he saw was a man with a red painted face and a flowery green robe, on stilts, strutted over the head of a kneeling man. It seems to play the role of a mythological emperor, surnamed Guan. There's no chi. All he saw was a pretender insulting people. There was another pretentious old thing insulting his Li Lan's intelligence. Chakra? Li Lan said, pointing at the scene. His eyes looked at Jinyangzi, wanting Jinyangzi to give him a reasonable explanation. Yes, Your Highness. Chi. Jinyangzi laughed, and did not care at all about Li Lan's disrespect. That's clearly an insult. Li Lan's words had a double meaning. The guy playing God and Ghost was insulting the kneeling man. This old thing is insulting him. Your Highness, why not follow your heart? Perhaps you will understand. Jinyangzi remained unhurried and said with great elegance. Li Lan was silent for a moment. He chose to listen to Jinyangzi's words, only to see him stride forward and say, "Stop. The world of dying is clear. It's not your turn to play God. Get out of here." The man who played the role of a deity glanced down at Li Lan, and ignored it. It just continued to take a sip of wine, and then a mouthful of wine was sprayed on the top of the kneeling man's head. "Get out of my way and don't disturb me from receiving the blessings of the gods." The man who played the role of a deity had not yet made any moves, but the man who was kneeling on the ground being humiliated by his crotch and having a mouthful of wine sprayed on his head, was the one who pushed Li Lan down to the ground. Li Lan looked somewhat incredulous. He didn't understand why someone would kneel to a fake thing and not realize it, and to interrupt him. "Your Highness. Yo, this is gas." Jinyangzi stroked his beard from afar and laughed. "When the emperor bestows a blessing, you must not be rude, or the blessing will be null and void." The man who played the deity said this. The kneeling man immediately fell to his knees and thumped his head to pray for the god's forgiveness. "And you leave." The eyes of the man playing the deity narrowed slightly as he stroked the fake beard he wore in order to play the deity. "Thank you, Emperor, for the blessing." The kneeling man quickly left. The crowd gathered around them soon rushed up again. It was a middle-aged woman holding a child, and the woman was kneeling on the ground with a pious gaze. The man on stilts looked at the child the woman was holding. He raised the large knife in his hand and slashed it twice over the woman's head, and then he said in a loud voice, "The emperor blesses, and the disease recedes." After receiving the supposed blessing, the woman also quickly departed. The woman left and someone else took over. No one cares about Li Lan. They all prayed for divine blessings. One leaves and the other continues to pick up. The man who played the part of the deity wearily blessed one person after another. Li Lan's eyes went from uncomprehending to, it seemed, understanding again. He watched people kneel reverently and watched them leave. The chi? What chi? Here he was, seeing only hearts. People's hearts. That's gas. Li Lan understood. The crowd was dispersing and it was getting dark. The man who played the role of Guan Dijun finally got down from the stilts and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Every breath he took reeked of alcohol. This is to play this emperor better. In mythology, this emperor was a natural red-faced. "You're an outlander, aren't you?" he asked, leaning back and looking at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded. "You're being reckless." He looked at Li Lan and said. Li Lan scratched his head. Followed Dengru for 7 years. The ability did not learn this recklessness, but learned. Why would you go and do that? You're not a Taoist. You can't invite a god to your body. Li Lan asked. "Yeah, I can't invite God to come on board." The man sighed, and the top man, the big man, actually slowly shed tears from the corners of his eyes. "If Master Guan has a spirit, will he be able to, for once, get on top of me?" He looked at the dark night sky and sighed. "Why did you do it when you knew you couldn't get it on?" Li Lan asked again. "I didn't want to." He laughed, and immediately afterward, he began to slowly tell Li Lan about it. His surname was Guan, the same surname as that loyal and courageous Guan Airmaster, Emperor Guan Shang, in the mythical heavenly court. What's different, though, is that he's the third oldest in his family. You're not even close to the second master. Otherwise he would have been able to be honored with a second master. With this bond in place, he loved the mythical second master, so he joined an opera troupe that specialized in playing the second master. As time passes, his performance as the second master becomes more and more dignified and alive. It's kind of a reputation. If there were no accidents, he would be like this, a playwright for the rest of his life, to play the second master, and then earn some money on the second master's name. But then, accidents happen. On that day, he was, as always, playing the role of the second master, warming his wine and beheading Hua Xiong. After the curtain call, he was ready to go and remove himself from his full costume. But suddenly, there came an old man. It was an old woman. Doesn't seem to have read much to know he's fake. She thought of him as the real second master. She fell to her knees and kowtowed one after another, praying that he would bless her son out of his sickness. He tried to get her up, Instead, she knelt long and refused to get up. She said if the second master didn't agree, she would stay on her knees. He was only able to do nothing but accept her obeisance as the second master, only to ask the old woman to get up. He found out after the old woman got up and he asked her how she was doing. This woman, whose husband died at an early age, brought up her son alone, and it was not easy for her to wait until he grew up and was able to support her. But her son fell ill, not knowing what disease he had, and her son became demented and wasted. She picked up her craft again and went on to earn money to support the family. She sought medical help, but no one was able to save her son. She wanted to go over to the fairies who came and went without a trace, but those immortals were so high up in the sky, coming and going without a trace. Where was she, an old crone, able to find them? Until today, she saw Guan Gong. She then prayed for divine refuge. That day, I thought about it for a long time, and I thought, I wish I were really Guan Gong, to have divine power, to remove all diseases and protect them. Guan San let out a long sigh. What about the crone's son? Li Lan asked again. Dead. Guan San said. He's not the second master, he's an imposter. Guan San, the second master may be able to bless countless people and be able to do what God has done, but not the imposter Seki-san. The old woman told me that she didn't blame me, that she knew I was a fake, and that she was just asking for a comfort. It was from that day on that, for some reason, more and more people prayed for me to go to the shelter. They really seem to think that I am the sacred emperor Guan Ershi. Guan San's voice was a little hoarse, and he seemed to be suppressing his sobs. I don't know why they trust me, but I think, just like the granny, I give them shelter. I don't need any tricks. I just need to wave a green dragon sword over their heads or spray a mouthful of wine, or their heads across. These, not much time too much means. Why wouldn't I do it if I could give them the confidence to live just by doing it so gently? Speaking of this, Guan San completely suppressed his inner thoughts. He bowed his head, covered his face, and cried aloud. But I gradually realized that I'm useless. The hope of living is just hope after all. They felt that I was able to ask the second master to come on board, that I was the second master's spokesman, and that I could have the second master's divine power to remove all diseases for them. How I wish that I really was Master Guan Yi, with all his divine power, sheltering everyone. But I didn't. Guan San sighed and stopped crying. Over the years, he had seen and heard many vows, many prayers. It was as if he had become a real Quanji, a real god, an idol in a temple, hearing the truest prayers of the believers. He grew a little numb. He's heard a lot of life and death, but he's clueless. He is simply too weak. It can only give that useless psychological comfort. No, that's not right. Hope works. Not everyone is incurably and terminally ill, and that's what they might be missing from you. Li Lan voiced. He felt sorry for the person in front of him. Yes, pathetic. Li Lan knew what it was like to be powerless. He had watched loyal forbidden guards die for him, and there was nothing he could do about it. He could do nothing as he watched the people starve to death while the officials were still feasting on their masters with great wine and meat. I obviously see a lot of human suffering, but I am powerless to change that. Li Lan gradually understood. He empathized with Guan San. You're right, that's why I'm sticking around. I can't do anything, but what if they're missing this one piece of hope I'm giving them? Seki-san said as he pulled out a smile. I just hope. Ah, the second master. He doesn't mind that I'm taking his name and going about my business. Guan San said, rising on his stilts and gradually disappearing into the darkness of the night. Does he look like the second master to you? Li Lan looked at Guan San's distant back and asked Jin Yangzi beside him. For Jin Yangzi, he wouldn't have the same respect as he did for Tang Ru. Your Highness, a fake, after all, is a fake, and the Guan Shang Emperor is not something a mortal can play. Jin Yangzi said calmly, but I think he looks like it. No, on some levels, the second master is less than him, Li Lan said, and also got up, ready to go back into the inn where he was temporarily staying. P.S. Brothers, these two a little water word count suspicion. Ahem. Forgive the water this time the number of words, mainly brush to the video screen let me to touch a little bit. Just think of writing such a story. Well, I am no outline. Basically think of what to write. Only one main line let me interspersed with writing. As for that, the appearance of the second master will not be a little abrupt, or eat the setting and so on. I personally think that there is no. A few days ago when I wrote the extermination of the True Yang sect, I wrote a similar setting. The True Yang Zi summoned the thunder, fire, pestilence and fighting the four parts of the gods are recognized to kill the Buddha. Varied a worldview. The mythological background of the world and the earth is common. Can be understood as, this is the world of the heavens, and the heavenly court. Is this world of the heavens the ruling organization? Li Lan got up early the next day, together with Zenyoko, He went to the place where Guan-san had played the second master yesterday to see what was going on. The red-faced deity on stilts remained in place to bless one person after another. People knelt reverently for the faintest glimmer of hope. It looks, well, stupid. But if there was a way to live, and if they could afford a real practitioner to treat them, perhaps, they would be able to tide them over. And how could one fall to one's knees for the slightest glimmer of hope that is not even possible? There is no such thing as a terminal illness. It's just a disease of poverty. I think I probably get it. Qi. Li Lan gradually understood what the Qi numbers are. The number of Qi is the human heart. It is not something nebulous. It is not esoteric. And it does not come from so-called providence. Oh, dying. It is not the loss of heaven's mercy. It is the loss of the mercy of the people. It's not about whether the emperor of dying is good or bad. Dying stands in this position but is not capable of doing what it is supposed to do. The people will naturally stop loving it. It is naturally best if your highness is enlightened. Jin Yangzi bowed slightly in a humble manner. Zhuolu City. Fighting duo. Li Dinghua's hand held a piece of information sent by a scout. He looked to his son-in-law sitting beside him. And a good brother. There's a revolt in the state of Meridian. And the momentum is so great that it's estimated that the entire state won't last a month. In the other states and counties, there are also many people who follow the response. No matter who will win in the end, dying is finished, Li Dinghua said to Zhao De. So, what does the old general mean? Zhao De revealed a hint of inquiry. After so many years, you don't call yourself father-in-law. One heir has at least given you a son and a daughter. Li Dinghua showed a hint of displeasure. Alas, O father-in-law, let us not be concerned about this at this time. What shall we do? Zhao De scratched his head and chose to evade the question. Li Lan, you know that, right? Li Dinghua said. The eldest grandson of the emperor. I know. Zhao De grinned. You go inside the Jianghu. Gather those old brothers who have retired. Go and assist him. That one in the court is a puppet. His current position should be Yu Zhou. Li Dinghua's words made Zhao De freeze for a moment. So the emperor in the court is a stand-in? That's true. Somewhat outrageous. This is sort of a bit of selfishness on my part as the royal family of dying. I still hope that, in the future, the court will be surnamed Li. Please, old brother. 7 years have passed. Li Dinghua's face has added a silk vicissitude. He let out a long sigh. Honestly, if it was for his daughter's sake, he should have told Zhao De to hurry up and find a place, take Li Wan with him, and go far away and live in seclusion. But for the sake of the dying royal family, there was no better person to assist Li Lan than Zhao De. Selfishness and selfishness collide, and the greater selfishness wins over the lesser selfishness. Alas, being born into this royal family, the old general can't help himself. So be it. It's not just assisting a kid named Li. Oh, don't mind the old general. I'm not talking about you. We Zhao De I'll go out on a limb. If you die, you let Wanner change a marriage. We will not. Before Zhao De could finish his sentence, Li Dinghua crumpled the information into a paper ball and smashed it on Zhao De's head. His mother? Say your mother's nonsense. Give Laozi live well. Laozi's daughter cannot remarry. This reputation. My Li family or more. Li Dinghua cursed, and Zhao De was not annoyed, but just covered his head and ran out quickly. These tens are still so out of tune. Li Dinghua looked at Zhao De's far away back, and there was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Now 7 years have passed, and according to the original estimate of 20 years of peace, only 14 years remain. If a new dynasty is not established within 14 years, he couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of life the people would have in the future. But if it's established, then all that, it's just a bit of frost. Maybe 14 years to establish a great unifying dynasty. Is that possible? Of course it might. Yet, it is not a given. There was once a time when a dynasty collapsed, and many forces mixed and fought for 500 years before a new great unified dynasty was established. It was also at that time that the cultivation systems of the demon race and the barbarian race were all still too primitive, and even if the Central Plains were in great turmoil, they were only able to send experience to the Central Plains lords. If we were to change it now, it would be chaotic for 500 years, not to mention the powerful demon race in the south. Just those equestrian barbarians alone were enough for the people of the Central Plains to drink. And 14 years of peace is still the ideal. 14 years of peace simply means that the barbarians in the north will not invade. The tougher demon race in the south is still rubbing their fists and preparing to turn the Central Plains into their blood-feeding ground. However, there's no need to be too paranoid. The border armies will not decline with the decline of the imperial court, as long as these vassals in the interior of the Central Plains don't mess around. Guaranteeing peace is still possible. Oh imperial uncle, this world after all, it can't be as you want it to be. Li Dinghua looked up at the sky. The imperial uncle in his mouth was naturally the deceased Yangon emperor. This world is in chaos and the people will suffer again. But, it's good to be messed up. Push everything back. Even if there is no chaos, the lingering dying is no longer able to shelter its people. In that case, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that this batch of their border army is still fighting. Replace him with a dry one. Yangon City. In the palace. The imposter double listened to the trembling reports of the courtiers below. Why are they fighting back? The double Lilan was sitting on the dragon chair, and his face was 9 times similar to Lilan's. But his expression, however, was a sickly, misanthropic one. Your Majesty, they are cheap. Your benevolence shines in heaven and earth. These untouchables do not know what to do. They are the next. The courtier who was kneeling on the ground cursed loudly. Yeah, bitch. The understudy, Lilan, laughed and seemed to echo the words of his courtier. Since they're pariahs, there's no need to care about the king's way. Suppress them. Lilan laughed. This, a crowd of courtiers froze. This who they dare to suppress. The leader of that rebellion was a great power of the selfless realm. The selfless realm was already the peak of battle power in the entire world. The court has only one general from the realm of the selfless, who is sitting in the south. The state master is instead in the Dao fruit realm. But the state master also needed to confront the demon emperor of the southern demon race. For a while, the large court could not find a general who could quell the rebellion. P.S. Brothers, I do not know how many times this is to say off topic, but this time, I have to say very heavy news, because of the stigmatization of religion. Stupid. Little cute audit to me this book card. A book of basic title measurement and other permissions. I cannot get. A lot of permissions are stuck. The editor and I also said that only be able to quickly finish, but also a little bit of regret. Obviously want a lot of branches, but because of the stigmatization of the religion of this kind of shit reason, I really, if there is a next time, I killed not to touch this conception of Buddhism. Ha! The stand-in Lilan looked at the dead silence of the courtroom and couldn't help but laugh. These people where they are not able to quell the rebellion, inability to put down a rebellion, they have the power and the means. However, it was just a selfless realm sword cultivator, and De Jing had not yet declined to the point where it could not do anything with a selfless realm sword cultivator. What's more, with war, it's not about whose might is better at fighting. They, just look down on him. The late emperor had always said that he was his grandson. Lilan, it's the next emperor of dying. At first, he believed it, convinced, but, with the eyes of the people around him, the apology in the emperor's eyes, how could he not see it? He knew that he was just a stand-in, and all these court officials looked down on him as a stand-in. Maybe it's a little mean to say you despise it. It was, however, not willing to sell out for an empty shell of a court that was headed for the end of its days and a fall guy. But, it's not up to them. Get on this ship of thieves and become an officer of this ship of thieves. Life and death would then naturally be decided by him. The helmsman. Even if this ship is full of holes. Even if this helmsman is a fake. But the helmsman, being the helmsman, holds, in his hands, the life and death of the whole ship. General Huangfu, the understudy, Lilan, reached out and pointed his hand at an old general with a changed face. This old general had a majestic aura that was at the peak of the peeping Dao realm. It was also one of the few remaining warlords of the dying court who had retired from the border. The border retreated, which meant that this General Huangfu would not be affected by the decline of the court. It's just a shorter lifespan. Your Majesty, what is this suffering? There is no sun that does not set under the sky, and the people are already suffering enough. Old General Huangfu knelt on the ground and clasped his hands, the questioning in his words obvious. Why struggle so hard? The double just needs to honestly stay in the dragon chair to sit and watch the world change, and then honestly die along with the dynasty. The emperor pays so much money every year to support you and fulfill all your desires. What are you not willing to do? Maybe a little mean, but that's how those words sounded to the understudy. Lilan. Ha ha ha. Why the pain? Why the pain? The double chuckled bitterly. Why don't you guys ask the old guy what's the point? The understudy, Lilan, took the jade seal in his hand, which was surrounded by chi, and whoever held it held the life and death of all the officials of dying. Even those war generals on the border who didn't rely on chi were subject to the moderation of this side of the jade seal. Did he ever ask me if I would be willing to be a stand-in? He claims to be dedicated to the people, but what has he done? Clean government? Or has he ever conquered the East and the West? Since he's doing it for the people, he should just go along with heaven's number and stop struggling, choosing me and his grandson, two unlucky people, to go for his illusory dying. The double stroked the jade seal of transmission in his hand, and immediately afterward, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Throw it out hard. The jade seal of transmission, which all the people in the world are attracted to. seems to be worthless in the eyes of the understudy Lilan at this moment. Since the court is useless, since you're all sitting around waiting to perish, I'll give you a ride. Once the jade seal is shattered, you are all free. Let this court be completely finished. In the courtroom, everyone was in disarray. No one thought that this little understudy would act so crazily. That's the jade seal of passage. It is the root of dying. Once the heirloom jade seal is shattered, then dying would really be completely powerless to return. But soon, as the piece of jade seal hit the ground with a thud, the heirloom jade seal lay intact on the ground. The chi surrounding the jade seal did not change in the slightest. The ministers were just relieved. One only felt that they were living more and more in the past, but was mobilized by a youth. That's the jade seal of passage. If it's that easy to break down, what's the point of spreading the country? A common stumble and collision can't hurt the heirloom jade seal in the slightest. Just as a small uprising could never overthrow dying. Your Majesty, why should you lose your temper? The last general will just go. Old General Huangfu sighed, knelt on the ground, and led the way. So be it. It was dying who owed it to this unlucky man who had ascended the empire and accepted the fate of death for no reason. It should be owed by Emperor Yangon. But, Emperor Yangon has already died. Naturally, they have to be made to pay for it by their subjects. 1 month later, Liangzhou, Qingyang City. What? Sending troops to quell the rebellion? Me? 7 years have passed and some more pounds have grown. Qingyang County Magistrate pointed to his head and asked. In front of him stood an armorer of the true Qi realm. Naturally not. You pick the men and go prepare the army rations. The armorer said. Oh, don't worry, my lord. Don't worry. There will be military rations. The Qingyang Magistrate sighed in relief. So it's a logistical catch. A catch-22. Scared the hell out of him. He thought he was going to war at his age. It's just a strong man. There are plenty of them in Xingyang City. There is a ghost. A few years ago the drought. People are starving to death of all. It is not easy to rain a few timely rain. The land is no one plowed. Those lands are still plowed by people sent by the government offices and the Luo family. But can he say these things? Can't. The court only wants people. As to what difficulties there are in the process of getting them, they don't care. Anyway, if you can't get the person, you need this head of his Qingyang County Magistrate. When that armorer left, the Qingyang County Magistrate waved his hand and said, Lu Laosan. Soon, the middle-aged constable who had begged for a meal under Deng Rubak then walked in. 7 years had passed, and a few more vicissitudes had been added to his face. You summoned me, my lord? Lu Laosan these 7 years, relying on a mouth of smooth talk, pleasing the Qingyang County Magistrate's heart. This position is getting higher and higher. Find a group of strong men and raise some grain and grass. 3,000 strong men and 5,000 quintals of grain and grass, and send them to the front line in the parallel state. The Qingyang County Magistrate said. Ah, Lord, you want to kill me directly? Say. Come. I Lu Laosan, this head is here. You cut it. 3,000 people. You want my life this is? Lu Laosan pointed at his neck and said with a shrewd and rogue look. 5,000 grains is okay. 3,000 people, that's a tough one. Some years ago, when they messed with the Green End Gate, a lot of people died. And there weren't many of them in the first place. 3 more years of drought and starvation. Now there are 3,000 strong men to be picked to escort the grain. Can't find it. Cut the crap. If you can't find a strong man, not to mention your head, even this head of mine won't be saved by my lord. Hurry up and go. The Qingyang County Magistrate didn't care about that either. The court won't care how he gets the strongest men together. The court just wants results. He wouldn't care how Lu Laosan put together the strong men. He also just wants results. Anyway, Lu Laosan, the man who does things, always has ghost ideas. Cannot do a big deal. We all die together. Before death, Lu Laosan can still give him a back. Do not panic. Damn him. 3,000 levies. Why don't you conscript him to death? Lu Ji cursed and returned home. What's wrong? His wife, who was guarding the house, came forward and straightened Lu Ji's collar. Alas, the higher-ups want us to levy 3,000 laborers and 5,000 quintals of grain and grass to send to the front lines to quell the rebellion. Lu Ji sighed. The big horse found a chair and sat down, fiercely dry a big mouthful of herbal tea. 3,000 levies? The wife's expression also showed a hint of shock. Where else in this Qingyang city could we find 3,000 idle, strong men? The death row inmates are released to farm. Yes, 3,000. Lu Ji 3,000 heads for him to cut is more like it. 3,000 corpses? Dream on him. Lu Ji cursed, but his mind was racing, pondering where there were still idle Hans he could enlist. This is not a good opportunity. Suddenly, his wife said to Lu Ji, what do you have in mind? Echo? Lu Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at his wife. His own wife. is wise. She was originally a lady of the house and had read a lot of books. As for why he, a small constable, was able to marry a lady of the house as his wife, that's naturally what he's got. And of course there's karma in that. Those 3,000 men, you surely can't enlist them, you might as well just take those brothers of yours and join their uprising. Now that the world is in chaos, didn't you say, when you came back one day, that you wanted to build something? Here's the chance. This time, there's no turning back for you. His wife sat down next to Lu Ji in a graceful manner and held Lu Ji's hand, her eyes fixed on Lu Ji. Lu Ji, I believe in you. You are capable of accomplishing great things. The seriousness of his wife's face had never been seen before, which made Lu Ji a little overwhelmed. This is a rebellion. Lu Ji's face was a bit flustered. He obviously couldn't be as decisive as his wife. No, he can do it. It's just that he hadn't thought of it on that level yet. His wife didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. His wife put this dimension before him, and he knew, naturally, how to go about choosing. Nowadays, the plan is to raise the big plan to die, and to stoop down is also to die. So it is better to fight for it. Yes, wrestle. Lu Ji's eyes grew determined. He hugged his wife and kissed her hard. Echo, I love you so much. You take father and mother, second brother, and they go back to the village to hide for a while. I take my brothers out to fight. If we become, we are rich and noble. If not, but it is just a death. A bet. His wife held out her hand and stopped Lu Ji. No, I'm with you, she said. It's a man's business, you womanizer. Before Lu Ji could finish his sentence, he was refuted by his wife. What's wrong with me being a woman? If I were not a woman, would you have made up your mind? I'm not a dainty lady. I can give you advice. When I ran away from marriage with someone to follow you, I never had a good life. Now, I'll accompany you, to fight a good life out. Do you understand me? Lu Ji? Lu Ji looked into his wife's eyes. Honestly, a look like that. He'd seen it before. He had seen the same look in the eyes of the little kid next to the master 7 years ago. That is, the desire to build a career, to make a name for yourself in history. Only, his own wife's eyes were much deeper hidden than the little kid's. He, Lu Ji, was no exception. And he, Lu Ji, had such a look in his eyes today. Speaking up, it's true that his wife hasn't had a good day with him since she ran away from him back in the day. Difficult sister-in-laws and second sisters-in-laws, in-laws who need to be served. And from time to time, he had to provide emotional value to him. Lu Ji, such a tiny little constable. Though in the beginning, it was because he, Lu Ji, helped her drive away the marriage chasers that she married him. But people are more or less a young lady from a big family. Suffered so much just to repay him for his help in driving away the trouble seekers. It doesn't make sense. Okay, I promise you. You with us, with our brothers, to the uprising. Lu Ji responded with a bite. The wife has wisdom and insight. Although he, Lu Ji, has a lot of devious ideas, but in the end, he is only a small constable. He knows he's inadequate. In fact, all the sons of the cloth throughout the ages were not all powerful from the start. It is precisely because the sons of the cloth started from a very low base. So then they have to go crazy to make up for it. Make yourself a hexagonal warrior in every way. From culture, to strategy, to force. In this way, they will not be subject to too many people. Lu Ji and his wife hit it off, and the two of them begin to settle their parents, while later gathering Lu Ji's brothers who usually play together. Most of them also work as constables, or steal chickens and dogs. Chicken and dog thieves. Lu Ji stood in his own courtyard and spoke to the 100 or so brothers in front of him. Brothers, the court has asked us to levy 3,000 levies and 5,000 quintals of grain and grass to pacify the rebels in the state of Bingzhou. As Lu Ji's words fell, the courtyard was in an uproar. 3,000 men? Why the fuck didn't he go and rob them? A brother cursed. Even if we have recruited 3,000 people, but this is a long way to go to the state, all the way to the mountain bandits and thieves. 3,000 people. Meet the general bandits, okay? If we meet the kind of bandits, with cultivators, we are not a dead man? A well-dressed looking man analyzed it carefully. Damn, this is not giving us a chance to live. The group of people were getting more and more agitated, with the momentum of overturning the sky. Yeah, they just won't give us a chance to live. Suddenly, Lu Ji exclaimed. His voice overpowered the group of brothers in the courtyard. Think, gentlemen, of the rebellious people. Why did they rebel? To live. In the end, they were forced to live by the court, just like us. Not to mention the fact that we can't recruit so many people at all. Even if we do, can we really bear to make things difficult for those brothers who, like us, have been forced to live by the court? As Lu Ji's words fell, There was silence in the courtyard for a moment, and a butcher who was born with a large, thick body held up his butcher's knife and asked, "Big brother, we don't understand so many twists and turns. Those brothers who can't survive are too far away from us, and we don't know how pitiful they are. Just tell us what to do. We'll all follow you." Lu Ji nodded as he clapped his hands together. "Originally, I was a bit hesitant, but after a nudge from your sister-in-law, we made up our minds. Let's go against the motherfucker." At these words, the courtyard fell silent once again. It was a path they hadn't thought about. But, if the people of the parallel state are able to rebel, why can't they? Why can't they? Right. Big brother's right. Against the motherfucker. The butcher took the lead. Big brother doesn't have to say much. Whatever you do, we'll do. The brothers also began to group together. They no longer hesitate. It was as if they dared to go and chop the emperor's head off as long as Lu Ji gave the order. "Big brother, this matter of revolt, we decided with such a slap on the head. Isn't it? Not too reliable?" Still, someone noticed the problem. "It's not like this is some ordinary world. This is the world with practitioners. The gang of them. The peddlers, the government officials, the big-headed soldiers, the swindlers, all say, with a slap on the head, that they want to revolt? How to rebel? If people casually came to a cultivator of the martial realm, they would be able to wipe them all out. If it was all a world of mortals, then their gang, fighting the world, was enough. But in a world where practitioners run all over the place, far from it. We know what you want to say. It just so happens that your sister-in-law knows someone from the Luo family, and asked for a gong method from them for us to practice. Let's find a deep mountain to practice for 2 or 3 years before we come out to fight the world." Lu Ji said this. "Sounds a little sketchy, but it's the safest thing to do. The uprising is now gaining momentum, but they couldn't do it to overthrow dying in 2 or 3 years. Dying, on the other hand, will not be completely destroyed by a peasant uprising, and there are only 100 of them now, still all mortal. Where do you go? You don't even have the qualifications to say anything in front of people. You can only go and be a line filler baby. And with cultivation it's different. More than 100 cultivators of the martial realm would be able to receive courtesy at least where some minor vassals were concerned. And Lu Ji, as the oldest brother of these cultivators, was even more able to be looked up to. That leaves room for maneuver. Of course, it's best to start your own business and go it alone. But for the moment, there is no such capital. Lu Ji's wife has broken with her own family and gets no half measures. The Luo family, again, were proper merchants, and could not possibly give financial support to the rebellion. As far as using other reasons to fool around, people aren't on good terms to that extent, and the amount of money needed for a rebellion is a lot, so they're naturally suspicious. You can't get fat in one bite. You can only go slowly step by step. So on this day, Lu Ji, the sheriff of Qingyang County, with his wife, a group of brothers, and a family, took advantage of the night to buy off the armorer on duty and slipped out of the city. This time they went away and never came back. Only the Qingyang County magistrate was left as a lone person jumping around anxiously. Lu Ji is gone. Then he's the only one left with his head cut off. This lousy guy, he's really bad, but that doesn't help. The Qingyang County magistrate could only go mad to have the levies collected. But eventually, the Qingyang County magistrate found out. It seems that all of our own constables have run off to find Lu Ji. Or he forced it himself. Good. Now he doesn't have enough heads to chop off. The Qingyang County magistrate felt he was only able to accept the end of death in silence. No, maybe it doesn't have to be accepted. One night, the Qingyang County magistrate dismissed his only 3 remaining concubines and sneaked out of the city while the night was still young. Bye. Cut off his head. Let's find him first. He didn't want the martial arts cultivation that came with this body of qi. He just wanted to hold on. Hesitate, and you lose. Dang Ru found the location of the Great Compassion Temple after inquiring in all directions. As for why it's the Temple of Great Compassion, because the monks from the Temple of Great Compassion came to pick a fight. So, he holds a grudge. Ow. Speaking of which, it's been 7 years since the monks of the Temple of Great Compassion came to pick a fight. It is true that time is as fast as a horse, and the days and months are like falling flowers. As for that, why did you dare to go to the Temple of Great Compassion? That's naturally because monks who want to move their weapons can't beat him. The monk who can beat him does not move. Why so confident? Buddhist cultivation is very much tied to the state of mind. Usually when they reach the state of mindfulness, the Buddhist monk's mind rarely makes waves, and one that can beat him, Dang Ru, it would have to be the Peeping Tao realm. At the Peeping Tao realm, the average monk, that would only reason. It's an iron law. Unless there's some kind of alternative dharma system in this world like the joyful Buddha that's just like the killing Buddha. Otherwise all have to abide by this iron law. Come under the gates of the Great Compassionate Temple. Duanru raised his eyes. The temple, however, was not too gilded. At least, in terms of its status as the second largest Dharma system of the Buddhists here, the temple at the Great Compassionate Temple was built to be, well, slightly shabby. A high mountain towered over it, with verdant trees, and a vast courtyard wrapped the meditation room, pagoda, and other things in it. There is an archway in the front yard, but when it is said to be an archway, there is not actually a covered doorway. It's just an empty archway standing. 2 watchful monks stood in the doorway. The monk exuded the cultivation of the true Qi realm, and his body was thick with merit, giving off a feeling of serenity and peace. Amitabha Buddha. 2 fellow Taoists. Tangru walked forward and performed a Buddhist salute to the 2 monks. This senior. You are? The 2 monks sized up Tangru in front of them. Monk's clothes? Correct. Buddha beads? Correct. Bucket hats? Barely correct. Masks? Incorrect. Cultivation? High and deep. Can't see any realm. Merit? Incorrect. Karma? Incorrect. Kung Fu? Correct. What a fucking weird X. Amitabha. Sin. The 2 monks were running through their minds in a burst of active thought. They had never seen such strange monks, obviously all covered in karma. I don't know how many people I've killed. However, the cultivation on his body still hadn't diminished by half. The most crucial thing was the aura of Kung Fu in his body. It's pretty damn Buddhist. Weird. So weird. Fellow Taoists, the poor monk has come at the invitation of a fellow Taoist in your temple. I wonder if I can go in. Tangru did not intend to give the 2 monks much time to be shocked. He's in quite a hurry, so not going to listen to their crap. Shall we, temple dowsers? The 2 monks froze for a moment, both looking confused. They didn't remember any of their master ancestors inviting such a weird senior. Elder, could you tell me the Dharma name of the senior in the temple who invited you? One of the monks boldly inquired. I don't remember. I only remember that he gave the poor monk a token of the Great Compassion Temple. Only, the poor monk didn't ask for it. Duanru said. 7 years ago that monk didn't say his Dharma name. It just threw a token over, and it was beaten back by him. Dangru. So, how long ago was it? Senior, can you remember? A monk frowned. He seemed to remember something. 7 years ago. Duanru said. Devil. Ah no. Senior. So it's Demon Fall Senior. Please come in. As soon as they said 7 years ago, the 2 monks instantly locked onto their target. And very precise. 7 years ago, only one senior uncle went down the mountain, then came back in a sorry state with his cultivation regressing. They only remembered that the master said that he was going to capture a demon subduing Vajra to come and listen to the Dharma. I just didn't realize that the demon busters didn't catch it. He himself, on the contrary, had his cultivation regress by being beaten by the human demon faller Vajra. Yes, he claimed to the public that he was beaten and his cultivation regressed, not because he couldn't say no to Tangru, got anxious, and broke his precepts, which caused his cultivation to regress. In that master's opinion, being in a hurry was far more humiliating than not being able to beat someone. Since you have come, then enter my Great Compassion Temple and have a talk. Inside the Great Compassion Temple, a voice of vicissitude came out. The voice is vicissitude, and you can't hear any half of the momentum, as if, the pale tortoise that crawls languidly, slowly, feebly, its ancestor dust. The 2 monks froze. Grandmaster Dedan, one of the highest-ranking Dedan monks in the Great Compassionate Monastery. The cultivation level had even reached the peak of the Tao fruit realm, and it was only that much of a step away from the legendary Sun and Moon realm, where one could obtain the right fruit. Though, that one step away from being stuck with too many people is just that. Then, may the poor monk enter? Dangru looked at the 2 monks in front of him and asked. Of course, senior, please come in. The 2 monks made a gesture of invitation to Dangru. The 2 monks led Dangru into the temple, through the hall where the Buddha statues were enshrined, and straight into a secluded meditation room. As he passed by the Buddha hall, Dangru took the time to observe the statue. There's nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary clay Buddha statue. There is nothing. The haze is so great. Nor is there anything that at a glance is shocked to the heart. Didn't even bother to put on a finish like gold leaf. Only the countless sticks at the feet of the Buddha statue after the burning of the high incense were proving that these monks still had Buddha in their hearts. In fact, what? So-called. The 3 purities only need to be molded in clay. But the Buddha needs to be plated in gold or something like that. It's purely bullshit from the biased netizens. The so-called statue of Buddha, the statue of God, all depends on the attitude of the devotee himself. If he focuses on form, then even if it's a Zaya Wang, he's going to gild the lily for it. And that believer who does not focus on the form, but only cares about the sages, or the doctrine that the religion is trying to express, the truth that it is trying to preach, then even if he were the idol of the Taoist Buddha, he would only be molded in clay. You don't even have to brush on a bit of gold dust. In the final analysis, God and Buddha have countless followers and are so high and mighty. How would he care if one of them would have his image in gold or in clay? After all, the value of gold and clay is only in the mind of man. The two monks brought Dang Ru to the back of Ancestor Dust's meditation room and knocked on the door respectfully. Ancestor, we have brought this senior here. After saying that, the two monks saluted Tong Ru again and said, Senior, the ancestor is then inside the meditation room. We'll leave first. After saying that, the two monks left without looking back. Dang Ru pushed open the door of the meditation room and walked in. Inside, there was an old monk with white eyebrows and whiskers, wearing a big red robe. There was a desk in front of the old monk, and on the desk, there were 2 cups of clear tea. Fellow Taoist came to my great compassion temple. There is nothing that can be entertained. Only a cup of fresh tea. I hope. Don't mind. The old monk spoke slowly, his voice as slow and vicissitudinous as when he was at the door. Naturally not. Tong Ru laughed, and without being polite, he directly took a seat opposite Ancestor Dust. Lao Dian Dust. I believe the honored one has already heard of Lao Dian's Dharma name from the mouths of the 2 shamans. Ancestor Dusty introduced himself, though that introduction didn't help. After all, he himself had said his name, and the 2 monks had said it. Speaking of which, it's you, Dao Yu, who made that boy Daozhen's cultivation regress. Dusty's pair of old eyes flickered with brilliance as he sized up Tong Ru in front of him. Daozhen, the monk whose cultivation regressed 7 years ago after being told by Tang Ru to break his defenses. The Taoist character. The original round can be realized. Zhou Hong Pu Guangzong, Dao Cheng with Xianzhu. There was a difference of 9 generations between Daozhen and the ancestor Dust in front of him. Oh, Elder is going to seek justice for that Daozhen? Tang Ru raised his eyebrows, and his tone took on a hint of a conspiratorial flavor. Fellow Daoist, the overkill and the sharpness of his words are in line with your nature, but the word for justice is not even close to being called. Ancestor Dusty was not annoyed. Truly, at this realm of the Tao fruit realm, whether it's the Buddhists or the Taoists, their high masters will not break their defenses just because of 1 or 2 words from a human being. After they had passed through the realm of no self, they realized the true meaning of the word no self. There is no self, no one, no beings. These phases are in the mind, and as they no longer have these phases in their mind, they naturally do not disturb the mind due to some external effects. Of course, this is a Buddhist saying. The reason why the realm uses a Buddhist expression like the realm of no self is just that Buddhist expressions are more understandable. In Taoism, this realm is called the realm of self-realization, great ease, great freedom, the way of nature. Comprehending this state of mind, worldly matters would hardly disturb their state of mind. Of course, only the Buddhists and Taoists are in this state of selflessness. Like those of other Taoist systems, they are intoxicated with the Tao they are practicing, but they may still be influenced by external objects. For example, Dokoroku Yu, who went off in a fit of rage to start the White Lotus Uprising, falls into this category. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that her realm had been forcibly raised up by a chi push. Since Senior doesn't seek justice for that Daozhen friend, why mention him? Tong Ru continued to ask, seemingly feeling a bit hot. He took off the bucket hat on his head and casually put it aside. The first thing you do as a Buddhist monk is to learn to tolerate all things in the world, all things, objects, and people have their own reasons for being there. And from the time Daozhen started to kill wantonly because he couldn't stand the fact that Daoyu were killing people in the name of the Buddha, he had lost the so-called justice. Since Daozhen has already lost justice, what is the old lineage to say that I will seek justice for him? Ancestor Dusty laughed, his voice still that slow as he explained. Ha 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 ha, the high monk senior of the word generation, is just marvelous, and the Buddha Dharma that he has realized is just going to be truer than that Daozhen little child whose Buddha heart can be shaken by just a few words. Tong Ru laughed brightly and praised Ancestor Dust before him. Just this tolerant mindset is enough to show that Dusty is not one of those novels, or rumors, those, so-called hypocrites, who appear to be honorable, but in their hearts they are secretly scheming. The old lineage is only vainly growing some years older than Daozhen. Longer experience, just, not counting what Buddhist teachings are profound. Ancestor Dusty humbly said, therefore, since it is not to seek justice, it is to ask the poor monk's Buddhist heart. As that Daozhen said in the beginning, if he has a clear conscience? The thorn in Dingru's tone was as sharp as ever. Respect, but it does not mean that he wants the old-timer to be good. The old-timer is right. The old-timer what you say. It was natural for him to put himself on an equal footing to communicate. Of course, Tang Ru also knew that it was thanks to Master Dust's good heart that he didn't care about this. Otherwise change the general novel inside. The kind of beast that only cultivates power to come. It must be, oh ho, I have called you Taoist friend, so lift you up. You still dare to be so arrogant. Eat me a kiss, mom whining. Of course, it was usually impossible for such a beast to call someone like Tang Ru, who was 2 great realms weaker, a Taoist friend. Ancestor Dusty's long white eyebrows raised. Naturally, no. Since fellow Taoist has reached the peak of the heart phase realm, that in itself is a proof. If one is not firm enough in one's own path, one can't get past the heart demon tribulation, let alone be recognized by the Buddha. The realm of Dangru's mind phase realm was right here. If one does not have enough conviction in one's own Tao, how can one survive the heart demon tribulation? Of course, if Ancestor Dusty knew what kind of stuff the heart demon robbery that Tang Ru had crossed was, I believe that he would definitely retract that statement. As for the Buddha's approval, it was Ancestor Dusty who heard it from Monk Daojun. Monk Daojun can say that he was knocked off his realm in front of the general public, but in the presence of the ancestor, one must speak forthrightly. That is, anxious. Why the rush? Naturally, he was anxious because he felt that people like Dang Ru were able to receive the Buddha's approval while he was not. Cultivation can be very, very underdeveloped. Then, what is the need for the poor monk to come in? Dang Ru thought it was a bit outrageous. No questioning of the heart, no justice, nothing. What are you gonna do? Brag about it? No. Who wants to brag to an old monk? Call the Bodhisattva. Fellow Taoist's determination for his own path is naturally unshakable, but I still want to ask you very much, fellow Taoist, when is the end of this killing? Ancestor Dust reached out and cupped the teacup, sipped the tea, and asked. The purpose of the ancestor is simple. He's pretty much at the top of his game on his lane. Dao fruit realm. What is Dao fruit? It was the fruit of the Dao that had already been plucked, just one step away from being transformed into the Dao. So yeah, the more you get to these times, you like, look at other people's paths and touch them. Let's see if we can break through. When is the head? That is not a matter for poor monks to care about. When there are no more evil people in the world who do wrong, then this head, too, will be over. Tang Ru listened to Ancestor Dust's inquiry. He had lost count of how many similar statements he had heard over the past 7 years. Will it work? Is it useful? Is it clean? You can't kill them all, but as long as you keep killing them, then no one will dare to do evil. The human heart is made of flesh, not iron, and people get scared. No matter how vicious a man is, he will piss his pants when faced with his own death. Is it useful? Look to the people of Schuylkill for a good answer to this question. If they weren't killed, they definitely wouldn't live long enough to sacrifice their bodies to the typing ancestor. Was it a clean kill? This one as much as possible. The Taoist friend's mind. It is clean, but good and evil are one in the world, and clear and turbid have never been distinguished. Is the Taoist friend's Tao a bit extreme? If one day, the Tao of the Taoist fellowship really comes true, and no one in this world really dares to do evil, would the Taoist fellowship feel that such a world would really be good? Ancestor Dust continued to ask. It would be biased to use the Virgin Mother to describe the Dzogchen guru. Ancestor Dusty was just addressing Tang Ru's Tao to inquire about something he felt would happen. Just a few questions that don't represent what Ancestor Dust thinks. But you don't prove it, Senpai, that a world like that is not good, is it? It doesn't make sense that a world full of good people becomes bad, even if it's a negative. Who's to say that this negative won't be followed by another negative? Duan Ru just said so. He's not sure, but you can't prove that a world like that is, well, bad. Maybe it's a bad world for the wicked, because once they profit by doing evil, they die a horrible death. But so what? Isn't it a bit too greedy for an evil man to want to live well even though he's doing evil? Well, fellow Taoist has a good point. We really can't draw an arbitrary conclusion about an unknown world. Perhaps it would be a great world of extreme happiness. Or maybe, I think this is the reason why the Taoist friend is recognized by the Buddha. Ancestor Dust nodded slowly, and then he continued. Those of us whose dharma is all about cultivating ourselves want to bring ourselves to the state of perfecting all virtues and extinguishing all evils, so that we can go to the world of ultimate bliss and achieve the fruitfulness of Bodhisattva Lohan. Therefore, we are afraid to do evil and dare not commit murder, because our dharma, which is self, practices only its own virtues, whereas the dharma of the fellow Taoist is different from ours. You want not to perfect the virtues and silence the evils. You only need, for the world to perfect the virtues and silence the evils, to change the world into a world of ultimate bliss. Perhaps this is the difference between Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism. Ancestor Dusty seems to have realized something, but it adds nothing to him. That's the path he took. Complete your own body of merit and virtue, and silence your own evil thoughts. Eventually, he achieved righteousness and ascended to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. He's been down this road for a long time. What does this amount to? It was equivalent to a person who in the era of feudal dynasties, had gone from being a commoner, all the way up to the position of emperor. As a result, at this time, a man came out and told him, "You don't have to be a king or a queen, I will lead you to create a world where everyone is equal." Then, at this time, you, who are already at the top of this interest class, will only say one thing besides lamenting why this person did not show up when he or she was still a commoner. What about your equality? Your class, your achievements, are no longer able to support you in following him and realizing this great ideal. That is, Ancestor Dust's goal of ascension is not in conflict with Tang Ru. Otherwise Ancestor Dust would certainly pull out a handful of AK at this moment to tell Tang Ru, "You, don't go. Either cultivate the Hinayana Buddhism, or the cultivation of all the wasted. Choose one." Of course, the ancestor didn't have AK, and he wouldn't force Dang Ru to retake a dharma. The appearance of you, Taoist friend, has opened up a whole new path for me, a path that has never been traveled before, a path that is destined to be very difficult, and on my side, there is nothing to say. As Ancestor Dust spoke, suddenly, he raised his hand. A Zen staff was taken out from the Naginata in his hand. What is the meaning of this, Elder? Tang Ru's entire body muscles tensed violently as he looked at Ancestor Dust warily. Although Ancestor Dusty hadn't been showing any hostility, but at this moment, Ancestor Dust had already pulled out his weapon, so even if there was no more hostility, he had to be on guard. It's like a man who is in the middle of reasoning and suddenly pulls out a handful of AK. Would you believe that he is convinced by your reasoning? How can that be? At this time of year it's mostly people who are going to talk a little bit about physics. Ha ha, fellow Daoist has deflated the old lineage. Ancestor Dusty laughed, but very quickly, he returned to that ancient and unperturbed appearance. He handed his Zen staff to Dang Ru. This Zen staff, named Transmigration, is considered to be a bit of a match for the way of the Taoist friend. I am very fond of the Taoist path, a path that is very rich in ideals and very beautiful, but I have already gone very far in the present Dharma, and am destined, not to be able to retake the way of the fellow Taoist, but I would also like to see if, in the words of the fellow Taoist, a world full of good people is, indeed, the world of ultimate bliss. A little help, please don't excuse yourself, fellow Taoist. P.S. Originally, there was going to be a fight with the ancestor here, but considering the need for a quick finish, it was replaced with the ancestor giving the protagonist a boost in battle power, and I actually suddenly felt that portraying the ancestor's character in this way was a bit more fulfilling than just saying no to a fight to come on. Tang Ru looked at the old monk in front of him as he took out his Zen staff. The aura emanating from that Zen staff was incomparable to the lance he had seized from Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu's lance was very powerful. It was a heart phase level spirit treasure. It was unknown where Zhang Xiu, a cultivator at the early stage of the spirit wheel, had gotten a heart phase level spirit treasure from. But that is not the most important. The fluctuations emanating from this Zen staff named Transmigration in front of him far exceeded the heart phase realm. Unfathomable. At the very least, Tang Ru could not see this treasure, what realm spirit treasure it was, but at the very least, it was a magic treasure above the Peeping Tao. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the Peeping Tao realm before, but it was far from giving him this unfathomable feeling. This seems to be a Buddhist treasure? Perhaps you could say that. After all, immortals have immortal treasures and Buddhas have Buddhist treasures. Elder, this, poor monk without merit, you this. Honestly, Dang Ru wanted this Zen staff, because it was really powerful, much more powerful than that lance. But in the end, you don't get paid for what you don't get. Fellow Daoist, that's not refreshing enough. After a lifetime of being spontaneous, why not be spontaneous again? Ancestor Dusty laughed. The vicissitudes of his old eyes had the wisdom to see through everything. Tang Ru first froze, and a feeling of having his mind read surged through his heart. It's a little awkward. That was an emotion that hadn't been felt in a long time. He couldn't help but chuckle, both to hide his embarrassment and his relief. Ha 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 ha. Senior is right. Just follow your heart. Senior doesn't care. What do I care? Tang Ru also felt that he was being a bit hypocritical and pretentious in his party. If you want it, you want it. What's the big deal? The Buddhist master of the Tao fruit realm in front of him. Not when I was a child to receive a red envelope but also twisted to put their hands in their pockets 7 ants and 8 ants. Just go with it. This duo sure in fact, our great compassion temple, also do not know its origin, but the old line felt the breath on it, not under the Tao fruit realm, and the breath of the Taoist friends, but also quite a fit. Perhaps, this is the return of things to their original owners. Or maybe, Ancestor Dusty continued. The moment Dang Ru received the transitional Zen staff, he felt on it, the kind that belonged uniquely to the killing Buddha, the kind of mind that kills too much but is compassionate. It's a gem. Moreover, It was a treasure that belonged exclusively to the killing Buddha. Ancestor Dusty had indeed not guessed wrong. In that case, this object had a destiny with him. Deng Ru, this treasure is enough to be used up to the sun and moon realm. This is indeed a treasure in the poor monk's dharma system. In that case, I have to thank Senior for finding this treasure for the poor monk. Deng Ru arched his hand, since it is really returned to its rightful owner. Then the old line, on the contrary, is considered to be a piece of merit. Ancestor Dusty laughed. Next, Tang Ru and Ancestor Dust continued to exchange views on Buddhism. To say it was an exchange would be more like Ancestor Dust was instructing him. Tang Ru could feel that with Ancestor Dust's guidance, his monstrous blood-devouring aura had been slightly eased, and his realm, too, had reached the threshold of breakthrough. But it's still almost opportune. For some reason, Tang Ru felt that the chance of his breakthrough was not in the Great Compassion Temple, nor in the number of people killed. The next step in the mind phase realm is the Peeping Dao realm. To peek at the way, that naturally means to peek at the Great Way. But there is no avenue of the killing Buddha at the Temple of Great Compassion. The two monks chatted for a long time until the sun set in the west before Deng Ru stood up and arched his hand at Ancestor Dust. Today, thanks to Senior's guidance, the poor monk is going down the mountain. Ancestor Dusty only nodded slightly, and did not get up to see him off, nor did he say anything polite. All that politeness and getting up to see each other off are mortal forms, all worldly rules, and the Buddha's way. A square outsider, party outsiders, just need to know the heart, do not have to care about the red tape. Deng Ru went down the mountain with the abbot's treasure. He's going off to find his breakthrough. This breakthrough, he had a premonition that it would be different from the past. An expert of the heart phase realm, that was a phoenix. Such people, basically, only have different paths, not much good or evil. Moreover, such people are basically the same as the true Yangtze back then, and the Peeping Dao realm the selfless realm the Dao fruit realm These realms are dipped in and out. It's hard to kill. If you want to break through, you have to find another opportunity. And on the other side, the Imperial Court's counterinsurgency army also traveled to the state of Bingzhou under the leadership of that old General Huangfu, rising an army of 300,000 men, the old general himself with 50,000 horsemen. The main fight was a blitzkrieg. The White Lotus sect had grown to 1 million congregations after all this time, but although the congregation was large, most of them were stragglers who did not have enough to eat. As for Dokuzuki himself, he was even more rushed and hadn't read any military books. On the battlefield, in addition to hitting dying with a surprise at the very beginning, the current White Lotus sect, although still steadily expanding, its momentum has been curbed somewhat. After half a year's long journey, the court's counterinsurgency army had also arrived in Bingzhou. The White Lotus congregation in the state of Namchao was defeated by General Huangfu's strikes. Fortunately, however, General Huangfu didn't make things too difficult for these stragglers who couldn't survive before revolting. At this moment, Dying's dragon energy is still alive, and any uprising will not be able to completely shake Dying's foundation. However, the White Lotus sect is so powerful, and there are so many roving bandits who pretend to be White Lotus sect, that Dying was not able to completely eliminate them. The two sides were in parallel, and actually began to stalemate. This stalemate lasted 4 years. Within a period of 4 years, the famine in the world became more and more serious. The number of people who could not survive increased, and cannibalism was seen everywhere. Li Lan, who was in Yuzhou, in the name of the reincarnation of the heavenly Tai by Jin Xing, started the revolt with the assistance of Zhao De, Jinyang Zi, and Ziyu, a disciple of the former Jinyang sect and now a member of the Taoists of Taiping. There are not many followers, but it seems that the one Xiaonan emperor has buried the line in Yuzhou. Yuzhou soon fell under Li Lan's control, but the border troops in Yuzhou were still under Li Dinghua's control, for which Li Lan did not make many arrangements. He had seen Zhuolu cities, and he knew that the border armies in the north and south were important and could not be moved. No matter what time it came, as long as the border army didn't move, then no matter how the people in the territory revolted, the people of Dying, at least, could be assured that they would not be slaughtered by the foreign swordsmen. And in Liangzhou, Lu Ji's group, who had been hiding in the deep forests and practicing for a long time, also managed to get out of the mountains. But at the moment of exiting the mountain, they encountered a white snake blocking their way. That white snake's demonic aura was monstrous, and it seemed to have killed and eaten a lot of people. This white snake was the one that Tang Ru had let go back then. After it flew out of cultivation, it got the chance to become a demon again. But the second time it became a demon, it seems that it is no longer the same as it was in the beginning, and this time it has completely become a demonic spirit that only seeks to harm people. Lu Ji, a sword will be white snake cut to death. In the stragglers for Liangzhou, self-proclaimed heaven red emperor's son, born when the sky has a vision, lightning and thunder, a time this in Liangzhou, but also is considered to be from the many, with a full 130,000 people to follow. It is worth mentioning that back then, that Zhang Xiu, who did not take advantage of Deng Ru's realm to kill Deng Ru, also joined Lu Ji's uprising, for a while, dying, which was supported by the dragon's energy, completely looked shaky in this storm, and yet, it still comes up short. That, in a nutshell, is the dragon energy of that great Jing. The dragon's qi would not dissipate. Dying, would still be dying, and it would not die even if there were more people in revolt. Namchao, the holy city of the White Lotus sect. At this moment, after 4 years have passed since the uprising, the White Lotus uprising has been gradually suppressed. Not only White Lotus, except for that insurrectionary army of Lilan, all other insurrectionary armies were gradually suppressed by that General Huangfu. Dr. Moon understood one thing. It's a world that looks at qi. The qi is still in dying. And dying, it is impossible to die. Is there any way around that? Yes. Dying's qi is bigger than a horse. Though a thin camel is bigger than a horse. But if she, Du Gu Yu, with the White Lotus sect of this tattered qi hit it, then, the dying qi will be completely dispersed, and the remaining remnants of qi will not be able to make much of a splash. This thing, done, the White Lotus uprising will fail and she, Dr. Moon, will die. There is no more reincarnation for the soul. If it were normal, this would not be optional. Dokoro Kiyuki was not assured that after the failure of himself and the White Lotus sect, those who came after him, would treat the people well, and would, or would not, become a benevolent monarch. I'm not sure about the later. As for your own life, probably should have been dead a long time ago. There's nothing to it. Started the uprising, killed so many people burned and looted in the name of the White Lotus sect, and she, the culprit, she can't get away with it. She knew it by heart. Hit, don't hit, hit. At this moment, in a simple wooden hut, a candle was lit inside the hut, and the weak firelight shone on Dokumun's face. 4 years had passed, and she had matured again, adding more weather to her face than ever before. The thing about time is amazing. 4 years can make a mudblood become an emperor, or a man who kills chickens and slaughters pigs become a general of a country. It is also capable of transforming a timid young child into a timid young man. Dr. Moon was clearly the former, but at this moment, she was like a young girl, completely devoid of the majesty of the White Lotus sect's holy maiden, holding a tattered flower in her hands, petal after petal being plucked off by her. As she picked the last petal, her voice read just in time. Not bumping. Heavens will kept her from bumping into this great Jing Qi. Dying's Qi will be dismantled by those who come after him. Her mission, she had achieved. Picking off this last snow-white petal. For some reason, in Dr. Moon's mind, he remembered the monk dressed in white back then. Suddenly, she smiled and seemed to make up her mind about something. Yes, there is a later one, but, not the later one that crashes the Qi, the later one that ends the chaos. Dr. Moon smiled and picked up the White Lotus sect token that was sitting on the table. That's the treasure where the White Lotus sect's Qi converges. 1. Just an ordinary white jade lotus flower. Its upper Qi number surrounds, with its crash-broken dying Qi, and that the jade seal of state, to a jade in stone. She still chose to believe in those who came after her, and she believed that the master who killed in the beginning would be able to end this chaotic world with a heart for the people. The rest was not for her to think about. She started this White Lotus uprising. So many people died. So many people used her name for evil. She has to give an explanation. In that case, use this life to give an account to the innocent dead people of the world. What about the people? Leave it to the master. Just as Dogiyu was about to bring the White Lotus to crash the great Jing's Qi, a gentle voice that she was very familiar with rang out. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Moon. It's been a long time. Dr. Moon's movements visibly froze for a moment. She should be not living the dream yet? Dr. Moon pinched her face to make sure she was awake. That voice. She had heard it many times in her dreams. She had told herself countless times that she should have come out of it, that it was just a youthful and uninformed adoration back then. It can't count. People. It's all about self-knowledge. But when she saw the white-robed monk again, she instantly understood something. Fuck his youthful ignorance. She, still likes the guru. Guru, you, are still like this, with the same elegance. Dokoro Yuki stretched out her hand, her fingers trembling slightly, as if she wanted to touch the white monk in front of her, but after thinking about it, he put his hand down. More than 10 years ago, when she first met this monk, she only thought, this monk, powerful and mysterious and unattainable. And now, looking at it again, it seemed, it was only the peak of the mind phase realm. Also, not powerful, at least as far as she was concerned right now. Years passed, the month sure master. Not like the appearance of the year, Bear. Responsibility. The heart also has the living. Poor monks are very comforting. Tongru smiled faintly, and there was a hint of praise in his eyes as he looked at Dokuzuki. Dokoroku Moon was the first person he saved when he came to this world. Well, that and her stupid oni sauce. Dokuzuki from A. Small scheming. Some smarty pants. For the evil should be cut down whether or not the young girl should not feel. She has turned into the present day White Lotus sect holy maiden who has risen up against the imperial court for the sake of all the people in the world. The change in this is big, to put it mildly. That letter you left back then, Master, changed me a lot, and I can reach all this today thanks to you. Dr. Moon suddenly froze when he said that. She remembered. Dongru is specialized in eliminating evil. She's killed so many people. Can she still be considered a good person? Now, Dongru has come to find her. He's here to get rid of the evil, isn't he? Master, are you here to kill me? Solitary Moon's lips trembled. She was somewhat unable to accept this fact. If it was Tongru who wanted to kill her, then even if she was already a sword cultivator of the selfless realm, she would not resist. What does the moon sure think? Dongru smiled, wanting to see what Dokuzuki thought. He certainly didn't come here to kill Dokoroku Moon. It is irrefutable that peasant revolts are naturally righteous. Master, I will cut myself to thank you. I don't want to die at your hands. Then I would truly be a sinful man. Dr. Moon gently shook her head, her voice tinged with some sobs. It is strange that people who obviously do not hesitate half a bit to shatter their souls into pieces are at this moment extraordinarily serious about the matter of whether they are evil or not. If a man is not even afraid of death, why would he be afraid of the name behind him? Dogiyu was actually not afraid of being branded as a rebel, nor was he afraid of any kind of legacy. It had occurred to her when she decided to revolt that in the history books the revolters were not well regarded. It's usually titled thief. The lords say that the insurgents are thieves, but what is it that the insurgents are stealing? It's just their own hope of surviving. When the lords did not allow people to live, people broke the lords' way of living, and the lords began to call people thieves. In the end, Dokoroyuki knew that what she had done was destined to implicate the innocent, and she was clear that she was not a good person. But her cause, she always believed, was righteous. What's wrong with her just wanting people who can't live to live? But if Tengru came to kill her, this meant that in Tengru's mind, she was a 10 evils, as evil as the Void Sun sect back then. It needs to be decimated. But more than that, she was more afraid of being killed by Tongru himself. She could have crashed the great Jingqi and died. She could have died by cutting herself. She could have died in the chaos of the army. But alone, he didn't want to be killed by Dongru himself. It was, probably, the last bit of selfishness she had. Who said, "Poor monk is here to kill you"? Tongru smiled, but it was the same as always, and with the mask covering his face, Dokuzuki couldn't see much of his expression. So the master is coming? Solitary Moon's face was puzzled. The master before us is cynical. Wherever he goes, someone will do evil, and that evildoer will perish. The Taoist heart of the moon cultivator is not firm na, so this way, it can be difficult to obtain the fruits of the Tao. Tongru laughed and didn't answer Dokoroku Moon's question. I don't care about that. I figured out something over the years. My cultivation speed was not normal. It's not the cultivation that belongs to me. Dao fruits or no Dao fruits. It doesn't matter. Dr. Moon said. There was nothing sad or despondent in her tone. She'd seen through it long ago in the past 4 years. What heaven gave should be returned to heaven after accomplishing what heaven wanted her to accomplish. The moon administrator is becoming more and more perceptive. But the poor monk is here to tell you that what heaven's number gives you, you must keep it well, and work hard to keep it. As for crashing the chi, you don't have to care. Tongru laughed. Crashing the matter of chi numbers. He planned to come personally. It was enough that dying was lingering on. The border army didn't rely on dying's chi, but they couldn't hold out much longer. Dying cannot be allowed to continue to languish any longer. Within these 4 years, he had done nothing else but kill the wicked and, by the way, study the Zen staff called the transmigration. After 4 years of research and severe torture of the 4 demons of the mind, he was finally studying and asking about the function of this Zen staff of transmigration. The Killing Buddha's Kung Fu is specialized in dealing with evil people who do evil. And the Zen staff of the Killing Buddha is specialized in dealing with regimes that are no longer able to shelter the people. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that it is more appropriate to specialize in killing the chi of the court. It's just right for this moment. Available. Doguyu looked at Tongru in front of him. He was still only a peak cultivation at the heart phase realm. With such a cultivation level, don't say that you've crashed the chi luck. Even a glance at the chi is a luxury. Can this really be given to him? Was she going to let her Dokumun carry another human life on her back? Yes, it was Dongru himself who wanted to go, but in Dokumun's opinion, it was a responsibility taught to her by heaven. she didn't do it, and Dongru went for it, and that's what she did to Dingru's detriment. But what? Dangru asked rhetorically. You will die, master. That is a dynasty of Qi. Not to mention you. Dr. Moon didn't know what to say. That you're only in the mind phase? She was just someone who had gotten lucky along the way by sheer numbers. So who was she to say? Ha ha ha, the moon monk has grown and his heart is bigger. The poor monk might as well let the moon monk understand that the person the poor monk wants to save. He is a mortal poor monk can save him. He is a Dao fruit realm powerhouse. The poor monk can save him as well. There is no one the poor monk cannot save. It only depends on the poor monk, whether he wants to or not. Tang Ru voiced dull. This kind of confidence, and not he floated. He had also not forgotten what happened to Su Irma back then. It's just that this is one time, and this is another time, and nowadays he can indeed say that there is no one in the world that he can't save. Dokoroku Moon didn't know what to say, but she felt that what Tang Ru said did make sense. Even after becoming the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect and traveling the world for so many years, she had also never seen a second monk like Dang Ru. Dang Ru's origins are mysterious. Perhaps it was really as he said. There was nothing in this world that he could not do. After all, he had never abstained from even the monk's most basic killing and drinking and eating meat. If not that, back then, Dang Ru did not look at her. It is estimated that, even the color is not quit. There's probably nothing in the world he can't do. Then, on behalf of the people of the world, I will wait for Master's good news. Solitary Moon arched her hand and laughed in a sprightly warrior woman's manner. There's no need to wait. It's time to die. Right here, right now. For Great Jing's Qi, Tang Ru said, and directly sat down cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, and placed the Zen staff in front of his knees. Soon, a wisp of golden soul soared up with the silhouette of a transcendental meditation staff. In Dugayu's perspective, Dang Ru's soul held a Zen staff and flew higher and higher, until it completely disappeared. This is... Dokuzuki looked at the Zen staff on Dang Ru's lap, which seemed to be a treasure of merit. Again, it seems not. It's not true that there is merit in this Zen staff, but there is a monstrous amount of resentment. That's a lot of resentment. Don't even think about it without slaughtering tens of billions of people. Perhaps, as always, the master is able to, as always, fix everything. Thinking this way, Dokumun also put down the idea of using the White Lotus Sex token to crash the Great Jing's Qi. She felt that Duanru was right. If you're given it by God, you can keep it. She had already done her duty as arranged by the heavenly numbers, and those cultivations, then, were a reward for her. It's just that there's something about the conscience. The uprising harmed so many people. So many people died, and she, the originator, retreated with a cultivation given by heaven? How can this heart be at peace? Oh master, you are not saving me. You are harming me. Dr. Moon let out a long sigh, but she was also no longer the little girl from back then who had just been exterminated. It was impossible for her to harbor another ounce of resentment towards Tungru because he had broken her plans. People grow up all the time. Solitary Moon sat quietly in her chair, staring blankly at Dangru's physical body that was meditating in place. After a long time, she seemed to have figured it out, and she grinned. Who says that if you do right by the people, you have to die at once? Can't you just stay alive? It's not like her original intent was to kill so many people. Now that her goal has not yet been achieved, she easily hands everything over to those who come after her. Is this, then, a real kind of apologizing to the people of the world? Which of the lords who have revolted nowadays really have the people in their hearts? Perhaps that was why Dangru had come to her tonight. She probably gets it, too. The White Lotus sect, which she had founded with her own hands, was not yet able to fall just like that. She's going to continue to lead them in the fight. Fight a world that belongs to the people. Otherwise, it's just another change to the old earth for countless years. Aren't you tired of it? At this moment, Tangru was not aware of what was going on in Dokorokuyu's mind. If he knew what was going through Dakumun's mind, he would have given him a thumbs up. He was tired of seeing the world of the court, and he did want to see the world of the people again. But those weren't what he came to see Dokoroku for. He didn't think about it that much. What he wanted to do was to absorb the Great Jing Dynasty's chi and make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Killing a Peeping Dao Realm villain would allow you to advance to the Peeping Dao Realm in one fell swoop. Killing an evil person in the Selfless Realm will allow you to advance to the Selfless Realm in one fell swoop. Killing Dao Fruit Realm evildoers would allow you to advance to the Dao Fruit Realm in one fell swoop. It was possible for a life-slaying Buddha to kill someone over a level to directly advance to a great realm. It was just that killing someone over a great realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Then, what realm should one advance to in order to end a rotten dynasty that carries the fortunes of billions of living beings? Dangru's divine soul slowly elevated through the dark night sky, and soon, he saw an illusory golden dragon overlooking the sky. That golden dragon absorbed the incense emanating from the people of Dying World. He covers the entire territory of Dying. On his body, there were 16 silhouettes dressed in dragon robes sitting on their backs. Those are the spirits of the 16 dying emperors from Dying Gaozu to Yangon Emperor. Under the shelter of the dragon vein, they were still able to maintain a trace of soul clarity. But this is not long-lasting. The dragon vein dissipates. These 16 dying emperors cannot enter the reincarnation. They will directly with the dragon vein together with the soul. This master, face Na, on the golden dragon, at the head of the great Jing founding emperor, a man with a beard spotted Tong Ru. Several of your majesties are seated in a draped position above the golden dragon, overlooking the earth, so it would be like a courtesy to say that they look familiar. Tong Ru closed his palms and let out a light laugh, revealing the polite words of this great Jing high ancestor. Ha ha ha, yes, master accompanied our Lanner to travel around the world for so many years. We can all watch, or to thank master. Emperor Gaozu smiled broadly and waved his hand, apparently hanging high above the golden dragon, taking in the 1,000 years of dying. Then I think your majesty already knows the purpose of the poor monk's visit. Dang Ru saw Dying Gaozu's expression of openness, and it was clear that he already knew what he was up to. Naturally, Emperor Gaozu calmly spat out 2 words. There didn't seem to be a hint of fear in the face of imminent soul-crushing. Aren't you all afraid? Tong Ru looked at the 16 emperors before him. They used to be people overlooking the mountains and rivers, grasping the universe with great vigor, but now it is bound above the golden dragon, still overlooking the mountains and rivers, just may not be in charge of Qiankuan. The master seems to think that those of us who have died once must be afraid of death. Too afraid to die? Emperor Gaozu asked rhetorically with a big smile. No, only after dying once will you know the preciousness of life better and cherish it. How can you say the word fear? Dang Ru didn't feel that fear of death was any kind of bad quality. Only when a person learns to be greedy for life can he or she face death with a better attitude. If a man does not covet life, then his death, naturally, is as light as a feather. Ha ha ha, but I've already died once, so I'm not afraid to die again. So just come on, master. Emperor Gaozu just laughed, seeing no attachment to life, no fear of death. It seems true what he said. Having died once makes you value life even less. Then, please, your majesties, for the sake of the world's people, go to your death once more. Tang Ru was no longer polite. His palms were joined together, and the transmigration Zen staff in his hand was inserted into the head of that huge golden dragon. Anon dash. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded. The dragon's roar contained resignation, anger, and a lingering love for the earth. Since his birth 1,000 years ago, he was not willing to fall. Man's lifespan is 100 years, and he is the dragon's vein. His lifespan should be eternal and infinite, and he is not willing to do so. He has sheltered millions of people for 1,000 years, and his eternal merit should last for all time. People shouldn't be negative about him as a meritocracy. How can people use him up and throw him away? Personally inserting the Zen staff into the head of the Qi dragon, Tang Ru felt the dragon's emotions, felt his unwillingness, and felt his anger. In reason, the dragon should not have deserved to die. He had sheltered the people of Dying for 1,000 years, and he should continue to enjoy the incense. But dynastic change is inherently heavenly. There is no immortal dynasty in the world, nor can there be people who will not die. Even someone like the killing Buddha who would become a Buddha would die, let alone a giant dragon. Amit Ba, sorry, Dang Ru couldn't say anything like you deserve to die to this giant dragon. He did what he had to do, and now in this chaotic world, he just has the heart to do it. The human heart has abandoned him and he is powerless to sway the situation. All that can be said is, I'm sorry, it's not Chiron's fault. The wail of the giant dragon resounded from all corners of Dying, whether it's Yangon City in the center of the world, or Lianzhou and Yuzhou in the remote corners. Even the northern barbarians outside of Dying heard the wailing sound belonging to the Qi dragon. The countless demons and devils, goblins and ghosts suppressed by the giant dragon of Qi fortune had strange thoughts rising in their hearts. Under the sky, the human race can live. And how can demons and monsters and goblins and ghosts not live? The Qi dragon raised its head and looked deeply at Tong Ru. He does not seem to speak, but Duan Ru understood what he meant. Kill him, then take his responsibility. Amit Ba, naturally. Dang Ru folded his hands and answered this karma. This karma is just like the initial legal oath, not something that can be taken casually. Take this karma and if you are not able to do it, then you will die. But there's no harm in that. There's no such thing as a wasted meal. Have a good trip. Dang Ru bowed with his palms together and watched the giant dragon before him dissipate with the wind. As the giant dragon began to dissipate, on the dragon, the souls of the 16 emperors of Dying that stood there also dissipated. Before dissipating, Emperor Gaozu of Dying still laughed loudly as he ripped out his voice and shouted at Dang Ru, "Oh master, this dharma of yours, Can it really ferry the people of my dying? Dangru hesitated for a moment. Can you ferry people in this world? Feeling the growing power in his body, Tangru put his palms together and also said loudly, naturally. How much ability? How much to do? He now has the ability to shelter the people of this world? Not really an exaggeration. Then I'll trouble master. Emperor Gaozu exclaimed, as if he were a parent entrusting his young son to his teacher. He could only trouble the master. No harm done. Dangru nodded his head in response to this responsibility. If you want something, you have to take responsibility for it. Yangon City, Chinatown. The pure Yang realist violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his hands. The original strength of the Dao fruit realm had fallen back down to the selfless realm. The skin on his hands aged rapidly. Dying. Completely dead. The pure Yang realist murmured. He cultivated with the help of qi. And the realm of the Dao fruit was also false. And would eventually go with the fall of Dijing. He, on the other hand, has lived for thousands of years. Without Dying's qi he only has the selfless realm. And the selfless realm cannot live for 1,000 years. Ahem. I didn't expect that. Having just sent away the Yangon emperor, I would now have to send the old Taoist himself away. Real Pure Yang laughed, no fear of death on his face. Having lived for 1,000 years, he wasn't exactly bored, but also never nostalgic. He was originally just a Taoist priest in the realm of selflessness, and was able to survive until now purely because the heavens rewarded him with food. It's God's food, and he can eat it for a day, just a day. It's all earned, and there's nothing ungrateful about it. Ah Jin, come in. Master has something to say to you. Real Pure Yang waved his hand and summoned in a little Taoist boy from outside the door. Outside the door, a little Taoist boy walked in. The little Taoist boy was clad in dark blue Taoist robes, with a lotus flower crown on his head, fully dressed, holding a duster in his hand, which gave him a bit of a one-dimensional Taoist air. Master? The little Taoist boy called Ajin tilted his head and looked at Pure Yangjin. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. His hand trembled, and the duster he babbled snapped to the ground. Oh, what are you panicking about? The Pure Yang realist laughed and flicked his palm, and a cup of clear wine appeared on his palm. He didn't give Jean a drink. No alcohol is allowed for little kids. The Pure Yang realist's pale hand flicked the wine cup and drank the wine from it in a single gulp. As you can see, the master is dying. The Pure Yang realist laughed like an old codger. Master, how is this possible? You are so powerful. You should. Ajin's voice stammered, still tinged with sobs, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to say it. What are you crying about? Pure Yang Jinjin stood up, one hand behind his back, and reached out his other hand to wipe away Jin's tears. His old eyes looked out the window of the Chinatown. The night was in full swing. That scapegoat's little emperor, is jumping out of his skin because of the dissipation of his qi. And a poor man too. All beings suffer, each in their own way. Sighing in his heart, Pure Yang Jinjin reached out, placing his hand on Jin's shoulder and smiling sparingly. The Taoist scriptures say that the way has a beginning and an end. There is no way of immortality in the world. Everyone has an end point, and for the master, he has merely reached his own end point. There is no need to grieve. Rejoice. This is a victory that belongs to the Word. The Word has proven, once again, that it is right and that everything has an end. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. But the master will not die in this way. The master's body will be turned into sustenance for the living beings. And in the future, every person you see, every blade of grass, could be the master. Pure Yang Real said just chicken soup, and sighed, continued, just for the teacher's end to the end. But your end is still far away, may as well go to see the world. Perhaps you will have a different feeling. Jintian's supervision of the pavilion is too high. You cannot see the world. Go, Jin. Join your senior brothers and sisters and see the world. But master, as Jin listened to the comforting words of Real Pure Yang, her person also seemed to be better. But he was still a little upset. There are no buts. If you are willing to stay in this Chinatown you can stay, and the master will not force you. When the Pure Yang realist said that, he lost his form. He's going to find a windswept spot and bury himself. As for how the apprentice is doing, that was his own creation, and he, Pure Yang realist, would not care. The matter of life and death is but a cycle of reincarnation. The flesh and blood that makes up his Pure Yang reality today will make up other creatures, even dead things, in the coming day. It's been 1,000 years and he doesn't care if he lives or dies. Nor do they care about the so-called life and death of the world's inhabitants. According to the Buddhists, he has probably reached a realm where there is no self and no living beings. Pure Yang Jinjin found a feng shui place, sat down cross-legged, and quietly waited for his death. Before he died, he did not do anything to benefit the country or the people, and sacrificed his life for the sake of the world. nor has he ever done anything to labor and harm the world, just to perpetuate a rotten life of evil. Real Purian closed his eyes, and when he did, he never opened them again. High in the sky, as the dragon dissipated, Tang Ru's cultivation had also completely broken through the heart phase realm, and could almost be said to have soared. Unusual cultivators were able to obtain the Dao fruit realm simply by relying on their chi luck. He, on the other hand, directly killed this chi dragon, and the feedback he received was simply unimaginable. However, Tang Ru was not very aware of the changes in his own realm at the moment. After many years, he had once again entered the heart demon fantasy realm, and this time, he had to face more than just one heart demon. Having used this coquettish way to advance, the corresponding test is not less. He has to face 6 demons of the heart. In other words, with this kill, he had directly allowed himself to break through 6 great realms. This would be very outrageous. It was no wonder that a mere dragon was able to shelter hundreds of millions of people for 1,000 years. It turned out to be so powerful. Why are you guys there? The voices of the 6 heart demons were very unified, and it was clear that none of them understood why they had appeared at the same time. Maybe the 4 heart demons out there hadn't yet gotten a word in edgewise with them. The 6 heart demons all skimmed their heads toward Tang Ru. These 6 heart demons have different looks. There are old men with pale temples, evil ghosts with green faces and fangs, and gods with 3 heads and 6 arms. You broke through to the Qiankuan realm in one breath? The pale temple's heart demon was a bit disbelieving. This latter several realms, one more than one difficult. If the front breath breakthrough 1, 2, 3, 4 realms or something, can also be treated as a strange encounter or something, but these last 6 realms, you broke through them all in one breath? Did you really grow up eating monks? He didn't have the same effect even when he was a monk, did he? Is there something wrong with this? Kill the dynasty's chi dragon, Tang Ru explained, preventing these heart demons from brainstorming too much and thinking that he, Tang Ru, had gone off the deep end to exterminate the world. I see. It's pleasing to the eye. Then the heart demon robbery you're going to have to face is going to be a bit difficult. The Pale Temple's heart demon laughed, slaying the Chi Dragon and stepping into the Qiankuan realm in one fell swoop. The Qiankuan realm, as the name suggests, redefines wind, fire, water and earth, and recreates the Qiankuan. This kind of strength is no different from a god or a Buddha. That is to say, as long as one passes through the heart demonic calamity, Dengru then became a complete Buddha, the Buddha who stands tall and looks down on the earth. Of course, after taking on the karma of the Chi Dragons, it was impossible to be high above the world and not get involved in karma. He will probably be a Buddha walking the earth. How difficult? Dongru asked. He couldn't figure out how hard it had to be for 6 heart demons to come up with an exam question together. The pale-tempered heart demon looked at his 5 old buddies. The 5 old guys also shook their heads in unison. Well, Dongru made sure that the examiner himself hadn't thought of a title. After all, they were caught in on a temporary basis, and it's really difficult to try to come up with questions on the fly. Maybe this is the first time they've encountered this as well. Wait a minute, let's discuss this, the pale-tempered heart demon said, pulling the other 5 old fellows together, several heads whispering together. What the hell? I've never seen this situation before, have I? The Pale Temple's heart demon said. You say that like we've met. How about this? Just give him a new life. The 3-headed, 6-armed heart demon said. Didn't Lao San get this thing? And get one that people can't watch. The evil ghost mind demon refuted. Then think of a better one. The 3-headed, 6-armed heart demon clasped its 6 arms together and said impatiently. I don't know. The evil ghost mind demon said. No can no BB. The 3-headed, 6-armed heart demon cursed. No, don't push it. Well, tugging on the foreign or dirt. Ahem. In my old man's opinion, how about this? After becoming a Buddha, his lifespan is infinite, which is a major obstacle. We'll give him a long and immortal life without giving him any hints, and see what choices he'll make, and we'll be the examiners. The pale-tempered heart demon coughed twice, making a slight modification to the 3-headed 6-armed heart demon's suggestion. Ahem. We've decided that your test this time will be second life. The pale-tempered heart demon turned back to Tang Ru. Again? Duanru is tempted to break a rage. Why don't you guys bite the lighter when your demons are not alive? You don't get tired of using a genre 3 times? Ahem. It happened suddenly, and we didn't expect you to ascend so many realms in one breath. We didn't have time to prepare. The Pale Temple's heart demon said with some embarrassment. This feels like what it is. It's like when a puffer has been writing a book by the book, and then, boom, he gets busted by the censors and has to finish it in a hurry, with a little bit of personal stuff. It's so rushed. It's just a matter of being clinical. Too late to prepare for a hokey pokey? Dengru asked rhetorically. You can't say that. The purpose of the heart demon robbery is to test. As long as you pass the test, What kind is not the same? The Pale Temple's heart demon forcefully explained. What are the conditions for passing the test? Dang-ru was also too lazy to care about this. After all, when it really came down to it, it was still his own pot. He had taken this speculative approach to advance, and naturally, he could not speak of the sloppiness of these few heart demons. This is simple. You are now in the Qianquan realm. The heavens and the earth are decaying and you are immortal, with the ability to recreate the Qianquan, although you will still die, but the lifespan is already equivalent to the eternal infinity in a world. Then our test is whether you can withstand the grind of longevity. This second one is a test to see if your heart is pure and firm in punishing evil and promoting good. The Pale Temple's heart demon introduced himself. Hasn't this been tested before? Dong-ru asked. That's different. That comes with a hint, whereas this time there's no hint. There's no legacy. It's up to you to have a heart of redemption to punish evil and do good, and you still rely on it before air. But to tell you the good news, the Qianquan realm will be able to reverse the flow of the long river of time. But there is also bad news. When you become a Buddha, you are destined not to be able to get involved in feelings. The Pale Temple's heart demon said. His point is clear. You can go back to that time before and save your wife. But you can't have a wife. You become a Buddha, a god, not a free and easy fairy. God and Buddha are meant to be responsible. This sense of responsibility is to the world's people, not to a particular individual. This is as good as it gets. When Tang-ru heard the words of the pale-tempered heart demon, he only pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. That wife, was meant to be a free butterfly. She should have gone to see the good sights of the world instead of staying and sitting by his side. So, want to accept this test? It's up to you. If not, we'll take away your cultivation and you'll still be in the heart phase realm. As if they felt that this test was too difficult, the heart demons gave Tang-ru a rare chance to regret. No, just ferry it. Duan-ru kicks this opportunity for regret away. He doesn't need to be sorry. Good. The pale-tempered heart demon laughed and nodded, and then he joined forces with a few heart demons to create a glowing ball with the world in it. Go in, we'll grade you based on your performance. A, B, C, D. A and B are both considered to have passed. C, D, then I'm sorry. You'll have to live in the illusion for the rest of your life. Tang-ru nodded, and immediately afterward, without waiting for a few heart demons to urge him on, he directly leapt down, into the white ball of light. Soon, Dang-ru's consciousness entered a darkness once again, that heavy feeling of weightlessness. Duan-ru was familiar with it. It's the third time I've been here, nor could he afford to be unfamiliar with it. Soon, the memories that belonged to him were once again stripped away. Him, born. Dang-ru slowly opened his eyes, and everything around him was a bit stinky. A voice inside his head told him that he had been given eternal life by God, and that in this world, he was immortal. There are all sorts of sounds around. Ru. The tone is brief and seems like a primitive society. Dong-ru looked to his father. It was a man wrapped in animal skins, dancing excitedly in a cave. The man picked him up and excitedly held him up and danced around. The dim moonlight in the dark cave illuminated the man's face a little pale. This was the beginning of Ding-ru's life. Born from a cave in a primitive society. Soon, under the care of the people in the tribe, Dang-ru gradually grew to be 5 years old. They also met some companions of their own age, and a group of children wrapped in animal skins played in the caves. This era was so primitive that even fire was not utilized. Outside the cave, it is extremely dangerous for children as young as 5 or 6 years old. But some kids didn't believe me and ran out. When it was finally found, it was so bloody that the body was incomplete. It was Duan-ru's first encounter with death in a primitive society. He realized then that in this dangerous world, many people close their eyes and are never seen again. Among his companions, there was a child named Earth who also looked at his partner's body as Ding-ru did, and fell into deep thought. After experiencing the death of his partner, Duan-ru then chose to honestly hide in the cave and slowly grow up under the shelter of the adults in the cave. But the companion called Earth seemed different from him. He didn't seem to be afraid of death, and after witnessing the death of his companion, Earth chose to go out hunting with the adults. Even if those adults didn't allow it, he secretly followed them out. For this partner, Dang-ru was envious. Envy him the audacity to go against life's instinctive fear of death. This is a primitive society, and those stories of laying down one's life and being generous haven't happened yet. The creators of those philosophical values that trivialize life and death are not even a fertilized egg. This is a situation that can go against the instinctive fear of death to forge ahead boldly. It's rare. Duan-ru couldn't do it, but this ground could. Slowly, Dong-ru grew to 14, an age when he had to follow the adults on hunting trips. Over the years, that ground had followed the adults on their hunts and had grown into an accomplished warrior. Not only that, but he thought through what primitive societies lacked most. Thinking. Inventing many things. better stone knives, stone spears, traps, bows and arrows, hemp ropes, bowstrings made of animal sinews, and so on, to help minimize casualties among the tribe. As for Tang Ru in this life, he took the stone knife made by the ground and gradually became an outstanding warrior as well, relying on the experience of killing people in his previous life. Another 4 years passed and the ground made a major discovery. He discovered that a white stone striking each other could birth sparks of fire, and sparks falling on dry, dead debris can quickly ignite a large fire. And with a wooden handle tied with burlap and moistened with the grease that falls off when you barbecue the meat of the animal, the torch is able to burn for a long time. The discovery of the land freed the tribesmen from their caves. With fire, the tribesmen were officially qualified to dominate the continent. And that year, Dang Ru was 18 years old. And the ground, also 18 years old. Dang Ru envied Dee's talent, his heavenly thinking and imagination. Among humans struggling to stay near the breadline, there is a transcendent imagination. It is rare, but with just one, the qualities of intelligent life are manifested. And this year, relying on his killing instincts from his previous life, Dang Ru became the best warrior in the tribe. At the age of 20, the tribe's original chief was dying. Dang Ru and Earth became candidates for the chief. One is the most powerful warrior in the tribe. One is the smartest, bravest man in the tribe. The position of chief, by definition, should go to the ground that thinks best. He, and he alone, can lead the tribe on to an unknowable bright future. But the old chief still chose to pass the position to Dang Ru. And for the ground, he had a better program, which, in the old chief's opinion, the land did not belong to the ranks of men. The inventions of the earth, the creativity of the earth, the courage of the earth to try everything, are beyond the reach of man. The chief of men is not worthy of the earth. So the old chief created a better word. The earth became a witch, a communicator between heaven and man, became a surrogate for God. After becoming the leader of the tribe, Dang Ru still led the people in the tribe to live a life of hunting during the day and going back to the cave to rest at night. The ground, on the other hand, puts its eyes on the ground. He wondered why man should retreat into a dark, damp cave when he was no longer afraid of the ferocious beasts of the earth. Every winter, many people freeze to death. Man should go and occupy the earth and build caves on it for shelter. After conferring with Dang Ru, the two then decided the matter. The people of the tribe, since then, have come out of their caves and moved to the surface. Build a warm house with a base of trees, thatch, and dirt. Another 20 years had passed since the humans had come out of the caves. During these 20 years, Dang Ru and Earth collected humans from various caves and brought them together. A confederation of tribes was formed, gathering fully thousands of people, building more solid houses and having more tools. And this time, the tribal alliance. There's only one talker, that's the ground. But Dang Ru's status remained unchanged, and he managed the force in the alliance. But, gradually, the crowd also began to notice a hint of something wrong. The ground back then had long since been grayed by the elements. Even if he was only 40 years old at the moment, the clansmen who were the same age as the two had grown gray hair and wrinkled faces. And Duan Ru, still young. Gradually, a legend began to circulate in the tribal alliance. Dang Ru is a god, a heaven. He doesn't age. He doesn't die. He doesn't perish. Gradually, the center of power of the alliance began to shift towards Dang Ru. Duan Ru's words are gaining ground in the tribe. The 63rd year of Dang Ru's reincarnation in this world. Many of my partners from back in the day have aged, and Duan Ru is still young. The bold, ever-confident earth of the day, the earth that led men to the earth, also went to death. Before the ground died, Dang Ru went to see it one last time. You look pale. Duan Ru looked at the ground in front of him, sitting on a low stool made of wood. More than 60 years had passed, and he, Dang Ru, still looked the same as when he was 18, and Earth's face was wrinkled and the gray hair on his head was a little thin. He's old, yes, but you stay young, and they say I am the voice of the sky, that I am the witch, and you, the sky. Earth Pale's voice was hoarse, but it spat out the words clearly, unlike the rest of the tribe, who spoke in short, terse bursts. If I am, then I will grant you everlasting life. Dang Ru poured himself a bowl of cloudy wine from a clay pot. In later times, the earth led the people of the Union back to farming, and through the blundering of a boy named Dukong, something like wine, too, was made. It's pretty muddy though, but because it's brewed from grain, it's not as bitter as industrial alcohol, which is so much like horse urine. It's cloudy, but this wine is sweet. Eternal life, you know what, Ru? I was envious of your longevity at first. When I probably started to grow gray hairs, I wondered how come you don't age. They say you're a god. I don't believe them. I too want to live forever. And I want to be young and full of power forever and ever to protect my people. Ground chuckled as he nodded at his ceramic bowl. signaling for Dangru to help him pour a little wine. He was dying, he didn't even have the strength to lift the jug. Dangru helped him pour a bowl of wine, and the ground trembled as he lifted the wine up and slowly drank it. What about now? I have a feeling I could give you immortality if you wanted it, Duanru said. It was a feeling he had, as if he would be able to leave this world and achieve something if he gave everlasting life to the earth. Don't. Ground wiped the wine that leaked out of the corner of his mouth. In fact, he spilled it all over his animal skin coat. Didn't even take a few sips. Why? You are more deserving of this long life than I. I am just an empty force, while you can lead the entire tribe to step into a bright future. Dongru asked. He's not smart. He can't think outside the confines of his time. In his childhood he was afraid of death, and then when he grew up, like the rest of the clan, he would just bury his head in the sand and hunt. It didn't even occur to me to put my eyes to the sky and think about those things. Civilization needs thinkers, and Ground, no doubt, is an excellent thinker. One doesn't need a witch to live forever. Ground this way. You say you think I'm more suited for immortality than you are, but I do think, Rue, that someone like you is suited for immortality, that you're always able to accept new things, that you always retain curiosity about the world. Nagisa was so like a pair, being pushed around by the duo. I'm capable of accepting new things, but you're the creator of new things, and you're better at it than I am. The more the ground spoke, the more Dangru felt that the ground was more suitable for immortality. At this moment, Dangru was the same as many netizens on earth who wished for Qin Shi Huang to live forever. It is felt that only a wise, great ruler, who will live forever, will be able to lead people to glory forever. You know what? Ground didn't pick up on Duanru's remark, but started a different topic. What? Dongru asked. We almost crossed paths with planting back in the day. Ground said. Why? Dongru asked. Ground looked to the half-spilled cloudy wine in his bowl before speaking. Back then a kid, not going out to hunt, fiddling with those flowers and grasses. I thought he was out of practice, so I reprimanded him. People say that I was the one who led the tribe towards farming and a stable life, but in reality, if I had rebuked that boy back then, it would have been him who led the tribe towards farming. Look, Rue, if it were you, would you go and stop him? You wouldn't. You don't have that gesture of looking down on something else. I had so much merit that I became complacent and looked down on others, thinking only that they were not doing their job. Ground said, taking another sip of wine and letting out a long sigh. After reprimanding the boy, I went back to planting some flowers and eventually corn. From the moment corn grew, I understood that a witch who lives too long is fatal to man. Dangru was dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't realize that there was such a story to the development of farming. Ground, occupying the merits of that young man. Of course, at this point, people didn't have the concept of a rush offense. However, at this moment, the ground so set on, Dongru was somewhat understandable. The earth cannot be sure that it is always enlightened and always enterprising. The cornucopia of things had told on him, and he began to indulge in complacency in his accomplishments and to be stuck in his ways. He has begun the transformation from civilization builder to civilization blocker. This transformation is not necessarily what he wants for himself, but does happen. Perhaps he didn't realize that any one time he reprimanded an unknown junior, he could potentially bring the entire tribe to a halt for hundreds of years. You know, Rue, when father named me Earth, he wanted me to be as generous as the earth, carrying all things. Man needs the earth to carry him, and man stands on the earth looking up to the sky. I have done it, and the time that belongs to the earth must come to an end, and what follows is the time of man. The age of man is the age of youth, the age of always looking up at the sky. No one is ever young but you, but there will always be young people. They're hot-blooded, they're curious about the world, they're filled with a desire to explore, and they'll always go forward and rebel against old guys like me. Oh Rue, my good friend, you live forever. You are always young, always powerful, and I hope that you, for me, will go and guard the good, the times that belong to man. The ground said, hand catching the bowl of wine and handing it out with a trembling arm. Dangru understood what he meant and clinked glasses with him. This will probably be the last bowl of wine you drink, after all. When I'm gone, there will be no one to keep you company. The years are long. Earth, go first. Ground chuckled and finished his drink in one gulp. It seemed to have been drunk too quickly and choked his throat, and the ground coughed heavily twice. After coughing, he closed his eyes completely. The ground was right. After him, there would be no one qualified to drink with Dangru, the old man. The ground is the last one. When Earth died, the boy who Earth had berated for not doing his job that year inherited Earth's position, to avoid it and to honor this wonderful Earth who had dedicated her life to the human race. That kid created a new word, Emperor. He called himself an emperor and established a new era. The Age of Man. Deng Ru, on the other hand, left the tribe and lived a life of isolation based on his strong force. He stood on the far side of the tribe, looking at the time when the mouth of the earth belonged to man. The years go by and time flies. That emperor pioneered the 4 seas and expanded the size of the tribe dozens of times more. The whole tribe possessed tens of thousands of people. It is no longer possible to call it a tribe at this moment. In this day and age, this tribe has taken on the shape of a nation. The human race was also growing by leaps and bounds under this emperor's leadership. They tamed wild animals, helped with farming, and built granaries to store food. It's not developing as fast as the ground was when it was there, but it's slowly moving forward. As time passes slowly, Deng Ru has been here for over 100 years. He has gradually lost track of the years. He followed the guidance of the earth and looked at the times that belong to man. Watched them discover, create, conquer, and pioneer. Watching generations come into the world in a blaze of laughter. And watching generations pass away in tears. Watching people's words come to maturity. Watching generation after generation of outstanding human beings rise up and lead the human race to a brighter future. The ground is right. No one is ever young. But there will always be young people. They ushered in the era. They became entrenched. They became afraid of death. Some of them repented. Some of them were stubborn. And the ones who saw the light of day were few and far between. But ultimately, the cycle of life and death is irreversible. There will always be the young to replace the decrepit old and lead the way to a new chapter. But there will also always be greedy people who put the people in misery. Greed for money, lust for sex, power, and immortality. Deng Ru took all this in his eyes. He remembered the earth's last words and guarded the times of good men for him. When someone is wreaking havoc on the world, he secretly steps in to set things right. With the accumulation of years, his insights, his wisdom, had long since transcended the realm of man. The prophecy of the ground back then came true, and since the ground, no one has been qualified to drink with him. Occasionally, Deng Ru would lament the loneliness of immortality. Under the long life, those who had saved, those who had hated, those who had worshipped, all turned into a handful of yellow earth. He didn't know what the point of guarding it was. It seems that even the species of man is just a common race over a long period of time. The ground in my memory is also getting fuzzy as the years go by. Everlasting life makes everything vain and meaningless. Nothing could move Deng Ru's mind. Deng Ru was desperate to find a reason to live. Intuition told him it was important. He trusted his instincts. He watched civilization change from day to day. From primitive tribes, to feudal times, to high-rise buildings. During these times, he either sat in the mountains or entered the world to receive new knowledge. Occasionally, when there is trouble on earth, they step in to set things right. Over time, he became more and more like the legendary immortal. What do you guys think the score should be for him on this one? Within the heart demon space, the pale-tempered heart demon looked at several other old fellows and asked. He seems to have no fear of immortality, nor does he feel too lonely about the departure of his friends and family. In that regard, I think it could be rated an A. The 3-headed, 6-armed heart demon said, well, it does rate an A. The other heart demons chimed in. The crowd of heart demons were haphazard like a group of responders. Well, then, that point rates an A. The pale-tempered heart demon hammered away, and immediately afterward he asked, well, what about the Taoist heart? The question of the heart of the word is important, even if the mindset for immortality could be rated a grade A. But that's just incidental. What ultimately decided whether to pass or not was Deng Ru's firmness or lack thereof in rewarding the good and punishing the bad under the influence of eternal life. He started out pretty firm, but under the influence of everlasting life, he started to fall into nothingness. But that doesn't hurt. As long as it comes out, he's still able to keep the Tao. But, shaken is shaken. Rate AB? The 3-headed, 6-armed god devil added. Well, it does rate AB. A host of responders said again. 1A, 1B, release him then. He's passed. The Pale Temple's heart demon covered his head with a bit of a headache. Honestly, Deng Ru couldn't pass this test. But right. There were too few inheritors who were able to break into the Qin Kuan realm. It's just a net. With a wave of his hand, the Pale Temple's heart demon dissipated this ball of light. Deng Ru walked out of that illusionary world. The memories that were his own came back into his mind. So that's how it is. Today I realize that I am me. Deng Ru covered his head. The memories and experiences of tens of thousands of years had made him a little confused as to which one he was in the end for a while. Is it the Confucian in the fantasy world who lives for 10,000 years and sits back and watches the world go by? Or is it the monk who kills millions of people and achieves the position of the Buddha of killing? So, it's a pass? Deng Ru asked as he looked at the few heart demons in front of him. The 10,000 years of experience in the fantasy realm was a good way to make up for the lack of experience in his life. A lot of things that are able to be looked down upon, but the idea of rewarding the good and punishing the bad, which had continued for 3 lifetimes, had become his obsession. That's true. Didn't expect that. Dang Ru originally thought in the illusion that he had long since looked down on good and evil on Earth. Well, congratulations on passing. The pale-tempered heart demon applauded. Thanks a lot. As Tang Ru's words fell, he appeared outside the illusionary realm. Feel the power of being able to reopen heaven and earth. He understood instantly. One should do something about it. Dang Ru sat down cross-legged and released the Vajra Dharma. The powerful pressure shook the entire heaven and earth. The powerhouses among the foreign races in the 4 directions of dying felt this powerful pressure. They have put away the idea of taking advantage of the dissipation of the dying dragon vein, and the pure yang realists sitting down to share the land of the central plains. Deterred the Fae. Tang Ru was then considered to have settled the karma of the Chi dragon and the 16 emperors of dying. And next, he's going to fulfill his responsibility. He only saw his mind move, and in an instant, countless streams of light flew out from behind him. Those were countless out-of-body incarnations. They are able to take his place and punish evil and good in every unseen and seen corner of this world, to fulfill the cause and effect and to take the responsibility. Dang Ru is then going to fulfill his own selfishness. He clasped his palms together, and as his mind moved, endless, majestic power gushed out from his body, boldly bellowing, "Open!" A radiant long river appeared in front of Tang Ru. It's the longest time. Dang Ru locked his gaze onto a certain fragment of the long river of time. At the moment when his wife was about to dissipate, he used his mana to gather a physical body for her and fished her out of the river of time. Dang Ru looked in front of him. This baby-faced girl. He didn't know her name. Or rather, she doesn't have a name. He just called her wife in the vision. Welcome. The corner of Dang Ru's mouth pulled out a smile as he said to his wife in front of him, "Nerd. No, you're not a dork. My dork isn't that bald." The wife took a few steps back. Dang Ru was silent for a moment. Seeing that Dang Ru was silent like a wooden fish, his wife could not help but snort and laugh her head off. "Just kidding, nerd. Ha ha." After laughing for a long time, his wife stopped, and she looked around at her unfamiliar surroundings. "Reach out and feel the currents in this air. Is this the real world? As if, and not so different from ours." Though his wife said this, she revealed no disappointment in her emotions. It seemed that she loved the world. It's true. She doesn't really have a sense of what's real or not. Dang Ru understands that after more than 20 years of living together, he understands that this wife of his likes new things, new scenery, new cities, new stories, new objects. It also goes to show how valuable it really was for her to stay in a city for him for decades back then. Naturally, the original world was an illusion created by someone with divine powers, and this is the real world. Dang Ru spoke out. Of course he wasn't sure if the world was actually real, but what's the point of such an infinite set? It's best to live in the moment. Nerd, why don't you give me a name? The wife looked at the starry night sky and suddenly spoke out. A round of heart demon robbery was crossed down, and not even a night's time had passed. "Yes, but before you do you want to see the world?" Duan Ru said. Now that he had brought his wife back to life, he didn't know how to face this wife. 10,000 years of life experience had long since made him look down on the love of men and women, but the kindness of this wife he would not forget. "No, I want a name first." The wife shook her head and insisted. She wants a name. Perhaps it was the sense of unreality that unsettled her, so she wanted a name. Dang Ru looked at his wife and began to think hard. What to do? Give her a name. He thought about it and decided to give her the simplest, most obvious name he could. He remembered that when he was crossing the 3rd heart demon tribulation, autumn was in full swing. "Why don't you call yourself Autumn's Edge?" Autumn's Edge. It's apartment. The wife froze. She pondered the name. "Intuition tells me that the name is not as simple as you make it out to be," she said, a pair of eyes staring at Dang Ru, making Dang Ru a little frightened. Even with 10,000 years of life experience, Tang Ru could not help but break out into some cold sweat at this moment. Yes, the name is indeed not very simple, but also that's really all there is to it. I like the name, though. She suddenly smiled again. That doll face is adorable when it smiles. "Call me Autumn Edge from now on," she said, and then she walked at a brisk pace with her hands behind her back. "Nerd, show me the world." "Wife." "No," said Autumn Edge suddenly. "Good." Dang Ru nodded. He had an endless lifespan and took out a short 100 years to spend her life with this wife. Not too hard. Dang Ru looked at his wife's hand that was extended to him, and he took it, leading her into the distance. A few years later, the war in the sky is gradually calming down. No one could have imagined that the ultimate deer in the headlights, not Li Lan, who possessed the identity of the former royal family, not the crippled and decimated dying royal family, neither was Dokoroki, who was the first to reveal himself, much less the kings and queens. Instead, it's a small-time constable who brings out the squad. Lu Ji managed to kill his way through a crowd of great heroes and eventually settled the world. At the suggestion of Dang Ru's incarnation, the regime established by Lu Ji became known as Han. Since then, the people of the world have once again entered into a peaceful life. Moon City. A 6-year-old girl was playing shuttlecock in one of the yards, her forehead dripping with sweat and not realizing how tired she was. Do you like ravioli, little girl? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang in the girl's ears. The girl kicked the shuttlecock she held so dear as she looked in the direction the voice had come from. There stood a bald man in white, and a dull-faced pretty ant. Who are you guys? The girl looked at the visitor, and for some reason, obviously seeing this man in white for the first time, she found him extraordinarily kind. Do you like ravioli, little girl? The bald man didn't answer the girl's question, only asked it a second time. The girl cocked her head. She didn't understand why the very good-looking bald brother in front of her was asking her if she liked ravioli. Ravioli? I'm sure she loved it. There was meat, noodles, soup, and salt. The girl somehow couldn't raise the slightest bit of alarm about the big white brother in front of her. Well, I'll buy you ravioli, okay? Dangru looked at the girl in front of him and asked in a flat voice. Good. Without a moment's hesitation or even a hint of doubt, the girl nodded her head in agreement. Dangru took the girl to the ravioli stand from back in the day. That old man who sold ravioli back then has long since aged. Over the years, that old man's son took over his old man's stall again and sold ravioli here. It is, perhaps, also a kind of reincarnation. Not long after, 3 bowls of ravioli were set in front of the 3. The girl held her bowl and took a big bite of the ravioli. Eat well. Dang-ru looked at her, and his mind recalled back then, when Su Irma, who was sitting across from him, was also swallowing like this when he first saw her. But it was different. At that time, Irma was starving, and if she didn't eat, she would starve to death. And at this point, the girl is simply showing respect for her favorite food. Eat clean. Now, everyone can eat their fill. Dong-ru muttered, addressing the girl in front of him. Ha! The girl took a big bite of her ravioli and huffed an odd. I don't understand why the big brother in front of me is suddenly saying such inexplicable things. Big brother, here's a candy cane. The girl suddenly pulled out a candy cane from her waist and said to Dang-ru. That was something she was going to save for the night to sneak in and eat when mom and dad weren't looking. But now, since this white-clothed brother had invited her to eat ravioli, she couldn't hide it. It would look like she wasn't being generous. Good. Tang-ru looked at the girl handing over the sugar gourd, smiled, took it over, and gently bit into it before praising it. Well, it's sweet.